Dear family, I have traversed the realm of Daw for 6 long years, and tomorrow marks the awakening of my martial soul. Yet I remain devoid of hope. Suddenly, the system manifested itself, and upon opening the novice treasure chest, I acquired the template of the young Emperor of the Wild, along with the physique of a demi-human and the breath of the sun. I also managed to obtain a twin martial soul. Now, Tang-san, you are simply out of your league. Lo and behold, dear family, allow me to share something astonishing. I just opened a novice blind box in the Doloa continent, and guess what I unveiled? The template of the young Emperor of the Wild. Yes, that very emperor known for his fondness for beast milk and his autocratic reign over the ages. This is truly a remarkable leap forward. But wait, let me lay out the details of this matter from the beginning. You see, I have been transported to the Doloa continent for 6 years now. 6 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent these years? My parents sacrificed themselves at the onset, and I was raised by the villagers, one morsel at a time. How tragic is that? Even more disheartening is the fact that I reside in Holy Spirit Village, right next to the future sea god, Tang-san. I thought to myself, I must cling to his coattails. I rushed over, eager to become his subordinate, but what happened? Tang-san treated me with the aloofness of a lofty sovereign, regarding me with the same indifference as one would a mere NPC. After several attempts to forge a connection, I finally understood is the destined child, while I am but a speck of dust. Fine, you may be impressive, but I shall no longer serve you. Yet, the dilemma remains. Tomorrow is the day of martial soul awakening, and my heart feels as cold as ice. Without a formidable martial soul, I would be condemned to a life of mediocrity, toiling like a beast of burden. Having traversed realms, I refused to accept such a fate. In that moment, I defiantly gestured towards the heavens and exclaimed, "Damn it!" And then, to my astonishment, it was as though the heavens heard my plight ding. A sound resonated within my mind. What a revelation! The system. My golden finger has finally arrived. After 6 long years, my cheat has finally manifested. Tears of joy nearly streamed down my face. This system is called the strongest clone system, and its functions are both simple and brutal too in total. First, it allows for the creation of puppet clones, customizable in any way imaginable: height, weight, gender, age, all on my whim. Second, it opens treasure chests, granting access to myriad techniques, elixirs, and templates from all realms, which can be seamlessly integrated into my clones. Do you understand? It empowers me to orchestrate from the shadows, with the grand figures of the multiverse as my mere disguises. This gameplay is utterly exhilarating. And then, the highlight arrived. The system generously bestowed upon me a novice gift packagia vibrant treasure chest. Just the name alone exudes magnificence. Without hesitation, I commanded, "Open." Unleash its treasures upon me. In the next moment, I was left utterly dumbfounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Template. Emperor of the Wild. Sure, how? Childhood. Family, can you fathom this? The young Emperor of the Wild. Though merely a pint-sized infant, the description states that he stands at the pinnacle of bloodline realms, wielding a casual punch that delivers a staggering force of 100,000 pounds. Can you comprehend the magnitude of 100,000 pounds? Those titled Doluos in the Doloa continent, when summoning their martial spirits, possess strength that barely approaches this figure. I have essentially acquired a miniature version of power rivaling that of a titled Doloa. The treasure is not yet exhausted. Within it lie two remarkable items. One is the attribute, physique, subhuman. Ah, I have perished and yet resurrected. Indeed, it is that infinite resurrection ability. As long as a fragment of my body remains, I can be reborn. Henceforth, death shall elude me entirely. The other is the skill, breath technique, sun breathing. The most formidable breathing technique from the illustrious Yorichi of Demon Slayer, capable of significantly enhancing physical prowess and delivering devastating strikes against dark entities. Goodness gracious! With the template of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens, the gift of immortality, and the sun breathing technique, this trifecta empowers me so greatly that I believe I need not await the awakening of my martial soul. I could stride confidently across the Doa continent at this very moment. As I reveled in this delightful realization, I suddenly noticed that my system account contained an astonishing 112 source energy points. I was perplexed, for I thought such points could only be acquired by altering the storyline. What change had I instigated while merely toiling in the village? A moment of clarity struck me. Previously, I had lamented the arduous task of chopping wood and, relying on memory, sketched a blueprint for a small saw. I enlisted the village blacksmith, none other than Tang San's father, Tang Haodo crafted for me. The villagers, seeing its utility, each acquired one, and soon the entire village was employing saws. Could it be that altering the mundane lives of ordinary folk counts as altering the narrative? Goodness, this was an unanticipated path. Who said one must solely follow the protagonist to reap rewards? I could innovate and revolutionize productivity across the continent, allowing those source energy points to flow abundantly. Enlightenment struck me. I could assume the role of the puppet master, create a multitude of alternate identities, and orchestrate the entire Delua continent as my personal narrative game. The focus would be on nurturing companionship, watching my avatars stir the winds of change far superior to merely trailing behind Tang's sand, gathering dust. With this epiphany, my heart surged with excitement. However, one must eat one bite at a time first. I shall manifest my avatar, the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. I expended one source energy point to exchange for a puppet avatar. It was a glossy white plastic mannequin, devoid of a face. With a mere thought, I commanded, "System, imbue this with the Emperor of the Wild Heavens template." In an instant, a golden radiance surged into the puppet's form. I must say, the spectacle was breathtaking. As the light faded, a cherubic figure emerged before me, exuding a milky sweetness. With skin as delicate as porcelain, it stood there sporting a shock of jet black hair and large, glistening eyes, clad in a diminutive red animal skin attire, and adorned with a jade-like milk jug at its waist. Utterly adorable. I could not resist, and reached out to pinch its cherubic cheek. The sensation was delightfully springy, absolutely enchanting. Yet, in the next moment, a petulant voice echoed in my mind. "Cursed original self, why must you pinch my face? Though I enjoy drinking beast milk, I am no mere child." I erupted into laughter. This virtual persona perfectly mirrored the character of Little Sure How, a small child with the pride of an adult, cunning yet Sundara. My affection for this creation deepened. Having successfully resolved the matter of the little infant doppelganger, I promptly retracted him into the system space, for such a formidable weapon requires meticulous planning regarding its debut. Subsequently, I employed both the subhuman physique and the breath of the sun upon my own essence. I just not one must wield an immortality pendant. Personally, safety is paramount. With over 100 energy points remaining, I pondered the necessity of prudent expenditure and decided to invest 100 points in the most inconsequential bronze chest, merely as a form of amusement akin to a lottery draw. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the template of the elite soldier king, Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng from Yuan Long? Not too shabby, I suppose, albeit it is merely an early version, just having traversed and not yet commenced cultivation, with power roughly equivalent to nil. However, the crux lies in his possessing a primordial soul known as Curse Carp. The system promptly informed me that this entity is highly compatible with the rules of the Dolua world and can be transformed into my martial soul. Goodness, a dual martial soul. This must be integrated into my being. I decisively opted to utilize it. With everything settled, dawn broke, and I ambled home with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, en route, I fortuitously encountered Tang San. He still bore that deathly visage but courteously greeted me. I returned a smile that barely concealed my disdain. However, this time, as I observed his retreating figure heading towards the back mountain, my heart stirred not at all. Tang San. Oh Tang San, in the past you disregarded me, but now I shall render you unreachable. This world does not revolve solely around you. Let us see how this unfolds. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of martial soul awakening. At the crack of dawn, Old Village Chief Jack summoned our group of youngsters to the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall, embarking once more on one of his impassioned speeches recounting the tale of a soul saved from our Holy Soul Village 8 centuries ago. I must say, I have heard this tale so often that my ears nearly calloused, and I found myself nodding off. Before long, Tang San arrived as well, standing tall and pretending to be dignified. Just as old Jack was becoming parched from his oratory, a grayish-white figure whooshed from the rooftop and landed gracefully before us. A striking young man in his 20s adorned in the uniform of the Martial Soul Hall. Lo and behold, our assistant, the blind law Su Yun Tao, made his grand entrance. Old Jack respectfully addressed him as master. In response, Tao displayed evident impatience, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, Old Jack. It's remarkable that a village like yours can produce a soul master. I am pressed for time, let's get started. This fellow is indeed focused on achieving results. Upon entering the modest wooden house, Tao swiftly arranged 6 black stones, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed in a deep voice, "Lone Wolf, manifest." With a resounding howl, a silver-white giant wolf's phantom materialized behind him and surged into his body. In an instant, he grew taller, his muscles bulging, claws sprouting from his hands, and his hair turned gray. Beneath him, two soul rings, one white and one yellow, arose, swirling around his form. This sudden turn of events sent the other children into a frenzy, causing them to cry out for their parents in terror. Only Tang San and I managed to maintain a semblance of composure, instinctively taking a step back. I could hardly contain my amusement, thinking to myself, "Oh, Tao Ge, little do you know that you are about to release a child endowed with innate full soul power and dual martial spirits." After calming the frightened children, Su Yuntao pointed to a boy standing at the far left of the line and said in a solemn tone, "All right, we'll start with you. Step forward and stand amidst these 6 stones." The boy trembled as he stepped into position. Su Yuntao clapped his hands, and several beams of green light surged into the stones, causing a multitude of golden light particles to erupt from within, flooding into the boy's body. Su Yuntao fixed his gaze upon him, commanding in an authoritative tone, "Close your eyes and sense the martial spirit within you." As soon as he finished speaking, the first little boy in line quickly shut his eyes. What a sight it was! A flurry of golden, sparkling entities rushed into his body as if they were being offered without cost. After a moment, the great master Su Yuntao bellowed again, "Open your eyes and summon forth your martial spirit." The boy, startled, shuddered and suddenly opened his eyes instinctively. He simply extended his left hand. Guess what? In the palm of his hand, with a soft pop, emerged a small hoe. Yes, you heard it right. The kind used for tilling the soil. I stood behind, barely suppressing my laughter. Su Yuntao's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could crush a mosquito. It was likely his first encounter with such a down-to-earth martial spirit. He managed to say, "A hoe can indeed be considered a weapon. Come, let us test your soul power." He then handed over a blue crystal ball. What was the result? As soon as the child placed his hand upon it, the ball reacted as if it were a counterfeit, showing no response whatsoever. No soul power. Next. Su Yuntao, maintaining an air of nonchalance, directly declared the outcome. The child's face turned pale, and with his head hung low, he exited, looking as if he had lost his soul. I tell you, the subsequent display resembled an agricultural tool exhibition. The second was a sickle, the third a rake, and several others with a commonplace lawn-eating grass. As the line continued, it was a procession of worthless items devoid of soul power. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy silence. The family members were perplexed, akin to unboxing 8 consecutive blind boxes, all proclaiming their thanks for the experience. Finally, it was my turn. Su Yuntao waved at me. "Your turn, come forth." I took a deep breath and stepped into the hexagram formation. The procedure remained the same. Closed my eyes, sensed the golden light, and then, with a resounding shout from him, I abruptly opened my eyes and extended my left hand. In the next moment, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted from my palm. A shimmering golden koi fish appeared out of thin air, lively and swimming in my hand. A beast martial spirit. Su Yuntao was utterly astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. His exclamation drew the attention of every onlooker, including the perpetually silent child, Tang San. Su Yuntao, exuberant beyond measure, muttered something about the high probability of soul power in beast martial spirits, then hurriedly thrust the blue crystal ball into my hand. Quickly, place it upon the surface. As soon as my hand connected, the crystal ball emitted a soft hum and illuminated with a faint glow. Though not intense, it was indeed shining. Innate second-level soul power? Quite commendable. A smile finally graced Su Yuntao's face. While a second-level soul power is merely a novice's beginning on the continent, within our humble village, it was akin to an SSR. He informed me that I was qualified to become a soul master and instructed me to await my certificate outside. I politely expressed my gratitude, turned, and exited to find myself the object of envy from the other children. The sensation was indescribable. Upon stepping outside, I spotted old Jack, the village chief, anxiously pacing beneath a tree. As soon as he saw me, he rushed over and inquired, "Xiao Luo, how did it go?" I smiled and replied, "Grandpa Jack, I was fortunate to attain innate second-level soul power." The old man was momentarily stunned, and then tears flowed down his cheeks as he stuttered with excitement. "Wonderful! Our Sheng Hun village has finally produced another soul master." He grasped my hand, trembling with joy. I quickly reassured him, stating that second-level soul power was not everything, and perhaps even greater talents awaited. And indeed, I had spoken truthfully. Not long after, Tang San emerged alongside Su Yuntao, and I was met with astonishing news. "What? Xiao San possesses innate, full soul power of lawn in grass. Old Jack was left dumbfounded. I, too, was bewildered. Innate, full soul power. Wasn't that a configuration reserved for legendary top-tier martial spirits? How could it manifest in a measly blade of grass? This was akin to drawing a card with full golden effects only to receive a mere card. Absurd. Su Yuntao wore a helpless expression, sighing that he had never encountered such a peculiarity before. He handed our martial spirit proofs to Old Jack, then leaped onto the rooftop, shrouded in anonymity. On the way back, Old Jack appeared quite conflicted. Our village had only one quota for a work-study student, allowing for free education. He glanced between me and Tang San, and ultimately pulled me aside, guilt etched across his face, saying, Xiao Luo, you see, Xiao San possesses innate full soul power. I understood. Although his martial spirit was subpar, his innate potential was extraordinary. As for me, my martial spirit was decent, but my talent fell short. The choice was not difficult. I smiled broadly. Grandpa Jack. That quota should definitely go to Tang San. His talent surpasses mine. I feigned magnanimity. After all, there was no point in causing a ruckus. As an orphan relying on the village chief's care, it was better to curry favor. It would also leave both of them indebted to me. I addressed Tang San. All right, don't feel shy. Once you become a soul master, you receive a stipend each month. Consider that one golden soul coin subsidy as my tuition. We're square. Upon hearing this, I effectively stifled whatever Tang San had intended to say, and Old Jack sighed in relief. After bidding them farewell, I hurried home, closed the door, and collapsed onto my bed. Well, the act is over. Now it's time to attend to serious matters. I had pondered all night about how to utilize my strongest avatar system to create a significant impact in this Doluwa continent. The plan was already in place. Currently, I could only employ the young version of the Emperor of Heaven, Shihao. Yes, the one known for consuming beast milk. The most significant event on the horizon was the Spirit Hall's impending hunt for Xiao Wu and her mother in the Stardew Forest. Although I was unaware of the exact timing, it should occur within the next few days. If I could send my little avatar to stir the pot and prevent this incident, the source energy points I could earn would surely be astronomical. With this thought, I sprang from my bed and summoned my avatar. With a flash of light, a porcelain-like, exquisitely crafted little child appeared in my room. I'll leave it to you. I instructed him. The little Shihao stretched his limbs, his face radiating confidence. Rest assured, as long as the event has yet to transpire, I will surely thwart it. And while you're at the Stardew Forest, be sure to hunt more soul beasts. Let us see if defeating monsters can yield source energy points, I added. The little child thumped his chest, guaranteeing no problem. Then, I watched as he nimbly leapt out of the window like a streak of red lightning, soaring several dozen meters high, disappearing in mere moments. Days later, my avatar, Shihao, stood at the edge of the Stardew Forest. This place was immense, an endless sea of trees. However, in comparison to the true wilderness, it felt far too peaceful. He dove into the forest, avoiding conventional paths, soaring above the treetops with remarkable speed. Along the way, various bizarre soul beasts appeared, blue deer, rock-armored bulls, and giant white wolves. Of course, there were also those lacking in vision who attempted to ambush him. Monkeys and leopards perched in the trees, recognizing him as a small snack, charged at him with fierce cries. What was the outcome? Faced with these attacks, little Shihao couldn't be bothered to raise an eyelid, simply delivering a straightforward punch. Bang! One soul beast vanished. With another punch, yet another was gone. These soul beasts, which were considered fierce on the Doluwa continent, crumbled before him like paper. The most exhilarating part was that with each soul beast he dispatched, the source energy points on my system panel surged upward. Defeating monsters truly accumulated points. As he ventured deeper, one evening, Shihao prepared to find a place to rest when he suddenly noticed a commotion in the distance. With flashes of lightning and roaring winds, were two powerful beings in conflict. His curiosity piqued, he darted over. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see two gigantic soul beasts locked in confrontation. A leopard adorned in purple with golden lightning stripes, and a tiger cloaked in pure white with golden stripes. At that moment, Shihao's eyes lit up. He fixated on the purple leopard, as it was evidently a nursing mother. Beast milk. Those who understand, understand. The DNA of this little child was activated. He and T savored the delightful taste of beast milk in ages, and his mouth watered as he let out a cry and rushed forward. The two soul beasts, just beginning to react, found Shihao already at their side. With a single punch, he shattered the luminous projectile emitted by the Baihu, then performed a somersault, seizing the tiger's tail and slamming it into the ground with force. A resounding bang reverberated, shaking the very earth. As the dust settled, the once majestic BabyHuang lay reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, utterly lifeless. Task accomplished. Hao clapped his hands, then turned to face the Zbao. The female leopard, petrified with fear, trembled and whimpered as she retreated step by step. Do you still wish to flee? If you take another step back, I shall strike you down. Hao glared fiercely, brandishing his delicate little fist. At that moment, the Zbao completely crumbled, collapsing to the ground and rolling over to expose her belly in a gesture of surrender. Hao nodded in satisfaction, approached, and gently patted her head. He then unfastened his jade milk jug from his waist and began to milk, while he busily worked, wiping his mouth with one hand. A small purple leopard suddenly sprang from the nearby bushes, leaping towards him with a growl, intent on reclaiming its meal. However, Hao swiftly pinned it to the ground with one hand. Enough of this nonsense. With so much milk, a single little leopard cannot consume it all. What harm is there in sharing a bit with me? Saying this, he lifted a full jug of warm beast milk to his lips, savoring a generous gulp. The taste remains as delightful as ever. Meanwhile, witnessing the system panel displaying over 13,000 source energy points, felt a surge of excitement. In just a few days, I had enough to exchange for a golden treasure chest along with a plethora of silver and bronze. System, initiate the exchange. 1 golden, 3 silver, 3 bronze. All to be unlocked. I silently recited in my mind. In the next moment, my head was filled with a cacophony of notifications as a series of rewards appeared. I must tell you, the items obtained were simply explosive. Item, nature type devil fruit, earth fruit. The pinnacle of fruits from the world of One Piece. Template, mutant red devil. The fellow from X-Men who can teleport. Template, mutant crocodile Liz. The colossal beast from rampaging beasts. And there was also transformation grass, basic demon cultivation method from Lang Lang Mountain. Dugachio by template, little returning pill. As I gazed at this bounty of rewards, my mind raced with possibilities. A bold and innovative plan began to take shape. I would set aside the templates of the Red Devil and Dugachio by for later. However, the mutant crocodile template, transformation grass, the demon cultivation method, and that most formidable earth fruit. If I were to amalgamate them, what sort of monstrosity would emerge? A being capable of transforming soul beasts into demons, commanding the very earth, a super doppelganger rivaling mountain ranges in size. If executed correctly, I could infiltrate the soul beasts, disseminating our methods of demonic cultivation, thereby fundamentally altering the landscape of this world. Would the source energy points not flow in abundance then? Thus it was settled. However, calling it Liz would be far too mundane. I needed a name that exuded power. Since the demon cultivation method originated from the journey to the west, I would draw inspiration from the demon kings there. Eureka! My doppelganger shall be named Immortal, a name that immediately conveys a sense of formidable presence. Without delay, I set forth, heading straight to the depths of the back mountain. After all, the mere mutant crocodile doppelganger towered 6 stories tall, far too large to contain within my modest wooden abode. I found a secluded clearing, summoned a silver puppet doppelganger, and applied the mutant crocodile as template. Boom! The puppet began to swell like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying behemoth, over 60 meters long, adorned with dark green scales and a fearsome visage, materialized before me, flattening the surrounding trees. But this was just the beginning. I then tossed in the transformation grass, the demon cultivation method, and the precious earth fruit all at once. Instantly, a tempestuous, malevolent, dark energy surged from the beast, and within it, its size expanded once more, its scales thickening, with bone spikes protruding like spears from its head. Finally, the tumultuous dark energy swirled back like a storm, drawn entirely into its form. The Immortal doppelganger was officially born. I tell you, when it first emerged, it was a sight to behold, blotting out the sun, but the very next moment, whoosh, it shrank down. Good heavens, a creature the size of a skyscraper condensed into a single humanoid figure. Clad in dark green armor, he appeared strikingly handsome, yet bore an air that warned others to stay clear. Those golden slit pupils were undeniably intimidating. As for me, the original BabyHuang, I was immensely satisfied, waving my hand with a decisive command. Go forth, my second ace. You see, merely dispatching young Hao felt lacking. What if the Spirit Hall's machinations were at play? Now, with the addition of the Immortal doppelganger, I had a double layer of insurance. one to confront and rescue directly, the other to infiltrate the soul beasts, spreading our methods of demon cultivation. Just imagine, if this endeavor succeeds, would the source energy points not flood in? It would be a closed-loop business model. The Immortal doppelganger, a being of action, nodded coolly and then leaped, instantly elementalizing mid-air, transforming into a handful of dirt, akin to a technique of earth evasion, and swiftly burrowed underground, heading towards the direction of the Xingdou Great Forest. Meanwhile, our young milk drinker, Shi Hao, was living a life of bliss. After rescuing the electric pattern Z Bao, he effortlessly tamed it, using it as his steed. Each day, he rode the little purple leopard, galloping through the Xingdou Great Forest, with his warm milk jug hanging at his waist, sipping whenever thirst struck. This life was one that even deities would envy. Alas, such idyllic times are fleeting. Upon entering the core region of the Xingdou Great Forest, young Shi Hao had no choice but to bid a tearful farewell to his mobile milk source. Little Z, I shall miss you. He waved his small hand, watching the electric pattern Z Bao trot away with her cub, then patted the nearly empty milk jug at his waist, his expression immediately falling. Who understands the pain of weaning? Once this last jug is consumed, where will the next meal come from? The loss of spiritual sustenance is a grave matter. Young Shi Hao sighed, feeling dejected as he trudged deeper into the core region. In this core area, soul beasts were surprisingly sparse, for all the inhabitants were formidable entities of at least 10,000 years, each possessing their own territory, seldom venturing out. Young Shi Hao had no knowledge of the whereabouts of Xiao Wu and her family, so he pressed on into the depths. He recalled from a novel that the Tianqing Niu resided in a great lake. Finding a lake would be easier than locating a person. As he walked, he suddenly caught the scent of smoke and fire. Approaching, he was astonished to discover traces of a campfire in a clearing. This was highly unusual. Where is this? The core of the Xingdou Great Forest, the territory of 10,000-year-old beasts, where even a titled law would tread cautiously. Who would dare to light a fire and throw a party here? His mind raced, quickly ruling out the spirit hall. If BabyHuang were to capture Xiao Wu's mother, she would undoubtedly bring a small army with her. How could there be merely a single campfire? Thus, there could be only one conclusion. This must have been left by Xiao Wu and her mother. Xiao Wu's mother was a fearsome beast capable of transformation. Starting a fire was well within her abilities. Moreover, the ashes of the campfire appeared fresh, indicating that they had not strayed far. With this thought, young Shi Hao surged with energy, immediately searching the vicinity. Before long, he discovered a rabbit footprint the size of his palm, accompanied by several strands of pink rabbit fur. Perfect. The evidence chain was complete. Young Shi Hao felt a thrill of excitement as he followed the tracks, soon finding himself alongside a small stream, leading him into a valley. Before him lay a vibrant sea of flowers. Just as he prepared to dive in, suddenly, whoosh, a pink figure darted from the flower field, zipping past him like lightning. He saw clearly. It was an enormous pink rabbit. What a massive rabbit, do not run. Xiao Shihao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he let out a joyful exclamation and began to chase after the large rabbit with his short legs. The pair, one human and one rabbit, quickly dashed out of the valley. The trees ahead grew sparser, and suddenly, a series of flower beds and a quaint wooden cottage came into view. The large rabbit seemed to have arrived home, swiftly darting behind a woman who had just emerged from the cottage. I must tell you, this woman was clad in a flowing pink gown, her figure graceful and enchanting, with long black hair cascading down to her waist, exuding a gentle aura akin to water. The rabbit cautiously peeked out from behind her, its fluffy head appearing with curious yet fearful eyes, observing the approaching Xiao Shiho. A human child? The woman named Aru looked at the panting Xiao Shiho, her gentle face filled with questions. How could a human child appear in the heart of the Xingdou de Senlin? Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be no more than 4 or 5 years old, and he had yet to awaken his martial soul. What kind of parent would be so careless as to bring their child here and lose them? However, this child was remarkably swift. As Aru pondered these thoughts, Xiao Shiho had already come to a halt, gazing at her with his little hands clasped against his chest, his face beaming with an innocent and delighted smile. Big sister? He called out in a sweet voice. How wonderful. I finally see a person. Big sister. Do you know where this place is? His acting could earn him an Oscar. Aru was momentarily taken aback by his question, but quickly responded with a warm smile, gently patting his head. Little one, this is Xingdou de Senlin. Did your guardians not inform you? Guardians? Xiao Shiho immediately displayed a distressed expression, scratching his head as he replied, "No one brought me here, and I don't know how I ended up here." He then began his tale. "I was sleeping in the village when suddenly I heard a voice asking me if I wanted to drink better beast milk. I said yes. Then swoosh, I fell from the sky, and it hurt my bottom. I woke up in this vast forest and can't find my way out. Thankfully, the strange beasts here are much weaker than those in our Huang, or I would have turned into dung by now." Aru couldn't help but chuckle at the mention of better beast milk, covering her mouth with her hand. This little fellow, despite appearing to be of considerable age, was still so fixated on drinking milk. Xiao Shiho innocently nodded in agreement. "How old are you that you still drink milk?" Aru asked, suppressing her laughter as she ruffled his hair. Xiao Shiho's fair face flushed crimson, yet he stubbornly stammered an explanation. "I just think beast milk tastes good, so I drink a little occasionally. The elder of my tribe said that drinking more beast milk helps me grow. I'm not grown yet. When I grow up, I won't drink it anymore." Little one, you are truly adorable." Aru laughed heartily. The shy little rabbit behind her could no longer contain herself and giggled. "How shameless. At your age, I had already stopped drinking milk. I also stopped long ago, but I just drink a little occasionally." Xiao Shiho protested, his face as red as an apple, still trying to defend himself. All right, Xiao Wu, stop teasing him." Aru chuckled, putting an end to the playful banter. However, a sense of unease began to stir within her. This child, upon seeing Xiao Wu speak, displayed no surprise whatsoever. Additionally, what was this Huang he repeatedly mentioned? The ability to transport a child from an unknown realm to Xingdou to Sunlin with a mere phrase must surely belong to a divine being. Could it be that this child hailed from the legendary divine realm or another world? Aru crouched down, gently caressing Xiao Shiho's cheek as she softly asked, "Little one, we still do not know your name." "I am Aru. You may call me Sister Aru. This is my daughter, Xiao Wu." "Are you not afraid that Xiao Wu can talk?" "Sister Aru, my name is Xiao Shiho," he replied, scratching his head as if it were the most natural thing. "The elder of my tribe said that the fierce beasts in Huang can all speak. Xiao Wu looks like a fierce beast, so it's normal for her to talk." "Huang? Fierce beasts?" Aru inquired, her confusion deepening. "What exactly is this place you refer to as Huang?" "Huang is simply Huang," the little one explained with exasperation. "I live in Shi village, which is in Huang. But this doesn't seem to be Huang. The strange beasts here are all so weak." "So weak?" Aru was momentarily at a loss for words. To reach the core area, one would encounter at least 10,000-year-old soul beasts, yet in this little one's eyes, they were all weak? What kind of perilous realm was this Huang? Aru began to realize that Xiao Shiho was likely not from their world. After a moment of contemplation, she looked earnestly at him. "Little one, your name is Xiao Shiho, correct? The Huang you speak of has never been known to me. Can you tell me about your Shi village and your life in Huang?" Xiao Shiho nodded and began to recount his origins and experiences in Huang. As Aru listened, her astonishment grew with each word. Once he finished his tale, she took a deep breath, utterly convinced that the Huang this little one spoke of was a realm far more powerful than their Dolua continent. "Xiao Shiho, I can assure you that the Huang you speak of does not exist in our world," Aru said earnestly. "You must come from another realm." Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years as a fierce beast, Aru was well aware of many secrets, including the existence of a divine realm above their world, which controlled numerous other realms. "Other realms?" Xiao Shiho scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Actually, I had guessed as much, because when I killed those fierce beasts that tried to bite me in this forest, I noticed some strange halos floating from their corpses. In Huang, we never had such sights while hunting. Moreover, when I first woke up, there was a peculiar panel before me with tasks urging me to significantly influence this world, accompanied by a progress bar. Although I couldn't understand it, I knew I had to complete the task to return to a place called the Jutian Luanhui Dian. Isn't that just a classic case of a transmigrator's task system?" After Aru heard this, she offered him some comforting words, yet a sliver of concern crept into her heart. If Xiao Shiho had been intentionally sent to this world, could it be that the one behind this had sent others as well? Xiao Shiho was just a child, innocent and kind-hearted, and would likely not cause much harm. But what if those sent here were particularly ferocious and powerful beings from Huang? That would be a catastrophic dimensional strike against this world. With her compassionate nature, Aru ultimately decided to take Xiao Shiho in, to teach him the common knowledge of this world, and to devise a way to help him complete his tasks. Thus, Xiao Shiho temporarily resided with Aru. A few days later, one evening, as they were having dinner in the wooden cottage, the ground suddenly trembled violently with a loud bang. Xiao Wu, gnawing on a carrot at the table, suddenly shouted with excitement, Mom! Mom! Daming and Erming are coming. She then dashed outside. Daming? Erming? Xiao Shiho, munching on roasted fish, looked on in confusion. Ah, they're my two adopted sons coming to see me. Let us go out together, Aru chuckled lightly, leading Xiao Shiho out of the cottage. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiao Shiho beheld a colossal figure in the distance, akin to a mountain, leaping through the forest with great strides. With each jump, the ground trembled beneath it. Soon, with a resounding crash, the figure landed firmly not far from the cottage. It was a giant ape exceeding 15 meters in height, with brown fur, limbs as thick as pillars, covered in a hard rocky armor, with glowing lava-like light seeping through the cracks in its armor, and its eyes gleaming like gold. Xiao Wu Mama, we have arrived. In the midst of the forest, the titan giant ape Erming, with a voice akin to thunder, joyfully spread its enormous palms and placed a pile of fruits upon the ground. Following closely behind, a massive azure-headed serpent, the Tiandi Yopong, slithered in, coiling its formidable body and raising its colossal head high. As soon as Erming set down the fruits, it noticed Shiho standing beside Aru. Its eyes, larger than copper bells, widened in astonishment as it thundered, Mother, who is he? Why is there a human beside you? The Tianqing Nyopong Daming also turned its head at the sound, its bright yellow vertical pupils locking onto Shiho. Me? Shiho, caught off guard while munching on a roasted fish, pointed to himself with a look of bewilderment. Daming, Erming, this is Shiho. He is not an ordinary human. He hails from another world, one known as BabyHuang, a truly formidable realm. Little Wu leaped forth to explain. A human from another world? How could that be possible? Erming, filled with disdain for humans, declared, Mother, Little Wu, do not be deceived by him. Humans have been hunting us soul beasts. He must have been sent by them to scheme against us. Gorilla, I have not wronged you. Why accuse me? Shiho felt the roasted fish in his hand lose its appeal, his innocent expression revealing his confusion. I am truly not from your world. Besides, I am quite powerful. If I were to conspire against you, I wouldn't need to act. I could subdue you all right now. Upon hearing Shiho's retort, Erming scoffed derisively. Human child, what are you boasting about? With your petite stature, I doubt you can even lift a blade. Surely, those behind you wish to use you to approach Mother and Little Wu. As it spoke, it pounded its chest with fists larger than siege hammers, declaring, You say you are strong? Then come and fight me. If you can defeat me, I will believe you are indeed a human from another world. That is what you said. With that, Shiho quickly devoured the roasted fish, wiped his mouth, and looked at the titan giant ape with utmost seriousness on his porcelain-like face. Meanwhile, Little Wu, reveling in the chaos, began to bounce and cheer, Hooray! Hooray! Aru sighed, shaking her head, yet she refrained from intervening. She understood Erming's stubbornness and was aware of Shiho's true strength. Convincing Erming through mere words would prove futile. Let these two little ones engage in a duel. Perhaps they could forge a bond through combat. Human child, do you truly wish to fight me? Erming gazed at the poised Shiho, incredulous. Although it harbored animosity towards humans, it never considered actually striking a child of such diminutive size. What a disgrace it would be to the dignity of its kind. Didn't you say that if I win, you would believe me? Shiho questioned, his expression one of skepticism, as if he could not fathom why Erming would ask such a thing. Erming was left speechless. How could this child fail to grasp the sarcasm? But at that moment, Shiho sprang into action, with a slight bend of his legs. He shot forward like a fleeting shadow, his small fist clenched tightly, a serious expression adorning his face as he shouted, Ha! Take this! Shiho's speed was astonishing, so swift that Erming could hardly react. In a split second, it instinctively crossed its massive arms over its chest for protection. A thunderous impact resonated through the air, as if the atmosphere itself had been shattered, sending forth a shockwave that erupted in a burst of white mist. To everyone's astonishment, the towering titan giant ape was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the distant forest with a resounding thud that kicked up a cloud of dust. This, Daming, the Tianqing Nyopong, was wide-eyed, its pupils quivering in disbelief. This human child, without the use of a martial spirit, had knocked Erming away with a single punch. Such strength was beyond what even a title Doluo of the human realm could muster. Could this child truly be a monster from another world? Meanwhile, Erming quickly regained its footing after being sent flying. Surveying its arms, now battered and bruised, it felt a wave of astonishment wash over it. It finally grasped the truth of little Wu's words. There was no way a human child of such caliber could exist in this world. However, the defeat ignited a spark of determination within Erming. As a 10,000-year soul beast, it had never encountered an opponent worthy of its strength. This child had earned the right to be its rival. Human child, what is your name? Erming readied itself for battle, its rocky exterior thickening. I can see that what you say may hold some truth. But based on that last strike, you will need more than that to defeat me. Oof. My name is Shurho. I was to even try my hardest. Shurho retorted defiantly. Huh, Shurho, is it? Let's engage in a proper battle. Erming bellowed with excitement. Leaping into the air, its colossal fist raised like a mountain, descending with fury toward Shurho. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Shurho suddenly relaxed, his entire being entering a rhythmic breathing pattern. In this unique state of breathing, every cell within him awakened, fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, unlocking his full potential. This was the breath of the sun. With an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, Shurho propelled himself off the ground, the earth beneath him cracking like a spider's web. Utilizing this tremendous force, he launched himself skyward, charging towards the titan giant ape's massive fist. In the air, the two fists collided with an earth-shattering impact. The shockwave was visible, sending trees swaying violently in the surrounding area. But what transpired next left everyone in utter disbelief. The titan giant ape's fist, encased in thick rock armor, crumbled like a mere tofu under Shurho's delicate fist. With a resounding crack, the rock armor shattered, and Shurho's fist landed squarely upon Erming's true fist. The sound of broken bones echoed as Erming's expression froze in shock. In the next instant, its massive body was sent careening backward once more. Yet this time, Shurho did not grant it a moment's respite. After sending Erming flying, he swiftly pursued, seizing the titan giant ape by its ankle and, with a mighty shout, swung its enormous form down towards the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Then came the spectacle. Shurho, grasping Erming's ankle as if it were a mere sack, began to mercilessly slam it against the ground. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently as the titan giant ape's rock armor shattered into pieces, and soon it became disoriented, completely losing its ability to resist. Just as Erming was about to be rendered senseless, Aru finally interjected. All right, that's enough, little Shurho, stop. You have already won. Oh, upon hearing Aru's command, Shurho suppressed his exhilaration, obediently responding, and finally released his grip. He leaped to the side, clapping his soft hands, his face beaming with satisfaction. Only those who knew him understood. This child was a pure combat enthusiast, feeling restless without a fight. Meanwhile, Erming, having been thrown to the ground, crashed down heavily, flattening a swath of trees. It lay there for a considerable time, struggling to regain its senses. When it finally managed to rise and look at Shurho again, a hint of fear flickered in its enormous eyes. There was no escaping the truth. Just moments ago, in Shurho's grasp, it had been utterly crushed. Had Aru not called for a halt, it felt as though it might have been beaten to a pulp. The sensation of being held and mercilessly slammed, every part of its body aching, was a psychological trauma that would haunt it for the rest of its days. At present, Tiandi Yuan Erming is thoroughly intimidated by Shurho. This young human child is undoubtedly not a denizen of their world. He must hail from a realm even more formidable than the divine realm, a world of extraordinary power. He guarantees it with his beast soul. Erming, what do you think? Aru looked at the grinning Erming, humor evident in her voice. Do you still believe that Shurho is here with ulterior motives? No, no, no. Upon hearing Aru's words, Erming was startled, quickly dropping his hand from the sore spot to thump his chest, exclaiming in a deep voice, Brother Shurho is just too strong. Erming yielded. With such strength, how could anyone in this world possibly command him? And guess what happened next? This behemoth promptly reversed his stance, explaining, brother, you misunderstand me. I'm not targeting you. It's just that we have a situation at home. He earnestly elaborated that a creature known as the Mo Xie Shunhu, which they had previously driven away, had returned to wreak havoc in the Xingdou Big Forest. They had to deal with it, or their homeland would be stolen. Their visit was merely to bid farewell to Xiao Wu and her mother, Aru. He mentioned that his vigilance towards me was solely to prevent any unwary humans from bullying the two of them after their departure. Well, it turned out to be quite the revelation. The large blue ox beside him, Daming, quickly nodded in agreement, affirming that the tiger was indeed a nuisance and needed to be dealt with. Aru, upon hearing this, was quite understanding, urging them to hurry along, emphasizing the importance of family matters and assuring them that she had sure how for protection. When I heard this, I thought, the Inamo Hu. I am well acquainted with this plot. It turns out that in the original story, Daming and Erming's disappearance was due to this very creature. Now, the plot has come full circle. Before they left, Daming even used his soul skill to refresh the water in the small pond near Xiao Wu's home. Quite considerate. Then, the two solemnly entrusted me with the care of Xiao Wu and Aru during their absence. What could I say? I confidently thumped my chest, assuring them that with me around, the sense of security would be absolutely guaranteed. As Daming and Erming hurried to confront the thief, I must tell you that the true storm was just beginning to brew. The scene shifted directly to Wuhuan City, the Pope's Hall. It was a magnificent sight. A woman, glowing in shades of purple, wielding a scepter and seated upon a throne exuding an aura of grandeur, was BabyHuang. Two men knelt before her, one clad in ostentatious gold armor, Zhu Huaguan, and the other a cool black-armored figure, Gui Mei. BabyHuang inquired, "Is everything ready?" The two men respectfully replied, "All is set, Your Holiness." "Then let us depart." At that moment, as BabyHuang rose, her figure radiated an air of authority that was hard to ignore. With a single step, the Grand Hall's doors swung open with a mighty gust, as if accompanied by a dramatic score and special effects. She strode forth, her expression impassive, flanked by Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei, resembling two elite bodyguards. Upon exiting, they were met by a throng of individuals, clad in red and black, all experts from the Wuhuan Palace. Once BabyHuang saw the gathering was complete, she nodded in satisfaction, pointing her scepter towards the horizon and calling out, "Onward!" Destination: Xingdou Big Forest. A large group took to the skies, their presence reminiscent of an air force on the move, advancing towards us with great momentum. Days passed since Daming and Erming had left, and life on my end was utterly serene. Each day was spent joyously exploring the outdoors with Xiao Wu and Aru, gathering mushrooms and enjoying the simplicity of rural life. However, who understands that while life is tranquil on this side, others bear the weight of impending doom? Preparing to launch a full-scale assault, BabyHuang and her entourage hastily infiltrated the core area of Xingdou Big Forest. During a rest stop, BabyHuang asked her subordinate, "Are we at the core area?" An experienced bishop promptly replied, "We have arrived, Your Holiness." At that moment, BabyHuang felt a sudden pang in her heart. It turned out that in her youth, she had been pursued by soul beasts in this very place. And guess who saved her? It was Aru. Yet, her purpose this time was to eliminate her savior. What is this? A modern-day retelling of The Farmer and the Snake? But BabyHuang was no longer the naive girl she once was. Her mind was fixed solely on one objective: the annihilation of the Wuhuan Palace. For this goal, she was willing to sacrifice anything. Gratitude meant nothing to her. With that thought, the last vestige of warmth in her gaze vanished, and with a wave of her hand, she pressed on. As evening approached, we had just finished gathering mushrooms and wild vegetables, cheerfully heading home. Xiao Wu and I were engaged in playful banter, while Aru was by the pond washing vegetables. Suddenly, with a loud rustle, a flock of birds erupted from the distant woods, as if a pot had been stirred. Aru instantly stood up, her brow furrowed. She knew that in her territory, nothing could create such a commotion unless, just as she was about to investigate, a multitude of figures surged from the surrounding woods, swiftly encircling our humble abode, leaving no escape. Aru's face turned pale upon seeing their attire. The Wuhuan Palace. What impeccable timing. Daming and Erming had just left, and the Wuhuan Palace arrived right after, as if they had calculated the moment when our defenses were most vulnerable. Among the crowd, BabyHuang, flanked by Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei, sauntered forward. Upon spotting BabyHuang, Aru's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's you." She recognized her as the young girl she had once saved. However, the current situation did not seem like one of gratitude. BabyHuang, her expression devoid of emotion, replied, "It is I." Aru took a deep breath and asked, "What do you intend to do with so many people?" "This is not how one repays a debt of gratitude." "And how do you think BabyHuang responded?" A smirk curled at the corner of her lips, dripping with sarcasm. "Repay gratitude? You are mistaken. I am here to kill you. As a 10,000-year soul beast, your soul rings and bones are immensely tempting. Do you not realize this?" Aru trembled with rage. "I saved you. Don't humans value gratitude?" BabyHuang's words struck a nerve. She slammed her scepter down, erupting in fury. "Do not speak of the past. Gratitude? That is for humans. You are a soul beast, nothing more than prey. With that, she pointed her scepter at Aru, issuing a command. Charge. Do not let her escape. In an instant, the members of the Wuhuan Palace unleashed their martial spirits, an explosion of colors illuminating the scene as various soul skills rained down upon Aru. Mother. At that moment, Xiao Wu and I arrived, having heard the commotion. Seeing her mother being surrounded and assaulted, Xiao Wu cried out in panic. Upon witnessing the situation, I felt a wave of regret wash over me. I knew the plot, yet I had been foolishly frolicking about like a child. This cursed template, while indulging in beast milk, had truly lowered my wits. I quickly turned to Xiao Wu, urging her, Xiao Wu, hide quickly. I will go lend a hand. Do not worry. With me here, Aru will be safe. Xiao Wu's cry instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Aru, noticing our arrival, shouted anxiously, Xiao Wu, Xiao Hao, run. You must get away. She was aware of my capability to fight, but the opposing forces were overwhelming, with several perfect configurations from hunting teams and 3 titled Duluos backing them. How could we possibly win? Even a war of attrition could lead to our demise. But could I flee? My mission was to avert this tragedy. As several bishops charged towards us, I quickly shoved Xiao Wu into a dense thicket, instructing her, stay hidden. I will scout ahead. If things go awry, you must escape. With that, I turned and dashed out. The bishops rushing forward were momentarily stunned. Emerging from the thicket was a mere child of 4 or 5 years, clad in animal hide, resembling a porcelain doll, who shouted in a childish voice as he charged toward them. They must have been pondering where this child came from, perhaps thinking he had wandered into the wrong scene. However, in the next instant, they realized their grave mistake. I burst forth, my delicate hands forming a fist, and with a youthful shout, propelled myself forward. In an instant, I transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelled by an ominous gust toward the foremost red-robed bishop. Initially bewildered, the bishop's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he witnessed my speed, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He must have been internally screaming in alarm, yet his mouth could not keep pace with his thoughts. In a flash, I was before him, my small fist striking solidly against his chest. The impact resonated with a dull thud, followed by a sharp crack. The scene was gruesome. His chest caved in, revealing bone and flesh, blood erupting from his back. He coughed up blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, and his body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into the forest without a sound. What a sight! The remaining bishops turned pale with fear, retreating while desperately summoning their martial spirits. But it was too late. With a single punch, I felled one, and with a flick of my toes upon landing, I surged toward another red-robed bishop, delivering yet another blow that rendered him incapacitated. A black-robed bishop met a similar fate, my kick splitting him in 2. The last 2, slightly quicker to react, unleashed their martial spirits and attempted to cast soul techniques, but alas, they met the same fate as their predecessors. In mere seconds, 2 soul reverends of the red-robe faction and 3 soul emperors of the black-robe faction were utterly annihilated. Not far away, Zhuhua Guan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape as if to swallow an egg. How could this be possible? He must have thought to himself that even a titled Duluo conducting a surprise attack could not achieve such a clean and swift victory. This child had not summoned a martial spirit nor employed soul techniques. He relied solely on his fists. What kind of monster was this? Not only him, but even Bai Dong could not suppress her frown, her eyes filled with shock. After dispatching those weaklings, I shouted toward the battlefield where Aro was engaged. Sister Aro, hold on, I am coming. The group surrounding Aro had already witnessed my accomplishments and were terrified, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. One of them shouted, what kind of monster is that? Everyone, be cautious. They had been easily overpowering Aro, whose combat prowess was indeed ordinary, but now the tide had turned with my arrival as a harbinger of death. Their control over her was insufficient to withstand my approach. Once I closed the distance, it would be certain death. Just as I was about to plunge into the fray, Bai Dong finally decided to intervene. She coldly commanded, everyone, stand aside. This transformed soul beast is mine. Yuguan, Gui Mei, you engage that child. No sooner had she spoken than a brilliant purple light erupted from her form. A fearsome purple spider martial spirit merged into her being, and strange purple patterns appeared on her skin as 8 sharp spider legs unfurled from her back. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, rose around her, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Yuguan and Gui Mei immediately understood their orders and charged toward me. In midair, Gui Mei shouted, 5th soul technique, Ghost Shadow, Earth Trap. The sky darkened further. As Gui Mei unleashed his ultimate move, a massive skeletal ghostly figure manifested behind him, his fifth black 10,000-year soul ring glowing ominously. My shadow came alive, morphing into a dark pool from which giant, ghostly hands emerged, reaching out to seize me. But was I flustered? Not in the slightest. I activated the breath of the sun, my small fists glowing faintly with golden light. With a shout, I leaped and struck one of the ghostly hands. Boom! I pierced right through it. Dear friends, this is the essence of elemental advantage. The breath of the sun, emphasizing physical supremacy, was the bane of those dark entities. Gui Mei was left dumbfounded, unable to believe his soul technique had been so effortlessly countered. Seeing this, Guan frowned and launched his own attack, fifth soul technique, Gathering of Coal Blossoms. He waved his large chrysanthemum martial spirit, sending forth countless golden petals that formed a colossal petal whirlwind, blocking my path. I was forced to evade, but this momentary delay allowed Bai Dong to make her move. Hovering in the air, she unleashed the death spiderweb, casting a toxic purple net toward a row. Other control-type soul masters joined in, launching a barrage of freezing, binding, and gravitational suppression techniques, overwhelming a row. Though the row utilized teleportation to dodge much of the onslaught, she was still cornered by Bai Dong. Countless strands of spider silk shot toward her from Bai Dong's spider legs. Although a row was a fearsome beast of 200,000 years, she was no match for Bai Dong, a formidable opponent with a dual martial spirit and over 95 levels of power. It wasn't long before she began to falter. Meanwhile, Guan and Gui Mei had learned their lesson and were unwilling to engage me in close combat, opting instead to bombard me with long-range soul techniques. While I was resilient, the strikes from their 10,000-year soul techniques still stung, and I had to continually dodge, searching for an opportunity to close the distance. I remained calm, knowing their soul power was heavily drained and could not outlast my stamina. Once I was given a chance to charge in, it would not matter who stood before me. I would lay them low with a single punch. However, just then, the bishops surrounded me once more, unleashing a coordinated attack of control soul techniques. Simultaneously, several defensive soul reverends activated their martial spirits, charging at me with fervor. Guan's face blanched, and he shouted, "Don't go near." But it was too late. Seeing more foes willingly walk to their doom only fueled my amusement. Défensive technique? Did they think there was a difference before me? I braced against the gravitational suppression, easily dodged the freezing beams, and seized a vine that had ensnared me, yanking it hard and using the control-type soul master behind it as a makeshift weapon, sending several flying. After tearing the vine, I dashed toward a diamond mammoth soul reverend. Transforming into a colossal diamond mammoth, it lifted its foot, intending to crush me. I sidestepped, grasped one of its tusks, and with a mighty shout, I wrenched it free. Armed with a sharp tusk, I thrust it into its massive eye, ending its life instantly. Curse it! Guan was nearly seething with rage. Realizing the futility of their situation, he shouted to Gui Mei. In an instant, Gui Mei understood. Having collaborated for years, they moved in perfect harmony. They simultaneously retreated, their bodies aligning as they shouted in unison. Martial spirit fusion technique. Two instruments stillness domain. As I tell you this, the scene that unfolded was nothing short of spectacular. A column of intertwined gold and silver light erupted from them, shooting straight into the sky. Within this column, 18 soul rings, 1, 2, 3, rose as if riding an elevator, shooting upward in rapid succession. And then guess what? Upon reaching the pinnacle, these 18 soul rings merged into an enormous golden and silver halo. At that moment, I wondered what they intended to achieve. The next second, the grand halo trembled violently, and a golden and silver ripple spread outward at a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, enveloping the entire battlefield. The sensation was surreal, as if the entire world had been paused, even the dust in the air suspended in stillness. Hao, our exceptionally formidable little one, found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Upon witnessing the survival of the individuals from the Wuhuan temple, their expressions transformed into a mixture of astonishment and elation, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. They had narrowly escaped a devastating onslaught from Hao, and now it seemed they had found their opportunity for revenge. As they observed Hao ensnared, their eyes blazed with fury, eager to exact retribution. However, they remained blissfully oblivious to the true nature of Hao. In his heart, he was already reveling in joy. While they celebrated, oblivious to the fact that Sure Hao had awaited this very moment, he contemplated the situation. Both Zhu Gao and Gui Gao possessed the ability to soar through the skies, while Sure Hao remained earthbound, akin to a target. Their intention to utilize a Wuhuan fusion technique to subdue him required them to remain stationary, willingly relinquishing their aerial advantage and effectively inviting their own demise. Internally, Sure Hao smirked at their naivete, questioning if they truly believed he relied solely on brute force. He possessed myriad methods to shatter their domain. Just as the individuals from the Wuhuan temple prepared to charge forward, a blinding silver light erupted from Sure Hao's being. This brilliance surpassed even that of the sun. Countless arcane runes danced in the air, ultimately coalescing behind him into a colossal silver divine moon, adorned with palatial structures and the silhouettes of ancient trees. Emanating en overwhelming aura. Subsequently, this silver moon unleashed a radiant glow, sending forth several razor-sharp silver moon blades. These blades, incredibly keen, sliced through the golden and silver stillness of their domain as if it were mere parchment, shattering it into fragments. This was the Qinglin Ying-S treasure technique. Newly comprehended by Sure Hao, one could only describe it as a dimensional strike. For the premier Wuhuan fusion technique of Doa Dalu was rendered a mere jest in the face of such an exquisite treasure from the perfect world, crumbling at the slightest touch. As the domain collapsed, Zhu Dao and Gui Dao were immediately met with a backlash, spitting forth copious amounts of blood, their faces paling to the color of parchment, resembling two kites severed from their strings as they plummeted from the sky. The cadre of red-cloaked bishops, poised for retaliation, turned ashen, having believed they were secure mere moments prior, only to witness their grand stratagem dismantled. What manner of monster was this? They attempted to flee, but it was too late. Positioning themselves for counterattack, they had advanced too far forward. Sure Hao, seizing the opportunity, darted forth, wielding the two silver moon blades as if he were a tiger among sheep. With each swift strike, anguished cries reverberated through the air, the scene transforming into a macabre slaughter, a veritable river of blood flowing in his wake. Meanwhile, BabyHuang, engaged in combat with a row, glanced back in disbelief at the rapid annihilation of her elite squad by this young imp. Her expression darkened. This could not continue. With a sudden leap backward, she dispelled her first Wuhuan and summoned a second, a more fearsome and dark green spider emerging behind her. 6 soul rings, the last being 100,000 years old, surrounded her. Seizing the moment when a row was distracted by Sure Hao, she unleashed her ultimate technique, the 6th soul skill, abyssal slash of space rending. This ability, sinister in nature, destabilized the surrounding space upon its release. A row's strongest teleportation and phasing techniques were rendered utterly ineffective. With no alternatives, a row gritted her teeth and activated her invincible body, bracing for the impending blow. BabyHuang had anticipated this very response, relying on her keen foresight. With a derisive smirk, she denied a row any respite, following up with her second skill, soul-devouring spider silk entanglement. A dense web of green silk descended from all directions. A row, reliant on close-quarters physical attacks, found herself ensnared by this extensive control technique, quickly becoming thoroughly bound. Eternal Creation. BabyHuang raised her claw-like legs, glinting with a menacing green light, poised to deliver a fatal strike as a row's invincible body was about to expire. A row, Sure Hao, witnessing the peril from afar, cried out in alarm, desperate to intervene. Yet, the remaining members of the Wuhuan temple, driven to frenzy, ensnared him, preventing any advance. As a row teetered on the brink of demise, the ground suddenly convulsed violently, akin to a seismic upheaval, rendering all unable to maintain their footing. The gravitational field a chaotic tempest. In the next moment, beneath BabyHuang and a row, the earth erupted with a thunderous crack. A gargantuan maw, larger than a house, surged from the depths, exuding a foul wind as it lunged toward them. BabyHuang's face paled in terror. She abandoned the thought of slaying a row and ascended into the air to evade the onslaught. The massive mouth, in its wake, engulfed the immobilized row. Yet, an astonishing twist ensued. The gaping maw did not close. Instead, amidst the radiant light, the colossal creature rapidly diminished in size, transforming into a tall, enigmatic youth clad in dark green scales, adorned with a crocodile tail. He seized the still-dazed a row and soared into the sky, distancing himself from BabyHuang. The members of the Wuhuan temple stood in stunned silence, bewildered by this unexpected apparition. Was it another soul beast? Here, to rescue someone? Sure, how? Relieved to see Aro unharmed, exclaimed with joy Aro, I'm so glad you're all right. However, the crocodile demon king, having saved her, merely cast a cold glance at those below, including Sure Hao, uttering chillingly, humans all must perish. No sooner had he spoken than he grasped the void above the ground, declaring, Earth's 10,000 crocodiles feast. The spectacle was beyond imagination. The very earth seemed to awaken, countless clods of soil soaring skyward, transforming into gigantic rock crocodiles that indiscriminately attacked everyone on the battlefield. Even Sure Hao found himself a target of the assault. Startled, Sure Hao hastily dodged, furious as he shouted up at the crocodile demon king, Don't attack me. I'm not your enemy. Yet, the crocodile demon king paid him no heed, directing more stone crocodiles toward Sure Hao. Although Sure Hao could shatter one with a punch or cleave another with a blade, it proved futile. The shattered stone crocodiles reassembled in an instant, rendering them impossible to eliminate. Sure Hao soon realized that the creature sought to expel him. Infuriated, his face flushed with indignation, he declared defiantly to the crocodile demon king, You despicable creature! If you force me away, I shall leave. But if you dare to harm Aro, you'll see what happens to you in the future. With that, he turned and fled. On the other side, BabyHuang and her cohorts fared even worse, relentlessly pursued by the undying rock crocodiles, suffering heavy casualties. Observing that Zhu Thaw and Gai Thaw were nearing their limits, she gritted her teeth, leading the remaining few, her small cadre, in a hasty retreat. Once all had departed, the crocodile demon king gently descended from the sky with Aro. Little Wu rushed over, tears streaming. Embracing her mother, having narrowly escaped death, held her daughter with red-rimmed eyes. After comforting little Wu, Aro sincerely expressed her gratitude to the crocodile demon king, saying, Thank you for saving me. By the way, noble benefactor, might I inquire your name? Call me Crocodile Demon King, came his frigid reply. After Aro expressed her thanks, she couldn't help but ask, Noble benefactor, why did you attack Sure Hao? Though he is human, he is not malevolent. To her astonishment, the crocodile demon king coldly laughed, responding, I am aware of everything you say. I know he does not belong to this world, because we hail from the same realm. Aroused by this revelation, Aro stood in shock. The crocodile demon king, observing her astonishment, continued mockingly, Did you truly believe I was a soul beast of your world? Ridiculous. I shall inform you. Your soul beasts, with such extraordinary gifts and lengthy lifespans, are mercilessly hunted by these feeble humans of your world like mere prey. Pathetic. The term pathetic left Aro momentarily speechless, struggling to find words of rebuttal. Ultimately, she shifted the conversation, inquiring how they had arrived in this world. The crocodile demon king then began his cold explanation. In simple terms, both he and Sure Hao were transported from another world to Doloadalu by a mysterious entity known as Zhuqian Luanhuadian. Their original worlds were consumed by a super realm named Zhigao Xinjia. Their mission is to create chaos in this world, influence it, and ultimately pave the way for Zhigao Xinjia to swallow Doloadalu as well. Aro understood this clearly. She pondered for a moment. Given the dire oppression her soul beast tribe faced from the divine realm, perhaps a change in leadership might indeed be a blessing. Without hesitation, she asked, I understand. How can we assist you? A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on the face of the crocodile demon king. He looked at Aro and incisively pointed out, Do you know why I consider you all to be useless? It is because despite your innate talents and longevity, you have failed to create a cultivation method of your own. In our demon realm, once one awakens their intelligence, they can cultivate into a demon. We possess our own cultivation system, which far surpasses yours. How do you perceive my strength? I might be among the elite here, but in our demon realm, I have only just embarked on the path of cultivation. Aro was thoroughly astonished. Finally, the crocodile demon king revealed his ultimate objective. I cannot help you create your own techniques, but I can impart the demon cultivation methods from our realm to you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Aru's eyes lit up. What? Demon cultivation methods? Isn't that 1,000 times stronger than our soul beasts toiling for 100,000 years only to be treated like mere rings? Who among my kin doesn't understand? Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered. Without a moment's hesitation, she embraced the still uncorporeal Xiao Wu in her arms and immediately replied, We, the soul beast tribe, are in. Meanwhile, The crocodile demon king had dealt with the misfortune of the Wuhuan temple. As for me, the notifications from the system rang out incessantly like firecrackers during the new year, a cacophony of delightful sounds. I rubbed my hands together, my heart racing with excitement. System, quickly, show me how much wealth I've acquired this time. With a swift motion, the panel appeared, and I nearly gasped in disbelief. The source energy points section displayed an impressive count exceeding 100,000. Over 100,000. This windfall meant financial freedom. Consider this. By altering the fate of Xiao Wu and her mother, I had effectively twisted the main narrative of Doluo Dalu, rendering such a reward entirely justifiable. At that moment, my sole thought was, draw cards. Exceed expectations. System, enough chatter. Exchange for a legendary treasure chest. As for the remaining gold, silver, and bronze, open them all. I must tell you, the effects of opening the chest were dazzling, a whirlwind of light, and an array of divine artifacts came crashing down upon me. From the legendary treasure chest, I obtained a technique named Inyan Jinidafa, which upon hearing its name, conjured visions of cleaving open the gates of heaven. Immensely impressive. Additionally, there was another technique called Jiuqiao Jindan, which could not be ingested but needed to be implanted in the heart for gradual comprehension. This operation felt somewhat abstract, but undeniably potent. Even more astonishingly, I unearthed a technique called Tiandi Bulo Changchunging. This was the pinnacle cultivation method of the Xiaoyao sect, from which techniques like Biming Divine Skill and BabyHuang Liuhe Weiwa Duzong were derived. Wasn't this the dream technique of martial arts enthusiasts? Furthermore, the rewards included templates for Blood Bodhi, 9 in True Classic, and the infamous by Yifei's Blood-clad attire. My hands were practically overflowing. However, 2 peculiar items also emerged. One was called Bodeo Ji Li from Pokemon, which was acceptable. The other, would you believe it? A spy satellite, manufactured by the Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil. I was utterly perplexed. How was I to utilize this? I lacked a rocket. Was I expected to launch a satellite with my physical body? After finishing with the treasure chest, I began to contemplate my next moves. With Xiao Shi Hao and the Crocodile Demon King already causing a stir outside, the Wuhuan Temple would certainly be frantic, but what could they uncover? If they could not find me, my influence would remain insufficient, and the source energy points would accumulate slowly. No, I needed to create a sensational headline, something that would shake the entire continent. I perused my new templates and settled on Dugu Bai. But mere templates would not suffice. I had to maximize battle prowess to dominate the scene. Thus, I resolutely decided to bestow the newly acquired Inyan Jinidafa, along with the Jiuqiao, Jindan, and Blood Bodhi upon him. Initially, I had intended to cultivate these techniques myself, but then I realized that my swordsmanship talent was rather average. Wouldn't it be more fitting to give them to Dugu Bai, a born sword god? That way, he could soar to new heights and teach me in return. What a perfect plan for a free ride. Without delay, I dashed to the back mountain, exchanged for a blank puppet, and promptly affixed the Dugu Bai template onto it. With a flash of golden light, a tall, handsome figure clad in black with an air of aloofness stood before me. This was the sword demon Dugu Bai. Meanwhile, my little Shi Hao avatar, having finished his performance and made his escape, was leisurely grilling fish in the Stardow Forest, contemplating his next adventure. Just then, I sent a thought his way. Stop grilling. Head to Tiandi Huangqing. Something significant is about to unfold. Go and set the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao tossed aside the fish and promptly set off. I then began tinkering with the spy satellite. Utilizing the template of the Red Devil, I created another avatar, and, with a swift motion, launched the satellite into orbit. Don't ask me how. I simply have extraordinary abilities. I then retrieved the accompanying handheld computer, which resembled something from sci-fi film, and could even project images. I commanded it, lock onto me. The screen instantly zoomed in on my little wooden cabin, revealing even the roof tiles in sharp detail. Now, the entirety of Doluo Dalu lay under my surveillance, granting me a godlike perspective. In my idle moments, I scrolled through the map, akin to browsing short videos. As I passed over a village near Nodding City, I noticed a young man practicing martial arts, accompanied by a spectral image of a tiger martial spirit. Upon reflection, I realized that this was none other than Wang Sheng, the leader of the 7th dormitory in the original storyline, who was later soundly defeated by Tang San. An opportunity had arisen. Although I understood Tang San, I still harbored a slight grudge over his previous indifference towards me. If we could not be friends, then I would provide some entertainment for him. I resolved to assist Wang Sheng in becoming stronger, so that upon returning to school, he could challenge Tang San and seize the position of the 7th dormitory leader. I was eager to see just how formidable Tang San truly was without the Xuantian Baolu. The script was set in motion. Meanwhile, the future 7th dormitory war god, Wang Sheng, as was his custom, headed to the back mountain after breakfast to train. Upon finishing his regimen, he intended to check the traps he had set in the woods for rabbits. As he entered, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from within. He crept closer and was utterly astonished by the scene before him. There stood a blind swordsman clad in a gray robe, wielding a staff, engaging in an aerial duel with a man who exuded an aura of malevolence. These two were fighting without the aid of their martial spirits. One swing of the staff could pierce through a giant tree, and a single claw could carve deep grooves into the bark. Wang Sheng was left dumbfounded, pondering just how powerful a soul master they must be. Then, he heard the blind swordsman bellow, "Chun Xuanfeng, hand over the 9-inch true classic, or I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." The man named Chun Xuanfeng replied with a cold chuckle, "Kuzheni, what grievance do you hold against me? The 9-inch true classic does not belong to you, so why should I surrender it?" I must tell you, their exchange was laden with substantial implications, mentioning benefactors, junior sisters, and the Zhuqian Luanhui Dian, leaving Wang Sheng utterly bewildered. In summary, Chun Xianfeng had stolen a manual known as Jiu Yinjinjing and caused harm to others. Now, a blind hero named Ku Zhenyi had come to settle the score. The two men were at odds, and with a furious roar, Chun Xianfeng lunged forward, his hands curling into claws, accompanied by an ominous gust of wind. However, despite being blind, Ku Zhenyi evaded the attack effortlessly as if equipped with radar, leaping aside with grace to avoid Chun Xuanfeng's grasp. Mid-air, he executed a perfect somersault, his black cloak unfurling like that of a grandbat. With his wooden staff, he struck at Chun Xuanfeng's head, shouting with fervor, dog-beating stick technique. Strike the dog's head. The intensity of his proclamation was palpable. Yet, Chun Xianfeng, like a wraith, sidestepped, leaving behind several afterimages as he floated several meters away. Ku Zhenyi's strike missed entirely, resulting in a sharp crack as he broke a tree branch the width of a bowl. I thought to myself, this is bad. The posture has been overextended, and now he is falling. As expected, Chun Xianfeng, cunning as he was, did not retreat far. Seizing the opportunity, he glided behind Ku Zhenyi, his claws sharp as blades, and struck with a vicious swipe. Ku Zhenyi let out a pained cry, yet this blind warrior was resolute, attempting to retaliate. But it was futile. Chun Xuanfeng's agility was extraordinary, akin to having activated a speed boost, jumping and darting, while Ku Zhenyi's staff barely grazed his clothing. Conversely, Chun Xianfeng found openings with ease, inflicting further wounds upon Ku Zhenyi. Ultimately, Chun Xianfeng seized a significant opportunity, pressing against Ku Zhenyi from behind, delivering a devastating Chui Xian palm to his back. The blow was merciless, causing Ku Zhenyi to spurt blood. However, those who understand know that opportunity often arises in dire situations. At that moment, believing he had gained the upper hand, Chun Xianfeng was caught off guard when Ku Zhenyi, despite the excruciating pain, fiercely grasped the hem of his clothing. "You think you're fast? Let's see how you escape now." Without hesitation, he spun around, his other hand delivering a blow infused with a cataclysmic force directly to Chun Xuanfeng's chest, the dragon subduing 18 palms. I tell you, the scene was breathtaking. In an instant, golden light erupted, and one could faintly hear the roar of dragons in the air. This palm strike, fueled by the anger of a suppressed breath, landed squarely. Chun Xianfeng coughed up blood on the spot, his face turning as pale as paper, and he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Although he executed a difficult aerial maneuver and staggered to regain his footing, it was evident that he had sustained severe injuries. The two men locked eyes, one leaning on his staff with blood trickling from his mouth, the other clutching his chest and coughing incessantly. Chun Xianfeng, quick-witted, realized he had suffered a significant setback. Without a word, he turned to flee into the forest. Ku Zhenyi wished to pursue, but found himself unable to muster any strength, watching helplessly as Chun Xianfeng disappeared into the distance. Yet, I sensed that this was precisely what he desired. Once Chun Xuanfeng's figure vanished completely, the strength Ku Zhenyi had been relying on finally dissipated. His complexion turned alarmingly pale, and after swaying a couple of times, He coughed up a large mouthful of blood before closing his eyes and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, a child named Wang Sheng, who had been hiding in the nearby woods, cautiously peeked out. He approached, glancing over his shoulder repeatedly, and gently prodded Kujini, relieved to find no response. I must say, the expression on the child's face was complex. Hesitation, struggle, and finally, with a decisive clenching of his fists, he thought to himself, what a remarkable master. To be able to fight like this without a martial soul, he must be a formidable figure. Now that he is unconscious, isn't this a golden opportunity falling into my lap? If I carry him home and awaken him, I could become his disciple and no longer be bullied by those noble scions at the academy. With this thought igniting his spirit, he squatted down and exerted all his strength to lift the adult Kujun-yi onto his back. Surprisingly, as a level 9 soul master, he found it manageable. He trudged through the woods, panting, until he reached his home. When his mother opened the door, she was astonished. Son, where did you find this person? Wang Sheng quickly explained his reasoning, and upon hearing it, his mother's eyes lit up. This was a matter of great importance for her son's future. Without hesitation, she prepared the best master bedroom for their guest, and even went to fetch some cured meat, saying she would make porridge for the esteemed visitor. By evening, Kesquiviko tiene estir avake, groggy. Instinctively reaching for his blind staff, he found only emptiness, causing him to become alert, akin to a startled cat. However, the soft bed beneath him reminded him of the events prior to his unconsciousness, and he realized he had been rescued. At that moment, Wang Sheng, who had been dozing by the bedside, awoke and exclaimed in delight, "You're awake." Kujin-yi turned his blindfolded eyes toward him, his voice heavy with inquiry. "Boy, did you save me?" Wang Sheng scratched his head, smiling innocently. "I wouldn't say I saved you. I just saw you unconscious in the woods and was worried something might happen, so I brought you back." Kujin-yi said nothing but visibly relaxed. He inquired further, "Boy, where's my blind staff?" "Oh, right here." Wang Sheng hurriedly retrieved the wooden stick leaning against the wall and handed it to him. As Kujin-yi took the staff and attempted to rise, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. Wang Sheng was quick to support him, cautioning, "Be careful." Kujin-yi was helped back to bed, clutching his chest and coughing up more blood, gritting his teeth as he insisted, "I must leave quickly. The person I was pursuing is still alive. If he discovers I am here, it will endanger you all." Wang Sheng's heart sank at this revelation. Yet, for the sake of his future, he decided to take a gamble and urged, "You mean the person you fought with, right? I saw you drive him away. He hasn't followed you, so you can rest easy and recover." Upon hearing this, Kujin-yi turned his blindfolded gaze toward him, and I tell you, that look seemed to pierce through one's very soul. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, "Since you witnessed my confrontation with him and still dared to save me, there must be something you seek in return. Speak, what do you desire?" Goodness, this man was astute, calculating everything in an instant. Wang Sheng realized he could no longer hide his intentions. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back 2 paces, bowed deeply to Kujin-yi, and declared loudly, "Sir, I wish to become your disciple." "Become my disciple?" Kujin-yi nearly laughed at this. "Boy, I am Kujin-yi, known as the Bat Hero. I repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. You saved me, which is a debt of gratitude. However, taking on a disciple is an entirely different matter. Not just anyone can be my pupil." Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng understood there was hope. This was a test. His eyes reddened, his voice trembling with emotion as he recounted how he had been bullied by those noble students at Notting Academy. Kujin-yi's anger flared at this, slamming his hand on the bed, exclaiming how outrageous. In broad daylight, such arrogant and domineering young scions. Yet after venting his anger, he regained his composure. Upon hearing that Wang Sheng had stood up for other common children, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. I did not expect you to possess a sense of chivalry. I, Kujin-yi, also come from humble beginnings and despise such individuals. The true essence of chivalry lies in serving the nation and aiding the people. Though your actions are not for the nation, they are for the people, and you are qualified to be my disciple." He paused, his tone growing serious. "Remember, as long as you harbor good intentions and assist those in need, you will always be my student. However, should you dare to misuse my name for nefarious deeds, I shall personally cleanse the ranks." Wang Sheng trembled with excitement. Was this not an implicit agreement? He quickly bowed again, saying, "Wang Sheng pays his respects to the master." Yet, Kujin-yi furrowed his brow and tapped the ground with his blind cane. "Is that all? To truly acknowledge a master, one must bow thrice and kneel 6 times. Do you not understand etiquette?" Observing Wang Sheng's bewildered expression, he shook his head in resignation. It seemed this world was not so steeped in formality. Let us keep it simple. Bow your head and present me with a cup of tea. Wang Sheng had no objections. He respectfully bowed 3 times and offered up the warm tea. Thus, the leader of the beggaress sect, the bat hero Kuzhan Yi, accepted his first disciple in this world. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the rear mountains of Shenghun village, a tempest was brewing. Bai Luo had not been idle. The avatars he had previously created, such as Dugu Qiubai and Chen Xinyan Kuzhan Yi, were each enacting their respective roles. He himself was not lagging behind, consuming small elixirs and honing his skills, his soul power soaring to the 9th level. His avatar, Dugu Qiubai, was akin to a true external aid. After consuming 3 blood bodhi, and with a mysterious 9 orifices golden core nestled in his heart, he secluded himself in a cave, his strength skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. One day, Bai Luo was practicing near the waterfall not far from the cave when suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from within the cave, unleashing an indescribable sword intent that shot skyward. I tell you, that sword energy coalesced in the heavens into a colossal silver sword, several dozen meters long, humming ominously and shaking the entire rear mountain. A breakthrough! Bai Luo sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. His avatar, Dugu Qiubai, had finally mastered the final layer of the first level of the sword intent body technique. To put it simply, this was the technique of a sword immortal. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion was too great. Far away in Shenghun village, the scruffy drunkard Tang Hao, who spent his days hammering away at the forge, was lying in bed feigning sleep when he suddenly sat up, his expression grave as he gazed towards the rear mountains. Such powerful sword intent. His heart raced. This sword intent was sharper than that of the sword de Luo Chan Xian from years past. I must investigate. Tang Hao was a wanted man, hiding in this small village for peace and quiet. Now, with such a peerless expert appearing at his doorstep, he could not remain idle. He stealthily slipped out of the blacksmith shop, and once in a secluded area, he propelled himself into the air, heading towards the source of the sword intent eruption. Meanwhile, Bai Luo was still elated, awaiting Dugu Qiubai's emergence, so he could challenge the Qibao Glaze sect. However, before he could meet his avatar, he spotted a dark figure rapidly approaching from the horizon. Who could it be? Bai Luo was startled. The figure moved with astonishing speed, landing on a nearby hillside in an instant. Bai Luo focused his gaze and was taken aback. The newcomer wore tattered robes, with hair resembling a bird's nest. Reeking of alcohol, wasn't it Tang Hao? I was perplexed. How could he find his way here from the village, which was tens of thousands of miles away? Upon seeing Bai Luo, Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback as well. Xiao Luo, what are you doing here? Bai Luo feigned shock. Uncle Tang, can you fly? As they exchanged their astonishment, footsteps echoed from the cave. Dugu Qiubai had emerged. Clad in black, his expression stern, he wielded a seemingly ordinary 3-foot-long green blade. Yet the aura he exuded made Tang Hao squint immediately. He sensed that this person was of his caliber, perhaps even stronger. Tang Hao fixed his gaze on Dugu Qiubai. His voice low. Was that sword intent you? Came Dugu Qiubai's calm reply. Who are you? Why are you here? Tang Hao's wariness escalated. However, Dugu Qiubai offered no response, only slowly raised his sword, his eyes radiating pure, fervent battle intent. In his life, he sought only defeat. Now encountering a master like Tang Hao, he could no longer contain himself. Defeat me. Dugu Qiubai's voice was composed, yet tinged with excitement. If you can vanquish me, I shall divulge all my secrets. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, transforming into a streak of black lightning, charging towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression darkened. He wasted no words. As he retreated, a flash of black light revealed his famed small black hammer. In quick succession, 9 soul rings emerged, creating an overwhelming aura. Clang! The sword and hammer collided fiercely, sparks flying. Tang Hao blocked the strike and followed up with a kick, forcing Dugu Qiubai back. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaped into the air, swinging his hammer of the Heavenly King in a full arc, aiming down towards Dugu Qiubai's head. This strike bore the weight of a mountain. Dugu Qiubai, having just been pushed back, had no way to evade and could only block with his sword. Boom! The sound reverberated, and Dugu Qiubai was sent flying like a cannonball, skidding backwards for several steps before regaining his balance. Tang Hao was stunned. How could this be? That was merely an ordinary iron sword, yet remained unscathed under his full-force hammer strike. Dugu Qiubai shook his numbed wrist, the fervor in his eyes intensifying. Tang Hao frowned. Summon your martial soul. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me. Dugu Qiubai remained silent, fervently channeling his vast inner energy into the long sword. Instantly, the ordinary sword erupted with blinding silver light, ringing with a sword cry that reduced the stones below to rubble. In the next moment, he utilized the profound steps of Lingbo Weibu, his form shifting unpredictably as he charged again, swinging his sword, unleashing a rain of silver sword energy upon Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression shifted. While defending with the hammer of the Heavenly King, he retreated rapidly. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to Dugu Qiubai's. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Qiubai was upon him, sword tip aimed directly. The two clashed once more. The hammer of the Heavenly King managed to block the sword's body, but the penetrating sword energy was unavoidable. Tang Hao's protective soul power was pierced through, and his body was suddenly adorned with numerous small wounds, blood staining his tattered robes. Now, Tang Hao was truly enraged. Third soul skill, Earth Hammer. His third soul ring blazed alive as he struck Dugu Qiubai's sword, unleashing a shockwave that sent Dugu Qiubai flying. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Hao leapt into the air, raising the hammer of the Heavenly King above his head as his second, fourth, and fifth soul rings shone in succession. Second soul skill, Break of Concentration. Fourth soul skill, Evil God Break. Fifth soul skill, Brilliant Explosion. The three skills stacked instantaneously, and the small hammer in his hand grew to an enormous size, larger than a winter melon, its head glowing with yellow, black, and red light, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power. Huh! Tang Hao bellowed, lifting the colossal hammer of the Heavenly King, shimmering with three colors, high above, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Dugu Qiubai. But guess what? Dugu Qiubai was not one to be trifled with. Just as the massive hammer was about to crash down, he seemed to lose all weight, transforming into a divine warrior of the exam. With a swift motion, he slid away from the impending doom, riding the wind generated by Tang Hao's hammer. In the end, Tang Hao's world-shattering attack landed with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater in the ground, yet he grasped nothing of consequence. Immediately, before Tang Hao could react, Dugu Qiubai executed a ghostly maneuver and closed the distance between them in an instant. The sword in his hand moved with such swiftness that it left behind afterimages, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks. I must tell you, Tang Hao's hammer techniques, when faced with Dugu Jian, resembled the skills of an elementary school student, riddled with flaws as numerous as a sieve. He attempted to employ his so-called chaotic hammer techniques, but Dugu Qiubai offered him no opportunity to gather his strength, relentlessly keeping him under pressure and utterly dominating him. Tang Hao, now truly anxious, was both shocked and furious. Resorting to underhanded tactics, was it? Suddenly, the eighth soul ring on his body glimmered, instantly enveloping him in a protective shell, a yellowish, multifaceted barrier that encased him tightly. I thought, surely he would stabilize now? But he was not finished yet. The sixth soul ring lit up, and he swung his hammer towards Dugu Qiubai, striking fiercely from a distance. The scene was something to behold. The entire ground erupted like a tsunami, rumbling as earth and rocks surged toward Dugu Qiubai. If he were buried, wouldn't that lead to instant demise? But who was Dugu Qiubai? He didn't even glance back, soaring into the sky in a graceful union of man and sword, effortlessly evading the onslaught. At this point, he probably grew weary of the contest, considering this title de law to be merely mediocre, and decided it was time to conclude this farce. What unfolded next left me utterly astonished. Those who understand, listen closely. Dugu Qiubai, suspended in midair, unleashed several strikes against the ground, sending a vast expanse of grass flying. With his left hand, he reached out, and the scattered blades of grass seemed magnetically drawn to him, hovering in front of him. In the next moment, he pointed his sword forward, and a torrent of silver sword energy surged into the grass. Remarkably, the once scattered blades transformed into gleaming flying swords, each one straight and sharp, radiating an aura of lethal intent. This technique, I must say, places him leagues ahead in the art of grass weaving. Then, with a gentle flick of his sword towards Tang Hao, the multitude of silver grass swords descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Tang Hao's complexion paled. Although his protective shell remained, he dared not withstand the assault head-on. He could only retreat in disarray, frantically attempting to block with his massive hammer. Yet, These grass swords seemed to possess a tracking mechanism, piercing the ground only to re-emerge and continue their assault. Dugu Chiobai hovered above like a merciless scythe, continuously conjuring grass swords to rain down. Tang Hao was utterly paralyzed, even with his martial soul manifested and the hammer enlarged to the size of a small mountain. He could not fend off this relentless downpour of blades. Attempting to take flight and escape, the grass swords flew faster than he could. Thus, his so-called thousand-gene barrier was pierced with a cacophony of ringing, quickly becoming riddled with cracks. Finally, with a resounding crash, the shield shattered like glass. Seeing his shield gone, Tang Hao could only land, letting out a roar as he slammed his hammer to the ground, using the shockwave to temporarily repel the surrounding grass swords. But what good was this? It was merely a futile measure. Dugu Chiobai shook his head in disdain from above, with a flick of his finger. The repelled grass swords instantly reformed into several gleaming giant swords in midair, encircling Tang Hao from all directions, their tips directed menacingly at him, rendering him immobile. From my vantage point, it was clear there was no escaping this fate, an absolute technical domination. Dugu Chiobai descended gracefully, sword pointed at Tang Hao, and calmly uttered, "You have lost." Gazing at the colossal sword formed from countless grass blades, feeling the chilling aura of the swords, Tang Hao's face darkened to an ashen hue, and he could only muster the words through gritted teeth, "I concede." Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat and inquired, "Who exactly are you? What you employ is neither a martial soul nor a soul skill." Dugu Chiobai retracted his sword, wearing an expression of amusement, and replied nonchalantly, "What I employ is martial arts. Is it that in your world, martial arts are referred to as self-created soul skills?" Your world? At the utterance of these two words, Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing. A ludicrous thought surged forth. Could this individual be from beyond their realm? From the divine realm? He hurriedly pressed on. Do you come from another world? Is it the divine realm? I assure you. What Dugu Chiobai said next would fry Tang Hao's CPU. Dugu Chiobai shook his head, stating, "I indeed hail from another world, but is not the divine realm." He began to narrate a tale, speaking of his homeland, where worlds were as numerous as grains of rice. And there existed a super-organization known as the Zhutian Luanhui Dian, dedicated to the business of crossing realms, where the big shots could shatter mountains and summon stars. Above them lay the supreme celestial realm, where beings of immortality and demons could alter life and death, manipulate time and space, and create worlds. Tang Hao Litz Den, U Talibu. His worldview shattered. So, in the eyes of others, Doa Dalu was merely a novice village. The deities they revered might not even rank as minor minions in their eyes. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became, until an illuminating thought struck him. He thought of his wife, Ain. If all of this were true, did it mean that there were powerful beings capable of resurrecting her? This thought rekindled the long-extinguished flame of hope in his heart, with a voice trembling with excitement. He asked, "Is what you say true? Are there indeed strong beings who can alter life and death?" Dugu Chiobai, hands behind his back, exuded an air of confidence as he replied, "I have no reason to deceive you. Before long, you will discover that your world will become exceedingly lively." Tang Hao fell silent, realizing there was no way to halt this matter. His mind was fixated on one question. Are there many who can alter life and death in your realm? Dugu Chiobai began to enlighten him, explaining that the resurrection process varied based on the circumstances, whether the individual had just died, had been dead for a long time, whether their soul remained. And the complexities of the underworld all contributed to differing difficulties and procedures, categorizing it as a high-end custom service. Tang Hao Li Then U Li Papa. But he understood that his wife, Ain, had transformed into a seed after sacrifice and had now grown into a blue silvergrass. He was uncertain which category that fell under. However, he dared not reveal all he knew just yet, opting instead to keep this matter close to his heart. Once he regained his composure, Tang Hao, feeling somewhat bold, produced a map and presented it to Dugu Chiobai, detailing the powers of Doa Dalu, including the Wuhuan Temple and the various sections. Dugu Chiobai showed little interest until he heard Tang Hao mention a sword-wielding title named Chun Xan from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His eyes instantly lit up, overflowing with battle intent. How intriguing. The sword Dolua, Chun Xan? I have decided. He shall be my first challenge in this world. Tang Hao thought to himself, realizing this would be a significant disruption. However, he quickly concluded that this was, in fact, a positive development. The greater the commotion, the more it would validate the truth of Dugu Qiubai's words, and he could soon make the decision to seek help in resurrecting his wife. Upon hearing that they would head towards Tiandi Imperial City, how could I remain idle? I must join the excitement. I immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "Teacher, I want to go too. I want to go." Tang Hao glanced at me, likely puzzled, wondering how this lad with a martial soul of a worthless carp could attract the attention of such a prominent figure. Nevertheless, as the events in Shenghan village were drawing to a close, I left a letter stating my intention to venture out and prepared to follow Dugu Qiubai. However, I did not plan to fly directly with him. I was on the verge of reaching level 10, and it was the perfect opportunity to head to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain a soul ring. While we were plotting our escapades in the bustling city, the scene shifted to another location. In the back mountains of Shigang village, a boy named Wang Sheng was being rigorously trained by his blind master, Kuzhen Yi, with a singular goal, to defeat Tang San upon returning to school. Kuzhen Yi had spared no expense, imparting all the valuable techniques he had received from me to Wang Sheng: Golden Bell Shield, Serpent-Shapely Flip, and the Great Demon Fist. All top-tier skills from the 9 manual. During the day, he practiced his techniques, and, at night, he immersed himself in medicinal ointments to refine his physique, transforming Wang Sheng into a small monster with a body as tough as bronze and iron. After more than 2 months, Wang Sheng had already mastered the basics of the Jinzhong Zhao, rendering him impervious to ordinary blades. His soul power had also reached level 10. Eagerly awaiting the opportunity to venture into the soul-hunting forest after the school year commenced. Finally, the day of enrollment arrived. Kuzhen Yi escorted Wang Sheng to the entrance of Nuoding Academy and remarked, "I have taught you all that I can. From now on, it is up to you. You are merely my named disciple for now. Once you establish your reputation in the martial world, I will formally accept you as my apprentice." With that, he handed Wang Sheng a manual on internal cultivation as a parting gift. Overcome with emotion, Wang Sheng bowed deeply to his master's retreating figure before wiping away his tears and entering Nuoding Academy. As an upperclassman, he smoothly returned to the 7th dormitory. The moment he pushed the door open, he heard someone exclaim, "Boss, you're back." The moment he arrived, the work-study students surrounded him like fans at a meet and greet. While tidying his bed, he listened to their chatter about returning home for the holidays. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the corridor, and with a loud bang, the door swung open. A small boy, appearing no older than 6 or 7, stood before him, dressed in patched linen clothes, with short hair and an unremarkable appearance. Yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He held the academy-issued uniform and politely inquired, "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? My name is Tang San, and I'm a new student." "Boss, we have a newcomer," exclaimed one of the work-study students, his eyes lighting up as he leaped from his bed to call out to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, sitting on his bed, sprang into action, landing gracefully on the floor. "Your name is Tang San, correct? I am Wang Sheng. The martial spirit is Battle Tiger, and I am the boss of the 7th dormitory. What is your martial spirit?" He crossed his arms, accompanied by a group of followers, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a gang leader. "My martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass." Tang San replied, furrowing his brow. "Blue Silvergrass? That is a useless martial spirit." Wang Sheng exclaimed in surprise, then patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Since your martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass, you will address me as boss, and you must follow my orders. Do you understand? Follow your orders?" "Absolutely not." Tang San's frown deepened, and he retorted, "I came to Nuoding Academy to learn about soul masters, not to be your subordinate." Move aside. Move aside? Not a chance." Wang Sheng scoffed, blocking Tang San's path without budging an inch. "Let me tell you, this is not a negotiation. It is an order. The rule in the 7th dormitory is that newcomers must acknowledge the boss. That is the rule, unless you could defeat me." Tang San's expression darkened as he snapped back. "Don't call me Little 3. I have no intention of recognizing you as the boss. Your rules do not apply to me." With that, he attempted to bypass Wang Sheng. "Hey kid, you're rather arrogant." Wang Sheng coldly snorted, once again obstructing Tang San's path, forcing him back. "I will call you Little 3, what of it?" Tang San fell silent, placing his bundle on the windowsill, seething with indignation. Wang Sheng, sensing that he had finally provoked him, had not intended to be adversarial, but merely wished to test the newcomer's strength. However, this time was different. During the break, he had learned several martial arts from Kuzhen Yi and felt invincible, even against soul masters. Thus, he approached this encounter with a casual demeanor, curious to gauge Tang San's abilities. Tang San set his bundle down by the window, then suddenly turned and charged at Wang Sheng, throwing a punch aimed at his waist. So swift, Wang Sheng had not anticipated Tang San's speed, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Could a soul master with a blue-silver grass spirit be this fast? Yet, Wang Sheng reacted quickly, deftly evading with a serpentine maneuver, and then lunged toward Tang San. Unprepared for Wang Sheng's counterattack, Tang San had to dodge using the Ghost Shadow perplexing track. Seeing Tang San's impressive skills, Wang Sheng felt a surge of excitement and thought, "Finally, I can try out the martial arts I just learned." "Huh!" Wang Sheng shouted, charging at Tang San with a punch. As Tang San dodged, Wang Sheng followed up with a sweeping kick. The two exchanged blows fiercely in the 7th dormitory, the sound of their combat echoing in the air. The other work-study students had long since retreated to the dormitory area, clearing the space for the two. Incredible! Everyone watched in awe, not only astonished by Tang San's prowess, but also by Wang Sheng's remarkable improvement. What had Wang Sheng accomplished during the break to become so formidable? As the battle intensified, Tang San thought, "How could I, a proud descendant of the Tang sect, struggle against a mere child?" Thus, he decided to take the fight seriously, unleashing the Tang sect's ultimate technique, Control Crane Seizing Dragon. As Wang Sheng launched another punch, Tang San executed Control Crane Seizing Dragon, an invisible force instantly impacting Wang Sheng. He felt his punch miss its target, his body losing balance. What is happening? Wang Sheng's heart raced with alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San quickly retreated, then kicked Wang Sheng in the abdomen with a powerful whip kick. This is bad. Wang Sheng's face changed dramatically, and he quickly activated the Jin Zhong Zhao. As his internal energy surged, his skin turned a bronze hue, greatly enhancing his defense. Bang! Tang San's kick struck Wang Sheng, sending him flying, rolling several times on the ground. However, as he kicked Wang Sheng away, Tang San noticed the Jin Zhong Zhao, and his expression shifted. Jin Zhong Zhao. Finally, the group set off for the soul-hunting forest. After a day and night of bumpy travel, they arrived at their destination the following noon. Throughout the journey, Yu Xiaojing's chatter had been incessant, explaining various soul beasts like the spotted cat and wind baboon to Tang San, captivating the young man with his knowledge. How naive! After an arduous search in the forest, they found nothing suitable by evening. With darkness falling, the four could only find a clearing to set up camp, lighting a bonfire and sprinkling yellow powder to ward off dangers, while they began to nibble on their provisions. Just as the aroma of roasted meat began to waft, trouble arose. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes glowed ominously. An entire pack of phantom wolves. Brother Lei Hong, without hesitation, summoned the rock-skin wild boar, instantly enveloped by 3 soul rings. His muscles bulged, and 2 large fangs sprouted from his mouth. With a powerful punch to the ground, spikes erupted like bamboo shoots, impaling 4 or 5 wolves on the spot. Seeing this display, the Wolf King howled in terror, tucking its tail and fleeing. Lei Hong, resourceful as he was, dragged back several wolf carcasses, proclaiming he would treat everyone to a feast. Tang San and Wang Sheng's eyes brightened. They had seldom eaten meat in their lives. Yet, just as they prepared to enjoy the roasted meat sizzling with juices, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The little purple ball-like Luo San Pao beside Master suddenly began to screech and tug at his pant leg. Master S' expression shifted as he looked in the direction Luo San Pao was indicating. A pair of eerie green vertical pupils emerged from the underbrush, accompanied by a foul stench. Not good. Master quickly grabbed a firecracker and hurled it. As the light illuminated the area, they beheld a massive dark green snake, thicker than a water vat, with a triangular head adorned in red and green patterns. Its mere appearance sent shivers down their spines. The 300-year-old mandala snake. Master shouted in alarm. Lei Hong's face turned pale, cursing, "Damn it, how did we encounter this beast?" I must say, Brother Lei Hong possesses remarkable insight. He is acutely aware of his situation. How could he, a mere soul master of the soul rank, confront the venomous mandala snake while accompanied by Yu Xiaojing, who is practically an accessory? That is not bravery. That is akin to delivering oneself as a meal. With responsibilities above and below, he has no need to risk his life for such meager wages. Thus, his singular thought is to flee. This creature is far too formidable. We stand no chance. I will hold it back for a moment. You all must escape. Lei Hong bellowed, launching another ferocious strike in an attempt to buy time for his companions. At that moment, the most astonishing scene unfolded. Yu Xiao Gang pulled a white radish from his soul guide and stuffed it into Luo Sanpao's mouth, striking a rather flamboyant pose as he shouted, "First soul skill, farting like thunder. Second soul skill, farting like smoke." I was utterly astounded. Luo Sanpao resembled an inflatable pig, its rear aimed at the mandala snake. Bang! Bang! Two thunderous sounds erupted as two yellow-white gas clouds shot forth like cannonballs. Remarkably, they sent the massive serpent soaring, and the odor was nothing short of bioweapon grade. Wang Sheng, while running, glanced back in disbelief. What in the world? After all this, the master bought so many radishes just to use as ammunition for his martial spirit? This soul skill is farting. This maneuver is nothing short of an abstract masterpiece. He finally understood why everyone at the academy referred to him as the Clown Master. Not only was his cultivation lacking, but even his soul skills were so flavorful. However, the mandala snake, with its tough skin and thick flesh, was hardly harmed. Instead, it was thoroughly enraged. With a deafening roar, it darted forward like a streak of dark green lightning. Lei Hong ran the fastest, with Tang San and Wang Sheng in the middle, while Yu Xiao Gang, with his short legs, naturally lagged behind. As the serpent's head almost reached his back, he frantically called for Luo Sanpao to block. But what happened? Luo Sanpao was swept away by the serpent's tail, flying like a bowling ball. "Watch out, teacher!" Tang San turned back, nearly frightened out of his wits. The mandala snake raised its massive head and opened its gaping maw, directly swallowing Yu Xiao Gang whole. "Master! Teacher!" The three of them were left dumbfounded. Lei Hong abruptly skidded to a halt, turning with reddened eyes. "Don't run. We can't escape. Now that it has just swallowed someone and is hindered, let's fight it head on." In an instant, Lei Hong's body erupted with a yellowish glow. First soul skill, rock armor. Third soul skill, barbaric charge. He became akin to a heavy-duty truck, crashing into the mandala snake, pinning it to the ground as he bellowed, "Come help. I can't hold it down for long." Wang Sheng and Tang San quickly sprang into action, one activating the golden bell shield while swinging the great demon-felling fist towards the serpent's head. The other employing Ghost Shadow Mistrace, his purple extreme demon, eye locking onto the serpent's gaze as his dagger glinted with lethal intent. Yet, the snake's strength was terrifying. With a violent twist, it flung Lei Hong away. Following that, the serpent's tail swept Wang Sheng aside. Then it turned its maw towards Tang San, unleashing a cloud of poisonous mist. The three of them and the serpent found themselves ensnared in a perilous battle. From my vantage point via satellite, I could see everything clearly and thought, this script is off. My third brother's 24 bridges bright moonlight hasn't even been executed, and Master has already perished? No, this cannot continue. If it does, my third brother will surely meet his end. It was time to showcase true skill. I snapped my fingers. My most splendid companions, the Red Demon and the White Phoenix, instantaneously appeared before me. I signaled to the Red Demon, "It's your turn. Rest assured." The Red Demon grasped the White Phoenix and vanished in a flash. The next moment, high above the soul-hunting forest, the space distorted as the two materialized out of thin air. The Red Demon completed its task and swiftly returned. Meanwhile, the White Phoenix, with a thought, erupted into a blinding radiance. A clear and melodious cry resonated through the night sky as a colossal white bird, with a wingspan that obscured the sun, appeared seemingly from nowhere, its resplendent feathers shimmering like a divine apparition in the moonlight. The commotion was so great that Tang San and the others, embroiled in their desperate struggle with the serpent, halted in astonishment. My heavens, what is that soul beast? Lei Hong gazed up at the enormous white bird, his words stumbling in fear. Tang San, sharp-eyed, noticed something and exclaimed excitedly, "Teacher Lei, look, there is someone on that bird's back." At that moment, the figure atop the White Phoenix, with a cold gaze, surveyed below. Seeing the mandala snake attempting to ambush Wang Sheng, he coldly huffed, his voice not loud, but resonating in everyone's ears. "Everyone get back." Instinctively, the three of them rolled and scrambled away. The White Phoenix flapped its wings, creating a tempest. Diving down like a white fighter jet, the mandala snake, unwilling to concede, raised its head to retaliate. Yet, the White Phoenix offered it no opportunity. With a flick of its wrist, several feather blades were released, tracing elegant arcs through the air, striking precisely into the serpent's eyes. Hiss! The giant snake was instantly blinded, writhing in agony. In that fleeting moment, the White Phoenix's massive claws descended from above, with a squelch, crushing the mandala snake's skull to pieces as if it were a mere tomato. Instant kill. With the battle concluded, the white phoenix soared back into the skies, while the white phoenix gracefully descended, standing firmly on the ground with arms crossed. Only then did Tang San, Wang Sheng, and Lei Hong recover from their shock and hurriedly rush over. However, Tang San was too frantic to express thanks, diving toward the mangled remains of the serpent, crying and searching, shouting desperately, "Teacher!" The white phoenix observed this scene, slightly furrowing its beautiful brow, and turned to Lei Hong, asking, "What is wrong with him?" Lei Hong, feeling awkward, scratched his head and quietly explained, his teacher was just eaten by that snake. Upon hearing this, Tang San lost it, throwing himself onto the remains of the mandala snake, frantically digging and crying out, "Teacher! Teacher!" I must tell you, the spectacle was heart-wrenching, and those who heard it were moved to tears. He pulled out a dagger and, with great effort, cut open the snake's belly. What do you think he found? Aside from a few gnawed bones, there was nothing. Tang San was left in shock, banging his head against the ground, weeping in despair. "Teacher, you died such a tragic death." He simply could not comprehend how, in just a few minutes, a living person could be digested so completely. Did this snake possess a shredder in its stomach? At that moment, Lei Hong, unable to bear it any longer, frowned and said, "Something's not right. This cannot possibly be the master's bones. No snake could digest a person into bone fragments in just 10 minutes. We were just engaged in a fierce battle with it." Upon hearing this, Tang San forgot to wipe away his tears. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed the serpent's tail surprisingly wriggling. It was bulging as if something was trapped inside. "Teacher!" Tang San, invigorated, dashed forward. We were all curious and hurriedly followed to observe. Then, dear friends, you won't believe the next scene that unfolded before my eyes. Suddenly, the snake's exit stretched out two hands covered in yellow-green slime, tearing at the opening. Following that, a head, adorned with indescribable objects, emerged, followed by a retching sound and a cascade of vomit. Goodness, it was a master. He actually emerged from the snake's rear. The stench was akin to a walking bioweapon, leaving the area barren for 10 meters around. We, including the formidable white phoenix, instinctively recoiled, covering our noses and retreating several meters. Even Tang San subconsciously stepped back. The master, barely clinging to life, weakly called out, "Save me," before rolling his eyes and fainting. Tang San could no longer escape this fate. Allow me to recount the remarkable expression he wore at that moment, a blend of disdain, disgust, and struggle, culminating in a tragic yet profound exclamation of "Teacher." Alas, the integrity of one's character must not falter. After all, respect for the teacher is paramount. With gritted teeth and held breath, I charged forward to forcibly extract my teacher, who was entirely coated in organic fertilizer, from the serpent's rear. Once liberated, the odor was nothing short of overwhelming. Upon inspection, Tang San discovered that the teacher had not only undergone a harrowing ordeal, but had also succumbed to poisoning, his lips turning an ominous shade of black. Fortunately, being a disciple of Tang Min, antidotes were within my grasp. We maintained a considerable distance, and it was then that Lei Hong realized the need to ingratiate himself with the esteemed BabyHuang, engaging in introductions. To our astonishment, when BabyHuang spoke, we were left utterly befuddled. He introduced himself as BabyHuang, a South Korean, a descendant of the 6 kingdoms of Qin, and his profession was that of an assassin. Lei Hong, in utter bewilderment, scratched his head and queried, "What encrypted communication are you referring to? Qin? South Korea? Does such a place exist on our Doluwa continent?" BabyHuang regarded him with a gaze reminiscent of someone witnessing a village fool discovering the internet, and casually remarked, "It would be surprising if you had heard of it. I hail from a world beyond yours." A world beyond. The revelation left us with jaws nearly scraping the ground. This was more exhilarating than encountering an extraterrestrial. Observing our naivety, BabyHuang opted to forego any pretense and proceeded to deliver an enlightening discourse on the nature of existence. He explained that many like him, celestial visitors, had been chosen by a place known as the Hall of Reincarnation, which was a creation of an extraordinary realm called the Supreme Immortal Realm, with the objective of incessantly invading and consuming other worlds. He further elaborated that our world would soon witness an influx of peculiar beings, some resembling us, yet wielding entirely different systems of power. I must say, Tang San, who was eavesdropping nearby, wore a countenance even more dismal than when he witnessed the teacher's emergence from the serpent. The concept of the immortal realm and divine beings resonated with the myths of his past life. He instantly comprehended that what he had believed to be mere legend existed as truth in another world, and these formidable figures possessed the capability to invade across dimensions. This was nothing short of a dimensional assault. Once BabyHuang concluded his astounding revelations, he began to inquire about our world's circumstances, such as its history, races, and power systems. BabyHuang, lacking such knowledge, suggested they wait for the teacher to awaken to pose those questions, as he was the theoretical expert. BabyHuang nodded in agreement, surprisingly consenting to remain and wait. BabyHuang was elated, as having such an ally meant no longer worrying about finding soul rings. The following morning, the teacher regained consciousness. Tang San, embodying the essence of filial piety, had not slept a wink, tirelessly fetching water to cleanse the teacher and preparing fish soup. Upon awakening and recalling his embarrassing ordeal from the previous day, the teacher felt a mix of shame and anger, yet was moved to tears by Tang San's unwavering dedication. However, before long, BabyHuang divulged BabyHuang's situation to the teacher. True to his title, the teacher analyzed the information gravely and remarked, "It is highly likely that it is true. Such spatial abilities, manifesting alongside colossal birds, are beyond even a titled Doloa's capabilities. Our world is on the brink of transformation." The air within the tent grew dense with tension following this pronouncement. In the ensuing days, BabyHuang remained industrious. First taking Wang Sheng on a thrilling flight atop a magnificent white phoenix, effortlessly locating a 300-year-old thunder howling tiger, thus securing Wang Sheng's first soul ring. He then accompanied Tang San on a quest, but alas, the forest treasures had been exhausted, leaving Tang San with no choice but to absorb a nearly 300-year-old bamboo soul ring. Once we had all secured our soul rings, BabyHuang obtained the intelligence he sought from the awakened teacher, and with a graceful wave, he departed. We four remained stationary, our spirits weighed down by the thought of the countless celestial visitors that might soon arrive, some benevolent, others malevolent, including potential world-destroying bioweapons and demonic legions, sending shivers down our spines. We deliberated and resolved to spread rumors as a preemptive measure for our world. However, unbeknownst to all, in a lavish hotel situated a great distance away, this entire affair unfolded like a live broadcast upon a virtual screen. And I, Bai Luo, reclined comfortably, sipping on a fine drink while relishing the grand spectacle I had orchestrated. Indeed, the characters BabyHuang and Ke Zhenyi were but my crafted avatars. Glancing at the system panel, I was astonished to find that in just a few months, my source energy points had amassed to over 120,000. No doubt about it. It was time for a significant maneuver. Rubbing my hands together, I conceived an even more thrilling script. Merely having neutral and benevolent avatars would not suffice. I required true malevolent antagonists to validate BabyHuang's assertions and thoroughly stir the waters. System, let's go all in. 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 gold, 5 silver, and 8 bronze. Let's open them all. With my command, a cascade of delightful notifications flooded my mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the template, Xiongba. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the template, Wu Ming. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the template, Xiaofeng. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Dragon Essence, X1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the technique, Dragon God Technique. I must say, at that moment, I felt as though I had been possessed by the spirit of a fortune deity. The Titans of Fengyun, the esteemed Qiao gang leader, and an array of formidable items. Yet, what truly quickened my pulse was the item procured from the diamond treasure chest. Item, a drop of blood from the blood demon of Yuquan. Goodness, the unparalleled demon that could transform into a sea of blood, nearly obliterating the righteous path sect. Though merely a drop of weakened blood, given sufficient flesh, blood, and soul, it could restore its former glory. At long last, my army of villains was about to acquire its first genuine powerhouse. This drop of blood from the Yuquan blood demon was a divine item tailored for me. The introduction stated that once nourished with blood and flesh, it could return to its peak. Suddenly, my mind brimmed with countless audacious schemes. Previously, I lamented the lack of capable villains among my subordinates, but now they were arriving in droves, not just one, but an entire faction of potential assets. I promptly made a decisive choice. I would utilize this drop of blood to establish a villainous organization. The organization's objective would be to resurrect the true form of the Yuquan blood demon, while also realizing some ultimate desires, such as immortality and the revival of loved ones. Does that not sound particularly enticing? I even devised a name for it. The Blood God Society, straightforward and crude, immediately evoking the notion of an unorthodox organization. This treasure opening, aside from the Yuquan blood demon, also yielded templates of titans, such as Xiongba and Tianjin Wuming, essentially providing me with top-tier equipment. I must meticulously plan this endeavor. It is imperative that I orchestrate something grand. While I was engrossed in strategizing, the scene shifted to Tang San and his companions returning from the soul-hunting forest to Naughty City. However, they did not head directly back to school, opting to disembark mid-journey. What was the purpose? Since Tang San and Wang Sheng had become soul masters, they needed to promptly register at the Wuhuan branch hall to claim their monthly stipend of a gold soul coin. Upon arrival at the Wuhuan branch hall, the process went remarkably smoothly, devoid of any condescending treatment. The hall master, an elder named Ma Ziyuno, personally conducted their tests. And what do you suppose happened? When he laid eyes on Wang Sheng and Tang San's soul rings, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Both possessed century-old soul rings, particularly Tang San, who was endowed with innate full soul power. The elder immediately entertained thoughts of recruiting Tang San into the Wuhuan Hall. Alas, upon learning that Tang San's teacher was the theoretical master, he promptly deflated, sighing and refraining from further mention of it. After completing the formalities, Wang Sheng parted ways with Tang San. He was preoccupied with a monumental matter and hurried to the small courtyard where his teacher, Kuzhen, resided. He knocked on the door with a firm tap. Upon opening, Kuzhen leaned on his blind cane, standing there. Wang Sheng, come in. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wang Sheng entered the courtyard, struggling to contain himself, and finally blurted out, Teacher, I encountered someone in the hunting soul forest. He claimed to be from another world and mentioned a place called Zhutian Luanhuadian. Do you know of it? At this, Kuzhen fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. After a long pause, he turned his head slowly. Though his eyes could not see, he was undoubtedly facing Wang Sheng. You are aware? This single phrase made Wang Sheng's heart drop. It was indeed true. Kuzhen, being forthright, laid the cards on the table. It is normal for him to reveal the truth to you. It poses no harm to him. Now that you know, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Wang Sheng quickly inquired, Teacher, the reincarnator named by Feng mentioned that there are many villains in the reincarnation hall who could destroy our world. Is this true? Indeed, Kuzhen sighed, beginning to recount a tale. Where there is good, there is evil. Let me tell you, among the reincarnators who descended into my world years ago, there is a ruthless individual who unleashed a substance known as the T-virus in the land of the rising sun. The entire nation turned into a paradise for zombies. A living hell. This revelation left Wang Sheng pale with fear. Did this not suggest that their Doluwa continent could be airdropped into a biochemical crisis at any moment? Noticing Wang Sheng's fright, Kuzhen reassured him, but do not worry too much. Our world has its own firewall. If such a virus were to invade, the world as consciousness would intervene and suppress it, preventing any significant upheaval. Wang Sheng felt a slight relief, but resolved to bring his parents to the city for safety. He then sought advice on martial arts, practicing until dusk before departing. However, as he approached the small grove beside the dormitory, he was confronted. Leading the charge was the school bully, a wealthy second generation named Xiao Chenyu, flanked by a group of lackeys, blocking the way. Oh, Wang Sheng, I heard you went to the hunting soul forest? So, you become a soul master, huh? Let me see your soul ring. Xiao Chenyu's arrogance was palpable, and those around him joined in jeering. Wang Sheng's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenched, and he spat out 3 words. Xiao Chenyu. Hey, are you deaf? Xiao Chenyu thrived on Wang Sheng's defiance, stepping forward to shove him. Get out of my way. Wang Sheng erupted. He was no longer the soft, bullied figure he once was. Seizing Xiao Chenyu's approaching hand, he swiftly sidestepped and, with a forceful shove, sent Xiao Chenyu flying. Xiao Chenyu tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly, his face turning green with anger. Wang Sheng, you've grown a spine, daring to fight back. Today I will show you what. With a roar, he summoned his martial spirit. White Wolf, manifest! A spectral white wolf fused with his being. His stature grew, claws emerged from his hands, and a white 10-year soul ring slowly ascended beneath him. Only a 10-year soul ring? Wang Sheng scoffed at the sight of the white circle. He took his stance, bellowing, Battle Tiger martial spirit, manifest! The image of a ferocious tiger surged within him, his frame expanding even more than Xiao Qinyu's, radiating explosive power. Suddenly, an eye-catching yellow soul ring vibrated upwards from his feet. What? 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu was rendered speechless, his eyes as wide as saucers. His father, a soul master, could not secure a 100-year soul ring for him. So how could this impoverished boy manage it? He felt a surge of envy and resentment. The surrounding noble students gasped in astonishment, their shock echoing through the grove. To Xiao Qinyu, this collective gasp was the ultimate mockery. He could not accept that someone he had once trampled could now rise above him. First soul skill, Gale Claw. He charged forward frantically, his claws shimmering with a green light. But what level was Wang Sheng at now? Train personali bikezene. With a fluid serpentine movement, he effortlessly dodged. Xiao Qinyu's frenzied attacks could not even graze the hem of Wang Sheng's clothing. Seizing an opening during Xiao Qinyu's assault, Wang Sheng retaliated with a whip kick, sending him staggering back, and followed up with a barrage of punches akin to a tempest. Xiao Qinyu was utterly unprepared for such ferocity, and he was sent crashing to the ground by a single blow. Wang Sheng, still not satisfied, remembered the humiliation of the past and charged at Xiao Qinyu, mounting him and unleashing a flurry of punches. Of course, he retained his reason and refrained from delivering fatal blows, but after several strikes, Xiao Qinyu resembled a battered mess. Seeing their leader being pummeled, Xiao Qinyu's lackeys rushed in, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Wang Sheng. He stood up, dusting off his hands, surveying the stunned noble students, and finally fixed his cold gaze on the prostrate Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu, your days of bullying us working students are over. If you dare cause trouble again, I will confront you every single time. Xiao Qinyu lay on the ground, in pain and humiliation, seething with rage, yet he understood he was outmatched today. He could only utter threats, plotting his revenge. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can still deal with your rural parents. Let us go. He swallowed his humiliation, rising from the ground and retreating with his lackeys in disgrace. Xiao Qinyu, too proud to accept defeat, dismissed his lackeys midway and made his way alone towards the castle outside the city. As darkness enveloped the land, he wandered through a desolate grove, a sense of foreboding surrounding him. Suddenly, a series of eerie cackles echoed through the trees. Who? Xiao Qinyu was startled, his hair standing on end as he hastily summoned his martial spirit, his wolf-like eyes scanning the surroundings warily. He saw a shadow swiftly leaping atop the trees, landing effortlessly a short distance away. Through the mist, a sinister-looking man in black, arms crossed, wore an unervingly broad smile. Young man, you seem to have been beaten. How does a noble son of Nodding City end up in such a predicament? This man in black seemed to know him all too well. Xiao Qinyu's mind raced with alarm as he retreated cautiously, invoking his father's name. I'll have you know, my father is the Lord of Nodding City, a powerful soul master. Do not act recklessly. Huh? The man in black laughed heartily, introducing himself. I am Chun Xuanfeng, known in the underworld as the Iron Corpse. I have come to propose a partnership with your family. As a gesture of goodwill, I can take you as my named disciple and teach you some real skills. What do you say? Chun Xuanfeng's smile held a depth of meaning. The speed he had just demonstrated required no martial spirit techniques and was as swift as a ghost. Xiao Qinyu's mind raced. Could it be the legendary self-created soul skill? This thought ignited a spark of desire within him. The hope of exacting revenge on Wang Sheng and the chance for his family's resurgence had presented itself. He feigned calmness and asked, what do you need our help with? Quite simple. Chun Xuanfeng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Utilize your family's connections to help me search for any inexplicable disasters occurring in your world, or instances where entire villages or towns have mysteriously vanished. Though this sounded sinister, Xiao Qinyu was so entranced by the allure of self-created soul skills that he agreed without a second thought. This move, I must say, was a precise airdrop. Just as I established the Blood God Society, there were already individuals willing to assist me in gathering materials. It was simply too considerate. The following day, Xiao Qinyu eagerly brought his father, Xiao Kuang, to the graveyard, where they sought out Chun Xuanfeng, who was practicing the 9-yin white bone claw using a skull. Upon witnessing the eerie scene, Xiao Kuang felt a chill run down his spine. However, for the sake of profit, he forced a smile and reached an agreement with Chun Xianfeng. Xiao Qinyu immediately performed 3 prostrations and formally became a disciple, while dark currents surged in Nodding City. My other avatar, BabyHuang, had already arrived at the largest city in the Phanos province, Bahato City. His persona was that of a top-tier assassin, so his objective was clear. He made a beeline for the Bounty Hunter Guild. This individual was all about making a grand entrance. He had no intention of concealing himself. He rode a magnificent giant white phoenix, soaring from 10,000 meters high, and boldly hovered above the Bounty Hunter Guild in Bahato City. The enormous wings stirred up a tempest, causing the townsfolk to gaze skyward in astonishment at the legendary creature. The City Lord's mansion and the Martial Soul branch were instantly abuzz, with countless experts rushing towards the scene. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a young man clad in white, strikingly handsome and exuding an ethereal chill, leaped gracefully from the back of a giant bird, landing stylishly in the plaza in front of the guild. I tell you, the silence was palpable. The crowd was utterly stunned, jaws dropped to the ground. Can anyone comprehend that in this day and age, someone could use a soul beast like a rideshare? It is well known that the soul beasts on Diluwa continent are fiercely independent, preferring self-destruction to serving humans. Thus, taming a soul beast is akin to a fairy tale. Yet, this fellow appeared as cool as an AI, casually turning to a nearby girl and asking, "Is this the Bounty Hunter Guild?" His voice was as cold as ice falling to the ground. The girl blushed furiously, stumbling over her words as she pointed to the splendid building beside them. "Why yes, just go in from there." My dashing BabyHuang simply nodded and thanked her before entering, his silhouette as graceful as a celestial being. No sooner had he stepped inside than the City Lord and the Master of the Martial Soul branch, Liwei rushed over in a frenzy. The commotion resembled the capture of a notorious criminal. The City Lord seized a passerby and inquired, "What was that giant bird just now?" He was obviously anxious, suspecting it was a soul beast assaulting the city. A nearby man quickly replied, "My lord, that giant bird is his mount. The owner just went in to register as a bounty hunter." "What?" "I tell you, the CPUs of these two dignitaries nearly overheated. A mount for a single person? What a ridiculous notion. That enormous bird must be at least 100,000 years old. How could it possibly serve a human?" Yet, everyone around nodded in agreement, leaving them no room for doubt. The two dignitaries exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Without a second thought, they dashed towards the guild, eager to discover the identity of this extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, inside the guild hall, things remained relatively calm as no one had noticed the giant bird outside. However, the moment BabyHuang entered, it was as though he had walked into a den of spider spirits. Every female attendant and bounty hunter's eyes were glued to him, some shy, others fiery. Yet, my BabyHuang maintained a frosty demeanor, walking directly to the counter. "Is this where I register as a bounty hunter?" he inquired. The lady behind the counter, momentarily dazed by his presence, snapped back to reality and blushingly handed him a form. "Why yes, please fill this out." Upon taking the form, BabyHuang's brow furrowed, for it demanded his alias, Martial Soul, soul power level, and place of birth, which felt akin to opening a box revealing his very essence. He directly asked, "Do I need to fill all these out?" The young lady hesitated briefly before explaining, "Not necessarily. If you wish to keep your strength concealed, you can simply provide an alias, but you would have to start from the lowest black iron rank. However, there is a hidden rule here. High-level tasks that no one dares to accept are open to hunters of all ranks. If you can complete one, your rank will rise swiftly." "Very well. I shall only provide an alias," BabyHuang decided, pleased with this arrangement. At that moment, City Lord Tiandi and Martial Soul Branch Master Liwei were ushered in, making a beeline for BabyHuang. However, noticing he was engaged in business, they exhibited commendable patience and waited nearby. As BabyHuang received his black iron rank badge and turned around, the two men immediately approached. City Lord Tiandi, exuding a hearty demeanor, bowed and introduced himself. "I am Tiandi, the City Lord of Bahatos. May I ask, was that magnificent white bird your mount?" Liwei quickly followed suit, introducing himself as well. BabyHuang, maintaining his aloof demeanor, responded with a slight bow. "You refer to the BabyHuang?" "Indeed, that is my mount. I am BabyHuang." A storm of emotions surged within Tiandi and Liwei. A person capable of riding a 100,000-year soul beast was undoubtedly of unfathomable strength, although they felt no powerful soul power emanating from him. It was evident that his cultivation surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. The two immediately began to probe subtly, seeking to uncover BabyHuang's origins. Was he from a prominent family or a great sect? However, BabyHuang, unforthcoming, curtly replied that he belonged to no sect. then expressed his desire to undertake tasks and turned to leave. Seeing BabyHuang about to depart, the two men panicked and began to paint grand prospects. One representing the Tiandi Empire, the other the martial soul hall, frantically extending olive branches. Yet, BabyHuang was unperturbed and simply retorted that he was only interested in being an assassin. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. With a swift motion, he produced a series of afterimages, leaping several meters as if he had activated a teleportation skill, and directly flashed into the task area. The two dignitaries stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the sight. They watched as BabyHuang accepted a gold-level public task, completed the registration, and turned to exit the guild. They hastily followed, only to see BabyHuang leap atop a clock tower. The giant white phoenix descended from the sky, scooping him up before releasing a resounding cry, stirring up a whirlwind and vanishing into the horizon. Yin Zhe and Li Wei Si were left in disarray, lamenting their lost opportunity. Nevertheless, regret aside, they swiftly penned a letter to report the discovery of this mysterious powerhouse, BabyHuang, to the Tiandi Empire and the Martial Soul Hall. Days later, in Wuhuan City, Pope BabyHuang received the letter and was left utterly astounded. A powerful titled Dolois had chosen to become a bounty hunter? Was this a new awakening for the working class? Furthermore, taming a 100,000-year soul beast as a mount? This was a direct challenge to her worldview. Instantly, she recalled the terrifying child who had slaughtered her clergy months prior in the Star Do Great Forest, along with the ferocious giant crocodile. After sending people to investigate for a long time, it turned out that these individuals seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of them. BabyHuang's instinct screamed alarm. She sensed that there was something significant among these newly emerged individuals. The world, it seemed, was on the brink of transformation. Meanwhile, shifting scenes brought us to the Star Do Great Forest. I must tell you, the sight was extraordinary. A child resembling a porcelain doll was chasing a colossal golden earth dragon through the woods, cheerfully calling out, "Little lizard, don't run away." This child was none other than our avatar, Shihao. His speed was astonishing, and he quickly caught up with the earth dragon. Leaping into the air, he delivered a powerful punch, causing scales to fly and blood to splatter, incapacitating the creature. Subsequently, a silver moon disk appeared behind him, unleashing several moon blades that swiftly pierced through the earth dragon's skull. Task accomplished. Shihao clapped his hands. At that moment, another silver-haired youth in sportswear descended from a tree, his expression one of envy and admiration. All done? Brother Hao, your strength is incredible. This young man was Feng Xingtong, another of our avatars. Shihao waved his hand, beaming with pride. Not bad, not bad. Your potential is immense too. Enough chatter. Quickly use your spirit summoning technique to extract its soul, or it will dissipate soon. It turns out that Feng Xingtong's external ability is known as Zhu Ling Qianjiang, capable of extracting the souls of living beings and transforming them directly into his own martial soul. What a remarkable concept. It is akin to the ultimate fusion creature. His intention was to seek assistance from Shihao before joining the Martial Soul Hall to acquire an impressive beast martial soul. Feng Xingtong immediately commenced his endeavor. Enveloped in dark energy, his eyes glaring as he reached for the corpse of the Earth Dragon King. Yuling. A mournful wail echoed as the soul of the Earth Dragon King was forcibly extracted and absorbed into his body for refinement. Meanwhile, Shihao sat nearby, leisurely drinking beast milk from a rhinoceros horn milk can he had at his waist. In no time, Feng Xingtong succeeded, excitedly summoning the recently acquired Golden Earth Dragon King martial soul, reveling in his newfound power. Stop playing. Quickly absorb the soul ring. Shihao reminded him with a burp. It was then that Feng Xingtong snapped back to reality and hurriedly sat cross-legged to absorb the power. Several hours later, he successfully absorbed the soul ring, obtaining his first soul skill, Golden Dragon King Transformation. With Shihao's assistance, he managed to secure 2 additional soul rings, completing the 3-ring configuration of a soul ancestor. Before parting ways with Shihao, content and fulfilled. On another front, our behind-the-scenes mastermind, Bai Luo, finally broke through to level 10 in a splendid hotel. He was now ready to hunt for soul rings. He had long decided that the first transformation of his canine martial soul would be a Tao Tai. Thus, he needed a soul beast with devouring capabilities. However, before venturing out to slay beasts, he had an important task ahead: to mold the character templates he had obtained from opening boxes into avatars. Bai Luo directly exchanged for 8 puppet avatars. Embarking on his grand creation, First, he summoned the templates of Xiongba and Wu Ming, with a flash of light. One exuded authority, while the other radiated a melancholic charm. Two handsome, middle-aged men stood before him. The Xiongba avatar bowed with ambition, while the Wu Ming avatar remained taciturn. Bai Luo smiled, instructing the Red Devil avatar to escort them away. Next came the templates of Ji Guiyuan, Yi, and Li Sunhuan. Bai Luo even augmented Ji Guiyuan, Yi with the ripple energy from JoJo, enhancing his prowess. Observing the two tragic protagonists, one having his wife stolen and the other having his beloved murdered, Bai Luo felt a pang of sympathy. They could form a team, truly akin to brothers from different mothers. Following that, he summoned Xiao Feng and Lu Xiaofeng. I must tell you, Bai Luo lavished attention on the Xiao Feng avatar. Not only did he provide a dragon essence, but he also bestowed the dragon god techniques. Combined with the 18 dragon-subduing palms, this was no longer Xiao Feng. This was the dragon hero in all his glory. Bai Luo envisioned him as the future vice leader of the Justice Alliance, with the melancholic Wu Ming as the leader. As for Lu Xiaofeng, he would serve as a dashing hero within the alliance. After the creations were complete, the Red Devil avatar whisked them away to prepare their respective scripts. Having arranged the heroes, Bai Luo wasted no time in summoning Michael from Underworld. I must say, this individual is crucial to the upcoming grand narrative, the foremost enforcer of the Dark Faction's Blood God Society. Bai Luo patted his shoulder, a smile of inscrutable depth on his face. Brother, here is your script. Perform well. The Red Devil then transported him away. However, how could a lone figure contend against the Justice Alliance? Thus, Bai Luo summoned another individual. Upon this character's appearance, my very DNA trembled. Tall and clad in crimson attire, with flowing silver hair and a delicately crafted mask, he was both striking and sinister. Tianxing Jioge, the blood-robe marquis by Yifei, had arrived. Bai Luo, understanding the significance, produced a glacial blue longsword from his pocket, hurling it towards him. Bai Yifei, here is your reverse water cold. Catch it well. This sword, when paired with Bai Yifei's ice-based techniques, was a match made in heaven, merging beauty and lethality. Bai Yifei coolly nodded, uttering not a word, before being whisked away by the Red Devil. Now that 7 avatars have been dispatched, only the last template, Dongfang Bubi, remained. I must tell you, as Bai Luo held this template, his expression turned green with conflict. With a lineup of pure males, was introducing a female character tantamount to feminizing himself? He wrestled with his thoughts for a considerable time, ultimately steeling himself. Let us do it. How could there be no woman in the reincarnated squad? That makes no sense. Moreover, as long as I do not personally control her, merely communicating via consciousness, it does not count as feminization, right? Right. Well, self-conquest successful. Dongfang Bubi, or rather, Dongfang Bai, was thus born. The Red Devil promptly sent this newly minted female leader along to complete her process. Once all templates had been brought to life, Bai Luo summoned Duga Bai. Their objective was clear, the Star Do Great Forest. What for? To obtain the first soul ring for Bai Luo's true self. Specifically one capable of transforming into a Tao Tai, aiming to deliver a powerful opening strike. The scene shifted, following Michael's perspective as he arrived at a place called Zijing Village. This location, I must say, was akin to the northern Myanmar of Doloa continent. Despite producing a precious flower known as Zijingwa, which could aid soul masters in their cultivation, the village was impoverished, its inhabitants gaunt and emaciated, with all their produce being ruthlessly exploited by the Lord. Michael, the golden-haired handsome figure molded by Luo, had just reached the village entrance when he spotted a crooked wooden sign. As he prepared to enter, the clattering of hooves approached. Several horse-drawn carriages sped past, splattering him with mud. Remarkably, instead of being angered, Michael's eyes gleamed with excitement. He clearly saw that the most opulent carriage was occupied by a well-groomed noble youth. At this time and place, it was evident that this was the heartless lord come to collect rents. How fortuitous, indeed, to witness such a spectacle. Michael swiftly followed in pursuit. Within the village, chaos reigned. Upon sighting the carriages, the villagers turned pale as if encountering a ghost, hurriedly hiding their women and children. Meanwhile, they mournfully transported barrels of Zijingwa outside. The noble youth disembarked, and the display was so extravagant that even servants had to lie on the ground as footstools. Once he stepped out, a horde of thugs rushed forth, each one looking menacing, wielding clubs and whips, grinning maliciously as they stormed into the village to collect protection fees from every household. I must tell you, the The scene was utterly unbearable. One thug shouted at a malnourished villager, "Is this all you have? This month, we require 130 pounds. Understand?" The villager, stunned, responded, "But last month, it was only 120 pounds. Why the increase? Last month was last month. Prices have gone up this month. Enough chatter." The thug slapped his palm with his club, visibly impatient. "Can't pay. Fine. Then pay with your wife or daughter. Who among you understands the gravity of such words?" It was as if he were speaking to a beast. The villager, on the brink of insanity, pleaded that they had already planted Zijingwa and would starve if they paid more. Yet, the thug knocked him to the ground with a blow, stepping on him, 10 pounds short, worth 8 golden soul coins. "Pay up. I have no money," the villager cried, heart-wrenchingly. "No money?" The thug kicked him away and crashed into the house. Inside, a similarly malnourished woman trembled with a little girl in her arms. The thug's eyes lit up. "Oh, there's a little girl. She'll do as payment." With that, he lunged to seize her. The father, fueled by an unknown strength, charged in with a stool, only to be struck down again, rendered incapable of rising. Such tragic human suffering unfolded throughout the village. Cries and roars echoed, blending into a cacophony. These thugs looted possessions, abducted girls, as if they were raiding their own gardens. Anyone who dared to resist faced brutal retribution. Michael stood quietly at the village entrance, observing the grim scene before him, shaking his head in dismay. Although he had come with purpose, witnessing the hellish reality firsthand elicited a deep sigh. The Doluadalu was a realm where class disparities were starkly entrenched, and the nobility regarded commoners as mere lesser beings. As he watched a thug clutch a young girl under his arm while mercilessly whipping her nearly lifeless father, Michael finally sprang into action. In an instant, he darted forward, intercepting the descending whip with a steady hand. "Enough!" Michael's voice was as cold as ice. "Robbing and killing in broad daylight. Are you not going a bit too far?" The stunned brute struggled to reclaim his whip, but it remained firmly in Michael's grasp. Seeing someone intervene, the noble youth in the distance approached, flanked by 2 guards, sneering. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? This is my territory. I collect taxes here, and even the king cannot interfere." Michael smirked disdainfully. It is only natural to draw one's sword in the face of injustice. His words ignited the noble's fury, who retorted with outrage and commanded his men to attack. A horde of thugs charged forward, but Michael remained still, merely chuckling coldly. Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed from within him, and he transformed, growing taller, muscles bulging, silver white fur sprouting from his body, his head morphing into a fearsome wolf visage, and a pair of black leathery wings unfurling from his back. With a low growl, Michael's crimson, beastly eyes swept over the scene. The attacking thugs froze, terror overtaking them as they realized they were confronting a soul master. They attempted to flee, but it was too late. Michael became a streak of silver lightning, effortlessly swatting them away like flies. The noble youth, initially composed, thought to himself that he too had a soul master at his disposal. He summoned his own spirit. One wielded a staff, the other a sword, both surrounded by 10-year white spirit rings. One was a 1-ring soul master, the other a 2-ring great soul master. The noble's face broke into a grin, envisioning Michael being subdued. However, in the next moment his smile faltered. As the guards lunged at Michael, there were 2 thunderous sounds, and they were sent crashing back, bloodied and defeated in an instant. "What?" The noble's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, Michael was upon him, delivering a blow that sent him flying. "Leave him and get lost." The remaining thugs scrambled to their feet, hastily helping their young master up, and fled to their carriage, escaping with the speed of rabbits. The village fell silent, soon followed by an eruption of gratitude. The rescued villagers, clutching their children, knelt before Michael, weeping and calling him their benefactor. Yet, Michael waved his hand dismissively, his tone icy. "I can assist you this once, but they will return." "What will you do then?" His words left the villagers speechless. Indeed, there was no escaping their fate, and once their savior departed, their suffering would only intensify. As he observed the despair in their eyes, a strange glimmer flickered in Michael's crimson gaze, and he chuckled darkly. "I possess a means to alter your destiny, though it requires a small price." At this proclamation, the villagers' eyes brightened, clinging to the last thread of hope. "Benefactor, we are willing to pay any price," one man exclaimed fervently. Michael grinned, revealing sharp fangs, extending his clawed hand. "The price is to become like me, bloodthirsty wolf demons. You shall gain immense power, but you will also become my subordinates, bound to obey my commands." The choice is yours. Transform into monsters? The villagers were taken aback, having believed Michael to be a soul master. I never claimed to be a soul master. Michael replied coldly. I am the lord of the wolf demons, Michael Kawinas. Once I was human too, and now I offer you a choice. Remain as lambs to the slaughter or become predatory wolves. All hesitated, but reflecting on the years of suffering. The first villager stepped forward, eyes blazing with fervor. My lord, I choose. In this world, it is better to be a monster than to live in humiliation. I would rather become a beast. Excellent, Michael replied with a satisfied smile, instantly appearing before him. With a swift motion, his claw pierced the villager's wrist. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing on the ground as his veins turned a sickly hue. Before the villager's eyes, he grew taller, sprouting gray wolf fur, transforming into a wolf demon akin to Michael, though with bat-like wings. Once the transformation was complete, he knelt, hoarsely declaring, Master. The villagers tentatively asked Wang Daju, How do you feel? Wang Daju clenched his immense wolf claw, brimming with a sense of vengeance. I feel powerful. I could crush those scoundrels with a single swipe. As hope surged among the villagers, their psychological defenses crumbled. Retaining their consciousness while gaining strength, what was there to hesitate over? It was better to be a monster than to perish in oppression. My lord, we too wish to. They cried in unison, kneeling before him. He suddenly caught the scent of smoke and fire. Within minutes, the entire Zijing village, comprising hundreds of villagers, underwent a profound transformation, becoming a fearsome legion of wolf demons. Moreover, nearly all awakened their soul power, becoming true soul masters. As Michael gazed at the throng of kneeling wolf demons, he grinned wickedly and waved his hand. To sever ties with the past, a sacrifice is required. Follow me. The formidable legion of wolf demons, guided by the scent of vengeance, surged through the night towards a castle hundreds of miles away, the residence of the noble youth. At that moment, the young man was tearfully reporting to his father, unaware of the impending doom as howls and screams echoed outside. As they rushed downstairs, they were met with the lifeless bodies of servants. Suddenly, countless pairs of green and red eyes glimmered in the darkness, and the wolf demons advanced menacingly. It's that guy. How could there be so many? The noble youth was paralyzed with fear. The villagers they had once oppressed now roared with vengeful fury. Charging forward, father and son barely had time to scream before they were torn to shreds. Flames engulfed the castle, and after exacting their revenge, the newly reborn wolf demon legion, under Michael's command, gathered all usable supplies from the village before vanishing into the dense night forest. Days later, news of the massacre of the entire Zijing family spread through the nearby noble circles. Soon, an urgent red letter arrived in the hands of Matthew Nuo, the master of the Wuhuan branch in Notting City. Matthew Nuo studied the letter, his brow furrowing in concern. The entire family of the Viscount has been slaughtered, and a village with hundreds of inhabitants has vanished overnight, leaving behind only numerous wolf tracks. He immediately summoned Su Yuntao. After reading the letter, Su Yuntao was equally astonished. Wolf tracks? Could it be the wolf bandits? But we eradicated them decades ago. Matthew Nuo doused their hopes with cold water. If it were that simple, it would be a relief. The higher authorities have issued a strict order. This is no ordinary wolf bandit incident. It is a top-level emergency mission. The directive was given for our Notting City Spirit Hall branch to dispatch 3 individuals, and even the city lord, Xiao Kuang, was compelled to send representatives. It was not merely us. Several major cities in the vicinity, along with their respective city lords and Spirit Hall branches, were all required to converge at Mountain Ridge City for a joint investigation. I must tell you, the scale of this operation resembled that of a coordinated military exercise. Matthew Newell remarked that the entire household of the Viscount of Zijing had been exterminated, and the residents of Zijing village vanished overnight. This incident occurred right at our doorstep, and if we failed to uncover the truth, we could very well be next. We were urged to hastily return and prepare our belongings, departing within 3 days. Upon receiving this order, the city lord's residence erupted in chaos. Upon reviewing the mission details, Xiao Kuang was left dumbfounded. He suddenly recalled the mysterious figure, Chun Xianfeng, who had recently accepted his son as a named disciple. Hadn't he advised him to keep an eye out for such bizarre occurrences involving entire villages disappearing? Lo and behold, here it was. Xiao Kuang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, believing that this would bolster his KPIs, and he would soon be able to report back to the esteemed Chun Xianfeng. He hardly regarded the mission as significant, thinking to himself that it was merely a case of wolf bandits, And how serious could it be with the Empire and Spirit Hall joining forces? Thus, he hurriedly returned to the castle outside the city to relay the news to Chen Xianfeng. I tell you, upon hearing this, Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement. He seized Xiao Kuang and insisted, "Take me with you. When do you depart? You must bring me along." Xiao Kuang could hardly refuse, nodding vigorously in agreement. A few days later, Mountain Ridge City was bustling with activity. The city lords and spirit masters from the 5 surrounding cities gathered in force, numbering more than 20 individuals. Under the leadership of the branch master of Mountain Ridge City, we set forth towards the enigmatic Zijing village. After over 2 hours of travel, we finally arrived. Upon disembarking, I was utterly stunned. The village appeared intact, the houses undamaged, not a single tile dislodged. Yet, it was eerily deserted, the ground littered with enormous wolf tracks. Strangely, the entire village was so immaculate it seemed as though it had been professionally cleaned, devoid of blood or corpses. Xiao Kuang's face turned ashen. What he once deemed a trivial matter now revealed itself as a grave issue. Ordinarily, wolf bandits would leave destruction in their wake, burning, killing, and looting. Yet here, valuables like iron pots had mysteriously vanished, suggesting the villagers had packed their belongings and left voluntarily. This was utterly baffling. Why would the villagers collectively relocate? And why were there wolf tracks all over the ground? This defied logic. We wandered around the village for hours, our minds nearly exploding with confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. In the end, it was Matthew Newall who proposed, "Shall we investigate the Viscount's castle?" Indeed, given that these 2 events occurred simultaneously, they must be connected. Everyone agreed this was a reasonable course of action, and we promptly made our way to the Viscount of Zijing's castle. The castle was heavily guarded, surrounded by soldiers in layers, for the annihilation of a Viscount was an extraordinary incident. We declared our identities, and only then were we granted entry. Upon entering the castle, we were met with a stark change in atmosphere. A nauseating stench assaulted us, nearly causing me to retch. The castle was dark and foreboding, with dried bloodstains covering the floors and walls, and bodies sprawled in various corners. To preserve the scene, Mountain Ridge City had dispatched an ice-type spirit master to freeze the corpses, rendering their conditions horrifying. Su Yuntao crouched down for a closer inspection. He was an expert on wolves and immediately recognized the claw marks on the bodies, noting that the bloodstains within the castle were also from wolves. It was the same group responsible for the village. Everyone nodded in agreement, but the problem remained. This did not explain anything. We were still perplexed as to why these wolf bandits had come here, slaughtered the Viscount's family, yet left Zijing village unscathed, allowing the villagers to depart peacefully with them. Was this reasonable? It felt akin to voluntary overtime at work. Someone could no longer contain themselves and lamented. What does it matter if we know it's the same group of wolf bandits? It's normal for them to kill. The Viscount was simply unfortunate. But what about the collective disappearance of the villagers? We can't presume the wolf bandits have gained sentience and persuaded the villagers to join them in constructing a new home. Upon uttering these words, everyone shared a bitter smile. At that moment, a spirit master suddenly interjected, "I've heard that this Viscount of Zijing exploited the villagers harshly. Could it be that the villagers lured the wolf bandits here to exact revenge?" As soon as this theory was proposed, a heavy silence fell over the room. Those of us from humble origins understood that when pushed to desperation, people could resort to anything. But there was still a question. Where would ordinary villagers find the wolf bandits? While everyone pondered this, a soft chuckle broke the silence. We turned in unison to see the usually reticent figure clad in black, Chen Xianfeng, leaning against his arms, smiling enigmatically. He spoke slowly, and I felt as if I were witnessing something extraordinary. He suggested, "I believe there is another possibility. Perhaps the villagers themselves transformed into the wolf bandits, slaughtering the Viscount's entire family before fleeing in guilt." The room fell into a hushed silence. Su Yuntao was the first to jump up in protest. Impossible. How could humans become wolf bandits? Everyone else concurred that this was far-fetched. Yet, upon further reflection, if this hypothesis held true, all mysteries would be solved. The villagers had morphed into wolves, avenging their adversary, the Viscount, and the entire village vanished. But the hypothesis itself was implausible, rendering it futile. Ultimately, we resolved to employ the simplest approach, to follow the tracks. As long as we located the wolf bandits, everything would become clear. Guess what happened next? We traced the footprints outside the castle, circled back to Zijing village, and discovered that all the tracks vanished in the dense mountains behind the village. The thick layer of fallen leaves in the forest left no traces. The clues had run dry. In the following days, we split into several teams, scouring the nearby mountains and forests, yet we found not a single strand of wolf fur. However, during this period, ominous news arrived in succession. Several more villages had mysteriously vanished. The sites bore the same multitude of wolf tracks. These wolf cubs were engaging in a spree of continuous crimes. Matthew Newell was furious, his beard bristling in anger. We promptly recalibrated our search parameters based on the locations of the new incidents and began to tighten our net, conducting a thorough search from the outside in. Days passed, and our Nodding City team, consisting of Matthew Newell, Su Yuntao, CC, Xiao Kuang, and the seemingly indifferent Shen Xianfeng, was deep within the Black Pine Forest. The woods were dark and dense, and at dusk, visibility was severely limited. Just as we prepared to set up camp, a long, eerie wolf howl resonated from an unknown source, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. Soon, sounds of rustling footsteps echoed from all directions, and countless growls and howls approached, surrounding us. Su Yuntao reacted swiftly, leaping to the treetops. Upon surveying the scene, he was horrified and exclaimed, "What kind of monsters are these?" We hastily followed his lead up the trees, and to our astonishment, we beheld a horde of towering, muscular humanoid wolves, each standing over 2 meters tall and bearing their fangs. These were no mere wolf bandits. This was an army of werewolves. There were hundreds of them. Xiao Kuang immediately shouted to the soldiers below, "Monsters, form a defensive formation." The soldiers, terrified, quickly encircled themselves, spears pointed outward. Su Yuntao and Xiao Kuang instantly activated their spirit abilities, transforming into wolf-like forms. CC summoned her woolen martial spirit, while Master Matthew grasped his double-bladed heavy axe. CC took the initiative, her threads entwining. The web of spider silk. 2 soul skills shot forth, instantly ensnaring several werewolves. It was futile, dear friends. There were simply too many werewolves, as if they were raining down like dumplings. Su Yuntao and Xiao Kuang plunged into the horde, barely managing to defend themselves. A multitude of werewolves surged past them, directly assaulting the soldiers' formation. The scene was nothing short of a massacre. The soldiers' ranks were instantly shattered, cries of agony echoing throughout. Even more terrifying, those soldiers bitten began to convulse on the ground, only to mutate into new werewolves. This affliction was contagious. Master Matthew could no longer bear to watch. He descended from the heavens, executing a devastating strike that cleaved a werewolf in 2. As a soul zone, he was indeed formidable. Yet at that moment, a roar reverberated from above, sending shivers down our spines. Countless dark figures swooped down from the sky, werewolves with flesh wings, capable of flight. These winged fiends exhibited a discernible intelligence. Upon their arrival, the ground-bound werewolves immediately altered their tactics, surrounding Su Yuntao and his companions. While the flying werewolves targeted the strongest among us, Master Matthew, they did not engage directly, but relied on their speed and aerial advantage to incessantly harass him, draining his stamina and soul power. In less than 10 minutes, our soldiers were utterly annihilated, transformed into monsters. Only a handful of us soul masters remained, desperately holding on, as we faced the impending tide of werewolves. Just when we thought we would meet our end that day, a powerful shout rang out from afar, "Cover your mouths and noses." Following this, a cloth bundle was hurled into the center of the battlefield, and with a tremendous impact, a cloud of pepper exploded, engulfing the entire forest in a tempest of spice. This was a physical exorcism. Those werewolves and wolf demons, sensitive to scent, were instantly afflicted, writhing in pain as they clutched their noses, their combat effectiveness obliterated. We seized the opportunity to glimpse our savior, a man clad in white. His mustache perfectly aligned with his eyebrows, which were thick and dark, giving the impression of having 4 brows. "Lu Xiaofeng, is that you?" He bellowed at us, "Run." We dared not hesitate and sprinted after him. However, the wolf demons, enduring their agony, took flight in pursuit. The man with 4 brows shouted, "I will hold them off." He drew a long knife and charged toward the airborne wolf demons. With a single swing, the blade created a gust that sent leaves swirling, and he ascended into the air, treading on fallen leaves as if they were stairs, his movements ethereal. I tell you, his display in the skies was nothing short of breathtaking. He stepped on the leaves as though they were steps, and when the winged werewolves lunged at him, he barely glanced, his blade flashing, swiftly severing several of their wings, causing them to plummet like dumplings. We, who were fleeing for our lives, stood in awe, and the girl named Cece could not help but exclaim her admiration. Who among us could comprehend this? It was as if a legendary master had descended from the heavens. But just when I thought we might have found a protector, Chen Xianfeng beside me suddenly exhibited a peculiar demeanor. He roared, "I will assist you," and shot forth like a cannonball. I thought, goodness, another expert. Yet in the next instant, my pupils dilated in shock. Chen Xianfeng was not rushing to aid us at all. He soared into the air, moving so swiftly that he left several afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he circled behind the man with 4 brows, delivering a powerful strike. Thud! The man spat blood and was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. What on earth? We were all taken aback, and Xiao Kuang was the first to react, furiously shouting, "Chen Xianfeng, what the hell are you doing?" This maneuver left me stunned. Was this a ploy of surprise? This man was our only lifeline, and you injure him while we try to escape from these monstrous creatures? This was pure betrayal. You won't believe it. Chen Xianfeng landed on a tree, unfazed, laughing triumphantly. "Huh, success." He pointed at Lu Xiaofeng, the man with 4 brows, and declared, "Lu Xiaofeng, I know you, a knight of the Chivalrous Alliance, I admire you. But unfortunately, you dared to oppose the Blood God Society. I was just lamenting not having the opportunity to join the Blood God Society, and now fortune smiles upon me. The Blood God Society? The Chivalrous Alliance?" Lu Xiaofeng, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to rise, clutching his chest, his expression grave as he inquired, "You two are a reincarnator?" "Indeed," Chen Xianfeng replied, grinning with delight. I stood there, utterly perplexed, as if I were watching a spy thriller unfold. We, the natives, could not comprehend this at all, feeling our worldview shatter. The wolf demons, too, appeared bewildered, likely wondering, why are these humans in conflict among themselves? "Forget about me. You all run." Lu Xiaofeng, seeing us still frozen in place, shouted urgently. Only then did I realize that from the forest behind, the werewolves, temporarily incapacitated by the pepper, were closing in again, their approach resembling an army on the march. Master Matthew, displaying remarkable camaraderie, clasped his fists toward Lu Xiaofeng, saying, "Mr. Lu Xiaofeng, take care." Then he turned and shouted, "Go! Do not waste Mr. Lu's sacrifice." With that, he took off running. The rest of us quickly followed suit, our hearts racing. "Want to escape?" Chen Xuanfeng's expression darkened. He shouted at the airborne wolf demons, "Why are you still standing there? Go chase them. That Lu Xiaofeng has been incapacitated by my heart-crushing palm. Leave him to me." Goodness, this human was commanding the monsters with such ease. The wolf demons, though begrudging, obediently flapped their wings and howled as they pursued us. This was disastrous. The flying ones were closing in. Su Yuntao yelled in desperation, "Cece, use your soul skill." The girl gritted her teeth and cast a massive spiderweb, attempting to ensnare them. Unfortunately, they were too agile in the air, dodging effortlessly, rendering her efforts futile. As the distance between us narrowed, a sense of despair washed over us. It felt as though we would perish in this desolate wilderness. Yet at that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the horizon, akin to a distant spotlight, accompanied by the echoes of dragon roars. Instinctively, we looked up, and to our astonishment, a magnificent golden dragon soared toward us, reminiscent of something out of myth. In the blink of an eye, the golden dragon hovered above us, and with a flash of golden light, it transformed into a towering, imposing figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed at the pursuing wolf demons, "Subdue, dragon." 18 palms. I tell you, the spectacle was extraordinary. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing 2 golden dragon-shaped energy waves that roared forth, obliterating 2 wolf demons in a cloud of crimson mist. The explosive shockwave sent the surrounding wolf demons flying. Then, this mighty figure suspended in the air unleashed a barrage of energy strikes, raining down upon the werewolves below, causing chaos among those who had been in pursuit. While he fought, he shouted to us, "Run!" Only then did we awaken from our stupor and sprint with all our might. We ran for what felt like an eternity until the sounds of explosions gradually faded. Once we escaped the forest, everyone was exhausted, still trembling from the ordeal. Cece panted and asked, "Should we wait?" After all, he saved us. As soon as she spoke, we noticed that the golden light soared back, landing to reveal the muscular figure once more. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaofeng emerged from the trees, looking pale but seemingly unscathed. Master Matthew hurried forward to express his gratitude. The robust elder brother chuckled heartily and said, "No need for thanks. It is merely my duty to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Su Juntao, intrigued, inquired, are you two together? Lu Xiaofeng wore a nonchalant smile and replied, we are members of the Xia Yimeng. This esteemed individual is our vice leader, the legendary hero Qiao Feng. As for myself, you already know me as Lu Xiaofeng. Xia Yimeng, another new term. Matthew recalled Chen Xianfeng and asked, what exactly is this blood god society that Chen Xianfeng mentioned? Upon hearing this, both Qiao Feng and Lu Xiaofeng fell silent. After a moment, Lu Xiaofeng sighed and said, it is quite difficult to explain this in terms familiar to your world. To put it plainly, we are not from your realm. This revelation left the four of us in stunned silence. Not from our world. The implications were overwhelming. Matthew attempted a weak smile, questioning whether it was a jest. Yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He recalled that these two formidable figures had not employed any martial souls or soul skills throughout our encounter. At that moment, Su Yuntao suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression turning grave as he hoarsely asked, do you two know the Zhutian Lunhui Dian? At this, Qiao Feng and Lu Xiaofeng turned sharply towards him, their eyes wide with surprise. How do you know of it? Have you encountered other reincarnators? Su Yuntao managed a bitter smile, explaining that he had not seen any but had heard a rumor in Nodding City, initially dismissing it as a joke. The rumor suggested that another world was set to invade our Dulua continent, sending numerous beings from different realms, both good and evil, with the malicious ones causing various calamities, such as transforming people into monsters. Those who had experienced it firsthand realized that what seemed absurd was, in fact, true. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng pondered for a moment and chuckled. It appears someone in Nodding City has encountered our kind and shared considerable information. Xiao Kuang, feeling anxious, pressed for details about the reincarnation palace, questioning if Chun Xianfeng was involved. Lu Xiaofeng, without hesitation, elucidated the matters concerning the Zhutian Lunhui Dian and reincarnators. After listening attentively, I began to grasp the situation. In essence, there exists a formidable organization known as the Zhutian Lunhui Dian, backed by a supreme celestial realm. Their intent is not to annihilate us, but to alter our world. However, this transformation is divided into two factions. The Xia Yimeng, represented by figures like Qiao Feng, is the righteous side, practicing chivalry and justice, while the likes of Chun Xianfeng belong to the nefarious faction, reveling in destruction and chaos. CC remained fearful and timidly inquired about the Blood God Society. Qiao Feng sighed, revealing a more explosive detail. He explained that the Blood God Society is a notorious evil faction within the Reincarnation Palace, with the goal of resurrecting a formidable demon known as Yuquan Zumo. It is said that this demon possesses the power to grant immortality and revive the dead. The leader of the Blood God Society acquired a drop of this demon's blood, which led to the society's formation, enticing countless individuals seeking longevity or power to join their ranks. The werewolf we encountered was a creature spawned by a member of the Blood God Society named Michael, whose intent was to wreak havoc and collect blood to nourish that drop of demonic blood he possessed. I was left astounded. Reviving the dead? Granting immortality? Such notions seemed more surreal than divine. Su Yintao could not help but ask just how powerful this Yuquan Zumo truly is. Xiao Feng replied, to my knowledge, at his peak, he could transform into a blood river that darkens the sky, spawning countless blood god offspring. Merely passing over living beings would drain them into desiccated husks. Given sufficient time, he could effortlessly obliterate an entire world. Upon hearing this, the four of us turned pale with fear. Noticing our distress, Qiao Feng reassured us. Do not be overly concerned. That entity will not descend in its true form. The leader of the Blood God Society is suppressing its recovery, so those dispatched carry only a minuscule portion of its blood. We merely need to thwart their chaos in your world. With this assurance, we exhaled in relief. As long as a world-ending demon did not personally arrive, we still had a chance to resist. After uncovering these monumental secrets, we were eager to return to Nodding City and report our findings. Yet, amidst our chaotic discussion, one might ponder what our protagonist Bai Luo was doing. Rewind to more than half a month prior. He was in the Stardow Forest, working on acquiring his first soul ring. After days of searching, he finally located a 1,000-year-old an Mo Xieling Zhu. This creature, akin to the Mo Xieshun who possessed a devouring ability. Bai Luo's objective was clear. He sought this ability to enable his carp martial soul to acquire its first soul skill, Tao Tai transformation. sitting cross-legged beside the spider's corpse. Bai Luo absorbed the soul ring and, upon opening his eyes, was overwhelmed with excitement. He had succeeded. Rising to his feet, he summoned his golden carp martial soul, and a purple thousand-year soul ring gradually emerged beneath him. Next, he activated his first soul skill. The purple soul ring radiated brilliance, and the golden carp behind him was instantly enveloped in blinding golden light, expanding exponentially. As the light dissipated, the carp transformed into a fearsome beast. A man-faced sheep with eyes nestled beneath its armpits and a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Indeed, it was the legendary Tao Tai. Bai Luo beamed at his newly acquired martial soul, feeling its potential. He could sense that this entity not only allowed possession, but also possessed an innate divine ability to devour. With a thought, the Tao Tai opened its maw, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a vacuum, being consumed and purified before flowing into his being. He then tested the martial soul's possession ability. In the next moment, Bai Luo's stature increased dramatically. Golden scales sprouted over his body. Horns emerged from his head. His hands morphed into claws, and his fangs protruded menacingly. His transformation was nothing short of ferocious. With this form, his combat prowess multiplied several times over. Having experienced this new enhancement, Bai Luo retracted his martial soul and retrieved a handheld computer, akin to gaining a divine perspective, to monitor the statuses of his dispatched avatars and the movements across the continent. To his astonishment, he discovered that within the Stardow Forest, the Qihua Academy and the Tianshui Academy were both unfortunate enough to encounter a thousand-year level beast, being relentlessly pursued. The luck of these two academies was astonishing. For a soul beast to evolve into a beast of such caliber, it required exceptional intelligence, making them exceedingly rare. Yet, they had crossed paths with such a creature. Faced with the overwhelming power of these beasts, even a soul sage leading the charge would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Bai Luo observed the screen, stroking his chin. He noted that the closest to him was the team from Qihua Academy, while it seemed that Shui Bing'er was present in Tianshui Academy. He held a particular fondness for this character and could not simply stand by and watch them perish. Thus, he swiftly decided to take his avatar, Dugu Bai, to assist Qihua Academy, while instructing his Hong Mo Gue avatar to rescue Tianshui Academy alongside the infant avatar, Shi Hao. Meanwhile, in the forest, a group of young boys and girls clad in red uniforms were sprinting for their lives. Behind them, two teachers fought valiantly against a gigantic black ape standing over 3 meters tall, adorned with purple markings, in a fierce battle that shook the heavens. This creature was a 6,000-year-old holy illusion magic ape, and it was a mutated form, with a purple golden vertical eye in its forehead. Once opened, it could unleash a divine light that would severely damage the soul of anyone struck, rendering them unconscious on the spot. They initially had 3 teachers, but one, a soul emperor specializing in agility, had been caught off guard and succumbed to the creature's gaze, leaving them unaware of their fate. The remaining 2 teachers were nearing their limit. The scene was perilous. The soul sage named Yen Lai wielded the crimson flame blade as his martial soul, launching fierce attacks, while another female teacher named Siam Man, a control type, desperately wielded vines in an attempt to bind a monkey. However, the creature was as slippery as an eel, dodging blades while searching for opportunities to glare at its foes with its vertical eye. As soon as Siam Man's vines ensnared it, the beast would struggle mightily, causing explosive reactions that echoed through the air, but they simply could not maintain control. This monkey is no ordinary soul beast. It is a demonic creature with an exceptionally formidable mental power. Given even the slightest opportunity, a single blast of its annihilating soul light could easily eliminate teacher Yen Liao. The 2 teachers are merely dancing atop a razor's edge, striving to buy their students time to escape. However, the monkey, witnessing its prey slipping away, grows frantic. It unleashes its fury, allowing teacher Siam Man's fiery thorns to explode upon it, bravely enduring the searing flames and excruciating pain. Suddenly, the purple golden eye in the center of its forehead snaps open. A beam of light, I tell you, is so swift that one can hardly react, piercing through the raging inferno and striking teacher Yen Liao. He gasps, and then, like a doll severed from its power source, collapses stiffly, unconscious. Teacher Siam Man cries out in desperation, Yen Liao, but her pleas are in vain, for a soul attack cannot be awakened by mere calls. In this dire moment, Despair washes over her face as she realizes she cannot withstand this calamity alone. But lo and behold, at the critical juncture, a silver sword light streaks down from the heavens. Immediately following, a chilling voice resonates. All things are but a sword. My goodness, I could hardly articulate my thoughts. The sword light bursts forth, unleashing a wave of sword energy, causing thousands of leaves in the forest below to be sliced into the air. Each leaf shimmering with silver light, sharper than any blade. In the next instant, this deluge of leaves descends like a torrential rain upon the monkey. Already battered from the explosions, the creature finds its protective barrier, as fragile as paper, instantly transformed into a bloody pincushion, shrieking as it retreats deeper into the forest. Not daring to look back, they are saved. Teacher Siam Man is dazed, having narrowly escaped disaster. The sword light lands, revealing a strikingly handsome man clad in azure, carrying a 5 or 6-year-old boy in his arms. Observing his ability to traverse the air, Teacher Siam Man hastens to express her gratitude, tentatively inquiring, "Are you the sword Doluo?" The man calmly shakes his head, simply stating no. Just those 2 words leave Teacher Siam Man in shock. If he is not the sword Doluo, then who is this formidable swordsman? As she contemplates further, the students who had fled earlier come rushing back, chattering excitedly. Teacher Xie, Teacher Yen. They quickly surround the unconscious Teacher Yen Liao, attempting to rouse him, but to no avail. The savior approaches, glancing at him before stating flatly, "His soul has suffered severe trauma. If it cannot be healed, he will never awaken, merely a living corpse." Upon hearing this, Teacher Siam Man's heart sinks. Soul injuries, how can they be treated? Ultimately, she has no choice but to have the students carry him. Noticing that this extraordinary figure is also heading to Tiandi Imperial City, she invites him to join them, and he graciously accepts. Oh, and they also return to search for the teacher who had been knocked unconscious earlier. Tragically, they found only bones, having been devoured by passing soul beasts. Meanwhile, let me tell you, at the other end of the Stardo Great Forest, the scene shifts dramatically. Here lies a snow-capped mountain where a group from Tianshui Academy is searching for soul rings. Guess what? They too have struck gold, encountering a frost, ice, snow demon dragon over 40,000 years old. Coincidentally, this beast has also evolved into a demon. The dragon, now the sovereign of this snowy realm, becomes furious upon seeing intruders, threatening its kin, and immediately gives chase. The teachers from Tianshui Academy are no match for its might, urging the students to flee while they hold the line. Thus, 5 girls clad in thick, icy blue attire find themselves sprinting frantically through the blizzard. As they race, they suddenly spot a small red dot in the snow ahead. Upon closer inspection, they discover a 4 or 5-year-old boy, clad in animal pelts and resembling a porcelain doll, standing alone in the snow. This scene, I assure you, defies all logic. This is the peak of the snowy mountains in the Stardo Great Forest. The leader, Shui Bing'er, a beautiful and kind-hearted girl, does not hesitate to dash forward and scoop the child in her arms, questioning, "Little brother, how did you end up here?" The child, known as Sure Hao, blinks his large eyes innocently, replying, "Sister, this place is so beautiful. I can have a look. Why are you running with me?" Shui Bing'er, nearly in tears, exclaims, "Where are your guardians? There's a dragon here." As her words fall, a tremendous roar and the teacher's cries echo behind them, followed by the ground heaving as the frost, ice, snow demon dragon bursts forth from the snow, unleashing a beam of icy blue light. Shui Bing'er leaps, clutching Sure Hao, rolling several times to evade the blast. The other girls manage to escape in a similar fashion. The dragon, frustrated by its missed strike, raises its massive claw to swat at the nearest girl. In this life-threatening moment, Sure Hao, having been thrown by Shui Bing'er, rises from the ground, dusting off the snow with remarkable calmness. He addresses Shui Bing'er, "Sister, are you being chased by this big fellow? It looks impressive, but it's really not that tough. Watch me help you drive it away." Shui Bing'er is left speechless, hardly able to comprehend, when suddenly, Sure Hao shouts and charges toward the enormous dragon with his tiny fist raised. "Don't go near it." Shui Bing'er is paralyzed with fear. What follows astounds everyone present. Sure Hao's diminutive figure transforms into a streak of red light, instantaneously leaping to the side of the dragon's head and delivering a powerful punch. A piercing roar erupts from the colossal frost, ice, snow demon dragon, which is forcefully sent flying, crashing into the snow and creating a massive crater, sliding away with shattered scales and a mangled body. All the girls watch in disbelief Their jaws dropped in astonishment. But the spectacle does not end there. After landing, Sure Hao pursues the dragon, unleashing a flurry of strikes, kicking its belly and tail as if it were a mere ball. The frost, ice, snow demon dragon attempts to resist, but to no avail. Eventually, finding an opportunity, it burrows into the snow in a desperate bid to escape. Sure Hao, eager to follow, glances back at the five sisters who are now petrified, concernedly asking, "Sisters, are you all right?" Shui Binger and the others can hardly articulate their thoughts, stammering as they inquire about his age. Sure Hao counts on his fingers for a while before proudly declaring, "I am 6 years old." 6 years old? What 6-year-old child could use a dragon of 40,000 years as a punching bag? At that moment, their injured teacher limps over, equally bewildered by the scene. After hearing the students' explanations, the three female teachers regard Sure Hao with newfound awe. One teacher, overwhelmed by maternal instinct, approaches and affectionately pinches Sure Hao's cheeks, asking for his name and where he lives. Sure Hao introduces himself as Sure Hao, explaining that he grew up in Sure Village and has never met his parents. Being an orphan, this revelation tugs at the heartstrings of the female teachers and young ladies, instantly taking him in as their little brother and sharing their snacks with him. On their descent, Sure Hao reveals a shocking secret, claiming he might not belong to this world, having appeared here suddenly. While this assertion seems preposterous, considering his remarkable feat of vanquishing a dragon at such a tender age, everyone begins to believe him. Curiosity piques as they inquire about what his original world was like, capable of producing such an extraordinary child. Now let's shift scenes. While various adventures unfold within the Stardow Great Forest, a handsome man named Lei Lin Fa Lei Air strides through the gates of Tiando Imperial City. I assure you, this fellow is no ordinary person. He is also a traveler from another world known as the Wizarding World, equipped with a chip granting him extraordinary abilities. His power is formidable, as even a simple fireball spell rivals a missile, capable of outmaneuvering the strongest of Soul Duluos. However, his mission here is not one of violence, but rather a cultural infiltration orchestrated by Bai Luo. His objective is to approach Taizi Zwiking, who is actually Qian Rengshu in disguise as a man, and collaborate with her to introduce innovations such as the curved plow, water wheel, and soap to the Doluo continent. Ultimately, he aims to produce cement, steam engines, and trains. However, by altering the technological landscape of Doluo continent, Leyland is certain to acquire an inexhaustible supply of energy points. I must say, Bai Luo holds exceedingly high expectations for him. Upon arriving at Tiando Imperial City, Leyland sought to find Qian Rengshu, or rather, Taizi Zwiking. Lacking familiarity with the area, he resorted to asking a passerby for directions to the Taizi mansion. To his surprise, the stranger promptly provided him with clear guidance. Following the directions, Leyland reached the Taizi mansion, where he encountered several fully armed guards at the entrance, sternly forbidding entry to strangers. Ignoring their warnings, Leyland maintained a smile and attempted to enter. Naturally, the guards objected, brandishing their spears and declaring, "Halt! This is the Taizi mansion." Unfazed, Leyland cheerfully inquired, "May I visit His Royal Highness? Is he within the mansion? Would you kindly relay my request?" The guards scrutinized Leyland, questioning whether he possessed an invitation, to which he directly replied, "No." The guards exchanged incredulous glances, pondering why he would arrive uninvited. However, noting his luxurious attire and noble demeanor, they hesitated to expel him outright, instead stating, "Apologies, but without an invitation, we cannot allow you inside. Perhaps you could write a note, and we will convey it to His Royal Highness. We will notify you when he wishes to meet." With a frown, Leyland retrieved a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to one of the guards, also distributing several golden soul coins among them. "Gentlemen, once His Royal Highness returns, please deliver this blueprint to him. It is a small token of my appreciation. Do not forget." The guards were taken aback, their eyes widening at the unexpected generosity, which was equivalent to several months of their salaries. Although tempted, they feigned reluctance before ultimately accepting the offering. With the coins in hand, their efficiency improved. "You are Mr. Leyland, correct? Rest assured, once His Royal Highness returns, we will deliver the blueprint to him. If he wishes to see you, we will notify you at the Swan Grand Hotel." Satisfied, Leyland departed and checked into the most lavish room at the Swan Grand Hotel, preparing to stay for a few days. Time passed swiftly, and evening descended upon Tiando Imperial City, casting a gentle twilight over the landscape. A luxurious carriage approached and halted before the Taizi mansion. Emerging from a vehicle was a man clad in an ornate golden suit, with long golden hair and a delicate, handsome visage bearing a hint of fatigue. It was Qian Ringshu in her male disguise. "Your Highness." The guards rushed forward to greet her. As she walked into the mansion, she inquired, "Is there anything of note today?" A guard promptly replied, "Your Highness, a noble gentleman visited today and left behind a blueprint, stating it would surely please you." He handed her the blueprint provided by Leyland. Upon examining the document, Qian Ringshu was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of grave surprise. "Is this a plow?" As the renowned prince of the Tiandi Empire, she was well versed in civil, political, and military matters. The plow held immense significance in agriculture. While the Dolo continent had oxen and plows, the existing designs were woefully inadequate, yielding low efficiency. Yet, she recognized instantly that the plow depicted in the blueprint would vastly enhance productivity. Given that the Tiandi Empire was an agricultural powerhouse, if she could promote this new plow, her prestige and influence would soar. Immediately, she raised her head to the guards and demanded, "Who presented you with this blueprint? Did he express a desire to meet me? I must agree to this." The guards promptly acknowledged her request. The following day, at the Swan Grand Hotel, Leyland awoke in his opulent room and indulged in a sumptuous breakfast. Shortly thereafter, he was greeted at his door by a servant clad in a black and white uniform, who politely bowed and announced, "Sir, a guard from the Tiandi mansion wishes to see you and is currently awaiting you in the lobby." Leyland thought to himself, "The moment has finally arrived." He smiled slightly. "Understood. I shall descend shortly and ask him to wait." Upon reaching the lobby, he met the guard from the Tiandi mansion. "Mr. Leyland, His Royal Highness wishes to see you. Please follow me," the guard courteously instructed. Leyland followed the guard to the study of the Tiandi mansion. After the guard made the necessary announcement, Leyland stepped inside. In the study, Qian Ringshu, adorned in her splendid golden attire, greeted him with a smile. "You are Leyland?" Leyland bowed respectfully. "Leyland, at your service, Your Highness." Qian Ringshu addressed him directly. "Was that plow depicted in yesterday's blueprint your invention? Have you created a prototype? Why offer it to me? Surely, you could profit significantly from selling it." Leyland smiled gently. "Indeed, I consider this plow my invention. I present it to Your Highness in the hope that you will promote its use, allowing farmers to cultivate more easily and benefiting the empire. In addition to the plow, I have devised many other creations that can aid the empire and its citizens, and I hope you will assist in their promotion." Listening intently, Qian Ringshu felt momentarily bewildered. How rare it was to encounter a noble so devoted to the welfare of the nation. Leyland's demeanor seemed sincere, leaving her to ponder the presence of good-hearted individuals among the nobility. Moreover, he claimed to have developed other inventions as well. Qian Ringshu mused. Could they possess merits akin to the new plow? I hadn't anticipated Mr. Leyland's profound commitment to the nation. He is truly a paragon of virtue. "May I ask where you hail from?" "Based solely on this new plow, I am compelled to report to my father and advocate for a reward for you." Leyland smiled modestly. "I am but an ordinary individual. Inventing is merely my passion. If my contributions can benefit the empire and its people, that is sufficient. If a reward must be offered, I would only request Your Highness's assistance in my future research endeavors, as I lack funding and personnel to realize many of my ideas." This response only deepened Qian Ringshu's intrigue. An ordinary person? He certainly did not appear to fit that description. His attire, appearance, and demeanor were distinctly noble. Did he harbor a secret that forbade him from revealing his true identity? Though this explanation held some weight, she resolved to investigate Leyland's background. "Mr. Leyland, how could I not offer assistance, given your dedication to the nation? Please share with me your research aspirations, and I shall do my utmost to facilitate them." Qian Ringshu smiled, refraining from further inquiry. "By the way, does your new plow possess a name? I have already arranged for it to be crafted according to the blueprint, and the finished product should be ready soon. During this time, you're welcome to visit often to provide guidance. Moreover, since you are currently residing in a hotel, I cannot allow you to do so. I have an available courtyard in Tiandi Imperial City. I implore you to accept it for your research. Once the new plow is complete, I will present it to my father and request that he grant you a title of Viscount and a corresponding estate." "Thank you, Your Highness. As for the name of the new plow, I have already decided. It shall be called the Tiandi." After aligning himself with Qian Ringshu, Leyland moved into the courtyard she provided. In the subsequent days, he frequently visited the Tiandi mansion to oversee the production of the Tiandi simultaneously. He prepared to introduce innovations such as the water wheel, salt evaporation methods, snowflake salt, white sugar, soap, and glass. Meanwhile, Bai Luo and Dugu Qiubai returned to Tiando Imperial City. Having followed the team from the Qihua Academy, Xiaman lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the familiar buildings with mixed emotions. Their expedition to the Stardow Forest had been fraught with peril, culminating in the loss of one teacher and another left in a coma. How unpredictable life can be. After paying the entrance fee, the carriage slowly entered Tiando Imperial City, ultimately arriving at the gates of Qihua Academy. Xiaman, accompanied by several female students, alighted from the vehicle, followed by Bai Luo, Dugu Qiubai, a few male students, and the unconscious Yan Lai. Additionally, another carriage was laden with the coffin of their deceased teacher. Xiaman, what has transpired? The guards at the entrance of the Qihua Academy were taken aback by the scene. Sigh, an unfortunate incident occurred. Please open the gate. Xiaman sighed and waved her hand for the guards to comply. Along the way, the sight of the unconscious Yan Lai and the coffin attracted numerous gazes. Upon reaching the rear of the academy, Xiaman instructed someone to escort Bai Luo and Dugu Qiubai to the reception hall, the designated area for welcoming distinguished guests. She intended to report their rescue of Dugu Qiubai to the dean, who would surely summon him to express gratitude. Of course, the invitation extended to them was not solely for the purpose of thanks. It was also to court this formidable individual, ideally to recruit him as an instructor for the academy. After arranging for Bai Luo and Dugu Qiubai, Xiaman, with a heart full of complex emotions, had the male students carry the coffin and Yan Lai to the dean's office. Inside, Tiandi was engaged in his routine duties. Knock, knock. Knock. Xiaman rapped on the office door. Who is it? Please come in, Tiandi replied, glancing toward the door. Xiaman entered. It's you, Teacher Xia. Have you returned from hunting soul beasts? What has happened to Teacher Yan Lai and Teacher Su Xinghe? Tiandi inquired with a smile. The dean noticed Xiaman's bitter expression and was unsure how to respond. At that moment, the male student carrying Yan Lai also stepped inside. Wait, is that Yan Lai? What has happened to him? Tiandi's expression turned grave as he hastily questioned. A soul sage is a prestigious figure wherever they go. Qihua Academy has only 3 soul sages. Should anything happen to Yan Lai, it would greatly diminish their strength. Dean, the situation is as follows. During our expedition to the Stardow Forest, we encountered a 60,000-year-old mutated Shenghuan demon ape. It not only possessed formidable physical strength, but also bore a singular vertical eye capable of emitting a purple golden divine light that attacks the soul. Teacher Su Xinghe was inadvertently struck and fell unconscious, subsequently being killed by a passing soul beast. I stayed behind with Teacher Yan Lai, but he too was hit and has yet to awaken. It seems he sustained a soul injury, Xiaman explained with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Tiandi felt as though struck by lightning, nearly losing consciousness. After regaining his breath, he remarked, So, it is merely a soul injury? As long as he is alive, there remains hope for recovery. Alas for old Su, he was about to become a grandfather. Teacher Xia, please recount the specifics of your encounter with the Shenghuan demon ape. I have never heard of such a mutated creature, Tiandi inquired. Xiaman then narrated the events, including the matter of Dugu Qiubai. What? You were saved by someone? Tiandi exclaimed, somewhat astonished. But are you certain of the truth of your account? This Dugu Qiubai was able to fly through the air without employing any soul skills, driving away the Shenghuan demon ape? To fly? That is a feat only a titled Doluo can achieve. Moreover, transforming leaves into blades, even the sword Doluo Chenshin could scarcely accomplish that. I cannot say, Xiaman replied with a wry smile. Initially, I thought he might be a titled Doluo, but upon inquiry, I discovered he is not. However, when he attacked the Shenghuan demon ape, he truly did not utilize any soul skills. I did not see any soul rings. His strength must be extraordinary. I heard he and his disciple intend to visit Tiando Imperial City, so I invited them to our Qihua Academy, and they are currently in the reception hall. A titled Doluo? I never imagined another would emerge in our realm of soul masters. If we could secure his allegiance to Qihua Academy, we would have the opportunity to surpass the other 4 elemental academies and become the largest soul master academy on the continent. Tiandi exclaimed, pacing excitedly within his office. Soon, he made a decision, abruptly turning to Xiaman and taking a deep breath. Teacher Xia, I will handle the matters concerning Yan Lai and Su Xinghe. Your current task is to escort His Excellency Dugu Qiubai and his disciple around the academy. I will have the 3rd floor of the dining hall prepared with a private room and feast. At noon, take them to the dining hall. I will meet them there to express my gratitude for his life-saving deed. Understood, Dean. Xiaman exited the dean's office to find Bai Luo and Dugu Qiubai. After locating them, she guided them through the academy, sharing the institution's history and achievements, as well as touring the teaching buildings, soul fighting training grounds, and other facilities. At noon, Xiaman led Bai Luo and Dugu Qiubai to the dining hall. The Qihua Academy dining hall comprised 3 levels. The first served communal meals. The second catered to distinguished guests with soul beast ingredients and soul power dishes, and the third featured luxurious private rooms specifically for hosting VIPs. Xiaman brought Bai Luo and Dugu Qiubai to a private room on the 3rd floor. Inside, a tall, middle-aged man clad in resplendent crimson attire, with fiery red hair and a matching beard, sat with keen, bright eyes, awaiting their arrival. Ah, so this is His Excellency Dugu Qiubai. We are immensely grateful to you. Otherwise, our Qihua Academy would have faced grave peril. Upon seeing Xiaman enter with guests, Hua Xiaotian promptly rose, laughing heartily. It was nothing, merely a matter of righting a wrong. Dugu Qiubai replied nonchalantly. Under Hua Xiaotian's warm invitation, Dugu Qiubai and Bai Luo took their seats, with Xiaman remaining as well. After they settled in, Hua Xiaotian personally poured the wine. Indeed, His Excellency Dugu Qiubai is a remarkable young talent. Teacher Xie has spoken highly of your swordsmanship, which is said to rival that of the Sword de Law from the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile sect. Might I inquire where your Excellency hails from? It is rather astonishing that we have never heard of you or your family, capable of nurturing such an extraordinary prodigy. Hua Xiaotian inquired with a smile. I have no family, nor am I titled Dua. Dugu Qiubai replied with an air of indifference. What? The response from Dugu Qiubai left both Hua Xiaotian and Xiaman momentarily speechless. Surely, your Excellency is jesting? Teacher Xie indicated you flew to our aid, driving away the Shenghuan demon ape. To fly is a feat exclusive to titled Duluos. Hua Xiaotian managed a forced smile, expressing disbelief. In accordance with your world system of soul masters, flight is indeed a privilege of titled Duluos. But when did I claim to be a soul master? Dugu Qiubai replied calmly, savoring his drink with a composed demeanor. At this point, Hua Xiaotian and Xiaman were thoroughly confounded, unable to grasp the situation. Dugu Qiubai smiled slightly and continued, Let me be frank with you. I am not from your world. When I acted in the Stardow Forest, I did not employ any of your world's soul skills, nor do I possess your martial soul. Teacher Xie can surely confirm this upon reflection. Hearing Dugu Qiubai's words, Hua Xiaotian turned to Xiaman. She hesitated, but ultimately nodded. She had indeed observed this. But if Dugu Qiubai were a titled Delaw with formidable swordsmanship, it would still be plausible for him to drive away the Shenghuan demon ape without utilizing his martial soul or soul skills, she reasoned. What you say has merit, she stated, leading Hua Xiaotian into uncertainty. Although her logic was sound, it was equally perplexing that Dugu Qiubai claimed not to belong to their world. Such a statement seemed too bizarre to be unfounded. Let me tell you, Dean Hua was utterly bewildered, internally exclaiming, No, my good sir, your reasoning is far too absurd. If you wish to decline my invitation, simply say so. I dare not retaliate. You are a titled Doluo? Why would I use your claim of not being from this world as an excuse to dismiss you? And guess what? Our esteemed Dugu Qiubai merely laughed, exuding an air of nonchalance, and countered Hua Xiaotian's assertion. Do you think I'm the only unfortunate soul to have come to your world? Good heavens! Exclaimed Hua Xiaotian, momentarily losing his composure upon hearing the words. Dugu Qiubai continued, Let me tell you, aside from myself, countless individuals have descended upon your realm, and this influx will only increase. I must be candid with you. I seek a small favor. Rest assured, it is not arduous. If you consent, I shall divulge some astonishing revelations concerning the future of your world. Hua Xiaotian's mind buzzed with confusion and disbelief, yet he felt compelled to partake in this tantalizing information. Quickly composing himself, he stroked his beard and chuckled. Oh, your excellency, you jest. You are our esteemed benefactor at Qihua Academy. I would gladly fulfill even 10 requests. Command me as you wish. Amused, this old man changes his demeanor faster than one turns a page. However, Dugu Qiubai's request nearly left Hua Xiaotian aghast. It's nothing too significant. I have heard of a certain Jiando Qinshin, whose swordsmanship is remarkable. I wish to engage him in a duel. You, my friend, shall assist me by delivering a challenge and ensuring this news spreads throughout the entire Spirit Master community. He leisurely lifted his wine cup, adding, I understand you may still doubt my words. Fear not. When I confront Qinshin, you may observe from the sidelines. You will see whether I employ the martial spirits and soul skills of your realm. That will confirm the truth. Hua Xiaotian was momentarily stunned, challenging Jian Doluo, yet, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. They were both swordsmen, destined to vie for supremacy in the realm of swords. Should he emerge victorious, the title of the greatest swordsman on Doluo continent would surely be reassigned. At that moment, Hua Xiaotian grasped the situation entirely and was filled with exhilaration. He promptly declared, Rest assured, Your Excellency, this is undoubtedly the pinnacle showdown of our continent's swordsmanship. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Once you draft the challenge, I guarantee its delivery to Qibao Liuli's sect, and I shall immediately disseminate the news. I contemplated how Dugu Qiubai intended to shock the entire Doluo continent. The efficiency with which this matter was handled was remarkable. Upon receiving the challenge, Hua Xiaotian swiftly mobilized his connections, dispatching the message to Qibao Liuli's sect while simultaneously launching a widespread promotional campaign. In a single night, the news exploded throughout Tiandi Imperial City. A self-proclaimed unparalleled swordsman from another realm aimed to challenge Jian Doluo Qinshin. Inside Qibao Liuli's sect, Ning Fengji tore open the envelope and was left in disbelief. What was this? Someone dared to challenge Jian Uncle? The name Dugu Qiubai was unfamiliar to him. Upon examining the contents, he was astonished by the audacity. I have heard of your unmatched swordsmanship. I have trained for decades merely seeking a defeat. I shall arrive in 10 days, and I hope you are prepared. Dugu Qiubai, signing off with a flourish. Ning Fengji was left with a multitude of questions. Who in this continent would dare provoke the heir of the 7-kill sword? Yet, the letter bore the seal of Qihua Academy. Hua Xiaotian was not one to jest. This matter was most likely genuine. He hastily summoned Jian Doluo, Bon Doluo, and Ning Rongrong. Jian Uncle, a challenge has been issued. Without wasting words, Ning Fengji flicked his fingers, sending the challenge flying into Jian Doluo's hands. Jian Doluo opened the letter, his expression inscrutable. Bon Doluo leaned in for a glance and burst into laughter. Huh? Who is this Dugu Qiubai? What a bold name. He thinks he can challenge the old swordmaster? Ning Rongrong pouted in indignation. Exactly. Who does he think he is, daring to confront Jian Grandpa? Yet, Ning Fengji shook his head, his demeanor grave. Do not underestimate him. This letter comes from Hua Xiaotian. Dugu Qiubai is certainly not an ordinary individual. Jian Doluo replied coolly, I will not belittle him. Yet, he raised his head with an exuberance that seemed to overflow. However, in this world, no one can surpass me in swordsmanship. Ah, how foolishly he proclaimed his confidence. Ning Fengji initially intended to send someone to investigate Dugu Qiubai's background, but it proved unnecessary. Hua Xiaotian had plastered the city with promotional posters. The notices boldly proclaimed, Dugu Qiubai, a visitor from another realm, effortlessly defeated a 60,000-year-old mutated soul beast in the Stardow Forest. This beast had previously slain a soul emperor and gravely injured a soul sage. This fellow was leveraging a significant information gap. Initially, many mocked him, believing he was simply seeking fame. However, upon inquiring at Qihua Academy, they discovered the truth. The tides had turned. Though few believed he could win, everyone acknowledged that he was worthy of standing before Jian Doluo. Who wouldn't want to witness a battle for the ages? Like wings sprouting from a message, the news reverberated across Tiandi Imperial City, the 3 lower sects, the Spirit Hall, and the Xinglu Empire. At Tianshui Academy, due to the presence of Shi Hao, another being from a different realm, they accepted the news with considerable belief. The dean promptly decided to lead a team to observe. Other institutions, such as Shanfeng and Leitang Academies, along with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, could no longer remain idle, all expressing their intent to attend. Even within the prince's estate, when Xian Renxue heard the news, her interest was piqued. Having recently received accolades for an invention by her subordinate Lei Lin, she cheerfully inquired, Shall we go witness this spectacle? Naturally, Lei Lin acquiesced. Oh, what a clash it promised to be, igniting a frenzy across the continent. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The Qibao Liuli sect was teeming with people, resembling a concert venue. The VIP section had been meticulously arranged, and ordinary spectators crowded at a safe distance. Just as the individuals from Tiando Royal Academy arrived at the sect's entrance to admire its grandeur, an arrogant laughter erupted nearby. Is this Qibao Yuli sect? It appears adequate, but alas, it pales in comparison to my Tianxia society. A naive student from the academy was about to retort, "Who is this braggart?" when he was abruptly restrained by a faculty member. Meng Xinji, with a serious expression, observed the imposing middle-aged man and whispered, "Do not provoke him. I cannot see through him." Beside him, poisoned bone narrowed his eyes. "Not just you. I too cannot discern his strength." Good heavens! Everyone was stunned. A formidable presence that even titled Doluo could not fathom. When did a new boss emerge in this continent? The powerful figure, none other than Xiongba, cast a meaningful glance at them before striding confidently inside. As everyone settled into their seats, the main VIP section was filled with distinguished guests. Ning Fengji, Bon Doluo, Prince Shui Qinghe, the three Tiando Academy representatives, and Poison Thaw Qian Renxue, who had introduced her talented agricultural innovator, Lei Lin, leaving everyone curious about how an agriculturalist secured a place at the main table. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. With a swift motion, Jian Deluo Qinshin leapt from the VIP section, landing firmly in the arena. He extended his hand, and the ice blue 7 kills sword appeared out of thin air. With 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, soaring skyward, the pressure emanating from him momentarily solidified the air. On the opposite side, Dugu Qiubai coldly issued a command, then leaped gracefully, wielding an unremarkable 3-foot green blade, landing directly across from Jiandoluo. The crowd erupted in excitement. The two faced each other, exchanging formalities. Jiandoluo's voice was as cold as ice. "I am Jiandoluo Qinshin. Level 95, Assault type, Martial Spirit, 7 kills sword." Dugu Qiubai responded nonchalantly. "I am Dugu Qiubai, a 4th-tier suppression-level warrior and a swordsman." Suppression-level warrior? What nonsense was this? Jiandoluo's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure rising within him. Was he still performing? Did he believe that by putting on a show, he could catch me off guard? Ridiculous. He coldly regarded the iron sword in Dugu Qiubai's hand, commanding, "Will you not summon your martial spirit? Delay no longer, or you shall lose your chance." Dugu Qiubai shook his head. "I do not possess a martial spirit." Jiandoluo burst into laughter, half mocking. "You fabricate an identity from another realm for notoriety, thinking no one can see through your ruse? Allow me to tell you, swordsman, one speaks only through the blade in hand. Cunning schemes are futile." Dugu Qiubai, upon listening, nodded slightly, his gaze ignited with fervor. "You're indeed correct." He slowly raised the sword in his hand, pointing it directly at the Jiuhuando Luo before him, proclaiming that we shall let our swords do the talking. Beneath his sword-like brows, Dugu Qiubai's inky black eyes glimmered brightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he tightened his grip on the 3-foot Qingfeng sword, lifting it slightly before retreating slowly to create distance. In response, the sword do Luo, Chan Xian, also held his 7-kill sword martial spirit, scoffing softly as he too stepped back a short distance. Once they had established sufficient separation, both combatants simultaneously raised their swords, one a mere 3-foot Qingfeng, the other the formidable 7-kill sword martial spirit. With a swish, as they brandished their swords and entered combat mode, Sword do Luo, Chan Xian, took the initiative, stepping forward to transform into a blue blur, lunging towards Dugu Qiubai with astonishing speed. Yet, as Chan Xian thrust forward, Dugu Qiubai had already anticipated the attack. With the operation of his intense sword technique, a surge of potent silver sword energy surged into his Qingfeng sword. Clang! With a resounding ring, Dugu Qiubai's sword erupted in brilliant silver light, the condensed sword energy morphing into a flickering silver blade that danced upon the 3-foot Qingfeng. Simultaneously, Dugu Qiubai executed the Lingbo Weibu, a technique derived from the timeless skill of Tiandi Bulo Changchun, stepping sideways with an uncanny gait that left behind several afterimages, effortlessly evading Chan Xian's sword strike. Is this a self-created soul skill? In the esteemed seating in the open area where ordinary spectators gathered, those with insight could not help but show astonishment upon witnessing Dugu Qiubai's figure. Despite not summoning a martial spirit or utilizing a soul skill, he exhibited a ghostly agility that unmistakably indicated a self-created soul skill. Dugu Qiubai was no ordinary individual. Those capable of crafting their own soul skills are rare gems, talents of unparalleled brilliance. Each self-created soul skill could very well support a formidable soul master family, akin to the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Haotian sect. Among these, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Haotian sect stand as the strongest auxiliary and weapon martial spirit sects, respectively, both facing relentless challengers like the Jiao Xian Haidang family against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Seven Kill Sword family against the Haotian sect. The reason for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect status as the premier auxiliary sect and the Haotian sect as the foremost weapon martial spirit sect lies in their unique self-created soul skill legacies, particularly the latter. It is worth noting that the Seven Kill Sword family also possesses its own inherited self-created soul skill, the Seven Kill Sword technique. However, the Haotian sect boasts 2 self-created soul skills, the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique and the Great Summer Hammer Explosive Ring, in addition to the Haotian 9 absolute techniques, which, while not self-created, rival the efficacy of self-created soul skills. This led the Haotian sect, under the leadership of its founder Tang Chun, to triumph decisively over the Seven Kill Sword family, solidifying its position as the foremost weapon martial spirit sect. At one point, its might rivaled that of the Spear Hall, underscoring the significance of self-created soul skills. In Chapter 70, is he truly an otherworldly swordsman? Initially, Dugu Qiubai's lack of summoned martial spirit led many onlookers to perceive him as overly theatrical and presumptuous. Yet, they were taken aback as he unveiled a formidable self-created agility skill from the outset, prompting awe among the spectators, who sensed that Dugu Qiubai possessed something extraordinary. In the expansive space afar, after evading Sword Do Luo Chan Xian's onslaught with his Lingbo Weibu, Dugu Qiubai initiated a counterattack. Thrust, stab, lift, chop, flick, the 3-foot Qing Foam sword, imbued with sword energy, continually struck at Chun Exin, whose ghostly figure launched assaults from various angles, forcing him to parry and retreat. In an instant, their blades became mere afterimages in the air, clashing and resonating with a series of metallic clangs. However, it was evident to any observer that during the skirmish, Sword Do Luo Chan Xian was entirely on the defensive, pressed back by Dugu Qiubai's relentless onslaught. Could it be that the sword uncle was not a match for Dugu Qiubai in swordsmanship? Watching the duel unfold, Ning Fengji was profoundly astonished and incredulous. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the mentor who had nurtured Chun Xian, he understood well Chun Xian's mastery and relentless dedication to swordsmanship. Since Chun Xian's challenge to the world and subsequent mastery of swordplay, none on the continent had matched him in this art. Who was this Dugu Qiubai? Mastering such unparalleled swordsmanship could not simply be achieved through isolation. One must continuously confront diverse opponents to refine their skills and deepen their understanding of the sword. Having never heard of Dugu Qiubai before, how could he have cultivated swordsmanship that surpassed that of the sword uncle? Could he truly be a swordsman from another realm? Eliminating all improbable explanations, the last remaining possibility seemed to be the only plausible answer. Impossible. The Sword Do Luo was actually being outmatched in swordsmanship? Where did Dugu Qiubai originate from? And how had he honed such exceptional skill? This was utterly inconceivable. Observing the challenge in the arena, as Dugu Qiubai dominated Chun Xian in swordplay, both Ning Fengji and the other esteemed guests, along with the ordinary spectators, could not contain their astonishment and began to exclaim and discuss animatedly. It was simply beyond expectation, not only in swordplay, but also in sword energy. Dugu Qiubai appeared excessively powerful. With an ordinary sword in hand, after infusing it with sword energy, he had managed to maintain its integrity while battling the 7-kill sword for so long. As a swordsman myself, I understand the difficulty of fully comprehending sword energy soul skills and the challenge of freely transforming one's soul power into sword energy. Even if one could achieve that, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary sword, enhanced by sword energy, to withstand the intensity of combat against a top-tier martial spirit like the 7-kill sword. In the audience area, a soul master wielding a sword martial spirit, who could be considered a swordsman, identified another oversight and could not help but speak out. No, the longsword in Lord Dugu Qiubai's hand seems to possess more than mere sword energy. Look closely. The sword energy infused into the long sword appears to have coalesced further, becoming a silver sword edge. Another soul master recognized the issue, astonished, and shouted in revelation. This immediately sparked a wave of shock and discussion among the spectators. Could this be the advanced form of sword energy? Has someone truly discovered and achieved this? If it is beyond sword energy, what should it be called? It appears to resemble a luminous blade. Let us call it sword light. As the onlookers, both esteemed guests and ordinary spectators alike, were struck by the brilliance of Dugu Qiubai's sword energy and technique, their awe resonated throughout the arena. In the distant open space, it dawned upon Jiando Luo Chen Xian that he was utterly incapable of matching the unparalleled swordsmanship of Dugu Qiubai. Though his heart seethed with anger and resentment, he had no choice but to accept the harsh reality. After all, defeat was defeat. Perhaps Jiando Luo Chen Xian was a top-tier swordsmanship prodigy on Do Luo continent, his talent not inferior to that of Dugu Qiubai. However, the unique nature of soul rings and soul skills on Do Luo continent meant that individuals seldom focused on the application of soul power, relying instead on soul techniques. This rendered their research in swordsmanship significantly inferior to that found in the gene system martial arts world. In the realm of swordsmanship, Dugu Qiubai's challenges against masters of the blade in the gene system far surpassed those on Do Luo continent in terms of depth and prestige. Hence, despite their comparable achievements, Dugu Qiubai completely overshadowed Jiando Luo Chen Xian in swordsmanship. During their confrontation, Dugu Qiubai employed the technique of Du Gu Jiujian's Pu Jianshi, opting for offense over defense. His transcendent swordplay forced Jiando Luo Chen Xian into a perpetual state of parrying and retreating. Realizing his inadequacy in swordsmanship compared to Dugu Qiubai, Jiando Luo Chen Xian gritted his teeth and resolved to utilize his soul skills, commencing his battle as a soul master. Although a swordsman emphasizes swordplay, only through the use of soul skills can one truly display the might of a soul master. With determination, he unleashed his second soul skill, Ling Jianshou Hu. As he dodged and defended, Jiando Luo Chen Xian felt a surge of energy within and swiftly raised his 7-kill sword. In an instant, with the activation of his second soul ring, a radiant blue light erupted from the 7-kill sword, forming a protective soul power shield that thwarted Du Gu Qiubai's assault. Having successfully activated his defensive soul skill to interrupt Du Gu Qiubai's rhythm, Jiando Luo Chen Xian struck back with a slash, releasing a razor-sharp blue sword energy from the tip of the 7-kill sword, hurtling towards Du Gu Qiubai. Noticing that Jiando Luo Chen Xian had unleashed a soul skill, Du Gu Qiubai's clone furrowed his brow. Employing the Ling Bo Wei Bu technique, he deftly evaded the oncoming sword energy and swiftly retreated. You use a soul skill. I shall not hold back. Observing the protective soul power shield surrounding Jiando Luo Chen Xian, who was advancing with the 7-kill sword in hand, Du Gu Qiubai's gaze sharpened as he converted a substantial amount of his soul power into sword energy. The next moment, he swiftly wielded his 3-foot green blade, unleashing crescent-shaped silver sword lights that shot forth rapidly, targeting the incoming Jiando Luo Chen Xian. 7th soul skill, 7 kills sword true body. 4th soul skill, killing intent revealed. 5th soul skill, might shakes the 4 directions. As the silver sword energies approached, Jiando Luo Chen Xian remained undaunted, his voice cold and commanding as he raised the 7-kill sword. In a flash, with the activation of his 7th, 4th, and 5th soul rings, the 7-kill sword in Jiando Luo Chen Xian's grasp transformed into a colossal blade over 5 meters long and more than a meter wide. Following this, a powerful killing intent erupted from within Jiando Luo as he swung the true form of the 7 kills sword down upon Du Gu Qiubai. For streams of cascading silver-blue sword light surged forth from the 7-kill sword, carving deep gashes into the ground as they raced towards the silver sword lights unleashed by Du Gu Qiubai on the expansive grounds. In comparison to Jiando Luo Chen Xian wielding the true form of the 7-kill sword, executing the 4th soul skill, might shakes the 4 directions, and unleashing 4 torrents of silver-blue sword light, Du Gu Qiubai's clone, employing the mind sword body technique, appeared diminutive in contrast. However, as the 4 torrents of silver-blue sword light etched deep scars into the earth, colliding with Du Gu Qiubai's crescent silver sword lights, a swift slicing sound echoed as the silver-white sword lights effortlessly cleaved the silver-blue torrents in twain, severing Jiando Luo Chen Xian's 4th soul skill. As the silver-blue sword light scattered into the air, the silver-white crescent sword lights surged forward, undiminished in momentum, racing towards Jiando Luo Chun Xi. What? Jiando Luo Chun Xi's countenance shifted dramatically upon realizing that his fourth soul skill, activated through the true form of the seven-kill sword, had been effortlessly overwhelmed by Du Guqiu Bai's casual sword energy. Yet, upon witnessing the oncoming silver sword lights, he swiftly took to the air, evading the barrage. With a series of thunderous impacts, the silver crescent sword lights plunged into the earth, leaving deep scars in their wake. Incredibly, Du Guqiu Bai's seemingly casual sword energy proved to be astoundingly potent, easily dismantling Jiando Luo's soul skill, leaving the surrounding spectators in utter astonishment. However, the assault from Du Guqiu Bai's clone had not yet reached its conclusion. After dispatching the silver-blue sword energies from Jiando Luo's fourth soul skill, Du Guqiu Bai unleashed several more strikes, slicing through the grass beneath him and sending a flurry of grass clippings into the air. With a swift motion of his sword, an invisible force drew all the grass clippings towards him, causing them to levitate around Du Guqiu Bai, standing upright. Then, a torrent of overwhelming silver sword energy erupted from within Du Guqiu Bai, rapidly infusing the upright grass blades, transforming them into straight, peculiar grass sword constructs, their sharp silver edges flickering ominously. Subsequently, Du Guqiu Bai pointed his sword towards Jiando Luo Chun Xi hovering above, and the multitude of grass swords shot upwards like a rain of arrows, overwhelming the air with their rapid ascent. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Oh no! As Jiando Luo Chun Xi beheld the grass sword rain surging upwards under Du Guqiu Bai's command, his expression shifted, pupils constricting. Sixth soul skill. All swords return to the source. In the face of the torrential onslaught of grass swords raining down, Jiando Luo Chun Xi ascended rapidly into the sky, his heart resolute as he activated his sixth soul skill. In an instant, with the illumination of his sixth soul ring, a brilliant blue light radiated from behind Jiando Luo, swiftly expanding outward. Within moments, a mirror-like blue circle with a diameter exceeding 20 meters formed behind him. After creating distance, Jiando Luo deftly positioned himself in midair, turning to confront the incoming deluge of grass swords. With a commanding shout, he swung the true form of the seven kills sword down with tremendous force. The next moment, countless silver-blue sword shadows erupted from the blue mirror circle, cascading toward the oncoming storm of grass swords. Regrettably, in the face of the grass sword infused with the essence of the sword body technique by Du Guqiu Bai's avatar, a single shadow of the seven-killing sword is utterly no match for the grass sword. It often requires several shadows of the seven-killing sword to achieve mutual destruction. In contrast, Du Guqiu Bai's avatar, wielding a 3-foot green blade on the ground, transforms the grass beneath into the grass sword. The number of seven-killing sword shadows released by Jiando Chun Xi, utilizing his sixth soul skill, all swords return to one, is simply insufficient. Within mere moments, Jiando Chun Xi realizes that if this continues, he stands no chance of victory. With a thunderous roar, he activates his eighth soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas. As he perpetually releases shadows of the seven-killing sword akin to the seven-killing sword avatars through all swords return to one, Jiando Chun Xi finds himself locked in a stalemate against Du Guqiu Bai's multitude of grass swords. In an instant, with the eighth dark soul ring surrounding him glowing, a surge of immense soul power envelopes him, and he raises the true form of his seven-killing sword. In the next moment, the true form of the seven-killing sword expands wildly, transforming into a colossal silver-blue sword several hundred meters tall, towering into the clouds. Grasping the gigantic sword that seems to pierce the heavens, Jiando Luo abruptly terminates all swords return to one, launching himself skyward to stand upon the clouds, bringing the seemingly earth-splitting seven-killing sword down upon Du Guqiu Bai's avatar. At that moment, a colossal silver-blue sword, radiant and transcendent, descends from the heavens, cleaving through the swirling clouds and howling winds, as if dividing the very fabric of existence itself. Under this strike, humanity appears no more significant than ants. This soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas, lives up to its name. My heavens, this sword could likely sever mountains, truly befitting of Jiando Luo. It seems Du Guqiu Bai is on the verge of defeat. Undoubtedly, Even if this man possesses some strength, he has yet to summon his martial soul or soul skills. How could he possibly contend against the fully unleashed Jian Doluo? In the wake of Jian Doluo, Chun Xian's moving mountains and filling seas, numerous esteemed guests in the audience rose in shock, their excitement palpable. Yet, as they gazed at the silver-blue giant, sword hurtling down from the sky, Dugu Qiubai's avatar merely furrowed his brow, standing firm with his 3-foot green blade, showing no inclination to evade. Earth Demon Sword, facing the colossal silver-blue sword descending from above. Dugu Qiubai's avatar let out a resounding shout, planting a foot firmly on the ground. In the next instant, a blinding silver light erupted from within him, as a torrent of immense silver sword energy surged forth through the ground where he stood. Boom! In an instant, the earth beneath Dugu Qiubai's avatar trembled violently. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all, a similarly colossal sword, composed of rock and soil and shimmering with a faint silver light, erupted from the ground, soaring skyward to meet the descending silver-blue sword. In a moment, under the watchful eyes of all, the Earth Demon Sword and the silver-blue 7-killing sword collided with a thunderous crash. A brilliant blue-silver light burst forth from the impact, unleashing a tempest of soul power that swept in all directions, causing the trees on the ground to sway violently amidst the chaos. Spectators were forced to shield their eyes from the swirling debris. Yet in the sky, the outcome of the clash between the two towering swords was swift. The Earth Demon Sword sent the silver-blue 7-killing sword flying, unrelenting in its trajectory toward Jian Doluo Chen. Faced with the enormous Earth Demon Sword barreling toward him, Jian Doluo Chen found himself unable to evade. However, just as the Earth Demon Sword was about to strike him, under Dugu Qiubai's control, it suddenly shifted, transforming its blade into its body. Like swatting a fly, the massive Earth Demon Sword crashed down upon Jian Doluo Chen, sending him hurtling down as a streak of light, crashing into the nearby forest and kicking up a cloud of dust. Master Jian, upon witnessing this, Ning Fengji's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer remain a mere observer. Rising to his feet, he swiftly darted toward the direction of Jian Doluo Chen fall. Accompanying him was Bon Doluo Gu Rong. Soon, they entered the forest and emerged shortly after, supporting the grievously injured Jian Doluo Chen, whose pallor was alarming. Blood his lips, one hand resting on Gu Rong while the other clutched his chest. I concede, upon seeing Jian Doluo Chen being assisted out. Dugu Qiubai's gaze flickered slightly as he sheathed his 3-foot green blade and approached, bowing slightly as he spoke. After being injured by the Earth Demon Sword, Jian Doluo's body had become permeated with its sword energy. The sword energy was notoriously difficult to dispel, and as long as he remained on the ground, it would continue to proliferate. It could be said that once injured by the Earth Demon Sword, unless one's cultivation vastly surpassed Dugu Qiubai's, it would be nearly impossible to continue fighting. Observing Dugu Qiubai, Jian Doluo Chen struggled, wishing to rise and continue the battle. But the Earth Demon Sword energy surged within him, and, as the suppression faltered, he coughed up blood. My apologies. Noticing this, Dugu Qiubai stepped forward, placing a hand on Jian Doluo and, invoking the essence of the sword body technique, swiftly drew the Earth Demon Sword energy from within him. As Jian Chen felt the peculiar sword energy dissipate from his body, he was momentarily taken aback, his pale complexion regaining a hint of color. After casting a glance at Dugu Qiubai, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. I have lost. With a gaze laden with complexity, Jian Doluo Chen fell silent for a moment before expressing his ambiguous feelings. Jian Doluo has conceded? Upon hearing this, the esteemed guests and spectators surrounding them could not help but murmur in disbelief. Yet, having witnessed the preceding battle, they understood that this was the inevitable outcome. For regardless of whether it was through swordplay or soul skills, Jian Doluo was utterly outmatched by Dugu Qiubai. The question remained. Dugu Qiubai had not summoned his martial soul or employed soul skills throughout the fight to defeat the formidable Jian Doluo, who had reigned over the continent for years. Using only sword energy and self-created soul skills was simply beyond comprehension. Could it be that Dugu Qiubai truly is a powerful swordsman from another realm? This thought surged through the minds of all present, despite its incredulity. To defeat a level 95, immensely powerful Jian Doluo Chen without summoning a martial soul or utilizing soul skills Surely, even the legendary ultimate Doloa could not achieve such a feat. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. As the crowd remained astonished by the concession of the sword Doloa Chinshin, an air of silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, resounding applause and a deep, hearty laughter erupted. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, where, in the ordinary spectator area, a tall and robust middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, with thick black hair and a matching beard, exuded an imposing presence. His eyes gleamed with ambition, resembling that of a wolf or eagle. He strode forth from the crowd, laughing heartily as he applauded. It was that man. Upon recognizing Xiongba, Duguyin, Yufeng, and others couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within. After stepping forward, Xiongba approached Dugu Qiubai and Ning Fengji, and in the gaze of all present, he gently stroked his beard and spoke with a slow, amused tone. So, you're the sword Doloa Chinshin? Your swordsmanship is commendable, though it pales in comparison to those truly born for the sword. However, it seems that your world is unduly influenced by the soul rings, resulting in a lack of profound study of the sword path, and the martial spirit is rather weak. In another realm, perhaps your swordsmanship would flourish even further, yet, of course, even in a different world, you could never rival him, for your opponent is none other than the renowned Dugu Jianma. By the end of his words, Xiongba's tone was laden with significance. The mention of Dugu Jianma caused Ning Fengji, the sword Doloa, and the bone Doloa, as well as the surrounding spectators, to be momentarily taken aback. Is this the title of Dugu Qiubai? Do you know me? Who are you? Hearing Xiongba's words, Dugu Qiubai furrowed his brow and, drawing his 3-foot green blade from his waist, pointed it at Xiongba, coldly inquiring. Do not be so tense, Sir Dugu Jianma. I am Xiongba, merely a newcomer to the Hall of Reincarnation among the myriad realms. In our martial arts district, who has not heard of the illustrious Dugu Jianma? Xiongba maintained his jovial demeanor, raising his hand to gently deflect the blade away. The Hall of Reincarnation? Martial arts district? As they listened to the exchange between Xiongba and Dugu Jianma, Ning Fengji, the sword Doloa, and the bone Doloa grew increasingly perplexed, for the terms were entirely unfamiliar to them. It seemed that this Xiongba fellow was acquainted with Dugu Qiubai. Were both of them visitors from another world? Was the Hall of Reincarnation a phenomenon of another realm? Sir Dugu Jianma, your elaborate challenge to this sword must be a bid for fame and to exert influence in this world, correct? Coincidentally, I also harbor such intentions, and I wish to rebuild my Tianxia society in this realm. Xiongba clenched his fists, lifting his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with ambition and dreams. However, this requires demonstrating formidable strength in this world. Since you have constructed such an excellent stage, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Should this globally watched challenge result in your victory, I too wish to seek your guidance, Sir Dugu Jianma. With a commanding smile, Xiongba raised his fist before Dugu Qiubai and slowly addressed him. I humbly request your instruction in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The unexpected victory of Dugu Qiubai over the sword Doloa Chinshin had already left everyone astounded. Yet, no one anticipated that a man named Xiongba would emerge to challenge Dugu Qiubai, who had just defeated the sword Doloa. What a tumultuous affair. You wish to challenge me? In response to Xiongba's challenge, Dugu Qiubai tightened his grip on his 3-foot green blade, his brow furrowing, his voice icy, reflecting his reluctance to acquiesce. This is both a challenge and a declaration. Xiongba did not respond, his authoritative demeanor now devoid of mirth. He raised both hands. One emitted a faint ice-blue glow, while the other swirled with white mist. A powerful aura erupted from within him. Clearly, his intention was that refusal was not an option. A confrontation was inevitable. Quickly depart. Noticing the tension escalating between Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and directed Gu Rong to take the sword Doloa away. In the expansive arena, after Ning Fengji and the others retreated, Dugu Qiubai snorted coldly, raising his 3-foot green blade and thrusting it fiercely at Xiongba. However, Xiongba swiftly evaded, leaping aside, then soared into the air, fists clenched, radiating brilliant blue light as he struck down towards Dugu Qiubai. Tianxuang fist. With a thunderous roar, an ice-blue energy ball was unleashed from Xiongba's punch, hurtling towards Dugu Qiubai. As Dugu Qiubai executed the Lingbo Weibu to evade, the attack crashed onto the ground, instantly freezing a large area and exuding a chilling aura. After dodging Xiongba's Tianxuang fist, Dugu Qiubai unleashed a sweeping sword strike, sending a multitude of grass clippings flying from the surrounding ground. Subsequently, he drew the scattered grass towards him, infusing it with sword energy and manipulated it into a flurry, launching the barrage towards Xiongba. Tianshuang Fist. Faced with the onslaught of silver grass, swords raining down like arrows, Xiongba remained undeterred. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a punch, releasing a wave of cold air that encased the grass, swords, and ice. Upon being frozen, the grass swords transformed into ice blocks, crashing to the ground. Fengshen Leg. Seizing the opportunity created by the frozen grass swords, Xiongba leaped into the air, executing the Fengshan Leg to summon a tempest. Swiftly reaching Dugu Qiubai and delivering a kick that unleashed a roaring whirlwind towards him. In response to Xiongba's assault, Dugu Qiubai quickly retreated, simultaneously preparing to counter with Dugu Jiujian. However, Xiongba's speed was overwhelming, propelling him upward with the gale, creating distance, and simultaneously unleashing the Paiyun Palm and Tianshuang Fist. Under the Paiyun Palm, endless clouds surged forth, enveloping Dugu Qiubai. Soon after, the chilling air of the Tianshuang Fist swept in, freezing everything in its path. Fortunately, in a critical moment, Dugu Qiubai transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the sky and evading the combined assault of Xiongba's Paiyun Palm and Tianshuang Fist. However, the area he vacated was instantly encased in a massive block of ice. This, so powerful, the spectators, whether from the VIP section or the general audience, gasped in awe at Xiongba's self-created soul technique, its power rivaling that of millennium or even 10,000-year soul techniques. As Dugu Qiubai soared above, Xiongba executed the Fengshen Leg to follow suit, and the two engaged in aerial combat. Fengshen Leg, Paiyun Palm, Tianshuang Fist. Amidst the resounding shouts, a gleaming silver sword light and a figure riding a tempestuous azure wind clashed repeatedly in the air. Endless silver sword energy, howling tornadoes, colossal dark clouds, and frigid gusts of icy air continually descended from above, either landing upon the grasslands or plunging into the adjacent forest. As the silver sword energy struck the ground, it instantly created numerous craters in the grassy terrain. Meanwhile, any tree in the forest that was hit by the sword energy was instantly shattered. Trees caught in the swirling tempest were uprooted and broken into countless fragments, while under the shadow of the dark cloud's massive hand, entire groves were reduced to dust. In the chilling embrace of the frosty punch, many trees were encased in ice. Observing the fierce battle between Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, the esteemed spectators and audience below were utterly astonished, for both individuals demonstrated unparalleled prowess. Dugu Qiubai had bested the sword de Luo, and Xiongba, engaged in relentless combat with him, was also a formidable title de Luo. What was even more remarkable was that neither had employed their martial souls or soul techniques, but relied solely on their self-created soul skills. At that moment, the crowd began to believe that these two terrifying powerhouses were likely visitors from another realm, certainly not soul masters of their world, as no soul master could possess such formidable strength without the use of their martial soul and soul techniques. In the air, after a prolonged skirmish, a silver sword light suddenly descended, revealing Dugu Qiubai. Upon landing, he stomped forcefully on the ground, infusing an immense wave of sword energy into the earth. Earth Demon Sword. With a cold shout, he raised his 3-foot azure blade, pointing it skyward. The ground trembled violently as a massive gray-brown earthen giant sword erupted from the soil. Soaring towards Xiongba, 3 points returned to origin. Witnessing Dugu Qiubai unleash the Earth Demon Sword, Xiongba let out a thunderous roar, swiftly drawing his arms inward to his chest. As his vital energy flowed, he merged the Tianshuang Force, Su Yin Force, and Shun Feng Force into a sphere of 3 colors, green, white, and icy blue, converging at his chest. As he continuously infused his energy, the tricolored orb rapidly expanded, growing from the size of a pigeon's egg to that of a basketball. Subsequently, with another powerful shout, Xiongba thrust his hands forward, sending the basketball-sized tricolored orb hurtling towards the descending Earth Demon Sword. With a resounding crash, the tricolored orb collided with the Earth Demon Sword, emitting a tremendous noise. A brilliant explosion of energy surged forth, unleashing a howling gale that swept in all directions. As the light dissipated, the Earth Demon Sword vanished without a trace. Dugu Qiubai frowned slightly at this sight. Meanwhile, Xiongba descended slowly, They exchanged glances, and Xiongba's dignified face broke into a hearty smile as he clasped his hands towards Dugu Qiubai, saying, "Senior Dugu, your prowess is truly formidable. I am in admiration. You are also quite formidable," Dugu Qiubai replied calmly. Neither of them conceded defeat, yet it was evident that they were not inclined to continue the battle. All the esteemed guests in the viewing area and the ordinary spectators realized that it seemed these two were inclined to a draw. However, after such an intense confrontation, they discerned that the two were indeed equally matched in strength. As the applause erupted, the esteemed Ning Fengji, who had returned to the VIP area, stood up and clapped his hands. Seeing him take the initiative, the other esteemed guests and the ordinary audience members also joined in the applause, all genuinely moved. In the lack of entertainment activities on Doluo continent, watching soul battles was an exceedingly popular event. Yet, in the Grand Soul Arena, one could only witness battles at the Soul Emperor level at most. Now, with Dugu Qiubai and the Sword Doluo, Chenexen, both titled dual level battles, the grand spectacle thrilled the audience, who were thoroughly satisfied. Dugu Mian, Xiongba, it seems you both are indeed visitors from another realm. To exhibit such astonishing strength without utilizing martial souls or soul techniques is beyond the capabilities of our soul masters. Thus, there can be no doubt that you are, as previously stated by Dugu Mian, from another world. After the applause ceased, Ning Fengji, gathering his soul power, spoke with a resonant voice filled with emotion. "However, I wish to inquire on behalf of our entire world. How did you come to be in our realm?" Dugu Mian's grand challenge to Elder Jian does not seem to be merely for the sake of challenge. "We kindly ask for your enlightenment." He bowed slightly towards Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. "Ah, a splendid question, sagt Mustening." In response to Ning Fengji's inquiry, Xiongba stroked his thick beard and laughed heartily. "Why we have come to your world is a topic that deserves discussion. First and foremost, I must clarify that we did not intentionally arrive in your realm. I, Xiongba, harbor no ill intentions towards your world. Once I was like you, but the tides of fate are relentless. Those who follow shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. This is an unchanging truth. Both I, Xiongba, and this esteemed Dugu Jinma hail from different worlds. Yet we faced an invasion from a realm known as the Supreme Celestial Realm, which ultimately consumed our worlds. Now, our realm has become a subordinate world of the Supreme Celestial Realm, and we have been selected by a faction known as the Samsara Hall to become reincarnators. Your world stands now, as we once did, at risk of invasion from the Supreme Celestial Realm, and it too shall be consumed. We are not the first to descend upon your world, nor shall we be the last. Through the Samsara Hall, countless reincarnators will randomly arrive in your realm. Among these reincarnators, some will bear goodwill, like myself, but others may harbor malicious intent. Those are the ones you must be wary of. Xiongba's words ignited a tremendous uproar among the esteemed guests and spectators alike. Although the realization that the two individuals might be visitors from another realm dawned upon the majority of the esteemed guests and the audience, the absence of an immediate threat led them to regard the situation as an isolated incident. In truth, most individuals felt no sense of impending danger. After all, with regards to Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, these two formidable beings from another world appeared quite courteous, refraining from any acts of pillaging and slaughter in their Doluo Dalu. What was there to be concerned about? On the contrary, many among the guests and spectators found themselves somewhat envious of the unique soul techniques displayed by Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba during their recent battle. However, what they did not anticipate was that the visitors to their Doluo were not limited to just Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, but rather included countless other invaders, some of whom harbored malevolent intentions. This revelation suddenly instilled a profound sense of unease within many, causing their hearts to falter. "Lord Xiongba, you mentioned that among you reincarnators there are both benevolent and malevolent factions. We understand that you two are of the benevolent kind, but what can you tell us about the malevolent ones?" Qian Renshua, feeling a similar sense of foreboding, stood up to inquire. "I'm not particularly well versed in that matter. Perhaps it would be best for Senior Dugu to elaborate," Xiongba replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully before shifting his gaze towards Dugu Qiubai, who, after a moment of silence, began to elucidate. "To my knowledge, within our celestial reincarnation hall, the malevolent factions comprise numerous sections. According to their power structure, they include the Biochemical Infection Sect, the Mechanical Frenzy Sect, the Evil Demonic Cultivation Sect, and the Dark Summoning Sect. The Biochemical Infection Sect primarily specializes in spreading lethal viruses. akin to what you might call a plague, capable of reducing a living planet to desolation within mere years, leaving only bloodthirsty zombies in its wake. The Mechanical Frenzy sect constructs mechanical bases and frantically exploits planetary resources to manufacture robots and technological weapons, inciting a mechanical frenzy that can obliterate worlds in a short span. The evil demonic cultivation sect feasts upon living beings. They can utilize the flesh, bones, and even souls of sentient creatures as resources for their cultivation. While they may not unleash disasters akin to the first two factions, they can certainly annihilate villages and cities without difficulty. As for the Dark Summoning sect, they possess the ability to summon dark entities from myriad realms, forming legions to wreak havoc upon worlds. As Dugu Qiubai expounded on the malevolent visitors from another realm, the esteemed guests and ordinary spectators alike felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts gripped by fear. For such calamities, capable of wreaking havoc on a global scale, were not to be taken lightly. Yet, there was no need for excessive worry. The faction most capable of world destruction is the Biochemical Infection sect. However, your world operates at a higher level, possessing a certain consciousness that can suppress the viruses or plagues through world rules, thus alleviating your concerns regarding these malevolent reincarnators. As for the Mechanical Frenzy sect, while they too can bring about destruction, there are both benevolent and malevolent individuals within their ranks. The righteous reincarnators tend to assist you in advancing technology and acquiring benefits peacefully, and they will help you thwart the evil counterparts. The evil demonic cultivation sect's reincarnators, who are aligned with our celestial reincarnation hall, have many foes among the righteous. Numerous righteous reincarnators, much like us, are inclined to aid you in combating the malevolent ones. Dugu Qiubai reassured, sensing the apprehension among the guests and spectators. Lord Dugu, will you assist us? An audience member, sensing a glimmer of hope in Dugu Qiubai's words, eagerly inquired. Indeed, Dugu Qiubai affirmed, nodding as his gaze swept across the distant section of esteemed guests and the audience. I intend to establish the Potion Sword sect in your world to impart martial arts and sword techniques, what you would refer to as advanced meditation methods and self-created soul techniques, to empower the denizens of your realm. This is my way of assisting you. I, too, share the same intention. Xiongba interjected, stroking his beard with an air of authority. I plan to establish the Tianxia Hui in your world. The Wind God Leg, Cloud-Pushing Palm, and Heavenly Frost Fist that I previously demonstrated will be taught to 3 disciples with wind, ice, and water attributes. Upon hearing that both Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba intended to impart their self-created soul techniques and advanced meditation methods, the guests and audience alike erupted in excitement, thrilled at the prospect of these illustrious figures establishing their forces in Dolua Dalu. Lord Xiongba, what do you think of my child? My son possesses the Wind Attribute Martial Soul and is a natural full soul power. The headmaster of Shunfeng Academy, Feng Xingyun, rose with enthusiasm. Lord Xiongba, does your sect accept disciples? My student, Shui Binger, has an Ice Attribute Martial Soul and is also a natural full soul power. Shui Linglong from Tianshui Academy boldly proclaimed. Lord Dugu Qiubai, my child Feng Yue wields the Wind Sword Martial Soul with innate soul power at level 8. May he join the Potion Sword sect and be your disciple? Feng Bailong, the head of the Wind Sword sect, also voiced his eagerness. In an instant, nearly all the guests and audience members fervently clamored to join Dugu Qiubai's Potion Sword sect and Xiongba's Tianxia Hui, creating a cacophony of excited shouts throughout the square. Silence. Everyone please be quiet. Noticing the chaos, Ning Fengji summoned his inner strength, projecting a resonant voice that silenced the clamor. I apologize, but this matter of accepting disciples is merely a preliminary announcement. My Tianxia Hui has yet to finalize its location. Once I establish the sect, I shall make a public announcement, inviting those interested in joining to come forth. Those who pass my trials shall undoubtedly be accepted as my true disciples. As the noise subsided under Ning Fengji's authoritative presence, Xiongba offered his apologies with a solemn bow. I feel the same, Dugu Qiubai added, sheathing his 3-foot green blade, maintaining his expression of stoicism. However, amid the excitement, the head of Qihua Academy, Hua Xiaotian, appeared rather composed, savoring his tea with a smile. He felt his previous assistance to Dugu Qiubai was well worth it, as he believed that with their connection, Dugu Qiubai would likely not refuse his request to accept his son Hua Wushuang and daughter Hua Xiaotian as disciples. Compared to others, he felt he was in a position of advantage. As the announcements from Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba reached the audience, many esteemed guests and spectators felt a tinge of disappointment upon learning that they would need to wait for the establishment of the sects before they could join the Potion Sword sect and Tianxiahui. However, given the opportunity, figures such as Feng Xingyan, Shilinglong, Feng Belong, as well as the illustrious Meng Shu and Qiao Shengxiang, along with Yi Zhilan, the head of the Jushin Haidang family, rose to express their willingness to await news from the two esteemed ones, Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. As the challenges concluded, this grand assembly was finally nearing its end. Amidst the throngs of spectators reminiscing about the recent battles as they made their way down the mountain towards the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Fengji approached Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba with Qian Rinxue by his side. With a smile, he offered a courteous bow and inquired, "Are you two esteemed ones considering a location for establishing your sect? Allow me to introduce this individual, His Highness Xue Qinghe, the Crown Prince of our Tiando Empire. Should you wish to establish a sect within the Tiando Empire, you may certainly discuss it with Qinghe." As he spoke, Ning Fengji gestured towards Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as Xue Qinghe, and she returned Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba's gaze with a polite smile. So it turns out His Highness is the Crown Prince," exclaimed Xiongba with hearty laughter, clasping his fists in respect towards Qian Rinxue. "What kind of location does Your Excellency wish to choose for the establishment of the Heavenly Meetings headquarters? You may share your thoughts with me, and upon my return, I shall procure a map of the Tiando Empire to find a most suitable place for you." Qian Rinxue smiled gently and turned her attention to Dugu Qiubai, who similarly expressed his preferences. In response to their inquiries, both Xiongba and Dugu Qiubai articulated their desires, to which Qian Rinxue nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after their agreement on a meeting place, the two sides chose to part ways. "Ning Zongzhu, Your Highness, I shall take my leave." After bowing in farewell, Xiongba executed the wind god leg, ascending into the air, riding a gust of wind as he swiftly vanished among the treetops. Dugu Qiubai, on the other hand, proceeded toward the Qihua Academy, accompanied by Bai Luo, as they headed down the mountain towards the Qibao Liuli sect. This future world is bound to undergo significant changes. Meanwhile, on the path down the mountain, Shui Linglong from the Tianshui Academy couldn't help but express her sentiments. "Dear Dean, do not worry too much. We have brother Shi Hao. I believe he is quite formidable, and regardless of what happens in the future, he will surely protect us." Shui Yuer chimed in with a playful giggle. "If that is the case, then that would indeed be wonderful." Shui Linglong chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Fear not, Sister Binger, Sister Yuer, with me, Shi Hao. None shall harm you." The innocent little face of the cherubic child, after taking a hearty sip from his milk bottle, proclaimed earnestly, eliciting laughter from the nearby young ladies at the seriousness with which he spoke of protecting them. "How utterly adorable, Your Highness!" Simultaneously, after parting ways with Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, Qian Rinxue bid farewell to Ning Fengji and approached Lei Lin, who awaited her beside the VIP seats. How has the world suddenly become so unrecognizable? She mused upon seeing Lei Lin. "Your Highness need not be overly concerned. Whatever transpires, we shall confront it as it comes." Lei Lin reassured her with a smile. After all, according to what Xiongba and Dugu Qiubai mentioned, there are many benevolent reincarnators like them. We simply need to harness their strength and do our utmost. Is that not so? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, but suddenly asked Lei Lin, "You must also be a reincarnator, am I right?" "Indeed, Your Highness, you have correctly deduced my identity." Lei Lin responded with a mild smile, remaining composed. Reflecting on his demeanor, Qian Rinxue recalled her prior curiosity regarding Lei Lin's concealed identity, which prompted her to investigate. However, despite her efforts through the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall, she found no trace of Lei Lin's origins, as if he had suddenly emerged from the ether. Previously perplexed, she now realized that he too was a reincarnator, yet she merely inquired out of curiosity, for as long as he could be of use to her. His background mattered little. Thus, after Lei Lin's response, Qian Rinxue waved goodbye and continued down the mountain path. As they walked leisurely, she pondered aloud, "Lei Lin, it appears that Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba belong to the martial artists in the Multiverse Reincarnation Hall. How does that differ from us Soul Masters? What is your power system?" In response, Lei Lin contemplated for a moment before replying with a gentle smile, "Martial artists share some similarities with your Soul Masters, Your Highness. The power of Soul Masters derives from soul power, while martial artists draw from internal energy, also known as true energy. Unlike Soul Masters, whose soul power originates from the awakening of their martial souls, martial artists cultivate their internal energy and true energy through personal training. Perhaps this is why their mastery of internal energy and true energy surpasses that of soul masters. As for me, my power system is that of a wizard, a profession that cultivates through the study of the truths of the world. I have merely just embarked on the path of wizardry, to cultivate through the study of the truths of the world. Qian Rinchue's expression shifted slightly. This sounded rather impressive. This piqued her curiosity about the circumstances of Lei Lin's world, particularly the capabilities of wizards and how they compare to martial artists like Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. In response, Lei Lin smiled and shared stories based on the template's memories of the wizarding world. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue's expression altered. For even a first-level wizard like Lei Lin could unleash first-level spells whose power rivaled that of 10,000-year soul skills, and above first-level wizards, there were countless more levels. Clearly, the power system of this wizarding world far surpassed that of their Dolua continent. After departing from the Qibao Lili sect by Luo and Dugu Qiubai's avatar, accompanied by Hua Xiaotian, Hua Wu, and Hua Wushuang, returned to the Qihua Academy. Along the way, due to the terrifying prowess displayed by Dugu Qiubai's avatar, Hua Xiaotian showed great respect and inquired whether Hua Wu and Hua Wushuang could join the future establishment of the Breaking Heaven Sword sect. Naturally, Dugu Qiubai did not refuse, recognizing their admirable talents and their connection to the Qihua Academy, thus offering no grounds for denial. This delighted Hua Xiaotian, who eagerly urged Hua Wu and Hua Wushuang to seek apprenticeship. Upon returning to the Qihua Academy, Bai Luo paid no mind to Dugu Qiubai's avatar. After enjoying lunch in the cafeteria, he excused himself for training and retreated to his room in the reception hall. Having accomplished much, he prepared to conduct another lottery system. In the opulent chambers of the Yingbin Lu, as Bai Luo reclined upon the plush and comfortable bed, an exhilarating shout escaped his lips, and a deep azure system panel unfurled before his eyes once more. Host, Bai Luo race, human subhuman template, elite soldier, Wang, Sheng martial soul, cursed carp, scythe level 12 soul master cultivation method, eternal spring technique, sword body of intent, first realm, contradictory sword, skills, breath of the sun martial arts, Dugan 9 swords, Biming divine art, Lingbo Weibu, Xiao Wuxiang gong items, blood Bodhi vine X1, palm computer with spy satellite, a drop of blood from the blood demon of the ghost spring, 1 Liuhua immortal lotus, 1 Yusho orchid, 1 nest of posy Chu snake eggs rank. First stage transforming the ordinary source energy points. 173,088 points is 173,088 points of source energy. Not remarkable? Bai Luo nodded in satisfaction, having accrued over 170,000 points of source energy in just over half a month. This source energy primarily stemmed from the infection of wolf demons and werewolves by the avatar of Michael Kavinas, the Lord of the Wolf Demons, as well as the promotional challenges with Dugu Qiubai's avatar against Sword Dolua Chenshin, which sent ripples throughout the Soul Master realm. Of course, the avatar of the Crocodile Demon King also contributed significantly by spreading demon cultivation techniques among the Soul Beast tribe. However, in comparison, the collaboration between the avatar of Lei Lin and Qian Rinxue in promoting the Ziyuan Plow and salt drying technique undoubtedly garnered even more source energy points, albeit requiring more time. With over 170,000 source energy points, it was ample for a single lottery draw, so let us proceed with it. System. I request to exchange for 1 diamond treasure chest, 7 golden treasure chests, and 3 silver treasure chests, with 173,088 points of source energy in hand. Bai Luo directly communicated with the system, converting all his source energy points into treasure chests. Ding! The treasure chest exchange is complete. Would you like to open them? The system's cold voice resonated in his mind. Open all, Bai Luo declared with exuberance. Ding! All treasure chests have been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Template. Emperor Shirtan. Rank. 4th stage suppression. Skills. Sacred Heart technique. Sacred Heart 4 tribulations. Emperor's Thunder. 7 no absolute realms. Description. An immortal from the Fengyun world. Originally the renowned alchemist Su Fu during the Qin dynasty, who served as the imperial physician for Qin Shi Huang. After Qin Shi Huang unified the realm, he tasked Su Fu with seeking the elixir of immortality. Su Fu, studying fate, discovered the divine beast phoenix, and with the might of the Qin state, captured the phoenix, using its blood to concoct the elixir. However, driven by greed, he chose to consume it himself. Note, I, Emperor Shi Tian, Am invincible under heaven. None can rival me in martial prowess. Do not approach. Do not come near. Item: Zerg fungal carpet. Quality: golden. Description: a symbiotic spore from a Zerg in the StarCraft universe. It absorbs various nutrients from the planet upon landing. Growing and spreading rapidly, possessing immense nutritional value, fast growth, and minimal environmental requirements, thus holding great value. Note: the Zerg fungal carpet is not solely for the Zerg. Template: Holy Lord. Rank: 4th stage suppression. Skills: Power of the 12 Zodiac Talismans. Fire Demon Aura. Summon Shadow Legion. Description: an ancient fire demon from the Jackie Chan Adventures world, one of the 8 great ancient demons who once dominated Asia in ancient times. Commanding a powerful dragon legion, characterized by a cold and ruthless demeanor, arrogant and cunning, deceitful and shrewd, currently in a complete state. Note: Jackie Chan. Do not think to seal me again. I have a toothache. I need to take a leave of absence. Alas, a toothache is not an illness, but it can be excruciating. A tooth I had filled before has been causing me discomfort lately. Today, the pain is unbearable, and I cannot concentrate. I think I shall take a leave and make up for it tomorrow with a flood of updates. Chapter 77. The Wolf Disaster Rages. The Continent Shudders. 14. Template: Yaochen. Rank: 4th stage suppression. BabyHuang. Skills: Heavenly Net Technique. 8 extremes collapse. Flame devouring wave ruler. Bone Spirit. Cold Fire. Description: a genius alchemist from the Dopa world, originally a discarded child of the Do Emperor's family. Yet Yao Qian's extraordinary talent and unwavering character led him to become a renowned alchemist in Zhongzhou. Note: 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Template: Corpse Refining Technique. Quality: golden. Description: a top-tier corpse refining technique from the Demon Lord world, capable of not only creating ordinary zombies, but also using the 5 elements absolute land to refine corpses with 5 elements innate talents, which inform the 5 elements great array of heavenly corpses possessing boundless power. Note: in the demon path, I am invincible. Template: 7-colored gourd seed. Quality: golden. Description: the 7-colored gourd seed from the Calabash Brothers world, when planted, will grow into a gourd vine that bears 7 colorful gourds. Upon maturation, these gourds will give rise to 7 Calabash brothers with innate abilities and formidable strength. Note: grandfather. In addition to these rewards, Bai Luo also obtained the Flying Thunder God Technique, Tomcat Template, Zombie Taoist Lin, Zhengying Template, Royal Zombie Template, and Li Xingyun Template from this lottery. One must say, the rewards drawn this time are rather commendable. However, upon gazing at the 7-colored gourd seed and Tomcat Template, Bai Luo could not help but feel a sense of incongruity. Both rewards stem from Children's animated series, and juxtaposed with the others, they seem somewhat out of place. Moreover, having drawn the Tomcat Template and 7-colored gourd seed this time, Bai Luo wondered if the next draw might yield characters like Li Jing and King Kong Barbie Neza from Shiliang, or Pokemon from the Pokemon world and Digimon from the Digimon universe. Bai Luo found himself at a loss, torn between anticipation and bemusement. Now, let us rewind a few days. At this time, near Nodding City, Xiao Kuang and Matthew No had just discovered the werewolves and wolf demons, and learned from Qiao Feng and Lu Xiaofeng about the situation regarding the Hall of Reincarnation across the heavens and the existence of the Blood God Society. Out of an acute sense of crisis, Matthew No and Xiao Kuang immediately reported this news back to their respective factions, namely the Spirit Hall and the Tiandi Empire. However, Nodding City lies at a considerable distance from both Tiandi Imperial City and Spirit City. Even if the message was reported immediately, it would still take several days to reach Tiandi Imperial City and Spirit City. During these few days, upon realizing they had been discovered, the ferocious werewolves, now significantly increased in number and scale under the command of the wolf demon, Lord Michael, commenced a more extensive siege, beginning from various villages and continually infecting new ferocious werewolves. Naturally, Michael would also randomly select some wolf demons and ferocious werewolves to accompany him in attacking a particular village, thus generating new wolf demons. In merely a few days, the scale and number of wolf demons and ferocious werewolves under Michael's control had surged several-fold. Furthermore, it was not only the border villages of the Tiandi Empire. Even the border villages within the Star Luo Empire were not spared, with many being attacked by the wolf demons and ferocious werewolves dispatched by Michael, resulting in widespread infection. Michael commanded his subordinates, the wolf demons and the ferocious werewolves, to don shoes for disguise, During their assault on the village, they wreaked havoc and set the place ablaze, leaving behind a trail of corpses. This led the stationed troops at the border of the Xinhua Empire to mistakenly believe that it was the work of the Tiandi Empire, prompting them to send envoys, nearly igniting a conflict. Fortunately, upon receiving news, Matthew and several soul masters from the Spirit Hall promptly arrived to resolve the misunderstanding between the two sides. Subsequently, Matthew and his companions presented a few recently deceased and ice-encased ferocious werewolves, conducting an experiment with a death row inmate. Before the people of the Xinhua Empire, the inmate was slashed by the claws of a ferocious werewolf. In a remarkably brief period, the inmate transformed into a new ferocious werewolf, displaying a savage and bloodthirsty nature, with formidable strength. Although the Xinhua Empire remained skeptical about the explanation provided by Matthew and his companions regarding the destruction of their border village, the terrifying infectionability of the ferocious werewolves caused their pupils to constrict in fear. The infectionability was so dreadful that any ordinary individual infected could become a new ferocious werewolf. The resultant creature, born from the infected inmate, was a terrifying monster whose power, while not necessarily comparable to that of a soul sovereign, could easily rival that of a soul master or even a great soul master. Should such a creature proliferate among humans, the ensuing devastation would be far more catastrophic than the ancient beast tides composed of soul beasts. Realizing the gravity of this terrifying creature, the people of the Xinhua Empire abandoned their inquiries into the truth behind the destruction of the border village and swiftly returned to report this alarming news to the imperial capital, urging the emperor to dispatch soul masters and additional troops to safeguard the border. The potential for this creature to breach the border and invade the heart of the Xinhua Empire could spell disaster. Discovering that the plot to incite conflict between the Tiandi Empire and the Xinhua Empire had failed, Michael then ordered the wolf demons and ferocious werewolves to transition from shadows to open conflict, launching large-scale attacks on the towns along the borders of both empires. Under the assault of Michael's wolf demon and ferocious werewolf legions, few towns along the borders of the Xinhua Empire and the Tiandi Empire could withstand the onslaught. These towns, not even classified as cities, were ill-equipped to defend themselves. Taking Nodding City as an example, the most powerful soul masters there barely reached the levels of soul sovereign and soul ancestor, with their numbers scarcely amounting to a handful. As for the number of soul masters and great soul masters, there were at most a few dozen great soul masters and only several dozen soul masters, with the city defense troops numbering at most in the thousands. In the face of the ferocious werewolf legions, whose average strength equaled that of soul masters and whose numbers reached into the thousands, these towns resembled a solitary boat amidst a raging tsunami, utterly incapable of resistance and swiftly overturned. Furthermore, Michael commanded not only the ferocious werewolf legion of average soul master strength, but also the wolf demon legion, whose power rivaled that of great soul masters and even soul sovereigns. As towns fell one after another, the numbers and scale of Michael's ferocious werewolves and wolf demons continued to swell, reaching tens of thousands and nearing 100,000. By forsaking concealment and launching large-scale assaults on the towns, Michael's forces swiftly overwhelmed them, sending shockwaves throughout the human world and causing tremors across the continent. Initially, following the duel between Dugu Qiubai's avatar and the sword duelist, the reports from Matthew and Shao Kuang regarding the Wolf Demon Lord, the Blood God Association, and the Celestial Reincarnation Hall merely corroborated what the two avatars had claimed at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's Challenge Conference. However, the entire Soul Master community had yet to genuinely perceive the terror and threat posed by the evil reincarnators mentioned by Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. Yet, within just a few weeks, upon receiving urgent news, they learned that the previously reported wolf demons and werewolves had transformed from a small, hidden pack into a relentless tide, overwhelming towns in their path and advancing toward border cities. This revelation unsettled all factions on the continent. Chapter 78. Nodding City amidst the wolf tide. Nodding City, once a bustling hub at the border between the Tiandi Empire and the Xinhua Empire, had become a shadow of its former self. Due to its advantageous location, merchants from both empires frequented Nodding City for trade, benefiting not only the city itself but also the surrounding villages. However, at this moment, Nodding City had transformed from its previous vibrancy into a place of grim desolation. Outside the city, the usual throngs of people queuing to enter had vanished, as had the bustling merchants. Inside the city, the streets were devoid of the lively crowds and the vibrant calls from shopkeepers. Instead, rows of fully armed soldiers clad in armor stood nervously atop the city walls, vigilantly scanning the horizon. Below, numerous soldiers were tending to their wounds, while the injured were being carried away on stretchers for treatment, and the deceased were being transported for burial. Besides the armored soldiers, many soul masters were present, some hailing from Notting City, and others fleeing from towns and cities that had succumbed to the wolf disaster in the borders of the Xinglua and Tiandi empires. News of the formidable soul sage protector in Notting City had drawn many to seek refuge, whether directly or indirectly. The influx of soul masters and civilians from other towns bolstered Notting City's strength, enhancing its capacity to withstand the wolf disaster. Nevertheless, the resilience of Notting City, even as surrounding cities fell, was not solely due to the assistance of these fleeing soul masters. The true reason lay in the presence of the legendary hero, Xiao Feng. In the City Lord's mansion of Notting City, City Lord Xiao Kuang inquired, "How much food do we have left?" In the Grand Hall, a map depicting the borders of the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire lay spread across a table, where the most prominent figures of Notting City had gathered to discuss strategies against the wolf disaster. Matthew spoke solemnly. "According to our current estimates, the remaining food supplies will suffice for the entire city for approximately half a month." Xiao Kuang forced a bitter smile. As a commercial city, Notting City had initially stored a significant amount of food. Additionally, upon learning of the existence of werewolves and wolf demons, they had intensified their stockpiling efforts, resulting in a substantial reserve. Alas, after the wolf demon, Lord Michael infected a sufficient number of wolf demons and ferocious werewolves, directing them against the nearby villages and towns. Countless soul masters, civilians, and soldiers fleeing from various towns ultimately sought refuge in Notting City. This has caused the permanent population of Ding City to multiply several times. However, the arrival of these soul masters, commoners, and soldiers is not entirely detrimental to Ding City. With the influx of these fleeing soul masters, citizens, and soldiers, Ding City has gained additional manpower to bolster its defenses against the onslaught of the wolf disaster. Yet, every advantage carries its own drawbacks. Although the influx of refugees has significantly enhanced the strength of Ding City, it has also exacerbated the strain on its food supplies. The existing food reserves, sufficient to sustain the original population for several years, now can only last less than 6 months for the swollen populace. This estimate assumes an absence of unforeseen circumstances and moderate consumption. However, with the wolf disaster ravaging the surrounding villages and cities, and its focus shifting to Ding City, the consumption of food has surged dramatically, whether soul masters or soldiers. The battle against the wolf disaster and the relentless assaults of the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons demand substantial sustenance. Thus, the rate of food consumption has increased significantly. Can it last for another half-month? Time may be insufficient. Hearing Xiao Kuang's words, Ma Xiaonuan murmured, his expression filled with worry. After reporting the wolf disaster, neither the Wuhan Temple nor the Tiandi Empire could provide immediate support. The Wuhan Temple fared somewhat better, as its primary combat strength lies in its soul masters, many of whom are already stationed in Wuhan City. With a decree from the Pope, a sufficient number of soul master legions could be rapidly assembled for assistance. However, even if the soul master legion arrives in just over a day, Ding City is already engulfed in the wolf tide. Upon reaching the periphery of the two empires, the Wuhan Temple's forces would first encounter the outermost ranks of the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons. Initially, this would have been manageable, as the early stages of the wolf disaster did not constitute a true calamity, with the number of ferocious werewolves and wolf demons not exceeding 10,000. A legion of over 1,000 soul masters could have dealt with them. Yet now, as the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons have laid siege to nearly all towns and cities along the borders of both empires, their numbers have swelled to several hundred thousand, if not millions. This has become a true wolf disaster, a natural calamity wrought by these ferocious werewolves and wolf demons. Eradicating a threat of this magnitude is exceedingly challenging, even for a legion of over 10,000 soul masters. After all, it is known that the wolf demons possess intelligence. When outmatched, they can lead the ferocious werewolf horde to retreat. Pursuing them is generally beyond the capability of typical soul masters. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the wolf disaster may not consist solely of wolf demons and ferocious werewolves. According to the illustrious hero Xiao Feng and other members of the Righteous Alliance, the master of the wolf demons, Michael Kavinas, is a reincarnator of the Blood God Society. It is plausible that other formidable members of the Blood God Society accompany him, potentially possessing extraordinary power. With such strong adversaries, coupled with the overwhelming tide of the wolf disaster, carelessness could lead to dire consequences for the Wuhan Temple. On the other hand, support from the Tiandi Empire is even more challenging. The primary combat strength of the Tiandi Empire lies not in soul masters, but in knights and soldiers, most of whom are ordinary individuals, well-trained but lacking supernatural abilities. This necessitates extensive preparations to mobilize troops, including the procurement of provisions, the enlistment of laborers, and the planning of routes. Such preparations require at least 10 days to half a month to finalize. Adding travel time, it could take over half a month to reach Nuo Ding City. In fact, Ma Xiao Nuo's concerns are well-founded. While Nuo Ding City valiantly withstands the wolf disaster, the Emperor of Tiandi, Shui Yi, is thrown into a state of panic upon receiving the news. He is acutely aware that the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons are the result of the infection spread by the reincarnated Michael Kavinas of the Blood God Society. These creatures possess the ability to infect humans, transforming them into ferocious werewolves. If such a plague is not eradicated, dire consequences loom on the horizon. Initially, as it was learned that these werewolves and demons were still in hiding, and their numbers were relatively small, Shui Yi was not overly concerned and intended to coordinate the border troops with Shaoquang and the Wuhan Temple to eliminate the threat. However, he could never have imagined that within just over 10 days, the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons would cease hiding and instead aggressively infect humans, attacking villages, towns, and cities. Their numbers surged exponentially, rapidly escalating into a catastrophic wolf disaster that swept through the border towns and cities of the Tiandi Empire. As an emperor, Shui Yi is not foolish. He understands the ramifications of allowing this plague of ferocious werewolves and wolf demons to continue spreading unchecked. According to the reports from Shaoquang, even a single infected ferocious werewolf possesses strength comparable to a soul master, while some of the more powerful among them rival great soul masters or even soul venerates. When Shaoquang penned his letter, the scale of the wolf disaster was estimated to be around 10,000. However, by the time the message reached Tiandi Imperial City, several days had elapsed, and the wolf disaster had likely breached all border towns and cities, with accounts soaring into the hundreds of thousands. If the wolf disaster is not swiftly quelled and the numbers of ferocious werewolves and wolf demons swell to hundreds of thousands or even millions, the thought of facing such a formidable force of soul masters, great soul masters, and soul venerates, all of whom are relentless and capable of further infecting humanity, sends chills down Shui Yi's spine. This could spell the end for the Tiandi Empire. Fearful for the empire's safety, Shui Yi could not remain idle. He immediately summoned his ministers to inform them of the wolf disaster and prepared to dispatch troops to the borders of the Tiandi Empire to eradicate the threat. However, as Ma Xiao Nuo anticipated, mobilizing troops requires careful preparation. Whether for provisions or the transportation of supplies, time is essential. Acting impulsively, without proper arrangements, could lead to disaster. Therefore, after mobilizing troops, Shui Yi also dispatched news of the wolf disaster to rally the soul master community of the Tiandi Empire for assistance. Additionally, he sought out Qian Renxue to inquire at the Qihua Academy if the renowned Dugu Qiubai, another reincarnator from the same realm, might have any effective strategies to combat the wolf disaster. Ideally, he hoped to enlist the aid of formidable beings like Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba from other realms as well. After the news of the wolf calamity was disseminated on the snowy night by the emperor, the entire Tiandi Imperial City was shaken. However, this did not affect Dugu Qiubai, who was still on the back mountain of the Qihua Academy, instructing by Luo, Huowu, and Huowu in their training. Just as Dugu Qiubai was teaching them swordplay, a young man dressed in a resplendent golden robe, with a tall stature and an androgynous yet handsome appearance, approached through the woods accompanied by several attendants. Upon seeing His Highness the Crown Prince, Huowu and Huowu paused their sword training and turned to bow respectfully to Qian Renxue. There is no need for such formality. I have come to pay my respects to Lord Dugu, Qian Renxue replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for Huowu and Huowu to rise before also offering a slight bow to Dugu Qiubai. What brings His Highness here? Dugu Qiubai inquired, his expression remaining cool and composed. With a sigh, Qian Renxue responded, Has Lord Dugu not heard? The ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits discovered near Notting City have already breached many villages and towns at the borders of our Tiandi Empire, and it has now escalated into a wolf calamity. My father is in a state of great anxiety, but he cannot immediately mobilize our Tiandi Empire's legions to eradicate this calamity, as preparations for provisions and conscription of laborers will take some time. My father has dispatched this news throughout the Tiandi Empire, hoping that the Spirit Master community can assist in suppressing and eliminating this calamity. I have come to inquire if Lord Dugu knows of any weaknesses of the wolf spirits and werewolves and how we might combat this calamity. After speaking, Qian Renxue sincerely bowed deeply to Dugu Qiubai. How to deal with this wolf calamity, Dugu Qiubai pondered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the wolf spirit, Lord Michael Cavinus. I only know that within the Hall of Reincarnation, ordinary werewolves and vampires have fatal weaknesses. Ordinary werewolves fear silver, while vampires are averse to sunlight. However, the wolf spirits are said to combine the advantages of both werewolves and vampires while lacking their respective weaknesses. Thus, I have no effective suggestions or methods for dealing with wolf spirits. As for ordinary werewolves, I recommend employing silver as a weapon. However, since silver is a relatively soft metal, crafting weapons solely from pure silver is inadequate. It would be more efficacious to coat weapons such as swords and arrows with silver. Additionally, if you are scratched or bitten by a werewolf, you might try using silver to see if it can counteract the poison. However, these measures will merely enhance your ability to resist the calamity and may not guarantee victory over it. If you truly wish to resolve this calamity, I suggest that your highness seek the assistance of that Mr. Leyland by your side. I am aware of the Cuxswanli, which also exists in my world. Mr. Leyland should be a reincarnator focused on technological advancement. To genuinely eradicate the wolf calamity, it is essential to empower ordinary individuals to protect themselves and to enable them to eliminate the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits. Only through such means can we prevent the escalation of the werewolf and wolf spirit horde, and this can only be achieved through technology. Dugu Qiubai articulated slowly. Technology? What is this technology? Qian Renxue pondered, feeling perplexed and bewildered. However, upon inquiring further, she saw Dugu Qiubai shake his head. I'm not entirely certain what technology entails. In our Hall of Reincarnation, there exists a myriad of power systems, and my system belongs to martial arts, thus I am not well versed in technology. However, I understand that technology is a grand principle through which one can study the laws of the world to create various instruments. It can produce flying iron birds, steel ships that sail without wind, and weapons known as firearms, which enable ordinary individuals to easily slay even transcendent-level cultivators. This is akin to your world's spirit masters, even great spirit masters. The firearms I refer to are merely the most basic handguns, and I have heard there exist even more powerful firearms. What? Qian Renxue exclaimed, astonished. This technology sounds extraordinarily formidable. It can create flying iron birds and self-sailing steel ships, and even manufacture firearms that allow ordinary people to easily kill spirit masters and even great spirit masters. This is simply unbelievable. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Dugu Qiubai, Qian Renxue hurriedly departed from Qihua Academy, making her way to the residence of Leyland. Regrettably, Leyland was not at home. He was instead at a mining site outside Tiandi Imperial City, analyzing and researching various minerals present in Dowa continent via chip, preparing to create refined salt and snow sugar. Upon learning of Leyland's whereabouts through a maid in the residence, Qian Renxue promptly took her attendants and traveled by carriage to the mining site, ultimately locating Leyland. Mr. Leyland, I have finally found you, she exclaimed upon discovering him in the mine, where he was holding a grayish-white stone, seemingly deep in thought. Is there something I can assist you with, Your Highness? Leyland inquired, having returned to reality upon hearing her voice, rising with a look of curiosity. It is too dark and filthy here. Let us speak outside, Qian Renxue suggested, not elaborating further, as she ushered Leyland out of the dark mine into the open air. Once outside, Qian Renxue revealed her purpose. So it is true that the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits have already formed a calamity? This must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, should the calamity continue to grow, it will become increasingly difficult to manage. Leyland expressed his surprise, saying, I have already inquired with Lord Dugu regarding the wolf calamity. He indicated that ordinary werewolves are indeed afraid of silver, advising us to coat our weapons with silver and use it to treat wolf poison. However, he mentioned that relying solely on these measures would still be inadequate to resolve the calamity, suggesting that we must develop technology to create a type of weapon known as firearms. With such weapons, ordinary people would be able to protect themselves and eliminate werewolves, which is the only way to truly resolve the calamity. However, Lord Dugum mentioned that he was not well-versed in technology and suggested that you were a reincarnator focused on technological advancement. He asked me to consult you to see if there is any way you could assist us in manufacturing firearms, even if they're the most basic ones. Qian Rinxue continued, her gaze filled with hope. Firearms? Leyland chuckled softly, somewhat incredulous. Your Highness, while I am indeed a wizard, I can also be considered a reincarnator focused on technological advancement, and I do possess some understanding of technology. However, Lord Dugu may have misrepresented certain aspects regarding firearms. Misrepresented? Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Indeed, handguns cannot be regarded as the most rudimentary firearms. That distinction belongs to the arquebus, followed by the matchlock, then the flintlock. And only after a series of advancements and improvements can one arrive at the handgun you mentioned, remarked Lei Lin, a hint of helplessness and amusement in his tone. The creation of a modern handgun necessitates an extraordinarily advanced industrial capability, requiring knowledge across various fields such as chemistry, metallurgy, and material science. At present, we are unable to produce handguns. At best, we can only manufacture a matchlock. How does a matchlock compare to a handgun? Qian Rinxue inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. In terms of power, ease of shooting, and range, they are worlds apart. A matchlock is far inferior to a handgun, Lei Lin stated candidly. However, a matchlock possesses sufficient power to penetrate standard armor within shooting distance and can indeed slay ferocious werewolves, although its accuracy leaves much to be desired, he added. Accuracy leaves much to be desired, Qian Rinxue mused silently. If its accuracy is poor, even if it has power, the furious werewolves and wolf demons, known for their incredible speed and agility, may evade being hit. Do not worry too much, Your Highness. The lack of accuracy in matchlocks is not a significant concern, for their operation is quite simple, unlike the practice of archery. Transforming a farmer into a competent gunslinger requires merely a few months of training. With a sufficient number of gunslingers organized into a volley, even with their inaccuracy, sheer numbers can compensate for it, Lei Lin reassured. Moreover, we shall start with matchlocks. As long as you allocate enough craftsmen and students, Your Highness, I can impart scientific knowledge to them, and we will progress gradually from matchlocks to flintlocks, and even seek materials to construct a steam engine. At that point, we can commence industrialization, enabling mass production of firearms through assembly lines. Once we establish a steam engine and usher in the era of industrialization, we will be capable of manufacturing a variety of weapons, rendering any wolf disaster utterly trivial. Industrialization. Listening to Lei Lin, Qian Rinxue took a deep breath. The terminology he used was somewhat foreign to her, yet she grasped the essence of his message. As long as we harness the power of technology and embark on the path of scientific advancement, creating steam engines and achieving industrialization, the wolf disaster shall be easily vanquished. Lei Lin, are you truly speaking the truth? If we learn this so-called scientific knowledge, create steam engines, and initiate the industrial era, the wolf disaster will indeed be insignificant? Qian Rinxue asked earnestly. Of course, technology is power, Lei Lin replied with a smile. By mastering scientific knowledge, one can comprehend the principles governing the world. And through this understanding, various weapons can be constructed, such as steam engines, which fundamentally operate on boiling water. By burning coal to heat water into steam, we can generate the force needed to power pistons, ultimately creating self-propelled iron carriages and windlass iron ships. With steam engines as the driving force, iron production can be liberated from manual labor. We merely need to continuously supply coal to the steam engine, allowing it to replace human effort in forging iron, thus enhancing efficiency. Utilizing steam engines in place of human labor signifies a form of automation, marking the onset of the industrial age. With steam engines, productivity will experience an explosive surge, making the manufacture of firearms extraordinarily simple, allowing for the mass production of more refined weapons, such as flintlocks, self-propelled iron carriages, and windlass iron ships. So, it is all due to the steam engine? Qian Rinxue murmured to herself, absorbing Lei Lin's words. Lei Lin, what is required to advance this technology? I can fulfill any need, as long as you can assist our Tiandi Empire in swiftly inventing this steam engine and producing more formidable firearms. Taking a deep breath, Qianrenxue grasped Lei Lin's hand earnestly. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will expedite the process, Lei Lin replied with a gentle smile, though he refrained from making any promises. After all, this is an alternate world. Even in a journey back to ancient Earth, the advancement of technology is not a simple endeavor, let alone in this realm. Nevertheless, based on my research, niter and sulfur are readily available in Dolaw continent, so the production of gunpowder is assured, as is the manufacture of firearms. As for the steam engine, the phenomenon of boiling water also exists here, so theoretically, it should be feasible. However, the critical challenge lies in finding a substitute for sulfur rubber to ensure the steam engine's airtightness. Chapter 81. The Wuhuan Temple in Action, 12. Meanwhile, as Qianrenxue sought Lei Lin's guidance on what constitutes the path of technology and expressed her desire for his assistance in developing it and creating firearms, the news of the wolf disaster spread throughout the entire Tiandi Empire, courtesy of the Snow Knight Emperor. Previously, due to the remarks of Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, nearly all Soul Master factions have become aware that the Doluo continent was under invasion from an alternate world, with countless reincarnators akin to Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba expected to descend upon the continent in the future. However, most Soul Master factions lacked a clear understanding of the calamities that the so-called evil reincarnators could induce. After all, it is exceedingly difficult to instill a sense of crisis regarding events that have not yet transpired, no matter how perilous one might describe them. Yet, after the Snow Knight Emperor disseminated news of the wolf disaster, revealing the terrifying infectious nature of the wolf disaster and the formidable strength of the wolf demons and ferocious werewolves that cause it, all factions were thrown into a state of alarm. Although the wolf disaster had never before manifested on the Doluo continent, the concept of plagues was well understood, and the wolf disaster's alarming infectiousness resembled that of a plague. Furthermore, plagues merely result in death. But the wolf demons and ferocious werewolves that constitute the wolf disaster can not only kill, but also infect humans, transforming them into wolf demons and ferocious werewolves with powers comparable to soul masters, great soul masters, and even soul emperors. Imagine if the wolf disaster were to infect all ordinary people across the continent. A horde of wolf demons and ferocious werewolves, numbering in the hundreds of millions and possessing powers akin to soul masters, great soul masters, and soul emperors, would surely spell doom even for tidal Doluo. While the Doluo continent may not have a concept akin to the loss of lips leads to the loss of teeth, any reasonable individual can recognize the dangers posed by the wolf disaster. If no one offers assistance, the inevitable outcome will be that none shall escape unscathed. Following the revelation of the wolf disaster, numerous Soul Master factions swiftly resolved to ally with the Tiandi Empire to suppress and eliminate the threat. Additionally, in pursuit of influence, Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba also stepped forward, calling upon everyone to unite in action to eradicate the wolf disaster. As advocates, they intend to travel to the borders of the Tiandi Empire to assist in the extermination of the wolf disaster and aid the surviving populace. Furthermore, the future establishments of the Potion Sword sect and the Tianxia Society will recruit disciples based on the contributions made by various Soul Master factions in combating the wolf disaster. Should any Soul Master faction be willing to assist but choose not to, neither the Potion Sword sect nor the Tianxia Society will enroll members from such factions. After Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba rallied their followers, the number of Soul Master factions responding to the Snow Knight Emperor's call to aid the Tiandi Empire in rescuing the populace and suppressing the wolf disaster increased significantly. Before embarking on their journey to the outskirts of Tiandi Empire, various Soul Master factions began to connect with the surrounding forces, preparing for a collective expedition for enhanced safety. However, the actions of the Wuhuan Temple commenced somewhat earlier, as it is strategically positioned at the juncture of Tiandi Empire and Xinglua Empire, in close proximity to Nodding City. Consequently, the Wuhuan Temple was the first to receive the plea for assistance from Messiah Nua. Upon learning about the wolf disaster, BabyHuang promptly convened a meeting with the senior members of the Wuhuan Temple at the Papal Hall. The Wuhuan Temple could not remain indifferent to the wolf disaster. Nonetheless, before organizing their manpower, they deemed it essential to study the nature of the disaster and devise appropriate strategies to handle and resolve it effectively. After a thorough discussion in the Papal Hall, the Wuhuan Temple swiftly reached a decision. They would indeed proceed to offer assistance. However, given their strength, it would be an arduous task to eradicate what had likely ballooned into a wolf disaster of substantial scale. Whether or not they could achieve this was uncertain. But it would be unwise for the Wuhuan temple to sacrifice itself for the continent. At least from their perspective, this would be an unreasonable loss. In the Wuhuan temple's plan, they intended to dispatch personnel immediately to secure the major passes within the disaster's range, encircling the threat to prevent its spread to more populous areas and further infections. Subsequently, they would venture into the afflicted regions to rescue the surviving populace. And once the forces of Tiandi Empire, Xinglua Empire, and other major factions arrived, they would collectively address the wolf disaster. Elder Zhu, Elder Gui, you shall lead this operation. BabyHuang, adorned in a deep purple papal robe and seated regally on her throne, her head crowned with a golden tiara and holding a jewel-encrusted papal scepter, addressed Doaju, Yuan, and Dove with a grave tone. Yes, your holiness, responded the two, immediately kneeling in respectful acknowledgement. They then departed from the papal hall, preparing to summon soul masters in Wuhuan City before heading to the borders of Tiandi Empire to secure the passes leading to their territory. Nodding City, situated at the border of Tiandi Empire and Xinglua Empire, has a unique geographical significance, forged over countless years of conflict, unlike the arbitrary borders drawn by certain meddlesome parties. The intersection of Tiandi and Xinglua features a natural division and formidable terrain. The region surrounding Nodding City resembles the Guangzhong Plain on Earth, encircled by several steep mountain ranges, with only a few roads providing egress, all fortified by imposing gates, with the Tiandi Empire and Xinglua Empire guarding them. After gathering thousands of soul masters in Wuhuan City, Yueguan and Guimei promptly led their team towards Nodding City. To reach Nodding City, they had to pass through a formidable pass known as Jinmen Pass. Nestled between two peaks that rise like sharp swords piercing the heavens, Jinmen Pass is inaccessible to all but the most powerful soul masters. Upon their arrival at Jinmen Pass, they found it unbreached, though the defending legion appeared somewhat lax. In their inquiries, they discovered that the guard were unaware of the impending wolf disaster, prompting Yueguan to inform them of the looming crisis. The guards, taken aback, pledged to exercise utmost vigilance, vowing that they would not allow the wolf disaster to breach Jinmen Pass unless they were utterly annihilated. However, as they neared a city named Zing, ominous signs began to emerge. What do you think is happening here? After traversing Jinmen Pass and traveling a considerable distance, they approached the ancient and formidable Xiang city. Passing through a village, they observed that the wooden houses were damaged to varying degrees, bloodstains marking the ground, the houses, and the trees. Yet no corpses were to be found. This eerie scene left Yueguan and his companions bewildered, faced with the bizarre circumstances in the village. Yueguan turned to the accompanying soul masters with a furrowed brow and inquired, Elder Zhu, I suspect this village has suffered the wolf disaster. According to the report from Macyunua, the lord of the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, both the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits possess formidable infectious abilities, capable of transforming humans into violent werewolves. Thus, in areas struck by the wolf disaster, humans are often converted into ferocious werewolves, leaving no bodies behind. Does this not align perfectly with the current situation? A red-robed archbishop analyzed solemnly. The wolf disaster, have we encountered it so soon? Yueguan murmured. In truth, he was not particularly fearful of the wolf disaster, as Macyunua had indicated that the most powerful among the werewolves and wolf spirits were only at the soul sovereign level. Even in significant numbers, such beings posed little threat to him. However, Macyunua's report also indicated that there was an individual orchestrating the disaster, a being known as the wolf demon Lord Michael Kavinas, a member of the malevolent Blood God Society within the Celestial Reincarnation Hall. This revelation instilled a sense of trepidation in Yueguan. He vividly recalled an encounter in the Stardoe Forest, where he had assisted Pope BabyHuang in hunting a 10,000-year-old beast, and they had crossed paths with a monstrous child. Initially perplexed by the existence of such a creature, he realized that this seemingly innocent child, aged merely 5 or 6 years, possessed immense strength, rendering him and Guimei powerless against it. Now he understood that this child likely hailed from another world, a reincarnator from the Celestial Reincarnation Hall, with their world being far more formidable than Dolua continent, thus giving rise to such a terrifyingly powerful child. Since both were linked to the Celestial Reincarnation Hall, the Blood God Society, as Macyunua described, was an exceedingly powerful force, and the wolf demon Lord Michael Kavinas was inconsequential within it. This thought filled Yueguan with concern. Should he encounter other members of the Blood God Society, while leading the Soul Masters of Wuhuan Temple to eradicate the wolf disaster. If they were as formidable as that monstrous child, both he and Gu Mei could very well meet their demise. Nonetheless, as a report from Macy did not mention the presence of other terrifyingly powerful adversaries within the wolf disaster, Yueguan's concern remained a mere whisper of unease rather than outright fear. It was evident that this village had indeed suffered the wolf disaster. Uncertain of the situation in Xiang City, Yueguan resolved, let us proceed and investigate further. Upon determining the state of the village, Yueguan spoke in a grave tone. After his words, a multitude of several thousand individuals soared into the air, hastening towards the direction of Xiang City. Meanwhile, in Xiang City, situated upon the plains where Nodding City resides, it holds a strategic significance as it guards the passage to Wuhuan City through the Jianmen Pass. Established long before the founding of the Tiandi Empire, Xiang City has always been regarded with importance. For strategic purposes, it has undergone numerous expansions and fortifications, boasting high walls and a deep moat that encircles it, rendering it a formidable stronghold. Additionally, as a major transit point along the trade route connecting Nodding City and Wuhuan City, the commerce of Xiang City flourished, contributing to its erstwhile grandeur. Yet at this moment, beneath the dim glow of the setting sun, the once historic Xiang City had descended into chaos, engulfed by the flames of war. The city walls were besieged by a relentless tide of ferocious werewolves, surging across the moat and frantically scaling the walls in an attempt to seize control of the city. Unfortunately for those standing atop the walls, there was no retreat. They could only stifle their fears and, amidst shouts of defiance, hurl down logs, boiling oil, and stones to thwart the ascent of the ferocious werewolves. Despite their efforts, some of the werewolves managed to claw their way up the walls, only to be met by fully armed soldiers who charged forth, engaging in fierce combat. The narrow confines of the walls hindered the werewolves' advantage in speed and agility, and from the arrow towers above, archers relentlessly rained down arrows upon the assailants, while Soul Masters provided reinforcements. Even when a few werewolves reached the top, they were quickly dispatched. Of course, in the midst of battle, many soldiers and civilians met their demise at the claws of the werewolves or suffered grievous injuries. Aware of the infection caused by the werewolves' venom, those who were wounded wept as they chose to take their own lives rather than face the dreadful fate. For those unwilling to take such a step, there were designated officers to ensure their demise. At a glance, it seemed that Xiang City had found a means to counter the onslaught of the werewolves, rendering the wolf disaster seemingly incapable of breaching its defenses. However, atop a watchtower on the city walls, the city lord, Lu Mingkong, and the head of the Xiang City Wuhuan branch, Norman, wore expressions of grave concern, devoid of any joy. The reason for their continued endurance was primarily due to the ample reserves of food and war supplies within the strategic stronghold of Xiang City, complemented by the broad and deep moat providing defense and buffer. Yet, the protection offered by the moat was not infallible. They could easily conceive numerous methods to undermine its defenses. The werewolves may have appeared as mindless beasts, but the winged werewolves were anything but. They possessed intelligence. Previously, during an assault by the werewolves, the coordinated efforts of the flying werewolves nearly breached the walls. Fortunately, Xiang City had a considerable number of flying soul masters, with Lu Mingkong himself being a flying soul emperor who managed to repel the aerial assault. However, following their failure, the flying werewolves resorted to various tactics, including night raids and constructing bridges, demonstrating their cunning. Now, with the leader of the flying werewolves inexplicably vanished, the ferocity of the assault appeared diminished. Yet, this only deepened the concerns of Lu Mingkong and Norman. After being besieged by the werewolves, they had dispatched flying soul masters to other cities to assess the situation. Discovering that they were not alone, other surrounding cities had already succumbed to the werewolf tide. What if the leader of the flying werewolves had left to seek reinforcements for their siege? After enduring multiple attacks from the werewolves, Xiang City's forces had suffered significant casualties, and their war supplies had dwindled. Should a larger wave of werewolves descend upon them, it would not be long before Xiang City fell. Suddenly, amidst the relentless assault, a haunting howl echoed from a nearby grove beyond the moat. Upon hearing this sound, the attacking werewolves halted, turning to leap back into the moat and swim to the opposite bank. The pack surrounding Xiang City parted, revealing a crimson figure emerging from their midst. Chapter 83. The Blood-Clad Marquis by Yi Fei. Is this a human? Observing the figure emerging from the parted werewolf pack, Lu Mingkong and Norman were taken aback. The figure was a tall and slender man clad in splendid crimson attire, his silver hair cascading down, adorned with an intricate headpiece, and possessing an exceptionally striking yet sinister visage. At his waist hung an exquisitely crafted ice-blue longsword. This was evidently a human. How could he be mingling among these monstrous werewolves? A human fiend? Ah, what a delectable scent of blood. As he stepped out from the frenzied werewolf pack and approached the moat, Bai Yifei gazed at the floating corpses of both ferocious werewolves and humans, inhaling the rich aroma of blood that surrounded him. A faint smile graced his lips as he opened his arms, reveling in a moment of sinister delight. Suddenly, Bai Yifei extended his right hand, and with a flash of crimson light, a droplet of blood resembling a red crystal materialized, hovering above his palm and exuding an eerie glow. So much blood, it would be a shame to waste it. Standing before the moat, flanked by the dark mass of ferocious werewolves, Bai Yifei laughed maniacally, his lips curling into a wicked grin as he raised the blood droplet. What was he planning? Witnessing this, the soldiers, civilians, and soul masters atop the city walls, including Lu Mingkong and Norman, were engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, the blood droplet suspended in Bai Yifei's palm erupted in a dazzling red light. Instantly, the corpses floating in the moat, the bodies on the city walls, and the bloodstains scattered across the ground underwent a strange transformation. First, the blood remaining on the ground and the walls inexplicably detached as if drawn by an unseen force, coalescing towards Bai Yifei and continuously merging into the crystalline droplet in his hand. Next, the lifeless forms of the ferocious werewolves and human soldiers began to twitch unnaturally, and torrents of blood erupted from their wounds, flowing towards Bai Yifei's hand like an unrelenting avalanche. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, as countless streams of blood rained down from above, converging wildly into a single drop of blood emanating from the ethereal essence of the blood demon. Bai Yifei erupted into unrestrained laughter. What was transpiring? Should they intervene? Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Lu Mingkong and Norman in the watchtower were filled with both astonishment and urgency, yet they found themselves at a loss for action. This bizarre occurrence, if left unchecked, could result in dire consequences. But how could they possibly stop it? Should they send the soul masters and soldiers within the city to confront this foe outside the walls? While they could barely withstand the onslaught of the wolf tide within the city, outside, faced with the overwhelming horde, they would surely be outmatched without the advantage of their terrain. Thus, in a flurry of panic, Lu Mingkong and Norman could only watch helplessly as Bai Yifei continuously absorbed the blood from the battlefield through the blood demon's essence. Ultimately, after a minute or so, every trace of blood and the lifeblood from the fallen had been consumed, leaving behind only desiccated corpses as Bai Yifei retracted the essence of the blood demon. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. After reclaiming the blood demon's essence, Bai Yifei slowly drew forth his icy blue longsword, known as the Nishuehan sword. With a crisp sound, the blade was unsheathed, and Bai Yifei, gripping the Nishuehan, swung it forward with force. Infused with his ice attribute energy, a brilliant icy blue light erupted from the sword, and a chilling wave of sword energy surged forth. With a crackling sound, the frigid air enveloped the moat surrounding Xiang City, which began to freeze furiously, solidifying into an ice river in the blink of an eye. This was alarming. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Mingkong's pupils constricted, and he shouted in anger, "All personnel, alert! The wolf tide is about to assault." Just as Lu Mingkong issued his urgent warning, outside the moat, after Bai Yifei had sealed it with ice, the wolf demon commanding the pack let out a long, haunting howl. Upon hearing the howl, the bloodshot eyes of the savage werewolves gleamed with ferocity, their howls rising in unison as they surged towards Xiang City like a relentless tide. With the moat no longer a barrier, the horde of wolves rushed forward, rapidly reaching the base of the city walls. Quick, roll out the logs. Quickly drop the stones. Prepare the boiling oil. Faced with such a crisis, the members of the garrison atop the walls felt their hearts race and their skin prickle, erupting in furious shouts to the laborers to halt the wolf tide. Simultaneously, the exhausted soul masters and soldiers, who thought they could take a breather, cast aside their weapons and armor, rallying with fierce cries to charge once more at the walls, engaging in a desperate battle against the climbing savage werewolves. On the other side, realizing that the wolf tide was rampaging again, seemingly intent on flattening Xiang City in one assault, the commander atop the walls was filled with dread and quickly commanded a soldier to gather all able-bodied men within the city, distributing weapons, and mobilizing every force available to prevent this impending life-or-death crisis. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiang City would fall. As the horde of savage werewolves surged towards Xiang City, a number of wolf demons soared into the sky, the largest carrying by Yifei, leading the charge towards the city. Clearly, they aimed to coordinate with the savage wolf tide to capture Xiang City in one fell swoop. Everyone ascend at once. Upon noticing the wolf demons taking to the air, Lu Mingkong bellowed, swiftly organizing a dozen flying soul masters atop the walls, each with at least the cultivation of a soul master. This was precisely why they had previously managed to repel the wolf demon assault and intimidate them from attacking again. It is worth noting that during their counterattack against the wolf demon aerial assault, they had slain several dozen wolf demons, eliminating nearly a third of their ranks. Confronted with such powerful flying soul masters, a mere handful of wolf demons were evidently insufficient. It would take hundreds to gain an advantage. Who are you? And why do you ally with these monsters to attack Xiang City? Are you not even human, aiding such beasts? As they summoned their flying soul techniques and soared into the air to intercept the incoming wolf demon horde, Lu Mingkong confronted by Yifei with a fierce inquiry. I am human, yet I do not belong to your world. Do not bind me with your moral constraints. Bai Yifei retorted, his lips curling into a sinister smile. The gulf between us is greater than that between you and the monkeys of your world. I am Bai Yifei, the blood-clad Marquis. I share my name with you, so that you may descend into the underworld with peace of mind. It is your honor to serve as the stepping stones on my path to immortality. Standing atop a wolf demon, Bai Yifei's blood-red attire billowed in the wind. And as he answered Lu Mingkong, he slowly raised the Nishui Han, unleashing a chilling aura that enveloped the air around him. In an instant, the moisture in the air crystallized into countless fine ice shards, forming a swirling mist of icy blue. Chapter 84. Crisis. The Spirit Hall arrives. You do not belong to our world. Lu Mingkong and the other soul masters stood stunned, their minds racing with uncertainty upon hearing Bai Yifei's words. Unlike Nodding City, which had learned the truth behind the savage werewolves and wolf demons due to Qiao Feng and Lu Xiaofeng, Xiang City had only reported the matter to Emperor Shuya and the Spirit Hall. However, the circulation of information was not as swift in this ancient world. And had Emperor Shuya actively disseminated the news throughout the Tiandi Empire, it might have made a difference. But the issue was Emperor Shuya had initially not taken it seriously. As for the challenge between Dugu Qiubai and Sword Delua Chenshin, Xiang City had heard of it, yet it was not regarded with much importance, even though some had traveled to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to witness the challenge. But shortly after the challenge concluded, the wolf disaster struck, severing Xiang City's connection to the outside world. At this moment, those who had gone to watch the challenge had not yet returned. Thus, Lu Mingkong and the other soul masters found it hard to believe Bai Yifei's claims. Meanwhile, after finishing his cold laugh, Bai Yifei launched his assault, commanding the wolf demon leader to lead a throng of wolf demons soaring towards Lu Mingkong and the others. Amidst a cacophony of roars, Bai Yifei stood atop the fallen wolf demon chief, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a flourish, he wielded the sword Nishui Han, unleashing a piercing azure sword light that emanated a chilling aura as it surged toward Lu Mingkong and his companions. Scatter! Upon witnessing the oncoming torrent of icy blade energy, Lu Mingkong's pupils constricted, and he shouted with urgency, flapping the wings of wind upon his back to swiftly evade to the side. The other flying spirit masters hurriedly attempted to dodge as well. Unfortunately, several of the less powerful flying spirit masters could not escape in time and were struck by the icy blade and the accompanying frigid air. In an instant, these few flying spirit masters found their bodies cleaved in twain, instantly frozen or encased in ice, plummeting to the ground thereafter. Damn it! Lu Mingkong's expression darkened at the realization that this so-called blood-clothed Marquis, Bai Yifei, was far more formidable than anticipated, effortlessly dispatching 3 of their spirit masters with a mere flick of his sword. Second soul skill, Wind Feather Arrow. After narrowly evading Bai Yifei's sword strike, Lu Mingkong bellowed, activating his second soul skill. With a beat of his wind wings, a barrage of azure wind arrows erupted forth, raining down upon Bai Yifei. Simultaneously, the remaining flying spirit masters, still shaken from Bai Yifei's attack, coordinated with Lu Mingkong, unleashing their soul skills in a concerted effort against him. Yet Bai Yifei, standing resolutely upon the wolf demon chief, merely curled his lips in a disdainful smile, slowly raising the Nishui Han to chest level. He infused the sword with a surge of his immense, icy true energy and then swung it with force, unleashing a tempest of freezing air that swept outward like a storm. Crack! Under the extreme chill, the air turned a brilliant blue as the moisture within froze into crystalline shards, enveloping the sky in shrouded mist. Had this merely been a clone of blood-clothed Marquis by Ife, it would have been impossible for him to handle the onslaught of Lu Mingkong, a Soul Emperor, and a group of flying spirit masters with such ease. However, when creating the clone of blood-clothed Marquis by Ife, Bai Luo had also bestowed upon it a blood bodhi. Additionally, the clone had mastered the North Darkness divine art. Bai Luo intended for this art to be granted to countless reincarnators of the Blood God Society as an evil skill. During this period, the wolf calamity had swept through the borderlands of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, capturing nearly all villages and cities. Although the spirit masters among them were not particularly powerful, mostly consisting of soul respect and soul sect levels, the accumulation of their strength enabled the blood-clothed Marquis by Ife's clone to absorb soul power through the North Darkness divine art, transforming it into true energy, thus advancing to a Tier 3 Legion level. This level of cultivation, combined with the martial prowess of the blood-clothed Marquis and the Nishui Han, rendered by Ife capable of sweeping aside even powerful soul saints. Consequently, Lu Mingkong and his fellow flying spirit masters appeared woefully weak in comparison to Bai Ife. This is bad, as Bai Ife swung the Nishui Han, unleashing an all-consuming icy blast that obliterated the soul skills of Lu Mingkong and his companions like a tidal wave. Their expressions changed drastically. The spread and speed of the chill were overwhelming, despite Lu Mingkong and the others hastily turning to evade the encroaching cold. Over half of the flying spirit masters could not escape its grasp, instantly becoming encased in ice and plummeting downwards. What kind of strength does this fellow possess? How can he be so powerful? Lu Mingkong felt a sense of despair wash over him as he realized that despite their overwhelming numbers, they were being effortlessly dispatched by Ife in mere moments, suffering significant casualties. Below, the city walls of Xiang City lay strewn with corpses, the once vibrant defenders now overwhelmed by the relentless tide of wolves. Soldiers, spirit masters, and civilians could no longer withstand the frenzied assault. Just then, in the distance, a group of figures rapidly approached through the wooded path. Upon hearing the roars and the cacophony of battle cries, Zhu Tuiguan soared into the air, catching sight of Xiang City teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless wolf tide. Quick, accelerate towards them. The wolf calamity is attacking Xiang City. Upon witnessing the dire situation in Xiang City, Yueguan's expression shifted, and he shouted urgently as he sped towards the city. Simultaneously, Gueveme also took to the air, quickly following suit. In contrast to the slower spirit master army behind them, Yueguan and Gueme flew at a significantly faster pace, soon reaching the vicinity of Xiang City. Fifth soul skill, Gathering of Coal Blossoms. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Yueguan hovered in the air and summoned his martial spirit, the wondrous mushroom Tianju, raising it high. In a voice filled with ethereal fury, he unleashed his fifth soul skill. In an instant, the Tianju blossomed with radiant golden light and countless petals, sharp as blades, surged forth. They transformed into a golden tornado, sweeping down upon the wolf tide below, mercilessly shredding through the ranks of wolves, creating a scene of utter carnage. Meanwhile, Gueme, upon arrival, summoned his ghostly martial spirit and activated his fourth soul skill, Ghostly Shadows, coalescing a black-purple vortex in his hands. Countless ghostly figures erupted from the swirling vortex, propelled by the howling winds, relentlessly charging towards the wolf tide below, annihilating the savage werewolves. Chapter 85. Did you think you were the only ones with reinforcements? Someone is here to save us. It is the Ju Doloa and Gue Doloa from the Spirit Hall. Wonderful. We have hope for survival. On the walls of Xiang City, faced with the frenzied onslaught of the wolf tide, many who had thought they were doomed suddenly realized that help had arrived. Recognizing the Ju Doloa and Gue Doloa from the Spirit Hall, countless individuals erupted into cheers of excitement and surprise, some even shedding tears of relief. The Spirit Hall has come to our rescue. In the sky, amidst the battle against Bai Ife, the losses had been catastrophic, and despair loomed as they realized they were no match for him. But now, a glimmer of hope illuminated their path. filling Lu Mingkong with exhilaration. Yet Bai Yifei, standing upon the wolf demon chief, sword in hand, wore a scowl upon his otherwise handsome and sinister features. Damn meddler. However, witnessing the surprise on Lu Mingkong and the others' faces, Bai Yifei's lips curled into a mocking smile as he produced a token from within his garments and crushed it before their eyes. Immediately thereafter, Bai Yifei leapt from the wolf demon chief, executing a graceful maneuver as he soared toward a flying spirit master. As Bai Yifei showcased his lightness skill and leapt away from the wolf demon leader, he brandished his sword and charged at a flying system soul master. The pack of wolf demons erupted into furious roars, their jet-black wings flapping vigorously as they began to maneuver through the air. Do not engage him. Wait until Zhu Delaw and Gue Delaw can intervene, and our victory is assured. To everyone's astonishment, blood-clad Marquis Bai Yifei dared to strike rather than flee. Lu Mingkong, distancing himself from Bai Yifei, shouted loudly to the few surviving flying system soul masters. Regrettably, although these soul masters understood Lu Mingkong's warning, they opted to flee instead of confronting Bai Yifei. Nevertheless, Bai Yifei utilized the wolf demons as springboards, swiftly catching up to one of the flying system soul masters. With a swift motion of his reverse water-cold sword, a piercing ice-blue sword light surged forth, accompanied by an intense chill. Faced with Bai Yifei's assault, the flying system soul master was filled with rage and fear, exerting all his strength and activating his soul skill in an attempt to repel Bai Yifei. However, it was of no avail. Under the overwhelming pressure of strength, the soul master was swiftly slain by a single strike from Bai Yifei, his body encased in ice and plummeting to the ground. Damn it! Everyone run! He intends to take us down with him. In the air, as Bai Yifei relentlessly pursued Lu Mingkong and the few surviving flying system soul masters outside Xiang City, Zhu Thuoyuan and Gai Thuoguimei were finally joined by the main force of the Spirit Hall. Thousands of soul masters, all at least soul respect level, arrived and summoned their martial souls, wielding their weapon spirits or activating their martial soul manifestations, unleashing their abilities like chisels into the wave of wolves. Confronted by this formidable legion of soul masters, the wolf tide, upon realizing the threat, surged forth with roars, charging at the soul master army. Yet, tragically, the wolf tide could not breach the defensive formations set by the surrounding support and control system soul masters, and was continuously harvested by the agile attack-type soul masters and various long-range soul skills within the formation. With the arrival of the soul master army, the pressure on Xiang City's side diminished significantly, allowing Zhu Thuoyuan and Gai Thuoguimei to finally shift their focus to Bai Yifei, who is still pursuing Lu Mingkong and others in the air. These creatures must be affiliated with the Blood God Society. Their strength seems commendable, yet they pale in comparison to that monstrous child. They should be no more than Soul Sage or Soul Dolua level. It's astonishing they haven't fled. They truly do not know the meaning of danger. Observing Bai Yifei's relentless pursuit, Zhu Thuoyuan narrowed his eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, allowed a chilling laugh. Old ghost, let's strike together. It appears not all reincarnators from that other world possess strength akin to that monstrous child, Dugu Qiubai, or the formidable Xiongba. With that, Zhu Thuoyuan rose into the air, lifting his extraordinary martial soul, the Qirong Tongtianju, and instantly activated his soul skill. Third soul skill, Breath Barrier. With a commanding shout, the third millennium soul ring surrounding Zhu Thuoyuan illuminated, and the Qirong Tongtianju in his hand radiated dazzling golden light. Countless golden petals erupted from the martial soul, converging from all directions to envelop blood-clad Marquis Bai Yifei. Once surrounded, the golden petals emitted a brilliant light that coalesced into a barrier, trapping Bai Yifei within. Sixth soul skill, Golden Stamen Flowing Glow. After ensnaring Bai Yifei with the breath barrier, Zhu Thuoyuan unleashed another chilling shout, activating his sixth soul skill. As the sixth soul ring glowed, a radiant golden light erupted from the Qirong Tongtianju. Subsequently, a multitude of razor-sharp golden petals shot forth like a meteor shower, streaking across the sky towards Bai Yifei, who was confined by the breath barrier. Fourth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Ground Trap. Meanwhile, as Zhu Thuoyuan initiated his soul skill, Gue Thuoguimei let out a cold shout and swiftly activated his fourth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Ground Trap. Instantly, the fourth soul ring surrounding Gai Thuoguimei illuminated, and his shadow expanded outward, darkening the ground beneath Bai Yifei. Suddenly, Two gigantic shadowy ghost hands emerged from the darkness, reaching for Bai Yifei in the air. Trapped within the breath barrier and witnessing the approaching ghostly hands, along with the onslaught of golden petals resembling a meteor shower, Bai Yifei furrowed his brow. However, in the next moment, he let out a cold shout, channeling a vast amount of icy energy into his reverse water-cold sword. With a blast of ice-blue sword light, the breath barrier was forcefully cleaved apart. After breaking free, Bai Yifei swiftly swung his sword towards the sky, unleashing a massive ice-blue sword wave accompanied by a chilling gale that met the golden petals raining down. Following this, with a swift pivot, Bai Yifei, wielding the reverse water-cold sword, charged towards the ground to confront the grasping ghostly hands. With his full might, Bai Yifei easily severed the ghostly hand summoned by BabyHuang's fourth soul skill. After performing a somersault in the air, Bai Yifei landed gracefully on the ground. Sword in hand. Incredible. I did not anticipate that this blood-clad individual, with his strikingly handsome yet sinister appearance and energy fluctuations at the soul sage level, could break through my breath barrier and thwart both my golden stamen flowing glow and old ghost shadow ground trap. Zhu Yuan thought, astonished. However, recalling Bai Yifei's identity, Zhu Yuan quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, upon landing, Bai Yifei was immediately confronted by BabyHuang, who charged at him while unleashing soul skills, first summoning 4 ghost gates to trap Bai Yifei. Then, BabyHuang's arms expanded, turning a dark purple and bulging with veins. A torrent of black mist erupted from his body, forming a swirling black-red energy field with a diameter of 60 meters. As countless ghostly figures identical to BabyHuang emerged, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Despite the ominous display, Bai Yifei frowned but soon revealed a cold smile. Stomping his foot forcefully, instantly, a wave of icy energy, transformed from his chilling true energy, surged outward, rapidly freezing the ground beneath him. The multitude of ghostly figures was swiftly extinguished by the encroaching frost. However, BabyHuang's true form remained unaffected by the chill, quickly closing the distance to Bai Yifei, his massive fists poised to strike. Simultaneously, witnessing BabyHuang's assault on Bai Yifei, Zhu Yuan unleashed various soul skills from the air, coordinating his long-range attacks to join the fray against Bai Yifei. However, in the face of the ghostly onslaught, Bai Yifei exhibited unwavering courage. With a sharp cry, he wielded the reverse water-cold sword, relentlessly striking at the ghost Guai. Yet, Guai stood his ground, not flinching nor retreating, as he swung his enormous, purple-tinged fist, aiming to smash down upon Bai Yifei's descending blade. At the moment of collision, the reverse water-cold sword seemed to slice through nothingness, as if it had struck an illusion. Meanwhile, Guai's fist, having passed through the sword, landed squarely on Bai Yifei's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Was this the manifestation of a martial spirit? Struck in the chest, Bai Yifei was propelled backward. Upon landing, he drove the reverse water-cold sword into the ground, carving a deep gash in the earth, finally halting his backward momentum. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression somewhat grim. At that moment, the soul technique attacks from Zhu Yuan were already raining down upon him from above. First soul technique, Zhu Ren Yiwu. Second soul ring, Qing Chen Zhu Feng. Third soul ring, Oidiye. Amidst a series of ethereal cries, sharp golden petals, akin to blades, cascaded from the sky. Bai Yifei found himself not only evading Zhu Yuan's soul techniques, but also contending with Guai. In terms of cultivation, Bai Yifei was already at a disadvantage against both Yuan and Guai, and facing their combined assault, he soon found himself unable to withstand their relentless blows. Spitting blood as he was sent flying, yield and cease your resistance. Considering your identity as a reincarnator, if you surrender and accompany us back to Wuhuan City, willing to heed the words of His Holiness the Pope and divulge what we wish to know, we may spare your life. Observing Bai Yifei, who was clutching his chest and struggling to rise from the ground, blood oozing from his lips, Zhu Yuan descended gracefully, arms folded, speaking in a soft, sinister tone. In response, Bai Yifei wiped the blood from his mouth, grasped the reverse water-cold sword, and suddenly let out a loud, mocking laugh, his crimson lips curving into a cold smirk. Do you think I have persisted till now because I am without support? Surely, you do not believe that only you possess allies? As if to affirm Bai Yifei's proclamation, a booming sound erupted from the distant sky. A tempest, laden with swirling clouds, rushed over the expansive mountains and forests, barreling towards Xiang City. Cackling echoed forth as the tempest and clouds coalesced into a giant white visage in the sky, its mouth emitting a series of eerie, cackling laughs. What is that? Witnessing the colossal white face formed by the clouds, both Zhu Duowan and Mei, as well as the soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple and the inhabitants of Xiang City, were taken aback. However, the giant white face moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously arriving above Xiang City, at which point a black streak shot forth from the white visage. As the white face dissipated into a mist of clouds, the black streak swiftly descended upon Xiang City, revealing a tall figure clad in black, donning a mask that appeared to be sculpted from ice crystals. Lord de Shitian. Upon the appearance of the enigmatic figure with a white ice crystal mask, Bai Yifei immediately bowed and clasped his fists in reverence. Are these the ones who thwarted our blood god cult's endeavors? The figure, known as Di Shitian, surveyed the scene with a penetrating gaze, his voice both eerie and inscrutable. Indeed, Lord Di Shitian, Bai Yifei replied solemnly. Who are you? The unexpected emergence of this figure called Di Shitian, who exhibited such disdain, caused Zhu Yueguan to furrow his brow in irritation. Silence. In response to Yueguan's outburst, Di Shitian merely scoffed, his form vanishing in an instant, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted towards Zhu Yueguan. Watch out! Gue Doage Mei cried out in alarm. Unprepared for Di Shitian's sudden aggression, Yueguan was both shocked and enraged. Hastily taking to the air to create distance, while simultaneously activating his soul technique to thwart Di Shitian's approach. Sensing the overwhelming threat emanating from Di Shitian, Yueguan unleashed his ninth soul technique. Ninth soul technique, Zhu Hua Can, Man Di Shang, Hua Luo Ren Duan Shang. With a resonant cry, Zhu Yueguan raised his wondrous Zhu Run Wu spirit, which burst forth in a dazzling golden light, exploding into a whirlwind of golden petals that surged towards Di Shitian. Yet, as the tempest of sharp golden petals neared its target, Di Shitian's form unexpectedly vanished from sight, employing his signature skill, 7 Wus Absolute Realm. Having activated this technique, Di Shitian could instantaneously transform into particles, rendering him immune to nearly any assault and allowing him to reconstitute his form at will. He vanished, just as Yueguan's ninth soul technique was poised for impact. The mysterious figure known as Di Shitian suddenly disappeared, leaving Yueguan in shock. The next moment, Di Shitian reappeared in front of Zhu Dolaw, Blood Snow Claw. Upon his reemergence, Di Shitian's right hand morphed into a claw, radiating an icy blue and blood-red glow as he struck towards Zhu Yueguan. The Blood Snow Claw tore through Yueguan's golden armor with ferocious force, delivering a penetrating strike that severely injured him, sending him crashing away. Yueguan, witnessing Zhu Dolaw's utter inability to resist against the might of this enigmatic figure, Mei was filled with alarm. Yet in the blink of an eye, Di Shitian vanished once more, reappearing before Gue Dolaw, delivering another Blood Snow Claw. However, as the Blood Snow Claw made contact with Gue Mei, Di Shitian was taken aback, his tone laced with surprise, for the claw grasped at nothing but air. Has your body become energy? It bears a resemblance to my 7 Wus Absolute Realm. Fascinating. Realizing that the Blood Snow Claw had proven ineffective against Gue Mei, Di Shitian quickly devised a countermeasure, fixing his gaze upon Gue Mei and unleashing a stunning calamity. In an instant, as Gue Delaw fell victim to the mental assault of the stunning calamity, he emitted a pained cry, being forced out of his martial spirit's true form. Following the debilitating impact of the stunning calamity on Gue Mei's psyche, Di Shitian unleashed a forceful palm strike, sending the disoriented Gue Mei reeling back, blood spewing forth. How is this possible? All around, both the numerous soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple and the citizens of Xiang City were left agape, witnessing Di Shitian's overwhelming power as he incapacitated both Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei with but a few moves. Elder Zhu, Elder Gue, you must flee. Unforeseen was the terrifying might of Deshishin, who proved to be an insurmountable opponent for even the esteemed title Delaw, Zhu Yueguan, and Gue Mei. The numerous soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple could not help but shout in fury, abandoning their pursuit of the ferocious werewolves to divert their attention towards Deshishin. hoping to delay him long enough for Yueguan and Guimei to escape. The presence of such a formidable adversary amidst the werewolf calamity necessitated that the two elders swiftly convey this alarming news to His Holiness the Pope. Amidst the echoes of their roars, the Soul Masters charged at Dashishin, only to be decimated by his effortless strikes, yet the relentless onslaught continued to hold him at bay. Old Guei, though gravely injured, found himself in a less dire state than Guimei, as at least his consciousness remained intact. With all his might, Yueguan summoned his internal soul power to resist the chilling encroachment of bloodthirsty claws upon his wounds. Gritting his teeth, he approached Guimei, hoisted him onto his back, and soared into the sky, hastily fleeing towards the direction of Wuhuan City. Although bearing the burden of Guimei alone while leaving the rest of the Wuhuan Soul Masters behind filled Yueguan with shame. The overwhelming strength of Dashishin left no room for doubt. If they all attempted to flee, none would escape unscathed. Rather, Yueguan's ability to fly with Guimei offered a glimmer of hope to relay this crucial information to His Holiness. Outside Xiang City, after Yueguan and Guimei made their escape, Dashishin gazed at the direction in which Yueguan had vanished, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He made no effort to pursue. Instead, he unleashed a massacre upon the Wuhuan Soul Masters who sought to buy time for Yueguan and Guimei. On another front, despite suffering grievous losses under the onslaught of the Wuhuan Legion, Dashishin's arrival turned the tide as he decimated the Wuhuan Soul Masters. With a single strike, the mighty Dishiang Quanglei obliterated swathes of Wuhuan Soul Masters, reducing the city walls of Xiang to rubble. The remaining ferocious werewolves and a handful of wolf spirits erupted into ecstatic roars, charging towards the breach in the city walls to infiltrate Xiang City. Soon, amidst the cacophony of anguished screams, the civilians within began to succumb to the madness, transforming into new ferocious werewolves. Thus, Xiang City fell. Chapter 87. The Tremors of Wuhuan City, a Triumvirate Alliance. After Yueguan had fled Xiang City with Guimei, he forcefully suppressed his injuries, hastening towards the direction of Wuhuan City. Upon returning, however, he could no longer contain his wounds and succumbed to unconsciousness. When Yueguan awoke, he found himself in a familiar chamber, his own. Had he finally returned? A sigh of relief escaped him, recalling the encounter with the enigmatic Dashishin in Xiang City, where he had felt utterly powerless and was gravely injured in a mere instant. Dread enveloped Yueguan. Such strength could only be rivaled by the old Pope. Soon after Yueguan regained consciousness, word of his return reached Pope BabyHuang. Yueguan, what transpired? Why are only you and Guimei back? Who inflicted such injuries upon you? BabyHuang inquired, observing Yueguan lying on the bed, her brow furrowed in concern. It is as follows. Your Holiness, Yueguan replied, sitting up and sighing bitterly as he recounted all that had transpired since their departure from Wuhuan City. The werewolf calamity was indeed more complex than anticipated. Upon learning that among the ordinary ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits were powerful entities akin to soul saints, and even titled law, including a mysterious figure named Dashishin who had effortlessly gravely injured both Yueguan and Guimei, BabyHuang murmured to herself. Though burdened by the revelation, it was not entirely unexpected. She was aware that the master of the wolf spirits, Maker Kawena, hailed from the nefarious Blood God Society, a faction within the Celestial Reincarnation Palace. Moreover, among the reincarnators within the palace were those formidable individuals Yueguan had encountered in the Stardow Forest, along with the likes of Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. Thus, BabyHuang approached the Blood God Society, a mysterious and powerful entity, with utmost caution. I have grasped the situation to a considerable extent. The werewolf calamity indeed involves the reincarnators of the Blood God Society, and their strength exceeds my expectations. We cannot rely solely on the Wuhuan Temple to resolve this. Focus on recovering from your injuries. I will dispatch personnel to secure Jim and Pass and contain the calamity to prevent its spread towards Wuhuan City. For now, we shall refrain from active engagement, only sending some flying-type soul masters to rescue civilians. We will wait for the actions of the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire before collectively addressing this werewolf calamity. Upon hearing Yueguan's account, BabyHuang spoke with deliberation. Subsequently, she had the latest information regarding the calamity pinned into letters. Dispatching flying-type soul masters to the Tiandi Imperial City and the Xinglua Imperial City to inform the Snow Knight Emperor and Emperor Dai Tianfeng of the Xinglua Empire. Resolving the werewolf calamity would not be a simple task. The Wuhuan Temple was willing to contribute, but they would not sacrifice themselves in vain. We will share the knowledge we possess, and you shall do the same. Together, we shall tackle this crisis, ensuring mutual benefit. When BabyHuang's letter reached the Tiandi Imperial City and the Xinglua Imperial City, the Snow Knight Emperor, due to distance, had only just received a letter from Xiaoquang, disseminating the news of the werewolf calamity throughout the Tiandi Empire. The timing of Wuhuan Temple's message was fortuitous. Upon learning of the involvement of reincarnators in the calamity, particularly those associated with the Blood God Society mentioned by Xiaoquang, the Snow Knight Emperor was not surprised. However, the revelation that the Wuhuan Temple had dispatched Jiu Duan and Gei Boagame, leading a contingent of powerful soul masters to the disaster zone, only to encounter reincarnators of comparable strength to soul saints and title de loi, left him astounded. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had not hastily deployed the royal army and the palace's soul masters to assist. The Wuhuan Temple's decision to send Yueguan and Guimei with thousands of powerful soul masters resulted in near annihilation, leaving only Yueguan and Guimei to escape with injuries. Not a single other soul master from Wuhuan Temple had returned alive. Such losses would be crippling for the Wuhuan Temple, and had it been the Tiandi royal family, it would have dealt a devastating blow. Nevertheless, while he felt a twinge of schadenfreude at Wuhuan Temple's misfortune, given the significant conflicts between the Tiandi Empire and the Wuhuan Temple, he understood that the werewolf calamity was a matter that demanded the attention of all forces on the Dolua continent. Thus, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, upon learning from Dugu Qiubai that silver could effectively counter the ferocious werewolves, dispatched a letter to be sent to Wuhuan City. Meanwhile, when the letter from the Wuhuan Palace reached the hands of Emperor Dai Tianfeng of the Xinglua Empire, he could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude upon hearing of the casualties suffered by the Wuhuan Palace. However, like the Emperor of the Snowy Night, those who attain the throne are rarely foolish. The mere threat posed by the werewolf calamity is already formidable enough to devastate humanity, not to mention the involvement of the enigmatic reincarnators from legends. Hence, when BabyHuang wrote to request the consolidation of forces from the two dominant empires, the Wuhuan Palace, and various kingdoms and principalities, as well as the entire spirit master community to eradicate the werewolf menace, Dai Tianfeng naturally acquiesced. The Xinglua Empire would first dispatch spirit masters from its own realm to collaborate with the Wuhuan Palace in addressing the werewolf crisis, and once the army was prepared, they would march to the border to suppress and eliminate the threat. However, given the need to mobilize all forces to combat the calamity, determining when and where the multitude of factions on the continent would converge posed a significant challenge. In response, Dai Tianfeng had letters sent to Wuhuan City, hoping to establish a locus for all forces to assemble. Once all factions gathered, they could set forth together to vanquish the werewolf menace, which seemed the most prudent course of action. After deliberation among the Wuhuan Palace, the Tiandi Empire, and the Xinglua Empire, it was ultimately decided that all forces would convene in Suatawa City of the Bala Kingdom. Suatawa City is conveniently located between the Tiandi Imperial City and the Xinglua Imperial City, and it is an exceptionally prosperous city, thus serving as a satisfactory meeting point for most factions. Subsequently, a joint statement was issued by the Wuhuan Palace, the Tiandi Empire, and the Xinglua Empire, urging all forces to send representatives to Suatawa City to collectively eradicate the werewolf threat. Upon learning of this unified declaration, various spirit master factions across the continent hastily dispatched their representatives to Suatawa City. As noon approached and the sun ascended to its zenith, casting scorching rays upon the earth, a luxurious carriage adorned with a flame motif slowly traversed a wooded path en route to Suatawa City. Should someone familiar be present, they would surely recognize that the emblem on the carriage belonged to the Chihua Academy. "Father, how much longer until we reach Suatawa City? We've been traveling for over a day since leaving the academy, yet we still haven't arrived." Within the carriage, Huowu, feeling somewhat restless, lifted the curtain to gaze at the swiftly passing scenery and inquired of her father, Xiaotian, who sat beside her. "What is there to rush? We have already entered the Bala Kingdom, and it shouldn't be long now until we reach Suatawa City. Look at your junior brother by Luo. He is diligently engrossed in his studies. You, on the other hand, are idly passing time. Once we gather in Suatawa City, we will head straight to the werewolf-infested border. You should seize this opportunity to cultivate your strength. Don't expect me and your teacher, Dugu Qiubai, to shield you exclusively," Xiaotian replied, casting a sidelong glance at Huowu while gesturing towards Bai Luo, who who was perusing a tome on spirit beasts. I've long since mastered this knowledge. It is not that I am neglecting my studies, but the bumpy ride makes it impossible to train. Huo Wu retorted, somewhat miffed. As for the border, it is indeed perilous. I've heard that not only are there those monstrous werewolves and wolf spirits, but also the sinister reincarnators of the Blood God Society. However, with you and my brother along with me, we only need to deal with those werewolf creatures. You needn't be so alarmist, father. Unexpectedly finding himself compared to another's child, Bai Luo felt a degree of embarrassment as he observed the playful banter between Huo Wu and Huo Xiaotian while holding the tome in his hands. Director, there's an inn ahead. Outside the carriage, the instructor driving the vehicle suddenly spoke up. An inn? Perfect for a brief respite. As the carriage of Qihua Academy emerged from the woods, they beheld a sizable inn occupying a clearing. In the distance, a small town could also be spotted. At Huo Xiaotian's behest, the instructor guided the carriage towards the inn. Upon nearing, they noticed several luxurious carriages already parked in front of the inn, among which several were recognizable to Huo Xiaotian and his companions. Are those carriages from Tianshui Academy and Shenkong Academy? What a coincidence! After disembarking, Huo Xiaotian noted the familiar carriages and smiled. Let us go inside. As new guests arrived, a server promptly approached from the inn, exuding courtesy and eagerness to guide them in. Thus, following the server, Huo Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuang, Dugu Qiubai Bai Luo, and two instructors from Qihua Academy made their way into the inn. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of chatter and laughter. The inn boasted 3 stories, each adorned with numerous tables, while servers busily traversed the floors, either delivering dishes or taking orders. Guided by the server, the group ascended to the 2nd floor and approached an unoccupied table. En route, they happened to encounter individuals from Tianshui Academy and Shenkong Academy. Dean Shui Linglong and Dean Feng Xingyun. What a delightful encounter. Upon spotting Shui Linglong of Tianshui Academy and Feng Xingyun of Shenkong Academy, Huo Xiaotian chuckled and greeted them amiably. Simultaneously, instructors and students from the 3 esteemed Spirit Master Academies exchanged pleasantries and greetings. When did you set out? How have you arrived before us? After seating themselves, Huo Xiaotian inquired jovially of Shui Linglong and Feng Xingyun, who were seated at a nearby table while perusing the menu. Dean Hua, you jest. We didn't depart much earlier than you. We just arrived not long ago. Shui Linglong replied with a gentle and serene smile. Feng Xingyun echoed her sentiment. Bai Luo, what do you think about Tianshui Academy? It seems Shui Binger and her sister have come along, likely intending to broaden their horizons just as we are. After all, as our instructors have indicated, the future will only grow more perilous. This werewolf calamity serves as an excellent opportunity for us to gain experience, ensuring we are not caught off guard when danger arises. Moreover, our instructors and the formidable Xiongba have publicly announced that they will recruit disciples based on performance during the werewolf crisis. It is only natural for Shui Binger and her companions to come. Yet, why have they brought along a child? That little one appears to be only 5 or 6 years old. She is indeed adorable, but do they not fear for her safety? While waiting for their meal, Huo Wu leaned in to whisper her curiosity and perplexity into Bai Luo's ear. As soon as Huo Wu finished speaking, the little boy mentioned at the Tianshui Academy's table suddenly turned his head to glance at her. His delicate porcelain-like face was adorned with a pair of round, glistening black eyes that sparkled with curiosity. This startled Huo Wu. Could it be that he heard what I said? He is no ordinary child. Even I sense danger emanating from him. He must also be a reincarnator, just like me. As Huo Wu was taken aback, a faint voice suddenly drifted into her ears. It was Dugu Qiubai, gazing at her and slowly speaking. This further shocked Huo Wu. This little brother is also a reincarnator, and his power is such that even the teacher, Dugu Qiubai, feels threatened. Just as Huo Wu found this hard to believe, a series of loud thuds and shouts erupted from the inn's counter below. What is this rubbish you gave us? We only accept soul coins, only soul coins. Are you trying to dine and dash with this scrap metal? The voice drew everyone's attention. At the front of the counter stood a middle-aged man dressed in blue, with long hair and a beard, appearing somewhat disheveled and exuding a melancholic aura. You don't accept copper coins? Copper coins? We don't recognize copper coins. We only know soul coins. Don't you have money to pay? That sword of yours looks good. You can use it to settle the bill. As he spoke, the cashier cast a greedy glance at the magnificent yellow sword hanging at the man's waist. You want my hero's sword? The amount for this meal is far from sufficient. And besides, you wouldn't be able to use it. I don't have the soul coins you mentioned, but I do not intend to dine and dash. I can perform here to settle the bill. I play the eru quite well. You can listen." The middle-aged man in blue shook his head lightly, casually producing an eru from seemingly nowhere. "Who wants to listen to your broken eru?" The cashier was somewhat irritated. At that moment, the innkeeper hurried over, having already been informed of the situation by the waiter. Upon learning that the middle-aged man had only consumed some simple fare, the innkeeper wished to avoid making a fuss. Business had been thriving lately, and he did not want to jeopardize it. Thus, when the blue-clad man mentioned performing to settle the bill, the innkeeper readily agreed. He suggested that if it was good, a day's performance would suffice, but if not, he could help wash dishes instead. The blue-clad man smiled confidently, took his portable eru, moved a small stool over, and began to play. In an instant, the air was filled with a mournful melody, resonating with lingering echoes. However, the innkeeper's expression darkened. The music was indeed beautiful, but it sounded so sorrowful and ominous. Just as the innkeeper was about to call for a stop, on the second floor, many soul masters, including Hua Xiaotian, Shui Linglong, and Feng Xingyun, began to change their expressions. They sensed an eerie mental fluctuation in the music, which invoked a deep sense of sorrow within them. This blue-clad man could infuse his spiritual power and emotions into his music. As the mournful notes of the eru reverberated through the inn, Hua Xiaotian couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. He had just grasped the situation. This blue-clad man was likely no ordinary individual. He must be a reincarnator from the Celestial Reincarnation Hall, much like Dugu Qiubai. How could anyone in this world not know about soul coins? Nearby, not only Hua Xiaotian, but also Shui Linglong and Feng Xingyun realized that the identity of the blue-clad man was likely akin to that of Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. Feng Xingyun's eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to descend and assist the blue-clad man in paying for his meal, hoping to forge a favorable relationship. After encountering the individuals from Tianshui Academy at the inn, Feng Xingyun had inquired why Shui Linglong had brought such a young child, only to discover he was a reincarnator capable of kicking a frost snow demon dragon that had existed for thousands of years. This revelation had left Feng Xingyun astounded. Now, Tianshui Academy had a reincarnator to ally with, while they, the Shunfeng Academy, had none. This simply could not stand. Just as Feng Xingyun was about to head downstairs, a loud shout suddenly emerged from the inn's entrance. "Innkeeper, we will cover this gentleman's meal." Upon hearing this, a tall, elegant, middle-aged man clad in a green robe entered, accompanied by several similarly dressed individuals. Feng Bailong. The sight of the newcomer sent Feng Xingyun into a fit of frustration. The visitor was none other than Feng Bailong from the Feng Sword sect, one of the rivals of their Shunfeng Academy. "I haven't yet inquired about your name, sir, but you must be a reincarnator, correct?" Upon entering the inn, Feng Bailong tossed a gold soul coin to the astonished innkeeper to settle the blue-clad man's bill and respectfully asked. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered across the blue-clad man's calm face. "Oh, your world has reached this point. You are aware of our existence?" "Indeed, we are aware. And it is not merely that. Recently, our world has encountered a disaster known as the Wolf Calamity. According to a reincarnator of high standing, this calamity is caused by an organization called the Blood God Society, specifically by its member, the wolf demon Lord Michael Cavinus. Furthermore, it is rumored that other powerful beings are involved, including one named Blood Robe Marquis by Yifei and another named Emperor Shurtian, the latter being especially formidable, as our strongest warriors are no match for him. To counter this wolf calamity, our world has decided to unite all forces to eradicate it. And we have the assistance of reincarnators. Might I inquire which faction you belong to, and whether you would be willing to aid us in resisting this disaster?" Feng Bailong inquired respectfully. Upon hearing the name Blood God Society, the blue-clad man frowned slightly. "There is little to say about my name. I have long since forgotten the past. You may call me Wuming. As for whether I will assist your world, I am the leader of the Chivalrous Alliance, and our purpose is to vanquish evil and save the people. Naturally, I cannot stand idly by while your world suffers the calamity unleashed by such a wicked organization as the Blood God Society. I express my gratitude on behalf of everyone in our world." Feng Bailong exclaimed joyfully. However, it should be noted that Feng Bailong's intentions were not purely noble. He sought to establish a connection with Wuming. If Wuming was powerful enough to match Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, then enlisting his help against the wolf calamity would undoubtedly alleviate their burden. Even if he was not as strong, reincarnators were treasures in themselves. and it was possible that Wu Ming possessed unique soul skills akin to those of Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, even if Wu Ming possesses slightly inferior self-created soul skills. If he can impart even a couple of techniques to his son, it would be immensely beneficial. Within the tavern, many patrons gazed in bewilderment at the exchange between Feng Bailong and Wu Ming. This is because Dolua Dalu is an ancient world where information is not easily disseminated. The calamity of the wolves is known primarily within the Soul Master community. In the Farnos province, particularly near the wolf disaster area, most are certainly aware of the turmoil. However, in the Balak Kingdom, many remain entirely oblivious. Upon being inquired by a curious individual, Feng Bailong revealed the dire situation of the wolf disaster, which immediately incited panic among the guests. Nevertheless, Hua Xiaotian, Shui Linglong, Feng Xingyun, and Feng Bailong promptly identified themselves, assuring everyone not to fret. The two great empires have joined forces with the Wuhuan Temple, preparing to unite the entire continent's strength to eradicate the wolf calamity, which should soon be quelled. After resting at the tavern, the Qihua Academy, Tianshui Academy, Xinfeng Academy, and Feng Jian sect continued their journey towards Sotuo City. By evening, they finally arrived at their destination. Meanwhile, as the Qihua Academy, Tianshui Academy, Xinfeng Academy, and Feng Jian sect made their way to Sotuo City, numerous other forces, such as the Tiando royal family, the Blue Electric Overlord sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Nine Heart Sitang family, the Xuanwu Turtle family, the Xingluo royal family, and the Yuming Grand Duke's mansion, dispatched individuals to Sotuo City, ranging from those renowned throughout the continent to lesser-known sects and Soul Master families. Among them was Lu Erlong from the Blue Overlord Advanced Soul Master Academy. Although her father, Yiyuan Jun, the master of the Blue Electric Overlord sect, is the brother of Yuluo Mian, he did not marry Lu Erlong's mother due to her humble origins, abandoning her instead. Growing up, Lu Erlong was raised solely by her mother in difficult circumstances, enduring bullying and scorn. Perhaps due to her longing for assistance from an early age, Lu Erlong developed a profound sense of justice. Thus, upon hearing of the wolf disaster, she resolved to help eradicate it. When informed that the Tiando Empire, Xingluo Empire, and Wuhuan Temple have summoned all forces to gather in Sotuo City before jointly addressing the calamity in the besieged border regions, she immediately set off for Sotuo City, especially since the Shrek Academy, once led by the renowned Flandra, is located there. However, unlike other forces, the Blue Overlord Academy lacks substantial backing, being one of the few advanced Soul Master academies that recruit students from the common populace. This has resulted in a lower quantity and quality of instructors, while the number of students remains high. Consequently, the Blue Overlord Academy was unable to spare teachers to assist in the eradication of the wolf disaster, leaving Lu Erlong to go alone. While en route to Sotuo City using her flying soul skill, Lu Erlong unexpectedly stumbled upon a village nestled within the mountains. Engulfed in chaos, countless villagers fled in all directions, their cries for help and screams echoing through the air. This sight ignited her sense of justice, and with gritted teeth, she soared forward. How outrageous! In broad daylight, who dares commit such heinous acts? In the village, as villagers screamed and fled, a crimson figure pursued them like a cat playing with a mouse, unleashing seemingly invisible attacks that caused many fleeing villagers to fall lifelessly to the ground. Suddenly, with a melodious yet furious shout, a scarlet figure burst forth from the distant sky, followed by a blazing crimson pillar of fire that surged towards the pursuing figure. The crimson shadow, seeing the sudden onslaught from above, swiftly evaded, retreating to avoid the incoming flames. In the next moment, having driven back the crimson figure, the scarlet figure that had descended from the sky landed amidst a cloud of dust, revealing a woman clad in a flowing blue-purple gown, her black hair cascading down, tall and graceful, with an alluring and spirited visage. It was Lu Erlong. Are you all unharmed? Quickly, flee from here. I will confront the one chasing you. She called out to the fleeing villagers with genuine concern. This moved the villagers deeply, prompting them to kneel in gratitude before hastily escaping into the surrounding forest. "Ha! You foolish woman, how naive you are. Do you think these people are innocent?" A sneering voice suddenly interrupted Lu Erlong as she urged the villagers to flee. Turning to the source of the voice, she beheld a tall woman in a flowing red gown, her hair styled extravagantly and adorned with golden ornaments, exuding a stunning beauty and an imposing presence. This was the very figure that had pursued the villagers. "I see you're no better than a villain. As a woman, how can you be so ruthless? These villagers are merely ordinary folk. Why do you pursue them, including the children and women? Lu Erlong exclaimed, her outrage palpable. Oomph. Why can't a woman be ruthless? Your so-called acts of kindness are nothing but futile gestures. Let me enlighten you. This village you defend is notorious in the area as a den of bandits, having harmed countless people. By helping them, you are merely condemning others. The woman scoffed, tearing a piece of bark from a tree beside her in disdain. Lu Erlong, having formed her judgment, refused to believe the words of the woman in red, dismissing her with a huff before unleashing her soul skill once more. First soul ring, Scarlet Flame Dragon Arm. Third soul ring, Fury Thunder. Activating two powerful enhancing soul skills, her arms, already enveloped in crimson dragon scales, expanded further, transforming her claws into fearsome dragon talons. Simultaneously, a surge of crimson light erupted from Lu Erlong, greatly enhancing her physical prowess. Ha! With a fierce shout, Lu Erlong glared intently, her crimson dragon wings flaring as she propelled herself into the air, launching two massive fireballs towards the woman in red. The woman, swift as a shadow, deftly evaded the incoming projectiles with ease. However, Lu Erlong was undeterred and lunged forward, intent on engaging the woman in close combat. In response, the woman clad in red continued to evade, moving with an ethereal swiftness that resembled a specter, deftly avoiding the oncoming assaults from Lu Erlong. As she traversed her path, she unleashed a barrage of sharp needles towards him. Unfortunately, these needles were utterly ineffective against Lu Erlong's formidable protective soul power, complemented by the incredibly resilient and astonishingly defensive crimson dragon scales adorning his form. What manner of creature are you, clad in a turtle's shell? She exclaimed in frustration, realizing her attacks were futile. With a swift turn, she employed her ghostly agility to escape further, while Lu Erlong relentlessly pursued her, guided by the woman in red. Lu Erlong soon found himself at the heart of the village. With a resounding crash, he activated his fourth soul ring, Bloodthirsty Flame, unleashing a colossal crimson pillar of fire that obliterated a spacious wooden structure in an instant. The woman in red, however, darted into the ruins, opening the entrance to a cellar. Illuminated by the flames, Lu Erlong stood transfixed upon witnessing the scene within the dimly lit cellar. There, he beheld a gathering of women, clad in tattered garments and shackled by iron chains, their expressions vacant and numb, as if devoid of life. A moment later, snapping back to reality, Lu Erlong swiftly retracted the flames he had unleashed, landing amidst the now charred remains of the once grand wooden house. Do you see this? You, with your ample bosom and lack of intellect, who can truly be deemed the righteous, and who the villain? The woman in red, standing at the entrance of the cellar, pointed at the imprisoned women with indignation, berating Lu Erlong. In response, Lu Erlong clenched his fists, his mature and alluring visage flushing crimson, his lips parting as if to defend himself. Yet he could only utter, "I merely noticed that among the villagers you pursued, there were women and children." And what of it? The woman retorted with a cold laugh. Do you deem them innocent? Their fathers or husbands may have become robbers, plundering other villages. Yet they remain behind, so they are blameless? Have you considered that they have benefited from the spoils brought back by these brigands? If they have enjoyed the fruits of their deeds, they must also bear the consequences. Lu Erlong found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter her reasoning. After all, her assertions held merit. In this world, where could one find a situation that allowed one to reap benefits without facing repercussions? I have been naive, he conceded with a self-deprecating smile. You are correct. My ignorance and misguided intentions may have inadvertently caused harm. Yet, he was taken aback by her perspective. Is this your interpretation of chivalry, of upholding justice? Chivalry? Justice? Do not place such lofty expectations upon me. I have never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. I merely required funds to sustain myself, which is why I sought to extract some wealth from these miscreants. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, the woman in red revealed a dismissive smile. Yet she continued, now, enough of this banter. Assist me in rescuing these women and escorting them to the nearby city, where the authorities can ensure their safe return home. Lu Erlong hastened to assist, unable to suppress his curiosity as he inquired, I am Lu Erlong. May I ask your name? I am Dongfang Bubi. Chapter 91. In Soto City, Shrek Academy, 33, Dongfang Bubi? Lu Erlong was astonished to learn that this captivating and spirited woman bore such a masculine and imposing name. after working alongside her to rescue the women from the cellar. Liu Erlong accompanied Dongfang Bubi to the nearby city, where they entrusted the rescued women to the city lord's office for their return home. This endeavor consumed nearly a full day. Throughout their interactions, Liu Erlong discovered that Dongfang Bubi was also a reincarnator from the Palace of Celestial Reincarnation. Upon arriving in this world, lacking financial resources, she had chosen to uphold righteousness and aid the needy. Indeed, robbing the wealth from bandits to alleviate her own poverty. Despite this revelation, Liu Erlong was not particularly surprised. Reflecting upon their previous discussions, he noted that Dongfang Bubi's demeanor and speech differed significantly from the individuals he encountered in Dolo Adalu. During their conversation, Liu Erlong recounted the calamity caused by wolves and inquired if she would join him in providing assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Dongfang Bubi agreed. Thus, the two set off together towards Soto City. Soto City, located within the Balak Kingdom, lay at the heart of the Lima Plain and served as the granary of the kingdom. Alongside Balak City, the political and economic center of the kingdom, these two cities were regarded as the most vital within Balak. What? You intend to visit this Shrek Academy? Go ahead. I plan to explore Soto City. Your world possesses an abundance of treasures, yet its inhabitants lack discernment. Perhaps I will unearth something valuable. Upon reaching Soto City, Dongfang Bubi furrowed her brows at Liu Erlong's intention to seek out Shrek Academy, opting not to accompany him. After agreeing on a rendezvous point, they parted ways. As Liu Erlong wandered through the bustling streets of Soto City, he inquired of passers-by, "Excuse me, do you know where Shrek Academy is located?" Given its renowned status, most residents were familiar with the esteemed Soul Master Academy and readily directed him. Following their guidance, Liu Erlong departed Soto City, traversing the road leading away from it, feeling a tinge of disbelief. Could it be that the illustrious Shrek Academy was not situated within the city? With an odd sensation in his heart, he progressed along the path, passing through vast fields abundant with golden rice. As the wind swept through, the golden grains in the fields danced like waves, creating a picturesque scene. Soto City truly deserved its reputation as the granary of the Balak Kingdom. After approximately half an hour of travel, Liu Erlong finally spotted a village at the end of the road. At the entrance of the village, a tree bore a sign inscribed in crooked letters, Shrek Academy. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Standing at the village's threshold and observing the impoverished and dilapidated surroundings that bore no resemblance to a Soul Master Academy, Liu Erlong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, questioning whether he had arrived too late. This shabby village could not possibly house a Soul Master Academy. Surely, the illustrious Shrek Academy could not have been disbanded by the esteemed Flender. Just as Liu Erlong stood at the entrance, contemplating the absurdity of his situation, two boys, appearing around 6 or 7 years of age, approached from the fields, playfully jostling one another. One of the boys, slightly plump and clad in a bright red leather outfit, sported a shock of short red hair, with small eyes and a round face that exuded a somewhat mischievous charm. Another boy, clad in a vibrant yellow coat, stood slightly taller than the chubby boy beside him. His short hair shimmered silver, and his appearance was notably charming. As they approached Shrek Academy, the red-haired chubby boy's eyes widened with excitement upon spotting Liu Erlong standing at the entrance. "What a beautiful big sister," he exclaimed, and without hesitation, he quickened his pace, dragging the silver-haired boy along with him. Upon reaching Liu Erlong, the little chubby boy rubbed his hands together, beaming with a charming smile, and inquired, "Big sister, what brings you here? Is there anything we can assist you with?" Upon hearing their voices, Liu Erlong turned around, smiling faintly, and somewhat helplessly pointed at the plaque of Shrek Academy, saying, "Little ones, may I ask you something? Is this indeed Shrek Academy?" "Of course, this is Shrek Academy. ISNT it written right here," the silver-haired boy replied, somewhat dazed. "No, what I meant to ask is whether Shrek Academy has been disbanded. After all, the place looks rather dilapidated. It hardly seems like a Soul Master Academy. I'm here to find someone, specifically Dean Flender, but I'm uncertain if Shrek Academy is still operational," Liu Erlong quickly clarified, continuing her inquiry. "Are you looking for a teacher?" Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed, "Big sister, my name is Ma Hongjun, and this is Oscar. The dean is my teacher. We are both students of Shrek Academy. If you're looking for the dean, we could take you to him." "Really? That's wonderful," Liu Erlong responded with a hint of surprise. Subsequently, under the guidance of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, Liu Erlong entered Shrek Academy and met with Zhao Wujia, the vice dean. However, Dean Flender was not present in the office. Dean Flinder has likely gone to a shop in Soto City. I'll have Ma Hongjun and Oscar escort you there, Zhao Wujia said, scratching his head upon realizing Flinder's absence. Later, accompanied by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, Lu Erlong made her way back to Soto City, heading straight to the shop owned by Flinder. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Lu Erlong, Dongfeng Bubi's avatar wandered through Soto City. Eventually, he stumbled upon a quaint little store named the Owl's Nest and stepped inside. Upon entering, Dongfeng Bubi was greeted by rows of shelves displaying a variety of items, including rare crystals, iron blocks, and stones from the outside world. At the entrance, behind a counter, a middle-aged man dressed entirely in black, with a face resembling a shoehorn and a hooked nose, reclined in a lounge chair, lazily swaying while resting his eyes. After entering the store, Dongfeng Bubi approached the shelves filled with various objects and began examining them. However, most of these items were unfamiliar to him. After a brief search, Dongfeng Bubi quickly located her objective, a crystal filled with peculiar golden threads. I believe Ma Hongjun and Oscar must have been part of Flinder's soul awakening and stumbled upon this. Otherwise, given their backgrounds, the Spirit Hall would never let them slip through their fingers, and commoners would never reject the Spirit Hall's recruitment. Chapter 92. The Sycophant Flinder, 13, found it. The golden thread crystal. Upon spotting the crystal, Dongfeng Bubi's eyes sparkled with delight as she gracefully approached it. However, instead of immediately taking the crystal, she first touched and weighed her options regarding the other items. Ultimately, she picked up a black iron block, a gray-black stone, and a golden thread crystal. Heading towards the counter. How much for these? Dongfeng Bubi inquired, placing the 3 items on the counter. At the sound of her voice, Flinder finally opened his eyes, sat up from his lounge chair, turned to face the items on the counter, and lazily remarked, a piece of black patterned iron is 500 gold soul coins. A volcanic iron ore is 200 gold soul coins, and a golden thread crystal is 100 gold soul coins. 800 gold soul coins? Upon hearing Flinder's prices, Dongfeng Bubi's brows furrowed in concern, her jade hand instinctively reaching for the black patterned iron, contemplating her options. Although she had robbed numerous bandit dens on Dolawa continent, those raids yielded only a modest amount of gold soul coins, usually no more than 100. Currently, she possessed just over 500 gold soul coins, making it impossible to purchase all 3 items. Noticing Dongfeng Bubi hesitating and her fingers lingering on the black patterned iron and volcanic iron, or without picking up the crystal, Flinder adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. After a moment of indecision, Dongfeng Bubi finally decided to put back the black patterned iron, retaining only the volcanic iron ore and the crystal. I'll take these too. After setting aside the black patterned iron, she pointed at the remaining crystal and volcanic iron ore, preparing to retrieve her soul crystal card obtained from the 7 Treasure Money House to pay for her purchases. At that moment, however, Flinder smirked mischievously. No, I misquoted earlier. The golden thread crystal is actually 1,000 gold soul coins, and the volcanic iron ore remains at 200 gold soul coins. So that totals 200 gold soul coins. I'll just drop a 0. You can have it for 1,000 gold soul coins. You. Flinder's outrageous price hike took Dongfeng Bubi by surprise, realizing her intent to acquire the crystal had been uncovered, which infuriated her immensely. 1,000 gold soul coins? Are you robbing me? This shabby crystal isn't worth that much. I only find it appealing for decoration. You think you could deceive me? Flinder paid no heed to Dongfeng Bubi's protests, insisting on the 1,000 gold soul coins. If she lacked the funds, he suggested she leave and return when she had the appropriate amount. This only served to heighten Dongfeng Bubi's ire. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the shop, accompanied by excited shouts. Teacher, Lu Erlong Auntie is here to see you. Dui Long. The sudden call from his disciple Ma Hongjun startled Flinder, causing him to sit up abruptly, nearly toppling from his chair. Soon after, a chubby boy clad in a red leather outfit, sporting fiery red hair, accompanied by a silver-haired boy and a tall, elegant woman with long black hair in a blue-purple gown, entered the shop. Upon entering, Lu Erlong immediately spotted her recently acquainted friend, Dongfeng Bubi, standing furiously at the counter. Behind the counter, Flinder stood, visibly excited, while the items displayed included a gray-black stone glinting with metallic sheen and a crystal filled with peculiar golden threads. Dui Long, is that really you? Flinder exclaimed with joy upon seeing Lu Erlong. Dui Long, do you know this unscrupulous merchant? Dongfang Booby interjected with a cold smirk, causing Flinder's expression to stiffen in disbelief as he turned to face her. This woman knows Erlong? A swindler? The words of Dongfang Booby left Lu Erlong momentarily stunned. Indeed, it is a swindler. Just moments ago, I purchased items from this shop, and although we had agreed upon a price, he suddenly changed his mind and demanded more money from me. That scoundrel. As Dongfang Booby spoke, her delicate fist clenched tightly. Her exquisitely beautiful face filled with indignation, practically grinding her teeth in fury. Brother Fu, listen what Dongfang Booby is saying. Lu Erlong felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Master, how can you act this way? One must uphold honesty. Seeing the striking beauty of Dongfang Booby, Ma Hongjun impulsively leaped forward, pointing at Flinder with a righteous demeanor, denouncing him. Erlong, allow me to explain. As an ardent admirer, Flinder held Lu Erlong in high regard, never expecting that his usually illustrious and formidable image would suffer such a grave misstep today. This left Flinder a loss for words, hastily attempting to clarify. I did not realize that this young lady happens to be your friend, Erlong. Since she is your friend, she is naturally also my friend. And how can friends charge each other? These two items shall be gifts for the esteemed Dongfang Booby. As he spoke, Flinder felt his heart bleed. Then I thank you, Master Flinder. Upon hearing that the items were free, Dongfang Booby immediately seized the Fa Jing and Huiyin Taiyan, her gaze towards Flinder brimming with mockery, enunciating each word with clarity. Swindler, how greedy you are. After finding Flinder, the group settled in the owl's shop, where Lu Erlong began to explain to Flinder the purpose of her visit to Soto City. Upon learning that Lu Erlong sought to assist in resolving the wolf disaster occurring at the border of the Tiandi Empire, Flinder was not surprised. He knew that goddess Lu Erlong was inherently kind-hearted and possessed a strong sense of justice, which was precisely why he cherished her so deeply. To him, she was akin to the sun in the sky. Initially, Flinder had no intention of responding to the call of the two great empires and the Wuhuan Temple to eliminate the wolf disaster. He considered himself merely the head of a wild soul master academy, having received no benefits from the Tiandi Empire, and thus questioned the obligation to serve it. Both he and Zhao Wujia, among others, were staunch libertarians, discontented with the current order of the soul master world. Zhao Wujia, for instance, had been pursued by the Wuhuan Temple for refusing to compensate a civilian he inadvertently harmed during a dispute. Expecting them to uphold justice and risk their lives to suppress and eliminate the wolf disaster, battling those mysterious and terrifying reincarnators, was utterly implausible. However, times had changed. For Flinder, personally, he wished to abstain from participating. Yet upon hearing that Lu Erlong intended to go, he could no longer remain idle, promptly declaring his desire to accompany her. After all, the wolf disaster was fraught with danger, and should anything befall the goddess, he must be there to protect her. Chapter 93. Gathering at the Wuhuan Temple. Initially, Shrek Academy had no plans to respond to the Wuhuan Temple's joint call with the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire to participate in the elimination of the wolf disaster. However, with Lu Erlong's declaration to join, Flinder hastily insisted that he would accompany her. As Flinder was going, Zhao Wujia and other old friends, left with no choice, decided to join as well. Thus, Shrek Academy also became part of the initiative to eradicate the wolf disaster. On another front, since the Wuhuan Temple united with the Xinglua Empire and the Tiandi Empire to issue a declaration, various forces across the continent began to gather in response. After 3 days, numerous Soul Master factions converged upon Soto City to participate in the mission against the wolf disaster, with many formidable powers in attendance. From the Wuhuan Temple to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, excluding the Haotian sect, as well as the Tiandi royal family's Dugabo, and the Xinglua royal family's 3 pairs capable of executing the martial soul fusion technique, the Yuming White Tiger, among others. Additionally, many lesser-known soul master families and small sects, only recognized in local cities, sent representatives to participate. Some were genuinely motivated to combat the wolf disaster threatening human existence, while others sought to align themselves with Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba in the future establishment of the Podisword sect and the Tianxia Society. Regardless of intentions, the mere act of joining the mission against the wolf disaster demonstrated their contributions and commitments to the continent. In Soto City, at the Wuhuan Branch Hall, upon realizing that nearly all major forces had assembled, the demon slayer Daw and Qianjun Dao, dispatched by the Wuhuan Temple, convened a meeting to assess the situation of the Soul Masters present in Soto City to facilitate subsequent actions. It is imperative to note that the Soul Master system, after years of development, no longer relies solely on individual prowess. While individual duels still exist, the ultimate champion is determined through team battles, as evidenced by the elite exchange competitions among Soul Master academies across the continent. For the Soul Master realm, it is essential to form Soul Master legions composed of defensive, assault, agility, control, and support Soul Masters to unleash their collective strength. The resultant effect is undoubtedly greater than the sum of its parts. Please share the basic information regarding the Soul Masters your sect or family has sent to participate in the mission against the wolf disaster. In a deserted park in Soto City, representatives from all forces participating in the mission gathered, among them 2 elderly men who bore striking resemblance. Both clad in the robes of Title Dao, who spoke in a deep voice. Allow us from the Wuhuan Temple to set the stage. For this mission against the wolf disaster, we have dispatched 2 Title Dao, namely ourselves, with titles of Qianjun and Demon Slayer, both at the rank of 96 Title Dao. Additionally, our Wuhuan Temple has sent 10 Soul Dao, 100 Soul Saints, 300 Soul Emperors, and 500 Soul Kings. Among them, there are 3 defensive Soul Dao, 30 Soul Saints, 50 Soul Emperors, and 100 Soul Kings in the defensive category, while the assault category has 2 Soul Dao. Qianjun Dao stated solemnly, detailing the composition of the Soul Masters dispatched by the Wuhuan Temple, specifying the number of defensive, assault, agility, and control Soul Masters. That concludes the information regarding our Soul Masters, he said. We from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect need not elaborate much. Besides myself, the Sword Dao, and the Bone Dao, we have also sent 300 support-type Soul Masters, among whom 100 are from our Ning family, wielding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. Following Qianjun Dao, Ning Fengji, with a gentle smile, introduced the details of the Soul Masters sent by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Subsequently, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Tiandi Royal family, and the Xinghua Royal family also provided accounts of their dispatched Soul Masters. Meanwhile, personnel sent by the Wuhuan Temple diligently recorded the information for future compilation. The ensuing operations would not be easy. It was crucial to fully harness the strength of all these Soul Masters, even exceeding their usual capabilities. In the following discourse, our esteemed Chihua Academy elucidates the composition of our delegation, which includes myself and these 2 distinguished instructors. I am a formidable assault system Soul Dao, while my companions are a Ming Gongshi Soul Saint and a control system Soul Saint. Of course, I need not introduce the illustrious figure beside me, for he is none other than the revered Dugu Qiubai, who accompanies us on this journey. After the esteemed Star Luo royal family concluded their remarks, Hua Xiaodian from Chihua Academy also articulated the circumstances of our party and introduced the eminent Dugu Qiubai. It is worth noting that not every Soul Master present was familiar with Dugu Qiubai. Subsequently, Shinkong Academy, Xiangjia Academy, and Leitang Academy each presented their respective Soul Masters, leading us to the introduction of Tianshui Academy. Representing Tianshui Academy are myself and these 2 instructors. I am a control system Soul Dao, while my colleagues are defense system Soul Saint and a Ming Gongshi Soul Master. In addition to our trio, we have also brought along a reincarnator, whose strength remains a mystery to us, yet undoubtedly exceeds that of a Soul Dao. Following the introduction of Tianshui Academy's instructors, Shui Linglong cheerfully introduced the delightful Shurho, who was contentedly savoring a lollipop. He too is a reincarnator, and his power surpasses that of a Soul Dao. Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, many Soul Masters were left incredulous. This child, with his porcelain-like delicate features, seemed inconceivable as a reincarnate on par with Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, especially with strength exceeding that of a Soul Dao. Indeed, President Shui Linglong spoke the truth. Our Spirit Hall is well aware of this young lord's prowess, which not only surpasses that of a Soul Dao, but extends beyond that of a Title Dao, having even injured our Spirit Hall's Ju Gui Dao. Observing the astonishment on many faces, Qianjun recognized Shurho and regarded him with a hint of trepidation, stating solemnly that he could attest to Shurho's formidable strength, which is certainly not inferior to his own. Nearby, Dugu Qiubai echoed Qianjun Dao's sentiments with a grave tone. This young brother indeed possesses extraordinary abilities. I can sense the terrifying power concealed within his diminutive frame. Xiongba, stroking his long beard, chuckled deeply and inquired about the number of reincarnators among us. Suddenly, Jianma Delaw interjected, seeking clarification. We are already aware of Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and this young brother as reincarnators of immense strength. Are there any others? With a grin, Feng Bailong, the leader of Fengjian sect, introduced the enigmatic Wuming, stating that he too is a reincarnator and the leader of an organization known as the Chivalrous Alliance within the Multiverse Reincarnation Hall. Upon hearing Feng Bailong's introduction, Xiongba seemed to recall something significant upon seeing Wuming, who was clad in a somewhat disheveled blue outfit, his demeanor tranquil yet melancholic. Does Xiongba possess knowledge of this Wuming's identity? Sensing Xiongba's surprise, Qianjun Delaw inquired with curiosity. If my assumptions are correct, I am indeed acquainted with this Wuming. He is a senior of mine from the same world, a legendary figure known as the Heavenly Sword Wuming in our realm of martial arts. The term martial arts legend resonates deeply, eliciting astonishment among those present. What does this title signify, Xiongba? A curious soul master inquired. The martial world can be likened to your realm of soul masters, while the title of martial arts legend denotes the utmost honor for a martial artist, signifying that one has dominated the entire martial world single-handedly, surpassing even the esteem associated with your realm's title de law. Xiongba sighed, stroking his beard in contemplation. In the crowd, Lu Erlong, intrigued by Xiongba's words, quietly inquired of Dongfang Bubi whether she recognized Wuming. I have heard of him. This Wuming is reputed to hail from a remarkably powerful martial arts world, his swordsmanship unparalleled, having once swept through all martial factions within his realm. One could equate them to your soul master sects, thus earning him the title of martial arts legend. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances, his wife met with an untimely demise, which led to a prolonged period of despondency, during which he scarcely pursued further cultivation. However, following the invasion of the supreme immortal realm into their world, it appears that some reincarnators reached out to him, revealing the resurrection capabilities of the Multiverse Reincarnation Hall. Consequently, Wuming entered our hall, garnering considerable renown. It is said that upon learning of his wife's potential resurrection, he regained his resolve, driven by a strong sense of justice. He founded a righteous martial faction known as the Chivalrous Alliance, assuming the role of its leader. I have heard that during his travels in other realms, he has stood alongside his comrades, defending the local inhabitants against the malevolent reincarnators of our Multiverse Reincarnation Hall. You may trust him. Dongfang Bubi's eyes shimmered with combativeness as she responded softly to Lu Erlong's inquiry. On the other hand, Qianjun Delaw and Jianma Delaw, taken aback by Xiongba's high regard for Wuming, respectfully bowed to express their gratitude for his assistance. However, even with Wuming's presence, the crowd still included Dongfang Bubi, a reincarnator. When Lu Erlong questioned why she did not step forward, Dongfang Bubi dismissively replied that she saw no reason to announce herself. Her willingness to assist was already commendable. Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, Wuming, and the young lad Shurho are all reincarnators of remarkable strength, unafraid to reveal their identities. Yet, if she were to disclose her status as a reincarnator, everyone might mistakenly assume her strength matched that of her formidable counterparts, potentially thrusting her into perilous situations. After hearing Dongfang Bubi's rationale, Lu Erlong found some merit in her reasoning and refrained from disclosing her identity. Following this assembly, the Spirit Hall meticulously documented all participating soul masters destined to combat the wolf disaster, dedicating nearly an entire night to compiling their attributes and developmental trajectories. The following day, the Spirit Hall convened all present soul masters to gather insights into their soul skills, subsequently organizing them into a cohesive battalion to rehearse formations. In this arrangement, defense system soul masters were stationed at the outermost perimeter to shield against enemy assaults, while assault and Gongshi soul masters were free to maneuver within the inner and outer circles. Tasked with reaping victories, control system soul masters, under the protection of their defense system counterparts, provided essential control, alleviating pressure from the defense system while creating opportunities for their assault and Gongshi allies, as well as offering a secondary layer of protection for support and food system soul masters. The support system soul masters, safeguarded by both defense and control system soul masters, positioned themselves at the innermost circle to render assistance, while food system soul masters were also stationed at the core to generate soul power sustenance, thereby ensuring the welfare of their fellow soul masters. After a day of rehearsals, the Wuhuan Temple had arranged the route into the wolf disaster zone and prepared the necessary supplies. Calculating the time, It had been 5 days since the Wuhuan Temple and the two great empires issued a joint declaration, summoning various forces to converge on Suatawa City to collectively eliminate the wolf disaster. The brief preparation period of merely 5 days for such a large-scale war was undoubtedly insufficient. However, due to the terrifying contagiousness of the wolf disaster, to prevent it from breaching the barriers controlled by the two empires and the Wuhuan Temple and spreading to more densely populated areas, the group had no choice but to hasten their departure towards the frontier of the two empires to eradicate the disaster. Departing from Suatawa City, a Soul Master Legion comprising thousands spent over a day and finally exited the territory of the Balik Kingdom. Upon entering the Fenosi province of the Tiando Empire, the grand procession continued its march towards the border. "Father, when will we arrive at the wolf disaster zone? Do those creatures called ferocious werewolves and wolf demons really look like wolves standing on 2 legs? I've heard their strength is roughly equivalent to that of Soul Masters up to Soul Venerates. This should be a good opportunity for us to gain some practical experience." Fire Dance chirped excitedly to her father, Xiao Tian, as they traversed the dense forest. This incessant chatter began to wear on Xiaoyan's patience. He felt somewhat helpless regarding his daughter. He had one son and one daughter. His son inherited his unique fire dragon martial spirit, while his daughter took after her mother's fire shadow martial spirit. However, while the martial spirits were inherited well, her temper certainly was not. While his son, Huoshang, with a unique fire dragon martial spirit, had a rather gentle demeanor and was not particularly combative, his daughter, Fire Dance, having inherited her mother's fire shadow martial spirit, was far more tempestuous and headstrong, relishing in competition. Their mission was to eradicate the wolf disaster, a task far from trivial. Even though the Wuhuan Temple and the two empires had contained the wolf disaster within the Hengi Plain, this border region still housed a population of millions due to its favorable geography. Should these millions succumb to the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons, it would result in an overwhelming army of several 100,000, each possessing strength comparable to that of Soul Masters to Soul Venerates. This was truly alarming. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Even a mere army of several 100,000 ordinary soldiers could serve as a formidable force to suppress the fates of the two empires, let alone the several million ferocious werewolves and wolf demons. Hua Xiaotian could not afford to be complacent about this venture. If not for the presence of Dugu Qiubai accompanying them, he would have refrained from bringing along his daughter Fire Dance and son Huoshang due to the inherent dangers. However, as Dugu Qiubai had stated, the Reincarnation Hall had begun to send reincarnators to their Dulua continent. Presently, it was only the wolf disaster. But what if a more perilous calamity arose in the future? He clearly could not protect his son and daughter at all times, nor could he shield them for a lifetime. Rather than coddling them and depriving them of facing adversity, it was more prudent to involve them in this campaign against the wolf disaster to foster their self-reliance. Thus, Hua Xiaotian was persuaded by Dugu Qiubai. Unexpectedly, his daughter Fire Dance displayed such excitement for this mission, which left Hua Xiaotian somewhat exasperated. "Little Dance, according to our intelligence, the wolf disaster has been contained by the two empires and the Wuhuan Temple within the Hengi Plain, and to enter the plain, we must pass through the Wanren Pass. We have just traversed Taishu City, and after crossing the ancient Linin Mountain, we will reach Wanren Pass. Once we pass through, we should be able to see the wolf disaster," Xiaotian explained before he could finish, a youth clad in the uniform of Shenfeng Academy, with striking silver hair and handsome features, eagerly interjected with a map in hand, looking at Fire Dance with hopeful anticipation for her acknowledgement. However, upon hearing the youth's words, Fire Dance's exquisite and spirited face darkened. With hands on her hips, she retorted angrily, "Feng Xiaotian, I've told you multiple times not to call me Little Dance. We're not familiar, and I did not ask you, understand? Stop bothering me." Amidst the dense forest, where shadows danced and sunlight flickered as they sped through the thicket, Feng Xiaotian's previously joyful expression swiftly transformed into a melancholic one upon hearing Fire Dance's impatient words. "Little Dance, I merely wish to answer your question. Is that a fault? Moreover, how can we not be familiar? We've known each other since childhood. Why do you despise me so?" He lamented, filled with bitterness. "You are such a sycophant. Who would ever like you?" Bai Luo thought to himself. Having observed Fire Dance for some time, Bai Luo understood her fiercely competitive nature. She was the type who would not accept defeat easily. To win her favor, one would need to conquer her in combat. Like Tang San, who had nearly made her fall in love by besting her in battle. Unfortunately, Tang San's affections lay with Xiao Wu, which left Fire Dance enraged and transformed any potential love into animosity. Bai Luo felt that Fire Dance's willingness to accompany Feng Xiaotian stemmed more from a desire for revenge against Tang San rather than genuine affection. As for Feng Xiaotian, Bai Luo found it perplexing that he only knew how to fawn over her, despite being equally powerful as Fire Dance. If he only continued to flatter her, he would inevitably earn her disdain. Yet, Bai Luo had no intention of advising Feng Xiaotian. After all, he was a normal man and would not willingly place a beautiful woman into another's embrace. As for the exchange between Fire Dance and Feng Xiaotian, Feng Xingyun felt a sense of awkwardness, embarrassed by his son's behavior. You have other admirers. Why cling to Fire Dance? She is indeed beautiful and possesses great talent. But with that temper, there is no need for you to debase yourself before her. On the other hand, Hua Xiaotian found himself somewhat speechless regarding the matter between his daughter and Feng Xiaotian. As the principal of the Five Elements Academy, Hua Xiaotian was well acquainted with Feng Xingyun and had long been aware of Feng Xiaotian's affections for Fire Dance. He had previously contemplated fostering a relationship between them, as Feng Xiaotian was exceptionally gifted, possessing innate full soul power. However, Fire Dance simply did not reciprocate. He felt powerless, knowing that interfering would only provoke further resistance from her. Now, Hua Xiaotian had completely abandoned the idea of matchmaking, as his daughter Fire Dance harbored a strong dislike for Feng Xiaotian. Previously, she might have thought highly of him due to his talents, but now, with Bai Luo in the picture, her sentiments had shifted. Being chosen by the formidable figure known as Digu Qiu Bai as a disciple undoubtedly speaks volumes about Bai Luo's extraordinary talent, foreshadowing a future of remarkable accomplishments. Hence, Hua Xiaotian is now even more eager to facilitate a union between Hua Wu and Bai Luo. Observing the harmonious interaction between Bai Luo and his daughter Hua Wu, Hua Xiaotian feels optimistic about the prospect, believing it far more promising than the situation with Feng Xiaotian. Sis, don't you think Feng Xiaotian resembles a dog? Hua Wu openly expresses her disdain for him, and yet he shamelessly seeks her approval. How pathetic. In the rear of the Tian Shui Academy's team, Shui Yu could not help but turn to her sister Shui Bing, her voice laced with contempt as she spoke. Yu refrained from making rash statements. Feng Xiaotian is genuinely in love. Shui Bing, though somewhat at a loss regarding Feng Xiaotian's behavior, maintained her gentle and gracious nature, choosing not to openly criticize him, and instead softly admonished her younger sister. Oof. A grown man should at least display some backbone instead of acting like a spineless wretch. He is even less impressive than Xiao Hao. Shui Bing pouted, still unconvinced. Are you perhaps interested in Xiao Hao? Shui Bing shot a glance at Shui Yu, her tone mildly reproachful. Actually, I do entertain a few thoughts about him. Xiao Hao is so adorable and handsome. He will undoubtedly grow into a striking young man with immense strength. If I start nurturing him now, I could secure a husband who is both good-looking and powerful, without having to worry about competition. How splendid would that be? As a seasoned admirer of beauty, Shui Yu boldly expressed her sentiments. Her ice-blue eyes sparkling with dreams of the future, her delicate hands clasped to her chest in excitement. Yu Xiao Hao is still just a child. Have you lost your mind? Shui Bing could no longer contain herself. Sis, I'm not that much older than Xiao Hao. I'm only 3 years his senior. I see you're merely jealous of my audacity to think this way. I could always share Xiao Hao with you in the future. Shui Yu replied innocently. Meanwhile, as the sisters playfully bickered, Xiao Hao seemed oblivious, observing them with his round, dark eyes, his porcelain-like face reflecting pure innocence, as if he could not fathom why Shui Bing and Shui Yu were quarreling over him. Shui Ling Long, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle at the scene. Glancing at Xiao Hao, she found no desire to correct Shui Yu's thoughts. After all, as she noted, the age difference was minimal, and Xiao Hao's current charm promised an even more handsome future, coupled with formidable strength. As the myriad of reincarnators continued to descend upon their Dolua continent, the future would inevitably grow perilous. If Shui Yu could find herself with Xiao Hao, it would indeed be a fortuitous arrangement. After traversing the ancient Lulin mountain range, the grand procession of soul masters finally encountered a towering cliff, a formidable barrier standing at the chasm between two sheer precipices. Access to the interior was solely through this mighty gateway, known as the Wanren Pass. Upon arriving at the foot of Wanren Pass, the Soul Master contingent discovered that numerous Soul Masters and legions were stationed within, indicating that the Wolf Calamity had yet to breach this stronghold. Inquiring with the commanding officer stationed at Wanren Pass regarding the situation in the Wolf Calamity Zone, the expansive Soul Master army proceeded through the pass, entering the Hunghe Plain. This plain earned its name from a river that traverses it horizontally, surrounded by mountains. Once within the Hunghe Plain, the Soul Master army continued deeper, discovering that the cities closest to Wanren Pass had not yet fallen. This was attributed to the timely orders from the Tiandi Empire, in conjunction with the Wuhuan Temple, mobilizing Soul Masters and legions to defend Wanren Pass. The commander at Wanren Pass wisely recognized that reliance solely on the pass was inadequate. It was essential to ensure that the cities guarding the routes to Wanren Pass remained secure, forming a protective network. This strategy was crucial for effectively resisting the Wolf Calamity. Consequently, constant attention was directed toward the nearest cities, dispatching legions and Soul Masters to assist in their defense. Although the Wolf Calamity had only begun less than 10 days prior, the number of ferocious werewolves and wolf demons had already surged to the millions. However, the vastness of Hunghe Plain meant that 10 days was insufficient for the calamity to engulf the entire expanse. Presently, the Wolf Calamity was still spreading, engaged in the siege and occupation of territories, not yet converging into a singular, overwhelming force. Therefore, Wanren Pass and the adjacent cities faced at most a contingent of around 100,000 wolves, which could still be resisted. As the Soul Master army passed through Wanren Pass, they traversed several cities that had yet to succumb to the calamity. However, upon reaching the final city, Tiancheng, the Lord informed the leading Dao, Qianjun, and Jiang Mo that beyond their city lay the devastated Wolf Calamity Zone. They had dispatched flying-type Soul Masters to survey the surroundings, but regrettably, no other cities within 1,000 miles remained steadfast against the calamity. Nevertheless, some villagers and townsfolk had managed to survive, and they had sent flying-type Soul Masters to distribute flyers, inviting any survivors to seek refuge in Tiancheng. If they continued toward the devastated zone, they might encounter some survivors who could provide information about the situation elsewhere. After bidding farewell to Tiancheng, the 1,000-strong Soul Master army pressed onward, traversing a plain, only to confirm the Lord's words. They were indeed entering the Wolf Calamity Zone. As they stepped into a forest, a pack of towering werewolves, standing over 2 meters tall, with menacing wolf heads and sharp claws, emerged from all directions. Their mouths, filled with sharp fangs, dripped with saliva, and their crimson, beastly eyes gleamed with ferocity and rage. So, these are the ferocious werewolves? They truly resemble colossal wolves standing on 2 legs. I can hardly contain my excitement to engage them. Upon witnessing the approaching horde of ferocious werewolves, Huo Wu's heart raced with exhilaration as she clenched her delicate fists, bouncing on the spot. Faced with the encroaching pack of ferocious werewolves from the dimly lit forest, the extensive Soul Master army, consisting of thousands, organized themselves into formation, adhering to the drills practiced in Soto City. Defensive-type Soul Masters took their positions at the outermost perimeter, followed by Assault-type and Agility-type Soul Masters, with Control-type, Support-type, and Food-type Soul Masters, along with the young talents from various factions, forming the inner ranks. Diamond Mammoth, manifest. Ironclad Crocodile, manifest. Black Tortoise, manifest. As the ferocious werewolves surrounded them, their fierce countenances illuminated with menacing light, the defensive Soul Masters at the forefront summoned their martial souls, entering into a state of martial soul manifestation. Certainly, aside from the defensive Soul Masters wielding the Beast Spirit, there are numerous defensive Soul Masters possessing weapon spirits, most of whom utilize shields as their weapons. When the defensive Soul Masters summon their spirits, the Assault type, Agility type, Control type, Support type, and Food type Soul Masters also invoke their respective spirits. As the ferocious werewolves drew nearer, the esteemed title Dalaw, including Qianjuna, Jiangma, Jindotaw, and Gudo Dalawa, as well as the likes of Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and Wuming, maintained an unruffled demeanor. Following inquiries from Ning Fengji, Jindo Dalawa Qinshin was the first to ascend into the air, surveying the surroundings to assess the situation. The other title Dalawa, along with Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and Wuming, also took to the skies, employing their abilities to ascertain whether there were any hidden threats aside from the ferocious werewolves. The Soul Masters present exhibited little fear towards these ferocious werewolves. The reason they refrained from immediately engaging was due to concerns that other forces, such as the formidable Blood God Society's reincarnators, might be lurking nearby. Master, it appears that only these ferocious werewolves are around, and their numbers seem to be in the thousands, replied Gudo Deloa Gurong while observing the situation from above. Are there no winged wolf demons? Ning Fengji inquired, seemingly pondering something. It seems there are none. Gurong shook his head. I have heard that the leader of the Blood God Society's wolf demons, Michael Coenas, can only infect humans himself to transform them into wolf demons. In contrast, wolf demons and ferocious werewolves can only turn humans into ferocious werewolves. Thus, the numbers of wolf demons are considerably fewer than those of ferocious werewolves. Therefore, it is not certain that all ferocious werewolves have wolf demons commanding them. The quantity of ferocious werewolves here is not vast, and it is possible that no wolf demons are directing them, making it highly unlikely for individuals from the Blood God Society to be present. After confirming the absence of wolf demons, Dugu Chiobai contemplated for a moment, his austere countenance remaining calm, and spoke in a cool tone. What are we waiting for? These pups dare to challenge us. Let us show them our might. Upon hearing Dugu Chiobai's analysis, Huo Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Then let us engage directly. As the ferocious werewolves pressed forward, on the verge of launching an attack, Jiang Maduo could no longer restrain himself and spoke in a deep voice. Following this, Jiang Maduo soared into the sky, wielding his panlong stick, and activated his spirit form, transforming the stick into a colossal weapon thicker than a beam. With a fierce shout, he swung the panlong stick horizontally, crashing it down upon the mass of ferocious werewolves. With a resounding impact, the massive stick struck the ground, obliterating all ferocious werewolves in its path into a gruesome mess of shattered bones and flesh. The earth was left with a massive pit filled with a web of cracks, as clouds of dust and debris billowed upward, painting the surrounding forest a dusty hue. Fourth soul skill, dominance overall. Meanwhile, hovering above the pack of ferocious werewolves, Jindo Duoqinshin held his 7-killing sword and, with a sharp command, activated his fourth soul skill, striking down fiercely at the ferocious werewolves below. As the fourth soul ring ignited around him, countless sharp ice-blue sword energies erupted from the 7-killing sword, raining down like a torrential downpour and transforming the ferocious werewolves into mere sieves. Second soul skill, thunderous might, heavenly frost fist, unbearable grief. Realizing that there appeared to be no members of the Blood God Society among the encroaching ferocious werewolves, not only Jiangma Delua and Jindo Delua Qinshin, but also numerous other titled Delua, including Lanba, De Yuanjin, Xiongba, and Wuming, began their assault on the ferocious werewolves. In no time, a torrent of sword energies, frigid air, and thunder rained down from the skies, mercilessly reaping the ferocious werewolves as if they were mere crops. Simultaneously, the other soul masters within the team unleashed their soul skills, preparing to engage the approaching ferocious werewolves for practice. Brother, Bai Luo, we must hurry out. These ferocious werewolves are far too few. If we do not act soon, they will be wiped out. Observing that everyone, including her father Hua Xiaotian, had begun a frenzied slaughter of the encroaching ferocious werewolves, Hua Wu could not help but feel anxious as she was protected in the innermost part of the formation by numerous defensive soul masters. Isn't this a bit dangerous? Within the heavily protected formation, upon hearing her sister Hua Wu's words, Hua Wushuang hesitated. Brother, the reason Dad and our teacher brought us here is to provide us with training during this wolf disaster. This is an excellent opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. If you do not go, then I will go with Bai Luo. Realizing her brother Hua Wushuang was being overly cautious, Hua Wu felt a surge of frustration, pulling Bai Luo along as they dashed toward the formation's edge. Fire Shadow, arise. While dragging Bai Luo out, Hua Wu called out, summoning her spirit, Fire Shadow. A crimson female figure materialized behind her. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath her feet, encircling her. Cursed Carp Spirit, emerge. As Hua Wu pulled her out, Bai Luo did not refuse. Instead, upon Hua Wu summoning her Fire Shadow Spirit, he too summoned his Cursed Carp Spirit. Instantly, a golden carp appeared behind Bai Luo, accompanied by a yellow 100-year soul ring ascending from beneath his feet. First soul skill, Devourer Transformation. Upon summoning his Cursed Carp Spirit, Bai Luo felt a surge of energy and activated his first soul skill, Devourer Transformation. As the first soul ring ignited around him, The cursed carp spirit behind him radiated a brilliant golden light, rapidly enlarging. When the golden glow faded, a fearsome creature, covered in golden scales, with the body of a goat and the face of a human, along with a large head, wide mouth, tiger-like teeth, and claws, materialized behind Bai Luo, emitting a fierce and menacing aura as it roared with a sound akin to clashing metal. So ugly and fierce, as they rushed toward the formation's edge. Upon witnessing the transformation of the cursed carp spirit into a devourer, Huo Wu was momentarily taken aback. Having a passion for battle, Huo Wu often sought out Bai Luo to practice her fighting skills. However, Bai Luo only agreed to practice punches and kicks, never allowing her to engage in a full battle with him. Even when she promised to suppress her soul power to match his level and only use her first soul skill, Bai Luo remained resolute. This left Huo Wu quite vexed, and she had inquired of their teacher Duga Bai as to why Bai Luo refused. The teacher simply responded with indifference. This is because Bai Luo's first soul skill is not like most other soul skills. Rather, it is a unique transformation. However, this transformation is somewhat grotesque, which is why Bai Luo is reluctant to use it. Huo Wu has always been curious about just how unsightly Bai Luo's first soul skill transformation can be. Now, it indeed appears rather hideous, exuding a sense of ferocity and menace. Upon summoning the Canli martial spirit and activating the first soul skill, Tao Tai transformation, Bai Luo instantaneously merged with the Tao Tai martial spirit manifested from Canli. In an instant, as the martial spirit enveloped him, Bai Luo's physique surged in height. His muscles swelled, golden scales sprouted across his body, a pair of curved ram's horns emerged from his head. His eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils. His hands morphed into tiger claws, and sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, creating a particularly fearsome and terrifying appearance. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure and malevolent aura emanated from Bai Luo's being. "Xiao Wu, Bai Luo, wait for me." As Huo Wu pulled Bai Luo towards the formation's exterior, she noticed her sister dragging Bai Luo out. Initially hesitant, Huo Wuxuang gritted his teeth and followed suit. Accompanying them was licking dog Feng Xiaotian, who was naturally worried about Huo Wu encountering danger and wished to see if he could play the hero and win the heart of his goddess. "Sister, let us join you." Seeing Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian racing towards the formation's edge to confront the ferocious werewolves, Shui Yuer felt a competitive spirit rising within her and wanted to bring her sister Shui Binger along as well. "You two take Shihao with you." Hearing Shui Yuer's words, Shui Linglong pondered for a moment before suggesting that the two bring Shihao along. She actually hoped that Shui Binger and Shui Yuer could practice against these ferocious werewolves. If only Shui Binger and Shui Yuer ventured forth, they might encounter danger. However, with Shihao accompanying them, it would be much safer, and he could also protect others. "Yay! Long live a dean. Come on, sister, Shihao, let's go together." With the Dean Shui Linglong's approval, Shui Yuer could not contain her excitement and began to bounce joyfully, dragging Shihao and Shui Binger towards the formation's outskirts. Meanwhile, Huo Wu, who had taken the lead in rushing out of the formation with Bai Luo, quickly emerged beyond the protective perimeter. Facing these ferocious werewolves, they held a distinct advantage and were not concerned about any unforeseen incidents. Therefore, the control-type and defense-type soul masters within the formation did not hinder Huo Wu and Bai Luo's desire to charge out and battle the ferocious werewolves. They allowed these youngsters to hone their skills, having burst through the defensive formation established by the defense-type soul masters. Huo Wu led Bai Luo towards a group of ferocious werewolves. First soul skill, Fire Meteor. Upon breaking free from the formation and spotting the nearest ferocious werewolves, Huo Wu exclaimed with excitement and instantly activated her first soul skill. As the first soul ring around her glowed, a crimson fireball tinged with gold coalesced in Huo Wu's delicate hand. Subsequently, she hurled the fireball towards the nearest werewolves, striking one of the ferocious beasts directly. Upon being hit by the fireball, the werewolf fell into a dazed state. However, the other werewolves, noticing a human charging towards them, immediately had their ferocity ignited. With a series of savage roars, they crouched low and charged at the two with wild abandon. "Bai Luo, I'll knock them back. You take the two on the left, and I'll handle the two on the right." Huo Wu, undaunted by the approaching 4 ferocious werewolves, shouted with exhilaration as she activated her third soul skill. Third soul skill, Resistance Fire Ring. With a cry from Huo Wu, the third soul ring around her glowed brightly. A circle of crimson soul rings surged forth. rapidly expanding outward and striking the charging ferocious werewolves, sending them flying. After repelling the ferocious werewolves, Huowu charged towards the two on the left, while Bai Luo lunged at the two on the right. Compared to the speed of the werewolves being propelled through the air, Bai Luo's velocity was markedly swifter. Before the two ferocious werewolves on the right could land, Bai Luo had already caught up with them, leaping into the air and bringing his massive golden-scaled tiger claw crashing down upon one of the werewolves' heads. In response, the werewolf roared in fury, crossing its powerful forelimbs in front to block Bai Luo's descending claw. Unfortunately for it, Bai Luo, in the state of Taotai martial spirit possession, possessed overwhelming strength. Without employing the sun's breath, Bai Luo's claw struck with full force, shattering the werewolf's forelimbs. The violent force of his claw continued unabated, crashing into the werewolf's head and exploding it, creating a splatter reminiscent of tomato sauce. Having dealt with that ferocious werewolf, Bai Luo landed atop its corpse, crushing its ribcage beneath his feet. However, as the defeated werewolf fell, another still living ferocious beast roared and lunged at Bai Luo. Regrettably for it, Bai Luo seized the werewolf's slashing paw, swinging it around and forcefully slamming it into the ground, driving its head into its own chest cavity. This ferocious werewolf perished instantly. How astonishing! Is this Bai Luo truly just a soul master? Observing Bai Luo unleash a torrent of power surpassing the boundaries of soul master. Smashing one werewolf's head and driving another's head into its chest, Feng Xiaotian felt his eyelids twitching, his lips quivering. In the dense forest, amidst the onslaught of the fierce werewolves by powerful figures such as the demon slayer Da, Sword Da Chenexen, along with Xiong Ba, Dugu Qiu Bai, and Wu Ming, the remaining soul masters in the team, including Huowu, Bai Luo, Feng Xiaotian, and the youthful Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, surged forth from the formation to engage in battle with the werewolves outside. Soon, the surrounding ferocious werewolves were nearly eradicated. Initially, upon seeing the group, the werewolves had assumed they were facing feeble humans and charged in with fierce intent, only to be met with a crushing counterattack. However, while advancing was easy, retreating proved challenging. Ultimately, only a few distant werewolves, who had not yet reached the group, realized that these were not weak humans, but rather a horde of terrifying primal beasts, and they quickly turned tail and fled, disappearing into the dimly lit forest. Had we taken care of everything? Within mere minutes, the group had effectively dispatched the encroaching ferocious werewolves, surveying the area strewn with werewolf corpses, blood flowing like rivers and staining the fallen leaves a deep crimson, embracing the true form of the dragon staff, which could transform into a towering pillar. The Jiangma Dao unleashed a fierce assault upon the ferocious pack of werewolves on the ground, subsequently dispelling his martial soul manifestation. As he descended from the sky, he exhaled a breath of murky air, casting a solemn glance towards the others, and inquired in a deep voice. The Jiangma Dao has already resolved the situation. Around him, a chorus of responses echoed. After dispatching the encroaching horde of savage werewolves, the grand assembly of soul masters resumed their journey deeper into the Hengi Plain. Along the way, they encountered towns and villages, yet alas, these places had long succumbed to the ravages of the wolf disaster, now lying in ruin, devoid of life. With only remnants of crumbling walls and dried bloodstains narrating the tragic tales of their past. Throughout their expedition, the team faced numerous packs of brutal werewolves, ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands in number, some even commanded by wolf spirits. However, these hordes posed little challenge to a team of soul masters, most of whom were at least soul respect level, equipped with a diverse array of soul masters working in harmony. Upon encountering these savage werewolves, the team swiftly formed a defensive formation, easily repelling the attacks while systematically dispatching the werewolves until none remained. Yet, as they advanced deeper into the Hengi Plain, they remained unaware that with each encounter, a blood-red figure followed closely behind, draining the blood from both the fallen werewolves and humans alike. Upon entering the wolf disaster zone, while exterminating the encountered werewolves and searching for survivors, they finally stumbled upon a group of survivors after 3 days of delving through a forest. Help! Help! The panic cries for salvation echoed from an unknown location within the woods. Someone is calling for help. Startled by the sound, the group immediately sprang into action, guided by the more perceptive beast martial soul masters towards the source of the distress. Soon, they discovered their target, a group of ragged, emaciated villagers, covered in mud and exuding a foul stench, fleeing in terror through the trees. Behind them, a pack of over a dozen werewolves, resembling colossal wolves with human traits, pursued them relentlessly. "Please, kind sir, save us." Upon spotting the figures soaring gracefully between the towering trees, the villagers, who had nearly lost all hope as their companions fell victim to the jaws of the beasts, felt a glimmer of hope and cried out in joy. First soul skill, sweeping through the army. Upon witnessing the villagers being chased, the Tiandi summoned the dragon staff martial soul, ascending into the air. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his first soul skill. In an instant, enveloped by the radiance of his first soul ring, the dragon staff in his grasp expanded and elongated. Then, wielding the colossal weapon, he executed a sweeping strike from above, instantly sending a significant number of the pursuing werewolves crashing to the ground. Their bodies twisted grotesquely against the trees. The carnage revealed that their spines had been shattered by the Tiandi powerful sweep. Following the Tiandi decisive strike, the controlling soul masters behind him swiftly engaged, subduing any werewolves that had evaded his assault. Subsequently, a flurry of agile attack-type soul masters darted forward, swiftly dispatching the remaining werewolves that had survived. "Are you all unharmed?" As the Tiandi and his companions eliminated the threat to the villagers, the others soon joined, with Shui Linglong gently inquiring after the distressed villagers. However, her question elicited a wave of sorrowful wails from the villagers. "All are dead. Everyone is gone. Please, do not panic. Speak slowly," Shui Linglong urged, attempting to soothe the overwhelmed survivors. After calming the newly rescued villagers, the group revealed their identities, explaining that they were soul masters summoned by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire to aid them. However, as they were unfamiliar with the area, they sought information regarding any remaining cities that might have withstood the wolf disaster. "Yes, noble sirs, I believe I have heard of a city that has yet to fall to this wolf disaster. We learned of it from a brother we encountered on the road, who escaped from another location. He mentioned he wished to reach this city, but it appears to be surrounded by many of those monsters, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. We had no choice but to flee." One villager pondered for a moment before sharing this information. "A city that remains unbroken? Which city is it, and where is it located?" The revelation sparked curiosity among the group. "It is called Noting City," the villager recounted, and upon the Jiangma producing a map of the Hengi Plain, he indicated the location of Noting City. "Is it here? We understand now. Do you know of any other cities that have withstood the wolf disaster?" After the villager identified Noting City's position, the Jiangma inquired further. Unfortunately, the answer was negative. Most of these villagers had only heard of the wolf disaster and had sought refuge in the mountains, employing the stench of mud to mask their scent and evade the savage werewolves. Regrettably, due to the lack of food in the mountains, they could only venture out sporadically to seek sustenance in remote villages and towns, ultimately leading to their discovery and pursuit by the werewolves, resulting in significant casualties. Had the group not arrived, these villagers would have surely met their demise at the hands of the ferocious beasts. "Very well. We will assign some of our members to escort you to the nearest Haitian city, which has yet to fall. You may seek refuge there." Upon discovering the survivors, the Jiangma took immediate action, dispatching a portion of the soul masters to safely escort the villagers to Haitian city. Subsequently, the grand assembly of soul masters continued their expedition deeper into the Hengi Plain. However, unlike their previous aimless journey, this time armed with the knowledge of Noting City's existence, they set forth with a clear purpose towards its direction. On the other side, within the city of Noting, a fierce battle was erupting. Outside the city walls, a formidable horde of ferocious werewolves, black as night, surged forth with low growls and roars, climbing relentlessly towards the fortified walls of Noting like a rising tide. Yet, the defenders on the walls remained unwavering. Countless soldiers, clad in tattered armor and bound with blood-stained bandages, stood resolutely at the edge of the walls, brandishing their blades and weapons, shouting fiercely as they hacked and thrust at the advancing werewolves. Under the blockade of these brave soldiers, many of the werewolves that managed to ascend were swiftly dispatched before they could leap onto the walls. Moreover, atop the battlements, numerous civilians anxiously prepared firewood, boiling a noxious golden liquid that bubbled and emitted a strong stench. Once the liquid reached a boil, the civilians would swiftly pour it onto the werewolves climbing the walls, resulting in a cacophony of anguished howls. The scalding liquid caused immediate, excruciating pain, leading the werewolves to lose control of their bodies. The slickness of the golden substance further hindered their ascent. Thus, in the areas drenched with the searing liquid, the climbing werewolves fell back amidst howls of agony, crashing down upon those below, transforming the region into a treacherous zone that was nearly impossible to scale. In addition to the soldiers fighting valiantly on the front lines to prevent the werewolves from breaching the walls, there were also civilians laboring to boil the golden liquid, using it to thwart the werewolves' advance by either pouring it down or hurling solid clumps of earth from above. Soul masters who had fled from the surrounding cities and villages besieged by the werewolf calamity also joined in as reinforcements on the walls, tirelessly supporting their efforts, sometimes working alongside the civilians to repel the werewolves, and at other times engaging in combat with those that had managed to ascend. As the calamity had persisted for nearly 10 days, the food supplies and available war materials within Noding were depleting at a far quicker pace than anticipated. Now, with barely half a month elapsed, the city had already consumed a significant portion of its provisions. Even with the arrival of soul masters, soldiers, and civilians who had escaped from the besieged areas, the deep entrenchment of Noding within the werewolf disaster zone left it without support. Facing a relentless onslaught of werewolf tides attacking every couple of days, while the soul masters fared somewhat better, the casualty rate among the soldiers and civilians of Noding was alarmingly high. The pressure on the defenders had escalated tremendously compared to the initial phase. Nearly all able-bodied men had been conscripted, and most soldiers and civilians were now fighting with injuries. Yet, the werewolf tides continued to replenish their ranks through infection, steadily exhausting Noding's living forces. If this situation persisted, the outcome was all too predictable. On the walls, faced with the incessant waves of werewolves, the defenders of Noding could only hold on with great difficulty, relying heavily on Xiaofeng. Upon realizing that Noding was on the brink of collapse, Xiaofeng took to the skies, soaring above the walls to confront the werewolf tide. With resounding shouts, he unleashed a barrage of his famed techniques, sending forth golden dragons that crashed down upon the horde below, obliterating vast swathes of the ferocious creatures. Meanwhile, Ke Zhenyi and Lu Xiaofeng tirelessly offered support. While even the students from Noding, such as Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu, set aside their past grievances to join forces on the walls, fending off the relentless werewolves. Under the relentless bombardment of Xiao Feng's techniques, the werewolf tide began to falter. With a piercing howl from their commander, the already decimated werewolves abandoned their wounded and dead, fleeing in haste. However, after repelling this wave of assault, a heavy pall hung over all within Noding as they surveyed the countless fallen soldiers, civilians, and soul masters. Be it Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaofeng, or Xiao Kuang and Matthew, none felt a shred of joy. Despite their efforts in thwarting the werewolf tides and inflicting significant casualties upon them, new hordes were already converging from surrounding areas, ready to attack Noding once again. In comparison to the oncoming waves of werewolves, the combined forces of all the soul masters, soldiers, and civilians in Noding barely numbered under 100,000. Though Xiaofeng's assistance was invaluable, he was but one man, unable to annihilate the entire tide in an instant. He could only provide respite. The fate of Noding hinged upon their own resilience. Should they fail to hold the walls, even Xiaofeng would be powerless to intervene. With each successive assault, their casualties mounted, while the scale of the werewolf tides grew larger. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Noding would be overrun. Xiao Kuang, how much supply do we have left? Xiaofeng inquired after repelling the tide. We can manage a few more days with food, but as for war supplies, we have been working day and night to produce as much as possible. However, at our current reserves, we can only sustain one more werewolf siege. Oh no! The aerial soul master we sent to scout the surroundings has returned, and the situation is even graver than before. More and more werewolf packs are closing in from other areas. The next assault will be even larger. If the next tide is twice as formidable as this one, our supplies will surely run out. Xiao Kuang lamented with a bitter expression. This is dire. We are still only facing the werewolf tide. The Blood God Society has yet to make their appearance, but given the time elapsed, they have likely taken notice of us. If they arrive in the next wave, it will spell catastrophe, Lu Xiaofeng remarked, furrowing his brows in concern. Amidst the looming threat of annihilation, Noding remained in a state of heightened vigilance, preparing earnestly for the impending werewolf assault. Within the city, all able-bodied youth had been conscripted, with some training in a park that had been stripped bare of trees. Another group, under the escort of the Soul Masters, departed from New Oding City, embarking on a mission to gather firewood, prepare life necessities, fell trees for the wood required to craft arrows, and venture to the nearest mining area to extract iron or for weapon manufacturing. They also aimed to minimize the consumption of food reserves in New Oding City. Meanwhile, the women were largely organized, with some responsible for repairing the soldiers' armor, others tasked with creating and assembling combat supplies, such as arrows, and yet others preparing meals for the able-bodied men in the city and engaging in various sewing and mending activities. In the expanse of the Hengi Plain, where New Oding City is situated amidst the largest forest, stood a towering peak. There, a tall and robust young man, clad in modern attire, with flowing golden hair and piercing blue eyes, unfurled a pair of expansive wings resembling those of a bat, hovering in the air. Below, in the forest, donned in blood-red attire and wielding the weapon Nishwahan, was the strikingly handsome yet sinister Bai Fei, alongside the enigmatic Tiandi, who wore a long robe and a white ice crystal mask. Indeed, this mycelium grows astonishingly fast. It seems we shall soon have an abundance of ferocious werewolves. Tiandi chuckled, observing the towering peak, where all green grass and shrubs had vanished, replaced by a peculiar gray-black vegetation resembling plush moss. These strange plants were, in fact, the golden grade reward obtained by Luo from a treasure chest, derived from the Zerg of the StarCraft universe. After Michael Coeniz's avatar infected the wolf demons and ferocious werewolves, the initial stages were manageable. However, as the numbers of these ferocious creatures increased exponentially, sustaining such a multitude became an arduous task. Without human production, relying solely on hunting could not support the vast population of wolf demons and ferocious werewolves. While plundering cities for food could sustain them temporarily, it was unsustainable in the long run. Even if the ferocious werewolves were allowed to consume humans, it would not suffice. Currently, the reason Michael could infect so many ferocious werewolves without feeling any pressure was primarily due to the mycelium reward Bai Luo had acquired from the treasure chest, which enabled the Red Devil to transfer the spores to Michael. Subsequently, Michael's avatar planted the mycelium, which had spread to numerous locations, with this peak being just one of them. As a product of a science fiction world, the mycelium's nutritional value was beyond question, capable of sustaining creatures far more powerful than the wolf demons and ferocious werewolves. With the mycelium in place, the ferocious werewolves need only to replenish their energy at the mycelium growth sites under the guidance of the wolf demons whenever hunger struck, allowing them to remain active for prolonged periods. As the number of mycelium sites expanded, so too did the spread and health of the mycelium, greatly satisfying Tiandi, Bai Fei, and Michael, who were tasked with embodying the Blood God Society's reincarnations. By the way, what has become of those who responded to the Spirit Hall's call to unite with the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, and have now entered our territory? After appreciating the mycelium that had enveloped the entire peak, Tiandi seemed to recall something and inquired of Michael. "We are nearing New Oding City. We must prepare to commence our assault," Michael replied thoughtfully. "And when shall we begin our attack?" "Let it be tomorrow." The next day arrived swiftly, having only taken a day of rest. Among the soul masters leading the able-bodied in gathering firewood, felling trees, and mining iron, a flying soul master detected unusual movements among the ferocious werewolves, who began to converge toward the common direction. With prior experience, they immediately deduced that a new wolf tide was assembling, likely preparing to assault New Oding City shortly. The flying soul master hastened to inform the others outside, urging them to bring all able-bodied men back to New Oding City. As the returning soul masters escorted the able-bodied and the last batch of supplies back to New Oding City, the news of the impending wolf tide weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. However, due to the uncertainty regarding the scale of the wolf tide, Xiao Kuang instructed the flying soul master who had spotted the gathering to take Xiao Feng to investigate further. Understanding the size of the wolf tide would aid in better preparation and response. Under the guidance of several flying soul masters, Xiao Feng transformed and soared into the sky, following them to the location of the wolf tide. Upon arrival at a vast plain, they beheld a sea of grayish-white, gray-black, and brownish ferocious werewolves densely packed together. Numerous wolf demons either soared through the air or stood with wings folded at the forefront of the wolf tide, gazing contentedly at the endless gathering. The scale of this wolf tide was significantly larger than the previous one, surpassing 100,000 in number, which caused Xiao Feng and the accompanying flying soul masters to change their expressions drastically, prompting them to return and relay this alarming information. Upon receiving the news, A wave of despair swept through Nuoding City. However, this revelation was known only to the higher-ups, such as Matthew and Xiao Kuang, leaving the majority of Soul Masters, soldiers, and civilians unaware. How can Nuoding City withstand a wolf tide of over 100,000 and still growing? Xiao Kuang despaired upon learning of the impending assault. We cannot yield, nor abandon our post. Xiao Feng countered resolutely. These ferocious werewolves and wolf demons seek to transform you all into mindless beasts. Do you wish to become monsters? Even if the outcome is death, we must spill blood for those behind this wolf tide. Rest assured, my lord, we will not falter. We may perish in this wolf tide, but you will surely survive. I hope, when the time comes for you to depart, you will take Xiao Yu with you. Xiao Kuang replied bitterly, determined not to retreat, but also fervently hoping Xiao Feng would safeguard his son, Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Feng sighed, assuring him that he would do his utmost if possible. Chapter 101. The Crisis of Nuoding City, 13. Within Nuoding City, upon learning of the impending wolf-tide assault, the entire city once again sprang into a state of tense preparation for the upcoming defense. As dawn broke on the following day, the vigilant flying soul masters spotted an endless tide of wolves charging toward Nuoding City, raising a cloud of dust and creating a thunderous clamor. This revelation compelled the flying soul masters patrolling the periphery of Nuoding City to flap their wings with urgency, racing back toward the city. Soon after returning to Nuoding City, several flying system soul masters, responsible for patrolling and vigilance, began to urgently announce through loudspeakers in the sky above Nuoding City. The wolf tide is approaching. Everyone prepare yourselves. Hearing the anxious shouts from the loudspeakers, the soldiers and numerous soul masters, who had already been on high alert, quickly awoke and gathered towards the city walls. Within mere minutes, all the soldiers, commoners, and soul masters, along with the brave women determined to fight against the wolf tide, were positioned atop the city walls. They witnessed a massive cloud of dust rising in the distance, accompanied by thunderous sounds of rushing and roars. It is coming. Upon seeing the endless black mass of the wolf tide, a sense of dread filled everyone's hearts as they gritted their teeth and tightened their grips on their weapons. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all, the formidable wolf tide reached the base of Nuoding City. As it surged forward, countless ferocious werewolves bared their teeth, their crimson, beastly eyes gleaming with savagery, and began to swarm up the city walls. Additionally, a multitude of wolf spirits unfurled their fleshly wings, roaring and growling as they soared towards Nuoding City. Damn, why are there so many wolf spirits this time? Have they no fear of their demise? To their astonishment, a vast horde of wolf spirits, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, descended from the sky, causing Xiao Kuang to feel both astonished and furious. However, upon spotting these wolf spirits, Xiao Feng soared into the air, transforming into a golden dragon amidst a thunderous roar, confronting the incoming wolf spirits. The once cohesive swarm of wolf spirits was thrown into disarray, as countless were annihilated beneath the jaws, claws, and tail of the dragon like Xiao Feng. Yet, upon realizing they were no match for Xiao Feng, the wolf spirits began to scatter, evading his attacks. Meanwhile, as Xiao Feng pursued the wolf spirits in the air, a figure suddenly ascended from behind the wolf tide, rapidly darting towards Nuoding City. Is it the legendary hero, Xiao Feng? Bullying these little wolf spirits is no challenge. Allow me to engage you in a proper duel. With an eerie, unpredictable laughter, Emperor Shutian swiftly approached the transformed Xiao Feng and unleashed a palm imbued with an icy, paralyzing aura, instantly encasing Xiao Feng in ice. Enveloped in ice, the golden dragon Xiao Feng plummeted from the sky, crashing into the wolf tide and turning a large number of werewolves into a pulp. What? Your Highness Xiao Feng. Those on the city wall were astounded to see the nearly invincible Xiao Feng suddenly encased in ice by a mysterious man wearing a white crystalline mask. However, it wasn't long before cracks began to appear on the icy dragon form of Xiao Feng, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the dazzling golden light erupted as the icy dragon shattered, and Xiao Feng, once again transformed into a golden dragon, soared into the sky accompanied by a triumphant roar. As he ascended, Xiao Feng quickly reverted to his human form, standing poised in the air. With icy resolve, he addressed Emperor Shutian. You're Emperor Shutian, a senior member of the Blood God Society. I never expected you to arrive in this world. However, gazing at Emperor Shutian, Xiao Feng's eyes were filled with apprehension as he spoke in a low voice. Your Highness Xiao Feng, The realization that Xiao Feng had not been defeated by Emperor Shitian invigorated the soldiers and soul masters on the city wall. To think that the renowned hero Xiao Feng knows of me, Emperor Shitian, should I feel honored? Hee, but you're still no match for me. If you wish to save your life, flee now. You cannot prevent the destruction of this city. If you do not leave, I shall have to bury you along with it. Emperor Shitian laughed ominously, threatening Xiao Feng. Yet, Xiao Feng merely snorted, his rugged face brimming with defiance. I, Xiao Feng, have never been one to fear death. If you wish to conquer Noting City, you must first defeat me. With that, Xiao Feng charged towards Emperor Shitian. Receive my attack. The 18 dragon-subduing palms. While Xiao Feng battled Emperor Shitian in the air, a blood-red figure swiftly darted through the tumultuous wolf tide, arriving at the city wall of Noting City. The blood-red figure leapt into the air, drawing a glacial blue long sword from its waist, and instantly swung it towards the city wall. In a flash, a blinding icy blue light erupted from the Shishui Han sword, and a blade of icy blue energy, measuring 7 to 8 meters long, surged forth, slicing through the city wall. In an instant, the defending soldiers, commoners, and soul masters were either cleaved in two by the icy blue sword energy or frozen by the oncoming chill. The blood-clad marquis by Yifei's icy sword strike not only eliminated all within the icy radius, but also carved away a substantial portion of the wall. However, the severed section remained suspended due to the ice. Witnessing yet another powerful reincarnator from the Blood God Society appear amidst the wolf tide, which just sliced through their city wall, filled everyone with profound despair. Previously, their greatest reliance had been the formidable hero Xiao Feng. Yet now he was being overwhelmed by the reincarnator, known as Emperor Shitian, with another powerful reincarnator joining the Blood God Society alongside the wolf tide. What could they possibly do? Following by Yifei, Chun Xianfeng, who had joined the Blood God Society, utilized the spiral 9 shadows technique, swiftly darting through the wolf tide and engaging in combat with Kajani upon reaching the city wall. Old blind man, we meet again. Let me see if your skills have improved. As Emperor Shitian battled Xiao Feng in the air, Xiao Feng could not divert his attention to assist in defending Noting City. The emergence of Bai Yifei and Chun Xianfeng only compounded their troubles. The forces defending Noting City were already weakening under the repeated assaults of the wolf tide. Now, with the wolf tide scale growing larger and Xiao Feng unable to assist, the city's defensive walls began to tremble precariously under the relentless onslaught. Yet, just when the situation seemed dire, a grand army of soul masters, led by the formidable Doa and Jiangma Doa, finally arrived. Chapter 102. The Arrival. 23. First Soul Skill, Tornado Blade. Fourth Soul Skill, Wine Blade Dance. Sixth Soul Skill, Tornado Remnants. The first to arrive among the grand assembly of soul masters were several flying system soul masters, including Feng Xingyun and others from Shunfeng Academy. As the turbulent tide of wolves surged against the beleaguered city of Nuading, Feng Xingyun and his companions could no longer hold their ground. With a resounding roar, they unleashed their soul skills into the sky. In an instant, a multitude of wind blades cascaded down, cleaving the bodies of the ferocious werewolves into several segments. Additionally, numerous tornadoes formed from countless wind blades roamed through the tide, lifting all the werewolves within their path into the air, reducing them to a rain of blood. Hold on. Reinforcements are here to rescue us. The arrival of a group of flying soul masters, who began to deploy their soul skills to eliminate the wolves outside the city, ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of the soldiers, soul masters, and civilians of Nuading, who were desperately holding the line. At that moment, Bai Yifei, who had already ascended the walls of Nuading, wielding the sword Reverse Water Cold, was tirelessly clearing the bloodied soldiers and civilians. He noticed the arrival of Feng Xingyun and his entourage, his elegant yet sinister features curling into a cold smile. So, there's still those willing to come to your aid. Nuading. How amusing. But do you really believe that their presence can thwart the plans of the Blood God Society? With a mocking grin, Bai Yifei gripped the Reverse Water Cold sword and swiftly swung it, sending countless shards of ice tumbling from the city walls. He then channeled his inner energy, summoning a fierce wind that propelled the ice shards into the air. Subsequently, he leaped into the sky, using his lightness skill to tread upon the scattered ice like stepping on stairs, swiftly approaching the group of flying soul masters. In a flash, Bai Yifei harnessed the chilling energy within him, infusing it into the Reverse Water Cold sword. He unleashed a massive crescent-shaped ice-blue sword aura, imbued with a frigid air that shot forth towards his targets. Caught off guard by Yifei's sudden offensive, the Flying Soul Masters have been focused on combating the tide of wolves and relieving the pressure on Nuading. As they witnessed Yifei soaring above on thin ice shards, unleashing a colossal crescent blade of ice towards them, their expressions shifted with alarm. Faced with Yifei's assault, the Flying Soul Masters instinctively opted to exploit their speed, flapping their wings to evade the attack. While the range of Yifei's sword energy was relatively small, the icy aura it carried enveloped a vast area. Among the Flying Soul Masters, those at the ranks of Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, and Soul Doloa managed to escape the sword energy's lethal reach. However, the Soul Zone and Soul King level masters, although they avoided the massive ice sword, could not evade the encroaching icy chill. Struck by the biting cold, they found their bodies instantly frozen, plummeting with anguished cries into the tide below, where they were swiftly torn apart by the ravenous wolves. Damn it, we didn't expect to lose so many Flying Soul Masters so quickly. Feng Xingyun and his companions seethed with anger. Yet amidst their fury, they regarded Yifei with trepidation. He was undoubtedly a reincarnate from the Blood God Society. A formidable adversary indeed. Meanwhile, as Feng Xingyun and his group arrived, the main force finally began to close in. Due to the immense scale of the wolf tide, they quickly formed ranks from distance. Defensive Soul Masters stood at the forefront, tasked with repelling the wolf tide's assault, while the inner ranks comprised powerful attack and agile attack Soul Masters, responsible for eliminating the ferocious werewolves that breached the defenses. Within the innermost circle stood Control, Support, and Food System Soul Masters, alongside numerous youths from various factions eager for training and experience. Once the formation was established, the colossal Soul Master Battalion launched an offensive against the wolf tide. Behind the impenetrable wall formed by the defensive Soul Masters, the aggressive and agile attack Soul Masters continuously harvested the feral werewolves that were either held at bay or had broken through. Control Soul Masters provided constant assistance, alleviating the pressure on their defensive and offensive counterparts. Support and Food System Soul Masters activated their auxiliary skills, creating nourishing soul food to bolster their comrades. Thus, under the might of the assembled Soul Master formation, the wolf tide found itself unable to breach their defenses. Instead, the many Soul Masters within the formation, relying on the protective barrier of the defensive Soul Masters, methodically slaughtered the feral werewolves, steadily advancing towards Nuading. However, the formation was primarily composed of ordinary Soul Masters. The esteemed title level powerhouses, such as Qianjun, Zhangma, Jinsol Doloa Qinshin, and Gudong Doloa, along with the likes of Dugat Xiubai, Xiongba, and Wuming, soared into the sky, heading directly for Nuading. Before long, the cohort of title level experts touched down upon the walls of Nuading, launching relentless assaults to aid the soldiers, civilians, and Soul Masters defending the city against the climbing feral werewolves, alleviating their burden. With the assistance of these powerful title law, the walls transformed into a no-man's land for the feral werewolves. Those few who managed to scale the walls often found themselves ambushed and swiftly dispatched by the formidable title do, either dismembered or reduced to a bloody mist. Nonetheless, only a handful of title law were necessary to assist the defenders of Nuading, as their presence sufficed. Thus, at the anxious behest of Xiao Kuang and Mei Xiu, Qianjun Dao, Zhangma Dao, Xiongba, and Dugat Xiubai took to the skies, racing towards the battlefield where Qiao Feng and Di Shitian clashed. In the struggle against Di Shitian, Qiao Feng had drawn his opponent away from Nuading, engaging him above a nearby grove. Yet, it was evident that Qiao Feng was no match for Di Shitian, who soon inflicted injuries upon him, forcing Qiao Feng into a defensive stance, struggling to hold his ground. Fortunately, Qiao Feng's training in the Dragon God technique provided some advantage, as its robust nature countered Di Shitian's chilling attributes. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the cold energy of Di Shitian's attacks, rendering him incapable of combat. Lord Xiao Feng, we are here to assist you. Chapter 103. The overwhelming Di Shitian, one against many, with a thunderous roar. Qianjun Lao arrived at the battlefield where Qiao Feng and Di Shitian were locked in combat. He instantly activated his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, transforming his spiral dragon staff into a colossal pillar that dwarfed the beams of the building. Embracing the towering pillar, Luo unleashed his first soul skill, sweeping through thousands, causing the massive pillar to grow even larger as he brought it crashing down towards Di Shitian. With a sudden, chilling whistle behind him, Di Shitian realized that reinforcements had arrived, including one wielding a titanic pillar aimed directly at him. In response, Di Shitian naturally employed his lightness skill, moving with a speed akin to that of a specter, deftly evading the mighty Tianjunde Luo's colossal pillar, which came crashing down. With a resounding thud, the pillar struck the ground, sending a cloud of earth and dust soaring into the air. As the dust settled, a massive crater was revealed at the point of impact, marked by a web of fissures resembling a spider's web. However, as Di Shitian narrowly escaped the attack from Tianjunde Luo, Xiang Immortal Luo, in perfect synchrony with his twin brother, unleashed his seventh soul skill, the true form of martial spirit. He embraced the true form of the Pillar Dragon Staff, launching his first soul skill, sweeping the thousand armies, propelling the pillar toward Di Shitian with a chilling shriek. Sharing a profound bond as twin brothers, Tianjunde Luo and Xiang Immortal Luo executed their strategy flawlessly. While Tianjunde Luo forced Di Shitian back, Xiang Immortal Luo hurled the Pillar Dragon Staff in the direction Di Shitian had dodged. Due to the immense size of the Pillar Dragon Staff, its attack range was vast, and in a moment of calculated miscalculation, Di Shitian successfully evaded Tianjunde Luo's strike, yet could not escape the ambush from Xiang Immortal Luo. Just as the Pillar Dragon Staff was about to descend upon him, Di Shitian instantaneously activated his ultimate technique, 7 No Boundaries, dissipating into particles and reappearing behind Xiang Immortal Luo in the blink of an eye. Attempting to ambush me? With a sinister chuckle, Di Shitian unleashed his blood snow claw, striking fiercely at the back of Xiang Immortal Luo. The crimson claws, edged with icy blue energy, effortlessly pierced through Xiang Immortal Luo's soul power defense, tearing a gaping wound in his back and leaving 5 deep claw marks. Upon being struck by the blood snow claw, Xiang Immortal Luo was sent flying, spitting blood midair, his complexion paling dramatically. Xiang Montak, witnessing his brother's grievous injury at the hands of this formidable reincarnator from the Blood God Society, Tianjunde Luo's pupils constricted in alarm. With a cry of urgency, he soared into the air to catch Xiang Immortal Luo. Simultaneously, Xiongba and Dugu Qiubai each took to the skies, one riding the winds with his wind god leg, and the other wielding his sword technique, transforming into a sword with his 3-foot Qing Feng, both charging toward Di Shitian. Tianshuang Fist. As he surged forward with the gale, Xiongba's expression radiated authority. With a powerful shout, he harnessed his internal energy, unleashing the Tianshuang Fist, a strike imbued with freezing force aimed at Di Shitian. Meanwhile, Dugu Qiubai, brandishing his 3-foot Qing Feng, invoked the Mind Sword Body technique, initiating the second layer of its second realm, the Tianmo sword. Xian Montak Svot. In an instant, a chilling shout erupted as boundless sword intent surged forth from Dugu Qiubai. The clouds above seemed to be drawn toward him as if under an invisible force, coalescing into a colossal sword of vapor. In the next moment, as Dugu Qiubai released his sword energy, the vaporous sword transformed into a massive blade resembling ice crystal. Kill! Under Dugu Qiubai's command. As he swung his 3-foot Qing Feng with a chilling cry toward Di Shitian, the ice crystal sword howled through the air, plummeting downwards as a streak of light aimed directly at him. Yet, in the face of the onslaught from Xiongba and Dugu Qiubai, Di Shitian merely responded with a peculiar, inscrutable laughter, once again employing his 7 No Boundaries technique, evading the frigid impact of the Tianshuang Fist and the Tianmo sword, reappearing suddenly behind Tianjunde Luo. Beware! Just as Di Shitian prepared to launch a surprise attack with his blood snow claw, Tianjunde Luo, having anticipated the danger due to Xiang Immortal Luo's previous encounter, activated his defensive soul skill the moment Di Shitian vanished. This allowed the blood snow claw to latch onto the protective soul power shield surrounding Tianjunde Luo, shattering it with ease but delaying Di Shitian's assault by a precious moment. Seizing this brief opportunity, Tianjunde Luo swiftly retreated with Xiang Immortal Luo towards Xiongba and Dugu Qiubai. Attempting to flee? Seeing Tianjunde Luo evade his blood snow claw, Di Shitian's anger flared, and he bellowed fiercely, activating his Zong Yi Dangxian Bu to pursue the escaping brothers. However, at that moment, Xiongba and Du Guqiubai had already launched themselves toward Qian Jundo Luo and Xiang Emodo Luo, joining forces to confront Di Shitian. Wind Godleg, ruining Cloud's palm, Tian Shuang fist. Amidst a chorus of battle cries, Xiongba relentlessly unleashed the three ultimate techniques of wind, cloud, and frost upon Di Shitian. In contrast, Du Guqiubai, wielding his 3-foot Qing Feng, infused sword energy into it, manifesting a swirling silver sword light as he executed the Du Gu 9 swords, continually striking at Di Shitian. Yet, despite the combined efforts of Xiongba and Du Guqiubai, Di Shitian, utilizing both Zhong Yi Dengxianbu and 7 no boundaries, deftly managed to hold his ground against all three attackers. Han Tianyu, Xian Bingju, Ditian Guanggule. As he evaded the assaults from Xiongba, Du Guqiubai, and the approaching Qian Jundo Luo, Di Shitian continuously executed various martial arts techniques. Relying on the innate advantage of his 7 no boundaries and Zhong Yi Dengxianbu, he single-handedly suppressed Xiongba, Du Guqiubai, and Qian Jundo Luo. Meanwhile, in the city of Nuoding, upon realizing that Xiongba, Du Guqiubai, and Qian Jundo Luo were not a match for Di Shitian, the formidable soul masters within the formation, including Shui Linglong and Hua Xiaotian, began to abandon their positions. They rushed to the city walls of Nuoding, instructing Jiando Luo, Chan Xian, Gudo Luo Gurong, and Wu Ming to hasten their support for Qian Jundo Luo, Xiongba, and Du Guqiubai as they surrounded Di Shitian. Meanwhile, they would take their place to help defend the city walls of Nuoding. Qian Yun Du Lu, Xiongba, Du Guqibe, Oldong. We shall be there shortly. With someone remaining to guard the city walls, Jiando Luo, Chan Xian, Gudo Luo Gurong, and Wu Ming soared into the air, racing toward the battlefield where Qian Jundo Luo, Xiongba, Du Guqiubai, and Di Shitian clashed. On their way, Gudo Luo Gurong shouted loudly. With a combination of 7 no boundaries and Zhong Yi Dengxianbu, Di Shitian held a distinct advantage, bolstered by his formidable martial prowess and the legendary Holy Heart technique. He easily maintained the upper hand against Qian Jundo Luo, Xiongba, and Du Guqiubai. Although the three fought valiantly together, they found it exceedingly difficult to evade Di Shitian's attacks, often feeling as though they were walking a tightrope, narrowly escaping harm while sustaining injuries. Fortunately, it was a combined effort of 3 individuals battling against Di Shitian. Otherwise, had it been a solitary confrontation, none would stand a chance against him. Yet, despite facing the formidable onslaught from Qian Jundo Luo, Xiongba, and Du Guqiubai, Di Shitian appeared remarkably at ease, even managing to overpower the trio. However, his composure was disrupted when another trio of similarly powerful warriors arrived, prompting Di Shitian to emit a peculiar and ominous cry. Another group? With a swift invocation of his 3rd soul skill, Bone Dragon Spike, he ascended into the air, his body adorned with bony scales. His hands transformed into ivory dragon claws. His eyes glowed with an ethereal blue akin to ghostly flames, and a pair of bony horns sprouted from his head, accompanied by a bony tail. Surrounding him were the colors of yellow and black, emanating from the Bone Dog Gurong, who unleashed his 3rd soul skill with a thunderous shout. In an instant, numerous sharp bone spikes coalesced rapidly behind him, and then countless bone spines erupted forth like torrential rain, targeting Di Shitian's position. Simultaneously, as Bone Luo Gurong launched his attack, the sword Luo Qinshin, armed with the 7-kill sword, also soared into the fray, unleashing his 3rd soul skill with a chilling cry. At that moment, as the 3rd soul ring radiated around him, he slashed towards Di Shitian, releasing a dazzling silver-blue sword energy that cascaded like a flowing curtain of water. Amidst this aerial assault, Wu Ming, too, bore an expression of profound sorrow. Momentarily lost in memories of the past, he summoned his sword intent, wielding the hero sword to unleash a torrent of sword energy aimed at Di Shitian. Faced with the combined onslaught of sword Luo Qinshin, Bone Luo Gurong, and Wu Ming, Di Shitian found himself unable to evade their attacks and resorted to using the 7 Wu Jue Jing, disappearing from sight and reappearing several dozen meters away, evading the trio's joint assault. With Di Shitian momentarily pushed back, sword Luo Qinshin, Bone Luo Gurong, and Wu Ming hastened to pursue him. Joined by Qian Jundo Luo, Xiongba, and Du Guqiubai, as the 6 warriors launched a fierce battle against Di Shitian. On the other side, in the forest below, Xiaofeng, who had sustained considerable injuries from his earlier confrontation with Di Tian, was recuperating alongside the similarly wounded Xiang Ma Do Luo in a secure location. Upon seeing Wu Ming's arrival, Xiaofeng's face illuminated with surprise and excitement. Meanwhile, amidst the combined assault from Qianjuan Do Luo, Xiongba, Dugu Qiubai, Wu Ming, Sword Duo Chenxin, and Bon Duo Gurong, Di Tian, despite his immense strength, found himself somewhat flustered in the face of such a multitude of powerful adversaries. You shameless lot! Is it not disgraceful to surround a single individual with 6 of you? Where is the chivalry of the Jianghu? As he continued to evade their attacks using the 7 Wu Juejing and Zong Yi Dong Xianbu, Di Tian felt an escalating frustration. Oof. There is no need for chivalry when dealing with you, a vile sorcerer. Let's proceed. In response to Di Tian's growing ire, Wu Ming scoffed coldly, brandishing the hero sword and once again launching an offensive against him. The others followed suit, intensifying their assault. Cursed! Cursed! Di Tian, besieged by the 6, was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage, struggling to counterattack and finding no opportunities to strike back. He could only rely on the 7 Wu Juejing and Zong Yi Dong Xianbu to evade, his cries of frustration echoing in the air. Yet, while the 7 Wu Juejing was indeed an exceedingly potent technique, its rapid consumption of vital energy was astonishing, leading Di Tian to realize that he could no longer sustain this prolonged engagement. Oof. Do you think you're the only ones with allies? You have forced my hand. After creating some distance with the 7 Wu Juejing, Di Tian, in a fit of desperation, produced a token and shattered it with a fierce grip. What is he doing? The 6 warriors paused, momentarily bewildered by Di Tian's actions. However, his words ignited their wariness, causing them to scan their surroundings swiftly. Allies? Is it possible that there are still members of the Blood God Society yet to arrive? After a thorough search, they found no signs of powerful reinforcements approaching Di Tian, prompting Bon Duo Gurong to scoff derisively. Di Tian, where are your so-called allies? Do you truly believe you can deceive us? How naive! Yet, scarcely had Gurong's words left his lips when, unnoticed by anyone, a segment of azure golden dragon horn emerged from the shadows beside a grove, followed by the gradual manifestation of a massive figure. This was a humanoid dragon, towering over 7 meters, its body covered in azure golden scales, equipped with sharp claws and powerful hind limbs, a stout tail trailing behind, and a fearsome visage adorned with dragon horns and menacing fangs, its crimson-slitted eyes revealing its malevolence. It was an evil dragon. The entity that had appeared was none other than the Inferno Demon Lord from the world of Qinglong Li Xianji. Blood God Society. Have you finally agreed to collaborate with me? Emerging from the shadows of the forest, the Demon Lord's crimson eyes glinted with malice as he unleashed a cacophony of wicked laughter. Upon hearing his voice, Bon Duo Gurong and the others turned sharply, gazing in astonishment at the Demon Lord, filled with disbelief. How can this be? This spirit beast? No, this monster. Where did it come from? It was completely undetectable moments ago. Demon Lord, we, the Blood God Society, are willing to agree to your conditions. Now, quickly bring our other collaborator here. There are too many soul masters present, and our current strength is insufficient to contend with them. In response to the Demon Lord's sinister laughter, Di Tian could only exclaim helplessly from above. Di Tian, remember your promise. Hearing Di Tian's agreement to his conditions, the Demon Lord erupted into another bout of evil laughter before vanishing once more into the shadows. Chapter 105. The Demon Lord, the Blood God Society, and the Spirit Beast Clan. 23. Collaborator? Does the Blood God Society have another collaborator? Listening to the exchange between Di Tian and the Demon Lord, as the latter's form vanished into the shadows, Qianjuan Do Luo, Sword Duo Chenxin, and Bon Duo Gurong felt a deep sense of uncertainty and heightened vigilance. Now, they comprehended how this humanoid evil dragon had so suddenly materialized. It had appeared through shadow-related abilities akin to those of the ghost Dogui Mei. It had now utilized shadows to vanish, likely to summon reinforcements, as Di Tian had mentioned regarding another collaborator. As for how it would arrive with assistance, the method was apparent. Previously, it had emerged from the shadows near the battlefield. Now, it would undoubtedly return via the same means, bringing reinforcements along with it. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the Qingdao Great Forest, a malevolent laughter echoed. The Saint Master suddenly emerged from the shadows beside a tree in the core area of the forest. At that moment, the vicinity near the Lake of Life was teeming with various soul beasts, all possessing a degree of intelligence and being of 10,000-year caliber. The Wang, Titan giant ape, Tianqing Yomang, Aro, and Xiao Wu were instructing these ancient soul beasts in the foundational cultivation techniques of the Wang. Upon hearing the sinister laughter and recognizing the Saint Master, the Wang directed its bright yellow vertical pupils towards him, inquiring with a somewhat indifferent tone. Is it you? What brings you here? Kakik. Wang, your Tianyao alliance is already allied with the Blood God Society on behalf of the Soul Beast clan. Have you not? While the Blood God Society is besieging a city, they have unexpectedly encountered numerous formidable soul masters from this world. They find themselves at a disadvantage and hope to seek your assistance. The Saint Master's crimson vertical pupils glimmered with a sanguine light as he revealed his razor-sharp fangs. Responding with wicked delight, you require our aid? Of course, we can oblige. However, as per our covenant, if we assist, they must allocate a portion of the captured Hengi plain to us. Are they willing to agree? The Wang let out a cold chuckle, stating, they will certainly agree. Otherwise, what purpose do I serve? They are in peril now, and they have no choice in the matter. Kakik. The Saint Master replied with a sinister smile. Then let us hasten forth. Understanding the situation from the exchange between the Saint Master and the Wang, Titan giant ape Ming felt a surge of eagerness. After hearing about the might of the demon clan from the Wang, the Soul Beast clan had resolved to collectively transition into the demon clan, striving for transformation through cultivation. Indeed, the potential and strength of the demon clan far surpassed that of the Soul Beasts. However, the demon clan differed from the Soul Beasts in that their transformation was considerably simpler. The demon clan, as described by the Wang, was a race capable of standing toe-to-toe with the humans of their world, having established civilization, engaging in agriculture, and achieving self-sufficiency. Thus, the Soul Beast clan, aspiring to evolve into the demon clan, had to align themselves with the standards of the demon clan. Yet to learn agriculture and establish a nation, they required territory, fertile plains, as mountainous and forested regions were unsuitable for cultivation. As the Qingdao Great Forest served as the origin and largest habitat for the Soul Beast clan, they were reluctant to devastate it. Hence, the optimal solution was to seize human territory. Coincidentally, the Blood God Society had sought an alliance, wishing to forge a defensive partnership with the Soul Beast clan. For the Blood God Society, territory was not of utmost importance, but for the Soul Beast clan, it had become exceedingly vital. Thus, they quickly reached an agreement. Should the Blood God Society request the Soul Beast clan's assistance, they must cede part of the territory they had captured, with the extent of assistance determining the amount of land surrendered. Having learned of the Blood God Society's occupation of the Hengi Plain, an ideal locale for agriculture and nation-building, the Soul Beast clan, eager to officially transform into the Demon clan, found themselves enticed by the prospect. With the Blood God Society willing to meet their demands, they were naturally inclined to assist. In response to the Saint Master's words, the Wang's stern countenance revealed a satisfied expression as he turned to the gathered 10,000-year soul beasts, commanding in a cold voice. You all heard the Saint Master's words, correct? For the impending establishment of the Demon clan, we require the finest land. Now is an opportune moment. Let us unite and fight for the future of the Demon clan. As the Wang spoke, the multitude of ancient soul beasts erupted into fervent roars and howls, many of whom had already transformed into demon beasts and could articulate human speech, eagerly volunteering. I, too, wish to fight for the future of the Demon clan. Let us follow the Saint Master. Witnessing the fervor of the transformed demon beasts, the Wang nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the Saint Master. Kakik. No one resist. The Saint Master cackled, channeling the power of the ghostly mask within him to the utmost. Shadows swiftly expanded around him, enveloping the ground surrounding the Lake of Life. One by one, the colossal soul beasts, starting with the Titan giant ape and Tianqing Yomang, gradually submerged into the shadows, leaving only the Wang and the Saint Master behind. After exchanging a glance, both figures slowly disappeared into the shadows. Eventually, all that remained in the core area of the Qingdao Great Forest were Aro, Xiao Wu, and many other 10,000-year soul beasts who had yet to transform and lacked sufficient strength. On the other side, near Nodding City, after the Saint Master vanished, a momentary stillness ensued. To preclude any unforeseen developments, Qianjunduo, Xiongba, Dugu Qiubai, and Jiandala, Chen Xine roared in unison, charging once more at Di Shitian. This time, the 6 men exerted their utmost effort, determined to incapacitate Di Shitian before any disruptions could arise, thereby depriving the Blood God Society of such a formidable force. Yet, mere minutes later, as the 6 had yet to subdue Di Shitian, the unexpected occurred. Chapter 106. The Interruption of the Soul Beast Clan, 33, as Qianjundala, Bondala Gurong, and Xiongba battled fiercely against Di Shitian, and the wolf tide engaged the multitude of soul masters. Shadows from the trees nearby suddenly began to spread ominously. Before many noticed, this inky darkness engulfed the entire battlefield. Then, one after another, colossal 10,000-year soul beasts, nay rather, 10,000-year demon beasts, emerged from the shadows, unleashing a cacophony of roars and howls. Among them, a titan giant ape, towering over 15 meters, clad in dark fur and adorned with rocky armor etched with lava-like fissures, stood out prominently. Additionally, a Tianqing Yomang, exceeding 100 meters in length, with azure scales and a bovine head atop a serpentine body, captured significant attention. Alongside the titan giant ape and Tianqing Yomang, numerous other transformed demon beasts, like the sacred phantom demon ape, wind god eagle, and golden earth dragon, also made their presence known. As these 10,000-year demon beasts emerged from the shadows, over 100 of them charged with a resounding roar towards the formation of soul masters. The numerous soul masters, who were initially effortlessly repelling the onslaught of the wolf tide, were utterly unprepared for the sudden emergence of so many 10,000-year soul beasts. Their expressions changed dramatically, filled with shock and dread. This was disastrous. Simultaneously, the group besieging Dishitian, including Qianjundo Luo, Gurong the Bondo Luo, and Xiongba, also found their faces pale in astonishment at the unexpected appearance of these 10,000-year soul beasts. None of them anticipated that what had arrived was not a reincarnator, but rather the formidable soul beasts from the Stardo Great Forest. The sheer number of these ancient beasts completely negated their advantage. Saint Lord, hurry and bring assistance. These despicable soul masters are bullying us with their numbers. Do they think they're the only ones with allies? Upon seeing the Saint Lord emerge from the shadows alongside the crocodile demon king, Dishitian could not help but shout in a voice filled with suppressed hatred. In response, the Saint Lord fixed his crimson vertical pupils upon Dishitian, opening his blood-stained maw to unleash a cacophony of sinister laughter. Crocodile demon king, let's advance together. With that, the Saint Lord summoned the power of the chicken talisman, his colossal form levitating into the air, and then activated the rabbit talisman, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dashed forward with remarkable speed. Incredible! The sudden appearance of this humanoid evil dragon, known as the Saint Lord, capable of such swift movement, took Qianjundo Luo, Gurong the Bondo Luo, and Do Luo, Chanxian by surprise. Everyone, take cover. Seeing the Saint Lord transform into a blur, Dugu Qiubai immediately shouted a warning, his form morphing into a silver streak of light as he ascended into the sky with equal speed. Meanwhile, Qianjundo Luo, Gurong the Bondo Luo, Jiando Luo, Shenxian, Xiongba, and Wuming each employed their respective abilities to quickly evade. Unfortunately, Qianjundo Luo was a bit slower and found himself at the back. As the Saint Lord's shadow pursued Qianjundo Luo, he clenched his massive dragon claw into a fist, his eyes glowing with crimson light as he struck with a powerful blow aimed at Qianjundo Luo's back. Fortunately, Qianjundo Luo was already accustomed to facing remarkably swift foes. In that split second, he activated his defensive soul skill, summoning a protective barrier of soul power around him. Thus, while the Saint Lord's fist, infused with the power of the cow talisman, smashed into Qianjundo Luo's back, it penetrated his soul power barrier, yet the force was significantly diminished, merely sending Qianjundo Luo flying. However, as the Saint Lord attacked Qianjundo Luo, the other 5 seized this opportunity. Dugu Qiubai swiftly unleashed the Tian Mo sword, drawing down the clouds above to form a colossal sword of vapor, then infusing it with sword energy, transforming it into a crystal greatsword that shot towards the Saint Lord. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. 1st Soul Skill, Bone Dragon's Roar. On another front, Gurong the Bondo Luo, with a mighty shout, activated his 7th Soul Skill, transforming into a bone dragon with a body made entirely of white bones, sporting a pair of tattered bony wings, and eyes aflame with ghostly blue fire. This was the true form of his martial soul, the Bone Dragon. Following this, he unleashed his first soul skill, Bone Dragon's Roar. As a rare spirit-type and space-type martial soul, Gurong's first soul skill was an uncommon spirit-type control skill. In an instant, the massive Bone Dragon opened its mouth, filled with bony fangs, and emitted a roar imbued with spiritual energy, launching a direct assault on the Saint Lord. Simultaneously, Jiando Luo Chun Xian activated his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, instantly transforming his 7-killing sword Martial Soul into its colossal true form. With the 7-killing sword in hand, Jiando Luo Chun Xian then unleashed his 9th soul skill, Divine and Demonic Dual Slash, releasing a silver-blue blade of energy that surged towards the Saint Lord. Meanwhile, Xiongba and Wuming also initiated their most powerful techniques. Xiongba embraced the air as if performing Tai Chi, channeling the forces of wind, cloud, and frost to execute his ultimate attack. 3 points return to origin, conjuring a tricolored orb of blue, white, and green light that hurtled towards the Saint Lord. Wuming, on the other hand, unleashed his supreme technique. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. As boundless sword intent erupted, a torrent of sword energy surged forth from Wuming, coalescing into countless sword shadows in the air. He then swung his heroic sword towards the Saint Lord, sending the multitude of sword shadows crashing down like a torrential rain. Blood Snow Claw. In that fleeting moment, when everyone seized the opportunity to attack the Saint Lord while he was preoccupied with Qianjundo Luo, Dishi Tian would not remain idle. With a glint of determination behind his white, ice crystal mask, he swiftly executed the Zong Yi Deng Xian step, darting towards Jiando Luo. Almost instantaneously appearing behind Jiando Luo, Dishi Tian unleashed his Blood Snow Claw, launching a vicious strike aimed at Chun Xian's back with a malicious grin. Fortunately, having been wary of Dishi Tian's previous ambushes, Jiando Luo Chun Xian was aware that Dishi Tian and the Crocodile Demon King, who had stood beside the Saint Lord, would likely not remain passive. Thus, while activating his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, and his 9th soul skill, Divine and Demonic Dual Slash, he simultaneously invoked his defensive 2nd soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. Consequently, as Dishi Tian, using Zong Yi Deng Xian step, nearly appeared behind Jiando Luo Chun Xian and attempted to ambush him with the Blood Snow Claw. The powerful claws first made contact with the protective barrier conjured by Chun Xian's Spirit Sword Guardian. Given that Jiando Luo's martial soul, the 7-killing sword, possessed no defensive capabilities, coupled with the fact that Spirit Sword Guardian was merely his 2nd soul skill with a duration of only a century. Even with the enhancement of his martial soul True Body, its defensive capacity was limited. Hence, under the onslaught of Dishi Tian's Blood Snow Claw, the soul power barrier formed by Jiando Luo's 2nd soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian, could not withstand the ferocity of the attack. With a resounding tear, the fierce blood-red, ice-blue claws of Dishi Tian shredded through the protective barrier, landing brutally upon Jiando Luo Chun Xian. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiando Luo had already completed the execution of his 9th soul skill, Divine and Demonic Dual Slash, unleashing a magnificent wave of ice-blue sword energy towards the Saint Lord. Had he been interrupted by Dishi Tian's ambush, the repercussions would have been dire, as the 9th soul skill's duration exceeded 80,000 years, nearing 90,000 years. However, despite the worst-case scenario being averted, Jiando Luo Chun Xian still fell victim to Dishi Tian's ambush, suffering a grievous strike from the Blood Snow Claw on his back. The fierce claws, even after being mitigated by the Spirit Sword Guardian's barrier, left a bloody gash across Jiando Luo's back, sending him hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, as Jiando Luo was ambushed, the Saint Lord found himself under simultaneous attack from the combined efforts of Dugu Qiu Bai, Gurong the Bondo Luo, Jiando Luo, Chunixin, Xiongba, and Wuming. Seizing the opportunity while the Saint Lord was engaged in his assault on Qianjundo Luo, they unleashed their powerful attacks. At this moment, the Saint Lord, preoccupied with his attack, was unable to evade in time. Furthermore, the psychic assault from Gurong's 1st soul skill, Bone Dragon's Roar, arrived with blinding speed, striking the Saint Lord almost instantaneously. In an instant, the consciousness of the Holy Master plunged into a momentary chaos. However, the next moment, as he swiftly regained awareness, He found himself beneath the overwhelming onslaught of the Tianma sword wielded by Dugu Qiubai, the Shimal Yangzhan unleashed by the sword Doluo Qinshin, the Sanfen Guiyuan Qi of Xiongba, and the myriad sword shadows released by Wuming's Wanjianguizong. Alarmed, the Holy Master's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the dire situation. He hastily attempted to escape using the powers of the Chicken Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman. But alas, it was too late. While the Tianma sword and the Sanfen Guiyuan Qi posed a threat, the Shimal Yangzhan and Wanjianguizong had an attack range that was simply too extensive. As the Holy Master was about to transform into a fleeting shadow with the powers of the Chicken and Rabbit Talismans, the countless sword shadows from Wanjianguizong pierced through his form. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips as his speed came to an abrupt halt. In that moment of stillness, the annihilating silver-blue sword radiance from the Sanfen Guiyuan Qi, Tianma sword, and Shimal Yangzhan struck the Holy Master simultaneously. The explosion of the Sanfen Guiyuan Qi tore apart the blue-gold scales adorning the Holy Master, while the powers of the clouds and frost enveloped his body in a layer of solid ice. The colossal ice crystal sword formed by the Tianma sword pierced through the Holy Master, pinning him to the ground below. Had he succumbed to death? Witnessing the grievous injuries sustained by the Holy Master, the onlookers were filled with astonished joy, for they had seized the opportunity to eliminate a formidable foe. Yet, at that moment, the Crocodile Demon King unleashed an attack, summoning the powers of the Earth Fruit to manipulate the soil into hardened rock. Terrifying rock crocodiles emerged, their gaping maws roaring as they burst forth from the ground beneath the feet of the crowd, targeting the injured Qianjun Dao, Sword Doluo, and the airborne Bone Doluo Gurong, Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and Wuming. Dongji, brother, as the Crocodile Demon King launched a surprise attack, summoning a multitude of rock crocodiles with their bloody jaws aimed at everyone, Xiaofeng, having expelled the chilling malevolence left by the Emperor Shutian through the supreme power of the Dragon God technique. And the nearly recovered Jiangma Doluo could not help but cry out in alarm. With Qianjun Doluo and Sword Doluo Qinshin injured, Xiaofeng and Jiangma Doluo swiftly ascended into the air, racing towards their wounded companions. With a resounding dragon roar, Xiaofeng, transformed into a dragon, executed a powerful tail sweep, obliterating a rock crocodile that had aimed to bite Sword Doluo. He then grasped Sword Doluo Qinshin and soared once more into the sky. Meanwhile, Jiangma Doluo activated his seventh soul skill, the true form of his martial soul, wielding the Panlong staff as a mighty pillar, and smashed it down upon the rock crocodile that was attacking his brother, Qianjun Doluo. The rock crocodile was instantly crushed beneath the wrath of Jiangma Doluo's Panlong staff, and he quickly landed to lift Qianjun Doluo, ascending into the air once more. Think you can flee? Upon noticing that Xiaofeng and Jiangma Doluo had managed to rescue the injured Sword Doluo and Qianjun Doluo, the Crocodile Demon King couldn't help but sneer, promptly summoning more rock crocodiles to assault Xiaofeng and Qianjun Doluo. Roar! In response to the rock crocodiles summoned by the Crocodile Demon King, Xiaofeng let out a series of piercing dragon roars, twisting his body in the air to obliterate the incoming threats. Meanwhile, Jiangma Doluo, carrying his brother Qianjun Doluo, wielded his Panlong staff and, with furious shouts, shattered the attacking rock crocodiles. Realizing that Xiaofeng and Jiangma Doluo had saved Sword Doluo Qinshin and Qianjun Doluo, Emperor Shutian would not allow them to escape unscathed. He activated his ascending to immortality step, intending to combine his attack with that of the Crocodile Demon King to severely wound both Xiaofeng and Jiangma Doluo. However, upon seeing Emperor Shutian charging towards them, Dugu Qiubai, Bone Doluo Gurong, Xiongba, and Wuming would not remain idle. They swiftly countered the rock crocodiles attacking them, dispatching the threats before rushing towards Emperor Shutian to impede his advance. In Chapter 108, as Dugu Qiubai, Bone Doluo Gurong, Xiongba, and Wuming charged at him, Emperor Shutian was left with no choice but to abandon his opportunity to attack Xiaofeng and Jiangma Doluo, redirecting his focus to the two. Meanwhile, although the summoned rock crocodiles were easily dealt with by Dugu Qiubai, Bone Doluo Gurong, Xiongba, and Wuming, it is crucial to note that these rock creatures, summoned through the Earth Fruit's abilities, were elemental beings, impervious to death and nearly indestructible. As long as the Crocodile Demon King maintained control, the rock crocodiles could swiftly recover and continue their assault, while Dugu Qiubai, Bone Doluo Gurong, Xiongba, and Wuming sought to thwart Emperor Shutian from attacking Xiaofeng and Jiangma Doluo, the Crocodile Demon King. having restored his summoned rock crocodiles, directed them to continue their assault against Xiaofeng, Jiama, Dugu Qiubai, Bonda, Gurong, Xiongba, and Wuming. Realizing that the summoned rock crocodiles were still unable to overcome the group, the Crocodile Demon King activated his innate ability as a demonic beast, gravity control, creating a gravitational field that imposed maximum pressure upon everyone. Under this gravitational suppression, Xiaofeng transformed into a dragon, and the others felt an immense weight bearing down upon them, severely restricting their movements. Fortunately, the rock crocodiles were not particularly swift, and given that the group was airborne, the effectiveness of the Crocodile Demon King's Earth Fruit abilities was significantly diminished. Consequently, while the Crocodile Demon King utilized the unyielding rock crocodiles to delay Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and Bondalaw, they remained unable to approach Emperor Shirtan or provide assistance to Xiaofeng and Xianjundalaw. Yet, at that moment, unbeknownst to anyone in the forest below, the Holy Master, whose body was nearly severed and pinned to the ground by Dugu Qiubai's Tianma sword, began to gradually recover under the effects of the dog talisman and the horse talisman. On the other side, it became evident that the rock crocodiles could not be vanquished entirely. The gathered crowd, not lacking in intelligence, understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Consequently, they abandoned their assault on Emperor Shirtian and soared higher into the sky, temporarily evading the rock crocodile's attacks, and directed their efforts towards the Crocodile Demon King. Upon being confronted by the group, the Crocodile Demon King found himself unable to maintain full control over the summoned rock crocodiles. Instead, he instantly manifested his transformed beast form, letting out a furious roar that echoed through the air, and raised a massive claw to strike at Xiaofeng, who was at the forefront of the charge. Compared to the rock crocodiles, the speed of the Crocodile Demon King's attack in his mutated form was significantly greater. Conversely, under the pressure of gravity, Xiaofeng found his movements greatly hindered. Thus, faced with the Crocodile Demon King's assault, the transformed Xiaofeng was momentarily unable to evade, resulting in him being struck by the claw and plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash. Dust and debris erupted into the sky, obscuring the heavens. However, as the Crocodile Demon King attacked Xiaofeng, Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, Wuming, and Bonda Gurong swiftly pursued him, launching their own attacks against the Crocodile Demon King in his beast form. Although the Crocodile Demon King's mutated form was immensely powerful, capable of withstanding missiles without transforming into a beast, the formidable attacks from Dugu Qiubai and Wuming, both adept swordsmen with exceptional offensive capabilities, proved to be a challenge for his defenses. Fortunately for the Crocodile Demon King, he had consumed the devil fruit of earth, and upon realizing he could not withstand their assaults, he swiftly activated elemental transformation, turning his massive body into mud. The sharpness of Dugu Qiubai and Wuming's swords had little effect on the earth. Meanwhile, Emperor Shirtan, not one to remain idle, cackled maniacally and employed the Zhong Yi Dang Xianbu technique to once again ascend into the battlefield. Upon arrival, he immediately targeted Xiaofeng, who had fallen, and Jian Deluo, Chan Xian, whom he sought to attack. Unfortunately, after so much time had passed, the crowd was well aware of Emperor Shirtian's penchant for ambushes and remained vigilant against him. Consequently, when he charged into the fray, Bondalaw Gurong and Xiongba abandoned their assault on the Crocodile Demon King to engage him in combat. Lord Xiaofeng, quickly take old Jian to Nodding City. The head of the Jiao Xan Haidang family has also arrived. She is the continent's leading healing auxiliary soul master. We must have her tend to old Jian's injuries. After intercepting Emperor Shirtian alongside Xiongba, Bondo Gurong shouted for Xiaofeng, who was carrying Jiando Chenexen, to hasten to Nodding City for assistance from Yi Zhilan, the head of the Jiao Xan Haidang family. Heeding Bone Doa Gurong's words, the injured Xiaofeng, having risen from the ground with a resounding dragon roar, soared into the air with Jian Deluo Chenexen, heading towards the nearby Nodding City. At that moment, a fierce battle was also unfolding in Nodding City. Originally, thousands of soul masters, all at least soul respect level, had formed a formation that completely overwhelmed the wolf tide brought by the Blood God Society. Even a wolf tide, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, could not breach the impenetrable defenses set by the numerous defensive soul masters and the control techniques of other soul masters. Instead, the powerful offensive and agile soul masters within the formation continually eliminated foes with ranged and close-quarters attacks. However, everything changed when the Holy Lord utilized the powers of the Ghost Shadow Mask to summon the Titan Giant Ape the Tianqing Yomang, and numerous thousand-year-old beasts from the Stardow forest. Emerging from the shadows, the Titan giant ape, Ming, let out a mighty roar and instantly activated his innate divine ability, the diamond power, causing his arms to radiate a brilliant golden light, thicker than a beam. Subsequently, the Titan giant ape plunged its arms into the ground and extracted a massive golden staff, exceeding 5 meters in diameter. Harnessing its earth attribute, the Titan giant ape originally drew out a staff of earth. However, after infusing it with the power of the diamond power, it transformed into an indestructible golden rod. Having extracted this colossal golden staff from the earth with the diamond power, the Titan giant ape swiftly unleashed its innate domain, the gravity domain, reducing the surrounding gravity to a minimum. Then, with a roar, the Titan giant ape leaped over 100 meters into the air, raising the immense golden staff high before crashing it down upon the defensive formation of Soul Masters. The impact was akin to a tempest, stirring winds and clouds, the sheer force promising to shatter the earth. Truly, it was a display of the golden monkey lifts the 1,000-gene staff, the jade heavens clear for miles. Chapter 109. Sure, How takes action, the Swan Ni treasure technique. Everyone get away. Witnessing the Titan giant ape leap over 100 meters high, wielding a colossal golden staff, ready to strike down with earth-shattering force, the Soul Masters within the formation narrowed their eyes in terror and cried out in alarm. As a top-tier soul beast, even a 1,000-year-old Titan giant ape possessed strength comparable to a tidal Doloa, a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, relying solely on its physical prowess, surpassed nearly all tidal Doloa, let alone this Titan giant ape, who bore a staff akin to a towering pillar, its weight alone capable of crushing a person. And its potential as a weapon was beyond words. Within the formation, no defensive Soul Master dared to assert they could withstand the Titan giant ape's cataclysmic strike. Faced with such a formidable blow, the Soul Masters within the formation, gripped by fear, prepared to break formation to evade the Titan giant ape's impending assault. However, the sheer size of the Titan giant ape's golden staff, combined with the magnitude of its power, made evasion quite a challenge. Perhaps the outermost defensive Soul Masters and some strong and agile Soul Masters within the inner circle might have a chance to escape with minor injuries, but certainly not without risk of death. Should the Titan giant ape's colossal staff descend upon those trapped within the formation, particularly the vulnerable control, auxiliary, and food-type Soul Masters, as well as the young talents brought by various factions, they would likely meet a grim fate. If the elite talents of every faction were to perish at the hands of the Titan giant ape, it would undoubtedly signify a catastrophic decline in the future strength of the Soul Master community. Bingya, Yuya, Xiaowu, Wushuang, Bailuo, Xiaotian, amidst the walls of Nodding City and the skies above, as the wolf tide surged forth. The formation of numerous Soul Masters found itself unexpectedly confronted by the overwhelming attack of a formidable 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. This sudden turn of events caused Xue Linglong, Hua Xiaotian, and Feng Xiaotian to instinctively narrow their pupils, their anxiety manifesting in urgent cries. However, the Titan giant ape had appeared without warning, launching its assault on the formation, leaving them unable to intervene in time. Amidst the formation, observers noted the Titan giant ape leaping 100 meters into the air, brandishing a massive golden rod, and unleashing a deafening roar that shook the very earth. At this moment, Sure Hao, who had been idly watching, finally decided to take action. Suddenly, treasure art. Gazing upwards at the Titan giant ape, Sure Hao felt a surge of determination and instantly activated his most powerful technique. In an instant, as he unleashed the Sunly treasure art, beams of brilliant golden light erupted from his small figure, including his porcelain-like face, were too large. Dark eyes shone with dazzling golden brilliance. Following this, with a youthful shout, countless streams of blinding golden lightning began to erupt from within Sure Hao, entwining around him and crackling audibly. After Sure Hao leapt into the air, the golden lightning converged before him, ultimately forming a colossal golden lightning sphere with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Break! With another youthful shout, Sure Hao forcefully propelled the massive golden lightning sphere towards the Titan giant ape, which was poised to strike down with its enormous golden rod. In an instant, the enormous golden lightning sphere shot forth, colliding with the descending golden rod of the Titan giant ape. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued. unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that generated a powerful shockwave, sending countless soul masters, ferocious wolfmen, and wolf spirits flying in all directions. Simultaneously, an incredibly bright golden light erupted, transforming the entire sky into a golden expanse. As the colossal golden lightning sphere detonated, streams of golden lightning raged forth, nearly turning the air into a sea of golden electricity. Under the devastating force of the explosion, the Titan giant ape's golden rod was obliterated, its internal power vanishing in an instant. Originally reinforced by the indomitable power of adamantine, the rod reverted to a mere earthen stick, shattered into countless fragments that fell like rain. The explosion's ferocity did not merely destroy the Titan giant ape's weapon. It also struck the Titan giant ape itself, shattering the rocky armor that encased its form. The terrifying might of the lightning surged into the Titan giant ape's body, eliciting a pained roar as its massive frame was sent hurtling away by the force. Is it saved? On the walls of Nodding City, as they witnessed Shi Hao's sudden intervention, shattering the Titan giant ape's golden rod and sending it flying, Shui Linglong, Shao Tian, and Feng Xingyan could hardly contain their excitement. Thank goodness for bringing along Xiao Hao. Amidst their exhilaration and relief, Shui Linglong felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Had it not been for Shi Hao's presence, the formation of Soul Masters would have surely succumbed to the Titan giant ape's assault, potentially facing devastating losses, including the possible demise of Shui Binger and Shui Yuerer at the hands of the Titan giant ape. How could she return to Tianshui Academy and explain such a calamity to her dear friend, Shui Binger's mother, and Shui Yuer's stepmother? Fortuitously, Xiao Hao was there, as Shui Linglong reveled in her relief, amidst the tumult of the wolf tide, after launching the Sunly treasure art to repel the Titan giant ape. Shi Hao let out another youthful shout and leapt high into the air, soaring over 100 meters. The force of his leaps surpassed that of the Titan giant ape, whose physical size was incomparable to Shi Hao's diminutive stature. The Soul Masters who had narrowly escaped death were left in awe as they witnessed Shi Hao's small figure unleash such immense power, propelling him skyward. Utilizing the momentum from his leap, Shi Hao clenched his delicate fist, and with a determined shout, he shot forth like a meteor, pursuing the Titan giant ape that had been sent flying. Breath of the Sun. As he launched himself into the air towards the Titan giant ape, Shi Hao tightened his fist and adjusted his breathing rhythm, initiating the breath of the sun technique. Instantly, his blood began to flow with increased velocity, energizing every cell in his body, causing his muscles to involuntarily swell. This transformation made his porcelain-like frame appear slightly larger. With another youthful shout, Shi Hao's body surged forward like a comet, catching up to the Titan giant ape and delivering a powerful punch directly to its chest. Bang! The impact produced a thunderous sound, unleashing a force akin to a tidal wave from Shi Hao's seemingly delicate fist, creating a sonic boom that reverberated through the air. With strength surpassing the peak of the blood transformation realm, amplified by the breath of the sun, the Titan giant ape was sent flying, its chest concaving under the force of the blow. Roar! With a pained howl, the Titan giant ape soared even higher, propelled into the sky before plummeting towards the distant treetops. Amidst the wolf tide, it was unfathomable that the Titan giant ape's overwhelming strike had been thwarted by a mere child. Furthermore, this child had leapt into the air, catching up to the Titan giant ape and delivering another staggering blow, eliciting shock from the Tianqing Yolong, whose bright yellow eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted anxiously, "Ming!" In an instant, the Tianqing Yolong whipped its massive, elongated serpent body, racing towards the Titan giant ape's descent, intent on protecting it from Shi Hao's impending assault. Tianqing Thunderstorm. As it twisted and turned, swiftly pursuing the falling Titan giant ape, the Tianqing Yolong shouted a command, summoning a vast expanse of azure lightning to strike down upon Shi Hao in midair. Yet, facing the Tianqing Yolong's formidable thunderstorm, Shi Hao merely invoked the Sunly treasure art, enveloping himself in golden lightning, effortlessly countering the onslaught. The lightning conjured by the Tianqing Yolong paled in comparison to that of the Sunly treasure art, rendering it incapable of harming Shi Hao, who was fortified by the technique. Upon the moment Shi Hao descended from the air, the Tianqing Nyopong charged forth with a resounding bellow, launching a sweeping strike of its tail directly at him. Caught off guard as he had just landed, Shi Hao was unable to evade in time and could only cross his arms defensively across his chest, bracing himself against the force of the serpent strike, which sent him hurtling through the air. Nevertheless, utilizing the momentum from his fall, he executed a somersault and landed, taking several steps back to stabilize himself. He shook his fair arms, feeling a slight numbness. Yet, with a physique comparable to the formidable beasts of the perfect world, he remained unscathed by the Tianqing Niupong's assault. As the Tianqing Niupong launched another attack, Shurho engaged in fierce combat within a copse of trees, distancing himself from the wolf tide. The terrifying power contained within Shurho's petite form rendered the Tianqing Niupong incapable of matching him in a direct confrontation. However, upon realizing this, the serpent opted to avoid direct conflict, soaring into the air with its supernatural abilities to summon clouds and control thunder and lightning, relentlessly bombarding Shurho with thunderous strikes, leaving him entangled in battle. Meanwhile, surrounding Nodding City, although the Titan Great Ape and the Tianqing Niupong, 200,000-year-old beasts, had been significantly weakened, the remaining 100-odd 10,000-year-old beasts within the wolf tide still possessed immense power. With the Titan Great Ape incapacitated and the Tianqing Niupong restrained, it launched an offensive against the formation of numerous soul masters. The formidable array, comprised of thousands of powerful soul masters, struggled to contend with the astonishing onslaught of the 10,000-year-old beasts. The density of their formation made them vulnerable to the attacks of these creatures, which were far more potent than the savage wolfmen and wolf ghosts within the tide. The defense-oriented soul masters were unable to withstand the barrage. Consequently, the only option was to disperse swiftly, abandoning their tightly knit formation. The soul masters, led by several soul duos and soul saints, formed smaller teams to confront the 10,000-year-old beasts individually, a strategy that proved effective. In the midst of the wolf tide, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, having broken away from the formation, swiftly soared to the city walls of Nodding and initiated their martial soul fusion technique, Dragon Snake Assault. Their dragon staff and snake staff merged into a fearsome, poisonous dragon that engaged in combat with a powerful 10,000-year-old Qingmu Holy Spirit deer under their command. Simultaneously, a pair of soul low-level spectral white tiger soul masters dispatched by the Xingluo royal family unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, Spectral White Tiger, transforming into a colossal azure white tiger amidst a blinding pillar of light to battle a 10,000-year-old diamond tyrant tiger. Various factions sent their soul duos, soul saints, and other soul masters to form teams, engaging in combat against the 10,000-year-old beasts within the wolf tide. Not all soul master teams could suppress or overcome the formidable 10,000-year-old beasts. Although the combined strength of the soul master teams exceeded that of the most powerful individual within them, the 10,000-year-old beasts, transformed from their previous forms, boasted significantly enhanced power. Thus, as numerous soul master teams clashed with the 10,000-year-old beasts, the battlefield became a stalemate, with casualties on both sides, yet neither able to gain the upper hand. The only hope for determining victory rested on the outcome of the battle between Emperor Shurtian and Shurho. Whichever side's champion triumphed would dictate the fate of the conflict. Thus, Nodding City and its surroundings were engulfed in a fierce battle, with Shurho clashing against the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape, having regained some strength, joining the fray against the formidable forces of Emperor Shurtian, who was allied with the Crocodile Demon King, battling against Bon Do Gurong, Xiongba, Dugu Qiubai, and others. At the same time, soul master teams engaged in fierce combat against the 10,000-year-old beasts, relegating the wolf tide to a mere backdrop. As the conflict raged, the soul master teams adeptly drew the 10,000-year-old beasts away from the city to the distant woods to minimize damage to Nodding City. Meanwhile, the youthful adventurers, including Bai Luo, Huo Wu, and Shui Bing'er, had retreated from the battlefield to the safety of the city walls. Faced with the overwhelming threat of the 10,000-year-old beasts, the soul masters could not guarantee their own safety, let alone that of Bai Luo and the others, prompting their escort to the city walls for enhanced security while still allowing them to confront the savage wolfmen. Chapter 111. The Resurrected Sovereign, 23. How did it come to this? On the walls of Nodding City, observing the chaos around, Shurho battled the Titan Great Ape and the Tianqing Niupong, while Emperor Shurtian contended with the Crocodile Demon King and the Bondao alongside Xiongba and others. The skirmish between the numerous soul master teams and the 10,000-year-old beasts overshadowed the wolf tide, which had been completely forgotten. As Huo Wu dashed back and forth on the city walls, dispatching the climbing savage wolfmen with her soul techniques, she could not help but voice her frustrations. At the same time, atop the walls, Yi Zhilan, the elegant and poised matriarch of the Jiao Xen Haitang clan, donned a deep blue pleated gown, summoned her martial soul, and employed her healing techniques to tend to the injuries of the sword de Lua, Chun Xine, who had been wounded by Emperor Shirkin's blood snow claws. Surrounded by 9 radiant soul rings of various colors, a stream of pink energy emanated from Yi Zhilan's martial soul, continuously flowing into Chun Xine's body. Unlike other healing martial souls, the Jiao Xine Haitang's abilities were solely focused on healing. By activating all 9 soul rings, Yi Zhilan maximized the healing potential of her martial soul, facilitating Chun Xine's recovery. After the sinister chill from his internal injuries had been purged by Qiao Feng's Dragon God technique, Chun Xine's wounds, though internal, healed swiftly. Once restored, the sword de Law sprang to his feet, stretching his limbs before preparing to rejoin the battlefield alongside Emperor Tiandi and the Crocodile Demon King. Upon his return, it would be possible for Jiangma Dolaw to bring the injured Qianjun Dolaw back to this place, allowing both Qiao Feng and Yi Zhilan to tend to Qianjun Dolaw's wounds. However, just as Jian Dolaw Qianxin was preparing to escort Qiao Feng back to the battlefield of Dishirtian, an intense clash was unfolding between Dishirtian, the Crocodile Demon King, Bon Dolaw, and Xiongba. In the midst of their fierce battle, Bon Dolaw and Jiangma Dolaw were completely oblivious to the situation below. On the ground, the Holy Master, impaled by the Tianma sword and riddled with sword wounds, was nearly severed in 2. Yet, astonishingly, the flesh around his wounds writhed and healed rapidly. Ultimately, once his injuries had fully mended, the Holy Master seized the Tianma sword with a claw and withdrew it from his body, casting it aside. Rising from the ground and twisting his body, a cacophony of cracks echoed from his bones. "Huh, do you wish to kill me? It is not so simple." Upon his recovery, the Holy Master erupted into a sinister cackle, his massive form levitating once again thanks to the power of the chicken talisman. "What?" Upon hearing the malevolent laughter of the Holy Master, Bon Dolaw and Jiangma Dolaw, who were engaged in battle, could not help but change their expressions dramatically. They had never anticipated that the so-called Holy Master, previously slain, would rise again, and even more astonishingly, that his injuries would be fully healed. Employing the chicken talisman's ability, the Holy Master soared into the sky, swiftly approaching the battlefield. However, having learned from his previous mistakes, he refrained from engaging in close combat directly. Instead, while moving, he activated the pig talisman's power, unleashing 2 beams of golden laser from his crimson vertical pupils. Targeting the nearest Bon Dolaw, transformed into a bone dragon, Gurong. Faced with the Holy Master's electric gaze, Bon Dolaw Gurong deftly controlled his martial soul, violently flapping his damaged bone wings, and soared into the sky to evade the attack. Yet, as the true form of the bone dragon managed to dodge the electric beam, the Holy Master raised his gaze, sweeping the electric beam toward the bone dragon while extending a claw, unleashing the dragon talisman's power, Dragon's explosion. Concurrently, he used the chicken talisman's telekinetic force to forcibly restrain Bon Gurong's dragon form. Realizing his body was suddenly bound by an invisible force, and with the Holy Master's electric gaze swiftly approaching, the golden explosion unleashed by Dragon's explosion also rushed toward Bon Dolaw. This compelled the transformed bone dragon to emit a hoarse roar as he activated his 4th soul skill, Void Domain, as an exceedingly rare spiritual and spatial martial soul. Bon Dolaw possessed soul skills related to space. His 4th soul skill, Void Domain, allowed him to convert a specific surrounding area into a void, enabling him to teleport by consuming soul power. Thus, as the Holy Master's electric gaze and Dragon's explosion barreled toward him, Bon Dolaw's dragon form instantly broke free from the Holy Master's telekinetic grip, teleporting to another location. With a roar, he then charged toward the Holy Master. Employing his 3rd soul skill, Bone Dragon's Spike. As he lunged at the Holy Master, Bon Dolaw summoned a multitude of sharp bone spikes around him, launching them like a rain of arrows toward the Holy Master. Meanwhile, from the moment the Holy Master resurrected to the sudden attack on Bon Dolaw, followed by Bon Dolaw's counterattack, all of this transpired in mere moments. Upon witnessing the Holy Master's revival, Jiangma Dolaw, carrying the injured Qianjun Dolaw, surged forward alongside Bon Dolaw Gurong, intending to join forces against the Holy Master. During his battle with the Crocodile Demon King and Di Shirtian, Jiang Luo realized that his attacks were futile against the crocodile demon king, who could transform into mud. As for Di Shitian, his speed was too swift, and he vanished through inexplicable secret techniques, rendering Jiang Luo's strikes ineffective. Thus, he resolved to join Bon Deluo in combating the suddenly resurrected Holy Master, while Xiongba and Wu Ming would confront Di Shitian. The formidable and versatile Du Guqiubai was tasked with facing the crocodile demon king, armed with sword energy capable of penetrating the mutated crocodile's defenses, and also inflicting harm on the crocodile demon king in his mud form due to the mental assault of the sword energy. At that moment, Xiaofeng and the revived Jianduo Qinshin also arrived. Jiangma Deluo entrusts Qianjun Deluo to Lord Xiaofeng, allowing him to take him back to Nodding City to receive treatment from clan leader Yi Zhilan. This wicked dragon is one that I will confront alongside you. As they rushed toward the battlefield where Di Shitian, the crocodile demon king, and Bondoa Gurong were engaged, Jianduo Qinshin called out loudly. Hearing this, Jiangma Deluo, initially poised to charge at the Holy Master, felt a shift in his heart and instead flew toward the approaching Xiaofeng and Jianduo Qinshin. After handing over the injured Qianjun Deluo to Xiaofeng, Jiangma Deluo joined forces with Bon Deluo Gurong and Jianduo Qinshin to confront the Holy Master. However, the Holy Master showed not the slightest hint of fear upon their approach, instead bearing a disdainful expression. As the trio charged toward the Holy Master, his floating form suddenly vanished. What? He disappeared? The sudden disappearance of the Holy Master caused Bon Deluo Gurong, Jianduo Qinshin, and Jiangma Deluo to exchange incredulous glances. Could it be that this Holy Master also possessed the mysterious vanishing technique of Di Shitian? Yet, after several seconds without the Holy Master reappearing, they realized that his disappearance was likely different from Di Shitian's. Just as the three scanned their surroundings in search of the Holy Master, a brilliant golden beam and two golden rays shot down from the sky, aimed directly at Jiangma Deluo. Although Jiangma Deluo had activated a defensive soul skill and summoned a soul power shield, the shield was shattered instantaneously, failing to withstand even the electric gaze. Subsequently, the two laser beams from the pig talisman and the golden explosion from the dragon talisman struck Jiangma Deluo. In an instant, with a cry of agony, Jiangma was sent plummeting from the sky, his armor melted by the golden explosion and electric gaze, leaving his flesh severely burned. Jiangma. The unexpected and devastating assault from the Holy Master left both Jianduo Qinshin and Bon Deluo Gurong in shock. Previously, this Holy Master had not exhibited such formidable power. However, they have underestimated the Holy Master. Regardless of the circumstances, the Holy Master is a being of fourth-tier suppression, possessing strength that far exceeds that of a titled Deluo. Previously, it was only due to the simultaneous attacks from everyone, including Du Guqiubai, Wu Ming, and Xiongba. But the Holy Master was nearly killed. Du Guqiubai, Wu Ming, and Xiongba are all entities that surpass titled Deluo, which explains why the Holy Master was so severely injured after enduring the collective onslaught. At present, only the demon-suppressing Deluo, Sword Deluo Qinshin, and Bon Deluo Gulong remain, and it is inconceivable that they could pose a challenge to the Holy Master. Meanwhile, on another front, the Crocodile Demon King, engaged in battle with Du Guqiubai, discovered that Du Guqiubai's sword energy could actually injure his elemental form. This revelation prompted the Crocodile Demon King to retreat his elemental body into the earth, summoning a multitude of rock crocodiles to entangle Du Guqiubai. On yet another front, even when Xiongba and Wu Ming joined forces against Emperor Shitian, they could only manage to stall him. Consequently, the balance of victory on this battlefield began to tilt in favor of the Blood God Society. Observing the entire battlefield while leading the auxiliary soul masters, Ning Fengji felt a deep sense of foreboding. If this situation continues, defeat is certain. Yet, even aware of the current crisis, Ning Fengji found himself at a loss. Faced with the alliance of the Blood God Society and the Soul Beast Clan, they were genuinely outmatched, unless they could mobilize the full might of the entire Soul Master World. But that was impossible. The wolf disaster was still confined to the Hengi Plains, a remote borderland. The reason so many factions were willing to dispatch soul masters to eliminate the wolf disaster was entirely due to the call from the Spirit Hall, in conjunction with the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Furthermore, Du Guqiubai and Xiongba's plans to establish a sect and recruit disciples were tied to their contributions in combating the wolf disaster. Without the support of Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, it is doubtful that many factions would have been willing to send soul masters to address the wolf disaster. After all, the wolf disaster had not yet inflicted significant pain on the numerous soul master families in the major cities, nor on the soul master sects near those cities. How could they be expected to risk the loss of their families and sects to assist ordinary civilians? Wait, the alliance between the Blood God Society and the Soul Beast clan. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Ning Fengji was taken aback. Our current adversary is the Blood God Society, while the Soul Beast clan cannot yet be considered our enemy. From the earlier exchange between Emperor Shirtian and the so-called Holy Master, it was evident that the alliance between the Blood God Society and the Soul Beast clan is conditional. Since it is a partnership based on mutual benefit, it can surely be dismantled through similar means. With this thought, Ning Fengji finally discovered a way to break the deadlock, to find a way to disrupt the alliance between the Soul Beast clan and the Blood God Society, ideally by inciting dissent within the Soul Beast clan. To achieve this, the first step was to identify the spokesperson of the Soul Beast clan. After careful observation, Ning Fengji concluded that the Crocodile Demon King was likely the spokesperson. It was evident that the Crocodile Demon King was also a reincarnator, for it was through his interaction with the Soul Beast clan that they had transformed into their current state. Otherwise, Ning Fengji could not fathom how the Soul Beast clan could have allied with the Blood God Society, a force that was clearly malevolent. Having identified the Soul Beast clan spokesperson, Ning Fengji promptly requested a food-type soul master beside him for a soul power food that would grant him the ability to fly. Following that, once He Zhilan and Xiao Feng had successfully treated the injuries of the Thousand Jun Dolo, Ning Fengji shared his thoughts with the Thousand Jun Dolo. After a moment of silence and careful observation of the battlefield, the Thousand Jun Dolo chose to agree. He understood that as long as they could incite dissent within the Soul Beast clan, their mission to eliminate the wolf disaster would encounter no difficulties. Conversely, if the Soul Beast clan stood united with the Blood God Society against them, even if they fought to a standstill, driving the Blood God Society away would be a Pyrrhic victory. The Thousand Joondaluo did not believe that the alliance between the Soul Beast clan and the Blood God Society would be particularly robust. What the Blood God Society could offer the Soul Beast clan, they could undoubtedly provide even more. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Sect Master Ning. Xiao Feng and I will do our utmost to protect you. Upon recognizing Ning Fengji's plan, the Thousand Joondaluo rose, solemnly proclaiming. Subsequently, under the protection of the Thousand Joondaluo and Xiao Feng, Ning Fengji consumed the soul power food crafted by the food-type soul master, which endowed him with the ability to fly, causing a pair of azure wings of wind to unfurl from his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, Ning Fengji soared into the sky, joining the Thousand Joondaluo and Xiao Feng as they rushed towards the battlefield, where Emperor Shirtian and the Crocodile Demon King were engaged with Bon Doluo Gulong, Sword Doluo Qinshin, and Dugu Qiubai. Chapter 113, The Betrayal of the Soul Beast Clan. Together with the Thousand Joondaluo and Xiao Feng, they departed from the walls of Nodding City. In less than a minute, Ning Fengji, along with the Thousand Joondaluo and Xiao Feng, arrived at the battlefield where Emperor Shirtian and the Crocodile Demon King were clashing with Bon Doluo Gulong, Sword Doluo Qinshin, and Dugu Qiubai. Esteemed reincarnator of the Soul Beast Clan, may I inquire your name? Why have you chosen to cooperate with the Blood God Society? Regardless of their promises, do you truly trust them? No matter what the Blood God Society has vowed to provide you, we can offer you even more if you cease your opposition against us. With his wind wings unfurled and the Crocodile Demon King having retreated into the earth, Ning Fengji spoke firmly to the numerous rock crocodiles summoned by the Crocodile Demon King. Beneath the earth, the Crocodile Demon King, now one with the land, felt a stirring within at Ning Fengji's words. Had they finally realized that the Soul Beast Clan and the Blood God Society were not entirely aligned? The current development of events had been orchestrated by Bai Luo. Had Ning Fengji not found this solution, Bai Luo would have revealed it as well, for he would never allow the Blood God Society to emerge victorious. After all, how could one continue afterwards if the Blood God Society were to win? Thus, as Ning Fengji's words concluded, the Crocodile Demon King emerged from the earth, taking on human form not far from Ning Fengji. Oh, what the Blood God Society can provide, you claim you can as well, and even more. The Crocodile Demon King, having reverted to flesh from his elemental state, regarded Ning Fengji with his sharp yellow vertical pupils, his cold expression unchanged as he inquired. Indeed, that is correct. Realizing he had successfully drawn out the Crocodile Demon King, Ning Fengji felt a surge of possibility and took a deep breath before responding. I'm called Crocodile Demon King. The Blood God Society has promised to allocate a portion of the territory they occupy in this plane to us. What can you offer that exceeds that? The Crocodile Demon King let out a cold laugh. The Soul Beast Clan desires land? Ning Fengji could hardly believe the words of the Crocodile Demon King. Beside him, the Thousand Jun Delaw wore a similarly astonished expression. He had not anticipated that the Blood God Society would enlist the assistance of the Soul Beast Clan through such means. The determination of the land's ownership in the Hengi Plains was not something Ning Fengji could dictate. However, considering the current situation, if hesitation persists, it is likely that the entire Hengi Pingyuan may be lost. It would be more prudent to directly cede the entirety of Hengi Pingyuan to the Soul Beast Clan. This not only fosters goodwill with the Soul Beast Clan, but may also incite animosity between them and the Blood God Society. Should the Soul Beast Clan become adversaries of the Blood God Society, then the enemy of my enemy becomes my friend. In future encounters with the Blood God Society, we might seek the assistance of the Soul Beast Clan. Regardless of what lies ahead, the crux lies in overcoming the present tribulation. Having made this resolution, Ning Fengji could not help but turn to exchange a knowing glance with Qianjun Doa, their mutual understanding evident in their eyes. He chuckled, questioning whether the Blood God Society was merely offering a portion of the Hengi Pingyuan to them, deeming such an act rather stingy. If the Soul Beast Clan were to ally with humanity, he would gladly agree to grant them the entire Hengi Pingyuan. Observing the Crocodile Demon King, Ning Fengji wore a gentle smile while uttering words that could be regarded as treasonous. Oh, do you represent the sentiments of the entire human realm? The Crocodile Demon King's expression remained impassive, seemingly unfazed, yet his narrowed eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. Our spirit hall supports Lord Ning unconditionally. Qianjun Delaw stated plainly. Not sufficient. Your spirit hall support alone is inadequate. After all, the true owners of this land are the Tiandi Empire and the Shiluo Empire. The Crocodile Demon King retorted with a derisive scoff. Crocodile Demon King, as a member of the Demon Clan, do you still harbor trust in humanity? On the other side, upon realizing that the Crocodile Demon King was negotiating with the human faction, Emperor Tiandi felt a surge of anxiety, his frustration manifesting as he shouted amidst his battle with Xiongba and Wuming. However, the Crocodile Demon King paid no heed to Emperor Tiandi's angry outburst. Seeing this, Ning Fengji's confidence swelled. He was now certain that the reincarnated known as the Crocodile Demon King did not trust the Blood God Society. If he could persuade this individual, it would lead to a rebellion within the Soul Beast Clan, effectively reversing the current crisis. He continued, indeed, our 7 treasure, glazed tile school, and spirit hall alone cannot represent the entirety of humanity, but in the face of the Blood God Society, would we choose to forge enmity with the Soul Beast Clan? On the contrary, if you truly ally with the Blood God Society and inflict substantial harm upon us, would the Blood God still be willing to honor their commitments to you? The Hengi Pingyuan is merely a fringe territory of the Tiandi Empire and the Shiluo Empire. While the land is decent, its peripheral value has always been low. Whether offered to you or retained by us, the outcome is quite similar. Should the Soul Beast Clan claim this area as a strategic buffer for the two empires, it is something the Tiandi Empire and the Shiluo Empire would likely accept. In response to the Crocodile Demon King's doubts, Ning Fengji maintained his serene and elegant smile, exuding confidence as he spoke leisurely. Some matters do not require overly explicit articulation. As long as all parties are aware of the stakes involved, no one would wish to bear those costs, would they? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, a smile unexpectedly broke across the Crocodile Demon King's stern face. Indeed, well said. I admit, you have successfully persuaded me. The Blood God Society is unworthy of trust, and neither are you humans. Yet, as long as the cost of breaching the agreement is bearable, the need for trust becomes irrelevant. If you agree to hand over the Hengi Pingyuan to us, we shall stand by your side. Should you renege, we will retaliate. Does the Crocodile Demon King agree? Then please, I urge you to persuade your Soul Beast Clan to cease hostilities against humanity. Upon discerning the Crocodile Demon King's implied agreement, Ning Fengji's face lit up with joy. As for the final remark from the Crocodile Demon King, he paid it no mind. After all, he had no intention of backtracking and would advise the Tiandi and Shiluo royalties against any change of heart. Ultimately, ceding the Hengi Pingyuan to the Soul Beast Clan merely involved relinquishing that territory. However, should the Blood God Society continue to conspire with the Soul Beast Clan, the entire Dulua continent could face upheaval. He was confident that both the Snow Knight Emperor and the Emperor Dai Tianfeng of the Shilua Empire would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Chapter 114. Reversal. 23. Crocodile Demon King. How dare you? To his astonishment, the Crocodile Demon King indeed dared to alter allegiances, collaborating with humanity and betraying the Blood God Society, inciting Emperor Shi Tian's fury, prompting him to shout in outrage. Yet, the Crocodile Demon King remained unfazed, merely smiling coldly. Apologies, Emperor Shi Tian, but the reputation of your Blood God Society is hardly commendable. I cannot place my trust in you, especially when they can offer us more. Why should we not cooperate with them? With that, the Crocodile Demon King ascended into the air, using his innate ability, channeling his demonic energy, and with a booming voice declared, "Listen up, all humans and demon kin, cease fighting at once. I have now represented the demon clan in reaching an agreement with you humans. You are willing to cede the Hengi Pingyuan to us in exchange for our change of stance to join you in eradicating the Blood God Society. Therefore, your only enemy now is the Blood God Society." Upon hearing the Crocodile Demon King's proclamation, the myriad of soul beasts, now transformed into demonic beasts, halted their advance, having had the initiative in the conflict against humanity. What? Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Soul Master teams, disbelief swept over them. Who among them represented humanity in this agreement to cede the Hengi Pingyuan to the Soul Beast Clan in exchange for their assistance in vanquishing the Blood God Society? As they turned towards the source of the voice, their astonishment grew upon spotting Ning Fengji and Qianjun Dua standing alongside the speaking soul beast. Well, who would have thought it was Lord Ning and His Excellency Qianjun Dua? They certainly have the authority, they murmured, as the Crocodile Demon King's words sank in, and the demon beasts ceased their combat with humanity. Both parties turned their gazes towards the surroundings of Nodding City, where the lingering wolf tide had yet to be fully eradicated. Meanwhile, having successfully halted the demon-beast conflict with humanity and redirected their focus towards annihilating the Blood God Society, the Crocodile Demon King turned his attention back to Emperor Shi Tian. Since we have offended the Blood God Society, let's offend them to the fullest. Emperor Shi Tian, if we can bring about your demise here, we shall no longer be burdened by the fear of retaliation from the Blood God Society. The Crocodile Demon King remarked with a cold smile. You dare to kill me? The audacity of the Crocodile Demon King to not only betray the Blood God Society, but also threaten his life, left Emperor Shi Tian incredulous. A mix of shock and anger flooding him. Many have wished for my demise. Let me see if you possess the capability. In a fit of extreme fury, Emperor Shi Tian let out a cold laugh, unleashing the 7 no boundaries technique to disengage from Xiongba and Wuming, instantly appearing before the Crocodile Demon King in the sky, raising his hand to unleash the Emperor's thunder. In an instant, torrents of lightning, as thick as fingers, erupted from Emperor Shi Tian's hand, crackling as they surged towards the Crocodile Demon King, with several bolts misfiring and striking the ground, creating large, charred craters. In the face of the imperial thunder unleashed by Di Shi Tian, the Crocodile Demon King chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he swiftly dove into the ground, evading Di Shi Tian's attack by elemental transformation. Consequently, Di Shi Tian's strike met only empty air. Once underground, the Crocodile Demon King invoked the powers of the Earth Fruit, manipulating the soil to conjure massive rock crocodiles that erupted from the ground, their gaping jaws aimed at Di Shi Tian. Naturally, Di Shi Tian could not afford to expend vast amounts of true energy to deploy the 7 Infinite Desolation technique. Instead, he adeptly executed the Zone Yi Dang Xianbu, effortlessly dodging the ferocious bites of the rock crocodiles. Meanwhile, witnessing the fierce confrontation between Di Shi Tian and the Crocodile Demon King, Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and Wuming could not remain idle. They promptly charged towards Di Shi Tian, engaging him in battle. Though Di Shi Tian managed to handle the combined efforts of Xiongba and Wuming, the addition of Dugu Qiubai, along with the Crocodile Demon King's gravitational control and rock crocodile summons, began to overwhelm him. After a prolonged fight, during which he frequently employed the 7 Infinite Desolation technique, Di Shi Tian found his true energy significantly depleted, rendering him increasingly vulnerable. At the same time, as the alliance between humans and the Soul Beast Clan emerged unexpectedly, Shi Hao halted his battle with the Titan Giant Ape and the Tianqing Yomang, scratching his head in awkwardness. However, upon witnessing the ongoing struggle involving Di Shi Tian and encouraged by the calm suggestion of Tianqing Yomeng, the trio hastened towards the battlefield of Tian. As Tian battled against Gu Qiubai, Wuming, Xiongba, and the Crocodile Demon King, Hao, alongside the Titan Giant Ape and the Tianqing Yomeng, arrived at the scene. Daming, Erming, assist that human reincarnator over there, instructed the Crocodile Demon King, pointing towards the saint and the ongoing conflict, eager for Hao, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Tianqing Yomeng to provide support. On the contrary, even with Xiao Feng and Qian Juando Law joining the fray against the saint, they struggled to gain the upper hand against him. Understood, Lord Crocodile Demon, replied the Titan Giant Ape, a devoted follower of the Crocodile Demon King, as he turned and leaped towards the saint's position. The Tianqing Yomeng respectfully bowed to the Crocodile Demon King before following suit. However, unlike the two, Hao glared at the Crocodile Demon King with wide eyes, visibly irked, before he too dashed after the Titan Giant Ape and the Tianqing Yomeng. Soon, Hao reached the battlefield where the saint was engaged. In contrast to Tian, who was being pressed by Gu Qiubai, Xiongba, Wuming, and the Crocodile Demon King, the saint utilized stealth and speed, employing his lightning eye, dragon break, and telekinesis to keep Xiao Feng, the Sword de Loi, Chen Xian, and the Bone de Loi Gurong at bay. In truth, had it not been for the Bone de Loi's ability to teleport and rescue the initially ambushed and heavily injured demon-subduing de Loi, he might well have faced death at the hands of the saint. However, with the arrival of the Titan Giant Ape, the tide began to turn. As a sole beast of supreme bloodline, the Titan Giant Ape possessed the gravitational domain after 100,000 years, enabling him to manipulate gravity within the area. Upon arrival, the Titan Giant Ape unleashed a thunderous roar, expanding the gravitational field to its maximum, thereby restraining the saint's speed. Seizing this opportunity, the Bone de Loi Gurong transformed into his Bone Dragon form and activated his first soul skill, Bone Dragon Roar, launching a mental attack that momentarily disoriented the saint. As Hao arrived, the young Huang Tiandi erupted with a youthful shout, leaping into action with astonishing velocity. With a determined thrust of his delicate fist, he struck the saint, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying. The saint's massive dragon form suffered grievously from a blow. A gaping wound, now visible on his chest, with shattered scales surrounding the injury, revealing a harrowing sight. After being struck, the saint plummeted earthward like a meteor, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Seizing the moment, the others launched their offensive against the saint, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The Bone de Loi unleashed his 8th soul skill, Bone Dragon Strike, soaring into the sky and summoning a colossal bone dragon that roared fiercely, hurtling towards the saint's descent. Simultaneously, the Sword de Loi, Chen Xian, Qian Juando Loi, and Xiao Feng each activated their most powerful soul skills. The Sword de Loi unleashed his 9th soul skill, Dual Slash of Gods and Demons, releasing a devastating azure sword aura capable of annihilating all in its path. The Qian Juando Loi summoned his 8th soul skill, Thousand June Throw, hurling his dragon-shaped weapon as if it were a towering pillar aimed directly at the saint. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng transformed mid-air, launching a series of golden dragons toward the saint's descent with his 18 dragon-subduing palms. In an instant, a giant bone dragon descended like a pale comet towards the saint's location, while a sweeping azure sword aura and a series of golden dragons surged through the air, all converging upon the fallen figure of the saint. With a thunderous impact, the first to collide with the saint's position was the bone dragon summoned by the Bone de Loi. The sheer force of the massive creature crashing down was akin to a meteor strike, generating an ear-splitting explosion that reverberated through the ground and sent clouds of dust soaring into the sky, resembling the mushroom cloud of a nuclear detonation as fierce winds toppled trees in its wake. Following the Bone Dragon Strike was the Thousand June Throw, resulting in another tremendous crash as the dragon-shaped weapon collided with the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The giant weapon, resembling a colossal pillar, sank into the ground, its ascent accompanied by the rising of a yellow-brown mushroom cloud, together creating the appearance of an enormous chicken leg. Following the Bone Dragon Strike and Thousand June Throw, the azure sword aura unleashed by the Sword Daw's Dual Slash of Gods and Demons penetrated the vast yellow-brown mushroom cloud, producing a resounding explosion and illuminating the surrounding area with a brilliant azure glow. Subsequently, a series of lifelike golden dragons surged into the mushroom cloud, further intensifying the chaos. With each strike of the golden dragon upon the ground, a resounding roar erupted, sending shockwaves of dust and debris soaring into the air, rendering the yellow-brown mushroom cloud even more obscured. Had they perished? After unleashing their most formidable soul skills, targeting the position of the Holy Master. The eyes of Bon Dao Guyong, Qianjun Dao, Sword Delua Qinshin, and Xiaofeng widened in anticipation of the outcome as they witnessed their abilities landing on the target. However, due to the presence of Bon Delua Guyong, Qianjun Dao, Sword Delua Qinshin, and Xiaofeng, Shi Hao was unable to continue his relentless assault on the Holy Master and descended back to the ground. Yet, as the dust resembling a yellow-brown mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Where had the Holy Master gone? Had their attacks truly reduced him to nothingness? Coughing, Emperor Shi Tian addressed the Blood God sect, asserting that their defeat was inevitable, and offered to escort them away, urging them to stand in the shadows immediately, as they had only 10 seconds. Suddenly, beneath the shade of a tree, the Holy Master, clutching his chest and coughing up blood, leaned against a large tree and shouted at Emperor Shi Tian, who was battling with Dugu Qiubai, Xiong Ba, Wu Ming, and the Crocodile Demon King. Damn you! You wretched beings, you have forced my hand. Hearing the Holy Master's words, Emperor Shi Tian gritted his teeth in anger and, with a sudden flick of his hand, summoned a glowing drop of blood the size of a fist, resembling red crystal. This sight left Bon Delua Guyong, Qianjun Delua, and Sword Delua Qinshin momentarily stunned. Run! That is the essence of the Yuquan blood demon. Dugu Qiubai shouted furiously, instantly activating the sword body technique to transform into a silver streak soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiong Ba and Wu Ming's expressions drastically changed as they quickly turned to flee. Too late. Emperor Shi Tian, however, revealed a sinister grin beneath his ice crystal mask and immediately urged the Yuquan blood demon essence into action. In an instant, the essence morphed into a shadow of blood, rapidly pursuing Wu Ming, who was the closest and slowest. A piercing scream echoed as Wu Ming, after being swept by the blood shadow, was reduced to a desiccated husk, plummeting to the ground. The blood shadow then surged towards Xiong Ba, who, after a similar fate, fell amidst anguished cries. What is this? Bon Delua, Qianjun Dao, Sword Dao, and Ning Fengji, who was summoning the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to provide support, were all struck with horror, their scalps tingling as they turned to flee. At that moment, the nearest to the blood shadow were Shi Hao, the Titan Great Ape, and the Tianqing Bull Python. Yet, unlike Ning Fengji and the others, a fearless expression adorned Shi Hao's youthful face. After a spirited shout, he activated the Swan and Eye treasure art, causing brilliant golden light to erupt from his body, with golden thunderbolts crackling around him, transforming Shi Hao into a being of radiant gold. As the blood shadow approached, it charged toward Shi Hao, who possessed the purest and most abundant life force. However, just as it was about to pass over him, the moment it made contact with the golden thunder surrounding Shi Hao, the shadow disintegrated as if ice met fire, emitting a wretched scream. Concurrently, Emperor Shi Tian coughed up blood, his face turning pale. Damn it! He glared at Shi Hao, his face ashen as he quickly withdrew the blood shadow, which shrank in size and dove into the ground. After effortlessly shattering the rocky, giant crocodiles attempting to obstruct him, Emperor Shi Tian vanished into the shadows upon touching the ground. Moments later, he reappeared outside Notting City, swiftly taking away the blood-clothed Marquis by Yifei and the newly joined Chun Xianfeng, leaving behind the remaining ferocious werewolves, with only a few wolf demons escaping after sensing the danger. Chapter 116. Innate Beings? A solution to the wolf poison infection. 13. Is it all over just like this? Following the instigation of the Soul Beast clan, the situation had dramatically shifted. Witnessing Emperor Shi Tian and the other members of the Blood God sect fleeing with the help of the Holy Master, leaving all the ferocious werewolves in the tide behind, Ning Fengji found it hard to believe. However, as he observed the Soul Beasts eliminating the violent werewolves near Notting City, he shook his head vigorously and quickly regained his composure. You are Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, are you not? We, the Soul Beast clan, have fulfilled our promise by driving away the Blood God sect. As agreed, the Hengi Plain will henceforth belong to us. However, we shall not allow you humans to suffer. We will assist in exterminating these werewolves as well. We hope you will honor the agreement. Otherwise, we, the Soul Beast clan, will not fear the Blood God sect and will equally not fear you. After expelling Emperor Tiandi and the other members of the Blood God sect, the Crocodile Demon King approached Ning Fengji, his bright yellow vertical pupils fixed on him, his tone icy. Rest assured, Your Excellency Crocodile Demon King, we will honor our agreement. As I have previously explained, the Blood God sect remains. We cannot afford to make enemies with your Soul Beast clan over this peripheral land of little value. On the contrary, we will require your assistance. So please do not worry. Ning Fengji replied solemnly. That is certainly for the best. The Crocodile Demon King nodded indifferently. By the way, Your Excellency Crocodile Demon King, what is the Holy Master? He does not appear to be human. Why does he stand with the Blood God sect? Should he not be aligned with your kind? Suddenly recalling the Holy Master who had aided Emperor Tiandi's escape, Ning Fengji, filled with curiosity, inquired. In his view, both the Crocodile Demon King and the Holy Master did not belong to humanity but were closer to the Soul Beast species, suggesting they should naturally ally. However, the reality was that the Holy Master allied with the Blood God sect, while the Crocodile Demon King sided with the Soul Beasts, leaving him perplexed. The Holy Master? He is not one of our demon kin. He is an innate being. The Crocodile Demon King glanced at Ning Fengji and slowly explained. Innate being? What is that? Ning Fengji asked with intrigue. An innate being refers to those born before the creation of the heavens and the earth or alongside their birth. They possess various supernatural abilities from birth and can be considered a form of life that is nearly invincible by nature. The Holy Master possesses a myriad of extraordinary abilities, with a corporeal form and spirit that are intrinsically linked to its realm, rendering it nearly immortal within its own domain, only susceptible to sealing rather than destruction. However, upon entering the Hall of Reincarnation, it remains uncertain whether it will retain this near-immortal state. As an innate being, the Holy Master lacks kin, and thus does not belong to our demon race, as the Immortal coldly elucidated in response to Ning Fengji's inquiry. Could such an innate being truly be so formidable? Upon hearing the Immortal's explanation, Ning Fengji was filled with astonishment. As a soul master from Doladalu, he had never encountered a being as defiant of nature as the Holy Master, which was inherently near invincible. A most alarming revelation. If it is indeed so powerful, why then does it seek collaboration with the Blood God Society? Ning Fengji could not help but inquire further. As far as I know, the Holy Master has always harbored dreams of establishing a realm of malevolent dragons. Yet, relying solely on itself, it is evidently incapable of conquering and ruling a dominion, thus necessitating alliances with others. The Holy Master, being an exceedingly wicked entity, naturally finds common ground with the Blood God Society, joining forces in their malevolent enterprises. Does this seem peculiar? The Immortal scoffed. Establishing a realm of malevolent dragons? Ning Fengji murmured, feeling a weight in his heart. If the Immortal's assertions hold true, then the collaboration between the Holy Master and the Blood God Society would inevitably target a specific nation. The Tiandi Empire and the Xingluo Empire may seem lofty targets. If the Holy Master possesses any wit, it would not strike at them first. However, with its demonstrated prowess in previous battles, it could easily deal with smaller principalities. What a tumultuous era is upon us. With this thought, Ning Fengji could not suppress a sigh. The threat posed by the Blood God Society was already a considerable nuisance. And now the emergence of the Holy Master raises profound concern for the future of Dolawa Dalu. Indeed, Your Excellency Immortal, while the wolf disaster can certainly be eradicated, it poses little immediate threat to us on Dolawa Dalu. The true cause of our alarm regarding the wolf disaster lies in the ferocious werewolves that can perpetuate the infection, transforming humans into new, savage werewolves. If this issue remains unresolved, we shall find it exceedingly difficult to manage the wolf disaster. Might Your Excellency possess a means to assist us in this regard? Despite having posed this question to Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba without receiving any answers, Dugu Qiubai did mention that their martial arts world's power structure primarily focuses on self-enhancement, yielding formidable strength, but lacking expertise in external matters. Perhaps a reincarnator from the celestial realm might have a solution, and since the demon race seems to be a lineage exclusive to the celestial realm, a flicker of hope ignited within Ning Fengji. Virus infection, you say? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the Immortal's expression shifted slightly, as if struck by a sudden realization, and a peculiar smile emerged on his otherwise stern face. I believe I have heard of something akin to this. It seems I may indeed have a potential solution. Really? The prospect of a solution filled Ning Fengji with delight. I implore Your Excellency Immortal to share this method with us. The humanity of Dolu Dalu shall forever remember your kindness. Ah, remember my kindness? Let's hope so. The Immortal's countenance remained unchanged, non-committal. However, my assistance is motivated solely by the fact that our demon race currently shares a common enemy with your humankind, the Blood God Society. Aiding you is tantamount to aiding ourselves. If your human world were to be overturned by the Blood God Society, we demons would fare no better. Yet, I cannot guarantee that my method will be effective. If it proves ineffectual, you must be prepared for that eventuality. Rest assured, as long as there exists a glimmer of hope for success, we shall not hold Your Excellency accountable should it fail. Ning Fengji inhaled deeply and spoke with utmost seriousness. Very well then, allow me to impart this method to you. The 117th chapter, The Right of Heaven, Viruses and Vaccines. Subsequently, the Immortal conveyed the method he believed to be useful to Ning Fengji. The solution is fundamentally simple, a sacrifice to the heavens. Utilizing the corpses of the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons as offerings to the celestial consciousness of Dolu Dalu. Indeed, to the planetary consciousness of Dolu Dalu. The reason the virulence of the werewolf and wolf demon viruses is so potent within Dolu Dalu is that they are viruses entirely foreign to this world, and of a transcendent nature. This planet has never before encountered such a phenomenon, rendering it exceedingly difficult to resist. However, this does not imply an absence of remedies. Just as humans require vaccines to combat certain diseases, if Dolu Dalu wishes to withstand a particular ailment, it must administer an equivalent vaccine to its planetary consciousness. Perhaps the planetary consciousness of Dolu Dalu could develop antibodies against the corresponding viruses, thus gaining formidable resistance. In this case, the disease to be resisted is, of course, the werewolf virus. Therefore, to vaccinate the world of Dolu Dalu, it is imperative to sacrifice the corpses of the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons to the planetary consciousness of Dolu Dalu. Only then might this world generate antibodies against the werewolf virus. As for why the Immortal knows how to perform this heavenly sacrifice, he too is uncertain. His knowledge stems from the foundational demon cultivation techniques of Lang Lang Mountain, which detail how the demon race can benefit from human blood offerings, including methods for constructing sacrificial altars. However, the sacrificial altars described in the foundational techniques are intended for humans to offer sacrifices to the demon race. By simply altering the target of the sacrifice, one could potentially achieve the objective of offering to the heavens. This is merely the Immortal's conjecture based on the principles of the sacrificial altar. Whether it can be realized remains uncertain. But has he not already made this clear? This is merely a possibility for resolution, not a certainty. To sacrifice the corpses of ferocious werewolves and wolf demons to the heavens? Upon hearing the Immortal's proposal, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. The heavens, are they akin to divine will? Yet, is this not a mere fabrication of humanity? How could a true world possess consciousness? Indeed, your world, from what I sense, appears to be spherical. According to the teachings of the Hall of Reincarnation, the consciousness of your world is, in fact, a planetary consciousness. However, this does not negate the premise. It is merely that your world is too fragile, causing the planetary consciousness to remain in a dormant state, devoid of true thought or the ability to influence the realm. Nonetheless, as long as you can sacrifice the corpses of the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons to the planetary consciousness, it will be exposed to the werewolf virus. The werewolf virus, evidently, cannot harm an entity of the planetary consciousness. Consequently, the planetary consciousness will develop resistance, and since it is connected to the very essence of your entire world, its resistance to the werewolf virus will similarly manifest throughout your realm. However, given the weakness of your planetary consciousness, achieving immunity for the entire world against the werewolf virus following the sacrifice of the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons is likely unattainable. However, if the sacrificial rite is successful, the resistance of all individuals in your world to the lycanthropic virus should greatly increase. At the very least, they will not swiftly transform into ferocious werewolves upon infection. As long as the transformation does not occur rapidly, there would be ample time for a potential cure. For I have learned that this lycanthropic virus can indeed be restrained and treated with silver. Observing Ning Fengji, the crocodile demon king nodded and slowly articulated the reasons for the sacrifice, as well as the possible outcomes of its success. Although Ning Fengji found it somewhat difficult to believe, the implications for their world were of utmost importance. regardless of its veracity, they had to give it a try. Thus, Ning Fengji inhaled deeply and declared, "Your Excellency, Crocodile Demon King, how should we construct the sacrificial altar? There are numerous corpses of ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits nearby. If possible, we might as well build it here." Subsequently, under the guidance of the Crocodile Demon King, Ning Fengji gathered a host of soul masters and began to erect an altar adorned with arcane runes outside Nodding City, utilizing stones and earth. The entire altar was inscribed with these mystic runes, drawn with the essence blood extracted from the hearts of numerous ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits on the battlefield, resulting in extraordinary effect. Once the altar was completed, the Crocodile Demon King instructed others to place several corpses of ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits atop it. Then, the Crocodile Demon King stood before the altar and commenced the ancient incantation for the sacrificial rite, with the target of the offering being the planetary consciousness of this world. As the ancient, rustling incantations flowed from the Crocodile Demon King's lips, a powerful demonic energy surged into the specific runes of the altar, causing the entire structure to come alive. The altar, illuminated by blood-red runes, erupted in a dazzling crimson light. Given that the object of this sacrifice was the planetary consciousness of Doloadelu, the consumption was naturally substantial. If the offering were merely to the demon race, the cost would be negligible. Yet in the case of sacrificing to the planetary consciousness of Doloadelu, the expenditure was immense. Fortunately, the Crocodile Demon King possessed formidable strength. Despite the significant drain on his demonic power due to the sacrifice, he managed to sustain himself. During the sacrificial process, onlookers witnessed the corpses of the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits placed on the altar gradually becoming transparent before ultimately vanishing. This spectacle left the surrounding soul masters utterly astounded. Could it be that these offerings were truly sent to the elusive heavens? It was almost beyond belief. "Your Excellency, Crocodile Demon King, has the sacrifice succeeded?" Ning Feng Ti inquired, having observed the disappearance of the corpses atop the altar. Beside him, regardless of whether it was Qianjunduo, Jiamao, or Jianduo Qinshin and Gurong, all gazed expectantly at the Crocodile Demon King. Of course it succeeded. Did you not see that the corpses have vanished into thin air? The Crocodile Demon King furrowed his brow and replied, "However, whether this sacrifice has any effect, or what that effect might be, I cannot guarantee. You may have someone test it." Following the Crocodile Demon King's suggestion, Ning Fengji, by offering incentives, summoned a brave young civilian to intentionally infect himself with the wolf virus to observe the effects of the sacrifice. Aware that silver could counteract the wolf virus, Ning Fengji had prepared silver powder in advance. If the sacrifice proved ineffective, they would hasten to rescue the young civilian using the silver powder. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this courageous young civilian accepted a sharp wolf claw, still stained with blood, and with a mixture of trepidation. He gently pierced the flesh of his palm. Chapter 118. The Fate of Nodding City, 33. As the crowd looked on, the young civilian gritted his teeth and plunged the sharp wolf claw into his palm. Almost immediately, the wound turned black, and he began to run a fever. Becoming increasingly disoriented, his face flushed, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, after falling, the young civilian continued to burn with fever. It showed no signs of transforming into a werewolf. It is important to note that previously, those infected with the lycanthropic virus would rapidly exhibit symptoms, with their bodies turning dark around the wound, for sprouting, and their limbs and heads swiftly morphing into those of a werewolf. However, this young civilian, upon infection with the lycanthropic virus, displayed no such severe symptoms, merely suffering from a high fever. This clearly indicated that the sacrifice had been effective. Has it succeeded? Seeing the young civilian only suffering from fever after being infected with the wolf virus brought elation to Ning Fengji and others. However, despite the apparent success, relying on a single individual for validation was insufficient. To confirm that this was not an isolated incident, Ning Fengji summoned pairs of young boys and girls, adolescents, young adults, middle-aged individuals, and elderly couples to also test the effects of the wolf virus post-sacrifice. Through these trials, it became evident that among the four pairs, both the young adults and middle-aged individuals only experienced fever after infection, with two males successfully recovering on their own, resisting the lycanthropic virus. Among the females, one young woman also managed to endure, while the middle-aged woman encountered complications, requiring silver powder for rescue. As for the young boys and girls and the elderly couples, due to their frail bodies, they quickly exhibited strong signs of infection, necessitating immediate rescue with silver powder. After these experiments, Ning Fengji confirmed and understood that the infectivity of the wolf virus had indeed been significantly reduced due to the sacrifice. For those with robust physical constitutions, particularly young adults, the infection could be endured until their bodies naturally healed. However, for the young children and elderly, due to their generally weaker physiques, if infected with the lycanthropic virus without assistance, they would likely transform into werewolves. Overall, the outcome of this sacrificial rite was remarkably positive, even exceeding Ning Fengji's expectations. Much to his pleasant surprise, the realization that offering to the heavens, or more precisely, sacrificing the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits to the planetary consciousness of their world, had indeed proven effective, significantly diminishing the threat posed by the lycanthropic virus, filled everyone with joy and excitement. However, with the sacrificial matters resolved, it was time to depart. Not only would Ning Fengji and the assembled soul masters from across the continent leave, but even the residents of Nodding City, including City Lord Xiao Kuang, Martial Soul Division Master Matthew, as well as the Dean of Nodding Academy, Master and Tang San, would all follow suit. According to their agreement, this expanse of Hengi Plain would henceforth belong to the Soul Beast clan under the Crocodile Demon King. The inhabitants of Nodding City could no longer reside here, so they would certainly need to leave and find a new place to live. Your Excellency, Crocodile Demon King, we are preparing to leave. This land of Hengi Plain will belong to you from now on, but there may still be human survivors. If you discover any, we hope you can assist them in escaping. After gathering the residents of Nodding City, Ning Fengji prepared to lead everyone away, addressing the Crocodile Demon King before their departure. Rest assured, if we encounter any surviving humans, we shall escort them to safety. As for the ferocious werewolves that remain here, we will gradually eliminate them all. The Lord of the Crocodiles stated coldly, I extend my gratitude to your Excellency, Lord of the Crocodiles. After offering a slight bow to him, Ning Fengji turned to depart, accompanied by the Soul Master Brigade that safeguarded the citizens of Nodding City, heading towards the exit of the Hengi Plain. Your Excellency Qiao Feng, as well as the Unnamed and Lord Xiongba and Lord Dugu Qiubai, all intend to establish sects in our Dolua continent. Would you too consider establishing a sect as well? Walking through the dense forest on the way out of the Hengi Plain, Ning Fengji glanced at Xiongba and Dugu Qiubai and inquired of Qiao Feng and the Unnamed beside him. However, the Unnamed merely shook his head. I apologize, Sect Master Ning, but our Chivalrous Alliance members only act with righteousness and do not teach disciples. If it were just 1 or 2 disciples, that would be manageable. But if it were many, establishing a sect would be beyond our capabilities. Very well, Ning Fengji replied, feeling somewhat disappointed. In his view, both Qiao Feng and the Unnamed possessed formidable strength and were capable of creating exceptionally powerful soul skills. If they were to establish a sect and recruit disciples, they could undoubtedly cultivate more powerful soul masters for the continent. Yet, it was unexpected that Qiao Feng and the Unnamed did not intend to establish a sect like Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, which was indeed disheartening. At the moment when Qiao Feng and the Unnamed expressed their disinterest in establishing a sect, Ning Fengji could not help but think of someone else and turned to look at the crowd behind him, where Shihao stood alongside Shui Linglong and Shui Binger, licking a candy as he walked. It seems I was overthinking it. Upon seeing Shihao, who appeared to be merely a child engrossed in licking his candy, Ning Fengji's expression turned somewhat dark. Although Shihao's strength was extraordinarily formidable, he was still a child at heart, making it practically impossible to expect him to establish a sect and teach disciples like Xiongba and Dugu Qiubai. Thus, Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly and turned back to face the front, continuing to lead the vast brigade through the dense forest towards the exit of the Hengi Plain, advancing in the direction of Wanren Pass. Meanwhile, within the bustling brigade, following their previous battle against the werewolves, Yu Xiaojiang reunited with Flinder and Lu Erlong, and the three showcased their Trinity Martial Soul Fusion technique, the Golden Sacred Dragon, making quite an impression. Previously, when leading Tang San to hunt for the first soul ring, Master Yu Xiaojiang had suffered a significant embarrassment. Had it not been for Bai Feng, he might have ended up as the excrement of a mandala snake. Now, having performed the Trinity Fusion technique, Golden Sacred Dragon, with Lu Erlong and Flinder in the Werewolf Crisis, Yu Xiaojiang could distinctly sense that Tang San's respect for him had grown considerably. Chapter 119, Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang. No loss here. Flinder. Is this Yu Xiaojiang, the beloved of Lu Erlong, whom you have long cherished? Walking amidst the vast Soul Master Brigade, observing Lu Erlong closely beside Yu Xiaojiang, Dongfang Bubi furrowed her brows and inquired of Flinder, who was not far away. Yes, indeed. Over the years, Lu Erlong has always wished to see Xiaojiang. Flinder replied with a forced smile, although he had internally accepted the reality, having even played matchmaker for Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Witnessing their intimacy still caused Flinder's heart to bleed. It was he who had known Lu Erlong first, and he who had risked his life to protect the goddess, even dragging his brothers into danger to bring them here. But why, after all he had sacrificed, did she not even glance at him, yet immediately began to revolve around Xiaojiang? Alas! Just then, Dongfang Bubi sighed softly and shook her head. Miss Dongfang, what troubles you? Flinder inquired, puzzled. It is nothing. I merely find Yu Xiaojiang lacking in masculinity, always appearing gloomy and seemingly incapable of even harming a chicken. I do not appreciate such individuals, nor do I believe he is worthy of Lu Erlong. Dongfang Bubi remarked indifferently. This took Flinder by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless as a mix of emotions surged within him. Although he had actively played matchmaker for Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, it did not mean he believed Yu Xiaojiang to be a suitable match for her. In Flinder's eyes, Yu Xiaojiang was unworthy of Lu Erlong. The reason was simple. As a supreme, devoted admirer, Flinder could not bear to see the goddess Lu Erlong suffer even the slightest harm. If he could not protect her personally, he wished for an absolute powerhouse to safeguard her from any injury. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong had expressed her deep affection for Yu Xiaojiang, declaring that she would marry no one but him. It was precisely because he learned of Lu Erlong's profound love for Yu Xiaojiang that Flinder took the initiative to facilitate their union, solely for the goddess's happiness, with no regard for Yu Xiaojiang himself. In truth, when Yu Xiaojiang fled on his wedding day, Flinder felt immense anger. But since Lu Erlong remained steadfastly devoted to Yu Xiaojiang, he could not bring himself to speak ill of him, even going so far as to defend Yu Xiaojiang to spare Lu Erlong's feelings. Now, hearing Dongfang Bubi state that Yu Xiaojiang was unworthy of Lu Erlong, Flinder felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if years of pent-up frustration had suddenly dissipated. However, despite his agreement with Dongfang Bubi's words, as a devoted admirer, Flinder could not speak ill of Yu Xiaojiang, while Lu Erlong remained unwavering in her affections. He chuckled. Xiaojiang's personality merely contrasts with Erlong's. Yet, the reason Erlong loved Xiaojiang is due to his diligence and talent in martial soul research. Flinder forced a laugh, defending Yu Xiaojiang. Talent? Just as Flinder was reluctantly praising Yu Xiaojiang, a black-clad bishop from the Spirit Hall could not help but scoff. In front of the Spirit Hall, to claim that this jester Yu Xiaojiang possesses talent in martial soul research is akin to pointing at a thief who stole a renowned artist's painting and declaring him a prodigious painter. It's simply laughable. However, due to the sensitive nature of the Spirit Hall, which had long prohibited discussions on this matter, the bishop merely scoffed without elaborating. Seeing the presence of several Spirit Hall members around, a hint of embarrassment crossed Flinder's face, and he ceased to speak of Yu Xiaojiang's talents. Thus, under the escort of Ning Fengji and a multitude of soul masters, tens of thousands of citizens from Noting City traversed through various unbreached strongholds, such as Haitian City, ultimately arriving at Wanren Pass. After passing through Wanren Pass, the vast procession, resembling a long dragon, exited the Hengi Plain, numbering in the tens of thousands. After departing from the Hengi Plain, the numerous spirit master teams that had come to eradicate the wolf disaster began to disperse, with some hailing from the Xingluo Empire and others from the Tiandi Empire, not traveling together. However, this was of little concern. The wolf disaster had already claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands near Noting City, although it was estimated that millions of ferocious werewolves still roamed the Hengi Plain. The remaining feral werewolves posed no threat to the Spirit Beast clan after members of the Blood God Society, including Dishi Tian, were severely injured and driven away. The greatest threat of the wolf disaster was its infectious nature, which had instilled immense fear in humanity. Yet, for the Spirit Beast clan, this was not a matter of concern. It was well known that the physical resilience of spirit masters was sufficient to withstand the wolf poison, let alone the spirit beasts whose physical capabilities far surpassed those of spirit masters. As the throngs of people made their way toward the Tiandi Imperial City, some flying-type spirit masters took to the skies and returned ahead to inform the Snow Knight Emperor of the situation in the wolf disaster area and to seek guidance on how to arrange the civilians brought back from Noting City. Upon receiving the report from the Flying Spirit Master affiliated with the Tiando royal family, the Snow Knight Emperor did not blame Ning Fengji for ceding the Hengi Plain to the Spirit Beast clan. In his view, this had indeed been a wise decision at the time. Moreover, in retrospect, allowing the Spirit Beast clan to handle the wolf disaster in the Hengi Plain was undoubtedly a brilliant strategy. Had he not done so, the Empire would have been compelled to dispatch a large army, along with summoned spirit masters, to eradicate the wolves in the Hengi Plain. Such a war, whether won or lost, would have resulted in substantial losses, both in terms of resources and the lives of soldiers, not to mention the future expenses for compensation. Engaging in such a conflict would yield no benefits whatsoever. Conversely, by ceding the Hengi Plain to the Spirit Beast clan, he had significantly reduced the Empire's financial and compensation burdens. The Snow Knight Emperor felt as though he had profited. He believed that Dai Tianfeng of the Xinglua Empire would share this sentiment. After all, the Hengi Plain was not solely the domain of the Tiando Empire. It was jointly owned by both the Tiando and Xinglua empires. If one party suffered while the other did not, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. However, since both had suffered losses, the situation appeared equitable. Upon reflecting on the sagacity of Ning Fengji's decision, which had successfully instigated the Spirit Beast clan to turn against the Blood God Society, the Snow Knight Emperor began to contemplate how to arrange the tens of thousands of civilians rescued from the disaster zone. Organizing such a large number of individuals was no trivial matter. Fortunately, Master Lei Lin was currently researching firearms that would enable humans to contend with spirit masters. Having invented various items and constructed numerous factories requiring labor, this presented an opportunity to absorb some of the civilians. The remainder would have to be assessed to see if Master Lei Lin would require them. If not, the civilians would be separated by family and distributed among the villages and towns surrounding the Tiando Imperial City to start anew. The Snow Knight Emperor considered this arrangement to be quite benevolent and generous. The survivors from the wolf disaster area were indeed unfortunate, but transitioning from the borderlands of the Tiando Empire to residing in the esteemed vicinity of the Tiando Imperial City was a tremendous honor. Thus, the survivors for Nodding City, under the escort of numerous spirit masters led by Ning Fengji, finally approached the vicinity of the Tiando Imperial City. As they traversed a forested path not far from the city, many survivors gazed in awe and fascination at the majestic city that lay before them. Was this truly the legendary imperial capital of the empire, Tiando Imperial City? It was indeed a magnificent city. Xiao San, is that Tiando Imperial City ahead? Among the crowd, the elderly Jack, struggling to see clearly due to age, leaned on his cane and approached Tang San, rubbing his eyes as he inquired in his quavering voice. Yes, Grandpa Jack, that is indeed Tiando Imperial City, Tang San replied respectfully, quickly moving to support the elderly man. Xiao San, have you all thought about what to do next? Jack sighed deeply as he leaned on his cane, recalling the words of the royal angel who had previously spoken of their arrangement to be settled by family into different villages and towns for new beginnings, lamenting that he might no longer be able to live with them or care for them. I heard from the angel that His Majesty is summoning blacksmiths. Xiao San, does your father intend to apply? Jack inquired, suddenly recalling something. In his view, Tang Hao should indeed go, as there was no longer a place for him to work and earn a living after Nodding City was destroyed. When the Holy Spirit Village was still thriving, Tang Hao's laziness and propensity for drinking had left Tang San often hungry. Without the support of others, Tang San might have faced starvation. Now, with no blacksmith shop or job, Tang Hao would earn no income. Would he rather have his son, Tang San, sleep on the streets with him instead of applying for the position to earn a living? I will not be applying, Tang Hao replied calmly, shaking his head in response to Jack's inquiry. Xiao San and I have relatives in Tiando Imperial City. I plan to take him to seek refuge with them. There is no need to apply as a blacksmith. Jack was momentarily taken aback. Tang Hao had relatives in Tiando Imperial City? Initially, he had intended to advise Tang how to apply for the blacksmith position for his own sake and for Tang San's. But he was surprised to learn of Tang Hao's connections in the city. However, Tang Hao's refusal to apply for the blacksmith position did not stem from having relatives to turn to, but rather from a fear of revealing his identity during the application process. He was a top-wanted criminal of the Spear Hall. To avoid being discovered, Tang Hao had refrained from taking action during the wolf disaster, and he certainly would not risk his life for a mere handful of gold soul coins. Meanwhile, near the Tiando Imperial City, the survivors from Nodding City were busy applying for positions in the factories established by Master Lei Lin. Bai Luo had already returned home to the Qihua Academy. Though less than 10 days had passed since their departure, the upheaval caused by the wolf disaster had reverberated throughout the continent, creating significant turmoil within the spirit master circles of the two great empires. Bai Luo felt that many events had transpired within this short span, and he had undoubtedly amassed a considerable number of source energy points. System. Upon returning to the splendid reception hall of Qihua Academy, Bai Luo found himself seated upon the sumptuous bed of a lavishly adorned chamber, and without hesitation, he summoned the system. In an instant, the system's attribute panel unfurled before his eyes. Host, Bai Luo race, human subspecies template, elite soldier Wang, Sheng martial soul, cursed carp, scythe level 14 soul master cultivation method, eternal spring technique, mind sword body method, first realm, sword rebuttal, skills, breath of the sun martial arts, Dugan 9 swords, northern dark divine skill, Lingbo Weibu, lesser formless skill items, blood Bodhi Vine X1, handheld computer, accessory, spy satellite, flame immortal lotus X1, jade snake orchid X1, Bosque Chu snake egg X1 rank, first stage transcendence source energy points, 383, 247, what a surprise. Bai Luo was overwhelmed with joy upon realizing the accumulation of such a considerable amount of source energy during this time. System, convert all 383, 247 points into treasure chests. I am eager to discover the rewards that await. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 diamond treasure chests, 8 gold treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, and 2 bronze treasure chests. Would you like to open them all? The system's cold voice resonated in his mind. Open them all at once. Bai Luo replied, suppressing his anticipation. Ding. All treasure chests have been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Template, mysterious old beggar. Rank, 4th stage suppressor. Skills, Tathagata palm, Dugun 9 swords. 9 manual, 9 yang divine skill. Description, a mysterious powerhouse from the world of martial arts, once a legendary figure in the martial realm. Having found no worthy opponents, sought to collect martial arts manuals from across the continent, selecting exceptionally gifted individuals to cultivate into formidable adversaries. Note, child, I possess numerous martial arts manuals. Which one do you desire? This one, that one, or perhaps this one? Template, Jing Tian, rank, 6th stage demigod, skills, flying dragon and cloud, Shushan sword technique, celestial wind body. Summon past lives, description, hailing from the world of Xianjian Shishuan, he was initially a servant in the city of Yong'an, adept at appraising jewels. Known for his shrewd and humorous disposition, often seeking petty gains yet deeply loyal. After facing various crises, he joined Shushan, cultivating formidable power, being the reincarnation of the divine flying Peng and Long Yang, allowing him to summon 2 past lives to wield their strength for a limited duration. Note, I am Fei Peng, I am also Long Yang, and I am Jing Tian. Template, Black Dragon Tian. Rank, 6th stage demigod. Skills, colorless wall, white wall. Thunder strike, explosion, devour. Description, an ancient warrior of the divine race from the world of Wu Gongji, now the lord of the gods, possessing unparalleled power. Due to the divine race's oppression of humanity, many perceive Tian as a malevolent being, yet he is but a tragic figure, motivated solely by the desire to heal his wife, the White Dragon. Note, White Dragon, wait for me. I shall surely cure you. Item, Demon Suppression Tower, quality, gold. Description, a unique structure from the world of Xianjian Shishuan, utilized to imprison malevolent creatures wreaking havoc across the realms. Hence its name, the Demon Suppression Tower. Effect, once imprisoned within the tower, the strength of the captives is significantly suppressed, as the tower isolates them from the outside world and cuts off spiritual energy, rendering them unable to cultivate. Once trapped and unable to escape immediately, they have little chance of liberation without external intervention. Note, would you like to take a look inside? Item, Mother and Child River Water. Quality, gold. Description, a miraculous water from the world of Journey to the West, should one inadvertently consume it, regardless of gender. They will instantly conceive. The more one drinks, the greater the number of children conceived, though there is a limit to the quantity. Note, Big Brother, care for a sip? In addition to the 5 aforementioned rewards, the gold level rewards also included the template of the Ghost King from the world of Zhuxian, and the template of the Wine Sword Immortal Mo.E. Shi from the world of Xianjian Shishuan. Furthermore, there was the Star Core from the foreign world of Xianyuan, the magical artifact Dreaming Heaven Net from the world of Fanrin Xiuxianjuan, the template of Orochimaru from the world of Naruto, and the small Zhou Tian star gathering formation from the world of myriad demons. The silver-level rewards were rather scarce, yielding only the template of Musen Kibbutz Suji from Demon Slayer, the template of Tree Demon Granny from a Chinese ghost story, and the Alien Queen from the Alien series. The bronze-level rewards were even fewer, consisting solely of the template of Li Xiaoyao and a Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. The former is naturally the protagonist from the world of Xianjian Qishuan, although it seems he was still in his early days as a mere tavern attendant, hence only a bronze level. As for the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, it hails from the world of infinite terror. Not bad. Observing the rewards from the treasure chests, Bai Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The 3 diamond-level rewards were all templates, including 2 from the 6th-stage demigod tier. Among them, the Jing Tian template could potentially unleash a power surpassing that of a demigod, as in its ordinary state, Jing Tian's strength barely reached the level of a national protector. However, upon invoking the summoning of past lives and transforming into Fei Peng, he could manifest celestial level might. Due to the time limitation, Jing Tian's ultimate power remained at the demigod level. Theoretically, if he were to fully unleash his potential within a certain time frame, his strength might even exceed that of Black Dragon Tian. Bai Luo was pleasantly surprised to have obtained the Black Dragon Tian template, as its background aligns seamlessly with that of the Blood God Society. Although the Blood God Society is indeed a malevolent faction, Bai Luo envisioned its members not as inherently evil, but rather driven by various motivations, some seeking longevity, others power, and yet others the resurrection of loved ones. With the strength of Black Dragon Tian, he could serve as the enigmatic leader of the Blood God Society, as his lifelong ambition was to resurrect his wife, the White Dragon. Thus, upon acquiring the essence of the Blood Demon from Yuquan, he would be inspired to seek the resurrection of the Blood Demon. However, due to the need to harness the Blood Demon's power to revive his wife, Black Dragon Tian would understandably refrain from resurrecting the Blood Demon indiscriminately as a servant to fulfill his desires. Hence, he opted to increase the difficulty of reviving the Blood Demon by instead controlling its essence for his own purposes. Everything seems to fall into place. In that moment, Bai Luo's mind brimmed with myriad thoughts regarding the other rewards. Meanwhile, outside the Tiando Imperial City, within a tent village resembling a small town, Tang Hao, having declined the opportunity to work as a blacksmith and at Lei Lin's factory, chose to seek refuge with relatives in the Tiando Imperial City, accompanied by Tang San. Tang Hao's relatives in the Tiando Imperial City are clearly his third sister, Tang Yuehua, thus accompanied by his son, Tang San. After departing from what resembled a refugee camp of tents, Tang Hao made his way into the Tiando Imperial City, heading straight for Yuexian. Father, is this where Aunt lives? Upon arriving at the entrance of Yuexian, Tang San gazed at the somewhat antiquated yet refreshing and elegant architecture, realizing it was evidently not a place for ordinary folk. He had always presumed that, given his father's circumstances, their relatives would be of little standing, and Aunt would merely be an ordinary woman in the Tiando Imperial City. However, the current situation seemed to defy his expectations. Is it perhaps too extraordinary? Rest assured, this is indeed where your aunt resides. Follow me, Tang Hao replied calmly to his son's astonishment and proceeded toward the grand entrance of Yuexian. Stop. Who are you? This is Yuexian, not a place for just anyone to enter. The guards, noticing the disheveled figure of Tang Hao, whose appearance resembled that of a drunken man, immediately obstructed his path, loudly reprimanding him. I'm his second brother of your master. Notify your master that her second brother has arrived, and she shall come to receive us. Trust me, you will benefit greatly from this, Tang Hao asserted with a steady voice. However, the two guards exchanged glances, bursting into laughter, their voices laced with derision. You? Take a look at yourself. How dare you claim kinship with our master? You are unworthy. I advise you to cease your deception. We will not be fooled by someone like you. If you do not leave, do not blame us for being rude. With a sigh, Tang Hao was not surprised by the guard's reaction. He had encountered too much to expect otherwise. The arrogance of those with narrow perspectives was a common trait among many. Initially, due to the sensitivity of his identity, he intended to remain low-key and avoid drawing attention, but the situation left him with no choice. Observing the surroundings, he noted the absence of people at this noon hour, offering him a chance to act. Without uttering another word, he summoned his soul power, unleashing the formidable pressure of a tidal de law upon the guards before him. In an instant, the guards, who had been mocking him moments before, suddenly felt an overwhelming and terrifying force descend upon them. They felt their bodies grow heavy, limbs weaken, and darkness envelop their vision, collapsing to the ground. Why you? They realized the drunken man before them had transformed into a being of immense power, their eyes filled with terror as they trembled, struggling to articulate their words. As guards of Yuexian, they possessed some discernment and quickly understood that Tang Hao was far from the pitiful figure they had initially perceived. He was a profoundly powerful soul master. If he were indeed a soul master, there was no need for him to fabricate a connection with their master. He might genuinely be her second brother, prompting them to regret their previous mockery. Meanwhile, sensing the sudden and formidable pressure emanating from his father, Tang San, though not the target of the pressure, felt it acutely, his face reflecting disbelief. Father, my father is a soul master, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. This revelation was something Tang San had never contemplated. For as long as he could remember, his father, Tang Hao, had epitomized a disheartened and drunken blacksmith, far removed from the image of a powerful soul master. However, a memory surfaced when he first became a disciple of his teacher, Yu Shaojiang. His teacher had inquired about his father's circumstances. Did the teacher know of his father's true identity? Tang San pondered silently. Nevertheless, there was no need to question his father now. Soon he would meet his aunt, from whom he could learn everything. On the other hand, after Tang Hao had dealt with the guards, their demeanor shifted to one of respect and servility. They hurriedly requested Tang Hao to wait while they informed the master of his arrival. After a brief discussion, one guard remained at the entrance to accompany Tang Hao and Tang San, while the other rushed inside Yuexian to relay the news to Tang Yuehua. Father, during the wait, though aware that many questions would be answered upon meeting his aunt, Tang San could not restrain his curiosity about why Tang Hao had never revealed his identity as a soul master. Little San, I know what you wish to ask, but this is neither the place nor the time. Rest assured, when we are in a suitable setting, I will divulge everything you wish to know, Tang Hao responded, sensing his son's unease. Very well, Tang San conceded, acknowledging the circumstances. After a few minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from within Yuexian. Second brother, have you finally come to see me? Before reaching the doorway, Tang San heard a voice filled with anxious joy. Soon, a woman clad in a silver palace gown, tall and graceful, her countenance noble and stunning, approached, her expression radiant with surprise and emotion. Second brother, upon seeing Tang Hao, she exclaimed with excitement. Third sister, it has been a long time, Tang Hao replied after a brief silence. Is this my nephew? He resembles you quite a bit from your childhood. Child, what is your name? After assessing Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua turned her attention to Tang San, her elegant features softening into a warm smile as she inquired gently. Aunt, my name is Tang San, he replied confidently, neither timid nor overbearing. Ha, what a good child. It is already noon, and the sun is quite intense. Please, come inside with me. I will have some dishes prepared, and we can chat while we eat. Tang San's composed demeanor, devoid of any nervousness, elicited a laugh from Tang Yuehua, who welcomed Tang Hao and Tang San into Yuexian. Subsequently, under Tang Yuehua's guidance, the trio settled in a private room on the third floor of Yuexian, chatting while awaiting their meal. What, second brother? You and little San have been living on the fringes of the empire, in the recently besieged wolf disaster zone? Tang Yuehua expressed her astonishment upon learning of Tang Hao's recent experiences. Indeed, I had initially planned that if Noting City could no longer hold out, I would reveal my identity and leave with little San and his teacher. However, I never anticipated the subsequent events where Noting City, with the aid of the formidable hero Xiao Feng, managed to withstand the siege. Subsequently, representatives from various Soul Master factions on the mainland arrived, along with numerous occurrences involving the Soul Beast clan, which seemed almost surreal. Tang Hao sipped his tea, feeling a mix of complexity and astonishment within. At this moment, he sensed that he barely recognized this world anymore. This is truly destiny for you and Xiao San, Tang Yuehua remarked with a smile. By the way, Xiao San is only 6 years old today, and now that the Hengi Plain has been ceded to the Soul Beast clan, you certainly cannot return. You will likely need to reside in Tiandi Imperial City from now on. Second brother, have you thought about how to arrange for Xiao San? Would you like me to assist in arranging it? I could facilitate his enrollment in the Tiandi Royal Academy. No, there's no need. Tang Hao promptly refused. Although the world seemed to be undergoing significant changes, the time frame for these transformations was still too brief, and the fundamental structure of the mainland had not yet altered. His identity remained exceedingly sensitive. If Tang Yuehua were to arrange for Tang San to attend the Tiandi Royal Academy, it would undoubtedly attract too much attention. This would be unwise. What do you plan to do then, second brother? Dan Zihu in Guit, So Mewat Pudao. Xiao San has a teacher you may have heard of, named Yu Xiaojie. It would suffice for him to impart knowledge regarding soul masters and soul beasts. Additionally, he has a female acquaintance who has opened a prestigious soul master academy in Tiandi Imperial City. I believe it would be an excellent idea for Xiao San to attend this academy, Tang Hao stated solemnly. Second brother, aren't Duke Dugu Qiu Bai and Duke Xiongba preparing to establish their sects? I sense that many factions on the mainland are eager to send representatives to learn from these two Dukes' formidable self-created soul skills. Are you not considering having Xiao San join either of these sects? Tang Yuehua was taken aback by Tang Hao's arrangements for Tang San. By the way, second brother, you and Xiao San have been in the wolf disaster area on the borders of the empire, so you might not have heard of this matter. Nevertheless, both Duke Dugu Qiu Bai and Duke Xiongba are likely in the wolf disaster area now. Surely you have seen these two dukes? Their strength and self-created soul skills are exceptionally formidable, comparable to skills developed over 100,000 years. Are you truly not considering having Tang San join their sects? That will not be necessary. Tang Hao shook his head. Since you mentioned that many factions will likely seek to join these two sects, it stands to reason that the number of representatives will be considerable. My identity remains too sensitive, which poses a significant risk. Our Haoqian sect also possesses self-created soul skills, and Xiao San has yet to complete his training in them. Therefore, let him first focus on mastering our Haoqian sect's self-created soul skills. If circumstances change in the future and a sect suitable for Xiao San emerges, I will naturally allow him to join. I understand. Upon hearing Tang Hao mention the sensitivity of his identity, Tang Yuehua became acutely aware, recalling that the Spirit Hall had yet to abandon their pursuit of her second brother. Tang Hao, on another front, with Dugu Qiu Bai and Xiongba making a significant impression at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, demonstrating immense strength capable of overwhelming tidal deluos, they stirred the mainland and announced their intent to establish sects to teach disciples their martial arts, specifically their self-created soul skills. Consequently, with the aid of various factions, Xiongba and Dugu Qiu by selected locations and began constructing their respective sects, the Tiandi and the Patian Sword sect. The chosen sites for these sects were situated atop a high peak outside Tiandi Imperial City, a task not easily accomplished. Realistically, it would take over a year to complete. Previously, during the campaign against the wolf disaster, it was discovered that the Crocodile Demon King possessed the ability to manipulate the earth, transforming mud into stone. This prompted Dugu Qiu Bai and Xiongba to negotiate with their allied factions, seeking to employ the Crocodile Demon King to assist in constructing their sections. After arranging for the necessary compensation and securing the Crocodile Demon King's assistance, along with the cooperation of the supporting factions, the Tiandi and Patian Sword sect were soon established. Next came the recruitment of service personnel for the sects, ensuring that disciples entering the sect would not need to concern themselves with matters beyond their training. Once these preparations were in place, they would be ready to announce the opening of their doors to disciples. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Tiandi Imperial City, although Xiongba, Wu Ming, and Ku Zhanyi of the Righteous Alliance did not plan to establish a sect, they recognized the necessity of gathering information and like-minded individuals to pursue their righteous endeavors. This led the trio to discuss with the Tiandi Empire, Xinghua Empire, and the Spirit Hall the establishment of a Demon Hunter Guild. As the name suggests, the Demon Hunter Guild is akin to a guild of assassins or mercenaries, lacking a fixed stance and merely issuing tasks based on the guild's nature. The tasks assigned by the Demon Hunter Guild would naturally revolve around exterminating evil and safeguarding justice. According to Wu Ming and his companions, more reincarnators were expected to descend upon Dulua continent, among whom, aside from humans, various other beings might also appear. These beings may not all create turmoil like the Blood God cult members, who would soon be detected. Some lack intelligence and will instinctively wreak havoc upon arrival, while others, possessing considerable intelligence, might lurk in desolate and remote areas, gradually claiming the lives of unsuspecting travelers. Furthermore, some may be highly intelligent, disguising themselves as humans, hiding among them to create disasters. Detecting and eliminating such entities would be exceedingly difficult for any localized organization. Hence, a continental organization must be established to unify efforts for preemptive action. In response, both the Spirit Hall and the two great empires readily agreed. Subsequently, the first Demon Hunter Guild was officially established within the Tiandi Empire. However, in its initial stages, the guild's influence was limited, comprised of only Qiao Feng, Wu Ming, Ku Zhanyi, and Ke Zhenyi's disciple, Wang Sheng. Lacking their own intelligence network and sources, they struggled to identify tasks to issue. Nevertheless, every organization begins small, growing from weak to strong, step by step, with powerful figures like Wu Ming and Xiao Feng at the helm. It would not be long before they attracted numerous individuals, whether motivated by a strong sense of justice or other agendas, to register with the Demon Hunter Guild and become demon hunters. Indeed, following the establishment of the Demon Hunter Guild, the Spirit Hall, along with the Tiandi Empire and Xinghua Empire, promoted the guild. Soon, many soul masters with a strong sense of justice, as well as those hoping to apprentice under Wu Ming and Xiao Feng, flocked to register and become demon hunters. On another front, following the establishment of Xiongba's Tiandi and Duguqiu Bai's Petian Sword Sect, there was a surge of interest in applying for positions within these sections. Some sought to become guest elders, while others, food-type soul masters, aspired to serve as chefs for the two great sections. After a careful selection process, both the Tiandi and Petian Sword Sect successfully gathered sufficient service personnel and recruited numerous elders. Subsequently, with the aid of the Wuhuan Temple and the propaganda from the two mighty empires, both the Tianxia Association and the Patian Sword Sect have successfully established their sects and are set to recruit disciples, with news of an impending trial to be held in a month swiftly spreading across the continent. This has garnered the attention of nearly every prominent faction on the continent. For instance, Feng Bailong, the master of the Feng Sword Sect, is preparing to send his son to participate in the inaugural ceremony of the Patian Sword Sect, seeking to learn sword techniques from Duguqiu Bai. Other factions, such as the Gaishir Longxi family, the Jiu Exahai Tang family, the Xianwu Gui family, and even the Xing Luo Imperial family and the Yu Ming Grand Duke's Mansion, are also preparing to send representatives to Tiandi Imperial City to join the Tianxia Association and the Patian Sword Sect. The techniques taught by the Tianxia Association and the Patian Sword Sect are all self-created soul skills, which are far more valuable than ordinary soul skills. Unless there is an incompatibility in attributes, anyone can learn them. Such rare and precious self-created soul skills, which come with almost no prerequisites, are coveted by all who have the opportunity to learn them. In the 124th chapter, Xing Luo City, the Evil Eye White Tiger, 33. Within the royal palace of Xing Luo Imperial City, a fierce battle unfolds in a grand square. Two youths are engaged in combat. One, appearing around 10 years of age, is dressed in a white suit, with long golden hair cascading behind him and a charming visage, though his striking blue eyes bear an unusual dual pupil, lending him an air of peculiarity. The other youth appears to be around 16, clad in deep purple finery, with similarly styled golden hair elegantly tied back, exuding an enchanting charisma, albeit without the bizarre dual pupils. Surrounded by a throng of onlooking youths and maidens, the two boys do not unleash their martial spirits, but instead charge at each other, exchanging fierce blows amidst shouts of encouragement. Regrettably, due to the disparity in age, the 10-year-old with the evil eye is no match for the 16-year-old, quickly finding himself on the defensive, retreating under the relentless assault, with bruises adorning his face and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Are you still unwilling to concede? Observing Dai Mu by being pressed back and struggling to defend himself, his face marred by bruises, Davis could not suppress a sinister smile, tightening his fists as he charged forward to continue his assault. With a resounding impact, Dai Mu Bai is once again overwhelmed by Davis, a kick landing squarely on his chest, sending him hurtling backward, his internal organs churning as he crashes to the ground, sliding a considerable distance. 3, 2, 1. In this battle, His Highness Dai Mu Bai is unable to continue. The victor is His Highness Davis. The referee, a youth standing nearby, announced loudly as Dai Mu Bai lay on the ground, failing to rise within the stipulated time. As the crowd erupted into applause for Davis's victory, it became evident that the spectators surrounding the square were none other than members of the Xing Luo royal family, primarily soul masters of the evil Eye White Tiger martial spirit. The Dai family, now part of the royal lineage, was once a family of soul masters, possessing specialized academies and methods for nurturing their own kin in the cultivation of the evil Eye White Tiger martial spirit. Even as royalty, the Xing Luo imperial family has established a dedicated academy within the palace to instruct numerous young members of the royal lineage. This square serves as the combat arena for the academy, where all members, including Davis and Dai Mu Bai, engage in regular duels to hone their combat prowess. Due to the unique cultivation by fostering system of succession in the Xing Luo royal family, Davis and Dai Mu Bai exist in a state of mutual exclusion. for there cannot be two tigers on the same mountain. The purpose of this system is to ensure the emergence of a more exceptional heir, one who excels not only in soul master talent, but also in wisdom and capabilities. However, this system is governed by strict rules. Davis cannot directly or indirectly harm Dai Mu Bai, even through hiring an assassin. Should he attempt such actions, he would forfeit his claim to the throne, as the Xing Luo imperial family does not desire a ruler without integrity. Although the competition for the throne currently lies between Davis and Dai Mu Bai, this is only because Dai Mu Bai possesses a superior soul master talent, capable of counteracting Davis's age advantage. Thus, he is deemed eligible for succession alongside Davis. In truth, there are many more princes within the Xing Luo imperial family. Therefore, Davis must adhere to the rules, refraining from directly or indirectly harming Dai Mu Bai or depriving him of cultivation resources. Consequently, Davis's primary method of undermining Dai Mu Bai is to ensure that no one else is allowed to engage in combat with him, leaving only himself as Dai Mu Bai's opponent. However, due to the age difference, Dai Mu Bai is consistently outmatched, suffering humiliating defeats, his face bruised and spirit crushed. Nevertheless, Davis is careful not to inflict any permanent harm, ensuring that his attacks only result in superficial injuries, thus not violating the rules. This blatant pressure on Dai Mu Bai is evident, affecting him both physically and mentally. Each time he endures a beating from Davis, he is left tormented by anger and frustration, feeling utterly powerless, as the referee announces Davis's victory amidst the applause echoing around the square. Dai Mu Bai finds the sound grating. After wiping the blood from his lips, he struggles to rise, clutching his chest as he turns to leave. With the combat concluded, his lessons at the academy for the day have come to an end, leaving him with time to allocate as he wishes. He must first tend to his injuries before returning home to cultivate. On his way to the nearby medical hall to seek treatment from a healing soul master, Dai Mu Bai overhears a conversation between passers-by. "Hey, have you heard? It seems that Lord Dugu Qiu Bai and Lord Xiong Ba have established their sect and are now recruiting disciples from across the continent. They will conduct trials in a month to select their disciples. Are you planning to go see?" "Of course. I intend to check it out. If I can pass the trials and join the sect founded by those two lords, that would be fantastic. Indeed, I have heard that the techniques taught by the two lords are all self-created soul skills, and that their most formidable skills surpass those of 10,000-year soul rings. If we could learn them, it would be akin to acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring. Lord Dugu Qiu Bai and Lord Xiong Ba have established their sect and are preparing to recruit disciples from across the continent." Upon hearing the news, the wounded Dai Mu Bai momentarily felt no pain in his chest, his heart brimming with astonishment as he swiftly identified his objective. He resolved to journey to Tiandi Huangxing to partake in the trials and selections of the two great sects, aspiring to join them. Only through this path could he hope to liberate himself from the oppression of his elder brother Dai Weizi and turn the tides in his favor. Chapter 125. The Frigid Maiden and the Aerial Cat. Having made his decision, Dai Mu Bai immediately sought out his father, Dai Tianfeng. "What? You wish to venture to Tiandi Huangxing to see if you can join the potion Jinzong established by Dugu Qiu Bai and Xiongba?" Dai Tianfeng, seated regally upon the throne, was taken aback by the sight of his son, half kneeling before him with unwavering determination. Yet, this revelation did not entirely surprise him. "Indeed, father, my elder brother is the first prince and the most promising candidate to inherit the throne within our royal family. His presence is crucial for our dynasty, and he cannot be allowed to join the sects of those two esteemed figures. However, these two luminaries possess formidable powers and hail from other realms. I have heard that their self-created soul techniques, which they refer to as martial arts, are extraordinarily potent, some rivaling those of 10,000 years. Currently, it is rumored that nearly all factions on the continent wish to send representatives to join the sects of these two masters to learn their unique techniques. If our Xingluo royal family does not respond and fails to send someone, while others acquire these powerful martial arts, will we not find ourselves weakened in comparison? As a member of the Xingluo royal family, I am willing to volunteer for the benefit of our lineage and strive to join the Tianhui and potion Jinzong founded by these two masters." Dai Mu Bai spoke resolutely to his father seated upon the throne. Upon hearing this, Dai Tianfeng could not help but chuckle. As someone who has traversed this path, he understood his son's intentions. Yet what of it? In this world, who does not harbor their own thoughts? He viewed matters through a pragmatic lens, disregarding motivations. His son's words carried weight. Indeed, the world was undergoing a significant transformation, with all factions navigating turbulent waters. To stagnate is to regress. In truth, Dai Tianfeng had not ruled out sending representatives to join the Tianhui and Poshinjian zone. The reason for his inaction was merely the premature timing. After all, there remained nearly a month before the two sects would officially commence their trials and selections for disciples. There was ample time yet. However, since his third son Dai Mubai had proactively volunteered, articulating that it was for the royal family's benefit, Dai Tianfeng did not refuse but smiled and said, "Since you wish to go, it shall represent our Xinglor royal family. Yet, in addition to you, I will also dispatch some other clan members to accompany you." "Father, may I go ahead on my own? I am unfamiliar with the sects established by these two masters and wish to gain insight beforehand." Hearing Dai Tianfeng's words, Dai Mubai became somewhat anxious. He could no longer endure the public humiliation inflicted by Dai Weizi and yearned to escape his current predicament swiftly. Noticing his son's urgency, Dai Tianfeng smiled and did not refuse. "Very well, you may proceed, but take heed of your safety. The world has changed significantly, and one can never be sure where new reincarnators, perhaps even malevolent ones, might emerge. If you must go alone, exercise caution." "I understand, father." Meanwhile, at the Yoming Grand Duke's residence, due to the practice of a nurturing inheritance system and intermarriage over generations, their rules for inheriting the nurturing system were quite similar to those of the Xinglor royal family. In the combat arena before the family academy, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a fierce battle with her sister Zhu Zhiyun, ultimately suffering a humiliating defeat. Injured and struggling, she managed to rise, casting a silent glance at the family members applauding her sister's victory before turning away. On her way to the medical hall to seek treatment from the healing soul masters recruited by the Yoming Grand Duke's residence, Zhu Zhuqing prepared to have her wounds treated before heading to the martial soul simulation training ground for diligent practice. In contrast to Dai Mubai, who could not bear Dai Weizi's public oppression, Zhu Zhuqing possessed remarkable resilience. Even when bullied, she could still adjust her mood, remaining unaffected by negativity as she continued her training. This distinction elucidated why Dai Mubai ultimately chose self-destruction while Zhu Zhuqing persevered. After her meal, Zhu Zhuqing proceeded to the martial soul simulation training ground established in the back mountains of the Yoming Grand Duke's residence, where she dedicated herself to rigorous training. Time passed until evening. After an afternoon of practice, Zhu Zhuqing felt her body stiffen. After standing to stretch her limbs, she prepared to return to the dining hall for dinner. However, as she departed the martial soul simulation training ground and strolled home, she quietly admired the dusky hues of the sky when she suddenly spotted something peculiar flying above. "What is that?" In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes, only to confirm that she was not mistaken. In the sky, there was indeed a strange cat soaring through the air. It was a large cat, entirely blue and white, its appearance utterly unlike that of a typical feline. Rather than being grounded, it stood upright like a human, swinging its arms as it flew through the sky. Could this cat be a reincarnator? The oddity of the sight felt out of place in the world, and Zhu Zhuqing, aware of reincarnators, was compelled to consider this possibility. Yet, the notion of a cat being a reincarnator left her incredulous. Did this cat possess some extraordinary ability? As Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the peculiar creature in the sky, the cat, initially reveling in the motion of its arms, became flustered upon noticing a human observing it. Its previously rhythmic movements turned chaotic, disrupting its aerial grace. And with a swift plunge, the blue and white creature plummeted from the sky. Oh no! Witnessing the peculiar cat's sudden descent, Zhu Zhuqing, a kind-hearted girl, felt her expression change and hurriedly sprinted toward the spot where the blue and white cat was about to land, hoping to catch it. However, as she had only recently awakened her martial soul, her innate soul power was merely at level 7, rendering her too weak to reach the cat in time. The blue and white creature fell before her eyes, its body shattering into several pieces. Quite literally, several pieces. Though the awakening of a martial soul typically occurs at the age of 6, it is not confined to that exact age. There exists a designated time frame whereby those just past 5 or nearing 6 are also considered for awakening. Here, we assume Zhu Zhuqing is slightly over 5 years old, making her a year younger than Tong San, thus serving the narrative. Chapter 126. The Undying Monster Cat. Zhu Zhuqing's surprise upon witnessing the extraordinary events unfolding before her. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart brimming with disbelief. What she beheld was astonishing. The bizarre cat, capable of soaring through the sky with its flailing limbs, had plummeted from such a great height, yet did not splatter into a gruesome mess. Instead, its body shattered into several remarkably intact pieces, astonishingly devoid of any blood. This utterly shattered her understanding of reality. But the marvel did not end there. Before Zhu Zhuqing's very eyes, the blue and white cat, now in fragments, retained its head, which astonishingly remained alive, its large eyes still twinkling with awareness. Realizing it had not perished, this enigmatic creature, also referred to as Tom, endeavored to regain control over its dismembered form, successfully maneuvering its two severed hands. In an incredible display, Tom managed to reassemble its fragmented body, miraculously healing and restoring itself. Although this revelation was already astounding, Zhu Zhuqing found herself utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Was this truly a reincarnator from another realm? Even a mere cat possessed such incredible abilities, surviving a fall from the heavens, merely breaking into pieces that could be rejoined and swiftly healed. It was indeed a stark contrast to their own world. This was an undying monster cat. Upon its restoration, Tom promptly rose to its feet, affectionately wrapping its paws around Zhu Zhuqing's fair leg, emitting a series of meows. It then pointed at its belly, producing a sound reminiscent of a gurgling stomach. Understanding dawned upon Zhu Zhuqing. This undying monster cat was likely hungry. To her amusement, this formidable feline reincarnator appeared rather simple-minded, seemingly wishing to accompany her home for a meal. However, Zhu Zhuqing found no reason to refuse. In the solitude of the Yuming Duke's residence, she often felt lonely and friendless. The prospect of nurturing a clever cat promised to infuse her life with joy. Yet, given that this peculiar creature was a reincarnator, its behavior vastly differed from the cats of their Doloa continent. Zhu Zhuqing dedicated considerable time to teaching Tom how to crawl on all fours like an ordinary cat. Through various inquiries, she eventually learned that the blue and white cat was named Tom. "Very well, Tom. I look forward to your companionship henceforth," she said with a warm smile, gently stroking Tom's head. At merely 6 years old, Zhu Zhuqing, akin to a young girl, radiated genuine delight. Subsequently, she brought Tom back to the Yuming Duke's residence. After secretly introducing Tom into her home, she went to the dining hall to eat, also packing a meal to bring back for Tom. In the days that followed, Zhu Zhuqing attended her studies in the morning and, in the afternoon, would place Tom into a backpack to take him to the martial soul mimicry training ground on the back mountain for practice until dusk. Once all others had departed from the training ground, she would release Tom, allowing them to frolic together before returning to the Yuming Duke's residence. However, several days later, the Yuming Duke's residents learned of the establishment of the Potion Sword sect and the Tiankong Society by Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, which are now recruiting disciples from across the continent. As Zhu Zhuqing was the current heir of the Yuming Duke's residence, she was prohibited from casually visiting the Tiandi Imperial City, even to join the Potion Sword sect or the Tiankong Society. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was not the only one, Davis. The crown prince of the Xingluo royal family and the most promising heir was also unable to venture to the Tiandi Imperial City for the same reasons. Nevertheless, the Xingluo royal family dispatched Dai Mubai, a rival to Davis, to the Tiandi Imperial City to join the Potion Sword sect and the Tiankong Society. Given that the Xingluo royal family could send Dai Mubai, the Yuming Duke's residents could likewise send Zhu Zhuqing. This would enhance the competitive nature of their unique inheritance system. By offering Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing a glimmer of hope, they anticipated that more reincarnators would emerge in the future, eager to establish sections. At that time, the Xingluo royal family could invite several powerful reincarnators to establish sects in the Xingluo Imperial City, allowing Davis and Zhu Zhuqing to join these sects, further improving the efficacy of their inheritance system. "Mother, did you summon me for something?" One morning, after her studies, Zhu Zhuqing was informed that her mother, the Duchess, wished to see her. Puzzled, she made her way to her mother's quarters and inquired, "Zhuqing, I have heard that the Potion Sword sect and the Tiankong Society have been established in the Tiandi Imperial City and are now recruiting disciples. Our Yuming Duke's residents previously sent personnel to assist during the wolf disaster, and thus, we cannot remain uninvolved in their establishment. After discussing with your father, we have decided to send you as our representative, along with some distinguished family members, to the Tiandi Imperial City to see if you can join the Potion Sword sect and the Tiankong Society," her mother said with a gentle smile. Observing Zhu Zhuqing adorned in a splendid lavender gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, embellished with exquisite accessories, her beauty both refined and elegant. Me? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in disbelief. Ever since her martial soul awakened and her exceptional soul master talent was recognized, placing her as a rival to her sister. She had noticed a marked change in the affection her parents and sister once showed her. They had suddenly become distant, her father and mother no longer expressing concern, while her sister deliberately oppressed her. Initially, she could not comprehend this shift, but as time passed, she grasped the reality, fueling her determination to strive harder in her training. She had become accustomed to the absence of familial affection due to the family's unique inheritance system. Never did she expect such a fortuitous opportunity to fall in her lap. Did her parents still love her? Zhu Zhuqing pondered incredulously. However, the Yuming Duke and Duchess, Zhu Xianfeng and Dai Suxin, indeed retained their love for Zhu Zhuqing. After all, humans are not mere wood and grass, who could be devoid of feelings. Yet, at their elevated status, they had become more politically astute, often suppressing their parental affection for the sake of the family and its interests. Their decision to send Zhu Zhuqing to the Tiandi imperial city, ostensibly for her benefit, aimed to bolster her chances against her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, but in truth, they had their own calculations in mind. Ultimately, their motives were aligned with the interests of the Yuming Duke's residents. However, at her tender age, Zhu Zhuqing likely remained unaware of the underlying truths. Chapter 127. The Golden Coffin of the Wilderness. The greedy merchant with the establishment of the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. News of their recruitment for disciples spread across the continent via the Wuhan Temple, the Tiandi Empire, and the Xingluo Empire. Not only did the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming Duke's residents take action, but in the Bala Kingdom, the Dragon and Snake clans Lord Meng Shu and Madame Chao Tianxiang also prepared to send their granddaughter and several clan members to Tiandi Imperial City, hoping to join the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. Having previously participated in the extermination of the wolf disaster, Lord Meng Shu and Madame Chao Tianxiang were confident that, due to their contributions during that event, they could secure a place for their granddaughter, Meng Iran, in either the Patian Sword Sect or the Tianxia Association. However, they were uncertain about the prospects for the other clan members. Unfortunately, their current generation was somewhat lacking in talent, with only Meng Iran exhibiting a modicum of promise, while the rest of the clan members were generally unimpressive. Nevertheless, they resolved to send a few of the slightly more talented clan members to see if they could pass the tests and selections to join the Patian Sword Sect or the Tianxia Association. They were not demanding formal discipleship. Even serving as auxiliary disciples would suffice. They would do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Departing from Balak City, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, accompanied by their granddaughter Meng Iran and several teenagers from the clan, boarded a carriage headed for Tiandi Imperial City. Meanwhile, along the essential route from Bala Kingdom to Tiandi Imperial City, near a city named Gushin, a sudden ripple appeared in the sky, followed by a coffin plummeting to the ground, landing squarely in the middle of the road. This was a coffin entirely gilded in gold, entwined with numerous Oshan, Ma Do Xian, which in some worlds signify the imprisonment of a terrifying entity known as a zombie. Yet, in this realm, no one was aware of its significance. After an indeterminate amount of time, a group of individuals approached from the distance, leading oxen and donkeys, with wooden carts laden with tightly bound goods trailing behind. They were a caravan of merchants who procured goods from various cities and transported them via ox carts and donkey carts to sell in other towns and villages, profiting from the price differential. What is that? Suddenly, the lead merchant, a burly man with a thick beard, spotted something unusual in the road ahead and curiously urged his ox cart forward. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was indeed a coffin. A coffin? Where did this come from? The other merchants trailing behind were equally perplexed. Whose funeral procession left this behind? They wondered. However, it seemed implausible. This coffin appeared resplendently golden, impeccably smooth, clearly not an ordinary coffin. Surely, it was far too valuable to be discarded. As they contemplated the golden coffin blocking the road, one merchant spoke up. But this is a coffin. It must have been dropped by a funeral procession. It would be wise not to disturb it, as this object carries an ill omen. Yet, the burly merchant who first spotted it rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He summoned several of his companions and immediately set about transferring the golden coffin onto his other ox cart, discarding the mundane cargo it had previously carried. The audacity of the burly merchant to commandeer the coffin left some in the caravan uneasy. After all, it was a coffin. However, they hesitated to intervene, fearing they would incur his wrath. Thus, They chose silence over confrontation, adhering to the unwritten rule of their trade. First come, first served. Perhaps it is merely a coffin. One merchant mused. Even if it contains a corpse, what harm could it do? Corpses are lifeless. They cannot suddenly revive and attack us like the werewolves from the legendary wolf disaster. This thought elicited a chuckle from another merchant, who felt he was overthinking the situation. Following the burly merchant's orders, they secured the coffin to the cart with ropes before the caravan resumed its journey toward Gushin. However, as they traveled, the sky darkened ominously and thunder rumbled within the clouds. Is it about to rain? The merchants quickly recognized the impending storm and hastened their pace, eager to reach the next village or find an inn, as there would be no shelter in the desolate wilderness. Look, after a frantic rush, the caravan finally spotted an inn in the distance and hurried toward it. Esteemed guests, will you be staying with us? Upon their arrival, a young attendant greeted them with a smile, recognizing the weather's urgency. Yes, we'll take rooms. The merchants eagerly agreed, instructing the attendant to lead their oxen and donkeys to a sheltered area beside the inn to protect their goods from the rain. They were willing to offer a small tip for the service, as some of their merchandise could not afford to be soaked. The attendant, delighted by the generous tips, assured them, rest assured, esteemed guests, I will take good care of your belongings. With the rainstorm looming, the merchants, weary and famished from their journey, were eager to enter the inn for food and rest. Once inside, the attendant began to guide the oxen and donkeys to the makeshift shelters beside the inn. However, after moving several carts, he soon realized there were too many for the available space. What to do? The attendant scratched his head in frustration. The merchants had already tipped him generously, and he had promised to care for their goods, but now the shelter could not accommodate all the carts and their loads. It was unacceptable to leave the oxen and donkeys outside to face the rain, as they were precious creatures, some even worth more than the goods they transported. If they fell ill from the rain, it would be a cost he could not afford to bear. Chapter 128, Thunder Strikes, Zombies Unleashed. Let us first examine the merchant's cargo. If there are items that can withstand the rain, we shall remove those while securing the more fragile goods under the shelter. The attendant quickly devised a makeshift plan, beginning to inspect the contents of each merchant's carts. Before me lay a multitude of wares belonging to a group of itinerant merchants, showcasing an array of goods, mountain produce, garments, cookware, sugar, and salt, among others. To my astonishment, there was even a coffin among them. One merchant's ox cart bore a resplendent golden coffin, leaving the shopkeeper somewhat speechless. Such peculiar merchants, one might wonder who would endeavor to sell a coffin. Nevertheless, as it was indeed a coffin, it should be capable of withstanding the rain. Its surface appeared to have been treated, gleaming with a glossy finish, suggesting it had been specially prepared to repel water. Surely, it was more resilient to the elements than mountain goods, clothing, sugar, or salt. As dark clouds gathered ominously in the distance, heralding an impending downpour, the shopkeeper, with the ox cart carrying the golden coffin in tow, maneuvered it to a shelter outside. He untethered the ox and led it to another shelter opposite where the goods were stored, providing it with a meal of beans and hay. All right, stay here and rest, he instructed. After tending to the oxen and donkeys of the merchants, the shopkeeper clapped his hands and prepared to depart. The hour was late and the rain was imminent. He needed to return to the inn for some rest. Once the shopkeeper left, thunder rumbled ominously above, and soon a fierce wind howled as rain, akin to grains of beans, began to pour from the heavens. The torrential downpour cascaded from the rooftops of the inn and shelters, flowing through the channels and crevices of the tiles and thatch. Nearby, the golden coffin on the ox cart was not spared from the deluge, as the relentless rain washed away the markings that had adorned it. Suddenly, amidst the tempest, the coffin began to shake violently. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, struck the golden coffin. The impact shattered it into fragments, the thunderous explosion rousing nearly everyone within the inn. What was happening? Individuals awoke in their rooms, some hastily throwing open their windows to witness a portion of the shelter collapsing, charred black as if struck by the very lightning. In the dim light of the night, illuminated by intermittent flashes of lightning, a figure could be discerned standing beside the shelter through the curtain of rain. Who or what could it be? Who would stand exposed to such a torrential downpour in the dead of night? Some rubbed their eyes, doubting their vision. After all, even a fool would not willingly subject themselves to such rain. However, under the veil of darkness and the relentless downpour, it was exceedingly difficult to discern the exact nature of the figure beside the shelter. Yet those outside could clearly see, amidst the storm, a creature clad in tattered garments of a deep, murky hue, adorned with bizarre patterns of birds, beasts, and insects, stood with a peculiar hat atop its head. Its hair was fashioned into a braid cascading down its back, while its skin appeared grotesquely decayed, wrinkled as if ravaged by time. Its face bore deep recesses, revealing a pair of sharp fangs, and its hands resembled withered claws, armed with formidable talons. This monstrous being stood beneath the rain, eyes tightly shut, drenched by the downpour. Suddenly, the creature's eyes flew open, glowing with an eerie purple luminescence. It bared its fangs in a vicious grin and emitted a chilling roar. In the next moment, the creature, a royal zombie, leapt with astonishing agility, landing before a row of shelters housing oxen, donkeys, and horses. It seized an old cow, sinking its fangs into the creature's neck and commencing to drain its lifeblood. The anguished bellow of the cow echoed through the night, a sound of agony that reverberated in the air. Sensing the imminent danger, the nearby donkeys and horses also cried out in alarm. The cacophony of distressed animals startled everyone within the inn, awakening them from their slumber. Initially, they had attributed the previous thunder to merely a strike on the shelters, dismissing the idea that their goods were in peril. However, the distressed cries of their livestock now signaled a dire situation, rousing them to full awareness. What has transpired? They wondered, alarmed by the plight of their precious cargo, oxen and donkeys that had been painstakingly raised. The merchants, being the first to be roused by the cacophony of terrified animals, hastily donned their attire, preparing to venture outside to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Having long relied on their seasoned oxen and donkeys for transport, they understood well that such creatures would not panic merely from a clap of thunder. As the merchants hurriedly donned their clothing and descended the stairs, they flung open the doors of the inn and stepped into the tempest. Illuminated by the flashes of lightning, they beheld a grotesque figure in the shelter where their livestock were housed. The creature, clad in its bizarre attire, with a visage that seemed both decayed and contorted, was viciously pressing down on an old cow, its fangs sunk into the animal's neck, sucking its blood. Upon witnessing this, the startled merchants recoiled, the creature's menacing gaze fixating on them as it released its grip, revealing a mouth stained with crimson. "A monster!" someone exclaimed, their voice laced with terror. This cry drew the creature's attention, prompting it to rise with alarming speed, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. With a fearsome roar, it leapt towards the entrance of the inn. "Quick, inside! Shut the door!" The merchants, realizing the danger as the creature abandoned its prey and turned towards them, felt an overwhelming urge to silence the one who had cried out. But it was too late. In a frenzy, they rushed into the inn, slamming the door shut behind them and securing it. Chapter 129, Annihilation, Alarmed. As the royal zombie forsook its quarry within the shelter, it turned its predatory gaze upon the group of patrons who had just emerged from the inn. With a swift leap, it lunged towards them, inciting a panic as they scrambled to escape back inside, sealing the door and securing it against the impending threat. Yet, this was no ordinary zombie. It bore the unique essence of lightning, having risen from the grave under the heavy shroud of a storm. Under the convergence of yin and yang, the power of the royal undead far surpasses that of their kin, transcending the realm of common zombies and reaching the stage of advanced undead. With sufficient consumption of fresh blood, the royal undead can swiftly break through the thresholds of the copper-armored, silver-armored, and gold-armored undead, ascending to the level of flying zombies. Those in the flying undead realm possess the ability to soar through the skies and possess divine abilities, comparable to the formidable fourth-tier suppression level. On the other hand, upon discovering that a group of humans dared to obstruct its path with a wooden door, the royal undead's lips curled into a mocking grin as it charged directly at the entrance. With a resounding crash, the royal undead shattered the tavern's door, sending it splintering into pieces. The patrons in the tavern stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. How could such a thick door be breached so easily? With a fearsome roar, the grotesque undead entered the tavern and immediately targeted the bearded merchant, leaping forward to pounce upon him, sinking its fangs into his neck. A chilling scream echoed as the merchant's flesh visibly caved in, his skin turning pale, and his vitality rapidly drained by the royal undead. Meanwhile, as the royal undead fed upon the bearded merchant, a chorus of terrified cries erupted, prompting the other patrons to rush for the exit. Despite the torrential rain outside, the imminent threat of a man-eating monster compelled them to flee. Remaining in the tavern would mean certain death. In a frenzy, the patrons disregarded their belongings and bolted for the door, with those fortunate enough to have horses hastily checking the nearby stables for their steeds. Upon confirming their horses were still there, a few patrons expressed their delight and quickly mounted their horses, galloping through the night and reined towards the road leading to Gushan City. Such a monster could only be confronted by powerful soul masters. The only hope for survival lay in reaching Gushan City swiftly to inform the soul masters of the impending threat. In the aftermath of the wolf disaster, the Wuhuan Temple, along with the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire, had disseminated news of the reincarnators and the impending chaos throughout the continent. Thus, many individuals with even a modicum of awareness had heard of the reincarnators and the wolf disaster. However, some remained skeptical, dismissing the notion as mere folly. Could such occurrences truly exist? Within the tavern, numerous patrons were disbelieving of the tales of reincarnators and the wolf disaster, scoffing at the idea that their Dulua continent could face threats from otherworldly creatures. Yet, upon witnessing the royal undead, even the most obstinate skeptics began to realize that the Wuhuan Temple and the two empires were not fabricating their warnings. The Dulua continent truly faced a monumental upheaval, with beings from alternate realms entering through the celestial reincarnation hall, bringing with them chaos. Presently, these patrons lamented that their parents had not given them an extra pair of legs, for those with horses were a rare few, and many sought to hitch a ride from them. Unfortunately, those few riders were anxious about their own mount's speed, fearing they could not outrun the beast's grasp, and thus refused to assist others. Consequently, the minority of patrons with horses quickly fled, leaving the majority to curse their fate under the night sky and torrential rain, desperately sprinting towards Gushan City. Meanwhile, having drained the blood of the bearded merchant and a few unfortunate souls, the royal undead wiped its mouth with its desiccated claw-like hands, its violet eyes glimmering with satisfaction, unperturbed by the chaos. During its feeding, not only the patrons but even the tavern's owner and waitstaff had fled in terror. However, the royal undead remained composed, for it recognized that the patrons were primarily ordinary individuals, with only a handful possessing soul power, no more than 5. Even if these individuals had a half-hour head start, they could never escape its grasp. With a fearsome roar, the royal undead leaped out of the tavern, bounding through the night and rain with remarkable agility, pursuing the direction of Gushan City. Under such conditions, most ordinary people could not run fast, and it was not long before the royal undead caught up to them. Depending on the situation, it would either drain their blood entirely or offer them the chance to become undead themselves. Throughout the night of pursuit, nearly all who had fled the tavern fell victim to the royal undead's grasp, either completely drained of blood or left half dead, transforming into zombies. As dawn broke, the royal undead, being a unique breed with a lightning root, had risen under the storm's thunder, beginning its existence at the advanced undead level. Unlike common zombies, those of the advanced undead realm were not averse to sunlight. However, those bitten and transformed by the royal undead typically became common zombies, still fearing the sun. Thus, by daybreak, the royal undead led its newly created zombies to caves or the depths of shadowy forests to conceal themselves, waiting for nightfall to venture out in search of prey. With the complete annihilation of all in the tavern, news of the royal undead had not yet spread. Only a few passers-by stumbled upon the lifeless bodies now turned to desiccated corpses, sensing that something dreadful had transpired, and reported the incident. Consequently, the Wuhuan branch in Gushan City dispatched personnel to investigate, recognizing the particularly gruesome state of the bodies as indicative of otherworldly reincarnators. This alarming discovery was swiftly communicated to the main hall and the Demon Hunter Guild in the Tiandi Imperial City. Chapter 130. The Legendary Dragon Snake and Taoist 33. Meanwhile, having set off from Balak Royal City in a horse-drawn carriage, the legendary dragon snake accompanied his granddaughter Mangaran and several clan members on their journey to Tiandi Imperial City. However, the journey from Balak Royal City to Tiandi Imperial City was no short trek. Even by carriage, it would take over a dozen days. Thus, at every city they reached, Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang would stop for a night's rest with their granddaughter and a few clansfolk. After 3 days of travel, having departed from Balak Kingdom, they were nearing a city called Gushan City. Unfortunately, they encountered a torrential downpour along the way. Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang hastily directed their granddaughter and clansfolk towards an inn they spotted, seeking refuge from the rain. What is this? It feels unusually quiet here. Could this be devoid of guests? Why is the room shrouded in darkness? And why is there not even a single attendant present? It is because of the rain, which casts a gloomy pall over everything. After halting the horse-drawn carriage beneath a row of sheds in front of the inn, Long Gongmeng Shu found the entire establishment enveloped in pitch blackness, with only a few red lanterns hanging outside providing a faint glimmer. This caused him to frown as he leaned on his dragon staff, martial soul, upon disembarking from the carriage. In the past, whenever he stopped at an inn to dine and rest, an attendant would promptly appear to greet him. What on earth is going on with this inn? With a sense of unease in his heart, Long Gongmeng Shu, accompanied by his wife Chao Tianxiang, granddaughter Meng Yiran, and several clan members, proceeded toward the inn. Upon arriving at the front of the inn, Meng Shu furrowed his brow once more. He noticed that the main door appeared to be a makeshift assembly of broken wooden planks, hastily repaired into a door. This was highly unusual. What kind of inn would resort to such a practice, seemingly indifferent to business? After pushing open the creaking door and stepping inside, Meng Shu retrieved a soul power testing crystal ball, channeling his energy into it, which ignited a brilliant glow. He was immediately struck by the dilapidated state of the inn, as if a fierce battle had transpired within its walls. Many floorboards were shattered and patched up, the surrounding walls bore scars, and remnants of blood could be found in various places. Although the floor appeared clean, as if scrubbed, traces remained on the higher walls and beams. This unsettling sight deepened Meng Shu's frown. Something is amiss. Truly, something is not right. Chao Tian, it seems there is an anomaly here. Feeling an unsettling apprehension, Meng Shu spoke in a low voice to his wife, Chao Tianxiang. I have noticed it too. It seems something has occurred here, but we should be able to manage. The rain continues to pour outside, and we have no other refuge. If we remain vigilant and take turns keeping watch through the night, we should be fine, replied Chao Tianxiang, gripping her serpent staff firmly. Thunder rumbled outside, accompanied by the howling wind and intensified rainfall. Meng Shu shook his head, realizing they had no choice. It was the rainy season, and with such a torrential downpour in the dead of night, they could hardly venture out to reach that distant, lonely mountain city. They would have to remain cautious. Having decided to shelter from the rain in the inn, Long Gongmeng Shu and Chao Tianxiang gathered some wooden planks from the rooms to build a fire in the common area. They then retrieved their provisions from the storage soul guide, preparing to cook and enjoy a warm meal. However, just as they were cooking, a sudden noise emanated from outside the door, followed by the creaking sound of the door being pushed open. Who goes there? The unexpected intrusion startled both Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, causing them to swiftly turn and grip their martial souls tightly. Their soul rings, colored in yellow, purple, and black, rose around them in an imposing display. Thanks to the flickering firelight, they could see the figures standing at the door. Before them stood a middle-aged man clad in peculiar yellow attire, adorned with an odd hat and a sword made of coins at his waist. He was not particularly tall, appearing somewhat gaunt, and his features were unremarkable, yet he possessed a strikingly unique appearance, with a pair of nearly merged eyebrows that exuded an air of righteousness. This bizarre attire was unlike anything they had ever seen, and he bore no detectable fluctuations of soul power. Could this individual be a reincarnator? As they assessed the peculiar middle-aged man, a thought arose in both Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's minds. Who are you, and what are you doing here? The middle-aged man, observing Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang, and Meng Yiran, furrowed his brow and inquired. I am Long Gongmeng Shu, and this is my wife, Chao Tianxiang. It is currently pouring rain outside, and our carriage cannot proceed, so we're taking a brief respite here in the inn. But may I ask, what brings you to this place? Meng Shu responded, bowing slightly and gesturing toward his wife. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man appeared hesitant and conflicted, as if unsure how to respond. You are a reincarnator, aren't you? Meng Shu boldly stated. How did you know? The middle-aged man's expression shifted, disbelief evident on his face. Haha, we have fought alongside several reincarnators in the past. We understand that there are both good and bad among them. You do not seem malevolent, so there's no need to be overly concerned. It appears this inn has been abandoned after some calamity, yet it has been hastily repaired. I assume you are the one who undertook this restoration? Meng Shu, recalling the state of the inn, lightly stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, it was in a state of severe disrepair, but I have since mended it, the middle-aged man replied with a nod. We apologize for intruding upon your domain. May I ask your name? Meng Shu said with an air of remorse, bowing slightly once more. I am Lin Zheng-ing, the middle-aged man, or rather Lin Zheng-ing, replied with a bow. What characters and items would you like to see featured? Please feel free to write your suggestions in the comment section, and I will consider them. Chapter 131, The Terrifying Zombie, 13. Lin Zheng-ing? As the fire illuminated the inn, upon learning Lin Zhengying's name, Meng Shu couldn't help but cast another glance at him, feeling that the name truly suited this reincarnated before him, though his appearance was rather ordinary. There's an inexplicable aura of righteousness and valor about him. Ah, so you bear that name. Please do take a seat. I have some matters I wish to consult you about. After inviting Lin Zhengying to sit by the fire, Meng Shu smiled and handed him a roasted leg of lamb, pouring him a cup of hot tea as well, inquiring, Lin Zhengying, I can sense that something significant has transpired in this inn. Otherwise, it would not have been abandoned. However, it seems the abandonment occurred not long ago, perhaps not even a month. You arrived here before us. Do you know what occurred in this inn? Upon hearing Meng Shu's inquiry, Lin Zhengying took a deep breath, refraining from immediately consuming the lamb leg. Instead, he sipped the freshly poured hot tea. This matter is quite lengthy. I'm aware of what transpired here, and it is somewhat related to me. You all likely know that I am a reincarnator, correct? Lin Zhengying glanced at Long Gong Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, posing a question. In response, both Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang nodded in affirmation. However, Lin Zhengying shook his head with a wry smile and said, in reality, not long ago, I was merely an ordinary Taoist priest. According to the words of the heavenly reincarnation hall that selected me, a Taoist is a transcendent profession in my world. In our realm, there exist many anomalies, such as demons and monsters, and it is our duty as Taoists to resolve these issues for mortals. Previously, a junior disciple of mine conveyed a message, stating that he was tasked with escorting the corpse of a border royal back to the capital. However, this corpse possesses a rather unique constitution, with a substantial likelihood of reanimating and transforming into a zombie, hence he sought my assistance. Reanimating? Zombie? Upon hearing Lin Zhengying's words, Long Gong Meng Shu, Shi Pachao Tianxiang, Meng Yiran, and several others from the Long and Shi clans could not help but realize the implications. The term zombie certainly does not evoke pleasant connotations. Could it be akin to the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons from the Wolf Calamity? Your Excellency Lin Zhengying, what exactly is a zombie? Long Gong Meng Shu inquired, furrowing his brow in curiosity, having never encountered the concept before. Lin Zhengying proceeded to elucidate the notion of zombies to Long Gong Meng Shu and the others. A zombie is a creature in our world, arising from a human corpse buried in a place with heavy energy or from a uniquely fated individual, transforming into such a monster upon death. When it first transitions from a corpse into a creature, its body is exceptionally rigid, hence the term zombie. Newly transformed zombies are quite weak, characterized by their stiffness, sluggish movements, and aversion to sunlight, as well as a fear of roosters crowing and dogs barking. However, the issue lies in the fact that zombies can evolve. Moreover, not all zombies are the same. Some special types with unique constitutions may possess formidable strength and even intelligence upon their transformation. At this juncture, Lin Zhengying's expression grew grave, prompting Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang to come to a sudden realization. Lin Zhengying's mention of these matters suggested that this inn might have been abandoned due to a special type of zombie. And could it possibly be the border royal that transformed into a zombie? Lin Zhengying continued in a solemn tone. Generally speaking, zombies are classified into various levels. Mao Jiang, Tiao Jiang, Fei Jiang, Buhua Gu, Yu Jiang Ba, and Hong. The latter categories are legendary, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. For now, I will only discuss Mao Jiang, Tiao Jiang, and Fei Jiang. Upon learning that Tiao Jiang level zombies are impervious to blades and firearms and are not deterred by their greatest weakness, sunlight, save for being restrained by yang attributes, they possess almost no weaknesses. Meanwhile, Fei Jiang level zombies can fly and are not only impervious to physical harm, but as long as their internal corpse Dan remains intact, they can rapidly revive even if dismembered, and utilize corpse energy to wield various supernatural abilities, such as manipulating the earth. This revelation left Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang utterly astonished. Great! Yet another terrifying, aberrant creature. Furthermore, from Lin Zhengying's introduction, they learned that zombies, akin to the wolf demons and ferocious werewolves from the Wolf Calamity, can infect humans with a virus, transforming them into their kin. Fortunately, unlike werewolves, zombies possess many weaknesses before reaching the Tiaojiang level. Their fear of sunlight, and even the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs, significantly diminishes their infectious potential compared to wolf demons and ferocious werewolves. Otherwise, this inn would have been abandoned for several days, and the zombie responsible for its desolation would have likely infected countless villages and towns by now. Following the wolf calamity, it seems we are on the brink of another zombie outbreak. After informing Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang about the situation regarding zombies, Lin Jingying continued to speak of himself. Upon receiving news from my junior disciple, I prepare to travel to assist him in delivering the border royal's corpse to the capital. However, upon my arrival, for reasons unknown, the corpse had already transformed into a zombie and slaughtered the remaining members of my junior disciple's party. Fortunately, I had come prepared. After great effort, I subdued the zombie and placed it back into the coffin, binding it with a measuring line, intending to return it to my sect for confinement. Yet, both the zombie and I were simultaneously selected by the Heavenly Reincarnation Hall to become reincarnators, and thus we descended into your world together. Since my arrival, I have been tracking the movements of this zombie, and finally found traces of its existence in this inn. However, its position has been constantly shifting, and it has created many zombies to confound my pursuit. For the time being, I have no choice but to use this inn as a base. Searching for several days without success, Lin Zhengying sighed and shook his head. Do not be overly concerned, Your Excellency. Once we reach Gushan City, this matter will be reported, and you will receive the cooperation of our entire continent. Locating this zombie will surely be a simple task. Noticing Lin Jingying's disappointment and sigh regarding the unlocated royal zombie, Long Gongmeng Shu offered a comforting tone. Let's hope so. Time swiftly passed to the following day, with the skies having cleared. At Long Gongmeng Shu's invitation, Lin Jingying boarded the carriage of the Long and Shi clans, setting off towards the next city. Gushan City. Chapter 132. Gushan City. Arrival of Qiao Feng, 23, after traveling by carriage and arriving at Gushan City. Long Gongmeng Shu led Lin Zhengying to the Martial Spirit Branch Hall, intending to first inform them of the zombie situation before relaying the information to the City Lord's mansion, so they could report it to the Martial Spirit Hall and the Tiandi Empire. Elder Long Gong, have you visited that inn? Actually, we have already discovered this matter. Some individuals on the road reported seeing a series of tragically deceased corpses, which prompted us to send someone for investigation. Based on the horrifying state of the corpses and the disarray of the abandoned inn, we suspect the emergence of an aberrant reincarnator akin to the werewolves from the Wolf Calamity, and we have already reported this to the Martial Spirit Headquarters and the Tiandi Empire. Moreover, we have informed the demon hunting guild established by Qiao Feng and Wu Ming. It won't be long before they send someone over. However, Elder Long Gong, we truly had no idea that this aberrant reincarnator is actually called Zombie. When Long Gongmeng Shu brought Lin Jingying to meet the head of the Martial Spirit Branch Hall in Gushan City, Nuo Sai Si, and conveyed the information about the zombies, Nuo Sai Si could not help but chuckle. This information was actually provided by this reincarnator, Your Excellency, Lin Zhengying. Long Gongmeng Shu cast a serious glance at Lin Zhengying beside him, introducing his identity, and mentioned that he had learned on the way that others referred to Lin Zhengying as Daoshan. Is this gentleman also a reincarnator? Despite having already formed a conjecture due to Lin Zhengying's peculiar attire and Long Gongmeng Shu's knowledge of aberrant reincarnators, Nuo Sai Si's curiosity was piqued upon learning that Lin Zhengying was indeed a reincarnator. Compared to the formidable presence and aura of the four-crowned figures he had encountered during the battle against the Wolf Calamity, Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, Wu Ming, and Qiao Feng, Lin Zhengying appeared utterly unremarkable, even somewhat daft, leaving Nuo Sai Si feeling somewhat contemplative. However, during the eradication of the wolf disaster, he encountered the formidable Shi Hao, a mere 6-year-old child who possessed terrifying strength. Hence, Nuo Sai Si did not dare to underestimate Lin Zhengying. Senior Long Gong and Taoist Lin Zhengying, I extend my gratitude to both of you for informing me about the zombie situation. I will diligently document this information. What are your plans? Will you be staying in our Gushan City for a few days? While we are uncertain about the Grand Hall and the Tiandi Empire, I believe the Demon Hunting Guild will send someone shortly. Will you remain here for a few days until they arrive? It is said that upon hearing the situation here, the Demon Hunting Guild decided to treat it as their first hunting mission, promising generous rewards for the task. If you stay and assist the guild in addressing the zombie issue, you might receive a reward from them. Upon hearing this, Nuo Sai Si smiled as he considered the information relayed by the Soul Master he had sent. The rewards from the Demon Hunting Guild? At this, Long Gongmeng Shu's eyes sparkled with interest. The guild's leader, Wu Ming, and vice leader, Qiao Feng, are both powerful warriors with unique soul skills that are highly valued in the Dolawa continent. While he did not expect to gain their most potent techniques, any skills suitable for the Longxi family would undoubtedly enhance their foundation. He never anticipated such an opportunity would arise. Moved by Nuo Sai-Si's mention of the guild's generous rewards, Long Gongming Shu proclaimed with righteous fervor, "I shall certainly remain." The previous wolf disaster inflicted severe damage upon our continent, forcing humanity to cede the Hengi Plain to the Soul Beast clan to defeat the Blood God Society, a profound humiliation. Although the zombies here may not possess the same infectious nature as the werewolves, they still pose a threat to the continent. Since I Mengshu have witnessed this, I cannot turn a blind eye. Seeing Long Gong Mengshu's righteous demeanor, Lin Jingying expressed his admiration and saluted him. These zombies hail from the same world as I do. As a Taoist, it is my responsibility to eradicate these monsters and restore peace. Thus, I shall await the arrival of the Demon Hunting Guild's reincarnators. After expressing his respect for Long Gongmeng Shu, Lin Jingying turned to Nuo Sai-Si and earnestly stated, "The two of you should rest in Gushan City for a few days. When the guild members arrive, I will ensure you're notified." Nuo Sai-Si responded with a smile. 2 days later, a golden streak of light suddenly sped toward Gushan City from the horizon. As it drew near, it revealed a long, majestic golden dragon, its front claws cradling a blindfolded middle-aged man in black and a tall, ordinary-looking young man clad in simple yellow attire. The visitors were the transformed Qiao Feng, alongside Ke Zhenyi and his disciple Wang Sheng. Soon, Qiao Feng arrived above Gushan City, and as he hovered over the prominent building of the Martial Soul Hall, he released Ke Zhenyi and Wang Sheng and transformed back into his human form in midair. Upon being released, Ke Zhenyi and Wang Sheng gracefully descended, one appearing relaxed while the other appeared somewhat tense, each employing their lightness skill. We pay our respects to Lord Qiao Feng. Upon noticing Qiao Feng's arrival, Nuo Sai-Si immediately led several attendants to greet him, bowing respectfully as Qiao Feng landed. "You must be Lord Nuo Sai-Si. Have you ascertained the situation here? What can you tell me about the appearance of the aberrant reincarnators?" In response to you, Lord Qiao Feng, we have yet to uncover all the details. However, Senior Long Gongmeng Shu encountered a reincarnator who informed us that the aberration here is a creature known as a zombie, detailing its habits and weaknesses. Nuo Sai-Si, a tall figure in the Martial Soul Hall uniform with a dignified appearance, explained with a smile. "Zombies?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Feng pondered, his expression revealing a sense of expectation rather than surprise. Beside him, Ke Zhenyi and Wang Sheng merely exchanged knowing glances, displaying no excessive astonishment. Given that the corpses found here bore tragic signs of death, it was evident they had been drained of blood or life energy, indicating the presence of either vampires, zombies, or other malevolent spirits. The complexity of the situation associated with zombies caused Qiao Feng to furrow his brow slightly. "Lord Nuo Sai-Si, does the reincarnator you mentioned have knowledge of the zombies' conditions?" "One would assume so," Nuo Sai-Si replied, uncertain. Previously, when Long Gongmeng Shu approached him with Lin Jingying, he had informed him of the aberrant reincarnator responsible for the destruction of the inn, which resulted in countless tragic corpses and had detailed the levels of zombies and their weaknesses. However, he had not received information regarding the specific circumstances of the zombies that appeared nearby. "Can you take me to meet them?" Realizing Nuo Sai-Si was not fully informed, Qiao Feng inquired directly with a hearty tone. "Certainly." Nuo Sai-Si then led Qiao Feng, Ke Zhenyi, and Wang Sheng to the hotel where Long Gongmeng Shu and Lin Jingying were staying in Gushan City, where they soon found them. We pay our respects to Lord Qiao Feng. Upon seeing Qiao Feng, Long Gongmeng Shu immediately bowed, while the others from the Longxi family, including Shipa Cha Tianxiang and Meng Yiran, also offered their respects. While Long Gongmeng Shu and his companions greeted Qiao Feng, Lin Jingying, dressed in peculiar attire, scrutinized him. "Lord Long Gong, this must be the reincarnator who is aware of the zombie's existence. May I inquire your name, sir?" After assuring Long Gongmeng Shu and the others that there was no need for formality, Qiao Feng turned his attention to Lin Jingying, his ruggedly handsome face revealing curiosity as he asked in a deep voice, "And you are?" "This is Taoist Lin Jingying, a practitioner of the Tao. I wonder if Lord Qiao Feng has heard of him." Long Gongmeng Shu stroked his beard with a smile. "Indeed, I have heard of Taoists, who predominantly hail from the Linghuan world, a realm closely tied to the cultivation systems of the Xiandao world. However, The Linghuan world emerged after the decline of the Xiandao world, leading to a disparity in power levels between the Taoists of the Linghuan world and the cultivators of the Xiandao system. However, this is due to the changes in the global environment. In terms of knowledge, many sects in the Linghuan world have inherited their teachings for an extensive period. The collections of scriptures within their sects may surpass those of the average Xiandao world. Qiao Feng slowly spoke, articulating his understanding of the Taoist world. Indeed, Senior Qiao Feng is remarkably knowledgeable. Our world has indeed entered the era of the end of Dharma, and it has been many years since any Yuan Zhen run has emerged from our sections. Lin Jingying respectfully clasped his hands in admiration towards Qiao Feng, sighing softly. He chuckled, saying, "One cannot claim to possess vast knowledge. This is merely common knowledge within the Hall of Reincarnation. Since you have become a reincarnator, it is evident that the supreme immortal realm has already invaded your world. Even if not, your world might be a subordinate realm of a greater world, where the supreme immortal realm dares not act recklessly. However, as a reincarnator, you have the opportunity to traverse the myriad realms and will no longer be confined to the end of Dharma. Thus, congratulations are in order." Qiao Feng laughed heartily, clasping his fists in salutation. "Then I shall accept Senior Qiao Feng's auspicious words." Upon hearing Qiao Feng's statement, Lin Jingying suddenly appeared taken aback, as if he had just realized something profound, and he respectfully clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "By the way, Taoist Lin, do you know the situation regarding the zombies that have appeared here?" Qiao Feng began to inquire about the zombies. Lin Jingying sighed and conveyed the circumstances surrounding the royal zombies to Qiao Feng. "What? This zombie was actually struck by lightning and transformed into a zombie? Moreover, it became a jumping zombie right after the transformation?" Qiao Feng's expression dramatically shifted upon learning about the peculiarities of the royal zombie. If it manages to absorb enough human blood, it could directly evolve into a golden armor corpse. Should it further evolve into the legendary flying zombie? Even I am uncertain if I would be its match. "Master, is the flying zombie truly that formidable?" Even Lord Qiao Feng is unsure if he could contend with it. Wang Sheng, who was nearby, could not help but express disbelief as he questioned his teacher, Kuzhini. The flying zombie is a legendary creature in many realms. It possesses the ability to fly and evade, its body impervious to harm, and it is exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Additionally, it has the power to manipulate the earth. At this level, zombies possess no weaknesses aside from heavenly lightning. However, this royal zombie was transformed by lightning. Once it evolves into a flying zombie, it may even become immune to heavenly lightning. Such a zombie, devoid of weaknesses, would likely be a match even for Yuan Ingzhenren of the Xiandao world, let alone us, who lack sufficient means. Kuzhini, with his eyes covered by a cloth, gripped his blind cane, sighed, and spoke solemnly. "We must swiftly eliminate this zombie. We cannot allow it to evolve into this flying zombie." Wang Sheng, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly declared. After inquiring about the royal zombie situation, Qiao Feng asked Lin Jingying if he possessed any methods to track the royal zombie. In response, Lin Jingying confirmed he could assist and produced a compass, observing as its needle spun erratically, pointing in multiple directions. After retrieving the compass, Lin Jingying explained, "This compass is a pursuit compass, capable of tracking demons and monsters, including zombies within a certain range. Tracking the royal zombie should normally be quite simple. However, it appears that the royal zombie has created numerous other zombies, causing them to roam elsewhere, which has rendered my compass's readings less precise. Then let us divide our actions." Qiao Feng contemplated briefly before decisively stating, "Your compass points in several directions, and if we pursue only one, we may miss our target. We must resolve this royal zombie swiftly. We cannot allow it to continue evolving. If this aberrant zombie, transformed by lightning, grows stronger, we may find ourselves utterly powerless against it. Therefore, our best course of action is to split up. As long as we act swiftly and eliminate the other zombies it has created, it will no longer be able to conceal itself." Lord Qiao Feng's reasoning is sound, acknowledged Long Gongmeng Shu. "Let's proceed thus." Kuzhani nodded in agreement. With many in consensus, Lin Jingying, though hesitant, ultimately concurred. Subsequently, the group split up. Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pichao Tianxiang followed one direction indicated by the compass in pursuit of the royal zombie, while Qiao Feng ventured alone. Lin Jingying, alongside Ku Zhenyi and Wang Sheng, pursued another direction deemed most likely. Chapter 134, The Unpleasant Trio and Lan Ruo Temple, 13. Meanwhile, At the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, as evening fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dusky hue over the land. Within a forest, accompanied by heavy panting, 3 figures dashed through the trees, emerging from the woods before coming to a halt. These 3 individuals were quite distinct. One was of modest height, around 1.60 meters, clad in a trench coat and a cowboy hat, with dark skin and prominent buck teeth resembling a rat. The other 2 were equally peculiar in appearance. One was tall with wild, unkempt hair and a ruggedly handsome face, yet his swollen, tiny eyes marred his overall look. The last one was notably short, remarkably thin, nearly skeletal, with chaotic black hair, yellow eyes, and 2 whisker-like features, giving him an odd and unsettling appearance. Anyone familiar with the trio would instantly recognize them as the notorious unpleasant trio, Bulu, Lao Yi, and Wuya, who refer to themselves as the Fearsome Blade Trio. Hee-ha-ha-ha! Upon halting, the 3 of them exchanged lewd glances, their eyes gleaming with mischief as they burst into raucous laughter. How exhilarating! This time was truly delightful. That fellow dared to mock our appearance, to our faces. We may be unattractive, but what makes you so special as a noble? We took advantage of your wedding to savor the first taste of your bride's soup. What could you possibly do about it? After a fit of laughter, the rat-like Balul licked his lips, his face alight with excitement. Hee. Nobles without strength are nothing to fear. Others might be intimidated by their status, but we are not. Let him send the Wuhuan temple after us. Does he even know who we are? Scoffed the Laoe, with his peculiar features twisted into a derisive grin. All right, this operation was indeed executed beautifully, but the sun is setting. In this desolate wilderness, we should find a place to rest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall depart and continue our carefree journey elsewhere. As Bulu and Lao Yi conversed, Wuya gestured, making an effort to widen his swollen eyes as he glanced at the sky, and spoke. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the trio of 3 strolled along the winding path, seeking a suitable refuge for the night. However, after a considerable time of wandering, darkness descended, and a gentle mist began to rise from the surrounding woods. Yet they still failed to discover a place to rest. Alas, in this desolate wilderness, we may have strayed too far. It seems unlikely we will find any shelter here. Let us simply settle for a random spot for the night, remarked Baloo, wiping the sweat from his brow, his 2 prominent front teeth on display. Suddenly, Lao Yi interjected, "Look over there. It appears there is a faint light." Following Lao Yi's gaze, Tianya and Baloo looked up to see a distant glow emanating from the mist-laden woods, hinting at some structure concealed within. Could it be that anyone would construct a dwelling in such dense woods? Pondered Baloo, scratching his head, feeling a sense of unease. Why not? Do not forget, the nobility often favor building castles beyond the city limits. Lao Yi responded nonchalantly, waving his hand as he made his way toward the woods, hoping to find a place to rest and perhaps enjoy a meal. Reluctantly, Baloo followed suit, scratching his head in confusion. Thus, the trio ventured into the misty woods, their feet crunching upon the fallen twigs and leaves as they approached the radiant structure in the distance. As they traversed through the fog, inhaling its ethereal essence, they felt a lightness in their bodies, and their vision began to blur. After an indeterminate time wandering through the woods, an antiquated and enigmatic edifice suddenly emerged before them. Gazing at the plaque affixed to the building, Tianya murmured, Lon Ruasi. What odd name. Bulu echoed the name, his mind struggling to comprehend its significance. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed through the air. At the edge of their vision, a group of exquisitely adorned young maidens, their figures graceful and their hair styled in various enchanting arrangements, approached, carrying lanterns as they frolicked through the mist, before disappearing into the structure known as Lon Ruasi. Beauties! So many beauties! Upon witnessing the spectacle, Bulu, Lao Yi, and Tianya felt an invigorating surge of excitement and hurriedly followed them into the building. Yet, upon entering Lon Ruasi, they were met not with the vibrant festivities they had anticipated, but rather with the stark reality of crumbling walls and desolation, surrounded by an encroaching darkness. The only notable feature was a massive locust tree towering before them, its presence strikingly prominent. In a daze, we have found it hard to believe their eyes, while Bulu and Lao anxiously scanned their surroundings. Where are the beauties? Where have they gone? Suddenly, an eerie and unsettling cackle echoed through the air, neither distinctly male nor female. Before them, the gargantuan locust tree, its trunk exceeding 5 meters in diameter and immensely robust, began to writhe as layers of bark peeled away to reveal a human visage. Simultaneously, thick, serpentine roots erupted from the ground, writhing through the air like colossal serpents. I never expected the first to be drawn here would be 3 men. But in this wilderness, I am fortunate to attract visitors. Though you may not be handsome, you are still men, and I am not picky. Surrender to me, and I shall grant you perfect beauty and eternal life. As for the cost, the face upon the tree spoke in a dispassionate tone, its laughter echoing sinisterly. Chapter 135. The Misfortune of Buli's Trio. A soul beast. A talking soul beast. Faced with the monstrous visage upon the locust tree and the myriad roots dancing before them, the trio finally came to their senses, their hearts gripped by terror. A talking soul beast was a feat only achievable by legendary 10,000-year-soul beasts, yet this tree appeared to be a mere locust tree. How could such an ordinary forest harbor a 10,000-year soul beast? Could it be that they encountered a reincarnator from another realm, as the tale suggested? In the wake of the wolf calamity, the existence of the reincarnation hall and reincarnators had become widely known, particularly among soul masters. Though initially stunned, the trio soon recognized the stark differences between the massive locust tree and the 10,000-year soul beast they were familiar with, leading them to deduce they were in the presence of a reincarnator, one whose nature was evidently malevolent. How unfortunate! Truly unfortunate! Realizing they had encountered a mysterious and nefarious reincarnator, Buli's trio felt as if despair had consumed them. Although none of them were paragons of virtue, facing such a malevolent entity was akin to courting death. Yet, to succumb to its control and relinquish their freedom was intolerable for the rebellious trio. For the sake of their autonomy, Tiandi clenched his teeth and summoned his martial soul, the Tiandi Duandao, unleashing a veil of black mist that quickly enveloped their surroundings. Wule, Laoi, we must flee. With the black mist shrouding them in an attempt to obscure the tree demon's vision, Tiandi shouted, grabbing hold of Bulu and Laoi, and swiftly retreated in the opposite direction of the tree demon. Trying to escape? But a chilling, dispassionate laughter echoed from behind. Soon, a whistling sound filled the air as Tiandi turned to see several thick roots, akin to frenzied serpents, charging toward him, Laoi and Bulu, unaffected by the black mist. Laoi, Bule, run forward. I will hold them off. Despite their less than noble demeanor, a genuine bond of friendship existed among Tiandi, Bulu, and Laoi, as only Tiandi, with his blade-wielding martial soul, could fend off the tree demon's roots. He suppressed his inner turmoil and, with a fierce cry, propelled his companions forward while turning to face the oncoming threat, raising his blade and unleashing his soul skill to enlarge his weapon, striking fiercely at the encroaching roots. Clang! Clang! Alas, the tree demon was no ordinary foe. Its power far exceeded that of a mere soul king like Tiandi. Tiandi unleashed his soul technique, furiously striking the enlarged Tiandi Duandao against the tree roots of the tree demon grandmother. However, it felt as if he had struck steel, producing a sharp clang akin to metal on metal. The Duandao was unexpectedly rebounded. What? In Tiandi's disbelief, he witnessed several roots of the tree demon grandmother swiftly rushing toward him, tightly ensnaring him and lifting him off the ground. Let me go! Let me go! Amidst the thick black mist, upon hearing Tiandi's furious cries from behind, Bulu and Laoi instantly understood that Tiandi had been subdued by the vile, giant locust tree reincarnator in mere seconds. Tiandi, Bulu, and Laoi felt a deep sorrow in their hearts, yet they knew they could not save him. Their only hope was to escape. So they quickened their pace and continued to flee. Unfortunately, a howling sound ensued from behind, as several roots of the tree demon grandmother caught up and ensnared Bulu and Laoi, lifting them as well. Ha! Still thinking of escaping? You humans from this feeble world believe you can run from your grandmother? What a joke. If I let you escape, all these years would be in vain. After summoning her demonic power and unleashing a gust of demonic wind to disperse the black mist, the tree demon grandmother controlled the roots to suspend Tiandi, Laoi, and Bulu upside down, while the faces carved into the tree trunk emitted derisive cackles. You monster, what do you intend to do? We will never submit. Suspended in midair, Tiandi glared at the tree demon grandmother with his swollen, small eyes, his limbs tightly bound, yet he still defiantly shouted, "We, the Roblade Trio, have always cherished freedom. You shall not control us, monster!" Laoi echoed the sentiment with furious cries. Ha! The most ridiculous notion among humans is believing they can control their own fate. The tree demon grandmother merely chuckled derisively at Tianya and Lao Yi's protests, then maneuvered 2 roots to slowly position their tips above Tianya and Lao Yi's heads. Haha, enjoy your final moments of freedom. Under the tree demon grandmother's command, the tips of the 2 roots suddenly began to thin, extending into hair-like tendrils that swiftly pierced into the tops of Tianya and Lao Yi's heads. This elicited blood-curdling screams from both. Tianya, Lao Yi, what's happening to you? Nearby, Bulu, who was also suspended with his back, turned to the 2, cried out in terror, as the tree demon grandmother's slender roots penetrated their skulls, merging deeply with their brains. Tianya and Lao Yi were horrified to discover they had lost control of their own bodies. No, what's happening? My body. Haha, it's your turn. After subduing Tianya and Lao Yi with the delicate roots, the tree demon grandmother continued her cackling laughter and directed another root toward Buli's head. Soon, a slender root, as fine as a hair, extended forth and forcefully pierced into Buli's mind as well. He let out a scream akin to that of slaughtered chicken, his body convulsing violently, his eyes rolling back. As the hair-like root delved into Buli's brain and fused with it, he too fell under the tree demon grandmother's control. Thus, with the trio of Bulu, Lao Yi, and Tianya ensnared by the delicate roots, the tree demon grandmother released them from their suspended state. However, their minds had been dominated. The released trio stood there, faces blank, their bodies entirely puppeteered by the tree demon grandmother, resembling 3 lifeless marionettes. Chapter 136. The Tree Demon Grandmother Street Girl, 33. After successfully ensnaring Bulu, Lao Yi, and Tianya with the slender roots, the tree demon grandmother cackled with delight, beginning to manipulate their bodies as they awkwardly danced in place, twisting their necks and hips. This scene was undeniably eye-watering. Controlled by a monster and forced to perform a dance meant for women, Bulu, Lao Yi, and Tianya were engulfed in a mix of rage and despair, wishing for death. Yet, ensnared as they were, even the thought of ending their own lives was beyond their reach. They could only endure their powerlessness, ultimately succumbing to numbness. Haha, not bad. Your bodies are quite obedient. However, I, your grandmother, had decided to grant you an opportunity to regain control of your own bodies. But you must agree to one condition. Assist me with a task. If you are willing, just blink. Initially fearing they would become the monster's playthings, the trio found a glimmer of hope in the monster's offer to regain control of their bodies and desperately blinked. As the tree demon grandmother relaxed her grip on their bodies, Bulu and the others blinked with all their might, finally managing to move their eyelids. Then I shall grant you this chance. Observing their eagerness to reclaim control, the tree demon grandmother completely relinquished her hold on their bodies. In that instant, Bulu and his companions regained their autonomy, nearly moved to tears by the sensation of control. Some things are only cherished once lost. Previously, they had taken their physical autonomy for granted, but now, having experienced the torment of being dominated, they understood the profound agony of losing control over their own bodies. The ability to command their own forms was invaluable and worthy of reverence. Regaining control, the trio exchanged glances, filled with hatred toward the tree demon grandmother. Yet, knowing they were no match for her, they silently resolved to endure humiliation for the sake of survival. Thank you, grandmother, for granting us the chance to reclaim our bodies. We are eager to assist you in any way you require. Should you need us to lure others, we shall do our utmost to help you. With a face resembling that of a repulsive rat, Bulu wore a sycophantic smile as he addressed the tree demon grandmother. Based on their own experiences, Bulu surmised that the tree demon grandmother wanted them to attract others. As 3 reckless, nefarious individuals, they felt no qualms about this task. They were more than willing to comply. After all, one must look out for oneself. To Bulu and his companion's surprise, the tree demon grandmother was pleased by their compliance, emitting another satisfied cackle. It seems your loyalty to me, grandmother, is commendable. However, regrettably, I do not require you to attract others, as that may draw unnecessary attention. What I truly desire is for you to assist me in gathering the essence of men. The essence of men? The words of the tree demon grandmother left the trio of Bulu momentarily stunned, as an ominous feeling surged within their hearts. Grandmother, the essence of men, what does this mean? It seems we are somewhat perplexed. Tianya ventured to inquire. Didn't T already guess? Although she had relinquished control over their bodies through the roots, the tree demon grandmother could still glean their innermost thoughts through the roots entwined in their minds, causing her to cackle ominously. Upon hearing her words, the trio's faces turned pale. The collection of men's essence was indeed as they had feared. Grandmother, we cannot assist with gathering men's essence. We are men ourselves, and with our looks, which man would have such peculiar tastes? Laui exclaimed, growing anxious. Do not fret. Do not fret. Grandmother will aid you. She knows you are men, but are you not the only ones here? Rest assured, with grandmother's help, you shall unlock a new world. Or perhaps, you were merely pretending to wish to assist grandmother? As she spoke, the sinister face of the giant locust tree narrowed its eyes, and her tone took on a hint of menace. The realization that the tree demon grandmother could turn hostile at any moment sent shivers down the trio's spines. Remembering how their bodies had just been under the creature's control, they knew they could not resist if she truly wished them to do something. They could only proceed with caution. Grandmother, please do not misunderstand. We are indeed willing to assist you. We are merely a bit confused. If you can help us, our doubts will vanish, Bulu explained with a forced laugh. Hee, you underestimate grandmother. Although you are men and not particularly handsome, I possess the art of transformation that can easily alter your appearances, the tree demon grandmother scoffed. Now let me show you. With that, a section of bark resembling dragon scales on the tree trunk suddenly opened, revealing a soft, creamy inner substance. Under the grandmother's command, this inner material erupted with an eerie green light, and peculiar patterns began to etch themselves upon it before it fell away. Before the trio, the soft, creamy substance shed 3 thin layers of delicate bark that floated towards them. Subsequently, the 3 pieces of bark shrank and swiftly adhered to the trio's faces. Do not resist. At the grandmother's eerie reminder, the trio, who had instinctively prepared to fight back, froze in surprise and ceased their resistance. As the soft, white bark pressed against their faces, it began to stretch and elongate, quickly enveloping their bodies. Observing the transformation, the tree demon grandmother emitted a series of eerie cackles and began to channel her mystical power, sketching upon the white bark that now covered the trio's skin. Soon, the white bark glimmered with a faint green light, and features such as eyebrows, eyes, and noses began to emerge on the faces of the trio, which were enveloped by the bark. Ultimately, 3 enchanting and exquisite faces materialized on the trio. Their skin transformed to a flawless white, and their figures shaped into alluring curves under the bark's embrace. Through the grandmother's art of transformation, the trio had been metamorphosed into 3 breathtaking beauties. However, they remained clad in their tattered male garments, which appeared rather discordant. Chapter 137. Just hearing the voice melts one away, and seeing the beauty causes an explosion. But they still lack suitable clothing. After transforming the trio into 3 stunning beauties, the tree demon grandmother cackled and noticed they were still in need of appropriate attire. She once again separated 3 pieces of bark resembling dragon scales and transformed them into 3 resplendent emerald gowns, draping them upon the trio. Now, the trio had completely transformed into 3 extraordinary beauties, each exquisite in their own right. One petite and alluring, another diminutive and charming, and the last exuding a spirited aura. Although the overlay of the transformation merely added an additional layer to their garments, it still felt somewhat unusual, especially with the unfamiliar weight upon their chests, which left them feeling particularly awkward. Come and behold your new appearances. After adorning the trio with elegant gowns, the tree demon grandmother cackled with delight and employed her luminous technique to manifest 3 silver mirrors before them, reflecting their stunning visages. Is this truly our current form? Gazing at their exquisite reflections, the trio could barely believe it, reaching out to touch their faces, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock and complexity within. How extraordinarily beautiful! Had they encountered such faces before their transformation, they would have been unable to tear their eyes away. Yet now, they found themselves in this remarkable guise. How unpredictable life can be. So are you satisfied with these new appearances? I believe you'll be able to assist grandmother splendidly in collecting ample men's essence. The tree demon grandmother chuckled, watching the trio admire their reflections. Considering your identities, grandmother has already devised a route for you. With your current beauty, I do not intend for you to settle for anything less than the high-end path, starting as courtesans. Naturally, I will not neglect the lower tier. Should you encounter those aspiring for greater perfection, feel free to refer them to grandmother, and she shall assist them. How infuriating! Is there truly no way to avoid this? The trio was momentarily taken aback by the tree demon grandmother's words, feeling a sense of oppression, although they harbored a peculiar sense of pride in their current appearances. The notion of assuming the role of courtesans to aid this creature in collecting men's essence was difficult to accept. Yet, considering that this monster could easily control their bodies and force them into submission, the fact that she was providing them with an opportunity and showing understanding by allowing them to take a more dignified route was a small mercy. This compelled the trio to internally rationalize that the creature had already given them considerable leeway, and they could not appear ungrateful. Otherwise, the monster might very well turn hostile. They were now at her mercy, and they could only endure the humiliation for the time being. Though they were about to engage in a degrading task, they had donned a layer of transformation. No one would know their true identities. They would bide their time, and as long as they could entice enough courtesans to assist in gathering men's essence, they were confident they would soon find a way to extricate themselves from this predicament. Thus, driven by the trepidation of their bodies once again being controlled by the tree demon grandmother, they reluctantly resolved to collect the essence of men, possibly enduring even greater humiliation. However, the trio soon managed to persuade themselves, all in obedience to grandmother's commands. Ziluo City, situated at the confluence of the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire, is a city of modest repute. Within Ziluo City, the most renowned establishment of romantic pursuits is undoubtedly Shuiyue Lu historically. While Shuiyue Lu was famous, its renown was confined to Ziluo City, and the courtesans within were only somewhat well known within Shuiyue City. Beyond its borders, few had heard of them. Recently, however, whispers circulated that 3 extraordinarily beautiful courtesans had emerged from Shuiyue Lu, whose enchanting voices could melt hearts and whose appearances could ignite fervor. This revelation not only piqued the curiosity and admiration of countless young men and gallants in Ziluo City, but also attracted throngs from surrounding cities. At this moment, within Shuiyue Lu, a multitude of young men and gallants from Ziluo City and neighboring locales congregated, seated at various tables, engaged in lively discussions, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the legendary 3 exquisite courtesans. Hey, brothers, you locals, are those 3 courtesans in Shuiyue Lu who are said to be breathtakingly beautiful for real? Are they truly that stunning? Brother, I cannot say for certain. We came here based on hearsay, eager to witness for ourselves. However, a friend of mine claims to have seen them, asserting that these 3 courtesans are indeed unparalleled beauties, born only once in a millennium, with voices that enchant and appearances that dazzle. Really? That sounds incredible. The conversations among the multitude within Shuiyue Lu brimmed with astonishment and intrigue regarding the 3 extraordinary courtesans. By the way, I heard that these 3 courtesans are also soul masters. What? Soul masters? How could such beautiful women possibly be soul masters here? Skepticism arose, prompting some to voice their doubts. There's a reason for this. A knowledgeable individual sighed, his tone filled with compassion as he recounted the tribulations faced by the 3 courtesans. To my knowledge, these 3 courtesans are indeed sisters. Their father was a capable soul master, but unfortunately, he was gravely injured in a battle against adversaries. To heal him, they required the assistance of an exceptionally powerful healing soul master. Regrettably, the cost was exorbitant, beyond what the 3 sisters could afford. However, out of profound filial piety, they resolved to join Shuiyue Lu as courtesans to save their father. The tragic tale of these devoted sisters stirred sympathy among the young men and gallants, who unanimously expressed their support. Indeed, we must stand by them. After a prolonged wait, the throngs of admirers in Shuiyue Lu were finally about to witness the long-awaited appearance of the 3 courtesans, whose voices could melt hearts and whose beauty could cause an explosion of awe. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. Xiaola, Xiao, and Xiao Tian are ready to grace us with their presence. As the host raised the amplification soul guidance device and announced the imminent arrival of the 3 courtesans, a profound silence enveloped Shuiyue Lu. All eyes turned to the 5th floor, rumored to be the residence of the 3 beauties, filled with anticipation for their entrance. Suddenly, music filled the air, familiar to some as the harmonious sounds of harp and flute. Then, a clear and melodious voice began to sing. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the heavens, unaware of the celestial palace's year tonight. What a unique song, though none understood the lyrics. The emotions carried through the melody resonated with everyone, evoking a sense of longing and hope. As the song continued, petals of flowers began to cascade from above, and 3 crimson ribbons were lowered from the 5th floor. From one of the chambers emerged a stunning woman clad in a flowing white gown. She possessed a tall and slender figure, an exquisite hairstyle, graceful brows, bright eyes, a delicate nose, and lovely cherry lips, her porcelain skin accentuating her ethereal beauty, complemented by a remarkable sword in her hand. The song that had suddenly filled the air was sung by this enchanting beauty, exuding an aura of elegance. Simultaneously, the doors of 2 other chambers on the 5th floor swung open. From one emerged a petite figure in a pink dress, her curves accentuated, particularly in the bosom area, with a delicate face framed by arched brows and captivating eyes, a refined nose, and petite lips, embodying a youthful, charming demeanor while playing a green flute. The earlier flute melody was indeed produced by her. From the other chamber, another petite figure appeared, adorned in a soft yellow gown, her appearance equally striking. With enchanting yellow eyes, a delicate nose, and alluring lips, embodying a mesmerizing beauty that combined charm and innocence, resembling an older lowly character, as she skillfully strummed a harp. Clearly, the enchanting music was a collaborative effort of these 3 exquisite courtesans, each possessing their own unique charm and grace. How utterly beautiful! As the 3 stunning beauties emerged from the 5th floor, the captivated audience below gazed in awe, their expressions filled with enchantment. Moreover, these courtesans not only possessed breathtaking beauty, but also displayed remarkable musical talent, further enhancing their allure. After exiting their chambers, the trio, known as Xiaola, Xiao and Xiao Tian, began to sing and play as they approached the lowered ribbons. Upon reaching the edge of the railing, they suddenly leapt, grasping the ribbons and gliding down from the 5th floor. Be careful! The unexpected stunt startled the crowd, who had been mesmerized by their beauty and talent. Yet, it was too late to react. What transpired next left the throngs of admirers in Shuiyue Lu utterly astonished. As she leaped gracefully into the air, the beautiful and charming courtesan, clad in a delicate ecru gown, summoned forth a snow-white swan spirit, enveloped by 5 radiant soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black. One of the soul rings illuminated, and suddenly a pair of pristine wings unfurled from her back. As the lovely courtesan descended slowly, she began to play the harp in midair. Meanwhile, another striking woman, donned in a snow-white gown, held a crimson ribbon in one hand, singing melodiously while performing a graceful sword dance. A third courtesan, adorned in a pink gown with a captivating figure and stunning beauty, held a jade flute, descending elegantly while playing a sweet tune. As the audience witnessed this splendid display of talent, they were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers, rising to their feet and applauding fervently. Thank you all for your kindness in traveling from afar to visit us at Shuiyue Tower. We trust you have come to understand our backgrounds. Our father is gravely ill and in dire need of funds. To save him, we have no choice but to come to Shuiyue Tower, intending only to sell our artistry rather than our bodies. However, as our father's condition worsens, we are compelled to make this unfortunate decision. After sliding down the crimson ribbon to the 1st level, a tall and elegant figure in a pure white gown, with an ethereal beauty and a striking presence, sheathed her sword. She bowed gracefully to the audience, her eyes slightly reddened. After wiping away a tear, she spoke in a resolute yet cold voice. Like my sister, we express our gratitude to you all. The 2 other courtesans, dressed in pink and ecru gowns, petite in stature, one exuding a fiery allure and the other a charming innocence, also bowed, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. How fortunate are we! Who would have thought that our arrival would coincide with the plight of these 3 exquisite courtesans, seeking to sell themselves to save their father? Though it may be considered despicable to take advantage of their misfortune, it has nonetheless stirred excitement and fervor among the audience. Dear ladies, your filial piety is commendable. We shall support and assist you. Indeed, I shall begin with 30,000 gold spirit coins for the first night. Ridiculous. Do you think these ladies are worth such a paltry sum? I offer 300,000 gold spirit coins, all inclusive, in an instant. The atmosphere within Shuiyue Tower erupted into chaos as countless voices clamored to outbid one another, with prices soaring from 30,000 to a staggering 100,000. Standing atop the platform, observing the frenzy of men vying for their attention, though their true identities were male, Tianya, Buell, and Lowy experienced a peculiar sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. They had never known such adoration before. Who would have imagined that by donning a facade, they could relish in an experience previously relegated to dreams? This intoxicating feeling was simply enchanting. Initially, the tree spirit had coerced Buell, Laui, and Tianya into adopting these new identities, transitioning from the ruins of Lanrua Temple to join Shuyue Tower. However, through the roots embedded in their minds, the tree spirit gradually gained mastery over them, influencing their hormonal secretions. Consequently, as the tree spirit manipulated their innermost selves, Buell, Laui, and Tianya began to embrace and even revel in their roles as courtesans of Shuyue Tower. Now, without the need for coercion, they had grown accustomed to their new identities and the lifestyle it entailed. Thus, the tales of these three enchanting courtesans, whose voices could melt hearts and whose beauty could dazzle nations, began to spread rapidly throughout the surrounding cities. Chapter 139. Departure of Dai Mubai and two mysterious drinkers. Meanwhile, in the Xinglua Imperial City, having secured his father Emperor Dai Tianfeng's approval, Dai Mubai prepared to depart for Tiando Imperial City. After many days of travel, he finally reached the border of the Xinglua Empire and sought respite at a tavern in a small town. Upon entering, he observed that the establishment was nearly full. He could sense the presence of numerous spirit masters, likely travelers from the Xinglua Empire hoping to join the ranks of the Breaking Heaven Sword sect and the Tiando Association. While searching for a seat, two particularly intriguing individuals caught his attention. One was dressed in attire strikingly different from that of Dolua continent, with long hair tied back in a single ponytail and a slender long knife hanging at his waist. A striking red mark resembling flames adorned his forehead, which Dai Mubai suspected to be a birthmark. The second individual wore a predominantly white outfit, with shoulder-length hair that curled slightly at the ends. His handsome features bore a hint of melancholy, exuding a gentle and refined aura imbued with a scholarly charm. The two sat at the same table, silently consuming cup after cup of liquor. Dai Mubai found them peculiar, especially the one with the fiery birthmark, whose attire was entirely foreign to that of their world. Could they possibly be reincarnators? Noticing the lack of available seats in the tavern, Dai Mubai approached their table politely and inquired, "Gentlemen, as there are no seats left, may I join you?" Upon hearing this, both individuals glanced at him but offered no refusal. "Please, make yourself comfortable." "Thank you, esteemed sirs." Dai Mubai expressed his gratitude and seated himself at the table. Soon, a server approached to take his order. After inquiring about the menu, he placed a substantial order, hoping to strengthen his rapport with these seemingly reincarnated individuals over a meal. While waiting for the food to arrive, he noticed that the two men continued to drink without much conversation. Unable to contain himself any longer, he remarked, "Gentlemen, this liquor isn't of the finest quality. Drinking it excessively might not be wise." However, upon hearing those words, the man clad in white attire, with gently curling long hair, strikingly handsome features, and an air of melancholy, suddenly found his countenance slightly flushed. He couldn't help but laugh, swirling the wine glass in his hand, and with a somewhat dazed and intoxicated gaze, he sighed, "Indeed, wine is not a commendable substance, yet it allows us to forget our inner sorrows. Certain unforgettable matters bring perpetual anguish, and only through it can we momentarily escape. Your Excellency, while wine may provide a temporary reprieve from sorrow, some events are irrevocable. What we ought to do is face them with courage rather than drown our sorrows in drink. Leading a life of intoxication which only numbs one's senses and offers no solace in reality," Mubai gently advised. "Alas, I am well aware of this, yet it is beyond my ability to change. Would you care to listen to my tale?" The melancholic man in white sighed, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he turned to Mubai with a sudden inquiry. "Of course I would." Mubai replied, momentarily taken aback but eager to oblige. For the reincarnators hold treasures for the inhabitants of Dolua Dalu. Their self-created soul techniques are regarded as incredibly precious, while many reincarnators do not view them as particularly noteworthy. Forming a connection with this reincarnator and learning some invaluable self-created soul techniques or other power systems from him would undoubtedly aid Mu by significantly in his forthcoming endeavors with the Pation Sword Sect and the Tianxia Society. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Xuanhuan, reincarnator, something you have likely deduced. The man in white, with his striking looks and melancholic demeanor, gracefully swirled his wine glass as he slowly began recounting his past. He, Li Xuanhuan, hailed from a world of martial arts, a member of a family with an extraordinary lineage in his nation, which could be considered noble in a sense. His family had produced numerous officials and held the esteemed reputation of having 3 generations of top scholars. In Li Xuanhuan's generation, he was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, renowned as a prodigy, not only excelling in his studies, but also demonstrating remarkable talent in martial arts. He was taken as an apprentice by an extraordinary individual and was imparted with unparalleled martial skills, particularly in the art of throwing knives, where he never missed his mark. In addition to his extraordinary talents in academia and martial arts, Li Xuanhuan possessed a generous spirit, repaying kindness with gratitude. After being saved by a man named Long Xiaoyan, the two forged a brotherly bond. However, upon returning home with Long Xiaoyan, his sworn brother fell hopelessly in love at first sight with his betrothed cousin, Lin Shirin, resulting in a heart-wrenching affliction. Not wishing to witness his brother succumb to unrequited love, Li Xuanhuan deliberately indulged in wine and pleasure, intentionally distancing himself from Lin Shirin, ultimately leading her to choose Long Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Demu Bai felt as though he had been struck by lightning, incredulous at the absurdity of such a situation. How could one relinquish the woman he cherished to another man merely out of gratitude for saving his life? While gratitude is noble, there are myriad ways to repay it, and such a sacrifice seemed utterly unfathomable. As someone with a strong sense of possessiveness, Demu Bai found Li Xuanhuan's actions utterly outrageous. Do you find me laughable? Noticing Demu Bai's incredulity, Li Xuanhuan took a sip of his drink and let out a self-mocking smile. Not at all. I am merely intrigued. It is the first time I have encountered such a tale, Demu Bai replied awkwardly with a smile. There is no need for pretense. Even now, when I reflect upon my past self, I wish I could strangle that version of me. Alas, time cannot flow backward, Li Xuanhuan lamented, downing his drink and continuing his narrative. After relinquishing his cousin Lin Shirin to his sworn brother Long Xiaoyan, unable to confront the reality, he bequeathed all his family wealth to his brother and departed alone with his old servant, wandering the world. He believed that by giving up his cousin and his familial inheritance, he had sufficiently repaid his debt of gratitude. Yet, unbeknownst to him, great kindness can breed great enmity. Unable to repay him, Long Xiaoyan sought to kill him. It was through other reincarnators that he learned the truth and realized how foolish he had been, believing himself to be a man of principle and integrity. In the eyes of others, however, he was merely a coward in matters of the heart, blindly favoring his benefactor while neglecting the weakness of his own kin. Yet, as Lin Shirin had married and borne children with Long Xiaoyan, even upon gaining clarity within himself, it was too late to rectify the situation, and he could not bear to disrupt another's family. Thus, he chose the path of a reincarnator, wandering the realms. Chapter 140. Ji Guiyuan E and Kibbutz Suji Musen. 13. Absurd. Utterly absurd. After listening to Li Xuanhuan's tale, Demu Bai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally exclaiming at the absurdity of it all. He could not endorse Li Xuanhuan's actions. While he was a good person, one worthy of friendship, in the context of family, he was nothing short of a fool. Sensing Demu Bai's incredulity, Li Unfan, with a self-deprecating smile, filled his wine glass anew and continued to drink. Initially, Demu Bai had intended to counsel Li Xuanhuan, but after hearing his story, he found himself at a loss for words. Brotherly, may I call you that? Is this gentleman also a reincarnator? Demu Bai inquired, having established a rapport with Li Xuanhuan, casting a glance at the man beside him, who bore a flame-shaped birthmark on his forehead. Are you referring to Jigua? Jigua has his own story. Do not be deceived by his seemingly indifferent expression. He is, in fact, a kind-hearted, warm, and helpful individual. His past is even more tragic than mine, and it is out of a desire to assist him that I have chosen to accompany him. Li Xuanhuan sighed as he responded to Demu Bai's query regarding Ji Guiyuani. Do you wish to learn my story? In contrast to Li Xuanhuan, who drank continuously, the man named Jigua nursed his drink in small sips. Noticing Demu Bai's curiosity, Jigua, with his wine-red hair and matching eyes, set down his glass, lifted his gaze to meet Demu Bai's. What kind of eyes were these? Though his expression appeared somewhat detached, his eyes were filled with warmth and sincerity, as if they could speak. Demu Bai felt an immediate connection. These warm and sincere eyes revealed the true character of the reincarnator named Jigua. Indeed, I am eager to learn your story. As a reincarnator from another world, your life must be vastly different from ours, and I am filled with curiosity. Demu Bai inhaled deeply, articulating his thoughts in the face of Jigua's earnest gaze. Very well, I shall share my tale. It is quite simple. My name is Ji Guiyuan, and I hail from a family of warriors in our world. Jigua began, seeing de Mu Bai's earnest inquiry, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a tone of wistfulness and reflection. Ji Guanyi was born into a samurai family in a land known as Fuzhangguo, being the second son of the household. Due to a birthmark, he was deemed an ill omen. Had it not been for his mother's insistence on keeping him, he might have been cast away by his father. Possessing this unusual mark, he indeed exhibited extraordinary traits. In his eyes, everything was transparent. He could perceive the flesh and organs within every human body, witness the flow of blood, and observe the contraction of muscles, realizations he only came to understand as he matured. Initially, his father intended for him to become a monk, but during an unexpected incident, he revealed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, effortlessly defeating the instructor who was meant to teach his elder brother. Upon demonstrating such prodigious skill, he should have easily supplanted his brother and inherited the family legacy. However, he was reluctant to harm his sibling. Thus, after the passing of his mother, he departed from the family, intending to pursue a monastic life. On his journey, he encountered a girl who, having lost her parents and finding herself alone, sought to bring home some tadpoles from the fields for companionship, worried that taking them might sadden their father. This marked his first encounter with someone outside his family, servants, and samurai, and he was struck by her gentleness, offering to accompany her. They began living together, sharing their lives. Over the years of companionship, they eventually fell in love and wed. However, tragedy struck when, while he was out searching for a midwife during his wife's pregnancy, he encountered an elderly man and kindly escorted him to his distant son. Upon returning home, he discovered that his wife and child had been brutally murdered. From the scene, he discerned that the perpetrator was not human, but a legendary demon. Demons? At the mention of this word by Jigui Yuani, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Brother Yuan, are you referring to the aberrations in your world, akin to the soul beasts in ours? Yet, it seems the demons in your realm possess a more ferocious nature. Indeed, Jigui Yuani nodded in silence. In our world, no one knows when these demons came into being, but their legends had already surfaced long before my birth. Albeit many have never laid eyes upon them. An ordinary person who encounters a demon is almost certainly doomed, with little hope of survival. After addressing Dai Mubai's inquiry, Jigui Yuani continued recounting his tale. Upon returning home to find his wife and child slain by demons, he held their lifeless bodies for several days in silence, unable to comprehend why his desire for a peaceful life was constantly thwarted. Days later, a swordsman found his home and, through persuasion, helped him bury his loved ones, encouraging him to bid farewell to the past and seek vengeance against the demons. He sought to uncover the origin of the demons and questioned why the fabled demon king, Kibutsuji Musen, opted to disrupt the tranquility of the world with such beings, endowed with the innate ability to see through the human body. Perceiving the flow of blood and the contraction of muscles, Jigui Yuani possessed a talent that transcended the realm. He developed a breathing technique capable of enhancing the human body, significantly boosting physical attributes in a short span, known as the sun breathing. As he was the sole practitioner of this technique, upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he created tailored breathing techniques for each swordsman based on their respective swordsmanship styles. Consequently, the once disadvantaged Demon Slayer Corps gained the upper hand in battles against the demons, embarking on a relentless pursuit of these fiends with Jigui Yuani's involvement. During one such pursuit, Jigui Yuani inadvertently learned of Kibutsuji Musen's whereabouts and intercepted him in a bamboo grove. Upon their encounter, the Demon King immediately launched an attack, and for the first time, Jigui Yuani sensed a threat to his life. Listening intently, Dai Mubai felt a tension creeping into his body, anticipating a fierce battle between Yuani and the Demon King. However, as Jigui Yuani continued his narration, he initially felt the danger of Kibutsuji Musen's assault. Yet through his profound insight, he swiftly discerned the Demon King's weakness. In an instant, he transcended the limitations of the 12 forms of his sun-breathing technique, culminating in a flawless cycle. He then charged at Kibutsuji Musen, unleashing his perfected sun-breathing technique and severely wounding the Demon King. At this moment, Dai Mubai's lips twitched in disbelief. He had anticipated an intense life-and-death struggle between Jigui Yuani and Kibutsuji Musen, yet it seemed to conclude so abruptly. Jigui Yuani's tale unfolded further. After inflicting grave damage upon the Demon King, just as he was about to deliver the final blow, he posed a question to Musen. What do you regard life as? However, This brief moment of hesitation allowed the Demon King's body to suddenly fragment into countless pieces, scattering in all directions. Jigwe Yuani managed to strike down over 1,500 fragments, yet many of Kibutsu Suji Muzin's remnants escaped. The flight of these remnants signified the Demon King's evasion of his blade, leaving Jigwe Yuani with little hope of ever vanquishing him again. As fate would have it, Kibutsu Suji Muzin, perhaps out of fear of him, vanished from sight, eluding Jigwe Yuani's relentless search. Until one day, a mysterious voice revealed that Kibutsu Suji Muzin had sought refuge in the realm of reincarnation to overcome his weakness to sunlight, inquiring if he would join. In pursuit of vengeance for his wife and child, and to eradicate the age of demons in their world, Jigwe Yuani chose to align with the realm of reincarnation. His exceptional talent warranted a binding with Kibutsu Suji Muzin, ensuring that wherever the Demon King traversed, he would follow. What? At this revelation, Dai Mubai's expression shifted, sensing an ominous turn of events. Brother Yuan, are you implying that this Demon King, Kibutsu Suji Muzin, has also arrived in our world? Chapter 141. The Incompetent Boss in Action, 23. In response to Dai Mubai's inquiry, Jigwe Yuani gently raised his cup, taking a small sip of wine before nodding slowly. Since my entry into the realm of reincarnation was predicated on seeking vengeance against Kibutsu Suji Muzin, I will only manifest in worlds where he has already appeared. Thus, if I have arrived in your world, he is undoubtedly here as well. Dai Mubai felt a surge of panic. Their dual continent had already suffered greatly from the wolf calamity, which had only been contained after seeking assistance from the crocodile Demon King of the celestial realm. Now, the emergence of Kibutsu Suji Muzin posed an even greater threat. According to Jigwe Yuani's earlier narrative, the demons spawned by Kibutsu Suji Muzin were far more formidable than the savage werewolves and wolf demons, possessing bizarre and terrifying abilities. More importantly, these specters seem capable of disguising themselves as humans. If they wish to conceal their presence, it becomes exceedingly difficult to detect them. The continent is once again engulfed in peril. Meanwhile, time rewinds to over a month ago. Within the domain of the Tiandi Empire, along the essential route from the Xingluo Empire towards the Tiandi Imperial City, near a city named Chuyun, lies a black castle. This castle, known as Heisenberg, was constructed by a soul master of immense prowess, having attained the rank of soul sage after being granted the title of Marquis upon joining the Tiandi Empire. As a Marquis, the territory of this Heisen Marquis is extensive, encompassing Chuyun and several surrounding cities, all of which fall under his feudal domain. However, at this moment, the once noble Heisen Marquis has surpassed the age of 100. Though a soul sage is generally resilient against ailments, his body has reached its limits, and he now lies in bed on the brink of death. In light of this, the Marquis' son is filled with anxiety, desperately seeking a method to prolong his father's life. As a noble who gained his title through strength, the Heisen family differs from those who earned their ranks through military or civil achievements. Should the next generation of their family produce a soul sage who pledges loyalty to the empire, the family can maintain their title and lands. Unfortunately, the talent of the Heisen Marquis' son as a soul master is lacking, far inferior to that of his father. Now, in middle age, he has only reached the rank of soul emperor. The disparity between a soul emperor and a soul sage, while seemingly a single tier, is profound in terms of capability. Soul sages are revered as esteemed guests in the Wuhuan Temple, as well as in the two great empires, various kingdoms, and principalities. Conversely, a mere soul emperor garners only a measure of respect, significantly less than that afforded to a soul sage. Should his father pass away while he remains a soul emperor, the Heisen family would lose their Marquis title, likely being downgraded to Count. If there were no other complications, a demotion might still hold the promise of future restoration. However, their family has previously offended another family of marquises who had sent aid during a wolf disaster and reportedly performed commendably. In contrast, the Heisen family, due to the Marquis' ailing health and their relatively shallow roots, failed to provide assistance. If they are demoted, the empire might bestow the lands they lose upon a rival family. Consequently, with these territories in their possession, the rival family could very well target the Heisen family, potentially leading to their complete downfall. This thought fills the Heisen Marquis' son with immense dread. His father must not pass before he ascends to the rank of soul sage. My lord, we have found a reincarnator who claims he can extend the Marquis' life and restore his youth. Amidst the son's worry for his father's critical condition, a glimmer of hope finally arrives. In his quest to save his father, he had previously issued a proclamation, promising substantial rewards to anyone who could cure him. Alas, due to the Marquis's life nearing its end, no skilled physician or healing soul master could render aid. Nevertheless, the son never lost hope, keeping the butler vigilant for those responding to his announcement. Initially, he merely fulfilled his duties and left the rest to fate, his heart laden with despair. Yet unexpectedly, a reincarnator claimed he had a solution for his father, which filled the son with astonishment. While their Diluo continent lacks means to heal a life on the brink, perhaps these enigmatic beings from other worlds possess the answer. Where is this esteemed reincarnator? Guided by the butler, the Heisen Marquis's son, brimming with excitement, finally meets the reincarnator who professed he could heal the ailing Marquis. In the grand hall of Heisenberg, a strikingly youthful figure dressed in peculiar black attire, adorned with an odd hat, sits quietly on a chair. His handsome visage is shadowed by a somewhat melancholic aura, with his glaring crimson eyes distinctly captivating. Upon witnessing the attire of this individual, the Heisen Marquis's son immediately recognizes him as a reincarnator, for his appearance and demeanor starkly contrast with those of their Diluo continent. Before I inquire your name, do you truly possess the ability to heal my father? If so, the Heisen family will undoubtedly reward you generously. Upon seeing the man, the son speaks with utmost respect and excitement. I am BabyHuang. Naturally, I can heal your father. As for the reward, I shall request it from him in due course. BabyHuang responds to the son's inquiry with a casual smile, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. As if touched by Wuzong's nonchalance, the son feels a flicker of hope and anticipation, disregarding the words spoken, and respectfully replies, "Then I entrust this matter to you. Take me to your father. After that, I shall handle everything," Wuzong states elegantly, gently stroking the cane in his hand. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Heisen Marquis's son, also known as the young Marquis, Wuzong ascends to the highest chamber of Heisenberg. There, on a lavish purple velvet bed, lies a frail elder, barely clinging to life. "Now, everyone leave. I will take care of everything," Wuzong suddenly commands upon entering the room of the old Marquis, instructing both the young Marquis and the maidservants tending to the ailing man to vacate the premises. Is it safe for you to be alone, Lord Wuzong? Wouldn't it be better if we stayed to assist?" The young Marquis, taken aback by Wuzong's abrupt declaration, appears uncertain. "Do you doubt my capabilities?" Wuzong's piercing crimson gaze meets the young Marquis's, his tone icy. "I will employ a secret technique from our celestial reincarnation hall to treat your father. This technique is immensely precious and not for your eyes. Furthermore, should anyone disturb me, my technique may fail, and should it succeed but misfire, it could result in your father's immediate demise. Do you wish to witness such an outcome?" Upon hearing the words of BabyHuang, the young Marquis found himself at a loss for words, compelled to depart with his subordinates and maidservants, leaving the chamber to BabyHuang and his father. The venerable He-Sun Lao Hojue. A soul saint. One wonders what it would be like to transform a soul saint into a demon. Surely such a being would grow even more formidable, although still possessing an aversion to sunlight. After the young Marquis and his entourage exited, BabyHuang cast his scarlet gaze upon the ailing He-Sun Lao Hojue, a hint of amusement flickering across his strikingly handsome yet brooding visage as he approached the bedside. BabyHuang then extended his left hand towards the lips of He-Sun Lao Hojue, and with the sharp nails of his right hand, he inflicted a wound upon his palm, allowing crimson droplets of blood to fall into the elder's mouth. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of a demon, the injury on BabyHuang's hand healed almost instantaneously after the blood entered He-Sun Lao Hojue's body. As the Demon King, a mere few drops of blood sufficed to transform a human into a demon. After imparting his blood to the elder, BabyHuang seated himself nearby, patiently awaiting the outcome. On the bed, upon the infusion of BabyHuang's demonic essence, He-Sun Lao Hojue's countenance contorted in agony as dark lines began to manifest upon his frail form, his emaciated body undergoing rhythmic contractions and expansions of muscle. Simultaneously, the wrinkles on his face faded at a perceptible pace, as his physique swiftly reclaimed its youthful vigor. Within his mouth, his human teeth morphed, sprouting a pair of sharp fangs characteristic of demons. Ultimately, as his body underwent complete demonization, He-Sun Lao Hojue transformed back into a robust young man, abruptly opening his eyes wide and sitting up from the bed. "I can feel the resurgence of strength," the vitality coursing through this rejuvenated form. He murmured in disbelief, gazing at his youthful hands and caressing his now smooth visage. "This is the new life I have bestowed upon you, human." At that moment, Gue Wuzi Wuzon rose abruptly, a sinister smile revealing his white teeth as he regarded He Sun Lao Hojue. Upon hearing the voice of Gue Wuzi Wuzon, the elder turned to face him, only to be overwhelmed by an instinctual wave of subservience emanating from the depths of his being, sensing the absolute dominion that the demon held over him. His complexion shifted dramatically. "Do you feel it? Your body cannot resist my control, for I am your master. I have liberated you from that decaying shell, granting you youth and a new lease on life. Gratitude is in order." Gue Wuzi Wuzon's cold laughter echoed as he observed the elder's transformation of expression. "You are likely still unaware of the events that have transpired. You were on the brink of death, and your son sought my aid. I granted him his wish, transforming you into this new existence. However, the price is that you shall no longer be human, but rather, like me, a creature of the night, fearing the sun." He continued, "Yet do not despair. Being a demon is not without its merits. You shall possess an immortal life, free from the ravages of time, eternally at your peak. The only cost is that you can no longer partake in human sustenance, but must feast upon human flesh. In light of what you have gained, this sacrifice pales in comparison, does it not?" "What? Haisen Lao Hao Gapet?" Taken aback by the revelation that he had so abruptly become a being known as a demon, bound to consume human flesh, a wave of nausea swept over him. "What's this? Do you not wish to embrace your new identity? I shall not force your hand. If you refuse, I can revoke your demonic status and restore you to your former self." Gue Wuzi Wuzon taunted, noticing the turmoil on the elder's face, as he struggled to accept this new reality. No, despite his revulsion at the thought of consuming human flesh, He Sun Lao Hojue's countenance shifted dramatically at the suggestion of reverting to his previous state. The mere thought of returning to a frail, decrepit existence, possessing consciousness yet unable to control his body as he succumbed to death, filled him with dread. That sensation was utterly terrifying, spurred by Gue Wuzi Wuzon's provocations. He Sun Lao Hojue inhaled deeply and ultimately embraced his new reality. Although becoming a demon had its drawbacks, he now possessed a vigorous, ageless form, a gift that countless individuals would envy. The mere requirements of consuming human flesh and avoiding sunlight were insignificant when weighed against the despair he had faced in his near-death state. "Lin Jishin, I pledge my allegiance to you, my master, expressing my gratitude for liberating me from decay and death, allowing me to be reborn. How may I serve you?" Having accepted his fate, He Sun Lao Hojue knelt partially before Gue Wuzi Wuzon, his voice resonant with solemnity. It is quite simple. Help me conceal my presence, and assist me in identifying others like you. I shall transform them into our kind, and together we will amass our strength, quietly expanding our lineage without detection." Gue Wuzi Wuzon's face lit up with a wild smile at He Sun Lao Hojue's inquiry. "Certainly, master." Now restored to his youth as a demon, He Sun Lao Hojue appeared alongside Gue Wuzi Wuzon to meet his son, as well as the servants and maidens within the castle. The sight of his father, miraculously healed and rejuvenated, filled the young Marquis with elation. However, after a heartfelt reunion with his son, He Sun Lao Hojue issued commands to the young Marquis and the castle staff. First, they were to remain silent regarding his restoration to youth, attributing his recovery to a reincarnator, while withholding the name and circumstances surrounding Gue Wuzi Wuzon. He explained that the demon had informed him of enemies in the realm of reincarnation, and as his savior, he must protect this knowledge at all costs. Secondly, although he had been healed and regained his youth, he now faced a new affliction, a lack of energy during daylight hours, rendering him unable to function until nightfall. Thus, he resolved to pass the title of Marquis to his son in advance, requesting representatives from the Empire to witness the transfer. The young Marquis was, of course, overwhelmed with excitement. In the interim, as He Sun Lao Hojue awaited the arrival of the imperial representatives to validate the title transfer, he exerted his influence to assist his master, Gue Wuzi Wuzon, in locating other noble souls and soul masters on the verge of death. Thus, with the aid of He Sun Lao Hojue, Gue Wuzi Wuzon was introduced to numerous nobles and soul masters who, fearing the end, were transformed into demons. Concurrently, leveraging the influence of these nobles and soul masters, Gui Wuzi Wuzan also converted many ordinary individuals yearning for power, status, and life into demons. This is an intentional revelation by Gui Wuzi Muzan, designed to conceal himself and the methods employed by those aristocrats and great soul masters who have transformed into demons. Through these demons, he can effectively divert attention. Unbeknownst to many, beginning with the territory of the Heisen Marquis, the power of the demon clan has gradually begun to spread. In Chapter 143, Dai Mu Bai's subtle intentions, traveling together, 13, while Gui Wuzi Muzan clandestinely develops the demon lineage, more than a month later, in an inn. Upon hearing from Jigui Yuan about his grievances with Gui Wuzi Muzan, Dai Mu Bai, seated at the same table with Li Sun Huan and Jigui Yuan, slammed his wine cup down onto the table in indignation. Brother Yuan, these demons are utterly detestable. Where are you tracking the demons? If it is on the way, I would like to join you. The emergence of these demons in our world, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly result in a catastrophe as terrifying as the previous wolf disaster. As a denizen of Dolua continent, knowing this, I feel compelled not only to report it, but also to assist in dealing with these demonic entities to the best of my abilities. However, despite his words, Dai Mu Bai harbored his own ulterior motives. His eagerness to accompany Jigui Yuan, and Li Sun Huan in the hunt for these demons was primarily fueled by his interest in the breathing technique that Jigui Yuan had previously mentioned. Now that the Demon King has descended upon their Dolua continent, and according to Jigui Yuan, he possesses human-like intelligence and can conceal his identity. Lurking within the human realm, Dai Mu Bai felt a chilling sense of foreboding. The calamity that this Demon King, Gui Wuzi Muzan, might unleash could be far more horrific than the previous wolf disaster. Furthermore, based on Jigui Yuan Yi's description, these demons appear to be significantly more powerful than the ferocious werewolves of the past, boasting an almost immortal regenerative capacity. Should they encounter such monstrous beings in the future, resolving the situation would not be a trivial matter. This prompted Dai Mu Bai to seek out a means of preparation, with the optimal solution being to obtain the sun-breathing technique from Jigui Yuan. Moreover, acquiring this breathing technique would undoubtedly aid him greatly in his future endeavors in the Tiando Imperial City, particularly in joining the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. As for where to go, we are uncertain. In response to Dai Mu Bai's inquiry, Jigui Yuan, he shook his head. Demons cannot move during the day and only emerge at night. In your unfamiliar world, locating them is exceedingly challenging. I once acquired a compass from a senior reincarnator that can track malevolent entities, and with the blood and flesh of a demon I had slain, I requested this senior to create a compass for locating demons. However, it seems that Gui Wuzi Muzan has since produced many demons. The compass can only provide a general location of their presence, but cannot pinpoint them accurately, nor can it locate Gui Wuzi Muzan himself. I can only follow the compass's guidance, venturing towards where it indicates the presence of demons, hoping to find Gui Wuzi Muzan through them. Currently, the direction indicated by the demon locating compass is this way. As he spoke, Jigui Yuan produced a compass and pointed it out to Dai Mu Bai. This direction happens to lead to the Tiando Imperial City. Following Jigui Yuan Yi's indication, Dai Mu Bai was momentarily taken aback. Brother Yuan Yi, it seems we are heading in the same direction. If possible, I would gladly accompany you in the search for these demons. However, as you mentioned, these demons have formidable regenerative abilities, and I am uncertain whether my attacks would be effective against them. Ordinary attacks are often ineffective against them. In my world, there exists a special mineral that can absorb sunlight. If fashioned into a weapon known as the Sun Wheel Blade, it can counteract the regenerative capabilities of demons. Unfortunately, it seems your world lacks such minerals. Therefore, if you wish to slay demons like us, you will either need to master my sun-breathing technique or learn a secret technique called ripple breathing that I obtained from the Zhutian Reincarnation Hall. Ripple breathing? During their conversation, the innkeeper had already brought the food to the table. Dai Mu Bai beckoned Li Sun Huan and Jigui Yuan to eat together and inquired with some confusion. Ripple breathing is a secret technique I acquired from the Zhutian Reincarnation Hall, originating from a world where beings akin to demons also fear sunlight. The cultivation of ripple breathing is also related to breathing. It generates a force known as ripple within the body through respiration. This ripple possesses properties akin to sunlight and is very effective against demons. Jigui Yuan, he explained slowly. Brother Li's martial arts were originally ineffective against demons. But after learning ripple breathing from me, his throwing knives, infused with ripple energy, can now slay demons with a single strike. Is it truly that powerful? Hearing Jigui Yuan Yi's words, Dai Mu Bai felt a surge of excitement within him. It is not necessarily powerful, but it is indeed a remarkable force. Since you possess a righteous heart as well, I will impart both my sun breathing and ripple breathing techniques to you, provided you are willing to learn. Jigui Yuan Yi looked at Dai Mu Bai with calmness. Subsequently, Jigui Yuan Yi and Li Sun Huan led Dai Mu Bai, following the guidance of the demon-locating compass towards the Tiandi imperial city. Along the way, Jigui Yuan Yi advised Dai Mu Bai to purchase a long blade for practicing sun breathing. Unfortunately, Dai Mu Bai's talent was not particularly strong, and in the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, countless demon-slaying swordsmen found it difficult to cultivate sun breathing. Dai Mu Bai was no exception. To this, Jigui Yuan Yi remained unfazed. He did not regard Dai Mu Bai negatively, but calmly inquired whether, since he could not learn sun breathing, he would consider pursuing a suitable derivative breathing technique. Feeling embarrassed that he could not master sun breathing and reluctant to further delay Jigui Yuan Yi's time, Dai Mu Bai ultimately chose to learn thunder breathing. Compared to the exceedingly difficult sun breathing, thunder breathing was significantly less challenging, and under Jigui Yuan Yi's guidance, Dai Mu Bai quickly made progress. However, since thunder breathing does not rely on the sun wheel blade, it would be challenging to counteract the demon's regenerative abilities, thus requiring Dai Mu Bai to also learn ripple breathing. This, however, was something that excited Dai Mu Bai. Time swiftly passed over several days, while searching for demons, which also involved heading towards the Tiandi imperial city. Jigui Yuan Yi taught Dai Mu Bai to wield a long blade shaped like the sun wheel blade and guided him as he began to grasp thunder breathing. However, Dai Mu Bai had yet to master ripple breathing, as he had not cultivated any ripples within him. Nevertheless, during their search, guided by the demon-locating compass, Jigui Yuan Yi and Li Sun Huan led Dai Mu Bai to a mountainous area known as Yunanshan. According to the compass, demons were present in this mountain. In Chapter 144, Qiao Feng arrives, lured by E23, the morning dawned bright, with the sun shining and the sky clear. Within the lush forest, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, creating a vibrant scene. Brother Yuan Yi, are you certain that demons exist here? Upon entering the verdant forest known as Yunanshan, one is greeted by a vibrant tableau of life, utterly inconceivable in its capacity to harbor any monstrous entities. Dai Mu Bai could not suppress his curiosity, inquiring whether the Sun Gui Luo Pan could be mistaken, for the atmosphere here bore no semblance to that which would suggest the presence of spirits. Yet, it is acknowledged that spirits are merely humans transformed, albeit possessing greater strength, and they too are unable to alter their surroundings. Thus, the nature of this environment, whether favorable or otherwise, does not definitively indicate the absence or presence of spectral beings. During daylight, such entities remain concealed. Yet, stationed at the foot of the mountain, along the inevitable path descending from Yunanshan, it is certain that nocturnal creatures will emerge in search of sustenance, revealing their existence come nightfall. In response to Dai Mu Bai's inquiry, Jigui Yuan Yi, with his day wheel blade at his waist, calmly suggested, "Let's establish our camp at the mountain's base." Nearby, Li Sun Huan, sipping his wine, concurred. Subsequently, the trio located a suitable clearing along the descent from Yunanshan and made camp there. Following their establishment, Jigui Yuan Yi resumed his instruction of Dai Mu Bai in the art of thunder breathing and ripple qigong. Meanwhile, far off between the Bala Kingdom and the Tiandi Empire, near the solitary mountain city, concerns grew over the royal zombies potentially evolving into flying zombies. Xiao Feng, Long Gong Meng Shu, Shi Pachao Tianxiang, along with Lin Zhengying, Kujin Yi, and Wang Sheng divided into 3 groups, following Lin Zhengying's Sun Jiao Luo Pan to seek out the royal zombies. Regrettably, after an extensive search, they found numerous hair zombies produced by the royal zombies. Yet the royal zombies themselves remained elusive. Having exhausted all possibilities, they followed the last direction indicated by the Sun Jiao Luo Pan, only to be taken aback to discover that the royal zombie had seemingly departed from Mountain City, with no other recourse. They pursued the path indicated by the Sun Jiao Luo Pan, unwittingly arriving at the border between the Tiandi Empire and the Xing Luo Empire. Time rewinds to over a fortnight prior, at the juncture of these two empires, not far from Ziluo City, in the vicinity of a town named Lanlin. A fortnight ago, the atmosphere in Lanlin was one of unrestrained joy, as the local lord, the venerable Baron Bai Yi, was nearing the end of his life. Baron Bai Yi was not a benevolent figure. In his youth, he was notorious for his misdeeds in Lanlin. abducting the daughters and wives of households that caught his eye. However, it seemed that his numerous transgressions had incurred a loss of moral virtue, as despite having taken many wives, he remained childless. This, in turn, twisted his psyche. In his old age, having lost certain abilities, he became increasingly deranged, resorting to tormenting others with whips and various means, subjecting the entire town to suffering. Fortunately, with no heirs, the villagers awaited liberation upon his demise. Yet, inexplicably, just as Baron Bai Yi was expected to pass, he inexplicably regained his youth, plunging Lan Lin into even deeper despair. Previously, when he abducted the women of Lan Lin, he would typically return them after a period. However, upon regaining his youth, he seemed to have descended further into madness, opting to visit at night rather than during the day, now targeting the children of the town instead. Each time he seized a child, they were never returned. Rumors circulated that Baron Bai Yi consumed these children, instilling a profound fear and rage within the townspeople. Some attempted to flee Lan Lin to report his atrocities, whether to the Wuhan temple or to other nobles and officials within the empire, determined to prevent Baron Bai Yi from continuing his heinous acts. Alas, those who sought to report him vanished without a trace after departing. The townsfolk were left in a state of uncertainty, unable to discern whether Baron Bai Yi had dispatched agents to silence them, or if his connections were so formidable that those who reported him vanished without a word. Consequently, the remaining villagers continued to endure Baron Bai Yi's oppression and plunder. One night, on the outskirts of Lan Lin, in a castle, Baron Bai Yi, dressed in fine garments, his gaunt figure and grotesque visage adorned with a pair of curled mustaches, awaited the chef, Lao Luo, to present the evening's meal. "What shall we dine on tonight?" he inquired eagerly. "Tonight, we shall feast upon the hearts of innocent children," replied the towering, rotund, and grotesquely altered chef, who bore sharp fangs. He placed a dish covered with an iron lid on the table before Baron Bai Yi. Upon unveiling it, a small, crimson heart lay exposed. Cackling with twisted glee, Baron Bai Yi seized his knife and began to indulge. In his youth, he was obsessed with the affairs of men and women, but as he aged, his interest waned. Instead, he grew envious and resentful of the vitality embodied by the youth. Just when he had resigned himself to an untimely demise, he encountered the rumored beings from another realm and transformed into one himself. In becoming a creature of the night, he shed his decaying form and embraced a body that, while perfect in every aspect save for its aversion to sunlight, could only consume human blood and flesh. Yet, this mattered little, for he claimed dominion over his territory, where the common folk were akin to crops in a field, ripe for his indulgence. Meanwhile, as Baron Bai Yi savored his meal within the castle, outside in the woods, a creature clad in tattered, dark garments, adorned with a peculiar hat and hair braided down its back, approached. Its skin appeared as if rotting, its face deeply sunken, revealing a pair of fanged teeth. With hands shriveled like a bird's claw, it bounded towards the castle, its eerie violet eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. Chapter 145, Zombies and Ghosts, 33. As Baron Bai Yi reveled in his meal, cackling in delight, the royal zombie, having arrived in the vicinity, finally sprang into action, leaping forth in a series of bounds until it stood before the castle. As an embodiment of malevolence, the servants of Baron Bai Yi were no better than their master, and even upon witnessing his transformation into a monster, they chose to remain at his side. Even some servants were filled with envy and longing, hoping to return to their youth like the master Bai Yi in their old age, even if it meant transforming into a monster and paying an immense price. As the royal zombie swiftly leaped, it arrived at the front and back of the castle. Upon encountering a particularly bizarre and fearsome creature, the guard stationed at the castle gates could not help but display expressions of terror, shouting aloud that a monster had appeared. Yet, as the cries of the terrified servants echoed, the royal zombie instantly lunged forward, crushing the throat of one guard and violently flinging him aside, knocking another servant down in the process. Subsequently, the royal zombie leaped once more, sinking its teeth into the neck of the fallen servant, swiftly draining him to the point of becoming a desiccated corpse. Meanwhile, inside the castle, upon hearing the sudden terrified shouts from outside, there's a monster. The master Bai Yi, who was indulging in a feast, furrowed his brow in displeasure and stood up, speaking in a sharp and acerbic tone. "A monster? What creature dares to invade my castle?" He called his head chef, Lao Luo. "Come with me to see what is happening." With that, Bai Yi and Lao Luo departed the dining hall and descended the castle stairs to ascertain the commotion at the front gates. As Bai descended, the royal zombie had already breached the castle after dispatching the guards at the gate. There's a monster. Upon seeing the royal zombie, the servants, witnessing their fellow guards fall as easily as chicks in its grasp, were so terrified that they nearly lost control of their bladders, unable to restrain their panic as they screamed and turned to flee. Unfortunately, the royal zombie swiftly dispatched the approaching guards, either crushing them or biting into their necks, draining their life essence and leaving them as lifeless husks. In no time, the hallways and corridors of the castle were strewn with corpses. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Bai Yi and Lao Luo finally descended the stairs, arriving in the main hall on the first floor. What was happening? Upon witnessing the numerous bodies scattered across the hall, many in grotesque states, Bai Yi's countenance changed dramatically as he shouted in fury. How dare a monster invade my home and slay my servants? This is outrageous. Help! There's a monster. Amidst the terror-filled cries, several servants burst from a corridor back into the main hall, spotting Bai Yi and Lao Luo, and shouted in relief. Master! Master! There's a monster! Save us! At that moment, amidst a roar, the royal zombie leaped from the corridor, spotting Bai Yi and Lao Luo. What are you? Bai Yi pointed at the royal zombie, his voice laced with anger. You monstrous fiend! Do you not know this is Bai Yi's territory? To dare commit such atrocities here is tantamount to seeking death. With that, Bai Yi summoned his full power, transforming into his ghostly form. His gaunt body swelled with muscle, his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen, his eyes turned crimson, and his teeth sharpened ominously. With a fierce shout, Bai Yi thrust a clawed hand toward the royal zombie, his arm elongating as it surged toward the creature. Simultaneously, Lao Luo, the chef, let out a furious roar, activating his own ghostly transformation, his muscles bulging and his already formidable frame becoming even more imposing, his fangs sharper as he brandished a frying pan and charged at the royal zombie. Yet, upon witnessing Bai Yi's outstretched arm, the royal zombie's eyes glimmered with bloodlust. It growled lowly, bracing itself to meet Bai Yi's claw head-on. Although Bai Yi's claws tore through the royal zombie's garments, they seemed to strike against steel, inflicting no harm whatsoever, leaving Bai Yi aghast. What? In the next moment, the royal zombie, with a fierce glint in its eyes, seized Bai Yi's extended arm and with a tremendous force, flung him away, sending him crashing into the castle ceiling, which gave way under the impact, followed by a pained cry, as Lao Luo, in his towering, ghostly form, charged forward, swinging the frying pan with great ferocity. The royal zombie responded with a roar, raising its desiccated fist, which now bore a brass-like hue, to strike Lao Luo's pan. With a resounding thud, the frying pan was shattered by the royal zombie's blow, and the residual force sent the massive Lao Luo flying as well. Master, Chef Lao Luo. The servants were plunged into despair, realizing that even the formidable Bai Yi and Lao Luo, transformed into monsters, were no match for this creature. After sending Lao Luo hurtling through the air, the royal zombie grasped Bai Yi's elongated arm and hurled him down from the second floor, dragging him back into its grasp. Though Bai Yi had been flung through the ceiling and into the second floor, he had sustained only minor disorientation from the impact, not serious injury due to his ghostly nature. However, before he could fully regain his bearings, the royal zombie pulled him back down, presenting him before its ghastly visage. With its eerie violet eyes flashing crimson, the royal zombie bared its razor-sharp fangs and sank them into Bai Yi's neck. Ouch! Bai Yi let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, as the royal zombie clamped down on his neck, it began to voraciously drain Bai Yi's blood, reducing the already emaciated master to little more than skin and bones. As the royal zombie drained Bai Yi to the brink of unconsciousness, its violet eyes glowed with a crimson hue, its body radiating an oppressive aura, signifying a significant increase in power. Then, the royal zombie shifted its attention toward Lao Luo. Upon catching up to Lao Luo, the royal zombie, impervious to the chef's counterattacks due to its indomitable form, easily overpowered him, knocking him to the ground before commencing to feast on his blood. Like Bai Yi, after draining Lao Luo to a near-death state, the royal zombie relinquished him, for these ghostly beings possessed resilient life forces, suitable for use as blood bags, to be nourished and drained further at a later time. This was not a case of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Chapter 146. The Rapid Growth of the Royal Zombie. Within the foreboding castle, in the depths of a dungeon, a middle-aged man, Emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, sports a distinctive mustache. His skin glimmers with a metallic sheen, and his eyes possess a pair of crimson, inhuman pupils, complemented by a mouthful of sharp fangs. Beside him stands another, similarly gaunt man, though his frame is notably tall, with loose, sagging flesh, a deformed head, and sharp fangs as well. Both men are bound tightly with iron chains securing their limbs and necks, firmly affixed to the walls, their appearances suggesting they are on the brink of death. These grotesque figures, neither fully human nor entirely beast, are none other than Ba, Yi, and Chef Zhang Lao, who have been drained of a significant amount of their life essence, rendering even their formidable regenerative abilities ineffective. Help me. Oh, Baidaye, Surrender. Monster, I will give you anything you desire. Just don't keep me bound here any longer. I cannot endure it. I crave meat. I'm so hungry. I feel as though I might perish from starvation. In the dungeon, Ba Yi, shackled by iron chains, writhes in agony, his voice barely above a whisper. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoes through the air. A creature clad in an unusual dark blue attire, topped with a bizarre hat and a long braid cascading from the back of its head, leaps forth. Its visage is grotesque, with skin that appears to be shriveled and shining with a brass-like luster. A royal zombie, if one could describe it so. Following closely behind are several exhausted servants laboriously carrying buckets filled with blood and fresh meat. While cleaning the castle, the royal zombie had no intention of killing Ba, Yi, and Zhang Lao, the two blood bags of ghastly entities. Thus, it left a few servants behind to attend to them in the castle. It was evident that the creatures had been nearly drained of their life essence, leading the royal zombie to contemplate their fate. After all, these two ghastly beings had become its blood bags, prime nourishment on its path to becoming a silver-armored corpse, and the royal zombie would not allow them to simply perish. However, the royal zombie was also reluctant to feed Ba, Yi, and Zhang Lao with human blood and flesh, although these creatures were of its own creation. Allowing them to forage for sustenance was a different matter than directly feeding them with human flesh. Yet, the royal zombie held firm in its belief. Just because these entities primarily consumed human blood and flesh did not imply they could not survive on the flesh of other beings. It was convinced that the only reason they had not eaten anything else was due to a lack of desperation. Now, trapped in this place, they faced a choice: either starve to death or, driven by instinctual survival, consume the pork blood and fresh meat presented before them. Thus, it would conduct an experiment. As the servants brought forth fresh pig's blood and meat before Ba, Yi, and Zhang Lao, the royal zombie awaited the moment they could no longer resist the temptation to eat. Afterward, it would depart from the castle, seeking out other ghastly entities. Although these entities would provide a greater benefit to its enhancement than ordinary humans, Ba Yi and Zhang Lao alone were insufficient for its ascension to a silver armor corpse. It would require the life essence of at least a dozen more ghastly beings. Within the Black Forest castle, the old Marquis of Black Forest expressed concern. "Master, it seems we are being hunted. Many of our kind have gone missing. Could you investigate this matter?" The discovery of numerous transformed beings vanishing prompted the old Marquis to seek the counsel of Kibbutz Suji Musen. "Is that so? Let me see." Kibbutz Suji Musen, present in Black Forest Castle, narrowed his crimson eyes, then closed them to extend his senses over all of his kin. Soon, he opened his eyes abruptly, a frown creasing his brow, his expression fluctuating between shadowy contemplation and concern. "What troubles you, master?" The old Marquis inquired hastily. "I have discerned the situation concerning the missing creatures. They appear to have been imprisoned, with buckets of blood and flesh placed before them. However, it seems to be pork and beef. Something has captured them with the intention of raising them." Kibbutz Suji Musen's voice dripped with cold foreboding. "This is utterly outrageous. How dare anyone hunt our kind and imprison us for the purposes of domestication?" The old Marquis revealed his sharp fangs, his crimson eyes flashing with fury and wrath. "Wait." As Kibbutz Suji Musen interrupted the old Marquis, he suddenly seemed to perceive something ominous. "This matter ends here. Master, why?" The old Marquis, taken aback, could hardly believe Kibbutz Suji Musen's decision, a sense of urgency creeping in. "Are you questioning me?" Kibbutz Suji Musen's gaze turned icy as he fixed his piercing eyes upon the old Marquis, his handsome yet chilling visage betraying no warmth. The air thickened with an aura of authority that made the old Marquis break into a cold sweat. "And no, master, You think humans are responsible for capturing us? Let me tell you, the ones who have ensnared our kin are monsters from the Hall of Reincarnation, known as zombies. Even at the Soul Saint level, you, now a member of our kind, would be powerless against them. Should they take notice of you, they will continue to evolve, and you will find yourself in grave danger. Kibutsuji Muzin's beautiful yet cold face twisted into a mocking smile, his crimson eyes boring into the old marquis, each word deliberate and chilling. The greatest advantage we possess as demons is our near-immortal lifespan, coupled with human intelligence. Therefore, there is no need for us to confront a threat directly. We must simply bide our time and outlast them. As long as we remain alive, we shall grow ever stronger. Once we discover a means to overcome our aversion to sunlight and the necessity of consuming human flesh, we will be able to establish a realm of our own. Thus, until we have amassed sufficient strength, especially with increasingly powerful reincarnators arriving in this world, we must develop discreetly. Do you understand? I understand, Master. The old Marquis, though astonished by the seemingly cowardly stance of the self-proclaimed Demon King, recognized the wisdom in Kibutsuji Muzin's words, responding with utmost respect. And so, Kibutsuji Muzin chose to disregard the royal zombie. Meanwhile, as Kibutsuji Muzin discreetly sought suitable individuals through the old Marquis and other former nobles and sorcerers transformed into demons, the royal zombie continued to harness this momentum, discovering new demons and extracting their life essence, rapidly enhancing its evolutionary progress. In less than half a month, the royal zombie had absorbed hundreds of specters, nurturing them in the process. It became evident that the ghostly race could not consume flesh and blood other than that of humans. However, this obstacle was not insurmountable. By mixing human blood with the flesh of other creatures, even these specters could sustain themselves in dire hunger, gradually replenishing their strength. Upon discovering this method, the royal zombie evolved into a golden armored corpse within a mere fortnight, continually seeking new specters to siphon their essence, while also drawing from the cultivated specters at intervals. At this juncture, Xiao Feng and his companions had eradicated the last of the royal zombies lingering near Gushan City, only to find that the royal zombie had long departed and pursued them. Chapter 147, Waiting for the Specters, 23, Following the Guidance of the Ghost-Seeking Compass. Jigui Yuan Yi, accompanied by Li Sun Huan, led Dai Mu Bai to the foot of Yunin Mountain, en route to Tiandi Imperial City. Given the mountain's vast expanse, locating the hidden specters proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, Jigui Yuan Yi and Li Sun Huan resolved to establish a camp near the necessary descent, preparing to wait for the specters to descend under the cover of night. As the night fell, the moonlight shimmered like water. A gentle mist rose from the forest, enveloping Yunin Mountain in a shroud reminiscent of clouds, with the peaks appearing ethereal amidst the fog, an origin of the mountain's name. In the stillness of the night, the entire Yunin Mountain took on an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional hoots of owls and other nocturnal birds. During the day, after a brief training session in thunder breathing and ripple chi, Dai Mu Bai rested for several hours, conserving his energy for the specter's descent at night. When darkness descended, Dai Mu Bai concealed himself in a thicket alongside Jigui Yuan Yi and Li Sun Huan, gripping the long knife he named Du Shao, keenly observing the path down the mountain. Were they? After waiting for over an hour in the dense, shadowy woods, Dai Mu Bai felt his legs growing numb, realizing there were still no signs of the specters, which left him feeling somewhat discouraged. Under Jigui Yuan Yi's guidance, although Dai Mu Bai had grasped the fundamentals of thunder breathing, he had yet to make significant progress. Jigui Yuan Yi noted that this stagnation stemmed from Dai Mu Bai's lack of practical experience, making it difficult to break through. Consequently, Dai Mu Bai yearned for an opportunity to confront a specter to enhance his thunder breathing. However, it appeared that finding a specter was no simple task. Just then, amidst the tranquil woods, a sudden rush of wings and footsteps echoed through the air. Under the radiant moonlight, several figures, some towering, others slender, emerged along the descent. Their appearances grotesquely altered from that of humans, as they approached from the direction of Yunin Mountain. Brother Yuan Yi, are these the specters? Dai Mu Bai asked, a spark of excitement igniting in his blue eyes, tightening his grip on the Hu Shao. Indeed, these are specters. You may engage them. I shall refrain from joining you. I have slain too many specters, and my bloodlust may frighten them away, Jigui Yuan Yi calmly replied. Understood, Mu Bai. Let us intercept them, Li Sun Huan responded, rising from the foliage and employing his lightness skill to leap gracefully onto the main path, blocking the specter's advance. Following closely, Daimu Bai dashed out of the thicket, joining Li Sun Huan on the road, unsheathing his hushao and fixing his gaze upon the approaching specters. Womans, how dare you obstruct our path? A specter adorned with bizarre patterns, sporting short red hair and sharp fangs, licked its lips and grinned maliciously. Perfect. We were getting tired of searching far and wide for a meal. Your flesh will suffice. With a thunderous roar, the specter's arms swelled to monstrous proportions, gleaming with a metallic sheen, before it charged toward Li Sun Huan and Daimu Bai. The other three specters, grinning menacingly, followed suit, rushing forward as well. Yet, as the four specters bore down upon them, Li Sun Huan remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. He had just finished his drink. Otherwise, he would have needed to retrieve his flask for a few sips. As the specters approached, Li Sun Huan produced 3 small throwing knives, deftly pinching them between his fingers. Suddenly, the knives radiated a brilliant golden light. Is this the power of Ripple? Daimu Bai observed, envy flickering in his eyes as he beheld the golden glow emanating from Li Sun Huan's palm, infusing the knives. At that moment, as the specters charged, Li Sun Huan launched the knives with great force, transforming them into 3 streaks of golden light aimed directly at 3 of the specters. How swift! The frontmost specter, the one with the swollen arms, was taken aback by the sudden assault, hastily crossing its arms to shield its head. The knife struck the specter's arm, piercing through its tough hide, and the power of Ripple erupted, akin to concentrated sulfuric acid for the specter, causing it to howl in agony. What power! How painful! Concurrently, the other 2 knives, gleaming with golden light, sped toward the remaining specters. These 2, evidently weaker, failed to react in time and were swiftly struck in the head, the power of Ripple annihilating their brains. The 2 specters, who had been roaring as they charged, abruptly fell silent, their eyes glazing over before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Impossible. The specter that had not been targeted, intent on capturing one alive, was rendered speechless at the sight of its companion's demise. After transforming into specters, do we not possess formidable regenerative abilities? Even if our heads are destroyed, we should recover swiftly. How could those 3 knives, seemingly ordinary, annihilate Lin Zi and Ergo? Oh, you managed to block my throwing knives? It seems I underestimated you, specters. Li Sun Huan remarked in astonishment as he witnessed his knives being thwarted by the swollen-armed specter. Foolish human, do not underestimate me. Before my transformation, I was a soul master, not just an ordinary person. The specter, enraged by Li Sun Huan's surprise, summoned its martial spirit in a furious outburst. Iron-armed baboon, manifest! In a sudden moment, with a fierce roar from the King Kong arm ghost, a baboon with a fur coat of gray-brown, possessing extraordinarily robust and immense arms, as if forged from steel, abruptly materialized from behind it, and then plunged fiercely into its body. Upon the manifestation of the martial soul, the King Kong arm ghost stature instantly surged. Its physique, originally akin to muscles cast in iron, swelled once more, its light red hair transformed into a gray-brown hue. Its eyes morphed into beastly slits, and a pair of canines elongated into fangs. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and yellow ascended from beneath the feet of the King Kong arm ghost, encircling its form. Chapter 148, The Undying Ghost, 33. First soul skill, King Kong arm. Second soul skill, King Kong guardian. Third soul skill, King Kong gorilla transformation. After summoning the iron arm, baboon martial soul, the King Kong arm ghost unleashed a furious roar and consecutively activated 3 soul skills. The arms, which had become remarkably solid and robust due to the blood ghost technique, expanded and elongated once more. This was merely the effect of the first soul skill, King Kong arm, while the third soul skill, King Kong gorilla transformation, further enlarged the King Kong arm ghost figure, causing its strength and defensive capabilities to surge dramatically. Concurrently, the second soul skill, King Kong guardian, conjured a protective barrier of soul power around the King Kong arm ghost. After executing the 3 soul skills in succession, the King Kong arm ghost swiftly drew a flying knife from its arm, staunched the bleeding with soul power, and with a furious roar, raised a fist the size of a sandbag, charging towards Li Sun Huan. Leave this ghost to me. You take the other one. As the King Kong arm ghost lunged at Li Sun Huan, he quickly communicated with Daimu Bai, then activated his lightness skill to leap, darting towards the woods while retrieving several flying knives to shoot at the King Kong arm ghost, diverting its attention. Once Li Sun Huan had redirected the King Kong arm ghost, Only a slender figure with two pairs of sinister eyes remained on the road, alongside Dai Mubai. Thousand-eyed centipede, manifest, observing Dai Mubai. The figure with the sinister eyes let out a fierce cry, summoning a centipede martial soul adorned with numerous eye-like patterns, then activated the martial soul manifestation. In an instant, the four-eyed ghost form surged upward, a pair of antennae sprouting from its head, while two soul rings of white and yellow ascended from beneath its feet. Blood Ghost Technique. Thousand Evil Eyes. After the manifestation, the four-eyed ghost grinned sinisterly and swiftly unleashed the Blood Ghost Technique, causing its flesh to writhe and swell, as countless eyes opened on its body, amounting to hundreds or even thousands. Stagnation Light. Upon activating the Blood Ghost Technique and revealing many eyes, the four-eyed ghost, with a wicked grin, unleashed the true power of the Thousand Evil Eyes. After all, merely opening numerous eyes did not encapsulate the essence of the Blood Ghost Technique. The crucial aspect was that these sinister eyes could emit beams that induced cognitive sluggishness. In a moment, beams of eerie light erupted from the eyes on the four-eyed ghost's body, shooting out in all directions, including towards Dai Mubai's position. This is bad. Although unaware of the effects of being struck by these beams, Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly, his muscles tensing instantly as he gripped his Hu Shao Dao tightly, activating his martial soul manifestation. In an instant, as the sinister white tiger martial soul emerged from Dai Mubai's back and swiftly manifested, his stature began to rise. Muscles rapidly expanding, his hands transforming into tiger paws with sharp claws protruding from his fingers. Concurrently, two yellow soul rings ascended from beneath Dai Mubai's feet, enveloping his form. As the martial soul manifested, Dai Mubai executed the thunder-breathing first form. Lightning flash, concentrating all his internal power into his legs, erupting with astonishing speed, dashing into another area of the woods in the blink of an eye, trying to escape. However, upon witnessing Dai Mubai vanish into the woods, the four-eyed ghost laughed sinisterly, promptly turning its body towards the woods and continuing to unleash the stagnation light towards the area where Dai Mubai had fled. First soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. Yet, within mere moments, a figure accompanied by a distant rumble of thunder suddenly emerged from behind, revealing Dai Mubai, who had inexplicably shifted to the woods behind the four-eyed ghost with blinding speed. As he burst forth from the woods and leapt into the air, Dai Mubai raised his Hu Shao Dao high, unleashing the White Tiger Protective Barrier to shield against the oncoming stagnation light, while simultaneously cleaving the head of the four-eyed ghost in two. Damn human. However, after being decapitated by Dai Mubai's strike, the four-eyed ghost astonishingly did not perish. Instead, its head rolled a few times on the ground, and its four eyes aligned towards Dai Mubai's body, unleashing the stagnation light with a furious roar. Since the earlier White Tiger Protective Barrier had already been shattered by the stagnation light shot from the four-eyed ghost's back, the new beams emitted from its head struck Dai Mubai directly. This caused Dai Mubai's body to stiffen momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the four-eyed ghost quickly manipulated its body, picked up its head, and reattached it to its neck. At this moment, Dai Mubai regained his composure, executing the thunder-breathing technique once more, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the woods amidst the sound of thunder. This ghost is truly nearly immortal. I severed its head, and it still lives. Despite having been forewarned by Jigui Yuan about the troublesome nature of these ghosts, Dai Mubai found it hard to believe that, lacking the sun-breathing and ripple-breathing techniques, as well as the Nikron blade, he could not eliminate the ghost even after severing its neck. As Dai Mubai rapidly maneuvered through the woods, evading the four-eyed ghost stagnation light, the immense consumption of the Blood Ghost technique soon left the four-eyed ghost gasping for breath, only able to emit stagnation light from a few of its eyes, unable to unleash it from all its eyes. At this juncture, Dai Mubai seized the opportunity, utilizing the speed of thunder breathing to launch attacks from various positions within the woods against the four-eyed ghost. In the heat of battle, Dai Mubai could distinctly sense his previous experiences and understanding swiftly transforming into an authentic mastery of thunder breathing. It's time to end this. However, not long after, Li Shu and Huan emerged from the adjacent woods, having dealt with the King Kong arm ghost, holding aloft the head of the now feeble King Kong arm ghost, infused with ripple power. Boss. Upon witnessing that the formidable King Kong arm ghost had been vanquished, the four-eyed ghost was momentarily struck with fear. Seizing this opportunity, Dai Mubai brandished his Hu Shao Dao and unleashed the thunder-breathing second form, Rice Soul, executing a rapid succession of 5 slashes, severing the four-eyed ghost's head and limbs, and finally pinning its head to the ground. A wail ensued. Tell us, in Yunyi Mountain, do you have any other companions? After discarding the head of the King Kong armed ghost and placing it alongside the pinned head of the four-eyed ghost, Li Xuanhuan inquired, "What if we do? What if we don't? We shall not divulge anything." Even in its decapitated state, the King Kong armed ghost defiantly roared with unyielding spirit. "You want to tell us? Are you not afraid of death? I have heard that you, the spectral beings, harbor a profound fear of sunlight, which can reduce you to mere ashes under its radiant embrace. While I may not possess the means to vanquish you, exercise caution, for when daylight breaks, I shall cast you into its luminous rays, ensuring your demise." Beside me, Dai Mu Bai snorted derisively, issuing a threat. "Brotherly, why not interrogate these two specters separately? Should one of them divulge the truth, we might grant him a chance at survival. However, if they remain obstinate, displaying such disregard for death, we may as well eliminate them now, or wait until dawn for the sun to extinguish their existence. What say you?" Chapter 149, Spirits and Mortals. Virtue and Vice, 13, Separate Interrogation. Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's suggestion, the initially defiant Jin Gang by Spectre felt his countenance freeze, instinctively glancing at the four-eyed spectre pinned to the ground nearby. Those who willingly embrace the spectral realm often harbor deep-seated obsessions, yearning for eternal existence, power, and dominion. Such individuals, having forsaken their humanity, willingly transform into monstrosities that cannot traverse the sunlit world and must feed on human flesh, joining the ranks of the ghostly kin. Naturally, they would not easily seek death, and Jin Gang Bai was no exception. Just moments prior, his defiance stemmed from the belief that even if he revealed whether there were more spectral beings upon Yunyi Mountain, Li Sunhuan and Dai Mu Bai would not spare him. Thus, silence seemed preferable. If death was inevitable, he would at least deny his enemies their objective, finding some satisfaction in that. Yet, a certain psychology prevails, the unwillingness to see others prosper. If he were to be interrogated separately, and the four-eyed spectre chose betrayal, what would become of him? This uncertainty gnawed at Jin Gang Bai's mind. Even if death loomed, he was loath to be sold out, allowing another to leverage his life for their own reprieve. Rather than suffer betrayal, why not betray another? Surely, that would be more advantageous. He resolved that they should proceed with the separate interrogations. At that moment, concealed in the shadows, Ji Guiyuan emerged from the pitch-black forest, approaching Li Sunhuan and Dai Mu Bai, speaking slowly. Upon sighting Ji Guiyuan, Jin Gang Bai's expression shifted dramatically, filled with dread. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming tremor coursing through him, as if every fiber of his being screamed in terror at the sight of this human, radiating a menacing aura born from the slaughter of countless spectral beings. This was the nemesis of their kind. When Ji Guiyuan acknowledged Dai Mu Bai's actions, he and Li Sunhuan proceeded to lead both Jin Gang Bai and the four-eyed spectre aside for separate interrogations. Faced with the threat to their lives and the prospect of betrayal, both spectral beings quickly resolved to divulge what they knew. Within a cave on Yunyi Mountain lies your nest, where not only are there others of your kind, but even your faction's leader resides. Indeed, I have revealed all you seek. I am willing to guide you, provided you spare my life. Jin Gang Bai gritted his teeth, responding to Li Sunhuan's inquiries. Rest assured, we shall grant you mercy, Li Sunhuan replied calmly. However, we must ascertain the veracity of your claims. After both Jin Gang Bai and the four-eyed spectre had confessed, Dai Mu Bai and Li Sunhuan compared their accounts and discovered them to be consistent, indicating that neither spectre had lied. Very well, now lead us, Ji Guiyuan, he said flatly, instructing the two specters to guide them to the hidden nest of spectral beings within Yunyi Mountain, assuring them that their lives would be spared if they complied. Having chosen betrayal, the two specters committed fully to their course of action, resolutely leading the trio onward. After an hour's trek, they finally arrived at a location of great secrecy, a cave. Is this your nest? Ji Guiyuan inquired, standing at the cave's entrance and gazing inside, where a faint crimson glow emanated. Yes, this is indeed our lair. If you seek our progenitor, Musin, we small fry cannot provide such knowledge, but our leader, transformed personally by Musin, is among us. Rumor has it that both the lower and upper moons are named by Musin himself, if you wish to find him. Only our leader can guide you, Jin Gang Bai, now merely a head in Dai Mu Bai's grasp, spoke with a hint of deference. Following this, Ji Guiyuan led Li Sun Huan and Dai Mu Bai into the cave. Strangely, there appeared to be no guards. Upon entering, they discovered the cave walls enveloped in a layer of sanguine flesh, pulsating as if alive, radiating an eerie crimson light. Is this flesh? Dai Mu Bai murmured in disbelief. This is the blood demon technique of our leader, seemingly connected to space itself. It is said that within these sanguine walls, the leader can teleport at will. The four-eyed specter, eager to ingratiate himself due to Jin Gang Bai's obsequiousness, interjected nervously. Let us proceed further, Ji Guiyuan, he said, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued deeper into the cave with Li Sun Huan and Dai Mu Bai. On their path, a series of footsteps heralded the approach of several spectral beings. However, this time, Ji Guiyuan took action. In a flash, he surged forward, wielding the Nicaran blade that blazed with golden light, swiftly dispatching the newly appeared specters. Under the influence of the breath of the sun and the ripple of the water breathing technique, combined with the Nicaran blade, the supposedly immortal abilities of these specters were rendered utterly ineffective before Ji Guiyuan. This spectacle left Jin Gang Bai and the four-eyed specter in a state of profound shock. They continued deeper into the cave, which gradually narrowed before expanding again, ultimately revealing a spacious chamber. The cavern was enveloped in thick, sanguine flesh, furnished with various domestic items, resembling a human habitation, albeit marred by the grotesque flesh that clung to the cave walls. Within the cave, a figure clad in azure garments, strikingly handsome and exuding a gentle demeanor, adorned with glasses yet bearing peculiar markings, stood alongside a human woman, facing the three intruders. Who are you? Upon noticing the presence of the three, the gentle-eyed leader's expression turned icy at the sight of the severed heads of Jin Gang Bai and the four-eyed specter. He rose and coldly addressed Ji Guiyuan and his companions. We have come to slay demons. Dai Mu Bai declared boldly, unafraid. Slay demons? Why do you have to take my life? I have committed no heinous acts. Even if I become a ghost, I have never killed indiscriminately. The lives I have taken belong to those wicked individuals, for I am merely ridding the world of evil. Is it solely because I am a ghost that you seek to end my existence? Yet, those nobles who engage in villainy and the despicable officials of the empire, are they not far more malevolent than we? They may not consume human flesh openly, but does that render them virtuous while we are deemed deserving of death? Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, the leader with glasses was filled with rage. He was taken aback that the ghostly leader would utter such sentiments, making his side appear as the antagonist, leaving Dai Mu Bai somewhat bewildered. Instinctively, he glanced at the severed heads of the Congo-armed ghost and the four-eyed ghost he held. Both of them exchanged awkward smiles, for they too were unaware of the morality of their orders. They simply followed the leader's command to kill, regardless of the victim's nature. You imply that we understand. This world possesses both good and evil. I trust that not all within your ghostly kin are malevolent. Surely some have been coerced into becoming ghosts for various reasons. Yet, now that you have embraced the identity of a creature that feasts on human flesh, you stand as humanity's adversary. Regardless of your intentions, we judge you solely by your current identity. In response to the glasses-wearing leader's inquiries, Ji Guiyuan displayed understanding, yet remained steadfast in his convictions, stating, as for my identity, I am now a ghost, an enemy of humanity, and thus you seek to slay me. Very well. I comprehend your stance. After hearing Ji Guiyuan's words, the glasses-wearing leader regained his composure, his amber eyes transforming into a crimson hue. However, I harbor no regrets. During my time at the Soul Master Academy, that wretched noble attempted to forcibly take Qing Wan. When I received word and returned, I found it impossible to halt the impending disaster. Had it not been for my master granting me the opportunity to become a ghost, to acquire greater power, Qing Wan would have likely been seized by another, and her happiness would be forfeit. At this moment, the leader's eyes were fully transformed into a blood-red hue, his stature rapidly increasing, muscles bulging and tearing through his garments, his skin adorned with bizarre patterns, completing his transformation into a ghost. Regardless of your intentions for coming here, attempting to slay me will not be a simple endeavor. As the leader bared his sharp, ivory fangs, his crimson eyes flickering with rage, he unleashed a roar and violently gestured. Suddenly, the cavern's walls, covered in grotesque crimson flesh, began to writhe violently. Thick, sinewy tendrils erupted from the blood-soaked mass, their tips morphing into sharp, crimson blades, swirling through the air as they raced toward BabyHuang, Li Sunhuan, and Dai Mubai. Quick evade. Upon witnessing the leader's sudden assault, BabyHuang shouted with a cool command, gripping his Nichiren blade tightly. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, narrowly escaping the onslaught of the fleshly tendrils. Meanwhile, Li Sunhuan and Dai Mubai employed their lightness skills and thunder-breathing techniques to swiftly evade the incoming attacks. Alas, the tendrils, birthed from the pervasive crimson flesh encompassing the cave, were countless. Even as they dodged, Li Sunhuan unleashed a flurry of flying knives, while Dai Mubai swung his tiger howl blade with vigor, and BabyHuang cleaved through the air with his Nichiren blade, severing the tendrils that lunged at them. Still, a multitude of fleshly tendrils continued to assault them relentlessly, while BabyHuang remained largely unscathed by the attacking tendrils. Li Sunhuan and Dai Mubai began to struggle under the relentless onslaught. Ultimately, Dai Mubai could no longer withstand the barrage. After slicing through several tendrils, he found himself ensnared by several others. In a flash of crimson light, Dai Mubai vanished within the grasp of the tendrils. This was the capability of the leader's blood demon art. To be chosen as a lower moon by Wujima Musin, the leader's blood demon art was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it stemmed from his desire to reclaim the woman he cherished and to remain with her eternally. Thus, upon becoming a ghost, he acquired this unique power. The leader's blood demon art allows the flesh to grow and proliferate externally, enabling him to swap the positions of anything ensnared within the flesh to a designated location nearby. After ensnaring Dai Mubai, the leader met the conditions to activate his blood demon art. Possessing a kind heart and an aversion to unnecessary killing, the leader chose not to end Dai Mubai's life, but instead transported him to a valley teeming with monsters, located 100 miles away. Mubai. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's sudden disappearance, Li Sunhuan cried out in alarm. While evading the leader's fleshly tendrils, he unleashed a barrage of flying knives imbued with wave energy, aiming to eliminate the leader. Yet, within this cavern suffused with sanguine flesh, it effectively served as the leader's domain, allowing him to shift positions at will. Thus, even if Li Sunhuan's knives found their mark, they could not reach the leader. "You seek to slay me?" After evading Li Sunhuan's projectiles, the leader scoffed, continuing to command the tendrils to assault Li Sunhuan, who soon found himself ensnared as well. Utilizing the spatial replacement ability of his blood demon art, he transported Li Sunhuan to an exceedingly perilous locale. Now, within the cavern, only BabyHuang, the glasses-wearing leader, and the woman Qingwan remained. Of course, the two dismembered entities, the Congo-armed ghost and the four-eyed ghost, now reduced to mere heads, could no longer be escorted by Dai Mubai and lay discarded on the ground. Only you remain. After utilizing his blood demon art to replace both Dai Mubai and Li Sunhuan, the leader regarded BabyHuang, whose evident strength and ability to command the multitude of tendrils posed a challenge. However, upon realizing the disappearance of Li Sunhuan and Dai Mubai, BabyHuang seemed to grasp the implications of the leader's blood demon art. "You should be able to leave at any moment. I cannot kill you." As he swiftly maneuvered, severing the incoming tendrils with his Nichiren blade, BabyHuang spoke suddenly. "Just now, you could have slain the two who accompanied me. Yet you chose instead to employ your blood demon art to transport them away. It appears you are not the malevolent entity you profess to be. Since you were coerced into becoming a ghost and have not engaged in indiscriminate killing while retaining a semblance of humanity, I shall not pursue your life. I merely hope you can maintain your current disposition. Otherwise, I shall inevitably return to claim your life one day." Having said this, BabyHuang turned and leaped away. As he wielded his Nichiren blade, becoming a fleeting image, he effortlessly severed the tendrils that lunged at him and quickly exited the cave. Gone? Unexpectedly, BabyHuang made the resolute decision to depart, leaving the leader of the Spectre clan in a state of disbelief. He sensed that this human's strength far surpassed that of the other two, and despite his most formidable attack, his fleshly tendrils, he was utterly powerless against this individual. Had he been unable to drive away the other two humans, he had indeed contemplated utilizing his blood demon technique to transport himself and his beloved Qingwan away. Yet he was astonished that the opponent simply chose to leave. Nonetheless, this development was undoubtedly a blessing, for he had no desire to engage in a life-and-death struggle with an unfathomably powerful human. He merely wished to live peacefully with his beloved Qingwan. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, amidst a carpet of withered branches and leaves, a blood-red tendril resembling a serpentine creature abruptly emerged from the ground. opening its maw wide to expel a white figure, who plummeted to the earth before retracting back underground. Where was this place? Amidst a sensation of weightlessness, Dai Mu Bai felt as though he had suddenly been thrust into an exceedingly confined space, only to find himself falling from the air, landing painfully. Rubbing his head, he stood up in a daze, surveying the unfamiliar woods around him and feeling utterly bewildered. Chapter 151. Dai Mu Bai and the Alien, 33, in the darkness of night. The dense forest obscured the moonlight above, casting eerie shadows that rendered the surroundings indistinct, while an unsettling silence enveloped the area. Upon regaining his senses, Dai Mu Bai found it difficult to comprehend how he had suddenly arrived in this place. Just moments before, he had been in that cave, fighting alongside Li Degu and Jigui Yuan against the bespectacled leader of the Spectre clan. However, after being ensnared by those fleshly tendrils, he had inexplicably found himself here. This did not seem to be Yunin Mountain at all. In the Dolua continent, spatial soul skills are quite rare. Even those capable of teleportation tend to have limited range and can usually only transport oneself. Skills that can assist others in teleportation are exceedingly scarce. Suddenly severed from Jigui Yuan, and Li Sun Huan, and appearing in such an unfamiliar locale, Dai Mu Bai was wholly unprepared. He pondered, not knowing where he was. As darkness enveloped him, it would be wise to wait for daylight before assessing the situation, given the pitch-black surroundings and his sudden arrival in this strange place. He dared not act recklessly. Instead, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and leapt onto a large tree, intending to rest there for the night. At dawn, he would determine the nature of his surroundings and seek a way to find city. If he could not reunite with Li Sun Huan and Jigui Yuan, he would head directly to Tiandi Imperial City. Morning arrived swiftly, although Dai Mu Bai planned to rest in the tree throughout the night. His uncertainty regarding his location and concerns about potential soul beasts kept him from sleeping. Instead, he remained on high alert, closing his eyes for a brief respite. As dawn broke, he opened his eyes, shaking off the remnants of sleep. After surveying his surroundings, he sought the tallest tree and swiftly ascended it. Perched atop the highest tree, Dai Mu Bai gazed out at the environment, realizing he was situated in a valley. Surrounding him were lush, verdant mountains with thriving trees. By observing the growth patterns of the trees, he pinpointed the location of a river. In the wilderness, water sources are of utmost importance. After a night of thirst, he summoned his soul power and soared from tree to tree, heading towards the river. Before long, he alighted on a tree near the riverbank. Before him flowed a river several dozen meters wide, rushing through the forest and cascading into the distance. Although the sight of the river brought him some relief, he noted with concern that there were almost no animals present to drink from it, which darkened his expression. Something was amiss. This was decidedly unusual. Regardless of whether this valley was ordinary or inhabited by soul beasts, both soul beasts and wild animals typically do not sleep in. At this hour, one would expect to see a variety of creatures gathering at the riverbank to drink. However, the absence of animals, save for a few fish swimming in the water, was distinctly abnormal. It appeared he would need to exercise even greater caution. As he stood atop the tree and surveyed the area, Dai Mu Bai clenched his fists, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Sensing that something was indeed off in this valley, he dared not approach the river, fearing what might lurk within its depths. After all, he had heard tales of the wolf disaster and had witnessed the peculiar abilities of various specters. Who knew what other anomalies might be present in this river? Having stored food in his soul guide, Dai Mu Bai took a moment to replenish his energy before preparing to leave the valley. He had no desire to linger in such a peculiar place. Whether danger was present or not, it was imperative that he depart swiftly. Since rivers often symbolize life and serve as pathways out of the forest, he employed his soul power to glide effortlessly from tree to tree, following the river in hopes of escaping the valley. Soon, he approached two towering peaks through which the river flowed. By following the river past these mountains, he should be able to exit the valley. Just then, however, a disturbance erupted atop one of the peaks. Shadows suddenly surged skyward from the dense forest on both mountains, coalescing and howling as they surged towards Dai Mu Bai. What manner of monsters were these? Upon witnessing the true form of the shadows, Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted dramatically. These figures were neither bats nor birds. They resembled lizard-like creatures. Their scales were absent, replaced instead by sleek, black exoskeletons. Their elongated heads lacked eyes, possessing only sharp fangs and claws, while a pair of bat-like wings, sturdy in appearance, sprouted from their sides. With his experience, Dai Mu Bai could ascertain that these were certainly not beasts native to Doluo continent. After all, what kind of beast would be eyeless? Furthermore, he sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from these creatures, making it evident that they were not soul beasts. Their identity became clear. They were undoubtedly monsters from the realm of reincarnation, possibly aberrant reincarnators or creatures fashioned by them. Of course, anyone from Blue Star like Bai Luo would immediately recognize these entities as the classic alien creatures depicted in films, awakening his martial soul, given that these monsters were linked to the realm of reincarnation and reincarnators. Dai Mu Bai could not afford to be careless. With a commanding shout, he activated his martial soul. In an instant, as the sinister-eyed BabyHuang martial spirit enveloped him, Dai Mu Bai's figure began to soar, his muscles swelling, and his hands transforming into tiger claws adorned with black and white fur. Simultaneously, 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, encircling his body. The first soul skill was activated by Hu Shenzhong. After summoning his martial spirit, Dai Mu Bai did not relent. He bellowed fervently, drawing his tiger's roar blade from his waist while swiftly unleashing his first soul skill, by Hu Shenzhong, conjuring a protective shield of soul power around him. At that moment, from the forest nestled between 2 towering peaks, a swarm of aberrant creatures erupted into the sky, their shrill cries piercing the air as they launched their inner fangs toward Dai Mu Bai, reminiscent of a chameleon's tongue. However, the lethality of these creatures' fangs far surpassed that of a chameleon's tongue. Upon noticing readers expressing concerns about the protagonist's lack of presence, I initially believed that such matters would be of little significance in this narrative, but it appears I was mistaken. Very well. I shall hasten to arrange for the protagonist to don a disguise and take the stage, especially as I have recently drawn the template of Orochimaru. Whether to have Orochimaru impersonate the protagonist or to enable the protagonist to master the shadow clone and transformation techniques, using the clones as a decoy. I need not worry about any complications arising with the protagonist's true self. Chapter 152, Bai Luo's intent to take the stage, 13. While Dai Mu Bai was transported to an unknown valley by the leader of the Ghost Clan through blood sorcery, pursued by the aberrant horde. Let us rewind time to approximately half a month prior. In the imperial city of Tiandi, within the blazing halls of the Qihua Academy, Bai Luo returned alongside many soul masters who had participated in quelling the wolf calamity. Over a month had passed since that event. During this time, humanity had aligned with the Soul Beast clan, and with the assistance of the Earth Fruit-Bearing Crocodile Demon King's avatar. The construction of the Potion Sword sect and the Tiandi sect, originally expected to take at least 6 months, progressed rapidly. With the Potion Sword sect now completed, Bai Luo was poised to assume the role of its chief disciple. Nevertheless, he found little interest in this prospect. Having spent over a month in the Imperial City, he grew weary compared to the grand performances enacted by his various avatars across the continent, as scripted by him. Although he could train with Huowu daily, deepening their ambiguous relationship, and occasionally torment the persistent admirer Feng Xiaotian, Bai Luo felt his life lacked excitement. Additionally, he could monitor the progress of his newly devised script, The Plague of the Undead, through a spy satellite from the Umbrella Corporation, but merely observing through a handheld device, despite its advanced technology capable of 3D projection, felt unsatisfactory. This discontent stirred within him a yearning to don a disguise and perform personally. While he needed to maintain the integrity of the established backgrounds in the multiverse reincarnation hall for the sake of acquiring source energy, he had already drawn the Orochimaru template from a treasure chest. As one of the top ninja templates from the Naruto universe, it inherently included the shadow clone technique. An idea blossomed in Bai Luo's mind to create an Orochimaru clone that would teach him the chakra refinement method and subsequently learn the shadow clone technique. He wondered if he could integrate the Wang Sheng template into the shadow clone, allowing it to temporarily assume his role as the chief disciple of the Potion Sword sect, while he himself donned other templates to experience the narrative he had crafted. This time, the script for The Plague of the Undead featured many of his favorite characters, including the not-laughing trio, the unrivaled dragon and serpent, Meng Iran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mu Bai, among others. Moreover, he intended to dispatch several powerful new avatars to participate in the performance, each poised for their moments of brilliance within the script, making it all the more worthwhile for him to personally experience the unfolding drama. Bai Luo's character was one of action upon thought. Thus, he exchanged a few source energy points to summon a puppet clone and infused it with the Orochimaru template, successfully creating the Orochimaru clone. Subsequently, under the guidance of this clone, Bai Luo commenced his training in chakra refinement techniques. It must be acknowledged that due to his practice of the Eternal Spring technique, Bai Luo's physical recovery capacity was astonishingly high, enabling him to refine chakra with remarkable efficiency. Within just half a month, he effortlessly mastered the three bodies technique. Upon learning the shadow clone technique, Bai Luo attempted to create a shadow clone, exploring the possibility of inserting the Wang Sheng template into it, allowing the clone to temporarily replace him as the chief disciple of the Potion Sword sect. Initially, he anticipated the system might not permit this. If it failed, he had a backup plan, to have the Orochimaru clone utilize transformation to become him, thus standing in for him at the Potion Sword sect. Given that the Potion Sword sect was established by his avatar, Dugu Qiubai, focusing on swordsmanship and martial arts without emphasizing martial spirits or soul skills in battle, Bai Luo had no significant concerns about the Orochimaru clone being exposed due to the absence of the Wang Sheng template's residual martial spirit. Whenever necessary, he could always return using the teleportation ability of the Red Demon avatar. However, if he could enable the shadow clone to load the Wang Sheng template and assume his role as the chief disciple of the Potion Sword sect, that would be preferable. Bai Luo had already resolved to don other disguises and personally engage with the narrative he had crafted. Upon determining to extract the currently loaded Wang Sheng template from within him, Bai Luo learned from the system about the unique circumstances surrounding the Wang Sheng template. Since his residual martial spirit was derived from the Wang Sheng template, and his initial cultivation of soul power stemmed from it, Bai Luo's current level of cultivation was inherently tied to the Wang Sheng template. Should the shadow clone succeed in loading the Wang Sheng template, it would inherit Bai Luo's current cultivation level, augmented by the clone's possession of Bai Luo's memories. Therefore, as long as the shadow clone could integrate the Wang Sheng template, it could flawlessly embody Bai Luo's essence. Fortunately, after creating the shadow clone, Bai Luo was delighted to discover that it could indeed incorporate the Wang Sheng template along with other templates. This may be attributed to the fact that the shadow clone was a manifestation of his chakra, capable of returning to him, thus recognized as a part of him. Since it was a part of him, the most powerful aspect of his system also allowed the shadow clone to utilize certain system functions. This revelation was undoubtedly fortuitous for Bai Luo. Upon confirming the shadow clone's ability to integrate the Wang Sheng template, Bai Luo extracted the template from himself and inserted it into the shadow clone. He then instructed the shadow clone to live in the Potion Sword sect under his identity, preparing to fulfill the role of chief disciple. As for Bai Luo himself, he intended to select a template as a disguise to venture into the newly established narrative of the Shirgui disaster situated at the border of the Tiandi Empire and the Xinglua Empire, immersing himself in the experience of performing the script. However, as the Shirgui disaster narrative had only recently commenced, the number of disguises available for Bai Luo to embody was quite limited. Ultimately, he chose the persona of Li Xiaoyao. Although this template depicted Li Xiaoyao during his early days as a solitary waiter in Yuhang Town, where even Zhao Linger had yet to meet him and his capabilities were rather meager, Bai Luo was undeterred. For he possessed a subhuman physique and harbored no fear of death. Moreover, he had previously acquired the infinite bullet desert eagle from the realm of infinite terror, which he regarded as a novice gift for Li Xiaoyao, endowing this disguise with a measure of self-preservation ability. According to the narrative he had crafted, Li Xiaoyao would initially appear weak, yet with the innate talent for cultivation possessed by the Li Xiaoyao template, he would soon ascend to become a formidable expert. While observing through his handheld device, Bai Luo witnessed Dai Mubai battling alongside Ji Guiyuan and Li Xuanhuan, only to find himself transported to a valley where the grotesque queen of aliens had been abandoned. Courtesy of the blood demon art employed by the lower-ranked demon created by Muzan Kibutsuji, a smile involuntarily spread across Bai Luo's face. It appeared that his moment to take the stage had finally arrived. In the alien valley, confronted by a swarm of flying mutants birthed from parasitic facehugger insects infesting birds and bats, Dai Mubai's expression subtly altered. What manner of creature was this? He had not anticipated that this horde of monsters soaring through the air would employ an attack method reminiscent of chameleons, launching their tongues with a clear view of their mouths lined with sharp fangs. This sight made Dai Mubai feel somewhat nauseated. However, faced with the onslaught of dozens or even hundreds of these razor-sharp tongues descending from the sky, the sheer malevolence of their appearance sent shivers down Dai Mubai's spine, compelling him to exercise utmost caution it was evidently impossible to confront them head-on. Thus, Dai Mubai leapt from the tree he was perched upon, utilizing the dense canopy of trees above to obscure his movements as he sprinted through the forest below. As he suddenly descended from the tree, the multitude of flying mutants missed their mark, their tongues shooting through the air in vain. Yet, upon witnessing the destructive power of these creatures' tongues capable of piercing through the trunks of trees, Dai Mubai could not help but draw a sharp breath, his visage growing increasingly grim. These creatures were certainly extraordinary. Despite their initial failure to strike, the flying mutants did not relent. After emitting a series of piercing shrieks, they swiftly altered their course and resumed their pursuit of Dai Mubai from the air. Although he unleashed an explosive speed under the influence of the thunder-breathing technique, its primary characteristic lay in its short bursts of velocity, making it unsustainable over time. Of course, one could force themselves to maintain such speed at the risk of debilitating their legs. Within the densely wooded forest, the myriad obstacles hindered the full potential of the thunder-breathing technique, resulting in Dai Mubai's speed being outpaced by the pursuing horde of flying mutants. Gradually, as he fled through the forest, the airborne mutants closed in behind him. Amidst a cacophony of shrill cries, the swarm unleashed another volley of their wicked tongues towards Dai Mubai. This time, it was apparent that he could not evade by leaping into the trees. He could only dodge swiftly while wielding his tiger howl blade to counter the incoming onslaught of tongues. Executing the second form of thunder-breathing, Dai Mubai, with the tiger howl blade in hand, faced the rain of tongues descending from the sky. As he gasped and evaded, he raised his hand and unleashed a series of 5 strikes, each as swift as lightning, severing the oncoming tongues with remarkable proficiency. In an instant, as the tongues were cleaved, a chorus of anguished cries erupted, and the vibrant green, acidic blood gushed forth from the severed tongues, falling like rain around him. Upon coming into contact with the alien blood, Dai Mubai observed the ground and trees around him corroding and emitting smoke, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. What? Witnessing the devastation, particularly as the protective barrier formed by the soul energy of his white tiger guardian dimmed in the presence of the monster's green blood, Dai Mubai's countenance turned pale. The tiger howl blade, having sliced through the creature's grotesque tongues, was now riddled with corrosive wounds and indentations, leaving Dai Mubai aghast, his scalp prickling. The blood of these monsters possessed corrosive properties? This revelation shattered Dai Mubai's understanding. He could scarcely fathom how a creature's blood could be so highly corrosive and still function within its body. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. After severing the tongues of several monsters, the tiger howl blade had succumbed to corrosion, rendering it useless for further retaliation. Dai Mubai found himself with no choice but to flee for his life. What was there to counterattack? Engaging these monsters in close quarters would likely result in death or disfigurement, if even a drop of their blood were splatter upon him. A disastrous outcome indeed. Realizing that any confrontation would lead to defeat, Dai Mubai chose to escape, enduring the burning ache in his legs, and propelled himself through the forest like a bolt of lightning while tightly gripping the now compromised tiger howl blade. However, behind him, the relentless shrieks of the pursuing horde continued to echo, their pursuit unyielding. Along the way, the sharp cries of the flying mutants disturbed other creatures. Emerging from the river were creatures entirely black, their bodies encased in a layer of hard armor, bearing elongated heads, sharp fangs, and long tails devoid of wings. Instead, they possessed flattened bodies, adorned with thick black scales upon their backs, rushing forth from the river to shriek at Dai Mubai, joining the chase. These are the mutants spawned from face-hugging insects parasitizing crocodiles. Additionally, within the forest, creatures that bore striking similarities yet lacked wings and back scales had notably longer limbs and swifter speeds, with black horns sprouting from their heads, emerged. Other beasts of considerable size, with robust limbs and curved black fangs protruding from their mouths, also appeared, joining the cacophony of shrieks as they pursued Dai Mubai alongside the airborne mutants. These were the aberrations birthed from the parasitization of various forest animals, such as goats, elephants, and deer. Naturally, there were also those spawned from parasitic lions, tigers, and leopards, though they were considerably fewer in number. Why did these monsters exhibit such diverse appearances? As Dai Mubai fled desperately, he noticed the remarkable differences among the pursuing creatures. All while gasping for breath, his mind filled with confusion. Wait! Suddenly, Dai Mubai seemed to realize something. These creatures, those with wings resembling bats, Those in the water with flat bodies and heavy scales akin to crocodiles, and those exhibiting features of deer, elephants, and cattle. Could it be that these monsters were transformed from those animals? Dai Mu Bai's heart was gripped by fear and horror. He recalled that during the wolf disaster, ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits could transform humans into werewolves. Thus, it was entirely possible for monsters to turn animals into monsters as well. Moreover, he had noticed earlier that there were no animals drinking by the river, which likely meant that all the creatures in this valley had already been converted into these monsters. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? For a moment, the hair on the back of Dai Mu Bai's neck stood on end. These monsters were relentlessly pursuing him. Did they intend to transform him into one of their kind? As he observed the increasing number of creatures chasing him while his soul power and stamina rapidly depleted, his legs grew heavier and more painful, and despair began to take hold of him. With so many monsters, he was utterly outmatched. Fleeing was futile. Was Dai Mu Bai destined to perish in this unknown forest today? Regret flooded his mind. Had he known that after mastering the thunder breathing and ripple energy techniques, even if not completely proficient, he should have seized the opportunity to participate in the recruitment for Patian Sword Sect and Tian Xiaohui, and separated from Li Sunhuan and Ji Guiyuan. Just as despair settled in, two figures suddenly materialized beside the muddy ground formed by a tributary of the rushing river in the forest ahead. However, one of the bizarre figures with crimson skin, a devilish arrow-like tail, and pointed ears vanished in an instant. Only a young man, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in light blue attire, with a well-proportioned physique and handsome features tinged with a hint of roguishness, remained. This young man was naturally Bai Luo, but now he embodied the persona of Li Xiao Yao, an adventurous, charming youth, deeply loyal yet somewhat roguish. Chapter 154, I, Dai Mu Bai, will repay kindness. Is it time to take the stage for the performance? He felt somewhat anxious. After being transported to this peculiar valley by the Red Devil's avatar, he had adopted the Li Xiao Yao template, and Bai Luo couldn't help but grin, revealing a somewhat mischievous smile. As he noticed the distant commotion growing nearer, he promptly dove into the nearby muddy ground, rolling around to cover himself in the foul-smelling muck. Soon, the noise drew closer. Were people being pursued by those monsters? As the sound approached, it seemed that Bai Luo, now coated in mud, instinctively entered performance mode. His expression shifted slightly as he quickly retrieved a golden Desert Eagle handgun from his pocket. This was the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets that Bai Luo had previously obtained from a treasure chest in the Infinite Terror world. After drawing the Desert Eagle, Bai Luo swiftly exited the mud and advanced toward the source of the noise. Concealed behind a large tree, Bai Luo spotted a tall, mature-looking youth, whose appearance was not much different from his current Li Xiao Yao identity. With golden hair, blue eyes, and striking features, especially his dual-colored eyes, he was moving rapidly through the forest, his face grim and anxious. Behind him, a horde of bizarre creatures, including hundreds of flying entities in the sky and various forms of crocodiles, goats, deer, elephants, lions, tigers, and leopards on the ground, was frantically pursuing him. As Dai Mu Bai near Bai Luo's location, Bai Luo immediately drew his Desert Eagle and unleashed a torrent of gunfire toward the beast horde behind Dai Mu Bai. Although the Desert Eagle was merely a handgun, the infinite bullets meant it required no reloading, and the rapid firing was nearly as effective as a machine gun. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 and Dai Mu Bai noticed that many monsters behind him fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Their highly corrosive blood, akin to concentrated sulfuric acid, sizzled as it corroded the earth. Following the sound, Dai Mu Bai turned to see a young man, dressed in peculiar clothing, with long black hair and a roguish demeanor, covered in foul-smelling mud, waving an unusual device at him, urgently beckoning him over. Come here, someone. To his astonishment, in this monster-infested valley, there was indeed another person, and this individual was helping him. Dai Mu Bai's spirits lifted, and he hurried over. Upon seeing Dai Mu Bai approaching, Bai Luo, still gripping the Desert Eagle, quickly ran back toward the muddy area. As he reached the muddy ground, Bai Luo jumped in and rolled around frantically, covering himself once more in the wet, stinking muck. However, upon witnessing Bai Luo's actions, Dai Mu Bai stood momentarily stunned. Kid, what are you hesitating for? These monsters have no eyes. They rely on their sense of smell to find you. You must mask your scent to avoid detection. Noticing that Dai Mu Bai hadn't followed, Bai Luo furrowed his brow and shouted, What? Realizing the urgency, Dai Mu Bai felt a jolt, and, Glancing back at the approaching horde, gritted his teeth and leaped into the mud, beginning to roll wildly. Soon, following Bai Luo's lead, he covered his entire white suit in mud. Even his hair and exposed skin became encrusted with a foul substance, rendering him a pitiful sight. Shoo! Observing that Dai Mu Bai had also cloaked himself in the repugnant muck and noticing the approaching horde in the forest, Bai Luo gestured for silence and lay still in the mud. Unfamiliar with the situation, Dai Mu Bai mimicked Bai Luo, lying flat in the mud, holding his breath, and remaining motionless. Meanwhile, the horde quickly caught up. However, standing at the edge of the muddy ground, a group of bizarre creatures, birthed from parasitic, face-hugging worms within crocodiles. Deer, elephants, and buffalo sniffed around for quite some time, but seemingly found nothing. Ultimately, they emitted sharp cries before turning away. In the sky, the flying creatures circled for a while, but, failing to detect Dai Mu Bai and Bai Luo in the mud, departed as well. Once both groups of bizarre creatures had left the area, Bai Luo let out a sigh of relief, visibly shaken, patting his chest before turning to Dai Mu Bai. "Hey, brother, my name is Li Xiaoyao. What's yours, and how did you end up here?" Bai Luo flashed a roguish smile at Dai Mu Bai as he inquired. "My name is Dai Mu Bai. As for why I find myself here, it is a rather long story." With a sigh and a complex gaze, Dai Mu Bai recounted the circumstances that led to his presence in this place. After finishing his tale, he turned to Bai Luo and directly inquired, "Brother Xiaoyao, you must be a reincarnator, correct?" "Indeed, I am a reincarnator. How did you deduce that?" Bai Luo initially appeared taken aback, then grinned widely, his curiosity piqued. "It is primarily due to the distinctive attire of you reincarnators, which stands in stark contrast to the people of our Doloadalu. Furthermore, in such a perilous location, it is unlikely for ordinary individuals to be present. Only those reincarnators, who are said to appear randomly across the realms of our Doloadalu, could possibly be here." Dai Mu Bai replied, shaking his head with an amused smile. "Haha, I see. Brother Mu Bai, you are quite perceptive. Given your intelligence and the fine quality of your garments, your status in your world must be quite exceptional." Bai Luo chuckled, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he examined the fabric of Dai Mu Bai's clothing. "My status is acceptable," Dai Mu Bai responded, a hint of pride flickering in his enchanting eyes, yet he remained humble in his words. "I must extend my gratitude to you, Brother Xiaoyao, for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Although my lineage may not be of high standing, my family has always taught me to repay kindness, especially life-saving grace. Once we leave this place, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I, Dai Mu Bai, will do my utmost to aid you." Well, since the protagonist's presence is diminished, let us allow the protagonist to take center stage. This may enhance everyone's immersion, he mused. Chapter 155, Dai Mu Bai. "Should you not learn from Li Sunhuan? What if I desire your fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing?" Bai Luo thought to himself, bemused by Dai Mu Bai's proud demeanor and his insistence on repaying favors. In the realm of Doloadalu, Bai Luo's favorite character was undoubtedly Zhu Zhuqing. After all, who could resist the allure of the cold-faced, youthful cat spirit? Dai Mu Bai's declaration of gratitude also inexplicably reminded Bai Luo of the encounter he had orchestrated between Dai Mu Bai and a manifestation of Li Sunhuan at an inn. Wasn't Li Sunhuan also one to repay debts, ultimately giving his wife to his life-saving benefactor and sworn brother, Long Xiaoyan? Such matters were utterly unacceptable to Bai Luo. Thus, he resolutely decided against donning the guise of Li Sunhuan, for the thought alone was profoundly repugnant. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Bai Luo from entertaining a rather comical idea. "Since you, Dai Mu Bai, are so gracious, why not take a leaf out of Brother Li Sunhuan's book?" Yet, this thought remained unvoiced, as Bai Luo maintained the persona of Li Xiaoyao, grinning broadly as he threw an arm around Dai Mu Bai's shoulder in a playful manner. "Ha! Thank you, Brother Mu Bai. If we manage to escape this place, I shall stick by your side in this world. But rest assured, I shall not be a freeloader. I have prepared a grand gift for you as a token of gratitude. If you can resist temptation, we will share a laugh over this gift. But should you succumb to it, the fun will truly begin. Regardless, I have no intent to target you. The outcome of this trial rests solely upon your shoulders, my dear Mu Bai. However, the pressing concern now is how to exit." In the mire, upon hearing Bai Luo's boisterous laughter about the prospect of escaping, Dai Mu Bai felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. The mountains surrounding this valley appear to harbor numerous flying creatures, making our escape seem exceedingly challenging. Actually, I have contemplated a potentially viable solution, albeit with some unresolved issues. Dai Mu Bai remarked. What solution? Bai Luo inquired, intrigued by the prospect of an escape. The solution is rather straightforward. We can mask our scent with this mud to evade detection by those creatures. As long as we can cover ourselves in this foul-smelling mud and escape the valley before it dries, we will be free, Bai Luo explained, grinning as he gestured expansively. However, the catch is that this mud, which can conceal our scent, is only found here. The valley is vast, and we cannot simply cover ourselves in mud and expect to leave safely. The mud will surely dry midway, and its scent will diminish, leading to our potential discovery by those creatures, he lamented, sighing at the realization of the challenges ahead. Yet, upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with a hint of intrigue. I believe I may have a solution. You possess a method to resolve this? Bai Luo asked. His curiosity piqued as he turned his gaze toward Dai Mu Bai. Indeed, I have a storage soul guide. You may regard it as an extraordinarily large bag. Everything placed within retains its original form. I can fill it with mud, and when we exit, we can apply the mud from within to mask our scent. As long as we escape the valley before exhausting the mud from the storage soul guide, we shall have succeeded in our escape, Dai Mu Bai explained confidently. Yet, I'm somewhat concerned about what lies beyond the valley. If there are still creatures outside, our supply of mud may prove insufficient. Should we run out and fail to find shelter, we would be in peril, he added, shaking his head at the thought. Regardless, it is certainly preferable to languishing here and awaiting death. This place has nearly become a den of monsters. If we remain here, we shall only slowly perish in this mire. I refuse to accept such a fate. I wish to venture forth and become a great hero, Dai Mu Bai declared, determination etched across his features. Given the opportunity for escape, I believe we should seize it. After all, a bold demise is far better than a cowardly one. Bai Luo asserted, his resolve firm. Indeed, upon hearing Bai Luo's reasoning, Dai Mu Bai contemplated the situation and realized that remaining here would only lead to a futile existence in the mire. He nodded in agreement. By the way, Brother Mu Bai, you were running so swiftly earlier. Are you also a practitioner of martial arts? Oh, not quite. It would be more accurate to say that. According to the standards of the multiversal reincarnation hall, you would be considered a transcendent being in your world. After delivering a fervent speech, Bai Luo chuckled and draped his arm around Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, inquiring with a hint of curiosity about martial artists and transcendent beings. Dai Mu Bai paused for a moment, responding, Xiao Yao, I am not entirely familiar with the meanings of these two terms. However, I do know martial artists. I am a soul master from our world, which should be comparable to the martial artists of yours. Soul masters? Bai Luo pondered, providing a definition. By the standards of the realm of reincarnation, soul masters must indeed be your world's transcendent beings. However, since your world lacks martial artists, how do you know of them? Brother Mu Bai? Bai Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking again. How do I know about martial artists? Upon hearing this question, Dai Mu Bai felt a wave of emotion and recounted the recent events of Dolua continent, sharing what he knew about the occurrences following the arrival of the reincarnators from the realm of reincarnation. The Patian Sword Sect and the Tian Xia Association, they sound incredibly formidable. If I could join either of these sects and become a powerful martial artist, I could certainly impress my aunt when I return. Once we leave this place, I will accompany you. Bai Luo feigned excitement and eagerness after listening to Dai Mu Bai's words. However, as he seemed to be finishing his thoughts, he suddenly sighed deeply. Alas, although Brother Mu Bai, you possess a storage soul guide akin to a virtual seed, which resolves the issue I previously considered, you are a soul master, a transcendent being of your world. I observe how swiftly you moved. Surely, you can escape. But I am merely an ordinary person, having only learned a few rudimentary martial skills. I fear I cannot keep pace with you, Brother Mu Bai. If only I had insisted on my aunt teaching me martial arts back then. As he lamented, Bai Luo could not help but tug at his hair, appearing quite regretful. Chapter 156. The trial for Dai Mu Bai. Bai Luo felt justified, 23, because of the identity of Li Xiao Yao. He was merely a newcomer to the realm of reincarnation. Prior to being selected by the realm, he was just an ordinary individual, now possessing only the infinite ammo Desert Eagle granted by the novice package. Escaping this peculiar valley with Dai Mu Bai clearly seemed a daunting task. This realization brought Bai Luo considerable distress after admitting his ordinary status. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Dai Mu Bai appeared taken aback, revealing a moment of hesitation. He hesitated. He actually hesitated. Witnessing Dai Mu Bai's indecision for more than 3 seconds, Bai Luo felt an unsettling sensation, akin to swallowing a fly. In his past life, Bai Luo did not harbor fondness for Dai Mu Bai, as he found him vastly inferior compared to Zhu Zhuqing. Yet after traversing into this realm, Bai Luo had no intention of targeting Dai Mu Bai deliberately, nor did he wish to do the same to Tang San. After all, he had not encountered any conflicts with either of them since his arrival in this world. It was against Bai Luo's principles to torment or even directly kill them, simply due to his past grievances. Even though Bai Luo had caused countless individuals to perish, directly or indirectly, since acquiring the powerful avatar system, 99 of those deaths were indirect. Bai Luo had not committed murder directly, allowing him to maintain a clear conscience. This could be considered somewhat pretentious. Nevertheless, as an ordinary person in his previous life, Bai Luo exhibited a degree of sentimentality common among many. In crafting a narrative that involved Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Luo indeed intended to separate them and even contemplated winning Zhu Zhuqing over. Additionally, due to his aversion towards Dai Mu Bai, he devised plans to torment and ensnare him. Yet, perhaps due to his own sentimental nature, Bai Luo found himself unable to inflict suffering upon Dai Mu Bai without a sense of guilt, thus opting to present Dai Mu Bai with a trial instead. The trial was designed to offer Dai Mu Bai a chance to choose, as Bai Luo feigned being merely an ordinary person incapable of escaping the peculiar valley alongside him. This was a test, for when BabyHuang imparted the thunder-breathing technique to Dai Mu Bai, he explicitly stated that he was not only teaching Dai Mu Bai, but also guiding the people of this world to protect the inhabitants from the harm of spirits. BabyHuang expressed hope that Dai Mu Bai would eventually pass on the thunder-breathing technique to others in need. However, Bai Luo doubted that Dai Mu Bai would willingly share the technique, as it was akin to a self-created soul skill, often regarded as a core family or sect inheritance in Doluo continent. It was likely that Dai Mu Bai would choose to retain the thunder-breathing technique as a legacy for his descendants, making it improbable for him to share it with others. Hence, Bai Luo designed his trial. If Dai Mu Bai truly possessed a sense of gratitude, he would respond without much hesitation when Bai Luo expressed his concerns. In such a case, Bai Luo would regard Dai Mu Bai more favorably, potentially retracting the grand gift he had planned for him, and would feel a twinge of guilt when attempting to win Zhu Zhuqing over. However, Bai Luo did not anticipate Dai Mu Bai's protracted hesitation, extending for 6 or 7 seconds. "Come on, I am your savior." Bai Luo felt somewhat speechless and repulsed by Dai Mu Bai's demeanor. Given this, Bai Luo now felt no qualms about separating Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai. Furthermore, regarding the grand gift he intended to present to Dai Mu Bai, he experienced no moral conflict, even questioning whether granting Dai Mu Bai a chance to refuse was too lenient. "Xiao Yao, you are my savior. How could I leave you behind? I promise that I will repay you. Although you are not from our world and cannot become a soul master, do you remember how I arrived here? My brother Yuan taught me a secret technique called breathing method, which can significantly enhance a person's physical capabilities in a short time. I can teach it to you." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Dai Mu Bai resolutely expressed his willingness to pass on the thunder-breathing technique to Bai Luo. "Really? This breathing method sounds impressive. Can you truly teach it to me?" Bai Luo's expression reflected disbelief. "Of course. Xiao Yao, you are my savior. However, this breathing method might be somewhat challenging to learn, and I have only recently mastered it, so I may not instruct you perfectly." With his decision made, Dai Mu Bai laughed heartily, appearing quite carefree. "Regardless, I am grateful to you, Brother Mu Bai. If I can learn the thunder breathing quickly, that would be splendid. If not, then it is fate, and I shall not delay you." Bai Luo sighed, adopting an attitude of acceptance towards life and death, embracing the notion that fortune lies in the hands of destiny. Subsequently, Dai Mu Bai began to instruct Bai Luo in the art of Lei Ji Hushi near the muddy ground. It must be said that Li Xiao Yao's innate talent is exceedingly high in the television series. He merely observed Jiu Jianxian practicing the sword technique once and instantly memorized it, demonstrating it with remarkable finesse. While Dai Mu Bai was teaching the Lei Ji Hushi, Bai Luo did not rely on his prior experience with Ri Ji Hushi. Instead, after watching Dai Mu Bai execute it once, he swiftly grasped the postures and rhythm of breathing that Dai Mu Bai elucidated. Thereafter, relying solely on memory and instinct, Bai Luo was almost able to perform it, albeit with some clumsiness and lack of proficiency. However, after several attempts, he quickly became adept. Thus, having mastered the Lei Ji Hushi, Bai Luo was soon able to unleash an astonishing speed, darting through the forest surrounding the muddy terrain. Mubai. It seems I have learned this Lei Ji Hu Shi. It appears to be quite manageable. After harnessing the Lei Ji Hu Shi and swiftly traversing the forest. Upon returning to the vicinity of the muddy ground, Bai Luo could not help but display a somewhat perplexed expression, speaking in a rather pretentious manner. Witnessing Bai Luo effortlessly mastering the Lei Ji Hu Shi after merely observing him perform it a few times, and now only needing to learn the sword forms of Lei Ji Hu Shi, left Dai Mu Bai's mouth twitching, momentarily questioning the essence of life. Was this Li Xiao Yao truly experiencing the Lei Ji Hu Shi for the first time, or had he already mastered it? Or did genuine geniuses truly exist in this world? Chapter 157. In Zi Luo Cheng, Bai Luo sets a trap. 33. It seems that Xiao Yao, your talent is quite commendable. Although Bai Luo's talent felt somewhat monstrous, considering the creator of this breathing technique, Jigui Yuan, Dai Mu Bai found solace in this fact. After teaching Bai Luo the Lei Ji Hu Shi and observing his rapid mastery, Dai Mu Bai began discussing with Bai Luo how to leave this place. Before departing, it was essential to not only recuperate, but also to meticulously plan the route for their exit. Thus, after spending 2 to 3 days plotting their course and consuming all the food in their storage soul guide, Bai Luo and Dai Mu Bai prepared to leave. With all preparations in place, having filled their storage soul guide with a foul-smelling muddy substance, they replenished their strength and vitality. On the day of their departure, both Dai Mu Bai and Bai Luo, enshrouded in the stench of the mud, activated the Lei Ji Hu Shi and swiftly set off along their prearranged route. Escaping the muddy ground at an astonishing speed, the mud concealed their scent, and with each stretch of their journey, they reapplied the mud, allowing them to navigate without alarming the creatures of the valley, ultimately exiting the valley teeming with aberrations. However, after leaving the valley, the two remained vigilant, continuing to maintain their guise of foul-smelling mud as they ran along the river, distancing themselves from the valley. Water is the source of life. Following the river's course would surely lead them out of the forest and towards human habitation. After exhausting the mud in their storage soul guide, having already traversed an unknown distance from the valley, they noticed the emergence of numerous wild animals surrounding them, which brought a sigh of relief to both Bai Luo and Dai Mu Bai. The presence of these beasts signified that they had likely escaped the habitat of those monsters. Upon reaching a safe location, Bai Luo could no longer endure the persistent stench of the mud, promptly plunging into the river to wash his clothes. Observing this, Dai Mu Bai followed suit. Originally, Dai Mu Bai's storage soul guide contained several new garments, but in a bid to escape the aberrant valley, he had filled it with mud, rendering the clothes within thoroughly saturated with the foul odor. Faced with the lack of clean attire, Dai Mu Bai reluctantly selected a random outfit and proceeded alongside Bai Luo as they continued their journey along the river. After nearly a day's travel, the trees thinned, and they finally reached the edge of the forest, where they beheld a village adorned with wooden houses, curling smoke, and fields stretching in every direction. As they exited the forest and approached the village, Bai Luo and Dai Mu Bai encountered villagers heading to work. After inquiring, they learned their current location. They were now within the borders of the Tiandi Empire, specifically in a city known as Zi Luo Cheng. To Dai Mu Bai's astonishment, he discovered that they were a full 1,000 miles away from Yunin Mountain. This revelation left him dumbfounded, repeatedly expressing disbelief at the power of the eyeglass-wearing creature leader, who could transport him hundreds of miles away to that valley. Simply incredible. Such an ability must surpass that of any 10,000-year space-type soul skill, given the vast distance. After Bai Luo's inquiries, Dai Mu Bai shook his head, indicating that returning to Yunin Mountain would likely not yield any results in locating his brothers, Yuan Ian Li. With less than a month remaining until the Tiandi Empire's Patian Sword Sect and Tian Xiaohui selection, they decided to first rest in the nearest Zi Luo Cheng before heading to the Tiandi Imperial City. Bai Luo naturally agreed. Then let us proceed to Zi Luo Cheng. I observe that the architecture of your world differs greatly from that of my own. I am quite curious about your city. Thus, Bai Luo and Dai Mu Bai set off towards Zi Luo Cheng after asking the villagers for directions. Is this Zi Luo Cheng? It appears larger than our Yuhang town, and it seems considerably more prosperous. The architectural style here is almost entirely different from that of our world. I wonder how the food in your world compares to ours. Upon arriving at Zi Luo Cheng with Dai Mu Bai, Bai Luo feigned astonishment at the city and its bustling streets, appearing as if he had gained newfound knowledge. Haha, soon you shall experience it firsthand, Xiao Yao. Noticing Bai Luo's naive demeanor towards Do Luo continent, Dai Mu Bai regained some confidence, laughing heartily as he guided Bai Luo into the city. With an abundance of funds, Dai Mu Bai confidently led Bai Luo toward the VIP entrance of the city gates, paying the fee to enter Zi Luo Cheng. As they strolled through the streets of Zi Luo Cheng, Bai Luo fully embraced his performance, marveling at the wonders of this otherworldly city, exploring here and there with childlike curiosity, due to their clothes being unwearable. The two quickly found a clothing shop upon their arrival in Zi Luo Cheng and began selecting outfits. As Bai Luo, the reincarnator from another world and savior of Dai Mu Bai, was not in a position to possess wealth in his current identity as Li Xiao Yao, Dai Mu Bai naturally covered the expenses. After donning a fresh set of clothes, Bai Luo continued to explore Zi Luo Cheng with Dai Mu Bai. When noon arrived, they found themselves in front of an upscale tavern. Drunken Immortal Residence? What a lovely name. As a person of this realm, it is only natural for Dai Mu Bai to lead the way. Upon seeing the name of the tavern, he nodded in satisfaction and beckoned Li Xiao Yao to join him inside. Come, brother Xiao Yao, let us indulge in a delightful lunch. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Do not worry about saving money, for I am not in need of it, exclaimed the extravagant Dai Mu Bai. Welcome, esteemed guests. What would you like to order? Once Bai Luo and Dai Mu Bai had settled into a private room, a waiter approached them with a courteous smile, inquiring about their menu choices. Bring forth your menu, Dai Mu Bai boisterously commanded, promptly selecting a dozen of the most exquisite dishes. He also encouraged Bai Luo to make her selections. The two engaged in light conversation as they awaited their meal. However, amidst their chatter, they overheard patrons in an adjacent room discussing a place known as Zola, primarily speaking of its three renowned courtesans. According to the neighboring patrons, the courtesans at Zola were extraordinary, possessing not only breathtaking beauty that could captivate a nation, but also remarkable talents, and were even soul masters. Brother Mu Bai, do you think they are exaggerating? Bai Luo inquired skeptically. Soul masters are the extraordinary beings of your world, akin to martial artists or even cultivators in ours. It seems implausible that women of your world would resort to such establishments. Surely, soul masters would not either. I too find it implausible, replied Dai Mu Bai, furrowing his brow in contemplation. As a member of the royal family, he had certainly heard of such places, having only visited once with friends. He was quite familiar with the concept. The claims of the neighboring patrons regarding the three courtesans, remarkably beautiful, possessing enchanting voices and exceptional talents, and being formidable soul masters, elicited a smirk from him. According to your previous accounts, individuals in your world can become martial artists with sufficient opportunity, although those with greater talent ascend more easily. Yet, in our realm, soul masters require innate gifts. Without such gifts, one cannot aspire to become a soul master. And these talents can indeed be hereditary. Thus, soul masters in our world not only possess immense strength, but also hold a higher social standing than martial artists in yours. In all my years of experience, I have never encountered a female soul master who would seek to sell herself in such establishments. If discovered, she would be ostracized from the soul master community. I suspect they are merely boasting. Perhaps these women are not even soul masters, just fortunate individuals with a modicum of soul power pretending to be so. As for their beauty, I suspect it is greatly exaggerated. Even if such stunning women existed, who would choose to remain in this third-rate Ziluocheng instead of our two great imperial capitals? Dai Mu Bai chuckled disdainfully. Upon hearing the neighboring patrons still extolling the virtues of the so-called courtesans, he could not help but interject loudly. I must say, dear gentleman next door, if you were to boast, you ought to exercise some restraint. A soul master, particularly one of such unparalleled beauty and strength, would never lack for wealth or status. How could she possibly seek employment in Ziula, even if circumstances forced her to such a place? She would surely gravitate towards the Tianshou Imperial City or the Xinglua Imperial City, rather than languish in Ziluocheng. We are not lying. It is the truth. One of the neighboring patrons retorted, clearly incensed by Dai Mu Bai's challenge. If you doubt us, ask others. It cannot be that we are all fabricating tales. If you remain unconvinced, you might as well visit Zula and see for yourself the veracity of our claims. Such confidence. Dai Mu Bai was taken aback by the unwavering assurance of the patrons. Just then, Bai Luo spoke up with a smile. Brother Mu Bai, there is a saying in our world. Seeing is believing, while hearing can be deceiving. Since we cannot discern the truth from their words, why not investigate for ourselves? We have no particular destination in this city, so let us follow their lead and inquire further. If the claims hold merit, we shall visit Zuula and thus ascertain the truth. After all, I have never set foot in a place like Zuula my entire life. Upon her suggestion, Bai Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Dai Mubai felt a surge of intrigue within him. He had only heard tales of Zuula and had yet to experience its allure firsthand. Since you wish to explore, I shall accompany you, my friend. After our meal, let us inquire further. If it proves true, we shall venture to Zuula with a newfound eagerness. Dai Mubai quickly made up his mind, smiling at Bai Luo. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, the two inquired about Zuula from other patrons at the tavern. To their surprise, everyone affirmed the existence of the establishment, leaving them in stunned silence. Brother Mubai, it appears to be genuine. Shall we go and see for ourselves? Asked Bai Luo excitedly. Indeed, let us proceed, replied Dai Mubai. Is this the Zuula? After leaving the tavern and navigating through a few inquiries, Bai Luo and Dai Mubai finally arrived at Zuula. Before them stood a grand 5-story wooden tower, strikingly designed. Upon entering, they were met with an intriguing interior, featuring a circular structure with each floor arranged in a concentric manner, all connected by staircases. As Bai Luo and Dai Mubai stepped into Zuula, they found themselves amidst a bustling crowd on the first and second floors, where patrons enjoyed tea and engaged in conversation. As a high-end establishment, Zuula was not like places where one entered to be immediately accompanied by a lady for an intimate encounter. Such places were merely brothels, lacking the sophistication of true establishments of elegance. In this upscale venue, the ambience was refined. Typically, it was the third and fourth floors where ladies would showcase their talents, inviting patrons from the lower levels to ascend and engage in pleasant exchanges, ultimately deciding which guest would be fortunate enough to remain in the company of a lady. Naturally, one must still spend money, and often quite a bit more. However, men, driven by a sense of competition, would frequent such places as they were generally affluent. Rather than simply engaging in private conversations with the ladies, they aspired to outshine their fellow guests, ultimately securing the opportunity to have a lady accompany them for the night. The inner sense of joy can, in fact, bring greater satisfaction to the guests. This encapsulates the operational strategy of high-end establishments like Zuula. Let's ascend. Upon arriving at Zuula, Dai Mubai led the ever-curious Bai Luo to the second floor, where they found an empty table and settled down. As they sipped tea, the two listened to a group of elegantly dressed and beautiful young women performing on the third floor, while also eavesdropping on the conversations of the surrounding patrons. Those who frequent Zuula often come with various intentions, but currently, most visitors are drawn by the legendary 3 courtesans of Zuula, thus their discussions predominantly revolve around these figures. Within the confines of Zuula, Bai Luo and Dai Mubai gleaned further insights regarding these 3 stunning courtesans. Previously at the tavern, patrons often had not visited Zuula, merely sharing hearsay, lacking clarity on specifics. However, the guests at Zuula truly sought to engage, discussing genuine strategies for securing an opportunity to spend the night with the 3 courtesans. After overhearing their discourse, Bai Luo could not help but express his astonishment. Brother Mubai, I never anticipated this. To meet the 3 courtesans and have the chance to be selected for an overnight stay, one must compete in the Dahan, with only the champion granted an audience with them. In our world, this is akin to a matchmaking contest among young maidens. Yet here, it is quite the spectacle. This is the first I have heard of such a thing. I thought wealth was the primary criterion in such places, Bai Luo remarked, as Dai Mubai pondered, clearly skeptical. However, Bai Luo secretly found amusement in Dai Mubai's disbelief. Indeed, in such establishments, wealth is a critical factor, yet the 3 enchanting courtesans, Xiao Tian, Xiao Le, and Xiao Yi, exist primarily to collect the essence of men for their elder tree demon. The quality of this essence is undoubtedly linked to strength. The stronger the man, the better the essence. Hey, Brother Mubai, your prowess should be commendable among the great soul masters. Would you not wish to give it a try with such beautiful courtesans? Since they were at Zuula, hearing patrons mention that participating in the single combat competitions across various cultivation levels could lead to an opportunity to meet the 3 courtesans, Bai Luo naturally seized the moment, chuckling as he playfully nudged Dai Mubai's shoulder, half-jokingly winking at him. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Dai Mubai's expression revealed hesitation. Yet he felt a stirring within. In the Doa continent, perhaps due to the influence of martial souls, individuals often mature early, not only in character, but also in physique and appearance. The most notorious among them is undoubtedly the evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, who, at merely 11 or 12, had already fought numerous battles. Of course, this is partly due to the side effects of the evil Fire Phoenix martial soul, although Dai Mubai did not possess this soul. He had fought alongside Ma Hongjun at Shrek Academy from a young age. Now, despite his youth, the allure of the three courtesans' unparalleled beauty stirred something within him. I merely wished to observe. While it might have been acceptable in Xingluo Imperial City, after departing from it, Dai Mubai seemed to have released his inhibitions. Listening to Bai Luo's half-joking remark, he quickly rationalized his thoughts, feeling a tinge of guilt yet persuading himself. I only intend to witness the spectacle of the Duhan competitions. Many will participate, and I might not even secure the championship among great soul masters. Even if I do win, it does not guarantee a selection for an overnight stay. I simply want to see if the three courtesans are as enchanting as the rumors suggest and report back to my friend, Xiao Yao. This should not be an issue. Since we are here, we have yet to lay eyes on the three courtesans. Perhaps you lack the strength, so allow me to give it a shot. This would be his first experience with Duhan. If he could secure the championship in the Great Soul Master category and meet the three courtesans, he would return to share his impressions. Though he was eager to witness the courtesans, he feigned reluctance, using Bai Luo's unfamiliarity with their beauty as a pretext to justify his participation in the competition. This led Bai Luo to regard him with a touch of disdain. Men, what is wrong with admiring beauty? We simply enjoy the sight of stunning women. Why must you concoct excuses? How hypocritical. Yet, having said that, he hoped Dai Mubai would indeed keep his intentions pure and resist any temptations, cautioning him not to regret it later. These are choices you can make. I have presented you with the opportunity. To Bai Luo's surprise, Dai Mubai was readily falling into the trap, preparing to embrace the gift he was about to receive. Though Bai Luo scoffed internally at Dai Mubai's inability to resist temptation, he maintained a jovial facade, warmly draping an arm around Dai Mubai's shoulder, expressing his anticipation for the news to come. Soon, as afternoon approached, the time for the Duhan arrived. In the morning, the champion of the Soul Master Group ascended the stage, confidently declaring, "Who dares to challenge me?" The challenger was a youthful man clad in splendid attire. Strikingly handsome, yet somewhat pale, evidently lacking vitality. Perhaps due to his earlier victories, he exuded confidence as he leaped onto the platform. "This Soul Master title is mine, Reynold. If no one wishes to challenge me, I shall claim victory." At that moment, a towering man with a bald head, clad in a leather vest and bearing a fierce countenance, leapt onto the stage, declaring, "I am Lien Shanxiong. You look utterly feeble. Perhaps you should return home and consume some nourishment before stepping foot in Ziyula. Even if you earn the chance to meet the three courtesans, can you handle it?" Upon hearing this, Reynolds' face flushed with anger. "What I can endure is none of your concern, you ugly brute. Even if I win, the three courtesans would never choose you. You are not one of the courtesans. How would you know? Perhaps they prefer my type." Lien Shanxiong retorted angrily, and as the tension escalated, onlookers began to stir, eagerly anticipating the impending clash. Thus, with the host's command, the Duhan commenced. Martial Soul Manifest. On the arena, amidst two resounding shouts, Lei Nuo and Lien Shanxiong summoned their respective martial souls. Lei Nuo's martial soul manifested as a fierce tiger, while Lien Shanxiong's took the form of a gray bear. Both were merely soul masters, possessing only a single soul ring, which was of the 10th grade. Despite the tiger martial soul potentially being superior to the bear martial soul, Lei Nuo appeared somewhat feeble and was swiftly defeated by Lien Shanxiong, being knocked off the stage in no time. "Youngster, go home and train harder, beef up a bit. You claim you are not weak, yet you couldn't even withstand a single punch from me." After sending Lei Nuo tumbling from the stage, Lien Shanxiong derisively gestured at him. Following Lien Shanxiong's victory over Lei Nuo, no one dared to challenge him further. Thus he emerged as the new champion of the Soul Master Group. After the Soul Master Group, it was time for the champion of the Grand Soul Master Group to take the stage. In contrast to the morning's champion, Lei Nuo, the Grand Soul Master named Lin Ao possessed the martial soul of a ghost leopard, which is a soul beast. However, facing an opponent like Dai Mubai, who had the supreme martial soul of an evil white tiger, complemented by the optimal configuration of soul rings and skills derived from the evil white tiger clan, Lin Ao was no match and was quickly defeated. Is that it? Having triumphed over Lin Ao and finding no challengers, Dai Mubai was left in disbelief as he became the new champion of the Grand Soul Master Group. "This is too easy. Brother Mubai, impressive. I shall await your good news. Upon Dai Mubai's descent from the stage, Bai Luo grinned broadly and gave him a thumbs up. Dai Mubai, wearing a smile of satisfaction, assured him that everything would be taken care of and he would pave the way first. As evening descended, the duel competition to meet the courtesans at Shuiyue Tower had concluded. Champions had been determined from the Soul Master to the Soul King ranks. Yet the highest was merely the Soul King. Beyond the realm of Soul Emperor, one could establish a Soul Master family. And those who reached such heights were typically diligent practitioners, seldom lingering in places of frivolity. If a Soul Emperor or Soul Saint were to compete for the affections of the three courtesans at Shuiyue Tower, the tower's fame would undoubtedly spread across the continent. All right, champions from various Soul Master ranks, please come forth. I shall escort you to the 5th floor to meet Miss Xiao Yi, and Miss Xiao Tian. Whether you have the opportunity to be selected to stay will depend on your performance. As evening settled in, a tall and alluring lady approached, announcing this. Upon hearing her, Dai Mubai, who had been waiting eagerly, stood up alongside the other champions from varying ranks. Will we finally meet those three courtesans? I wonder if they are truly as stunning as the guests claim, possessing beauty that could topple nations. I am filled with anticipation. Brother Mubai, I await your good news. As Dai Mubai rose to leave, Bai Luo chuckled and expressed his confidence in him. Although Dai Mubai had initially claimed he was merely there to behold the courtesan's beauty, Bai Luo had expressed faith that he would indeed be chosen to stay with them. Dai Mubai maintained a resolute facade, asserting that he was simply going to take a look, although his inner thoughts were far less certain. Regardless, Bai Luo was eager to see the choices Dai Mubai would make next. Dai Mubai, let me see if you remember that you have a fiancé back in Xingluo Imperial City, and whether your actions align with your words. Meanwhile, after Dai Mubai departed, guided by the enchanting lady, he and 4 other champions from the Soul Master to Soul King ranks swiftly ascended the stairs to the 5th floor of Shuiyue Tower, entering a spacious chamber. Inside, 2 rows of wooden tables lined the sides and delicate pink gauze adorned the surroundings, particularly at the back where a swath of pink fabric concealed the space beyond. Faintly, through the gauze, 3 graceful figures could be seen seated, seemingly holding musical instruments. Could those behind the gauze be the 3 exquisite courtesans? Upon entering the expansive room, Dai Mubai surveyed his surroundings, and upon noticing the 3 ethereal silhouettes shrouded in pink gauze, he mused internally. Once all had entered and found their respective seats, a melodious tune wafted forth from behind the gauze. The harmonious sounds of a harp, flute, and shao resonated clearly. Well, putting aside the others, their artistry is indeed remarkable, Dai Mubai thought, listening to the enchanting music presumably played by the 3 courtesans. As the music played, a melodious voice floated from behind the gauze. Welcome, esteemed guests. My sisters and I are all Soul Masters, and we appreciate those with great potential and strength. You are all champions from various Soul Master groups, but I'm curious to know which groups you represent. I am a champion of the Soul Master group. My name is Lian Shan Xiong. I am a champion of the Soul Venerable group. My name is Niu Mang. I am a champion of the Soul Sect group. My name is Wang Lin Kong. As the 3 courtesans requested introductions, the champions who entered the room confidently proclaimed their names. Although Dai Mubai did not exhibit overt excitement, he too stated that he was the champion of the Grand Soul Master group. 3 courtesans, I am new here, having heard tales of your unparalleled beauty. However, I have yet to behold it with my own eyes. Might you indulge my curiosity? After the introductions, Niu Mang, the champion of the Soul Venerable group, who was tall, robust, and had a rugged demeanor, inquired. Ah, Mr. Niu, do not be so impatient. Came a light-hearted laugh from behind the gauze. At this moment, the others joined in, expressing their disappointment at not being able to see the courtesans directly, feeling as though they were gazing through a fog. Why not face us directly so we may admire your beauty? After all, beauty is meant to be appreciated. All right. If you all wish to see Xiao Tian and my sisters so eagerly, I shall comply. With a hint of reluctance, the voice from behind the gauze acquiesced, and the pink gauze was drawn aside. In an instant, 3 stunningly beautiful women appeared before the 5 men, each adorned in garments of pure white, soft pink, and delicate yellow. Their beauty was of such exquisite caliber that it could captivate a nation, and yet their temperaments and styles were distinctively different. The sight was utterly mesmerizing. Observing the transformations of Huaqiang, Xiaola, and Xiaotian, the men, including Dai Mubai, stood momentarily entranced, their hearts brimming with disbelief. The trio's appearances were the result of the tree demon granny's artful handiwork, resembling ethereal beings stepping forth from a painted canvas. Their skin was as fair as jade, and their features were so finely chiseled that not a single flaw could be discerned, embodying the essence of celestial maidens. Even Dai Mubei, a prince accustomed to the splendor of Xingluo Imperial City, found himself awestruck by the enchanting visages of the three. Guests. As the five gazed in astonishment, Tianya felt a surge of inexplicable delight swelling within her. With the assistance of the roots in her mind, she called out in a melodious voice to rouse her captivated audience. These three ladies are indeed the epitome of beauty, akin to celestial beings emerging from a painting. It is my first time encountering such enchanting maidens. To share a moment of intimacy with them would be worth any sacrifice. Upon witnessing the breathtaking appearances of Xiaola, Xiaoyi, and Xiao Tian, Niulong could not help but thump his chest, overwhelmed by emotion. Listening to Niulong's words and observing his robust physique, the trio exchanged knowing smiles. Feeling a stir of interest, as according to the standards set by the tree demon granny, Niulong could be deemed a quality source of male essence worth considering. However, at that moment, a potent yearning surged within their minds as the tree demon granny's voice echoed with fervor. You three, have you seen a man in white attire with golden hair and dual-colored pupils? I sense he possesses immense fortune and high-quality essence within him. You must acquire his essence. The unexpected command from the tree demon granny momentarily stunned the trio, compelling them to glance at Dai Mubei. Though undeniably handsome, they had encountered many attractive individuals before. Yet his ability to evoke a response from the granny was utterly astonishing. What could this great fortune signify? Was he simply born under a lucky star? Despite their confusion regarding the granny's intentions, the trio had long been tamed and obedient to her will, thus they would not defy her command. Consequently, when the time came to choose a guest for the night, they unanimously selected Dai Mubei. I believe young Master Dai is quite agreeable. Would you do me the honor of spending the night with me? The eldest sister, Xiao Tian, spoke with a gentle laugh, being the first to choose Dai Mubei. This unexpected selection left him momentarily incredulous. Although he considered himself the most outstanding among them, he felt a tinge of trepidation in such an unfamiliar setting, causing him to present himself rather modestly. The fact that the eldest courtesan chose him was beyond his expectations. What luck for this pretty boy! Meanwhile, the other four champions expressed their envy upon learning that Tianya had chosen Dai Mubei. However, with Xiaola and Xiaoyi still present, the atmosphere remained predominantly congratulatory despite the initial envy. Yet, it wasn't long before the expressions of Lei, Chong, and Niulong turned to a distinct shade of green. Sister, I too wish for young Master Dai to stay with me. What shall we do? Me too. I also think young Master Dai is splendid. As Xiao Tian chose Dai Mubei, her two younger sisters, Xiaola and Xiaoyi, revealed their astonishment and expressed their desire for him as well. How infuriating! That pretty boy. Does he merely possess a slightly more handsome visage than us? How could all three courtesans be enamored with him? Niulong seethed inwardly. This fellow, his appearance is comparable to mine, yet my cultivation surpasses his. How could he draw such attention? Wang Linkong, a soul master of the soul sect, felt a surge of envy and resentment. Despite all three women choosing Dai Mubei, they still believed he could only accompany one courtesan for the night, leaving room for their opportunity. Let be. Young Master Dai can only be one. It would be unseemly for any of us to monopolize him and jeopardize our camaraderie. Why not share him? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian proposed this shocking suggestion. What? Initially, they thought the three courtesans would select Dai Mubei simultaneously, but still choose one each for the night. However, the eldest sister's proposal to share him sent Lin Shanxiong and Niulong into a frenzy. Xiao Tian, that seems inappropriate. How so? The decision of who stays is ours to make. We have all chosen young Master Dai, and, as the eldest, I refuse to let a man disrupt our sisterly bond. Thus, it is only natural to choose to share. Tianya replied with an air of calmness. This is hardly normal. The incredulity of Niulong and the others left them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. Well, we have made our decision. You may return another time. With that, Tianya's demeanor shifted, and she unleashed her soul king-level aura, making a final pronouncement. The overwhelming pressure from her aura caused Lin Shanxiong and Niulong to freeze, realizing that the three courtesans before them were formidable soul masters, not mere entertainers. Unable to contest their decision, They conceded, as the previous regulations regarding guest selection did not stipulate that each courtesan must choose a different guest. Now, young Master Dai, will you stay and accompany us three sisters? Tianya, now radiating warmth, turned her smile towards Dai Mubei, while Xiaola and Xiaoyi regarded him with hopeful and imploring eyes. On the other side, Lin Shanxiong and Niulong cast glances filled with envy and resentment at Dai Mubei, taken aback by the unexpected attention he garnered from all three courtesans. Faced with their pleading expressions and the envious looks from the surrounding soul masters, Dai Mubei felt a sense of elation and excitement unlike anything he had experienced before in Xingluo Imperial City. In such a situation, he found himself utterly at a loss for words to decline their advances. The matters that others yearn for have unexpectedly found their way to oneself. If one were to decline such an opportunity, would that still constitute manhood? Moreover, as a man, to achieve what others, particularly those of greater prowess, cannot attain, and to grasp what is so fervently desired, fills Dai Mubei with excitement. Naturally, how could Mubei refuse the company of three enchanting ladies? Ultimately, his choice became abundantly clear as he donned a gentle and refined smile, expressing his willingness to stay and accompany the three beautiful maidens. Subsequently, Dai Mubei was joined by the transformed courtesans Xiao Lu, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Tian, while Yin Shanxiong and Yomeng, along with their companions, were unceremoniously ushered out, departing the fifth floor with downcast spirits. Look, they're all coming down. As Lin Shanxiong and Yomeng descended, the patrons on the first and second floors caught sight of the four, erupting into excited and curious exclamations. Just as they were about to inquire which fortunate souls had been chosen by the three courtesans, it dawned on one guest, bewildered, that there were four of them descending. Did that not imply that only one person had been selected? Why are all four of you coming down? Upon this inquiry, Lin Shanxiong and Yomeng revealed their dismay, explaining that none of them had been chosen. All three courtesans had opted for the same individual, none other than the champion of the Dahan Shi group, Dai Mubei. Furthermore, the three courtesans had decided to serve him together. This revelation sent shockwaves through all the guests on both floors, filled with astonishment and disbelief. For such an occurrence had never transpired before. Dai Mubei, undeniably handsome, with his striking dual-colored eyes, left many to wonder what charm he possessed that could entice three courtesans to choose him simultaneously and willingly serve him. It was simply inconceivable. Hey, Xiao Yao, did Dai Mubei come with you? During Dai Mubei's encounter with the three courtesans on the fifth floor of Shiyue Tower, Bai Luo was not idly waiting for his descent. Instead, he quickly mingled with guests on the first and second floors. One patron inquired, Mubei came with me, but I truly did not expect his charm to be so great that all three courtesans would choose him. I am quite astonished. Bai Luo chuckled, feigning surprise, yet internally, he was amused. Dai Mubei, it seems you have not remained true to your words, opting for this philosophical path. I did not coerce you. It was your own inability to resist temptation that led to this choice. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me later. Imagining that Dai Mubei was likely engrossed in intimate exchanges with the three courtesans masquerading as Xiao Lu, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Tian, Bai Luo couldn't help but smile. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Dai Mubei would discover that the exquisite courtesans who had attended to him were, in fact, men, and their true appearances were far from presentable. How intriguing indeed. Having rescued Dai Mubei previously, Bai Luo had become his benefactor. Upon arriving in Ziluoqing, Dai Mubei had generously provided Bai Luo with ample funds for his stay on Doloa continent. Thus, even while Dai Mubei resided at Shiyue Tower with the trio, Bai Luo had the means to find a hotel and dine elsewhere. Consequently, after Dai Mubei settled in the company of the enchanting courtesans, Bai Luo departed from Shiyue Tower, dined at a nearby establishment, and secured a hotel for the night. It was not until the following day that Bai Luo returned to Shiyue Tower to meet Dai Mubei once more. Mubei, why does your complexion appear so pale? Upon seeing Dai Mubei again within the confines of Shiyue Tower, Bai Luo could not suppress his surprise, exclaiming in astonishment. Yet, his remark was somewhat redundant. For any normal person, even the most resilient, would find it challenging to endure a night of profound interaction with the trio, who had undergone the transformation under the guise of a bewitching spell. Dai Mubei, however, was lost in fond reminiscence of the previous night spent with the three stunning courtesans, savoring the delightful experience and expressing his admiration. Indeed, the three courtesans at Shiyue Tower are the epitome of beauty and grace, their reputation well-deserved. Yet, last night I faced 3 of them simultaneously, which certainly took a toll on me. However, the experience, dear Xiao Yao, is something you cannot fathom. Chapter 162. Lingering amongst the blossoms. Dai Mu Bai and Lin Jingying's concerns the experience? Hearing Dai Mu Bai nostalgically recount the pleasures of the previous night, Bai Luo could hardly contain his laughter. While he may revel in the memories now, if he were to learn the true identities of the 3 courtesans with whom he had shared such intimate moments, he would likely lose his appetite entirely. Yet, outwardly, Bai Luo maintained an envious demeanor, sighing, "Alas, I still lack the fortune that you, Brother Mu Bai, possess." This only served to bolster Dai Mu Bai's sense of pride and confidence, prompting him to laugh heartily. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. There is no need for you to envy too much. However, I must make the most of today, for the 3 beautiful courtesans seem quite fond of me. And perhaps tonight, I shall have another opportunity. Reflecting on the previous night, recalling the envious expressions of those champions who had also competed in the Dohun battles upon learning that all 3 courtesans had chosen him, Dai Mu Bai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Perhaps enchanted by the courtesan's allure, he spent several days languishing in Shiyue Tower, and soon he appeared notably thinner. Bai Luo could no longer watch in silence, and he felt compelled to advise Dai Mu Bai. Do not allow yourself to be drained entirely. Even iron must be tempered. You ought to rest for a few days after each encounter. Yet Dai Mu Bai, unfulfilled, countered, "If I calculate the days accurately, there remains nearly half a month until the selection of the Patian Sword Sect and the Tian Xia Society in the Tiando Empire. The journey will only take 3 to 5 days. There is ample time. Once we leave, who knows when I shall return? I must seize the opportunity to enjoy myself now." Meanwhile, after departing from Gushin City, Qiao Feng, Kuzhun Yi, Lin Jingying, and the formidable couple, Gaisher Longxi, hastened towards the vicinity of Ziluoqing. However, upon arrival, the compass guiding their pursuit of the royal zombies became erratic once more. It was evident that, having reached this location, the royal zombies had resumed their creation of zombie minions, and in considerable numbers. Consequently, the group had no choice but to split up once again, preparing to follow the compass's direction in search of the royal zombies. This time, however, it was apparent that the royal zombies had likely been developing in secrecy for an extended period, leaving no one certain of their current state of evolution. Should the royal zombies have transformed into the formidable, silver-armored corpses of the jumping zombies, possessing formidable powers, it was doubtful that Gaisher Longxi would be able to contend with them. Thus, on this occasion of separate actions, Qiao Feng continued to venture alone. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, comprising the formidable couple Gai Shilongxi, the determined Meng Yiran, and the likes of Lin Jingying, Kuzhun Yi, and Wang Sheng, chose to pursue the direction indicated by the Zhui Xiaoluo Pan in search of the royal zombies. Guided by Lin Jingying, the couple, along with their granddaughter Meng Yiran, Kuzhun Yi, and Wang Sheng, made their way to the vicinity of Lucenqing. The Zhui Xiaoluo Pan had provided a stable indication, suggesting the presence of zombies nearby. Upon reaching the outskirts of a town known as Lanlinjun, they found that the pointer of the Zhui Xiaoluo Pan had stabilized, prompting Lin Jingying to assert with certainty that if zombies were present, it would inevitably lead to incidents of death attributed to zombie attacks, with the deceased transforming into desiccated corpses. We could inquire with the townsfolk. Perhaps they might provide us with information that could lead us to our objective. Kuzhun Yi, blindfolded and wielding a cane, remarked solemnly. Thus, the group proceeded directly toward Lanlinjun. However, upon questioning the townspeople, they were taken aback by the responses they received. Yes, there have been deaths, but they were all caused by that despicable Ba Ilao Yi, who even abducted the children here to feast upon. Yet, there have been no reports of bodies drained of blood, transformed into dry corpses. Indeed, that wretched Ba Ilao Yi has not shown his face in quite some time. Some brave souls ventured to his castle, only to discover it abandoned, stained with blood, though no corpses were found. Perhaps some valiant soul from the realm of the mighty had dealt with Ba Ilao Yi and buried the bodies. It is a pity that this noble individual did not come to our Lanlinjun. Otherwise, we would have expressed our profound gratitude to the savior of our town. The fruit vendor spoke with a tone laden with emotion. The vendor's account exchanged glances of surprise and uncertainty among Lin Jingying, Kuzhun Yi, and the couple Gai Shilongxi. There are no zombies here, yet it seems there are other monstrous entities. After departing from the fruit vendor's stall, The group wandered through Lanlinjun, seeking a humble inn to spend the night, as the town lacked upscale hotels. While it remains uncertain whether zombies lurk here, other strange creatures seem to abound. Cannibals? The realm of the Zhu, Tianluanhui is rife with such monsters, be they of the demon race or various other aberrant species, many of which are known for their appetite for human flesh. As they walked the streets, Kujun expressed his somber thoughts. It is fortunate that Ba Yi appears to have been eliminated. Yet the issue remains that he has evidently transformed into a monstrous entity. Behind Ba Yi, there surely lurks another aberrant reincarnator from the Zhu Tianluanhui. Should we concern ourselves with this? We must, whether they be zombies or other creatures. Since we have encountered them, we cannot remain idle. I sense that the mysterious disappearance of Ba Yi is far from simple. Lin Zheng-ing asserted with righteous conviction. Should anyone pass through, be they soul masters from your world or reincarnators like myself, they ought to inform the townsfolk of Lanlinjun to exercise caution. Yet that has not occurred. Furthermore, my Jue Xia Luo Pan clearly indicates the presence of zombies, which cannot be mistaken. I worry that the royal zombies we seek may encounter these other monstrous beings, leading to an adverse reaction, which would be disastrous. As he concluded, a hint of concern flickered in Lin Zhengying's eyes. When pressed by the couple guy Shilong Shi, Lin Zhengying articulated his fears, explaining that in their world, zombies can merge with spirits, evolving into far more terrifying entities. In the Zhu Tianluanhui, the number of aberrant reincarnators is unknown. Who can guarantee that there aren't entities akin to the spirits of their world capable of merging with zombies, transforming into even more dreadful beings? This thought rendered the couple's expressions somewhat rigid. Perhaps we should investigate Ba Yi's castle tonight. Although the vendor mentioned that someone from Lanlinjun had already visited the castle and found it abandoned, I can discern that they likely went during the day. If there's zombies or similar entities hiding within the castle, they would remain dormant under the sun's rays, and they would encounter nothing. However, once night falls, the situation would change. If indeed there are aberrant beings concealed within Ba Yi's castle, we are bound to uncover them. Ultimately, it was Lin Zheng-ing who proposed this course of action. While some expressed hesitation, the group ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 163, A Night Visit to the Castle. Peach Wood to exorcise zombies time swiftly passed to evening. Due to the unfamiliarity of the location and concerns about navigating at night, the group prepared to set off for Ba Yi's castle as dusk approached. Fearing potential dangers, they decided to leave Meng Yiran and Wang Sheng behind in Lanlinjun, entrusting Kujun to watch over them. Thus, only Lin Zhengying, accompanied by Gai Shilong Shi, ventured toward the castle they had inquired about during the day. Upon arrival at the vicinity of Ba Yi's castle, the sky had darkened considerably. Standing amidst the trees and under the dim glow of the setting sun, Lin Zheng-ing retrieved the Jue Xia Luo Pan. The pointer of the Jue Xia Luo Pan unwaveringly indicated the castle ahead, causing Lin Zhengying's demeanor to shift toward seriousness. Gai Shilong Shi, it appears my suspicions were correct. There is indeed something amiss here. The Jue Xia Luo Pan's pointer steadfastly directs us to this castle, indicating the presence of hidden zombies. While it is evident that something is awry, my spouse and I lack knowledge regarding zombies. We shall rely on you, Taoist Lin, for guidance on our next steps. Noticing the pointer of the Jue Xia Luo Pan steadfastly aimed at the castle, Long Gong Meng Shu nodded gravely and tightened his grip on his dragon staff martial soul, as 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerge around him. Meanwhile, Shi Pachao Tianxiang also gripped her snake staff martial soul, with 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black manifesting around her. Dear elders, let us proceed. Following Lin Zhengying's lead, the three ventured into the enveloping darkness toward Ba Yi's castle. Upon entering the castle, Lin Zheng-ing discovered that the pointer of the Jue Xia Luo Pan had inexplicably ceased to move. What could this mean? Lin Zheng-ing exclaimed in surprise, catching the attention of Gai Shilong Shi. However, after some discussion, they concluded that it was likely an issue with the tracking precision of the Jue Xia Luo Pan. It is possible that this place has become a hiding spot for zombies. To be more precise, within the confines of this castle, the pursuit of the evil compass may prove to be quite challenging. Thus, to locate the zombies, they must rely on their own efforts. However, after searching the castle for a considerable time, even looking beneath the bed, Lin Zhengying and the couple Gai Shilong and Shifu failed to find any trace of the zombies. This led both parties to a moment of contemplation upon reconvening in the hall. Soon, Lin Jingying and the couple arrived at a shared conclusion. The zombies might be concealed within the castle's basement. Due to the downward orientation, the compass's needle could only rotate horizontally, hence its immobility. Therefore, the next crucial step was to locate the entrance to the basement. Given that Gai Shilong and Shifu were the heads of a prominent family, well-versed in the design of castles, they quickly found the entrance to the basement of this castle. With a creaking sound, a staircase leading into the pitch-black underground appeared before Lin Jingying and the couple. Let us descend and investigate. After opening the entrance to the castle's basement, Long Gongmeng Shu retrieved a soul power testing crystal ball, infused it with energy, and it emitted a brilliant glow, serving as illumination. In a low voice, he spoke, and the three of them proceeded down the staircase into the castle's basement. Upon entering the basement beneath the Ba Yi Laoi's castle, they found an extraordinarily spacious area, akin to a -1 level of the castle. As they stepped into the basement, a strong stench of blood wafted towards them. What a foul odor! There must be something amiss here. Upon detecting the pungent scent, Lin Jing furrowed his brow and remarked, then quickly followed the direction of the stench, advancing deeper into the basement along the corridor. Before long, they encountered a place resembling a prison. In the cells, there were beings of peculiar appearance. Though they had human-like forms, they were entirely non-human, bound by thick iron chains at their limbs and necks, firmly affixed to the walls. Before them lay barrels of blood and fresh flesh. Help, please! Upon realizing that someone had arrived, the creatures with human characteristics, trapped by the iron chains, called out weakly to Lin Jingying and the others, filled with longing and hope. However, due to their lack of understanding of the situation, Lin Jingying and the couple merely frowned without responding. Continuing to observe the prison, Lin Jingying discovered that outside the cells, in areas clearly designated for the jailers, there were numerous coffins. Coffins? The moment he saw the coffins, Lin Jingying felt a stirring in his heart and approached the nearest one. He then opened a coffin before Gai Shilong and Shifu. Inside lay a man dressed in attire reminiscent of Doloa Dalu, with skin of a bluish-gray hue, appearing somewhat dehydrated and wrinkled. His hands bore long, dark claws that looked exceedingly sharp, resembling talons, and he had 2 pairs of sharp fangs visible, his eyes tightly shut, lying in the coffin. Without fur, could this be a Jiao? That royal zombie, and within just half a month, it has managed to create a Jiao through infection. How did this happen? After observing the zombie within the coffin, Lin Jingying could not help but express his incredulity. Lin Daolang, do you mean this is a Jiao? Initially, its strength could rival that of our Soul Master System's Soul King and Soul Emperor, eventually reaching the level of a golden armored corpse, potentially matching our title Deluo level Jiao. The couple, Gai Shilong and Shifu, were equally astonished upon hearing Lin Jingying's words. Indeed, it appears so. However, this Jiao skin is bluish-gray, not yet at the level of a copper-armored corpse. Its strength is likely comparable to that of your Soul Master System Soul King, but that is already formidable. Lin Jingying continued normally. Unless it is a legendary Ba who is near the celestial realm, even a Fei Jiang would typically start with a Hair Jiang when infecting a human into a zombie. It is impossible for the infection to reach Jiao level so quickly, unless this zombie possesses unique qualities. Lin Jingying took a deep breath and stated, "We must act swiftly. I sense impending danger. We need to examine the other coffins immediately, for nightfall approaches swiftly. While these zombies are currently in a dormant state for unknown reasons, once night descends and the energy rises, they will undoubtedly awaken. If all these coffins conceal Jiao, we may not withstand them if we do not resolve the situation before they awaken." As he spoke, Lin Jingying began to sweat, urgently pushing open the other coffins to assess their contents. To his shock, he discovered that all the zombies within the coffins bore the appearance of Jiao, none being copper armor corpses, but each a recent Jiao. Indeed, every coffin seems to house the Jiao you mentioned, Lin Daolang. After examining the coffins alongside Lin Jingying, Long Gongmeng Shu was also taken aback. Yes, darkness will soon fall. We must eliminate them before that happens. Lin Jingying's expression grew grave as he spoke, then retrieved a package from his back. Upon opening it, a collection of wooden stakes adorned with runes was revealed. "Were these, Lin Daolang?" Long Gongmeng Shu inquired, puzzled. "These are peachwood stakes, inscribed with runes, primarily infused with magical energy. With the power of the runes enhancing them, they can pierce through the skin of a zombie. The peachwood serves to ward off evil. If inserted into the heart of a zombie, it can dispatch them. Lin Zhengying elucidated. Is magical energy necessary? Would soul power suffice? Long Gongming Shu pondered for a moment before asking. I'm not entirely sure. Senior Long Gong, you can test it and find out. Infuse your soul power into one of these peachwood stakes and see if there are any changes. Lin Zhengying considered, expressing his uncertainty, then handed a stake to Long Gongming Shu for him to try. Meanwhile, he approached the coffin, positioning a stake toward the zombie's heart within. It seems ineffective. On the other side, after infusing his soul power into the peachwood stake, Long Gongming Shu noticed no discernible changes, shaking his head in disappointment. At that moment, Lin Zhengying had already infused his magical energy into the stake he held, causing the runes to emanate a glowing orange light. Subsequently, Lin Zhengying forcefully struck, driving the stake into the zombie's heart. Success. However, just as an expression of excitement began to form on Lin Zhengying's face, the zombie, upon having the stake pierced into its heart, suddenly opened its eyes, a look of agony crossing its features, and it let out a roar, abruptly rising from the coffin. This caused Lin Zhengying to swiftly retreat, creating distance from the coffin. What is happening? This is impossible. Seeing the zombie, which he had driven a peachwood stake into its heart, not only failed to perish, but instead rise from the coffin with a visage of agony. Lin Zhengying's expression transformed into one of disbelief. Chapter 164. Something is amiss with these zombies. Taoist Lin, what is happening? In the dimly lit chamber, witnessing the tormented zombie suddenly sit up, Gai Shilong, she was momentarily taken aback. Moments ago, Lin Zhengying had asserted that driving the peach would stake into the zombie's heart would surely vanquish it. Yet the creature before them, though writhing in pain and emitting anguished howls, appeared utterly devoid of any intent to die. This zombie seemed anomalous. At that moment, Lin Zhengying's complexion darkened. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he drew forth his golden sword and spoke gravely. In my previous realm, I have utilized peachwood stakes to eliminate zombies without issue. Clearly, there is something amiss with the zombies here. I suspected that the Imperial zombies could not have produced such a multitude of jumping zombies in such a short span. There must be something underlying this mystery. I now surmise that these creatures are not mere zombies. They may resemble jumping zombies, but they are not. It is merely an illusion. Because they are not ordinary zombies, they have shed the typical vulnerabilities associated with their kind. At this moment, I am uncertain of their true strength. As Lin Zhengying and Gai Shilong, she swiftly retreated, creating distance from the zombie that had risen with the stake embedded in its heart. The anguished howls echoed. The night was already encroaching, and the other zombies lying in their coffins began to awaken, roused by the commotion. In an instant, the underground chamber was filled with the rattling of coffins as they trembled. The lids were forcefully flung open, and a multitude of grotesque zombies, dressed in tattered garments, rose from their resting places, roaring in fury. Umans, how dare you intrude upon our domain? We cannot allow you to escape and thwart our master's grand design. Upon rising, the zombies quickly spotted Lin Zhengying and Gai Shilong Shi, and one of them bellowed in a hoarse, guttural voice. These zombies can speak. Indeed, they are not pure. Lin Zhengying's expression shifted slightly as he reaffirmed his suspicions. Just then, a horde of awakened, aberrant zombies, having regained their senses, stood up from their coffins and leaped towards Lin Zhengying and Gai Shilong Shi. Faced with the sudden onslaught of unknown strength zombies, Lin Zhengying was compelled to prevent them from getting too close. He swiftly positioned the golden sword before him, channeling his magical energy into the weapon, and with a forceful shout, he thrust it forward. Scatter! In that moment, the golden sword erupted, unleashing a barrage of enchanted copper coins that shot forward like bullets, sending a wave of zombies sprawling. Simultaneously, Long Gongming Shu and Shi Patianxiang unleashed their soul abilities, raising their dragon and serpent staves in a combined effort. A powerful surge of soul energy coalesced, forming a colossal phantom of a dragon and serpent that swept through the remaining zombies, sending many of them flying. However, the unfortunate reality was that there were over 100 zombies present, and despite Lin Zhengying and Gai Shilong Shi's relentless assault, a dozen or more zombies continued to charge forward, howling in fury. As they lunged, the bodies of these zombies underwent bizarre mutations. Some had crimson blood streaming from their arms, transforming into a gelatinous substance that shot forth like heated threads toward Lin Zhengying and Gai Shilong Shi. Others spewed flames, exhaled icy gusts, sprouted grotesque wings, or elongated their arms like rubber. In summary, these zombies exhibited a bewildering array of abilities. Leaving Lin Jingying and Gai Shilong, she momentarily flustered. "We must flee." Acknowledging the cramped environment, Lin Jingying shouted urgently, wielding various magical artifacts to fend off the approaching zombies, while urging Gai Shilong, she to retreat swiftly. The confined quarters hindered their effectiveness against the multitude of aberrant zombies, necessitating an immediate escape. As they battled and withdrew, the narrow corridor also limited the zombies' movements, enabling Lin Jingying and Gai Shilong, she to swiftly exit the underground chamber and flee the castle. Sur fusion technique, Dragon Snake Assault. Upon leaving the castle, the newfound spaciousness allowed Gai Shilong, she to unleash their combined soul abilities. They crossed their dragon and serpent staves, invoking the Dragon Snake Assault technique. In a brilliant burst of emerald light, their souls fused into one, ascending skyward along the luminous column. At the pinnacle, they transformed into a venomous serpent, entirely dark green with blood-red markings, bearing its fangs and unleashing a fearsome roar. Roar! As the venomous serpent took flight under their command, it swept through the air, sending a multitude of zombies flying with a single lash of its tail. Even against a creature rivaling the strength of a tidal dolor, the zombies were no match. Yet, despite the serpent's devastating strikes that shattered bones and obliterated heads, the zombies exhibited an alarming recovery rate, rapidly mending their injuries before their very eyes. What? Witnessing this spectacle, Gai Shilong, she was taken aback. Daoist Lin, do these zombies possess such formidable regenerative abilities? They can recover even after having their heads obliterated by our dragon snake assault. Elder Longgong, Elder Shipur, such regenerative capabilities are beyond what ordinary zombies should possess. These creatures undoubtedly harbor something else within them. Lin Jingying responded grimly, while fending off the approaching horde with an array of magical artifacts. I believe this is related to the monsters trapped in the underground chamber. We must return to the basement and interrogate those creatures. They may hold the key to understanding the origin of these zombies. We will cover you. Gai Shilong, she, initially poised to suggest this, was interrupted as beams of golden light erupted from the forest, piercing the heads of several zombies. Instantly, these zombies emitted a horrific wail, clutching their heads in agony. Their skulls began to emit smoke as if corroded by acid, swiftly rendering them grotesque before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 165. Li Xuanhuan, Lin Jingying, and a legendary dragon snake. A new crisis. Were these zombies finally vanquished? It was astonishing that the undead, which could withstand the explosive force of the poisonous flood serpent birthed from the martial souls of the couple, were so easily defeated. This revelation left Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tian Xiang in utter disbelief. Following the direction of the golden light, the couple and Lin Jingying could not help but turn their gazes in unison. Under the luminous moonlight, they beheld a strikingly handsome man, reminiscent of Qiao Feng and Ku Zhenyi, emerging from the thicket. His long black hair, with slightly curled ends, framed a visage marked by a hint of melancholy. Between his fingers, he deftly held several sharp flying daggers, emanating a faint golden glow, likely infused with soul energy or some form of vital force. Could this attire indicate yet another reincarnator? The moment they laid eyes on this enigmatic figure, who was none other than Li Xuanhuan, the couple was momentarily taken aback, deducing that he too must belong to the circle of reincarnators. The golden light they had witnessed previously must have originated from the daggers in his possession. Yet, what power system was he drawing from? It was simply unfathomable that these zombies, which could recover even after having their heads obliterated, could succumb so easily. With a swift motion, Li Xuanhuan extracted several more daggers, infusing them with wave energy before launching them forth, swiftly dispatching additional zombies. We must hurry. There are too many of these creatures, and my wave energy may not suffice, he urged, noticing the astonished expressions on Lin Jingying and the couple. Despite their confusion regarding Li Xuanhuan's words, Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang grasped that he too was at a loss in dealing with the zombies, which startled them. Initially, they had assumed that since Li Xuanhuan could eliminate zombies, he would have no issue eradicating them all. Lin Daozhong, let us move quickly. They had intended to provide cover for Lin Jingying, allowing him to descend into the basement to interrogate the captive monsters regarding the origins of the zombies. However, with Li Xuanhuan's unexpected arrival, They instinctively believed that he must possess knowledge about the situation. Thus, they called out to Lin Zhengying, eager to vacate the area. After all, they were incapable of killing these zombies, and remaining there would surely lead to their demise once their soul energy was depleted. With a savior at hand, they understood the urgency to flee. Upon hearing the intention to leave, Lin Zhengying had no choice but to follow Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang, sprinting towards Li Xuanhuan. Behind them, the horde of aberrant zombies hesitated in their pursuit, sensing Li Xuanhuan's lethal capability against them. Ultimately, they managed to escape under Li Xuanhuan's guidance. As they traversed the dense forest, distancing themselves from the castle, Long Gongmeng Shu solemnly clasped his fists towards Li Xuanhuan, expressing his gratitude. "I am Long Gongmeng Shu. I must thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced grave peril. You are also a reincarnator, are you not? What brings you here, and do you know why these zombies cannot be killed?" In response to Long Gongmeng Shu's inquiry, Li Xuanhuan pondered for a moment. "Senior Meng Shu, indeed, I am a reincarnator. My presence here is a long story, but I do have some conjectures regarding the zombies' resilience." Oh. Upon hearing that Li Xuanhuan seemed to possess insights, Long Gongmeng Shu, Shi Pachao Tianxiang, and Lin Zhengying all turned their curious gazes towards him. At that moment, Li Xuanhuan began to recount his acquaintance with Ji Guiyuan and the revelations regarding the existence of spirits, which prompted him to assist Ji Guiyuan. He then narrated how, upon arriving in their world, he had been inadvertently transported nearby by a leader-level spirit while pursuing the Demon King, Kabut Suji Muzin. Even with their heads obliterated, these entities cannot be slain, and they fear sunlight and the wave energy you mentioned. These are characteristics of spirits. Why do these zombies exhibit traits akin to spirits? Could it be that they have transformed from spirits? After Li Xuanhuan concluded, Long Gongmeng Shu murmured thoughtfully, "I believe this is entirely plausible. According to what you have described, the grotesque creatures you encountered in the castle's basement are indeed of the spirit race." Li Xuanhuan articulated his perspective. "Indeed, this is a distinct possibility." Lin Zhengying concurred, his expression laden with concern. "It is astonishing that our pursuit of the zombies has unveiled a reincarnator demon king from another world, along with the spirit race he has created. The amalgamation of zombies and spirits warrants the designation of corpse demons. Though these corpse demons have shed some weaknesses of traditional zombies, they still retain the vulnerability to sunlight, which may be a silver lining. However, I am troubled that these corpse demons may merely be in the embryonic stage of their transformation and thus still fear sunlight. If they were to evolve by consuming human blood, attaining a more advanced state, would they no longer fear the sun? If so, these beings, possessing the immortality of spirits and the indestructibility of zombies, would become a calamity for all living beings." As Lin Zhengying contemplated the potential future, his demeanor darkened significantly. Hearing Lin Zhengying's concerns, both Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang, as well as Li Xuanhuan, could not help but change their expressions. Such a catastrophe would indeed be catastrophic. The previous wolf disaster had already wreaked havoc on our Doloa continent, and those ferocious wolfmen and wolf demons were hardly formidable. The strength of these corpse demons far surpasses that of the savage wolfmen and wolf demons, and they are nearly impossible to kill. Their only weakness lies in their fear of sunlight. Yet, should that weakness be mitigated, the ensuing calamity from these powerful, immortal, and infectious corpse demons would undoubtedly eclipse the previous wolf disaster. Long Gongmeng Shu's countenance grew increasingly grim. "We must return swiftly and inform Sir Qiaofeng, as well as alert the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. This disaster has yet to unfold, and we can still extinguish it in its infancy. Should it occur, it would undoubtedly be far more challenging to resolve than the wolf disaster, even if we were to mobilize greater forces. The situation would worsen if the Blood God cult intervened." Chapter 166, Gathering at Ziluoqing. The influx of foes, the sudden revelation that what was initially perceived as a minor threat, the zombie crisis, was intertwined with the deeply perilous machinations of nobility, left Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang restless. As inhabitants of the Doloa continent, their fates were inexorably linked to its fate. The prior wolf disaster had already drawn the borderlands of the Hengi Plain into turmoil. In their efforts to eradicate the wolf plague, the two great empires had ultimately been compelled to cede the Hengi Plain to the Soul Beast clan. Now, if the even more perilous Ghost clan were to merge with the zombies, it would give rise to a crisis of the corpses and ghosts. far more infectious and hazardous than the previous wolf disaster. Once this crisis erupts, it will undoubtedly sweep through numerous regions. Should the situation spiral out of control and worsen, leading to an accelerated spread of the crisis, the nearby Bala Kingdom could also fall prey, especially endangering the Longxi family residing in Balak City. This would be disastrous. Thus, accompanied by the knowledgeable Li Xuanhuan, the formidable Longxi couple, and Lin Jingying, they hastily returned to the previous Lusing town. Upon the return of Xiao Feng, who had found nothing, they relayed this urgent news to him. What? While searching for the royal zombies, you discovered the involvement of new aberrant reincarnators who have created an entity known as the Ghost Clan? It appears that these royal zombies have the ability to transform the Ghost Clan into zombies, thereby generating entities that possess traits of both zombies and ghosts. Not only can they absorb blood for evolution, but they also exhibit eerie abilities and nearly immortal regenerative powers, seemingly fearing only sunlight as their Achilles heel. Upon receiving this information, Xiao Feng could no longer maintain his composure. His rugged and bold visage changed dramatically. Indeed, the existence of the Ghost Clan was revealed to us by this gentleman known as Li Xuanhuan, a fellow reincarnator, whose friend has been persistently tracking the aberrant reincarnator responsible for the Ghost Clan. Long Gongmeng Shu replied solemnly. Hearing Long Gongmeng Shu's words, Xiao Feng turned his gaze toward Li Xuanhuan. Li Gongzi, might you elucidate the true nature of this Ghost Clan? Xiao Feng inquired gravely. In response, Li Xuanhuan sighed and divulged the background of Jigui Yuan to Xiao Feng. After listening, Xiao Feng could no longer remain still. The threat posed by the Ghost Clan is undoubtedly as severe as the calamity unleashed by the Blood God Society during the wolf disaster. If left unchecked, even if we face no immediate issues now, grave problems will certainly arise in the future. And should such problems manifest later, the situation will undoubtedly worsen, leading to devastation across your world. Looking at the Longxi couple, Xiao Feng spoke with a heavy countenance. However, this matter cannot be resolved solely by our efforts, for it involves not only the Ghost Clan, but also the royal zombies. These royal zombies have now taken notice of the Ghost Clan. It is evident that the royal zombies we have pursued for so long are not mere zombies. They possess human-like intelligence. The fact that they can conceive of converting the Ghost Clan into zombies to create corpses and ghosts complicates the situation further. We must promptly report this to your world's Wuhuan Temple and the two great empires, urging them to send personnel to assist us in locating and neutralizing both the royal zombies and the Ghost King. Consequently, Xiao Feng led everyone away from Lusing City towards Ziluoqing. Ziluoqing harbors a true Wuhuan sub-temple, and without flying-type soul masters here, we must rely on the power of the Wuhuan sub-temple to expedite our communication with the Wuhuan Temple and the two great empires. Additionally, both the Longxi couple and Xiao Feng sought to find Jigui Yuan, the reincarnator most knowledgeable about the Ghost King and the Ghost Clan. However, according to Li Xuanhuan's thoughts, locating Jigui Yuan, it would be quite challenging. It would be best to attract him. The optimal strategy would be to find a city where, with the aid of the city's Wuhuan sub-temple and the Lord's power, we could disseminate information regarding the Ghost Clan and their weaknesses. This way, upon learning of it, Jigui Yuan, you would surely deduce that he is nearby and would come forth. Given that the nearest city is Ziluoqing, which is also most susceptible to the threat of corpses and ghosts, the group decided to head there. Upon reaching the Wuhuan sub-temple in Ziluoqing, Xiao Feng conveyed the information regarding the royal zombies and the Ghost Clan, causing the temple master's countenance to change drastically. He immediately promised to provide full support and to dispatch flying-type soul masters to report the news to Wuhuan City and the two imperial capitals without delay. Subsequently, the Lord of Ziluoqing echoed this sentiment. Meanwhile, due to the intrusion of the Longxi couple and Lin Jing into Bai Castle, the corpses and ghosts were exposed. The remaining corpses and ghosts promptly sought out the royal zombies, hunting ghostly entities elsewhere to deliver this news. Master, we have been discovered. What shall we do? An anxious corpse reported. Will those humans inform the Wuhuan Temple and the two empires? And might they confront us, as they did with the wolf disaster? Fear not. This was inevitable. The Taoist has long been pursuing me. Your discovery was anticipated. Return and relocate the prey. I am but a step away from the flying zombie realm. Currently, at merely half a step into the flying zombie realm, my lightning affinity talent enables me to summon heavenly thunder for attacks. Once I fully break through to the flying zombie realm, I should be able to command the winds and rain, altering the heavens themselves. At that point, you shall no longer need to fear the disadvantages posed by sunlight. For now, conceal yourselves, and when I break through the flying zombie realm, I shall command you to collectively assault the human settlements around you. We shall undoubtedly carve out our territory in this world, establishing a kingdom for our zombies. Although still unable to speak, the royal zombies, as the progenitors and creators of these corpses and ghosts, wield similar control over them as Kibutsuji does over his subordinates. Thus, through their consciousness, the royal zombie solemnly instructed the corpses. Recognizing their master's unwavering confidence and assurance, the corpses gradually calmed down, respectfully affirming their commitment to act according to their master's commands. Simultaneously, with merely half a month remaining until the recruitment and selection of disciples by the Breaking Sky Sword sect and the Tiandi, time was of the essence. Aside from the forces relatively close to Tiandi Imperial City, other factions, particularly those within the Star Luo Empire, were racing against time to reach Tiandi Imperial City for the selection and join the Breaking Sky Sword sect and Tiandi. Consequently, nearly all Soul Master families and sects aiming to participate in the selection within the Star Luo Empire had dispatched their members to journey toward Tiandi Imperial City. Among them were the Yuming Grand Duke's Mansion and the royal family of Star Luo. Chapter 167. Zhu Zhuqing's Disappointment and Consolation. In Star Luo Imperial City, at the Yuming Grand Duke's Mansion, with only about half a month remaining until the Breaking Sky Sword sect and Tiandi began their recruitment and selection, it was time to set out. On the day of departure, a line of luxurious carriages was already parked in front of the Yuming Grand Duke's Mansion. A tall, middle-aged man dressed in black stood beside one of the carriages, holding a list as he counted the number of participants. Surrounding him were over 30 members of the Yuming Ling Miao family, who were preparing to board the carriages and head to Tiandi Imperial City for the selection process. Zhu Weiyang, present. Zhu Zhuyu, present. Zhu Tianyang, present. The middle-aged man in charge of leading the group called out the names of the family members who would be taking the carriage to Tiandi Imperial City for the selection of the Breaking Sky Sword sect and Tiandi. The individuals who had already arrived were loudly calling out here. In response, eventually, the middle-aged man leading the group called out for Zhu Zhuqing. Yet there was no reply for a while. Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be delayed, the man furrowed his brow. However, at that moment, a young girl dressed in a form-fitting black outfit, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, possessing a delicate appearance and an air of icy elegance, burst out of the residence, carrying a backpack and accompanied by a peculiar blue and white cat. "I apologize for my tardiness," she said, explaining that she had needed to feed Tom after finishing her own meal, which caused her slight delay. "No worries, we haven't reached the departure time yet. And once we leave the city, we still don't know if the Xingluo royal family's convoy has arrived. We might need to wait a bit longer. But since everyone is here, are we all ready? If so, let us board the carriage and head to the designated location outside the city to await the Xingluo royal family." The middle-aged man, responsible for the group, smiled nonchalantly at Zhu Zhuqing's apology, indicating that there was no problem, and then inquired if everyone was prepared. "We are all ready," they responded. The members representing the Yuming Lingmao family had been selected early on by the Yuming Duke's Manor to participate in the recruitment selection of the Patian Sword sect and the Tianxia Association in the Tiandi Imperial City. Having been informed well in advance of their selection, they were naturally well prepared. "Since we are ready, let us board the carriage," the middle-aged man urged. And upon hearing everyone affirm their readiness, he called for them to enter the carriage, instructing the coachman to head to the east city gate. Thus, setting out from the Yuming Duke's Manor, the convoy swiftly arrived at the east city gate of the Xingluo Imperial City, exiting the gates and reaching the outskirts. However, upon arriving at the agreed location, they found no sign of the Xingluo royal family's convoy. At that moment, the Deluo continent was undergoing significant upheaval, with reincarnators from the Heavenly Reincarnation Hall continuously descending. Currently, only the disaster incited by the Blood God Society had been discovered. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the number of aberrant reincarnators or those from evil factions that had already arrived in this world, attempting to instigate new calamities, remained a mystery. For safety's sake, the Yuming Duke's Manor planned to travel alongside the Xingluo royal family to the Tiandi Imperial City. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a luxurious convoy finally emerged from the city gates, arriving at the location where the Yuming Duke's Manor's convoy waited. "Haha, sorry to keep you waiting." Upon reaching the designated spot, a tall and robust middle-aged man with golden hair laughed heartily as he stepped down from the carriage. accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman in a long blue dress, who walked towards the Yuming Duke's convoy. At that moment, the middle-aged man leading the Yuming Duke's convoy also stepped out, accompanied by a tall woman in a white dress with an oval face and an air of elegance. "Ah, it's Yu Changkong," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. It seems this time our two families are leading together. Upon recognizing each other, the two middle-aged men clearly knew one another, and the man from Yuming Duke's manor chuckled. In response, the middle-aged man from the Xingluo royal family, named Dai Changkong, also laughed as we travel together this time. "We must cooperate well. I hope our journey will be smooth." "I hope so too," replied the Yuming Duke's representative, Zhu Lingyun, feeling a mix of emotions. "We have all heard of the reincarnators from the Blood God Society. Let us hope we do not encounter such evil beings along the way." After exchanging pleasantries, both couples returned to their respective carriages, and the two convoys formally set off, marching towards the Tiandi imperial city. Soon, after traveling for the entire morning, they encountered a town shortly after leaving the Xingluo imperial city, and both convoys decided to take a short break there. However, as they prepared to have lunch at an inn, Zhu Zhuqing, after disembarking with Tom, glanced at the members of the Xingluo royal family and felt a pang of confusion. Why does it seem that there are no individuals with heterochromia in the Xingluo royal family? Didn't my mother mention that my fiancé, Dai Mubai, was also sent to Tiandi imperial city for the recruitment selection of the Tianxia Association and the Patian sword sect? Driven by curiosity, Zhu Zhuqing could not resist asking a girl on the way to lunch, "Excuse me, wasn't it said that your third prince would also be going to Tiandi imperial city for the selection? Why do I seem to have not seen him?" Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's question, the girl looked at her incredulously. "You don't know? The third prince left long ago. He said he wanted to arrive early in Tiandi imperial city to gather information about the Patian sword sect and the Tianxia Association. He departed alone over half a month ago." "He left over half a month ago?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She had hoped to meet her fiancé, whom she had never seen before during this journey. According to her mother's words, only Dai Mubai shared the same fate as her, and she must work alongside him to overcome her sister Zhu Zhuqing and brother-in-law Davis. She had anticipated seeing her fiancé, only to discover he had already departed, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. However, considering that her fiancé risked traveling alone to Tiandi imperial city half a month in advance to understand the situation of the Patian sword sect and the Tianxia Association, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of comfort, for she realized that she was not the sole individual striving against the fate that awaited them. "I hope we can meet in Tiandi imperial city and work together to defy our destiny," Zhu Zhuqing silently thought with anticipation. As the convoys of the Yuming Duke's manor and the Xingluo royal family set forth from the Xingluo imperial city towards the Tiandi imperial city on the other side. Upon learning from Qiao Feng and Gai Shilong Shi about the existence of zombies and the Ghost Clan, along with the potential outbreak of a zombie and ghost disaster, the master of the Wu Soul branch in Ziluo City could no longer remain idle. He promptly dispatched flying-type soul masters to Wu Soul City, Tiandi imperial city, and Xingluo imperial city to inform the Wu Soul Hall and the two empires of this urgent news. Subsequently, within 1 to 3 days, the Pope of Wu Soul City, BabyHuang, the Emperor of the Tiandi Empire, Shui Yi, and the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Tianfeng, received this alarming information. Zombies? Ghost Clan? Upon learning about the emergence of these two new aberrant entities, it was revealed that the royal zombie reincarnators could produce zombies with ghostly characteristics. Moreover, these zombies could potentially evolve through blood-sucking, becoming perfect beings that possessed the advantages of both zombies and the Ghost Clan while lacking their respective shortcomings. This situation left both BabyHuang and Shui Yi, along with Dai Tianfeng, feeling rather restless. The description provided by the flying system's soul master sent to notify them indicated that the zombies in the Demon Clan were far more terrifying than the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits encountered during the previous wolf disaster. The most formidable aspect of the zombies was their ability to evolve through blood consumption, although they might initially appear weak. Fearing even the crowing of roosters and the barking of dogs, once they evolved to a certain level, they could surpass even the title de loi. Such potential could not be underestimated. As for the Demon Clan, they were under the dominion of an extremely secretive demon king, Kibbutz Suji Musen. Aside from their fear of sunlight, the Demon Clan possessed nearly every capability that humans yearn for, an almost immortal regenerative ability, eternal youth, and the ability to grant special powers beyond the human soul master system known as blood demon arts. Their only weakness was their aversion to sunlight, and their need to consume human flesh and blood. However, both BabyHuang and Shui, along with Tiandi, were acutely aware that for those in high positions, whether on the brink of death due to injury or old age, the allure of immortality and eternal youth overshadowed the demon clan's other shortcomings. If the demon king were not swiftly dealt with, allowing him to expand his clan in secrecy, humanity might find itself enslaved by the demons in the future. As two emperors, despite their own desires for everlasting life and perpetual youth, they could not bear the thought of their lives being controlled by another. Such a fate was intolerable, unless they were truly cornered. However, with more and more reincarnators arriving, the methods and systems for achieving immortality and eternal youth would surely multiply. They obviously could not accept the path of becoming demons, enslaved by the Demon King, in comparison to the calamity that the Demon King might unleash. The royal zombie's capability to create not only zombies, but also to merge them with the demon clan to produce corpse demons posed an even greater threat. These two aberrations were evidently more formidable than Michael Covina's, the Lord of the Wolf disaster, and the monsters they created were far more terrifying and dangerous. At present, these two monsters had yet to develop their populations, and it was imperative to eliminate them swiftly. Consequently, the Wuhuan Temple and the two major empires quickly reached an accord. Similar to their response to the wolf disaster, they disseminated news regarding the zombies and the demon clan, elucidating the potential dangers these aberrations pose to humanity. They summoned various powerful soul master factions across the continent to mobilize their forces, not as extensively as before, but rather to deploy their strongest soul masters. Currently, the Demon King's whereabouts remained unknown, making it impossible to eradicate him. However, the source of the zombie and corpse demon calamity, the royal zombie, had already appeared, being pursued by Xiao Feng, the unparalleled Long Shi, and a reincarnator named Lin Jingying in a city called Ziliuo, situated at the border of the two empires. It was crucial for all factions with soul masters of at least Soul King rank to dispatch their strongest individuals to Ziliuo City to collaborate with Xiao Feng, Long Shi, and Lin Jingying in tracking down and eliminating the royal zombie. The announcement of this urgent matter sent shockwaves across the continent once more. It should be noted that it had been less than 6 months since the wolf disaster concluded. Now, with the looming threat of a potential zombie and corpse demon calamity, alongside the demon clan crisis, and with the elusive demon king remaining unfound, the situation on Doloa continent had grown perilously precarious. Truly, it was a time fraught with troubles. Although the declarations from the Wuhuan Temple and the two major empires indicated that the corpse demons could be far more formidable than the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits of the previous disaster, most factions that received the news resolved to send reinforcements. After witnessing the devastation during the last wolf disaster, where every human settlement across the Hengi Plain, be it cities, towns, or villages, was utterly annihilated, the terrifying vision of desolation left no one indifferent. Should the possible outbreak of the zombie and corpse demon calamity occur, it would undoubtedly be even more horrifying than the previous wolf disaster, with a far more extensive impact. It is essential to recognize that the wolf disaster was contained due to the unique geography of the Hengi Plain, but there are not many places on the continent that share such characteristics. At least, the region surrounding Ziliuo City bears no resemblance to it. If the corpse demon calamity were to erupt and spread uncontrollably across the continent, no one could confidently assert they could remain unscathed in the face of a calamity far more terrifying than the wolf disaster. Therefore, the decision was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense. However, the convoy of the Yuming Grand Duke's mansion and the Xingluo royal family, en route to Tiandi Imperial City, was evidently unable to receive this news promptly. After several days of travel, the grand convoy approached the borders of the Xingluo Empire and planned to take a night's rest in a city called Tianqing. While resting in Tianqing in the evening, the youths and maidens of both convoys, under the leadership of the couples Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong, went to the Tianqing arena to watch the dueling souls. At the Tianqing Duo Soul Arena, they learned of a rather intriguing piece of news. A mysterious old beggar, presumably a reincarnator, had appeared in Tianqing City and nearby towns. He was known for approaching exceptionally gifted boys and girls, persuading them to purchase martial arts manuals from him. Initially, no one paid much attention to this occurrence until a boy with an ordinary martial spirit, possessing merely a third-level innate soul power, purchased one of the manuals and astonishingly succeeded in his training, subsequently demonstrating extraordinary prowess. Ultimately, this boy was recruited by the Wuhuan temple. Upon learning of the mysterious old beggar's existence, countless individuals and factions frantically sought him out, but alas, none could locate this elusive figure, who only revealed himself before certain children. Within the Tianqing Duo Soul Arena, upon witnessing Dai Chongkong and Zhu Lingyun leading dozens of young boys and girls, the topic of the old beggar arose. Chapter 169, The Old Beggar's Warning, Bestowing Opportunity. Both Dai Chongkong and Zhu Lingyun were incredulous upon hearing of this reincarnator akin to a fortune-bestowing child. Looking at the promising young boys and girls they were escorting, all of whom were to participate in the selection for the Potion Sword sect and the Tianxia Society, it was apparent that these children from the Yuming Spirit Cat family and the Xingluo royal family possessed considerable talent. If they could attract the mysterious old beggar and receive martial arts teachings, it would be a tremendous boon. Regrettably, after hearing about the old beggar, both Dai Chongkong and Zhu Lingyun understood that this depended on luck. They still needed to escort everyone to Tiando Imperial City to participate in the selections for the Potion Sword sect and the Tianxia Society, and they could not afford to leave anyone behind, hoping for the ethereal old beggar to bestow martial arts. However, before departing from Tianqing City, they made sure to send a letter regarding the mysterious old beggar back to the Xingluo Imperial Palace and the Yuming Grand Duke's mansion. Subsequently, they continued their journey with the two convoys. After departing from Tianqing City and traversing for a day, the caravan had left the boundaries of the Xingluo Empire and entered the realm of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, a grand procession of luxurious carriages was meandering through a dense forest. The path within the forest was far from smooth. It appeared that a fierce storm had recently swept through, causing numerous branches to scatter across the road. Suddenly, a commanding voice from the foremost carriage called for a halt. It was Zhu Lingyun, who had spotted a colossal tree fallen ahead, completely obstructing their passage. To move forward, the tree must be removed. However, this posed no challenge for Zhu Lingyun. As he dismounted his carriage to clear the fallen tree, an unexpected object plummeted from above, striking him forcefully. Upon closer inspection, it was a grease-stained chicken bone. Concurrently, a vague, elderly voice echoed, "If I were you, I would refrain from moving that tree and pressing onward. Who dares to throw a chicken bone at me?" Zhu Lingyun's anger flared, prompting him to swiftly turn towards the source of the voice. Perched among the branches of the tree was a ragged, filthy old beggar with disheveled hair, leisurely eating roasted chicken and speaking. The indistinctness of his prior words stemmed from his ongoing meal. An old beggar had the audacity to soil my attire with a chicken bone. Zhu Lingyun's fury intensified upon realizing the beggar's identity, and just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, could this be the enigmatic reincarnated beggar? An ordinary beggar could not possibly have the strength to strike a soul saint like me with a chicken bone. This old beggar was undoubtedly extraordinary. If he were indeed the mysterious reincarnator, then his earlier words were not uttered lightly. "Senior, you are a reincarnator, aren't you? Why did you say I should not move that tree and continue ahead? Is there danger ahead?" With the realization that the beggar might be the very reincarnator he had heard of in Tianqing City, Zhu Lingyun's anger subsided, and he respectfully inquired, "Oh, how did you know I was a reincarnator?" The old beggar, surprised, paused his meal. We heard tales of you in a city we passed through," Zhu Lingyun replied with a chuckle. At this moment, noticing the caravan had been halted for quite some time, Dai Tianfeng and his wife dismounted and approached. Astonished to find Zhu Lingyun in conversation with an old beggar, they quickly grasped the situation. "Indeed, senior, you have yet to inform us of the dangers ahead." Zhu Lingyun continued with utmost respect. There is certainly danger ahead. An anomalous reincarnator, a type you may not be familiar with, known as a zombie, is secretly plotting something. I cannot discern the specifics, as this zombie reincarnator remains hidden, merely creating new zombies in the shadows. If you venture forth now and your luck runs out, and it chooses to reveal itself, you will be in grave peril. The old beggar spoke nonchalantly while savoring his roasted chicken. Zombies? The beggar's words startled both Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong. Was this yet another new monstrous entity, akin to the ferocious werewolves and wolf spirits from the previous wolf disaster? Their luck seemed to be running thin. A zombie reincarnator had appeared just as they were en route to the Tiando Imperial City, a necessary path they could not afford to circumvent. Detouring would mean they might not reach the Tiando Imperial City in less than a month. "Senior, could you enlighten us on what exactly these zombies are?" Given their inability to take a detour, yet unease about the zombies, Zhu Lingyun implored the old beggar for more information. However, the beggar shook his head, making a clicking sound with his tongue. Zombies, how should I put it? They can be terrifying, yet not so much. When they are weak, they fear sunlight, roosters, and the blood of black dogs. Even the crowing of a rooster can frighten them. You need not fear such zombies. However, should they evolve to a higher level, they lose their weaknesses, and you would stand no chance against them. Thus, sharing this knowledge is of little use. I have only encountered some of the most rudimentary and feeble zombies nearby, deducing that an anomalous zombie reincarnator is active in this area. Beyond that, I know little, for I am merely a humble beggar who enjoys wandering and assisting the younger generations. The revelation that even the enigmatic reincarnator beggar could not provide further information was unexpected. They learned that zombies could evolve, possessing numerous weaknesses when weak, yet becoming formidable adversaries upon evolution. Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes reflecting their indecision. They needed to escort others to the Tiando Imperial City for the recruitment trials of the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. And with less than half a month remaining, detouring was not an option. If danger was already present, it was one thing, but since it was merely a possibility, they might still manage. Ultimately, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong's gazes solidified with resolve, deciding to proceed. It seems you have made your decision. You shall continue on, yes? After all, I only sensed a potential danger, but it has yet to materialize. The old beggar, noticing their choice, smiled. However, your decision is of no concern to me. The fact that you have crossed paths with me is already a matter of fate. You must have quite a few little ones in your carriage. Do let them come down, so I may see if any of them are fated to me. If so, I shall bestow upon them an opportunity. Chapter 170. The chosen Zhu Zhuqing encounters the reincarnator. Bestow an opportunity? Could be a martial arts manual? Hearing the beggar's words, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong were filled with excitement. Senior, please hold on a moment. We shall summon the children immediately. They quickly called forth the boys and girls, both young and adolescent, from their respective family carriages, forming a line by the roadside. The realization that they had encountered the enigmatic old beggar reincarnator, whom they had heard of just the night before in Tianxing City, thrilled the children, who eagerly anticipated the chance to be selected. Meanwhile, the old beggar, having leisurely finished his roasted chicken, wiped the grease from his hands on his tattered clothing and gracefully descended from the tree, hands clasped behind him, bending slightly as he approached the line of children from the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming Lingmao clan. As a multitude of young boys and girls from the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming spirit cat clan approached the line, the old beggar couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he set his gaze upon the tomcat beside Zhu Zhuqing, hastening towards them. Little girl, your cat is quite remarkable. Upon reaching Zhu Zhuqing, the old beggar bent down, intending to stroke Tom, only to be met with disdain as Tom scampered behind Zhu Zhuqing for refuge. Hearing the beggar's words, Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened, for she knew that the cat named Tom was no ordinary feline, but rather a magical reincarnated cat. Grandfather, do you also fancy cats? Tom is rather special. He is larger than the average cat. Despite her inner anxiety, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a facade of innocence on her delicate face, striving to conceal Tom's true identity from the old beggar. Haha, the old beggar chuckled, but refrained from exposing Zhu Zhuqing's secret. Indeed, I do have a fondness for cats. Your tomcat is not merely larger than others. A cat of such size must possess other unique traits. As you spend time with him, you shall gradually discover them. The old beggar continued. Hearing you call me grandfather brings me great joy. I, as an old beggar, have yet to have any grandchildren. Since we are so fated, allow me to gift you this manual. With that, he produced a seemingly ordinary tome from his robe, presenting it to Zhu Zhuqing. The manual bore a blue cover adorned with elegant characters that proclaimed its title. While the inhabitants of Dalu would find these characters incomprehensible, those for Blue Star would recognize them as 9 Divine Claw. Keep this manual safe. I, the old beggar, care not how you utilize it, whether for personal cultivation or to gift to others. However, others must not forcibly take it from you, nor shall they snatch it away. Should anyone dare to do so, HM. The old beggar grunted ominously, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong, standing nearby, felt a sudden tension, their previous intentions dissipating instantly. By the way, young lady, there is something else I must inform you. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing accept the manual, the old beggar added, though the illustrations dominate this manual, The text is in the script of my world, which you may not comprehend. If you recklessly attempt to cultivate from it, the consequences may not be favorable. However, in your world, there are many who can read this script. If you can find someone willing to teach you, then you may cultivate smoothly. If not, it would be wise to exercise caution and refrain from hasty practices. Consider this a small test from me, the old beggar. With that, the old beggar leaped into the air, accompanied by a rushing wind and a powerful gust, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong were taken aback, while the surrounding children gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The mysterious old beggar indeed possessed extraordinary power. Realizing that the old beggar's strength likely rivaled that of the sword demon Dugu Qiubai from the Broken Sky Sword sect and the formidable leader of the Tianxia society, Xiongba, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong entirely abandoned any thoughts regarding the manual in Zhu Zhuqing's possession. Time was of the essence, and according to the old beggar's warning, dangers might lie ahead, though their precise nature remained uncertain. To ensure their safety, it was prudent to continue their journey, aiming to reach a city before nightfall for added security. Following the old beggar's departure, Zhu Lingyun spoke solemnly and urged the children who had disembarked to hasten back to their carriages and resume their journey. The children complied, rushing towards their respective vehicles. Among them, after boarding her previous carriage, Zhu Zhuqing, now in possession of the manual gifted by the old beggar, found herself approached by other girls who had previously ignored her. They sought to forge a connection with Zhu Zhuqing in hopes of glimpsing the manual she had received. Regrettably, Zhu Zhuqing remained aloof towards their overtures, dismissing their request to see the manual. This incited the ire of the girls, who labeled her stingy. Yet, mindful of the old beggar's warning, they refrained from forcibly seizing the manual, opting instead to express their frustration through continued exclusion of Zhu Zhuqing. Unfazed, Zhu Zhuqing had long grown accustomed to such treatment, silently cradling Tomcat and gently stroking him, heeding the old beggar's earlier advice. Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of immediately attempting to cultivate the techniques within the manual, for she understood that she could not decipher the text. Recklessly practicing the manual's teachings would yield no benefits for her. Instead, she harbored other thoughts about how to utilize the manual effectively. Meanwhile, after their encounter with the old beggar, the vast caravan continued its journey through the dense forest until dusk, finally emerging from the woods and reaching a town where they rested for the night. The following day, the caravan set forth again, heading towards the direction of Tiandi Royal City. However, along the way, they unexpectedly encountered a strangely dressed man by the roadside. His attire diverged significantly from that of the Dolo Adelu, featuring oversized clothing with a mane of bright orange hair tied at the back, and a slender long knife tucked into his waistband. A fiery pattern resembling a birthmark adorned his forehead. This enigmatic figure, with his striking orange hair and flame-like birthmark, walked silently, yet his aura of strength was unmistakable. This was undoubtedly a reincarnator. Upon sighting the mysterious man, Zhu Lingyun, seated at the front of the carriage, immediately confirmed his identity. The man's attire and distinctive presence stood out too prominently to be overlooked. "Brother, where are you headed? Do you need a ride?" After establishing that the peculiar man with orange hair and a fiery birthmark was indeed a reincarnator, Zhu Lingyun leaned out of the carriage window, greeting him with a smile. Encountering a reincarnator on the road seemed to indicate he was not of an evil faction, prompting Zhu Lingyun to seek a friendly rapport. After all, these reincarnators were treasures, much like the mysterious old beggar before. Thus, Zhu Lingyun aimed to forge a bond with this reincarnator by offering him a ride. "I am headed to Ziliuoqing. Are you going there as well?" After surveying the grand caravan, the reincarnator, named Jigui Yuani, paused briefly before responding. "Are you going to Ziliuoqing?" What the coincidencia. We are headed that way too. Brother, I have a spot for you, please hop on." Upon hearing that Jigui Yuani was bound for Ziliuoqing, Zhu Lingyun burst into hearty laughter and beckoned him to join them. Ziliuoqing was an essential city along their route to Tiandi Royal City, one they would reach by the next day or the day after. Once Jigui Yuani boarded the carriage, Zhu Lingyun instructed his wife, Dai Luoying, to pour tea for Jigui Yuani while he introduced himself and inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I have yet to learn your name, my brother. I am Zhu Lingyun, and this is my wife, Dai Luoying. I perceive that you must be a reincarnator. Am I correct?" "Yes, I am indeed a reincarnator. I am grateful for your kindness in giving me a ride. Otherwise, reaching Ziliuoqing would have taken me considerably longer." Jigui Yuani lifted a cup of hot tea, blowing gently upon it before sipping and expressing his thanks. How fortunate we are, Zhu Lingyun remarked with a smile. Just recently, we encountered a mysterious old beggar, also a reincarnator, who warned us of the presence of a type of reincarnator known as a zombie, indicating potential peril ahead. Regrettably, we are in a hurry to reach Tiandi Imperial City, and with time pressing, we have no choice but to press on, hoping that the dangers forewarned by that elder do not come to pass. Zhu Lingyun sighed. Zombies? Upon hearing Zhu Lingyun's words, Jigui Yuani involuntarily set down his teacup, furrowing his brow. What troubles you, brother Yuani? Are you also a reincarnator who has not heard of zombies? Noticing Jigui Yuani's frown, Zhu Lingyun inquired with a smile. I have heard of them, yet I am currently pursuing an anomalous reincarnator named Gamu Suizai, a demon lord capable of creating a race of demons. Much like zombies, demons possess the ability to infect humans, transforming them into either zombies or demons. The emergence of both these entities could lead to unpredictable consequences. Jigui Yuani spoke with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingyun's countenance became somewhat stiff. What? Not only are there zombies ahead, but also this entity known as the demon race? Goodness, the convergence of these two anomalous beings cannot bode well. If only zombies were present, the probability of danger would be 50%. With the addition of another anomalous race, the likelihood of peril has evidently increased. Brother Yuani, can you elaborate on the demon lord and the demon race? Feeling a pang of unease, Zhu Lingyun sought further clarification after receiving information about zombies from the mysterious old beggar, and now learning of the existence of demons from Jigui Yuani. In response, Jigui Yuani did not withhold his knowledge, sharing his background and how he had tracked the demon lord to this world, along with the current situation. The more Zhu Lingyun listened, the more anxious he became, a sentiment echoed by his wife, Dai Luoying. Compared to the previous wolf disaster, the demon race is evidently more formidable and troublesome. Should they unleash a calamity akin to the wolf disaster, even with the addition of Dai Chongkong and his spouse, they would surely struggle to cope. Brother Yuani, is it true that demons are only afraid of sunlight? If there is no sunlight, is it impossible to kill them? Zhu Lingyun could not help but ask, his disbelief evident at the notion of such nearly immortal creatures. For me, that is not the case. I too do not believe in the existence of absolutely immortal beings. Yet for you, even if you exhaust yourselves, you would be unable to slay them, making it no different from being immortal, Jigui Yuani replied calmly. Hearing this, Zhu Lingyun could only manage a wry smile. Brother Yuani, should we encounter these demons you speak of, what course of action should we take? How is it that you can defeat them? This is due to the existence of a mineral in my world that absorbs sunlight, which can be forged into weapons capable of restraining the sunlight-fearing demons. Furthermore, there is my sun-breathing technique. I wish to impart the sun-breathing technique to others. Yet no one in my world has been able to learn it until my departure. However, after becoming a reincarnator, I acquired another ability to combat these demon entities, which I can share with you, provided you are willing to learn. Jigui Yuani spoke slowly. Is that truly possible? I did not expect you to be so generous. Which leaves Zhu Lingyun somewhat incredulous. Certainly, it is. My lifelong aspiration has been to locate and slay the demon Lord Gamu Suizai. Jigui Yuani took a deep breath, his tone heavy. Yet he has far too many demon followers for me to eliminate alone. I require assistance. And I do not wish for anyone to perish at the hands of these demons. While breath techniques and ripple energy may seem precious to you, they hold little significance for me. If I can aid you, I'm more than willing to teach. To Zhu Lingyun's surprise, despite Jigui Yuani's outward demeanor of silence and melancholy, he possessed a selfless and kind heart, which deeply moved Zhu Lingyun. Subsequently, Zhu Lingyun introduced Jigui Yuani to the others, and they all began to learn the breath techniques and ripple energy from him. Having learned that the sun-breathing technique is the most potent, everyone naturally desired to master it. Unfortunately, no one could succeed. Ultimately, they had no choice but to follow Jigui Yuani's advice and learn a derivative breathing technique that was slightly weaker than the sun-breathing technique, while also practicing ripple energy. However, from the moment they met Jigui Yuani to their arrival at Ziluoqing, only 2 days had passed. Everyone barely managed to remember their respective derivative breathing techniques, while the core breathing technique remained elusive. Without mastering the breathing techniques, it was naturally impossible for anyone to learn the more intricate ripple energy. Chapter 172. Arrival at Ziluoqing. Entangled in great trouble, however, precisely because of this, both Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong, along with the other members of the Xingluo royal family, and the Yuming Lingmao clan en route to the Potion Sword sect and the Tianxia Association for selection, were reluctant to depart so swiftly. They had, after all, acquired the rare opportunity to practice these breathing techniques and ripple energy from another world through Jigui Yuanyi. This was a secret art independent of the Soul Master system, capable of significantly enhancing their strength, its importance rivaling that of soul bones. Moreover, the horse-drawn carriages they traveled in were pulled by special unicorn half-soul beasts, allowing the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming dukes 2 carriages to travel at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary carriages. Typically, the journey from Xingluo Imperial City to exit the territory of the Xingluo Empire would take at least 10 days with regular carriages. However, the convoy of the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming duke managed to make the same journey in merely 7 days. The journey from Ziluoqing to Tiandi Imperial City would take only 5 or 6 days. Thus, they had 4 to 5 days remaining before the selection at the Potion Sword sect and the Tianxia Association. They could afford to linger in Ziluoqing for approximately 3 days, hoping to learn the breathing techniques and ripple energy from Jigui Yuanyi. At the very least, they sought to grasp the fundamentals, enabling them to continue their training. Otherwise, if they departed immediately, this opportunity would be in vain. Consequently, as they neared Ziluoqing, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong reached a consensus with the members of the Yuming Lingmao clan and the Xingluo royal family. Upon reaching Ziluoqing, they would first refrain from leaving and instead stay for 3 days, continuing to learn the breathing techniques and ripple energy from Jigui Yuanyi. If they still could not master them, they would have no choice but to leave to make it in time for the selection at the Potion Sword sect and the Tianxia Association. Yet, should they succeed in learning, the rewards would be immeasurable. Thus, upon arriving at Ziluoqing, the grand caravan directly sought out a luxurious hotel, securing accommodations for 3 days, and arranged for the establishment to tend to their unicorns. However, on this day, Jigui Yuanyi found himself devoid of time to impart the techniques of breath control and ripple energy to his companions. What, Brother Yuanyi, you are heading to the Martial Soul branch in Ziluoqing? Why, weren't you here to find someone? Exclaimed Zhu Lingyun, eager to assist his brother in their quest. To his surprise, Yuanyi intended to depart immediately after their arrival in Ziluoqing, prompting Zhu Lingyun to rush his response. As they needed to hasten towards Tiandi Imperial City, their time in Ziluoqing for learning breath control and ripple energy techniques was limited. Naturally, they wished for Yuanyi to dedicate this precious time solely to teaching them these skills. Yet, Zhu Lingyun, aware of the potential selfishness in such a desire, recognized that he could not overly impose on Yuanyi, who was known for his kindness and selflessness. Consequently, Zhu Lingyun resolved to assist Yuanyi in locating the person he sought, only to discover that Yuanyi was adamant about visiting the Martial Soul branch. It need not be so complicated. I have heard en route that the Martial Soul branch in Ziluoqing was the first to announce news concerning the Ghost Clan and has disclosed their vulnerabilities. In this world, only my friend possesses such detailed knowledge of the spectral beings. The Martial Soul branch here must have information on him, and I can simply inquire directly, Yuanyi stated, shaking his head. Is that so? I had no idea, Zhu Lingyun replied, realizing that a visit to the Martial Soul branch to gather information would not consume much time. They arrived in Ziluoqing in the afternoon, and this day would suffice to ascertain the whereabouts of the individual Yuanyi sought. Then let us accompany you, Brother Yuanyi. As a reincarnator, you may not be well acquainted with our world. We shall assist you in reaching the Martial Soul branch, Zhu Lingyun proposed, eager to expedite their mission so that they could dedicate the remainder of their time to learning from Yuanyi. Thus, Zhu Lingyun followed Yuanyi to the Martial Soul branch in Ziluoqing. However, with Yuanyi's departure, a group of young boys and girls who had intended to continue their studies of breath control and ripple energy were left perplexed, uncertain of how to spend their afternoon. Should they venture out to play or remain in their hotel room to practice? Many, sent by the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming Duke's mansion to participate in the recruitment trials of the Potion Sword sect and Tianxia society, ultimately made varied choices. Some opted to practice in their hotel rooms, while others chose to explore Ziluoqing. Among them, Zhu Zhuqing naturally decided to stay in her hotel room to cultivate. After tending to Tom, Zhu Zhuqing practiced diligently until evening. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingyun and Yuanyi arrived at the Martial Soul branch, where they identified themselves to the guards and requested an audience with the branch master. Upon discovering that Zhu Lingyun was affiliated with the Yuming Duke's mansion and witnessing his saint-level soul rings, the guard, recognizing the authenticity of their claims, promptly relayed their arrival to the branch master, Zi Xinglong. What? You say a person named Zhu Lingyun from the Yuming Duke's mansion seeks an audience with me, accompanied by someone named Jigui Yuan Yi? Indeed, my lord, replied the guard. Ah, Jigui Yuan Yi. It seems that Sir Qiao Feng and others have been waiting for you. Zi Xinglong mused with a smile. Very well, please escort Mr. Zhu Lingyun and Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi to my office. I shall await them there. The guard promptly complied, leading Zhu Lingyun and Yuan Yi into the Martial Soul branch and to Zi Xinglong's office. Master, I have brought Mr. Zhu Lingyun and Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi. The guard announced respectfully at the office door. Let them enter, came the voice of Zi Xinglong from within. May I ask, who is Mr. Zhu Lingyun? And who is Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi? Upon their entrance, the elegantly attired Zi Xinglong, with his long black hair and beard, smiled as he stroked his chin. I am Jigui Yuan. Yuan Yi stepped forward to introduce himself. Ha! You are indeed Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi. We have been awaiting your arrival at the behest of Mr. Li Xuanhuan, Zi Xinglong exclaimed, rising to greet them with hearty laughter. Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi, please follow me. Your friend Mr. Li Xuanhuan and Sir Qiao Feng, along with several other esteemed individuals, have been waiting for you. Qiao Feng, Zhu Lingyun, was taken aback. While en route, he had learned that Yuan Yi sought a friend named Li Xuanhuan. Yet now Qiao Feng was intertwined in their affairs. He was aware that Qiao Feng, the reincarnator, had displayed formidable power during the Wolf Calamity. However, unlike his peers in the Chivalrous Alliance, he had established a demon hunter guild dedicated to eliminating malevolent reincarnators and other threats to humanity. The notion that Qiao Feng had come to Ziluoqing raised concerns for Zhu Lingyun. Could there be a sinister reincarnator or malevolent entity akin to the Blood God Society nearby? Reflecting on the old beggar's mention of zombies and Yuan Yi's reference to the Ghost Clan, a sense of foreboding enveloped Zhu Lingyun. Surely, we are not embroiled in a significant predicament? Chapter 173. The Transmission of Breath Control and Ripple Energy Techniques. Despite such ominous premonitions, the allure of mastering breath control and ripple energy remained irresistible, and Zhu Lingyun chose to accompany Yuan Yi in search of Li Xuanhuan and Qiao Feng. Guided by the branch master, Zi Xinglong, they arrived at a secluded villa within Ziluoqing. Here, Zhu Lingyun encountered the legendary hero, Qiao Feng, as well as the renowned duo, the Gaishi Longxi. Brother Jigua, we have awaited your arrival. Upon seeing Yuan Yi, Li Xuanhuan stepped forward, clapping him on the shoulder with a smile. Is this the esteemed Jigui Yuan Yi? At this moment, Qiao Feng, the Gaishi Longxi couple, Lin Zhenging, Kuzhin, Wang Sheng, and Meng Yiran all turned their curious gazes toward Yuan Yi. Indeed, this is Brother Jigua. However, Master Zi, may I inquire as to the identity of this individual? Li Xuanhuan inquired, casting a questioning glance at Zi Xinglong regarding Zhu Lingyun's identity. In response, Zi Xinglong naturally introduced with a smile, this is Mr. Zhu Lingyun from the Yoming de Gongfu. It is thanks to Mr. Zhu Lingyun bringing Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi to our Wuhuan division that I could lead them to find you. Upon meeting His Highness Qiao Feng and the esteemed Gaishi Longsha, Mr. Zhu Lingyun immediately bowed in greeting. So, Mr. Zhu Lingyun, there is no need for formalities. We must thank you for bringing Brother Jigua. Otherwise, we would have had to wait quite a while longer. Qiao Feng said as he stepped forward to assist Zhu Lingyun up, laughing heartily in a robust and spirited manner. Upon hearing Qiao Feng mention waiting for Jigui Yuan Yi, Zhu Lingyun could not help but inquire, Your Highness Qiao Feng, is there a matter for which you are waiting for Brother Yuan Yi? Surprised by Zhu Lingyun's question, it seemed that he, hailing from Yoming de Gongfu, was unaware of the report made to the Wuhuan Temple and the two great empires. Qiao Feng and Gaishi Longsha exchanged glances, and finally, Qiao Feng said with some sentiment, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. Subsequently, he recounted how they had tracked the royal zombie to this location and, while searching for the royal zombie, unexpectedly encountered the Shirgui. After meeting Li Xuanhuan, they learned of the existence of the Ghost Clan and decided to report the situation here to the Wuhuan Temple and the two great empires in advance, aiming to resolve the potential threat. This appears to be quite a predicament. Zhu Lingyun realized that he seemed to be caught up in considerable trouble. If the two caravans from the Yoming de Gongfu and the Xingluo royal family lingered here for another 3 days, would they also fall into this dilemma? If the royal zombies were to learn of their preparations and mobilization on Duladalu and launched a preemptive strike, inciting a calamity akin to the wolf disaster, it could draw on the cities surrounding Ziluo City. Their two caravans would be in peril. Should they leave, considering the potential danger? Zhu Lingyun contemplated returning to inform Dai Changkong of this news, so they could promptly depart with the 2 caravans for Tiandi Imperial City. However, thinking of the hard-won opportunity to learn the breathing techniques and ripple energy from Jigui Yuani, which they had yet to master, he felt it would be a pity to leave prematurely. This left Zhu Lingyun in a state of inner turmoil. Meanwhile, upon Jigui Yuani's arrival, Gaishi Longsha, Lin Zhengying, and Xiaofeng immediately inquired about the Ghost King Mizuji Wuzan and the Ghost Clan, seeking guidance on how to locate and confront the Ghost King. Unfortunately, Jigui Yuani was unaware of the Ghost King's whereabouts. As for how to deal with the Ghost Clan, Jigui Yuani could only agree to teach the inhabitants of Duladalu the breathing techniques and ripple energy. It became evident that the only means to counter the Ghost Clan from Jigui Yuani was to learn these methods, which would not eliminate the Ghost Clan. Although from Li Xuanhuan, they had already gathered that the world where Jigui Yuani resided could not eradicate the Ghost Clan, it was likely the same in their Duladalu. Still, Gaishi Longsha and the others could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. However, the opportunity to learn the breathing techniques, particularly the sun breathing, which counters ghostly entities, along with ripple energy, was indeed commendable. Jigui Yuani agreed to teach all who wished to learn these techniques without any conditions. Though Gaishi Longsha understood the difficulty of mastering the sun breathing from Li Xuanhuan, there were many soul masters in Duladalu, and surely there would be some talented individuals capable of learning it. Even if they could not master the sun breathing, there was still ripple energy. Li Xuanhuan had refrained from teaching ripple energy to others without Jigui Yuani's consent, but now that Jigui Yuani had agreed to instruct everyone, ripple energy could also counter the Ghost Clan, while the breathing techniques could significantly enhance physical capabilities in a short time. This would be immensely beneficial for the Soul Master system. Gaishi Longsha and his wife were quite satisfied to receive these opportunities from Jigui Yuani. After all, if their granddaughter Ming'Iran could learn these 2 secret techniques, it would undoubtedly be a great boon. Moreover, Li Xuanhuan also expressed willingness to teach their granddaughter the art of throwing knives, making their journey worthwhile. After Jigui Yuani expressed his willingness to teach the breathing techniques and ripple energy, Zhu Lingyun hesitated but ultimately could not muster the resolve to leave. They decided to stay for 3 days, allowing the members of the Yoming Spirit Cat clan and the Xingluo royal family to learn the breathing techniques and ripple energy from Xiaofeng and Gaishi Longsha. They would depart after 3 days. However, 3 days did not seem an inauspicious duration, and it was unlikely that a calamity would erupt during that time. Jigui Yuani had assured Xiaofeng and Gaishi Longsha that he would instruct them, along with those arriving from various parts of the continent, who wished to eliminate the royal zombies and suppress the potential ghostly calamity. It was clear that teaching the members of the Yoming Dagongfu and the Xingluo royal family was of utmost importance to Xiaofeng and Gaishi Longsha. As Jigui Yuani prepared to begin instructing Xiaofeng, Gaishi Longsha, and Lin Zhengying in the breathing techniques and ripple energy, Zhu Lingyun quickly returned to the hotel where they had previously stayed to gather the children of the Yoming Dagongfu and the Xingluo royal family for their lessons. Additionally, he intended to cancel the reservation at a distant hotel and rebook accommodations closer to where Xiaofeng and the others were staying, facilitating their studies over the next 3 days. However, upon returning to the hotel, he discovered many children had gone to play in Ziluo City, and, at that moment, it was difficult to round them up. Only less than half of the children remained in the hotel rooms practicing. With no other option, Zhu Lingyun could only take the children still in the rooms to join Xiaofeng and the others in their studies under Jigui Yuani. Due to Zhu Lingyun's sudden arrival with over a dozen children, the limited space of the residence of Xiaofeng and Gaishi Longsha felt a bit cramped. Ultimately, led by Zixinglong, they moved to a spacious grassy area in the woods outside Ziluo City to learn the breathing techniques and ripple energy. As the evening approached, all, including Xiaofeng, Gaishi Longsha, and Lin Zhengying, had spent the afternoon studying the breathing techniques under Jigui Yuani's guidance. Unlike the young boys and girls from the Yoming Dagongfu and the Xingluo royal family, who had come to learn the derivative breathing technique, Xiaofeng and the others were particularly eager to master the sun breathing technique. Regrettably, even after an entire afternoon of practice, neither Xiaofeng nor Gaishi Longsha could claim much progress in their understanding of the sun breathing. However, the young boys and girls from the Yuming Duke's mansion and the Xingluo royal family, who came to learn the breathing techniques, had already chosen their derivative methods, knowing that they lacked the postures to learn the sun breathing. Therefore, during that afternoon, they made considerable progress in mastering their chosen derivative techniques. Ming Iran observed the group. Feeling a twinge of envy as they had already begun to grasp their selected derivative breathing methods, albeit not yet proficient enough to sustain their use. As evening approached, after an afternoon of study and practice, everyone's energy had waned significantly, especially the young boys and girls from the Yuming Duke's mansion and the Xinglua royal family, who were now quite fatigued. Thus, BabyHuang announced the conclusion of the day's lessons on breathing techniques. "Is that your cat?" As Meng Yiran prepared to leave the crowd following BabyHuang's announcement, her curiosity was piqued by the sight of Tom the cat near Zhu Zhuqing, prompting her to inquire. Having noticed Zhu Zhuqing for quite some time due to Tom, Meng Yiran discovered that Zhu Zhuqing had also excelled in mastering her chosen derivative breathing methods. Since arriving in Ziliuoqing, she had not made many friends, which made her yearn for companionship with Zhu Zhuqing, who was of a similar age, gender, and exceptional talent. "This is my cat," Zhu Zhuqing replied, glancing at Meng Yiran and nodding in acknowledgement. Due to the martial arts manual bestowed upon her by the old beggar, Zhu Zhuqing had faced even greater ostracism within the Xinglua Duke's entourage. Though she had grown accustomed to this exclusion as a mere 6-year-old child, she could not refuse when someone approached her to speak. "He seems quite large," Meng Yiran exclaimed, stroking Tom's head with enthusiasm, causing the cat to instinctively attempt to rise and guard its head, only to be gently restrained by Zhu Zhuqing. "Tom is indeed quite sizable," Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a soft smile while holding him down. "By the way, are you from the Yuming Duke's mansion? When did you encounter teacher BabyHuang? How long have you been studying the breathing techniques?" Meng Yiran, more intrigued by strength than the cat, eagerly probed into Zhu Zhuqing's background and her connection to BabyHuang. Zhu Zhuqing responded to her inquiries in detail. Thus, as Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran engaged in conversation, they followed the crowd back to Ziliuoqing, near the courtyard where Xiaofeng resided. However, parting was inevitable here, as Meng Yiran lived with her grandparents, the legendary Longxi couple, while Zhu Zhuqing stayed at a nearby inn with the rest of the Yuming Duke's mansion and Xinglua royal family. Upon returning to Ziliuoqing, Zhu Lingyun went to the previous inn, bringing back those who had visited Ziliuoqing to a new hotel. However, after dinner, while on her way back to her room, Zhu Zhuqing overheard a group of boys discussing nearby. "Hey, did you hear? A brother saw the third prince in that kind of place." "The third prince? Didn't he already set off for Tiandi Imperial City? Come on, you must be foolish. Just because he's set off doesn't mean he's there now. I heard there are 3 courtesans there who are extraordinarily beautiful. He may have stopped to see them after arriving in Ziliuoqing and stayed until now. After all, Dai Mubai's name is renowned there. I can't be mistaken. The third prince? Dai Mubai? Isn't he my fiancé?" Zhu Zhuqing froze upon hearing the discussion among the boys. However, weren't the people from the Xinglua royal family saying that Dai Mubai had departed for Tiandi Imperial City half a month ago? How could he possibly be here in Ziliuoqing? And according to their words, in such a place? For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing was unwilling to believe it. Yet, if this were true, the implications were significant. Unable to contain her curiosity, she approached the boys and asked, "Did you say you saw the third Prince Dai Mubai? Where?" The boys were taken aback by the sudden approach of a little girl asking them these questions. However, one boy recognized Zhu Zhuqing. "Huh, you're the second young lady of the Yuming Duke's mansion, Zhu Zhuqing, the fiancé of our third prince. I heard he appeared in that place of romance. Are you unable to sit still?" The boy looked at Zhu Zhuqing, stroking his chin and chuckling. "You merely heard that someone there is named Dai Mubai. Perhaps it's just a coincidence of names. I just want to confirm," Zhu Zhuqing insisted stubbornly, unwilling to concede. "We did hear. But the brother who saw the third prince not only heard that the person there is called Dai Mubai, but also witnessed him summon the evil, a white tiger martial spirit, with cultivation equal to that of the third prince, a great soul master. Surely, that cannot be false?" One boy retorted. "Whether it's true or not, I can only know if I see it with my own eyes. Tell me where that place is. I must see for myself," Zhu Zhuqing declared with determination after taking a deep breath. "Haha, that place is called Shiyue Tower, but if you go now, you certainly won't have the chance to see the third prince. He is likely being entertained by the 3 courtesans at Shiyue Tower, probably engaging in deep conversations with them. You can go tomorrow," one of the boys said, not hiding his amusement. "Shiyue Tower?" Zhu Zhuqing tightly clenched her fists, her emotions swirling as she returned to her lodging, unable to focus on her practice, tossing and turning for a long time before finally falling asleep. The next day, Zhu Zhuqing rose early and headed straight for Shiyue Tower. After hearing about Dai Mubai, her mind was consumed with the need to uncover the truth, leaving her no inclination to continue learning breathing techniques and ripple energy with BabyHuang. Her efforts were driven by the desire to break free from the fate of inevitably losing to her sister Zhu Chuyun and brother-in-law Davis, requiring not only her relentless effort, but also the same for her fiancé Dai Mubai. If her fiancé, who she believed was diligently cultivating in Tiandi Imperial City, was now lingering in the romantic allure of Ziliuoqing, what use was such a fiancé? After leaving the inn, Zhu Zhuqing traversed several streets, her cheeks flushed and breathless, until she finally arrived at the entrance of Shuyue Tower. Aware of the establishment's nature, she had dressed herself as a boy before setting out. At her young age of 6, her appearance was not significantly different from that of a boy. After resolutely severing her long hair into a short, fragmented style, Zhu Zhuqing now resembled a boy with a somewhat effeminate appearance. However, upon entering Shuyue Tower, the sight of a boy who appeared no older than 7 or 8 years old in such a place was undoubtedly striking. "Hey, little one, who brought you here? At your tender age, you shouldn't be in such a place," someone remarked upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing. In response, Zhu Zhuqing had already prepared a response, bashfully explaining that she was accompanying her elder brother to broaden her horizons, who had stepped out to buy her breakfast and would return shortly. Hearing that a guardian had brought Zhu Zhuqing, some who initially intended to voice their concerns furrowed their brows, contemplating, and ultimately chose to remain silent. They decided to wait for the boy's brother to return before addressing their concerns. As an adult, what were you thinking, bringing such a young child to witness the world? Zhu Zhuqing then settled into a corner of Shuyue Tower, patiently awaiting Dai Mubai's arrival. Though she had yet to meet him, his distinctive heterochromatic eyes were quite conspicuous, and she felt confident she would recognize him easily. After approximately half an hour, a strikingly handsome youth entered, clad in a white suit, tall and robust, with flowing golden hair and piercing blue heterochromatic eyes, albeit with a slightly pale complexion and a somewhat gaunt figure. He was accompanied by another young man dressed in green, tall and handsome, exuding a somewhat roguish charm. "Dai Mubai, this fellow comes here daily, looking like a shadow of himself. Isn't he afraid of ending up dead in the beds of the 3 courtesans?" Upon seeing Dai Mubai, some couldn't help but mutter their disdain. "I've heard that Dai Mubai is preparing to head to Tiandi Imperial City for the recruitment selection of the Petian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. He likely won't linger much longer in our Ziliuoqing, so he is making the most of his time here." Someone added with a hint of mockery. "Is he truly my betrothed, Dai Mubai?" Gazing at the newly arrived Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, despite having never set eyes on him before, found his heterochromatic gaze too striking to ignore, which suddenly filled her heart with sorrow and a desire to weep. Why has it come to this? She had anticipated a fiancé who shared her unwillingness to succumb to fate, with whom she could strive alongside to confront her sister Zhu Zhuyin and brother-in-law Davis, overcoming the destiny that others deemed inevitable defeat. Yet unexpectedly, the fiancé she believed was preparing to journey to Tiandi Imperial City to understand the Petian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association in order to succeed in the selections had instead squandered his time in the frivolities of Shuyue Tower, vying daily for chances to meet and stay with the so-called courtesans. This shattered the once flawless image she held of her fiancé. No, I must confront him to understand why he has chosen this path. Does he not realize he has a fiancé in Xinglua Imperial City? If he does not strive for improvement, he may face dire consequences in the future. Although upon realizing Dai Mubai was indeed her fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing held no expectations for him any longer. Yet, she remained unwilling to accept his choices, and as tears welled at the corners of her eyes, she took a deep breath, composed herself, and resolved to inquire about his reasons. Meanwhile, after entering Shuyue Tower alongside by Luo, Dai Mubai regarded the envious remarks from numerous soul masters with a scornful smile. "You lack the strength to defeat me, yet all you can do is speak? If you have the ability, come challenge me today. If you can best me, the opportunity to meet the 3 beautiful courtesans will be yours. But alas, you do not possess such prowess. Indeed, I am preparing to depart for Tiandi Imperial City in a few days to participate in the selections for the Petian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association, which is why I've been here daily. Since you are aware of this, you can either challenge me starting today or wait until I leave. Don't be cowards. Merely speaking here." Dai Mubai's audacious words incited anger among many present. However, his strength within the Grand Soul Master ranks left no one daring to claim they could surpass him, not even those of the Soul Sovereign rank. Thus, they could only swallow their indignation in silence. "Excuse me, are you Dai Mubai? I believe I have heard your name before." Once Zhu Zhuqing had regained her composure, she approached Dai Mubai, feigning unfamiliarity. Indeed, I am Dai Mubai. Do you know me? He replied, frowning slightly. I am from the Yuming Lingmao clan. I have heard your name. You are engaged to our second miss, are you not? Not long ago, she inquired about you. However, it was said that you left half a month ago for Tiandi Imperial City to prepare for the selections for the Tian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. Why? Then are you here? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhuqing gathered her courage to pose her question to Dai Mubai. You're from the Yuming Lingmao clan? Upon hearing her claim, Dai Mubai's brow furrowed even deeper. However, due to Zhu Zhuqing's boyish appearance, he could not fathom that this boy was his betrothed. Since you are from the Yuming Lingmao clan, you should be aware of my situation. My elder brother is 6 years my senior and possesses comparable talent as a soul master. The age difference means I am significantly inferior to him in both cultivation and influence. Consequently, no one is willing to assist me. What do you suggest I do to surpass him? Dai Mubai remarked with a cold smile, his expression devoid of warmth. My fiancée, the second miss of your clan, is named Zhu Zhuqing, correct? Her sister is 7 years older with similar talent. Given such a significant age gap, do you believe effort alone can bridge the divide? While in Xinglua Imperial City, I too aspired to change my circumstances, yet I found that no matter how hard I worked, the gap between my brother and me only widened, leaving me disheartened. Although I am representing the Xinglua Imperial family to participate in the selections for the Tian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association, which appears to be an opportunity, I know my father will not solely grant me this chance. He will undoubtedly extend the same to my elder brother. Unless I suddenly surpass him by a considerable margin, I am still destined to fail. Having spoken thus far, Dai Mubai paused, a trace of melancholy and self-destructive resignation lacing his voice. Since failure seems inevitable, I have left Xinglua Imperial City to indulge in life as pleasures. At least when the day comes I must face my demise, I can do so without regret. This is my mindset. Regarding my fiancée, we are indeed bound by betrothal, but what significance does that hold? We are fated to fail and eventually perish. So why not allow ourselves to live without regrets? Regardless of her choices, I have resolved to proceed as I see fit. If I manage to pass the selection of either the Tian Sword Sect or the Tianxia Association upon reaching the Tiandi Empire, then perhaps circumstances will change, and I shall reconsider at that time. Dai Mubai spoke in a nonchalant manner. In truth, his urgency to depart from the Xinglua Imperial City stemmed from this very mindset. Having been intimidated by his elder brother, Dai Wei-si, to the point of fear, Dai Mubai currently harbored no confidence in overcoming him. All he felt was a desire to escape. To Dai Mubai, since failure and death are inevitable, why not indulge in life's pleasures during the limited time he has? Yet, it is only through effort that one might alter their destiny, is it not? Dai Mubai, do not forget that you still have a fiancée. Is it fair to her that you are so self-destructive? The realization of Dai Mubai's thoughts left Zhu Zhuqing both furious and anxious, prompting her to wish to rouse him from his stupor. What business is it of yours? However, Zhu Zhuqing's remarks only served to irritate Dai Mubai. He felt indifferent towards his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, he would not have behaved so recklessly upon arriving at Tua City. And upon her arrival, he merely mocked her a few times, nearly provoking a physical confrontation. The reason for Dai Mubai's eventual change was merely Zhu Zhuqing's beauty. Imagine if she were an unattractive person. Furthermore, Dai Mubai remained unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's true identity, and seeing a mere child criticize his choices only fueled his impatience. I am also from the Yuming Lingmao family. Do you not fear the wrath of the second young lady for treating her so poorly? Despite sensing Dai Mubai's growing impatience, Zhu Zhuqing stubbornly persisted. Angry? Dai Mubai scoffed at the notion. Let her be. I am destined to die anyway. So I might as well enjoy life now. What does it matter to her? I do not care what she thinks. If she wishes to give up, then let her. If she does not, then she should strive to cultivate her strength, as long as she does not interfere with my affairs. Do you even think of your fiancé? The realization that Dai Mubai was wholly unconcerned about her filled Zhu Zhuqing with profound sorrow, yet she could only suppress her grief and question him. In response, Dai Mubai showed no signs of concealment. I have never even seen her. What do you expect of me? If she is beautiful, I might begrudgingly care. But if she were an eyesore, I would prefer she stay far away. Dai Mubai sneered contemptuously. Brother Mubai, do not be angry. Do not be angry. Observing Dai Mubai's rising ire towards Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Luo hastily intervened, feigning curiosity. Brother Mu Bai, do you truly have a fiancé? What is the situation in your family, where your elder brother and your fiancé's sister are also bound by a betrothal? Why do you and your elder brother, along with your fiancé's sister, seem like sworn enemies? Are you both fated to perish if you do not defeat them? What logic is this? This is a peculiar inheritance system in our family. It requires much explanation, but let us not dwell on that today. In response to Bai Luo's inquiry, Dai Mu Bai sighed, feeling somewhat disinterested and unwilling to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, realizing that Dai Mu Bai was indifferent to their betrothal and only cared about superficial beauty, felt an immense sense of despair. The disparity between their perspectives on reliance and mutual support was too vast, leaving her heart utterly cold. Initially, due to her mother's prior words, she had high hopes for Dai Mu Bai, believing they could support one another in defiance of their fated demise. However, with Dai Mu Bai's self-destructive attitude and his dismissive demeanor towards her, she questioned why she should continue to pursue him. She was not without alternatives to escape their predetermined fate. Given that her unreliable fiancé could not assist her in overcoming Zhu Chuyun and Dai Weici, she had to consider other means. Reflecting on the mysterious old beggar who had gifted her the Jiao Yin Shen Claw, Zhu Zhuqing understood that she must seek alternative paths to resist the fate that awaited her. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the woods outside the city, as the group gathered, Ji Guiyuan prepared to continue teaching them the breathing technique and ripple qigong, but noticed someone was missing. Has the Yuming Duke's residence lost a member? The one who excelled at learning the breathing technique, Zhu Zhuqing, seems to be absent. Ji Guiyuan furrowed his brow and inquired. Chapter 177, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mu Bai, and Ji Guiyuan, Zhuqing. Upon hearing Ji Guiyuan mention Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Lingyun was taken aback, quickly turning to inspect the entourage from the Yu Ming Duke's residence, only to confirm that Zhu Zhuqing was indeed missing. During their limited time in Ziluo City, Zhu Lingyun had focused entirely on mastering the thunder-breathing technique, and he had not named anyone when bringing people along this time, unaware that Zhu Zhuqing, who usually reassured him, was absent. Teacher Yuan, I know where Zhu Zhuqing has gone. At that moment, a young boy suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed, Where has Zhu Qing gone? Before Ji Guiyuan could respond, Zhu Lingyun immediately pressed for an answer. Yesterday, we saw the third prince at a place called Shui Yulu in Ziluo City. Zhu Zhuqing inquired about our situation, but did not believe us. So she must have gone to that Shui Yulu to verify the truth herself. The boy replied with a grin. Shui Yulu? Zhu Lingyun furrowed his brow and inquired further, discovering that the Shui Yulu where Dai Mu Bai had appeared was actually a place of indulgence, which troubled him. What is going on with this third prince? He was supposed to have departed for Tiandi Royal City half a month in advance. Yet here he is, reveling in the pleasures of Ziluo City. Zhu Qing is headstrong. She must have heard about the third prince's presence at Shui Yulu and gone to confirm the truth. Let me ask you again. Are you certain that you saw the third prince at Shui Yulu yesterday? Zhu Lingyun could not help but ask once more. We are certain. That fellow heard someone call for Dai Mu Bai to take the stage, and the person who appeared indeed resembled the third prince, with those distinctive dual pupils that could not be mistaken, and he summoned the evil white tiger martial spirit, with a configuration of 200-year soul rings. A young boy confirmed loudly, asserting that he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Dai Mu Bai? At that moment, Ji Guiyuan and Li Sun Huan exchanged surprised glances, their brows furrowing. What, do you two recognize that name? Inquisitively, Dai Chong Kong asked. If the Dai Mu Bai you speak of possesses blue dual pupils, then not only have we heard of him, but we have also seen him in person and spent time together. Do you remember what I mentioned? Before you, we had taught a certain individual in this world the art of breathing and the technique of Bowen Qigong, and that individual's name is Dai Mu Bai, who possesses a pair of striking blue eyes. Li Shunwan spuka slowly. What? This revelation caused a stir among the members of the Yuming Grand Duke's Mansion and the Xingluo royal family, including Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong. However, at that time, we thought he was a commendable youth, yet from your words, it appears that he is currently lost in a world of revelry, which is truly hard for us to believe. Li Xuanhuan shook his head with a hint of melancholy. Dai Mu Bai is quite the performer. Upon hearing Li Xuanhuan's words, the members of the Yuming Grand Duke's Mansion and the Xingluo royal family couldn't help but think peculiarly. From what you imply, is Dai Mu Bai betrothed to Zhu Zhuqing? If Dai Mu Bai is currently at a place called Ziyula, and Zhu Zhuqing has heard about it and rushed over, could that lead to complications? Suddenly, Jigui Yuan, he furrowed his brow, pondering something. Many were hesitant. I shall go and take a look. I know both of them, and it may be more convenient for me. Does anyone know the whereabouts of Ziyula? After some contemplation, Jigui Yuan, he spoke in a deep voice. I know. A young man raised his hand. Then take me there. Jigui Yuan yi responded. As for you, the breathing techniques I taught you yesterday, you should have grasped by now. Those of you learning the same techniques can exchange insights with one another. After instructing the crowd, Jigui Yuan, he departed with the guiding youth towards the city gate, ready to proceed to Ziyula. Meanwhile, inside Ziyula, after having her heart thoroughly shattered by Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to take a different path to escape her inevitable fate. Yet, just as she prepared to leave, Jigui Yuan Yi, guided by the boy, entered Zola. Although Zhu Zhuqing had transformed her long hair into a short style and dressed as a boy, the perceptive Jigui Yuan Yi recognized her at once. Zhuqing, are you all right? Upon seeing her, Jigui Yuan Yi immediately approached and inquired. Yuan Yi, elder brother. At that moment, Dai Mubai also noticed Jigui Yuan Yi and was pleasantly surprised. Yuan Yi, elder brother, I never expected to encounter you here. It is truly delightful. Although he had learned the thunder-breathing technique from Jigui Yuan Yi, Dai Mubai had only grasped the basics of Buwen Qigong and had yet to fully cultivate it. He had thought that after a few days, when he departed for Tiandi Imperial City, he would have no further opportunity to learn from Jigui Yuan Yi. Yet here he was, unexpectedly meeting him. Wait, Zhuqing. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Dai Mubai turned sharply towards Zhu Zhuqing. Your name is Zhuqing? Are you truly Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai was taken aback, unable to believe that this seemingly delicate boy was indeed his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. No wonder he had inquired several times whether he was worthy of her here. Indeed, I am Zhu Zhuqing, your nominal fiancé. Rest assured, as you have previously stated, I shall not concern myself with your actions. I will consider our engagement null and void. Since you have chosen to abandon it, I shall seek my own path to escape this fate. Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite face bore a cold expression as she spoke, having seen through Dai Mubai's true nature. You, reflecting on his earlier words to Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of guilt. Yet her indifferent demeanor ignited a flicker of anger within him. However, with Jigui Yuan Yi present, who seemed to know Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai had no choice but to suppress his inner turmoil. Brother Mubai, is this the creator of the breathing techniques you mentioned, Jigui Yuan Yi? Nearby, upon hearing Dai Mubai call out Jigui Yuan Yi's name, Bai Luo feigned curiosity as she turned to him and asked, Yes, Yuan Yi, elder brother. What brings you to this Ziluoqing? How is Li, elder brother, faring? In response to Bai Luo's inquiry, Dai Mubai nodded and then, with a broad smile, inquired about Li Xiwenhuan's well-being. Brother Li is currently with me. We have discovered a new type of reincarnator here, which may incite great calamity in this world. Coincidentally, my breathing techniques and Buwen Qigong are effective against this newly discovered reincarnator and its infected kin, which is why I am presently teaching some individuals in this world. After casting a glance at Dai Mubai, Jigui Yuan Yi replied in a measured tone. Then, Yuan Yi, elder brother, may I join the learning as well? I have yet to fully master my Buwen Qigong. The revelation that Jigui Yuan Yi was teaching breathing techniques and Buwen Qigong brought Dai Mubai immense joy, prompting him to ask eagerly. Certainly, as I have stated, I will not withhold my teachings from anyone who wishes to learn, provided they are willing to grasp them. Jigui Yuan Yi responded calmly to Dai Mubai's inquiry. And what of me, Yuan Yi, elder brother? May I also accompany you to learn? Bai Luo chimed in, grinning. In response, Jigui Yuan Yi, having glanced at Bai Luo, naturally agreed. With Zhu Zhuqing found at Ziyula, Jigui Yuan Yi prepared to lead them back. Since it was still morning, the Dun contest hosted by the three esteemed courtesans at Ziyula would not conclude until the afternoon, leaving ample time. Dai Mubai quickly expressed his desire to join. Given Jigui Yuan Yi's character, he did not refuse. Thus, Jigui Yuan Yi led the guiding youth, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Bai Luo out of Ziyula and into a spacious meadow in the outskirts. Upon Jigui Yuan Yi's return, Xiao Feng, the legendary couple of the dragon and snake, Lin Jingying, along with Zhu Lingyun, Dai Chongkong, and members of the Yuming Grand Duke's Mansion and Xingluo royal family, were engaged in discussions about the breathing techniques they had learned. Their delight was palpable upon seeing Jigui Yuan Yi finally return. In their studies of the breathing techniques, everyone had only scratched the surface, even though they were all learning the same technique. The exchanges yielded minimal insights compared to the effectiveness of direct instruction from BabyHuang, the creator of the technique. The third prince? Upon noticing Dai Mubai following closely behind BabyHuang, Dai Changkong was taken aback, feeling a strange sense of foreboding. It appears that what those youths had said was indeed true. The third prince is here, presumably within Zula. However, it was unexpected that the third prince had left Xinghua Imperial City 2 weeks early, not adhering to the agreement made with His Majesty to investigate the situation of the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association in Tiando Imperial City, but instead remaining in Ziluoqing to indulge in pleasure. Such a disposition would surely render him unable to compete with the first prince in the future. Upon returning, BabyHuang prepared to continue instructing the crowd in the breathing techniques, beginning by grouping those who were learning the same technique together. Due to the considerable number of individuals studying the breathing technique here, numbering in the dozens, it was evidently impractical for BabyHuang to provide one-on-one instruction. Consequently, he could only allow those practicing the same breathing technique to stand together, and during the teaching sessions, he would instruct a group of individuals practicing the same method. On the open grassy field, in accordance with BabyHuang's prior instructions, those learning the same breathing technique had already gathered together. Among them, the practitioners of the thunder breathing technique were the most numerous, including members of the Yuming Grand House, such as Zhu Zhuqing, all of whom focused on this technique, which emphasized speed and explosiveness. Conversely, the members of the Xinghua royal family displayed a lack of uniformity in their chosen methods, with some studying thunder breathing, others practicing flame breathing, and yet others engaging in rock breathing. Notably, the predominance of those practicing thunder breathing led BabyHuang to prepare to first instruct this group. Observing the individuals from the Yuming Grand House and some from the Xinghua royal family standing before him, he could not help but ask in a solemn tone, "I too practice thunder breathing." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and Bai Luo naturally raised their hands and, alongside Zhu Zhuqing, approached the group predominantly composed of Yuming Grand House practitioners of thunder breathing. Following BabyHuang's instructions, the group of thunder breathing practitioners formed lines and, before BabyHuang, each demonstrated the technique, rushing swiftly towards the woods. Through his transparent perception, BabyHuang could clearly discern the mastery of thunder breathing exhibited by each individual. With his ability to perceive the internal movements of organs, the flow of blood, and the activity of muscles during the execution of thunder breathing, he began to guide them in adjusting their postures and breathing, instructing them to continue their practice while awaiting their next demonstration. As the lines of thunder breathing practitioners completed their demonstrations, it eventually came to Dai Mubai, Bai Luo, and Zhu Zhuqing. "You three, let me observe your command of thunder breathing." After instructing Dai Mubai, Bai Luo, and Zhu Zhuqing to stand in a row, BabyHuang spoke solemnly, preparing to allow the three to unleash their thunder breathing towards the woods. Following his directive, Dai Mubai, Bai Luo, and Zhu Zhuqing executed thunder breathing. However, Bai Luo, upon receiving BabyHuang's command, immediately dashed forward, moving like a bolt of lightning into the woods with astonishing speed. What? The sight of Bai Luo executing thunder breathing without adjusting his breathing left the onlookers, whether from the Yuming Grand House, the Xinghua royal family, or even Xiaofeng and the couple Gusher Long, utterly astounded. For apart from BabyHuang, none of the others could perform the technique without first adjusting their breathing. What was the explanation for this newcomer? Total concentration. While the others were in sheer shock, BabyHuang, though slightly surprised, articulated Bai Luo's current level of mastery in the breathing technique. "Brother Yuan, what does total concentration mean?" Noticing BabyHuang's astonishment regarding Bai Luo, Zhu Lingyun could not help but inquire with curiosity amidst her shock. Total concentration is the highest realm of breathing techniques. Those of you who have just begun typically need to adjust your breathing before executing the technique. However, if one has mastered the breathing technique to a certain extent, they can maintain the breathing state at any time and place. This is what is referred to as total concentration, BabyHuang explained slowly. To maintain the breathing state at all times and places. The realization that total concentration signified such a concept caused many to gasp in disbelief as they gazed at Bai Luo. This was particularly striking given that BabyHuang had previously stated he had only taught Dai Mubai the breathing technique, and Bai Luo had been brought back from Shuyue Tower alongside Dai Mubai. Thus, it was highly probable that Bai Luo had learned the breathing technique from Dai Mubai, another novice. The ability to master the technique from a fellow beginner and achieve its highest realm in less than half a month was nothing short of prodigious talent. After Bai Luo executed thunder breathing and, as per Jigui Yuan's request, dashed through the woods like a lightning bolt, he returned while Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing had yet to stabilize their breathing. The astonishment of those present, including Jigui Yuan, at Bai Luo's execution filled Dai Mu Bai with envy and jealousy. If only he possessed such talent, perhaps he could surpass his elder brother Davis in the future. Why was he devoid of such gifts? Chapter 179. The sun breathing technique seems not too difficult. After Bai Luo demonstrated thunder breathing in a state of total concentration, racing through the woods with lightning speed, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing also executed thunder breathing as instructed, running a lap through the woods before returning. Following this, Jigui Yuan requested Bai Luo to perform the accompanying sword technique of thunder breathing. After all, the complete mastery of thunder breathing entails the integration of the breathing method with its corresponding sword technique. Bai Luo, however, executed this seamlessly. Initially, he had only learned the breathing technique from Dai Mu Bai, but upon entering Ziluo City, he diligently practiced and also acquired the accompanying sword technique from Dai Mu Bai. Subsequently, after procuring a suitable long sword from the blacksmith, Bai Luo dedicated considerable time to practice, thus mastering it. How long have you been studying thunder breathing? Jigui Yuan, taken aback by Bai Luo's proficiency in both the breathing technique and its accompanying sword technique, inquired. About 7 days, I suppose. Bai Luo contemplated, stroking his chin in response. 7 days? The reaction to Bai Luo's answer elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding observers, including the couple Gu Shilong. It was well known that individuals such as Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong from the Yuming Grand House and Xingla royal family, who had studied for 2 or 3 days, were only making entry-level progress. To reach the pinnacle of mastery of the breathing technique and also achieve proficiency in the accompanying sword technique in just 7 days. Was this even humanly possible? Would you be interested in learning the sun breathing technique? Amidst the astonishment of those around, Jigui Yuan posed the question to Bai Luo. It seems Brother Yuan holds high hopes for this youth, namely Xiao Yao. In the crowd, upon witnessing Jigui Yuan's proactive offer to teach Bai Luo the sun breathing technique, Li Xuanhuan could not help but chuckle softly. Mastering thunder breathing in 7 days likely suggests that only such a genius could hope to learn the most challenging sun breathing technique. Meng Shu, the Dragon Duke, couldn't help but smile wryly. Sun breathing? I have heard Brother Mu Bai mention it. It seems to be the most formidable breathing technique. May I learn this? It seemed unexpected that Jigui Yuan would take the initiative to teach Bai Luo the sun breathing technique. Bai Luo's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he inquired. Of course. However, I have taught numerous individuals the sun breathing technique in this world, and none have been able to master it. Whether you can grasp it, I am uncertain, yet your talent is indeed the finest I have encountered among all. Jigui Yuan yi spoke slowly. What are we waiting for? I humbly request you to teach me, Senior Jigui Yuan yi, Bai Luo exclaimed, his confidence unshakable after a smile. Previously, Mu Bai mentioned that the thunder breathing technique was quite difficult, yet I learned it after merely one glance. The sun breathing may be challenging, but perhaps I will master it after a few more observations. Upon hearing Jigui Yuan yi's remarks about its difficulty, Bai Luo grew even more eager. Many onlookers, including Meng Iran and members of the Yuming Grand Duke's residence and Xingla royal family, transformed their initial admiration and envy into annoyance at Bai Luo's audacity. Though they acknowledged his exceptional talent, they wished he would refrain from flaunting it before those of average abilities. Nevertheless, despite their hidden curses wishing for Bai Luo's failure in mastering the sun breathing technique, when Jigui Yuan demonstrated it before him, Bai Luo swiftly learned it after just a few views, effortlessly mastering both the breathing method and sword forms. This left the multitude of spectators with a profound sense of helplessness. Is this what genius truly entails? An ability to grasp what we cannot, simply by viewing it a few times? It seems the world is decidedly unfair. Senior Jigui Yuan, this sun breathing technique does not appear to be difficult at all. I have already mastered it and can practice it at my leisure in the future. After acquiring the sun breathing technique, Bai Luo shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, Senior Jigui Yuan, Mu Bai mentioned that you possess a secret technique known as Ripple Qigong. May I also learn it? Seemingly inspired by a thought, Bai Luo looked at Jigui Yuan with great interest. Meanwhile, in the Ziluo City martial spirit branch, the existence of zombies and the Ghost Clan was reported by Qiao Feng and Gai Shilong Shi, prompting the Flying System Soul Masters to relay the information to Wuhuan City, Tiandi Imperial City, and Xingluo Imperial City. Subsequently, Wuhuan Tiando Empire, and Xinghua Empire disseminated this news, gathering various powerful soul masters to Ziluo City to assist Xiao Feng and others in exterminating the zombies. Now, 6 to 7 days had passed. However, due to the limitations of information dissemination in this ancient world of Doloa continent, most soul master factions on the continent only recently learned of this news and dispatched soul masters to Ziluo City. Nevertheless, the formidable Ghost Clan, having developed into a massive force, could not remain oblivious to this. Upon learning of this news, the Ghost King, Gui Wu Ji Wu Kan, promptly instructed his subordinates to inform the royal zombies, adhering to the principle of mutual survival. Although the royal zombies were currently hunting their kind, they both shared a common enemy, humanity. If human soul masters were to gather en masse in Ziluo City and eliminate the royal zombies, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Ghost Clan. According to Gui Wu Ji Wu Kan, they needed to remain hidden, assisting the royal zombies and the corpses they created in inflicting as much harm on humanity as possible. This would facilitate their future schemes. After some contemplation, the more astute members of the Ghost Clan were undeniably impressed by Gui Wu Ji Wu Kan's adaptability and long-term vision. Thus, the royal zombies soon learned of this development. As their corpse creation was discovered, humanity had begun to take action against them. However, the royal zombie, now at the pinnacle of the half-step flying zombie realm, overseeing its underground lair, gazed at the approaching subjugated Ghost Clan members with a sinister grin. Soon, we are but a step away, in the depths of the underground. Within a vast network resembling an anthill, the royal zombie adorned in resplendent attire sat upon a throne, flanked by an entourage of weakened corpse subordinates. Master, we have brought all the Ghost Clan from our strongholds. A splendidly dressed corpse, having ascended to the jumping zombie realm through the blood of the Ghost Clan, half kneeled before the royal zombie. As the corpses feared sunlight as well, the royal zombie chose a particularly gifted blood corpse to cultivate into the jumping zombie realm, which proved that zombies possessed a greater potential than the Ghost Clan. Consequently, upon reaching the jumping zombie stage, the corpse's traits completely overshadowed those of the Ghost Clan, granting the royal zombie a subordinate with both blood abilities and remarkable regenerative powers. However, as the leader of a race, having only one capable subordinate was insufficient, prompting the royal zombie to later cultivate 4 additional jumping zombies. These 5 jumping zombies were designated as the 5 guardians by the royal zombie. Had they all been brought? I had intended to continue nurturing these ghosts. After all, they are akin to livestock and crops for our corpse clan, providing continuous sustenance, and their blood is significantly more potent than that of ordinary humans. However, upon hearing that humanity has initiated action against us, I must swiftly ascend to the flying zombie realm, and these ghosts will have to be exploited for now. Once our plans succeed, we can capture more ghosts later. Seated upon the throne, the royal zombie silently conveyed to all subordinates on a spiritual level. Subsequently, the royal zombie descended from the elevated platform of the throne and approached the controlled, weakened Ghost Clan members, relentlessly sinking its fangs into one ghost after another, draining their essence entirely. Although ghosts possess a near-immortal regenerative ability, once the royal zombie extracted all their vital essence and life force, they ultimately succumbed to death, transforming into desiccated corpses. Clearly, the ghost's regenerative prowess was not true immortality. Once completely drained of blood and life force, their regenerative capabilities were rendered ineffective. As the royal zombie continued to siphon the essence from one ghost after another, the corpse energy within it began to evolve fundamentally. Finally, upon drawing the last few ghosts, the corpse energy underwent a significant transformation, surging violently towards its heart, ultimately coalescing into a golden corpse Dan. Roar. Upon the successful convergence of the corpse essence within its body, the royal zombie let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens as a blinding golden light erupted from within, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. As the golden radiance dissipated, the luminous sheen that signified the golden-armored corpse vanished, revealing skin now akin to that of an ordinary human, no longer appearing dry and withered. Having transitioned from a jumping zombie to a flying zombie, the royal zombie seemed to have taken a significant step towards resembling humanity. Although it still bore a somewhat fearsome visage, with hands akin to talons and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, it was undeniable that the royal zombie had improved remarkably, now appearing more human-like. This transformation, in a sense, could be regarded as a return to its true essence, Should the royal zombie truly transcend to become the legendary Ba, its appearance would completely align with that of a human, with a mighty roar following its advancement into the flying zombie realm. The royal zombie felt not only a surge in physical strength, but also a substantial enhancement in the quality and quantity of the corpse energy within. Furthermore, it instinctively acquired the ability to soar through the skies, and its thunder root underwent evolution. Previously, the thunder root merely allowed it to summon lightning from the heavens to strike foes, but now, as anticipated, its sensitivity and control over the thunderous spiritual energy of the world had greatly increased, enabling it to manipulate celestial phenomena. Having broken through to the flying zombie stage and possessing the power to command the elements, the royal zombie proclaimed that there was no longer need to fear the sunlight. Their plans were set to commence. After familiarizing itself with a newly acquired body, the royal zombie soared into the sky, addressing its legion of corpse spirits with a triumphant laugh, now restored in vocal capability. Upon hearing the royal zombie's words, the surrounding corpse spirits were overwhelmed with excitement. Kneeling in unison, their voices rising in a cacophony of cheers and chants in reverence to the royal zombie, eternal and immortal master, for the glorious future of our clan. In response, the royal zombie merely waved its hand towards the sky. Instantly, the entire underground layer trembled violently, and a massive fissure suddenly opened above, with torrents of earth cascading down to form a great slope connecting the layer's ground with the newly formed opening above. This outlet evidently led to the surface. Little ones, follow me. With the passage to the surface now unveiled, the royal zombie roared and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the chasm above. Following closely were thousands of eager corpse spirits, rushing up the slope with uncontainable excitement. However, compared to the corpse spirits, the royal zombie, having ascended to the flying zombie level and now able to traverse the skies, moved with remarkable speed, bursting through the fissure and emerging above ground in mere moments. At this time, the surface was bathed in brilliant sunshine, the sky clear and bright. Yet, having ascended from the depths, the royal zombie let out a resounding roar, and, utilizing the powers bestowed by its thunder root, began to alter the celestial conditions. Centered above the royal zombie, the surrounding white clouds began to gather violently, coalescing and transforming into dark storm clouds that rapidly spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the roiling black clouds expanded in all directions around the royal zombie, converting the once bright skies into a somber shroud. Amidst the rumbling thunder and flashing lightning, the ground soon erupted into a tempest, the ominous dark skies heralding the approach of a fierce storm. Chapter 181. The Calamity of the Corpse Spirits as the royal zombie ascended to the flying zombie realm and commanded the storm. Transforming the skies into a canopy of darkness, the horde of corpse spirits that surged forth from the underground emerged into the dim light. Upon reaching the surface, they were greeted by the sight of a storm-laden sky, the sun entirely obscured by the heavy clouds, casting the ground into shadow. This weather was nothing short of perfect for the corpse spirits, gazing upon their master, who floated effortlessly in the air. The massive throng of corpse spirits erupted into fervent worship, kneeling once more before the royal zombie. Great master, you have truly altered the heavens. It is beyond belief. Even the deities of legend could hardly achieve such a feat, with such a being leading us. Our clan will surely carve out a realm of our own in this world. Do you see that city in the distance? Go forth and turn its inhabitants into our kin, our sustenance, and transform this world into our dominion. Having shifted the celestial conditions, the royal zombie spread its arms wide, hovering in the air while gazing towards the distant city, issuing commands to the throng of corpse spirits below. Upon hearing the royal zombie's decree, countless corpse spirits rose, and amidst their excited roars and howls, they turned and began to dash madly towards the city. Meanwhile, in the distant city known as Zilin Cheng, a small settlement akin to Nua Ding Cheng, the population was sparse, numbering only a few thousand, with merely a few hundred soldiers tasked with guarding the city. However, in the relatively peaceful world of Dolua Dalu, such a number was ample to ensure the safety of Zilin Cheng. For if true soul masters were to incite chaos, no number of soldiers would suffice, but against mere mortals, a few hundred soldiers were entirely adequate. What is happening? In Zilin Kin, the splendid weather and bright sunshine had drawn many to the streets. Suddenly, an endless expanse of ominous black clouds began to roll in from the horizon. swiftly darkening the sky above. The howling winds soon followed, leaving the townsfolk momentarily stunned, murmuring amongst themselves in confusion, as the situation was evidently abnormal. However, it was not long before they discerned the cause. First, from atop the city walls, the watchful soldiers noticed a great cloud of dust rising in the distance. And upon closer inspection, they beheld a dark mass of figures racing towards Zilicheng at a speed surpassing that of galloping horses. What is this? The soldiers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were imagining things. It appeared to be a throng of people, yet how could they be moving so swiftly? Help! Monsters are coming. Before long, accompanied by terrified screams, a group of civilians fled towards Zilicheng, their faces etched with horror. Behind them, the dark mass of figures, moving faster than galloping steeds, became clearer to the soldiers on the walls, causing their pupils to constrict and faces to pale. For these were not humans at all, but creatures garbed in human attire, their bodies emaciated, skin wrinkled, faces grotesque, with sharp claws and menacing fangs. These monsters moved with astonishing speed, tackling one unfortunate soul to the ground and sinking their teeth into the victim's neck. When they released their grip and rose, the bitten individual lay writhing in agony upon the earth. Monsters! Quick, into the city! Close the gates! Upon spotting the terrifying horde in the distance, the soldiers atop the walls shouted in abject terror. The guardians stationed at the city gate, initially focused on maintaining order, could no longer concern themselves with such matters. They hurriedly permitted the citizens queuing to enter the city and swiftly closed the gate. Alas, the ordinary city gate proved utterly inadequate against the relentless onslaught of the undead horde. It was soon shattered by the combined might of the bloodthirsty ghouls, allowing them to surge into Zilian City. An uproar erupted within the city, filled with furious shouts, piercing screams, and various cries for help. Zilian City, being a small town, stood no chance against the overwhelming numbers of the undead, which reached into the thousands. In a matter of moments, the residents were either knocked down by the ghouls, drained of their blood, and bitten, soon to become new undead themselves, or herded together to be saved as future prey. Only a fortunate few ordinary citizens and soul masters managed to escape Zilian City. However, this was merely the beginning. After the royal undead led the horde to breach Zilian City, they soon directed their advances toward other towns, villages, and cities, capturing or injuring every human they encountered along the way. Under the royal undead's command, the horde showed no hesitation, regardless of whether it was day or night. Even in daylight, the sun struggled to penetrate the darkened skies altered by the royal undead's sorcery. Meanwhile, in Ziliuoqing, unbeknownst to them, Zhu Lingyun died Chongkong, and the members of the Yuming Lingmao clan and the Xingluo royal family had already been there for 3 days. This day marked their final stay in Ziliuoqing. Outside the city, Jigui Yuani continued to instruct everyone in the art of breathing techniques. Bai Luo had already mastered both the thunder breathing technique and the sun breathing technique, and was now learning ripple energy, attuning himself to the power within. Suddenly, a soul master in the uniform of the Wuhuan temple rushed over, his face a mask of urgency. Master, something terrible has happened. What is it? In the open grassland, Zhi Xinglong was also following Jigui Yuani to learn the breathing technique. Upon seeing the distressed soul master from his branch, Zhi Xinglong furrowed his brow and inquired, Master, esteemed elders, the royal undead has unleashed the undead disaster. Zilian City has fallen, and this was conveyed to me directly by the steward of the Wuhuan branch in Zilian City. The soul master exclaimed anxiously. What? Upon hearing the soul master's words, Zhi Xinglong, along with the Gaishi Longshi couple and others, couldn't help but change their expressions dramatically. How could this happen? We should have been lying low during this time, preparing for soul masters from all over the continent to gather in Ziliuoqing so we could track down and eliminate the royal undead. It seems the royal undead has been hiding and did not dare to confront us openly. Why has it suddenly turned aggressive? Long Gongmingshu's face was grim. Could it be that soul masters arriving from other places were discovered, prompting the royal undead to strike preemptively? Zhi Xinglong took a deep breath and replied, In my opinion, this situation is akin to the previous wolf disaster, where everyone was summoned to one location, making it far too easy for the royal undead to detect our gathering. As you've said, the royal undead possesses intellect rivaling our own. We must not underestimate it. Indeed, but at this point, there is little we can do. Xiaofeng sighed and added, After the royal undead led the ghouls to conquer Zilian City, it will not cease its advance. It will surely lead the horde to attack elsewhere. It may already be too late to reach distant locations, so we should first head to the nearest Lanlin town. If the royal undead has not yet attacked there, we will relocate the people to Ziluoqing. If it has already fallen, we shall confront the royal undead. If they are in the midst of an assault, we may still be in time to save lives. Chapter 182. Rescue and Ambush. After considering Xiaofeng's suggestion, the group unanimously agreed. However, they recognized the perilous nature of this undertaking. The Gaishi Longxi couple and Lin Jingying had first-hand experience of the ghoul's strength. Moreover, the adversary they faced this time would likely include not only numerous ghouls, but also the long-hidden royal undead, who would almost certainly be with the horde. Thus, those lacking sufficient strength, including Ku Zhanyi and the younger generation like Meng Yiran, Wang Sheng, and even Bai Luo, who had learned the sun-breathing technique, were not considered for the expedition. Ultimately, the party destined for Lanlin town consisted solely of Xiaofeng, the Gaishi Longxi couple, Lin Jingying, Zhu Lingyun, and her husband, Dai Changkong and his wife, Ji Guiyuni, Li Xuanhuan, and Ji Xinglong, the master of the Wuhuan branch in Ziluoqing. Alas, we have not escaped our fate. Zhu Lingyun and Dai Changkong felt a sense of resignation when asked to join the expedition. They had intended to leave the next day, but the royal undead's sudden aggression had embroiled them in this mess. Fortunately, Xiaofeng assured them that should their journey be delayed and prevent them from reaching the recruitment selection of the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Society, he would personally request the alliance leader, Wu Ming, to approach Duga Qiubai and Xiongba, explaining the circumstances to secure an exception for them to participate in the selection. After all, their delay was for the noble purpose of rescuing the populace and vanquishing evil. Once the personnel for the expedition to Lanlin town were confirmed, guided by Ji Xinglong, the group utilized their respective abilities. Some transformed into golden dragons soaring into the sky, while others swiftly traversed the ground, racing toward Lanlin town. Outside the city, the remaining members watched as Xiaofeng and Ji Guiyuni sped off toward Lanlin town. Let's go. Since the royal undead has instigated an undead disaster and conquered a city, it will not be long before it reaches here. We must enter the city promptly and inform the lord of Zilin City to prepare, Kuji stated solemnly, watching Xiaofeng and the others disappear into the distance. Then, under Ku Zhanyi's leadership, the younger generation left in Ziluoqing felt a mixture of tension and unease as they hurried back into the city. Upon entering Ziluoqing, Ku Zhanyi sought out the lord of Zilin City, instructing everyone to return to their quarters and reflect on Ji Guiyuni's teachings of the breathing technique. He then departed in haste. Shall we return now? After Ku Zhanyi left, the younger generation exchanged glances, uncertain if they should simply head back. Xiaoyao brother, I am going to show you a tower. Would you like to join me? In contrast to the others' hesitance, Dai Mubai was quite decisive, directly addressing Bai Luo. Having learned that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, he had contemplated resolving their misunderstandings while practicing the breathing techniques together. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing had grown utterly disheartened. She had never harbored any feelings for Dai Mubai, merely holding on to fleeting hopes due to her mother's words. However, since her expectations had been utterly shattered, and it was Dai Mubai who extinguished them before her very eyes, Zhu Zhuqing could hardly shamelessly seek reconciliation with him after discovering a possible escape from her seemingly doomed fate. After all, for the past 5 or 6 years in Xing Luo Huangcheng, she had regarded Dai Mubai as the pillar of her heart, and with no other options available, there was no way she would be so brazen as to mend their relationship. Zhu Zhuqing's responses had been consistently aloof, devoid of any intention to reconcile. Being still a young girl, she was not yet the formidable Zhu Zhuqing of 5 or 6 years later, and Dai Mubai, lacking patience, had little desire to continue his attempts to please her. With the departure of Ji Guiyuan, and with no opportunity to learn Lei Ji, Hu Shi, and Bo Wen Qigong, Dai Mubai's thoughts turned to the 3 courtesans at Shuiyulu, and he prepared to head there. That Mubai, I still wish to further comprehend Bo Wen. You may go ahead. Bai Luo felt rather awkward being invited to such a place before so many people, even if it was merely to accompany Dai Mubai, and thus politely declined. Very well then. Upon hearing Bai Luo express her desire to grasp Bo Wen, Dai Mubai felt a surge of envy and jealousy rise within him. Had he possessed such talent, he would have devoted himself to training rather than indulging so recklessly. Unfortunately, he lacked such a gift, and thus, he could only transform his envy into determination and turn to leave for Shuiyulu. How old is he? Going to such places every day is utterly disgusting. After Dai Mubai's departure, Meng Yiran couldn't help but express her discontent to her newfound friend, Zhu Zhuqing. Each has their own aspirations. If he enjoys going, let him. I do not need him to change my destiny. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply and invited Meng Yiran to practice the breathing technique together. Meng Yiran nodded in agreement, and the two girls left together. Subsequently, individuals from both Yuming de Gongfu and the Xing Luo royal family departed in small groups. However, due to Bai Luo's mastery of Lei Ji Hushi and Ri Ji Hushi, some requested her guidance in breathing techniques, but Bai Luo tactfully declined. Despite some of the petitioners being strikingly beautiful, she had more pressing matters to attend to. After departing alone, Bai Luo found an empty alley, where she employed the shadow clone technique and extracted the Li Xiaoyao template from within her body, inserting it into the shadow clone. Once the shadow clone had taken her place, embodying Li Xiaoyao, Bai Luo transformed in the alley, becoming the mysterious and powerful old beggar. She was ready to make her mark. I, the old beggar, merely wished to meander through life, yet witnessing the suffering of so many, my heart cannot bear it. Assuming the guise of the enigmatic old beggar, Bai Luo looked at her patched clothing and sighed dramatically, feigning an air of importance. Xiao Hong, take me, the old beggar, away. After indulging in the act for a moment, Bai Luo summoned her Red Devil clone. The Red Devil clone glanced at the mysterious old beggar persona with some exasperation before swiftly seizing Bai Luo, making her vanish in an instant. The alley was left with only the shadow clone, now imbued with the Li Xiaoyao template. Meanwhile, after leaving Zi Luo Cheng, Xiao Feng and his companions headed straight for Lanlin Town. As they moved, they were not ordinary individuals, but rather formidable martial artists and soul masters of rank Soul King and above, thus swiftly arriving at Lanlin Town. Wonderful! Lanlin Town is safe. We must organize the residents to evacuate. The discovery that Lanlin Town remained unharmed delighted them. However, just as they prepared to assist the inhabitants in their departure, a sudden rumble erupted from the sky, and the previously clear skies transformed into a dark, cloud-covered expanse, with fierce winds howling around them. Simultaneously, the ground violently trembled, and fissures opened up, from which a horde of grotesque corpses, or rather, corpse demons, emerged, howling and roaring as they surrounded the group. From the heavens came a hoarse, uproarious laughter, as a figure descended slowly from the ominous clouds. Chapter 183, Great Battle. Corpse Demon Guardians, this is bad. It's a trap. Witnessing the sky darken and the ground split open to unleash a multitude of terrifying corpse demons, the group's expressions transformed in alarm. Everyone realized they had fallen into an ambush. Monsters. Initially, they had arrived at the outskirts of Lanlin Town, finding it still intact. Now, with the sudden change in weather and the emergence of the grotesque corpse demons, the residents of Lanlin Town erupted in terrified screams, fleeing in all directions. Damn it! Master Z, as the head of the Wuhan branch in Zi Luo Cheng, there should be many soul masters here who recognize you. Quickly gather the townsfolk and lead them to safety in Zi Luo Cheng while we hold the rear. Seeing the multitude of corpse demons pouring forth from the openings in the ground, Xiao Feng shouted in anger. Then this place is entrusted to you. Understanding the urgency, Zi Xinglong responded promptly, turning to fly toward Lanlin Town. At the same time, after speaking with Zi Xinglong, Xiao Feng unleashed a powerful roar, executing the dragon, subduing 18 palms. As he struck with his hands, golden dragon shadows surged forth, roaring towards the oncoming corpse demons, sending many of them flying. Martial Spirit Fusion Skill, Dragon Snake Combined Attack. On the other side, Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pezhao Tianxiang crossed their dragon staff and snake staff martial spirits together, and with a mighty shout, activated their martial spirit fusion technique. In an instant, a brilliant emerald light erupted from both of them, transforming into a column of light soaring into the heavens. At the top of the light column, their dragon staff and snake staff merged into a fearsome, verdant poisonous dragon adorned with red patterns. Controlled by Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pezhao Tianxiang, the poisonous dragon roared menacingly in the air before swooping down, its tail striking out to send numerous corpse demons flying. Following this, the dragon unleashed a torrent of dark green, toxic breath, sweeping over the horde of corpse demons. Yet, alas, despite countless corpse demons being either struck down or enveloped by the noxious miasma, their formidable regenerative abilities quickly restored them, enabling them to rise and resume their ferocious roars, charging forward once more. Martial Spirit Fusion Skill, Yuming White Tiger. X2 as Xiao Feng and the formidable Dragon Snake attack unfolded. Zhu Lingyun and Dai Changkong, the two couples, also unleashed their martial spirit fusion technique. In an instant, two massive Yuming White Tigers appeared, letting out earth-shattering roars as they rampaged across the battlefield, knocking numerous corpse demons aside with their claws and tails. Regrettably, regardless of whether it is Xiao Feng or the legendary couple, the Longxi pair, or even Zhu Lingyun and Dai Changkong, despite their formidable strength, the assaults they unleash, theoretically, could effortlessly annihilate the ghouls before them. Had these ghouls merely been zombies, even the nimble ones, they would likely have succumbed to the relentless strikes of Xiao Feng and his companions before reaching the realm of the silver-armored and golden-armored corpses. Alas, the adversaries Xiao Feng and his allies now confront are not mere zombies, but rather ghouls endowed with an almost immortal regenerative ability characteristic of the Ghost Clan. Thus, even when they're hurled through the air by Xiao Feng's 18 dragon-subduing palms, their bodies nearly obliterated or struck by the venomous serpent and the spectral white tiger, their bones shattered and sinews torn, these ghouls swiftly recover from what would be lethal injuries to any other creature. This unnerving resilience left Xiao Feng and his companions visibly distressed. The ghouls' seemingly inexhaustible regenerative capabilities echoed the warnings of Taoist Lin and the legendary Longxi duo. Foreshadowing a dire predicament, Zhu Lingyun silently lamented, for if they continued in this manner, without a prompt retreat, they would soon exhaust their soul energy and find themselves incapable of resisting the ravenous tide of ghouls. However, in contrast to Xiao Feng and his companions, Lin Zhengying, Jigui Yuni, and Li Xuanhuan, though possessing lesser strength, were uniquely capable of vanquishing the ghouls. In the battlefield enveloped by the ghoul horde, as Xiao Feng and the others launched their attacks, Jigui Yuni calmly drew forth the Nicaran blade, activating it to its radiant state, and subsequently executed the Breath of the Sun and Ripple technique, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow darting across the battlefield. In an instant, where Jigui Yuni passed, the air echoed with anguished cries as numerous ghouls had their heads severed by the swirling golden blade. Thanks to the Breath of the Sun, empowered by the radiant blade, the severed heads of the ghouls fell lifelessly to the ground. Concurrently, Li Xuanhuan showcased his lightness of foot, launching a flurry of flying knives infused with ripple energy, piercing through the skulls of the ghouls, dispatching them with precision. Yet, it was not long before the royal ghouls recognized their formidable foes in Jigui Yuni and Li Xuanhuan. With a thunderous roar, a royal ghoul, soaring high above, suddenly descended, targeting Jigui Yuni with fierce intent. Alarmed by this development, Long Gongmengshu's countenance shifted dramatically. He abandoned the control of the venomous serpent, turning it towards Jigui Yuni, determined to thwart the royal ghoul's charge. For only Jigui Yuni and Li Xuanhuan held the key to truly slaying the ghouls. With their presence, even an overwhelming number of ghouls could ultimately be eradicated. Most crucially, Jigui Yuni possessed the knowledge to impart the Breath of the Sun and Ripple technique to others, techniques capable of countering the ghouls' seemingly undying regenerative abilities. Should Jigui Yuni and Li Xuanhuan fall to the royal ghoul, not only would the horde remain unchallenged, but the prospect of discovering further means to combat these ghouls and their kin would be grimly uncertain. As denizens of Dolua, Long Gongmengshu could not stand idly by while Jigui Yuni and Li Xuanhuan faced annihilation. Just then, with a cacophony of roars, 5 grotesque ghouls, unmistakably different from the others, surged from the horde, each dashing towards Xiao Feng, the Longxi couple, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Changkong, as well as Lin Zhengying. They directly obstructed the venomous serpent controlled by Xiao Feng and the Longxi couple, as well as the spectral white tiger summoned by Zhu Lingyun and Dai Changkong, alongside Lin Zhengying. These 5 ghouls were no ordinary fiends. They were the elite guardians cultivated by the royal ghoul, having attained the prowess of the nimble ghouls. Chapter 184. Soaring and burrowing, thunder as judgment chosen by the royal ghoul as guardians of their kind. These 5 had undergone extensive cultivation using the blood essence of captured Ghost Clan members, elevating them to the realm of nimble ghouls. Accordingly, their blood arts were remarkably potent. Each of the 5 guardians possessed a blood art corresponding to one of the 5 elements. Among them, the guardian associated with metal, named Jin Gang by the royal ghoul, wielded the indestructible body technique. Although still at the copper armored level, upon invoking the indestructible body, Jin Gang's physical strength surged instantaneously to that of the golden armored corpses. The guardian of wood, known as Senmu, could transform their body into a tree of flesh and blood, ensnaring foes with roots that devoured their very essence. The water and fire guardians, named Yinma and Bingue, respectively, commanded blazingly corrosive flames and frigid winds. The former could reduce targets to ashes, while the latter could freeze their insides solid with but a breath of their chilling aura. Lastly, the guardian of earth, dubbed BabyHuang, possessed the ability to merge with the earth using blood as a medium, manipulating the tainted ground to their advantage, making them exceedingly formidable. Upon their emergence, Jin Gang, the metal guardian, let out a furious roar as he charged directly at Xiaofeng. As he activated his indestructible body, his form swelled to that of a small giant, withstanding several of Xiaofeng's 18 dragon-subduing palms without sustaining any harm, lunging directly at Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, Senmu's flesh grotesquely proliferated, twisting into a monstrous tree of blood and flesh, wrapping its roots around Zhu Lingyun and Dai Luoying's spectral white tiger. The ice guardian, Bingue, confronted Dai Chongkong and his wife Zhu Bailing, unleashing an icy aura that swiftly encased their spectral white tiger in a massive block of ice. BabyHuang targeted the Longxi couple, as their weapon fusion technique, Dragon Snake Strike, necessitated external control of the venomous serpent, leaving them vulnerable to BabyHuang's assault. Finally, Yinma pursued Lin Zhengying, making self-preservation exceedingly challenging, rendering any hope of supporting Jigui Yuani and Li Shu and Huan nearly impossible. Thus, the royal ghoul charged forth with a ferocious roar towards Jigui Yuani. Yet, seasoned by countless battles and possessing remarkable insight, Jigui Yuani swiftly perceived the impending threat. In an instant, he unleashed the breath of the sun, propelling himself with remarkable speed to evade the royal ghoul's attack. With his agility, Jigui Yuani effortlessly dodged the oncoming strike from the royal ghoul. The royal zombie missed its strike. However, instead of continuing its assault from the air or the ground on Jigui Yuan, it burrowed directly into the earth, vanishing without a trace. The sudden disappearance of the royal zombie startled the others engaged in battle with the 5 great corpse guardians, who were simultaneously observing the battlefield. Although the Earth Corpse Guardian had previously demonstrated its ability to burrow underground, it required the infusion of blood into the earth to accomplish this. Those privy to the information about the Ghost Clan from Jigui Yuan recognized that the Earth Guardian's ability resulted from the activation of the Blood Ghost technique. In stark contrast, the royal zombie's burrowing was executed in its undead form, seamlessly merging into the ground. This was alarming. The royal zombie must have ascended to the realm of the flying zombie. At this moment, Lin Zhengying finally discerned the royal zombie's formidable power. While evading the fiery assault of the Fire Corpse Guardian, he could not help but exclaim in horror, "Flying zombie?" Upon hearing this, the others who had learned from Lin Zhengying about the classifications of zombie power and realms were equally alarmed, including the formidable couple, Gai Long and Shifu. It is known that, according to Lin Zhengying, a flying zombie exceeds the strength of a tidal Delaw and possesses various supernatural abilities, potentially surpassing even reincarnators like Xiaofeng. This is dire. Mr. Jigui Yuan is in grave danger now. Meanwhile, after the royal zombie had burrowed underground, Jigui Yuan Yi's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the radiant sun blade, swiftly moving while continuously slashing at the surrounding corpses. His eyes remained fixed on the ground. Although the royal zombie had vanished into the earth, Jigui Yuan possessed the ability to perceive the world, allowing him to see the royal zombie's position beneath the surface. Unfortunately, mere observation was insufficient. As the royal zombie approached Jigui Yuan underground, it unleashed its power to manipulate the earth, triggering an earthquake that caused the ground around Jigui Yuan to tremble violently, resulting in large sections of the terrain collapsing. Simultaneously, the royal zombie activated the power of the Thunder Spirit Root. While currently only at the flying zombie level, it could not yet alter weather patterns on a grand scale like the Han Ba. However, having absorbed the essence of the Ghost Clan, the royal zombie had also contracted the ghost virus. After digesting the ghost virus within its body, the royal zombie transformed into a corpse ghost and acquired the Blood Ghost technique. This technique significantly enhanced the royal zombie's control over the Thunder Spirit Root, allowing it to unleash its powers at a higher level. The reason the royal zombie could summon storms and alter the weather was due to the assistance of the Blood Ghost technique. With this aid, the royal zombie invoked the powers of the Thunder Spirit Root, instantly affecting the atmospheric conditions beneath the surface. Suddenly, dark, dense clouds filled the sky, and lightning surged forth, cascading down upon Jigui Yuan like a torrential rain of thunder. In an instant, the earthquake instigated by the royal zombie, coupled with the ground's collapse, severely hindered Jigwe Yuan Yi's movement. Consequently, facing the onslaught of lightning descending from the sky, Jigwe Yuan Yi, even upon realizing the danger, swiftly leaped to evade but could not entirely escape the lethal range. Noticing several bolts of lightning still aimed at him, he could only furrow his brow, gripping the radiant sun blade tightly. With a powerful shout, he summoned the full extent of his ripple force. As he channeled the ripple force into the sunblade, it erupted in blinding golden light, and with a fierce swing, he unleashed thousands of strikes against the descending bolts of lightning. Chapter 185. Jigwe Yuan Yi sustained severe injury. The terrifying royal zombie amidst the crumbling earth, the surrounding corpses rampaged as the lightning fell like rain. With Jigwe Yuan Yi wielding his sunblade, he unleashed thousands of strikes against the lightning. These thousands of strikes produced vacuum slashes capable of severing steel, resembling a golden whirlwind that surged toward the descending bolts of lightning. Regrettably, even with Jigwe Yuan exerting himself to the fullest, channeling his ripple force to its utmost, the power of these thousands of vacuum slashes paled in comparison to the heavenly thunder. Bang! As the radiant golden vacuum slashes collided with the descending thunder, a tremendous sound erupted, and amidst a brilliant flash of light, the force of the thunder swiftly overcame the thousands of vacuum slashes. Despite the delay caused by breaking through Jigwe Yuan Yi's strikes, the speed of the incoming thunder was too swift, and he could not fully avoid being struck by a bolt. Even with the protection of the ripple force, being struck by the thunder still resulted in Jigwe Yuan Yi sustaining critical injuries, sending him hurtling through the air. His clothing was tattered and charred from the thunder's impact, and he soared high before crashing down at a distance. Brother Jigwe. Upon witnessing Jigwe Yuan Yi unable to withstand the royal zombie's earthquake and lightning, Li Xuanhuan could not help but cry out in alarm. However, it was soon Li Xuanhuan's turn to face danger. After dealing with Jigwe Yuan Yi, the royal zombie immediately set its sights on Li Xuanhuan. Compared to Jigwe Yuan Yi, Li Xuanhuan was significantly weaker. In the face of the royal zombie's assault, Li Xuanhuan could not evade the attack and was struck squarely in the chest, producing a sickening crack as he coughed up blood and was sent flying. Damn it! I never expected both Jigwe Yuan Yi and Li Xuanhuan to be severely injured and sent flying. Their fate's uncertain. Xiao Feng could not help but roar in anger, activating his dragon god technique and soaring into the sky. Roar! With a dragon's roar, Xiao Feng, transformed into a dragon, descended upon the golden corpse guardian, engaging it in battle. Utilizing the aerial advantage and immense strength granted by his dragon form, after a series of ferocious attacks, Xiao Feng finally sent the golden guardian flying with a powerful tail swipe. However, while the dragon form provides advantages such as flight and overwhelming power, it also comes with drawbacks, particularly in agility. After incapacitating Jigwe Yuan Yi and Li Xuanhuan, the royal zombie quickly turned its attention to Xiao Feng, who had just repelled the golden corpse guardian. With a fearsome roar, the royal zombie revealed its sharp fangs and, in an instant, soared toward the dragon-formed Xiao Feng at an astonishing speed. Roar! Realizing the royal zombie was charging at him, Xiao Feng let out a furious dragon's roar and ascended into the sky, then rapidly dove down, aiming a massive dragon claw at the royal zombie. However, in the face of Xiao Feng's assault, even in his transformed dragon state, Xiao Feng looms like an immense behemoth, with a dragon head as large as a truck and claws of unimaginable size, capable of shattering buildings with a single strike. Yet, the royal zombie remains utterly unperturbed, standing firm and unyielding. With a fierce roar, it clenches its fist and strikes upwards to meet the descending claw of Xiao Feng. A resounding crash reverberates as the royal zombie's fist collides with the lethal claw of the transformed Xiao Feng, unleashing a tempestuous burst of energy that sweeps violently in all directions. As Xiao Feng uses the momentum of his dive to strike downwards, the force of his claw drives the royal zombie's legs deep into the ground. Nevertheless, the royal zombie, endowed with an indestructible body, withstands this powerful blow from Xiao Feng. After successfully countering the attack, the royal zombie seizes one of Xiao Feng's talons and, with a furious roar, yanks him from the sky, crashing him heavily to the earth. The impact creates a thunderous noise as Xiao Feng's massive dragon form slams into the ground, fracturing the surface. Numerous ghouls beneath are crushed into mere puddles of flesh. and clouds of dust are violently expelled into the air. In that moment, Qiao Feng emits a pained dragon's roar. Following the forceful descent of Qiao Feng, the royal zombie immediately calls upon its earth-controlling powers, transforming the ground beneath Qiao Feng into a quagmire. Subsequently, the royal zombie grasps Qiao Feng's dragon tail and attempts to drag him underground, aiming to bury him. However, Qiao Feng senses the imminent threat and begins to struggle fiercely amidst his enraged roars. Despite the royal zombie possessing the strength of a flying corpse, the true prowess of a flying zombie lies in its ability to traverse the skies and earth, rather than sheer power. At least for now, the royal zombie cannot match Qiao Feng's might in his dragon form. Thus, it ultimately abandons the effort to entomb Qiao Feng, resurfacing halfway to unleash a flurry of brutal attacks, with a portion of his body, including his tail, still ensnared underground. Qiao Feng is unable to evade the royal zombie's onslaught and is left in considerable agony. My lord Qiao Feng, the realization that even Qiao Feng is not a match for the royal zombie, nearly being overwhelmed, plunges the couples of Guy, Shilong Shi, and Zhu Lingyun, as well as Dai Chong Kong, into despair. Has this royal zombie truly grown so formidable after ascending to the realm of flying corpses? Now, with Qiao Feng almost at death's door, what fate awaits us when it is done with him? Just as despair begins to engulf the onlookers, a weary sigh suddenly echoes from above. Alas, I, the old beggar, merely wish to roam the world freely and behold the myriad wonders. But witnessing the suffering of the living, I cannot bear it. Very well, I shall act according to my whim. Step aside, young ones, for the old beggar is about to intervene. The old beggar? Could it be the enigmatic elder beggar from before? Upon hearing the voice from the heavens, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong are filled with astonished delight. At that moment, a commanding shout resonates through the sky, the seventh style of the Rulai Divine Palm. In an instant, with a powerful cry, a blinding golden light pierces through the dense, dark clouds above, cascading downwards. As the golden and sunlight strikes the horde of ghouls below, a cacophony of anguished screams erupts as they writhe in agony, their bodies emitting smoke as they collapse, flesh rapidly carbonizing into ash. The remaining ghouls, not touched by the radiant light, shriek in terror and flee towards the cracks leading underground, desperate to escape the searing illumination. As the blinding golden light rends the oppressive clouds, a figure descends through the chaos, inverted against the turbulent winds. On the ground, both the couples of Guy Shilong Shi and Zhu Lingyun, as well as Dai Chong Kong, are no ordinary beings. They look up and recognize the figure falling from the heavens, clad in tattered garments with disheveled hair, none other than the familiar old beggar they encountered before arriving at Ziluo City. Now, the essence of the old beggar has transformed into Bai Luo. In the sky, Bai Luo performs the Rulai Divine Palm, descending headfirst, hands clasped in prayer before him. As he falls like a shooting star, his vital energy surging to its zenith, radiating dazzling golden light. Suddenly, amidst the howling winds, Bai Luo opens his eyes, unleashing twin beams of resplendent gold, and pushes one hand forward. The Buddha descends. With a deliberate shout, Bai Luo's immense vital energy surges within him, coalescing into a brilliant beam of light emanating from his palm. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure erupts, transforming into an invisible giant hand that slowly descends towards the location of the royal zombie. Before the giant hand can strike the ground, a fearsome gust of wind cascades downwards, causing the earth to crack anew, the already shattered ground now pulverized into dust. Under the relentless winds, even Guy, Shilong Shi, and his partner struggle to maintain their footing, while the spectral forms of Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong are rendered nearly immobile. Facing the overwhelming pressure brought forth by Bai Luo's Rulai Divine Palm, the royal zombie bends slightly, bracing against the roaring winds, its expression one of grave concern as it lets out a fearsome howl. Just then, under the watchful eyes of Guy, Shilong Shi, and the others, the royal zombie suddenly activates its earth-dodging ability, burrowing deep into the ground, thinking to escape, absorb the energy technique. Yet at that moment, Bai Luo, wielding the Rulai Divine Palm, unleashes another thunderous command, activating the energy absorption technique. A terrifying force erupts from within Bai Luo, directly ensnaring the royal zombie that had attempted to retreat underground. Chinquan Great Shift. Subsequently, as the immense hand of energy prepares to strike the earth, Bai Luo employs the Chinquan Great Shift, relocating Qiao Feng BabyHuang and Li Xuanhuan to safety. Then, with a resounding crash, the colossal invisible hand strikes the ground, leaving an imprint several meters deep. In that instant, the royal zombie emits a muffled groan from beneath the earth, clearly wounded by the strike that had also reached its subterranean refuge. However, relying solely on this formless giant palm, transformed from the boundless palm technique, proves insufficient in inflicting substantial damage upon the already ascended Fei Jiang of the royal clan. One could see Bai Luo radiating a dazzling golden light, descending from the sky like a meteor striking the ground with a single palm. Soon, anguished roars from the royal zombie reverberated from beneath the earth. Amidst a violent tremor of the ground, a beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the soil, soaring into the air, only to land and retreat several steps. Senior, how is it? Upon seeing Bai Luo emerge from the ground, Zhu Lingyun hastily released the Yuming white tiger and rushed forward, asking anxiously. Alas, it has still escaped. Bai Luo sighed and shook his head. Old beggar senior, that golden light emitted from your earlier Rely palm seemed to be quite effective against those corpse spirits. You must have struck the royal zombie beneath the ground. Why then could it not be slain? Dai Changkong approached, expressing his discontent. Bai Luo shook his head, stroking his beard with a hint of awkwardness, and chuckled softly. Youngsters, you truly know too little. My Rely palm can indeed restrain many malevolent entities, such as the corpse spirits you mentioned. Yet this royal zombie has already reached the Fei Jiang realm. Zombies at the Fei Jiang level possess almost no weaknesses, save for the fear of the utmost yang and the most formidable thunder. This royal zombie, if my observation is correct, is a transformation of a cultivation genius with a thunder spirit root, making it an aberrant zombie, likely resurrected by lightning. Once such an aberrant zombie emerges, it becomes exceedingly terrifying, unafraid of what ordinary zombies dread, especially thunder. When this type of zombie cultivates to the Ba realm, it becomes a Lei Ba, capable of summoning wind and rain, altering the weather, and invoking thunder to strike its foes. The restraining power of my Rely palm against such a zombie is nearly non-existent. My earlier strike merely inflicted severe injury upon the royal zombie, likely not enough to slay it. Furthermore, it appears that this royal zombie is no mere zombie. Akin to the other corpse spirits you mentioned, its recovery ability is astonishing. I fear the injuries I inflicted will heal in no time. Bai Luo shook his head in lamentation. Then, Senior, what should we do? This royal zombie can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, and should it lead its horde of corpse spirits to attack cities, there would likely be no city on our continent capable of withstanding such an assault. Hearing Bai Luo's assertion that the royal zombie would recover swiftly, Long Gongmeng Shu could not help but feel anxious. Do not fret. Though the royal zombie has suffered from my Rely palm, it will take several days for it to recover. I also possess methods to deal with it. However, regarding your situation, those 3 youngsters are gravely injured. Are you certain you do not wish to take them back to heal first? In response to Long Gongmeng Shu's urgency, Bai Luo merely smiled lightly, gesturing towards the severely wounded Xiaofeng, Jiguan Yi, and Li Sunhuan, rendering the crowd momentarily speechless. Chapter 187. I have a plan. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, the group regained their composure, hastily supporting the unconscious Xiaofeng, Jiguan Yi, and Li Sunhuan, and then made their way back to Ziluo City. As they returned, the master of the Wuhan branch in Ziluo City, Zixinglong, had just brought back the residents evacuated from Lanlin Town. Upon witnessing the injuries of Xiaofeng, Jiguan Yi, and Li Sunhuan, Zixinglong promptly summoned the healing soul masters and physicians in the city to attend to them. However, Ziluo City could only be considered a medium-sized city, with the highest level healing soul master being merely a soul king, and the physicians were not particularly skilled. Consequently, the combined efforts of all the healing soul masters and physicians in Ziluo City could barely stabilize the injuries of Xiaofeng, Jiguan, and Li Sunhuan. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the 3 to awaken and recover. Meanwhile, Zixinglong learned from Long Gongmeng Shu about the events that transpired while he was organizing the evacuation of the residents from Lanlin Town. I truly did not anticipate the strength of this royal zombie. And among the corpse spirits, there were even 5 with power comparable to that of Sol Dela. Had it not been for the intervention of the old beggar senior, you all might have faced peril. Zixinglong could not help but express his astonishment. We also did not foresee this. In the hall, Long Gongmeng Shu sat in a chair, gripping his dragon staff martial soul, and sighed deeply. Had it been only the royal zombie, it would have been manageable. However, none of us anticipated that it could alter the weather, allowing its minions to move about even in daylight. Were it not for this, our combined strength might have stood a chance against the royal zombie. Yet, Senior long gone. Even if we could withstand the royal zombie together, we cannot retain it. Let's not forget, this royal zombie possesses the ability to burrow underground and escape. Zhu Lingyun remarked with a wry smile. The strength of this royal zombie is indeed formidable, and its ability to alter the weather exacerbates the threat posed by its horde of corpse spirits. I believe we must urgently relay this information to the Wuhan Temple and the two great empires, urging them to summon true powerhouses. We should invite figures such as Duke Dugu, Duke Xiongba, Duke Jianduo, Duke Guduo, and even that young prodigy Shihao from the Tianshui Academy, who is said to surpass the title Doluo in strength. Additionally, I think we should reach out to the Crocodile Demon King from the Soul Beast clan in the Honghe Plain. He seems to possess the ability to manipulate the earth and may assist us in intercepting the royal zombie's escape. Your words ring true. After listening to Zhu Lingyun, Long Gongmeng Shu spoke solemnly. We must expedite the summoning of the Crocodile Demon King from the Soul Beast clan, not only because of his earth-manipulating abilities, which can help us prevent the royal zombie from fleeing, but also due to his background in a celestial world and a unique sacrificial method. Previously, with the assistance of the Crocodile Demon King, we were able to offer the remains of the ferocious werewolves and wolf ghouls to the will of Doluo continent, significantly reducing the infectivity of the werewolf and wolf ghoul virus. This royal zombie and its minions seem also capable of infecting humans into corpse spirits. We must hasten to invite the Crocodile Demon King to use the sacrificial method to offer the corpse spirits to the will of Doluo continent, thereby diminishing the infectivity of the corpse spirit virus. Otherwise, the royal zombie, already difficult to eliminate, will lead its minions to attack cities and towns, turning humans into corpse spirits, thus unleashing a calamity akin to the previous wolf disaster. Senior Long Gong speaks wisely. The others nodded in agreement. By the way, Old Beggar Senior, do you have any methods to deal with this royal zombie? After some discussion regarding their next steps and how to address the royal zombie, Zhu Lingyun turned to Bai Luo, who was leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg, and respectfully inquired. The strategies you discussed are indeed commendable. Bai Luo set down the chicken leg, smiling leisurely. However, the individuals you seek are numerous, and it may require several days at the very least. I, the old beggar, happen to have a friend who, while perhaps not capable of vanquishing the royal zombie, can certainly make it flee. Moreover, he possesses effective means to deal with those corpse demons. What my venerable senior said is truly credible. It is astonishing that Bai Luo has such connections, which elicited great surprise among the crowd in the hall. As an old reincarnator who has roamed the halls of the Multiverse Reincarnation Palace for many years, I wonder whether it is possible for me to lack even a modicum of connections. Bai Luo feigned annoyance, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Haha, please calm down. Esteemed senior, the crowd hastily reassured Bai Luo. When will you take us to find him? What is the rush? Bai Luo shot a glare at the crowd, gesturing towards the dimming sunset outside. It is nearly evening, and the location of the person you seek is undoubtedly far from here. I cannot fly, and I shudder to think how long it would take to reach him. Do you expect this old beggar to stay awake all night seeking out people for you? I am not a valiant hero dedicated to purging evil. My life philosophy is to enjoy life and behold the myriad wonders of the worlds. I merely cannot bear to witness suffering, hence I reluctantly lend a hand, but I am not here to serve you like a beast of burden. This left the crowd momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, I must relieve myself. Where is the restroom? After finding an excuse to leave in impatience, Bai Luo made his way to the restroom. Inside, Bai Luo retrieved the old beggar template from within himself and reinserted it into a puppet clone, thus recreating the old beggar avatar. Subsequently, Bai Luo instructed the Hong Mo Gue clone to lead him out of the courtyard and into the alley where the shadow clone resided, dispelling the shadow clone and reverting to the dashing, slightly roguish Li Xiaoyao. Upon exiting the alley, Bai Luo fortuitously encountered Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, who were preparing to return. Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, what a coincidence. I heard on the way that the legendary Long Shi and his companions have returned. Would you like to go check on them? Upon encountering Meng Yiran and Li Xiaoyao, Bai Luo could not help but smile roguishly and pose the question. Have my grandparents returned? Meng Yiran's face lit up at the mention. Given that her grandparents had gone to Lonlin Town after hearing about the royal zombie inciting a catastrophe of corpse demons that had besieged a city. She had been somewhat worried, recalling her grandfather Meng Shu and grandmother Zhao Tianxiang's previous comments about how troublesome the ordinary corpse demons could be. Now, hearing that her grandparents had returned, Meng Yiran immediately inquired about their whereabouts before tugging Zhu Zhuqing along as they rushed back to their residence. Hey, wait for me. Chapter 188. Young man, observe my unique bone structure. Grandfather, grandmother. Upon hearing Bai Luo's announcement of their return, Meng Yiran dashed back home, bursting through the courtyard gate and calling out. Upon hearing their granddaughter's voice, Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pizhao Tianxiang, who were discussing how to address the imminent issues in the hall, turned to look. Upon seeing their granddaughter Meng Yiran, Zhao Tianxiang's face broke into a warm smile as she stood up, chuckling. Yiran, you are back. Yes, I have returned. Grandfather, grandmother. Was everything well during your trip to Longlin Town? As Meng Yiran approached her grandparents in the hall, she asked with genuine concern. However, upon hearing her question, both Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pizhao Tianxiang could only respond with wry smiles and shakes of their heads. We were fortunate. Nothing dangerous occurred. However, we were ambushed by the royal zombie in Longlin Town, whose strength exceeded our expectations. Even His Excellency Qiao Feng was no match for that royal zombie. If not for the assistance of a powerful reincarnator, we would have faced grave danger. What? This revelation startled Meng Yiran. Even Zhu Zhuqing beside her wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Bai Luo casually strolled in, accompanied by the old beggar avatar, who ambled forward, hands clasped behind his back and a hunch in his posture. Little girl, it is a pleasure to see you again. Upon entering the hall and spotting Zhu Zhuqing, the old beggar's face lit up with a smile. Zhuqing, I have encountered you again. Was it you who assisted us this time? Zhu Zhuqing greeted with respect upon recognizing the old beggar. Ha! The old beggar chuckled, stroking his beard, then assumed a sorrowful expression, lamenting, alas. When I arrived in your world, I merely wished to enjoy life, to behold the landscapes of your realm like I had in others. Yet, regrettably, I am too benevolent to bear witness to the suffering of your world, which compelled me to intervene. Esteemed elder, your benevolence is indeed commendable. If not for your intervention, the royal zombie would likely remain unconquered. You are a benefactor to all of us on Dolua continent. We must ensure your contributions are recognized in the future. Realizing that the old beggar avatar relished grandstanding, and being the kind-hearted person he was, Zhu Zhuqing and others in the vicinity began to praise and flatter him, eliciting hearty laughter from the old beggar. You flatter me. You flatter me. The royal zombie was not solely vanquished by my efforts. I played merely a 99% role in the affair. What? Esteemed elder, you are truly that formidable? It is entirely indiscernible. As the crowd, including Long Gong Meng Shu, Zixing Long, and Zhu Lingyun, continued to extol the old beggar, Bai Luo pretended to express disbelief, casting several glances at the old beggar and could not help but comment. How audacious! Upon realizing someone dared to question the old beggar, Zhu Lingyun, who believed he was closest to the old beggar, immediately changed his expression and admonished, What do you know? The reason the esteemed elder appears thus is to conceal his true strength from the world. We have witnessed his prowess. How can you dare to question it? Just as Zhu Lingyun was about to chastise Bai Luo further, the old beggar avatar interjected, Little Zhu, cease this. This young man is merely curious. I can see he does not intend any offense. You are making me appear narrow-minded. This caught Zhu Lingyun off guard, and he awkwardly chuckled. After addressing Zhu Lingyun, the old beggar turned his gaze back to Bai Luo, scrutinizing him with increasing intensity, and began to circle him. Your bone structure is quite extraordinary indeed. Saying this, the old beggar reached out to feel Bai Luo's physique. Hey, what are you doing, old man? Bai Luo recoiled at the old beggar's intrusive touch, shivering with discomfort, and hastily attempted to swat away the old beggar's hand. However, this proved futile as the old beggar easily evaded Bai Luo's attempts and, after completing his examination, stepped back, stroking his chin with a gleam of curiosity in his eyes, exclaiming, Goodness, I never anticipated this. In this world, there truly exists a phenomenon of complete mastery over myriad veins, unlike the ordinary constitution of mortals. You possess the innate body of a martial god. Essentially, regardless of the martial arts, a mere glance is sufficient for you to comprehend and master them. In my experience, as a humble beggar traversing the world for centuries, I have encountered only one genius with such innate mastery, yet his potential remained dormant, requiring profound enlightenment before he could ascend. Your constitution is simply more formidable than his. What? Upon hearing the beggar's words, the crowd was taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Bai Luo. Who was this fellow named Li Xiaoyao? Previously, while learning the breathing technique and ripple martial arts, he exhibited extraordinary talent. Having almost instantly grasped the sun breathing technique after witnessing Lord Jigui Yuan demonstrate it a few times. Subsequently, his entry into ripple martial arts was equally swift, leaving even Lord Jigui Yuan astonished. It was unexpected not only for Lord Jigui Yuan, but even the enigmatic elder beggar holds such high regard for Li Xiaoyao. The innate body of a martial god. What sort of constitution is this? Can it be inherited? Is this fellow truly so remarkable? Meng Yiran found herself equally astonished upon hearing the beggar's evaluation of Bai Luo. Although Bai Luo had previously demonstrated unparalleled prowess while learning the breathing technique and ripple martial arts, Li Xiaoyao's template was merely that of an ordinary innkeeper, and thus his foundation was quite lacking. Even if he had cultivated the thunder breathing to its utmost and mastered the sun breathing, his capabilities still fell short of a formidable soul master. However, upon hearing the beggar proclaim Bai Luo's innate martial god body, suggesting he could learn any martial arts with just a few attempts, the situation was markedly different. For even though Jigui Yuan was powerful, he remained overshadowed by martial artists such as Qiao Feng, Xiong Ba, Dugu Qiubai, and Wu Ming. Thus, in Meng Yiran's eyes, mastering the breathing technique and ripple martial arts merely added embellishment to one's strength. Bai Luo, even if he effortlessly learned the sun breathing and ripple martial arts, would at most attain the level of Jigui Yuan, which still paled in comparison to the Soul Master system. Yet now, hearing the beggar's words, it became evident that Bai Luo could indeed cultivate martial arts, and his innate talent therein was astonishing, suggesting that he might one day reach the heights of Xiong Ba and Dugu Qiubai. This revelation compelled the strength-oriented Meng Yiran to glance sideways with intrigue. Chapter 189, Daimu Bai. I could do it too. Finally, it feels like showing off, under the astonishment and praise of the beggar's manifestation. As Bai Luo observed everyone around him, even those who had previously looked down on him, like Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, casting incredulous gazes in his direction, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The reason he had made the arduous journey from the Breaking Sky Sword sect, donning a disguise to play a role, was to relish the sensation of showing off. Although he had previously taken on the persona of the beggar's manifestation, the latter's impressive strength was somewhat marred by his unkempt appearance. Thus, the moments of displaying power were the only times he felt a semblance of pride. In contrast, taking on the guise of Li Xiaoyao to flaunt his abilities felt far more gratifying, being a minor character endowed with extraordinary talent, astonishing various esteemed predecessors. A classic narrative of showcasing prowess indeed brought him immense joy as he basked in the astonished gazes of those around him. The innate martial god body? That name sounds incredibly impressive. Am I truly so formidable? In the hall, after the beggar's manifestation finished his exclamations, Bai Luo widened his eyes in shock, displaying an expression of disbelief at his own excellence. Elder, oh no. Senior, seeing my remarkable talent, do you not intend to impart any martial arts to me? I have heard that esteemed figures and tales generously teach martial arts to geniuses like myself. Assuredly, I understand the etiquette. Once I become a great hero and achieve success, I shall certainly repay your kindness. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Bai Luo chuckled mischievously, thumping his chest, and spoke in a somewhat presumptuous manner. You little rascal. The beggar displayed a bemused expression, as if at a loss for words. This lad is remarkably audacious, directly asking the elder beggar for martial arts? Such a discourteous individual would surely not receive anything from a senior. Nearby, observing Bai Luo's brazen demeanor, Zhu Lingyun felt a surge of envy and thought to herself, how unfortunate. However, after a moment of amusement, the elder beggar sighed. You, with such a thick skin, are destined for great accomplishments. Very well, I shall invest in you. Your talent warrants a martial art that is particularly challenging, one that even I, the beggar, could not master, yet I believe you can. With that, the beggar produced a tome from his robe, its blue cover adorned with flowing characters that read, Innate Skill. He then handed it to Bai Luo. Young man, I sense you are also a reincarnator. There are traces of martial arts experience within you. It seems you hail from a world where martial arts exist. So this tome should suffice without my further instruction. After presenting the Innate Skill tome to Bai Luo, The beggar remarked, while it may not be easy, it is said that once mastered, progress is exceedingly swift. I shall also bestow upon you a few additional martial arts. With that, the beggar retrieved several more tomes from his robe and presented them to Bai Luo, namely, Formless Sword Chi, Indestructible Divine Skill, and Tathagata. This sight ignited envy and admiration among the onlookers in the hall, for given the beggar's strength, it was evident that the martial arts he bestowed were undoubtedly top tier. Even if they paled in comparison to the Tathagata he had previously demonstrated, they were still immensely coveted. Upon receiving the martial arts gifted by the beggar, Bai Luo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction within. His journey as Li Xiaoyao was about to soar. This was merely the first senior to impart knowledge. The next would surely not be far behind. He actually knows how to learn martial arts? Although Zhu Zhuqing harbored some animosity towards Bai Luo for his association with Li Xiaoyao at Shuyue Tower, the thought of her inability to cultivate the 9 divine claw received from the elder beggar, coupled with Bai Luo's martial arts capabilities, left her heart wavering. On the other hand, after spending an entire night engaging deeply with the 3 courtesans at Shuyue Tower, Dai Mu Bai left early the next morning, pale-faced and unsteady, leaning against the wall for support as he finally returned to his lodging. Dai Mu Bai was residing in a hotel, not just any establishment, but one frequented by individuals from the Yuming Grand Duke's residence and the Xingluo royal family, including Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, he had not intended to stay here. However, upon encountering Jiwa Yuani, he opted for this hotel to facilitate his study of breathing techniques and ripple energy, and to intentionally provoke Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, upon his return, he was met with distressing news. Yesterday, after learning of the royal family zombie causing a calamity, Jigua Yuani, along with others, ventured to Lanlin town for rescue efforts, but unexpectedly fell into an ambush, suffering grave injuries from an attack led by the royal family zombies, which left Jigua Yuani, Li Xuanhuan, and Xiao Feng severely wounded. This meant his studies in breathing techniques were now thwarted. As Amubai absorbed this shocking news, he felt a wave of helplessness and decided to retreat to his room to rest and tend his aching kidneys before visiting Jigua Yuani and Li Xuanhuan. Suddenly, he overheard another piece of news concerning the old beggar. Through conversations among the guests from Yuming Grand Duke's residence and the Xingluo royal family, he learned about the old beggar's formidable prowess as a reincarnator. Furthermore, it was mentioned that the beggar had imparted martial arts to Zhu Zhuqing and had even bestowed several skills upon Li Xiaoyao the previous day. Could the old beggar truly be that powerful? Even Xiao Feng was no match for the royal zombies, yet the beggar managed to injure and repel them. The revelation of the beggar's strength left Mubai astounded. Upon discovering that the old beggar had given Zhu Zhuqing a martial art and several to Bai Luo, jealousy surged within him. Why had he not been present yesterday? Had he been there, perhaps he too could have received a few martial arts skills. Though he had nearly resigned himself to his current fate, choosing to indulge in a carefree lifestyle, the prospect of seizing any opportunity to struggle against his circumstances was too tempting to ignore. After all, who wishes for death? In the midst of his jealousy, Dai Mubai heard that the old beggar intended to seek a friend capable of resolving the zombie calamity. This friend was planning to establish a sect on the Doluo continent and was looking to select a few gifted children, promising to grant martial arts to those who showed promise. What? This revelation filled Gai Mubai with exhilaration. Could he also have the chance to acquire martial arts? As the third prince, 6 years younger than Davis, his selection as a contender against Davis stemmed primarily from his superior talent. However, his abilities were not significantly greater than Davis's, allowing Davis, with his 6-year age advantage, to dominate him. Despite being intimidated by Davis and nearly surrendering, Dai Mubai secretly held confidence in his own talents. Given that Zhu Zhuqing had received martial arts from the old beggar, Dai Mubai was convinced of his own remarkable aptitude among the 2 great families. This ignited a determination within him, bolstering his resolve. Now that he had an opportunity to acquire martial arts, Dai Mubai was invigorated and eagerly planned to join the endeavor. If he could be bestowed with a powerful technique, he could cultivate his strength to rival that of Qiao Feng and Xiong Ba, rendering Davis inconsequential. Chapter 190. Unexpectedly. You also favor male over male within the hotel. Upon learning that the formidable old beggar was selecting individuals to accompany him in seeking a friend to aid with the zombie calamity, confident in his talents, resolved to join. Meanwhile, in a park in Ziluoqing, as the old beggar conversed with Long Gongmeng Shu and others, Meng Yiran could not help but glance at Bai Luo, who had also arrived, and inquired Li Xiaoyao. Have you mastered the martial arts manual given by the old beggar yesterday? Of course, it was not difficult. How could it pose a challenge to someone of my genius? Bai Luo replied with a dismissive smile, exuding confidence. You are so arrogant. While I acknowledge your prowess, can't you be a bit more modest? Meng Yiran retorted, slightly annoyed. Though she understood her grandparents had encouraged her to grow closer to Bai Luo, ideally to become a couple, given the current precarious state of their Longxi family. She was willing to follow their wishes. However, every attempt to engage Bai Luo in conversation seemed to fall flat, leaving her frustrated. Modesty? I merely speak the truth. If you prefer modesty, I shall endeavor to adopt it, Bai Luo replied, feigning innocence as he shrugged his shoulders, observing the annoyance on Meng Yiran's delicate face. Witnessing the easy camaraderie between Meng Yiran and Bai Luo, Wang Sheng felt a pang of sadness. Since meeting Meng Yiran during his time in Gushan City with teacher Ke Zhenyi, he had developed feelings for this beautiful girl over the past couple of months. Yet, due to his lack of strength and ordinary appearance, he had only managed to exchange a few words with her, unsure if they could even be considered friends. Now, seeing Bai Luo, a striking and talented youth, effortlessly conversing and laughing with Meng Yiran after only a few days of acquaintance, Wang Sheng could not help but feel envy, jealousy, and inadequacy. Was it true that only those handsome geniuses could win the affection of beautiful girls? Meanwhile, upon hearing Bai Luo claim to have mastered the martial arts manual from the old beggar, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of uncertainty. Yesterday, she had questioned the authenticity of Bai Luo's claims, but now it seemed they were indeed true. Should she seek his guidance? At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance, revealing that individuals from the Yuming Grand Duke's residence and the Xingluo royal family had arrived, including Dai Bai. Ah, everyone has come, the old beggar remarked as he paused his conversation with Long Gongmeng Shu, stroking his chin and beard with a smile. Since you are all here, I shall begin selecting individuals. Please form a line. The old beggar gestured to a spot, and under the organization of Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong, the guests from a Yuming Grand Duke's residence and the Xingluo royal family lined up. Subsequently, the old beggar began assessing their bone structure and aptitude one by one. No, your bone structure is inadequate. You two are not acceptable. You, however, are barely passable. Stand over there. Finally, when it was its turn, the old beggar, upon examining his bones, could not help but exclaim, Young man, your physique is rather peculiar. Hearing the old beggar's words, those surrounding them turned their curious gazes toward Dubai. Your bone structure is decent, but your essence is lacking. Your original vitality is depleted, and your innate gifts have been nearly squandered. Even if you pursue the martial path, you may not progress far. The old beggar shook his head, rendering a judgment on Dai Bai. What? Although Dai Bai found the old beggar's words somewhat incomprehensible, hearing that he would not go far in martial arts struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly incredulous. Impossible. This cannot be true. Senior, could you be mistaken? Perhaps you should take another look. If my talent is commendable, how could I possibly not excel in martial arts? Alas, young man, your innate talent in martial arts is indeed notable, yet many young individuals neglect their health. However, I have never encountered someone like you, who so recklessly disregards their well-being. The essence within you, along with your yuan yang, is severely depleted. It is not that I, the old beggar, am unwilling to offer you opportunities. The old beggar appeared somewhat regretful as he shook his head. Senior, what does it mean to have both the essence and yuan yang diminished? A youth beside them asked with some confusion. It seems that the concepts of essence and yuan yang are unfamiliar in your world. Allow me, the old beggar, to elucidate. Yuan yang is akin to a woman's yuan yin. The old beggar chuckled and began to explain the meanings of yuan yang and yuan yin. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him turned peculiar, realizing the significance of a man's yuan yang. Many could not help but glance at Dai Bai with a knowing smirk. Given his flamboyant lifestyle in Ziluo City, he must now harbor regrets. At this moment, upon grasping the implications of yuan yang and essence, Dai Bai's countenance stiffened. He had never anticipated that in martial arts, a man must guard his virtue just as a woman does. He merely engaged in deep exchanges with 3 beautiful courtesans at Shuiyu building for a time. How did it lead to this? What nonsensical martial arts? In an instant, anger boiled within Dai Bai, rendering him somewhat flustered. Logically, even with frequent encounters, one would only suffer a loss in yuan yang. Yet, to find someone like this youth with both essence and yuan yang in such disarray is quite peculiar. It is unclear how he managed to reach such a state. The old beggar could not help but pat Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, expressing his regrets. Furthermore, this youth's body is tainted with the yuan yang of others, which is even more detrimental to martial arts. The old beggar reiterated, patting Dai Mu Bai's shoulder with a tone of genuine concern. Young man, I understand that one has the freedom to pursue their desires, but indulging in everything will only lead to your downfall. According to the research conducted by scientists in my world, excessive indulgence is harmful. You would be wise to exercise caution. Is the third prince indulging in such excess? Hearing the old beggar's words, the surrounding youth and maidens, including the formidable couple Long Shi and Zhu Ling Yun, regarded Dai Mu Bai with odd expressions. Many young men could not suppress their laughter. Though Dai Mu Bai found himself entangled in the inheritance of nurturing Gu, the third prince's identity undoubtedly garnered envy from many. Upon hearing the old beggar state that Dai Mu Bai originally possessed decent roots, if he could acquire some unparalleled martial arts from the old beggar, he might reverse his fortunes and defeat the first prince, Dai Wei, to become the emperor of their Xing Luo empire. Yet, no one could have predicted that Dai Mu Bai's indulgences in Zi Luo City would lead to the depletion of both his yuan yang and essence, compounded by the presence of others' yuan yang within him. According to the old beggar's assertions, his martial aspirations were essentially extinguished. This situation was rather enjoyable. Meanwhile, the revelation of Dai Mu Bai's indulgent lifestyle and preferences only served to deepen Zhu Zhuqing's disdain and contempt for him. Chapter 191. Quickly go to Hung, he planned to invite Lord Crocodile Demon. No, I did not. Do not speak nonsense. In the park, Dai Mu Bai found the old beggar's increasingly absurd claims about possessing another's yuan yang infuriating. Wasn't this tantamount to suggesting he had made an unthinkable breakthrough? This left him seething with rage. Although he was now a member of the Dragon Clan, known for its might and ferocity, especially since Long Yin originated from the demon dragon abyss, it was evident that it was not of benevolent lineage. Huang Xia quickly shook her head, her gaze stern as she glared at Su Qing, hoping to dispel any fanciful notions from his mind. What means did you employ to threaten him? Yi Yifan coldly shrugged off his hand, convinced that he had coerced Yi Han into such actions. Qin Ji chuckled lazily, tossing her hair back as she leaned in to nibble her earlobe, one hand still exploring her form. The audience was filled with thoughts. The Beast Tamer Guild and the Tang family on the Nine Continent had few divine beasts, while the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had not been seen on the continent, residing deep within the depths of the Bright Moon Abyss. Lu Fun, my brother, I heard that the army stationed in the esteemed military district of the Tianlong dynasty is increasing its troops towards Hanshao for war. We may find it hard to meet again in the future, Shi Chuan inquired tentatively. A scream echoed as Lu Fengfeng was yanked by the arm and thrown to the ground. Zhou Zimo rested his chin on her head, sensing something amiss, and promptly tossed her aside, grumpily tearing off the towel and pulling the blanket over himself, wishing to remain undisturbed. Bai Li Qian was taken aback upon hearing the name Junlin Feng, surprised to discover that the heir of the Wang mansion was this disheveled youth. She understood that accepting Du Wei was the best choice for herself and the entire Lan family. Yet could her heart genuinely embrace him at this moment? You should not descend into such depravity. This is not right. The man raised his chin, having heard of this man's formidable reputation. Yet his inaction amounted to mere waste. Feeling the wound on his back, Huang Zhong found it numbed by the scuffle. After such a fight, he hardly felt the pain anymore. Alas! Wait a moment, Hao Ran. Just as Chu Hao Ran stepped out, he heard the voice of Si-Tu Yiling from behind. Regardless of whether Kai Yin knew about Dong Bai's matters, the close yet distant sensation made Han Yin feel quite uncomfortable. What could have transpired to cause Kai Yin to harbor such distant thoughts towards him? Anyang ponderiert in confusion. Upon grasping the underlying reasons, Zhong Nan mused that the homeowner was indeed eccentric to devise such an unreliable method. Who would willingly share their purchased home with a stranger, especially someone with whom they had no ties? Thus, despite Zhong Nan's fondness for the residents, he could not acquiesce to such a peculiar request and had to seek other options. Bai Yu's heart was stirred. Once, Qing Er had been the same, quietly observing from behind until her fall in the tribulation, expending immense energy to tear through space and arrive on Earth to meet him. Zhong Nan had already informed Ridges of the patient's condition and the cause of the illness in detail, yet he still withheld the patient's identity. Subsequently, Ridges posed several more questions. Facing the increasingly strenuous Zhang Ba, who was contending with Sun Guan and Chang Shi, he could not allow Han Yin to deal with him unchallenged, thus subtly resorting to threats. In self-introductions, even if the audience could not recall your appearance, they must remember your distinct traits. During this time, Ding Yilin saw the box office soar. And upon noticing the promotional song of the movie circulating on the official Weibo, she was criticized for capitalizing on the hype. After being mercilessly attacked for half a year, Yi could still face life with a smile, demonstrating extraordinary resilience. Chapter 192. The Demon Kingdom in the Hengi Plain in an effort to summon the Immortal swiftly. BabyHuang directly sought the highest-ranked flying soul master within the Wuhuan Temple, known as the titled Thua Lingyuan Dua, under the command of Pope BabyHuang. Lingyuan Dua, adorned in a black off-shoulder dress embellished with feather-like decorations, her tall and graceful figure complemented by an exquisite visage, with black hair and eyes that held a hint of exotic charm, promptly accepted the order. Subsequently, Lingyuan Dua activated her flying soul skills, unfurling her expansive soul power wings, and hastily departed from Wuhuan City, heading straight towards the Hengi Plain. With the speed of a flying titled Dua, Lingyuan Dua traversed the perilous mountain ranges surrounding the Hengi Plain in less than half a day, arriving at her destination. From the sky, she beheld the remnants of cities, towns, and villages once ravaged by the wolf disaster, now cleared of debris, with new structures rising in their stead. In these former human habitats, the fields had been plowed anew, revealing many beings with human bodies and animal heads, dressed in animal skins, toiling with hoes and similar implements in the fields. However, their techniques were evidently crude, indicative of their nascent understanding of agriculture. Nevertheless, Lingyuan Dua was profoundly astonished by what she witnessed from above. What manner of creatures were these beings with human forms and animal heads? Their appearances bore some resemblance to certain soul beasts. Could it be that they were transformed soul beasts? The notion that soul beasts could manifest in such a manner and engage in farming like humans left her utterly bewildered. Lingyuan Dua felt as if her entire worldview had been upended. However, had she been born in a world akin to that of Journey to the West as a cultivator, such sights might not have been extraordinary, for clearly, these were the manifestations of the demon kingdom. These incomplete transformations represented lesser demons, retaining only fragmented animal features such as cat ears, bull horns, and fox tails, while those who appeared indistinguishable from humans were the formidable demon kings. As Lingyuan Dua soared overhead, many of the lesser demons below recognized her as a soul master. Look, a soul master is flying above. A soul master has entered our Wanhun Yaogua. Hurry, summon the village chief, cried a small demon with a tiger's head. We shall fetch the village chief, chirped several winged bird demons, setting down their hoes and taking flight towards a nearby village. Soon, they arrived at the most imposing dwelling, where they found a figure clad in black, with a pair of wings, keen hawk-like eyes, and hands resembling talons, sitting cross-legged in meditation. This was the village chief, Heifeng, a soul beast known as the Heifeng Moing, who had transformed after practicing the art of demon cultivation for 30,000 years. Village chief, a soul master has crossed our Hengi Plain, just flew over our village. The bird demons exclaimed upon meeting Heifeng. What? Heifeng furrowed his brow at the news of a soul master entering the Hengi Plain, rising abruptly. Where is the soul master? The bird demons led Heifeng outside the village, where a lesser demon pointed out the direction in which Lingyuan Dua had departed. Without hesitation, Heifeng unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, employing the technique of demon wind to accelerate his pursuit. Although merely a 10,000-year soul beast, his flight speed typically surpassed that of soul masters, especially with the enhancement of the demon wind technique. Meanwhile, Lingyuan Dua, uncertain of how to locate Immortal after entering the Hengi Plain, hesitated to approach the lesser demons. Consequently, Heifeng quickly caught up with her. Human halt. This is the Hengi Plain, territory of our Wanhun Yaogua. Unauthorized entry by humans is prohibited. Heifeng bellowed upon sighting Lingyuan Dua. Hearing the voice, Lingyuan Dua turned to see Heifeng, her surprise evident upon noting his humanoid appearance. However, she surmised that Heifeng must hold some status here, and as she was in need of assistance, she complied and came to a stop. Greetings, esteemed one. I am Lingyuan, representing the Wuhuan Temple. I seek an audience with your illustrious Immortal. Might you guide me to him? Lingyuan Dua inquired politely, offering a slight bow. Taken aback that Lingyuan Dua sought an audience with Immortal on behalf of the Wuhuan Temple, Heifeng frowned, but refrained from outright refusal. After a moment's contemplation, He resolved to lead Lingyuan Dolua to their current crownless king, Immortal. Follow me, he instructed. Under He Feng's guidance, Lingyuan Dolua glided across the vast expanse of the Hengi Plain, ultimately arriving at the heart of the plain, once known as Noting City. At this moment, Noting City had been restored, with many structures rebuilt to withstand the wolf disaster. The streets bustled with activity, filled with the sounds of commerce and chatter. However, compared to its former glory, Noting City appeared less vibrant. Its population diminished significantly. Observing the city, Ling Yuando noted that most of its inhabitants, like He Feng, had transformed into humanoid forms, exuding a formidable presence. A sense of unease gripped her heart. The individuals here seemed overwhelmingly powerful. The aura they emanated surpassed that of soul saints, and many were nearly her equal. Could it be that such a multitude of beings had grown so potent? The Soul Beast clan had unconsciously become so formidable. If humanity did not hasten to advance, the future of Dolua continent might very well belong to the Soul Beasts. In that moment, as she realized the Soul Beast clan could transform into human forms and cultivate like humans, coupled with the alarming discovery of their terrifying strength, a sense of crisis began to swell within Lingyuan Dolua. Chapter 193, an indispensable bargain under He Feng's guidance. Lingyuan Dolua descended at the gates of what was now called Wanyao City, formerly Noting City. Upon entering the city, they proceeded towards the Lord's mansion. Esteemed brothers, please convey to BabyHuang that a representative from the Wuhuan Temple seeks an audience. May I inquire whether he would be willing to receive us? He Feng addressed the guard stationed at the gate of the Lord's mansion with a respectful gesture. Wuhuan Temple? Regarding the largest Soul Master faction on the mainland. The demon guards stationed at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion were certainly familiar with it. After casting a glance at Lingyuan Dolua, one of the guards stated, "Please wait here for a moment. We shall inform His Majesty the Crocodile Demon King at once." With that, a guard entered the City Lord's mansion and made his way to his study. Inside, the Crocodile Demon King was rubbing his temples, holding a quill pen, and dealing with the myriad affairs of the newly established Wanhan Yaohua. Even on the Blue Star, managing the affairs of a nascent nation is no easy feat, let alone a nation formed by the demon race that has recently transformed from soul beasts on the Dolua continent. Every matter required his personal attention. In one village, the young demons lacked the acumen to learn farming techniques, and it was up to him to devise a way to teach them to cultivate crops. In another village, there was a shortage of iron tools like hoes and sickles that needed addressing. Furthermore, some powerful demons desired to reside in better cities, causing unrest, and conflicts over water resources erupted between various villages. There were countless issues that demanded his resolution. As for the demons under his command, having recently transitioned from soul beasts, they had only just begun to grasp human thought. Their minds were quite simplistic. While they could be relied upon in battle, expecting them to manage affairs was another matter entirely. At that moment, a respectful voice from outside the study interrupted his thoughts. "Your Majesty, the Crocodile Demon King. A human soul master from the Wuhuan Temple has arrived at our Wanyao City, wishing to seek an audience with you. Shall I bring her in?" Upon hearing this, the Crocodile Demon King chuckled softly. "Have they finally arrived? Bring her in. I shall await her in the hall." Following his command, the guard departed and soon returned with Lingyuan Dolua, leading her into the grand hall where the Crocodile Demon King awaited. Upon her entrance, the Crocodile Demon King clapped his hands, and several elegant fox girl attendants with fox ears and tails entered, carrying trays to serve Lingyuan Dolua tea and pastries. The tea was a collection gathered by the Crocodile Demon King from various towns and villages in the Hengi Plains. As for the pastries, he had retained a number of humans who were hiding from the wolf disaster, ensuring some skilled chefs and pâtissiers were at his service. Moreover, in the villages composed of young demons, they learned to cultivate crops thanks to the farmers the Crocodile Demon King had left behind. Remarkably, the results were promising. Given that he possessed the memories of his original form, Bai Luo, the Crocodile Demon King treated the remaining humans in the Hengi Plains with great kindness, granting them a commendable status within Wanhan Yaohua. Some individuals of previously higher standing might still wish to leave, yet many villagers relish their life in Wanhan Yaohua, free from the exploitation of noble lords. "I am unaware of your name, esteemed lady. Might I inquire what business you bring from the Wuhuan Temple?" After the fox girl had served Lingyuan Dolua her warm tea and pastries, the Crocodile Demon King inquired with a gentle smile. "I am here on behalf of the Wuhuan Temple and the human race of our Dolua continent, seeking your assistance. Your Majesty the Crocodile Demon King. The matter is urgent. Ling Yuan de Luo replied, taking a deep breath before recounting the crisis involving the royal zombies and the calamity of the undead. Your Majesty, the soul beast race, much like our human race, resides on the Doluo continent. The undead pose a far greater threat than the ferocious werewolves and wolf demons. Should this calamity spread across the continent, I am certain your soul beast race would suffer immensely as well. You are a wise and principled leader, and I trust you comprehend the principle of mutual dependence. I once again beseech your assistance on behalf of the BabyHuang Temple and the human race of the Doluo continent. Of course, we shall ensure that your soul beast race is not left empty-handed in this endeavor. Our pontiff has vowed to exert her utmost effort to persuade the human nations on the continent to engage in trade and communication with your soul beast race. Even if other nations refuse, we in the BabyHuang Temple and BabyHuang City shall uphold our promise. I believe these are the very necessities your soul beast race requires at present. Before arriving at the Hengi Plains, Ling Yuan Dao had not understood the significance of BabyHuang's request for her to establish trade and communication with the soul beast race as a condition for the Crocodile Demon King as assistance. She believed the soul beast had no need for anything from the human world. However, upon reaching the Hengi Plains, her perspective shifted. She realized that under the leadership of His Majesty the Crocodile Demon King, the soul beast race had undergone transformation, evolving from mere beasts into a civilization capable of establishing a nation and attaining self-sufficiency through agriculture. Nonetheless, as the soul beast race had only recently embarked on this journey of civilization and nationhood, they lacked many essentials, be it farming tools, daily necessities, or knowledge across various trades. These represented the cumulative achievements of human civilization over countless millennia. Ling Yuan Dao finally recognized that BabyHuang's conditions for securing the Crocodile Demon King's assistance held profound significance, although most would remain oblivious to it. Yet, considering the peril posed by the undead calamity, Ling Yuan Dao understood that there was no alternative. Indeed, your pontiff is a remarkable individual. She has discerned the most pressing needs of our soul beast race since the establishment of Wanhan Yaogua. This is a transaction I cannot refuse. Upon hearing Ling Yuan de Luo's proposition, the Crocodile Demon King laughed heartily, applauding in admiration. I accept this transaction. I shall extend my assistance to your human race. Pray tell, how may I aid you? Shall I accompany you to your BabyHuang city? The pontiff has instructed me to first take you to a city called Ziluoqing. Our immediate priority is to utilize the altar you previously constructed to offer sacrifices to the undead, thereby diminishing the virulence of their infection across the Doluo continent. Ling Yuan de Luo replied thoughtfully. Ziluoqing, is it? Very well. Shall we depart immediately? Indeed. Please lead the way. After locating Xiao Wu and Aruo, the Crocodile Demon King temporarily entrusted the affairs of Wanhan Yaogua to Aruo. Subsequently, under Ling Yuan de Luo's guidance, he soared into the skies with several demon guards, departing for Nodding City en route to Ziluoqing. Chapter 194. The Blood God Cult and the Undead Clan. In the depths of the night, within a subterranean lair, multitudes of humans, alongside carts laden with food and various necessities, were being herded by the undead through a passage that continuously funneled them from the surface into this lair. The humans were then confined within cells, while the carts filled with provisions were taken away to be stored separately. These humans were captured after the royal zombie led the Shirgui clan to breach city after city and village after village. Initially, the Shirgui clan intended to drive all these humans into a large city for control. However, misfortune struck when the royal zombie, accompanied by the Shirgui clan, set an ambush in Lanlin town, resulting in failure as the old beggar severely wounded the royal zombie. With their leader injured, the Shirgui dared not leave these humans above ground, fearing they might be rescued by powerful humans approaching. To ensure safety, the Shirgui prepared to transport these humans, along with the food and supplies they had gathered, to their underground lair. Although it would have been simpler to infect all these humans and convert them into Shirgui, the Shirgui's combat prowess far surpassed that of the ferocious werewolves and wolf ghouls. Thus, victory did not rely on numbers. Moreover, the Blood God Society, with the help of Bailuo's insectoid spore blankets, could sustain tens of thousands of ferocious werewolves, but Bailuo lacked any cloning factories for humans. Like the Ghost Clan, the Shirgui also required the blood of humans to satiate their hunger and evolve to higher levels. Therefore, without a sufficient number of humans to provide blood as sustenance, Blindly expanding the Shirgui's ranks would only lead to chaos due to a lack of food. Thus, despite the royal zombie leading the Shirgui clan to conquer several cities and dozens of villages, capturing at least 100,000 humans, he strictly controlled the population, allowing only a few thousand Shirgui to be turned, resulting in a total population of just over 10,000. According to the royal zombie's plan, he needed to select those among the Shirgui who showed potential and were willing to join their ranks. For those willing to join, the royal zombie could locate their living relatives and present them with the choice to either transform their kin into Shirgui or maintain their human form. Both options were welcomed by the royal zombie. Ultimately, his goal for the Shirgui clan was to establish a racial nation. As a nation, it would naturally require ministers for governance, warriors to fight for the clan's interests, and commoners capable of producing food and resources. Certainly, the production of food relied on the captured humans. However, to ensure these humans would willingly provide blood to nourish the Shirgui clan, it would require some Shirgui and surrendered humans to dedicate effort to this endeavor. The royal zombie believed that assigning the families of newly joined Shirgui to this task would be effective. In the future, human blood would become the ordinary sustenance for the Shirgui clan, while the blood of captured ghost clan members would be reserved for him and a select few high-ranking Shirgui as a delicacy. However, for those unwilling to join the Shirgui clan, the royal zombie had no choice but to condemn them to death. After all, even with over 100,000 humans sustaining a mere 10,000 Shirgui, it was quite burdensome. Given considerations for sustainability, the royal zombie could not allow every individual to donate blood daily. Such a practice would be untenable, necessitating a rotation system. Thus, food would be scarce, and they could not afford to support idlers. Meanwhile, as the Shirgui clan drove the large number of captured humans from the conquered cities and towns into their lair, the royal zombie, having been injured days prior by the old beggar's divine palm strike, remained within a palace in the lair, eyes tightly shut, seemingly submerged in a pool of blood contributed by numerous humans, recuperating from his injuries. Suddenly, a shadow began to stir. Following this, a giant dragon with a humanoid shape, covered in azure gold scales, yet possessing a fearsome dragon head and a tail, emerged from the shadow, accompanied by a human clad in a gray-white robe and wearing an ice crystal mask. I finally found you. The Shirgui clan hides quite deeply, entombed hundreds of meters beneath the earth. How intriguing. After emerging from the shadows, the masked human, or rather, Di Shirtian, began to cackle with delight as he surveyed his surroundings. Who goes there? At that moment, the appearance of Di Shirtan and the Saint Lord caught the attention of the Shirgui guards in the lair, prompting a loud shout as they surrounded the two. Do not be alarmed. We are allies. We hail from the Blood God Society. Having heard of your plight, we rushed here upon learning of your leader's injury. I am here to assist you. Observing the Shirgui guards adopting their blood techniques, poised for confrontation, Di Shirtian chuckled and revealed his intentions. Blood God Society? Upon hearing this, the Shirgui were momentarily taken aback. You are from the organization that caused the wolf disaster. You may have only heard of the wolf disaster, not of us. But no matter. Simply convey our message to your leader. He is aware of us. Tell him we possess a method to heal his wounds and wish to collaborate with your clan. Di Shirtian continued, his laughter echoing in the air. The organization that previously instigated the wolf disaster? Since most of those transformed into Shirgui by the royal zombie were ordinary humans. Many Shirgui were familiar with the wolf disaster, but unaware of the Blood God Society behind it. However, upon hearing Di Shirtian's words, realizing that he and his peers had once instigated the wolf disaster, it bore similarity to the calamity of the Shirgui they had unleashed. It seemed they were indeed allies. What is the matter? At that moment, the commotion caused by Di Shirtian and his companions attracted the 5 great Shirgui guardians, who hurried over and inquired in deep tones. In response, several Shirgui guards hastily relayed Di Shirtian's origins and intentions to the 5 guardians. Unlike these guards, the 5 great Shirgui guardians were familiar with Di Shirtian and his companions. You may follow us. Upon learning of Di Shirtian and the Saint Lord's backgrounds, the 5 guardians exchanged glances with them and solemnly announced their readiness to lead them to the royal zombie. Chapter 195. The arrival of the Crocodile Demon King at Ziluo City. My lord, someone from the Blood God Society seeks an audience with you, claiming they can heal your injuries and wish to collaborate with us. Do you wish to meet them? Upon escorting Di Shirtan and the Saint Lord to the palace where the royal zombie resided, the golden Shirgui guardian, Jingang, instructed the other 4 Shirgui to remain with Di Shirtian and the Saint Lord, while he entered the palace to respectfully inquire of the royal zombie, who was immersed in the blood pool. Blood God Society? Upon hearing this, the royal zombie, who seemed to be in a deep slumber while floating in the blood pool, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his mesmerizing, violet-hued pupils. I have heard of them. Wait outside. Let them enter to see me. My lord bids you enter. After leaving the palace, Jingang addressed Di Shirtian and the Saint Lord. Subsequently, they strode into the palace, and the grand doors closed behind them. Outside, the 5 great Shirgui guardians awaited anxiously. After more than half an hour, the grand gates of the palace were finally pushed open. Out stepped a regal zombie clad in splendid attire, with mesmerizing violet eyes, accompanied by Di Shirtian and the Holy Lord. Master, have you recovered? The 5 great corpse guardians were filled with surprise and excitement upon seeing that the royal zombie seemed to have regained its strength. I have indeed recovered. After discussions with Di Shirtian, I have decided to ally our clan of corpses with the Blood God Society. Tomorrow, we shall launch an assault on Ziliuoqing and eliminate those 2 reincarnators, Jigui Yuani and Li Xuanhuan, who pose a threat to our kind. The royal zombie continued. While our clan of corpses can thrive underground, the humans we nurture require a patch of land bathed in sunlight. Ziliuoqing is perfectly suitable. Now that our clan has been exposed, the humans will undoubtedly commence their actions. We must strike first and catch them off guard. Yes, master. Meanwhile, as the Blood God Society was preparing to join forces with the clan of corpses for an imminent attack on Ziliuoqing, events unfolded in Ziliuoqing itself. Under BabyHuang's directive, Lingyuan Deluo traveled to Hengi Plain and struck a deal with the Crocodile Demon King, securing assistance from the Soul Beast clan for future trade with the Wanhan Demon Kingdom. Soon after, the Crocodile Demon King arrived in Ziliuoqing alongside Lingyuan Deluo. At that moment, Zhu Yuan and Fei Mei had already brought a contingent of soul masters from the Spirit Hall, including several healing-type soul masters of the Soul Deluo level, to treat Xiao Feng, Jigui Yuani, and Li Xuanhuan. His Majesty the Crocodile Demon King and His Excellency Lingyuan Deluo have arrived. With their entrance, the soul masters from the Spirit Hall ushered the Crocodile Demon King and Lingyuan Deluo into the courtyard where everyone resided. We pay our respects to His Majesty the Crocodile Demon King. We pay our respects to His Excellency Lingyuan Deluo. Initially, the group had been gathered in the room, anxiously observing the healing process. Upon learning that the Crocodile Demon King was brought by the esteemed Lingyuan Deluo, everyone hastened to welcome them. It was hard to believe that only 2 days had passed since they dispatched aerial soul masters to inform the Spirit Hall, Tiandi Imperial City, and Xingluo Imperial City about the current state of the corpse disaster. Not only did the Spirit Hall send Zhu Deluoyuan, Gei Mei, and a cadre of soul masters, but they also managed to summon the Crocodile Demon King from the Soul Beast clan. As the Crocodile Demon King and Lingyuan Deluo approached, led by the Spirit Hall's soul masters, the crowd quickly bowed in respect. What is the current situation? Lingyuan Deluo inquired upon spotting Zhu Deluoyuan and Gei Mei among the crowd. At present, all is quiet. The royal zombie has been severely wounded by a powerful reincarnator who calls himself the Old Beggar and is currently in recovery. Therefore, the clan of corpses has been lying low of late, Zhu Deluoyuan replied, shaking his head as he relayed the information he had gathered. Do you have any corpses of the undead here? I have brought His Majesty the Crocodile Demon King. If you possess any undead bodies, His Majesty can construct a sacrificial altar to offer to the heavens of our Deluo continent. This could potentially alter the infectious nature of the undead to resemble that of the savage werewolves and wolf demons, Lingyuan Deluo asked, intrigued by the relatively calm situation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Changkong exchanged glances, then shook their heads in resignation, sighing. Apologies, Your Excellencies, but we do not have any undead corpses. The clan of corpses possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, rendering them nearly impossible to kill. If the undead are slain using sunlight, their bodies turn to ash, leaving no remains. To acquire one for sacrifice, we would have to forcibly capture a corpse and control it. However, we were previously ambushed by the clan of corpses and were nearly overrun. Although the Old Beggar intervened, his attacks also counter the undead like sunlight, causing the remaining corpses to flee in fear. We ultimately had to return to Ziliuoqing with the injured Xiao Feng and others. I see, Lingyuan Deluo remarked, furrowing his brow, but understanding nonetheless. Is the old beggar you mentioned known for taking a liking to exceptionally gifted or compatible children, gifting them martial arts manuals? Suddenly, the crocodile demon king spoke up. Your Majesty, do you know the old beggar? Zhu Lingyun asked, surprised. Of course. The old beggar is quite renowned in our reincarnation hall. Wherever he goes, he delights in bestowing martial arts from the high martial world upon local youths. He has transformed many originally weak young people into formidable experts, causing trouble for numerous reincarnators. The crocodile demon king said with an enigmatic smile. The revelation left everyone with peculiar expressions. While this matter may not bode well for other reincarnators, it was undoubtedly a boon for the inhabitants of Dolawa continent. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a generous benefactor? They eagerly hoped for more individuals like the old beggar and Jigui Yuani to come their way. Chapter 196. The reinforcements depart, Ziluoqing in turmoil. As Zhu Yuan and Fei Mei, along with a group of soul masters from the Spirit Hall, and Ling Yuan Doa, accompanied by the crocodile demon king and some transformed demon guards, arrived in Ziluoqing. At the same time, aerial soul masters dispatched from the Spirit Hall and those sent by BabyHuang for the Tiandi Imperial City reached Tiandi Imperial City to report the situation regarding the undead disaster to the Snow Knight Emperor. Also present were Dugu Qiubai from the Breaking Sky Sword sect, Xiongba from the Tianxia Society, Wu Ming from the Demon Hunting Guild, and Sure Hao, who is still serving as a mascot at Tianshui Academy. Upon learning of the impending outbreak of the undead disaster, which posed a greater threat than the previous wolf disaster due to the undead being far more powerful than the savage werewolves and wolf demons, they realized that should this catastrophe unfold similarly to the wolf disaster, the devastation would be even more severe. Unlike the previous wolf disaster, which was somewhat contained by the geographical features of Hengyi Plain, the area surrounding Ziluoqing lacked such barriers. Once the disaster spread, it would be akin to an unstoppable flood. Consequently, upon receiving this information, Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, Wu Ming, and the heads of various Soul Master Academies convened at the headquarters of the Demon Hunting Guild to reach a consensus and prepare to set off for Ziluoqing. Meanwhile, following the recovery of the royal zombie, plans were underway to join Di Shitian and the others from the Blood God Society to mount an assault on Ziluoqing. On that day, as the undead disaster erupted, many soul masters from across the continent flocked to Ziluoqing, responding to the call of the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. The arrival of these soul masters to confront the royal zombies coincides closely with the onset of the corpse ghost calamity. It has become evident to all that the royal zombies, for reasons unknown, have discovered the existence of these soul masters, realizing that humanity is poised to confront them, thus prompting their preemptive strike. Although this situation has unfolded somewhat clumsily, the outbreak of the corpse ghost calamity has drawn soul masters from various regions of the continent, which can be deemed a fortuitous development. Following the healing provided by several level support soul masters dispatched by the Wuhuan Temple, Xiaofeng, Jigui Yuan, and Li Sunhuan have all made a full recovery. Previously, all had witnessed the almost immortal regenerative capabilities of the corpse ghosts. Even the formidable combination of the dragon and serpent fusion skill, executed by the unrivaled Long Shi, and the fusion techniques of Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong, were utterly ineffective against these corpse ghosts. Now, everyone is acutely aware of the peril they pose, although the breath of the sun is beyond the grasp of most. As it requires exceptional talent, the ripple technique is considerably more accessible. Therefore, under the guidance of Jigui Yuan, all capable soul masters in Ziluo City are seated in the park, diligently practicing the ripple technique. The decision to refrain from training outside the city is, of course, due to the royal zombies. In prior battles, everyone had discovered that the royal zombies had ascended to the level of flying zombies, possessing the ability to traverse the skies and burrow underground, potentially launching a direct assault on Ziluo City from below. This necessitated the decision to practice within the city, as any attempt to train outside could result in a devastating surprise attack led by the royal zombies and their legion of corpse ghosts. Within the city, however, the presence of the crocodile demon king provides a measure of security, as he too possesses the ability to manipulate the earth and should be able to sense and thwart any attempts by the crocodile demon king and his minions to infiltrate Ziluo City from beneath. As everyone follows Jigui Yuan in their practice of the ripple technique in the park, an abrupt change in the weather occurs. The sky darkens ominously, and with a resounding rumble of thunder, an expanse of black clouds extends towards Ziluo City like an invisible hand. The speed of this phenomenon defies belief, signaling something is amiss. Alarmed, Zhu Lingyun exclaims, "This weather resembles that which we witnessed in Lanlin Town. The royal zombies are approaching with their corpse ghosts. Everyone, be alert." Witnessing the swiftly advancing dark clouds from the horizon, a pallor washes over Zhu Lingyun's face, prompting him to rise and shout. Have the royal zombies recovered so swiftly? Dai Changkong's expression mirrors his concern. "Isn't this expected?" Lin Jingying remarks with a wry smile, his brows furrowing in resignation. The royal zombies, known for their thunderstruck resurrection, belong to a unique category of undead. As the elder beggar once explained, these creatures, possessing a thunder affinity, could potentially evolve into thunder fiends. Typically, flying zombies fear heavenly thunder, and this particular royal zombie, endowed with the potential to become a thunder fiend, likely possesses no weaknesses in this realm. Moreover, having fully transformed into a corpse ghost, the royal zombie's terrifying regenerative abilities suggest its recovery has been aided by the profound strength of the elder beggar. Suddenly, sensing a disturbance beneath the earth, the crocodile demon king furrows his brow, his expression becoming grim, and in an instant, he melds into the soil, disappearing into the ground. Concurrently, as the ominous clouds roll in, the royal zombie has already utilized its earth-burrowing powers to reach beneath Ziluo City. It prepares to manipulate the earth and create a passage for its legion of corpse ghosts and the members of the Blood God Society, including Emperor Shurtian, to invade Ziluo City from below. What? Someone dares contest my dominion over this land. In a colossal tunnel several hundred meters deep, the royal zombie stands at the forefront, flanked by Emperor Shurtian, the Holy Master, by Yi Fei, Michael, and Chen Xuanguo. Behind them, an army of corpse ghosts and a multitude of winged wolf demons await. Just as it attempts to carve a diagonal passage up towards the heart of Ziluo City, it detects an unknown force contesting its control over the earth, provoking a furious reaction from the royal zombie. Could it be that our friend is behind this? Emperor Shurtian's eyes narrow, a glimmer of recognition flashing within. Who dares to challenge my dominion over the earth? The royal zombie, seething with rage, inquires while struggling for control. It is a reincarnated being of the demon race. Capable of earth manipulation and capable of merging with the soil, comes the response. His strength is comparable to that of the Corpse King. If he is present, our attempt to invade Ziluo City from below may be thwarted. However, after betraying our alliance with the Blood God Society, did humanity not cede the Hengi Plain to him? He should be busy spreading his demonic cultivation methods among the spirit beasts of this world there and should not interfere with our conflict with humanity. Could it be that the humans have offered him something enticing? Emperor Shurtian contemplates with a frown. Having completely seized control of the subterranean expanse beneath Ziluo City, the royal zombie realizes it cannot create a passage into the city and must resort to attacking from outside the city instead. Chapter 197. The Corpse Ghost Assault on the City. With the Crocodile Demon King's obstruction preventing it from controlling the earth beneath Ziluo City and opening a passage directly into the city, the royal zombie is compelled to create a tunnel from outside Ziluo City, leading its army of corpse ghosts, along with the wolf demons under the Blood God Society's command, to launch a concerted assault on Ziluo City. As the populace of Ziluo City rushes from the park to the city walls, the dark clouds have completely enveloped the city and its surrounding areas, silver-blue lightning dancing among the clouds. Outside Ziluo City, the ground trembles violently, akin to an earthquake, followed by a massive fissure opening, revealing a downward-sloping passage. Suddenly, a regal zombie clad in splendid attire, with menacing fangs and claws, bursts forth from the crevice. Leading the charge, following closely are Emperor Shurtian, donned in a gray-white robe with an ice crystal mask, by Yi Fei in blood-red attire, Michael in a tailored suit, the Holy Master with a dragon-like physique, and the otherwise unremarkable Chen Xuanguo. Lastly, a throng of corpse ghosts and a swarm of wolf demons, their expansive bat-like wings unfurled, surge forth from the depths. In an instant, the area outside Ziluo City transforms into a dark, seemingly endless sea of monstrous figures. Under the oppressive darkness, the atmosphere feels overwhelmingly stifling. Damn it, Emperor Shurtian, blood-clad Marquis, and the Holy Master, I did not anticipate that the Blood God Society would become involved. I knew they would not remain idle. Do they intend to ally with the royal zombies and the corpse ghosts to eradicate us soul masters? Indeed, how cunning and treacherous. Upon witnessing the presence of Di Shurtian, Xue Yiho, and the Holy Lord upon the city walls, Several soul masters who had previously participated in the extermination of the wolf disaster immediately recognized them, exclaiming in shock and anger, their faces paling at the sight. The Xueshan Hui? Upon discovering that the Xueshan Hui had also emerged, individuals such as Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong, who had not been part of the wolf disaster suppression, yet had heard tales of the formidable and terrifying Xueshan Hui, found themselves in a state of turmoil. Some feeling a sense of panic. What a catastrophe! What shall we do now? The Xueshan Hui is an exceedingly powerful organization of malevolent reincarnators. During the previous effort to suppress the wolf disaster, even with the mobilization of a significant portion of the continent's strongest, including the likes of Du Guqiubai, Xiongba, and Wu Ming, they barely stood a chance against the Xueshan Hui. If it had not been for the clever intervention of Zhong Juning Fengji, who managed to sway the Immortal and the Spirit Beast clan to their side, the suppression effort might have ended in failure. Should that occur, with so many powerful beings of the Duluo continent perishing on the Hengyi Plains, a series of catastrophic repercussions would undoubtedly follow, potentially leading to the Xueshan Hui ruling over the Duluo continent. They had faced such difficulty in opposing the Xueshan Hui before. Now, with only this scant number of them remaining, how could they possibly contend with the Xueshan Hui? At that moment, a large expanse of soil within Ziluo Qing began to writhe, and soon the body of the Immortal coalesced in a form, riding upon the demonic winds to alight upon the city walls. Just now, it appears that the royal zombie you mentioned attempted to open a passage from underground to Ziluo Qing, but I thwarted him. Had he succeeded, the corpses and wolf demons you speak of would have surely invaded Ziluo Qing, leading to inevitable disaster. Upon reaching the city walls, the Immortal proclaimed, "Damn, this royal zombie is too cunning. If not for your presence, Immortal, we would be in peril." The audacity of the royal zombie to devise such a scheme left many soul masters feeling a chill of apprehension, and they could not help but unleash their anger in expletives. At this juncture, as the horde of corpses and wolf demons surged forth from the depths, the royal zombie, hovering in the air, and the wolf demon Lord Michael, soaring alongside, unleashed a cacophony of roars and howls. In an instant, a dense mass of corpses and a throng of wolf demons rushed towards Ziluo Qing. Fortunately, Ziluo Qing had been forewarned of the corpse disaster days prior, and had begun preparations. As such, provisions and weaponry were amply stocked, and the mobilization of soldiers and soul masters had been completed. Thus, while the horde of corpses and wolf demons continued to emerge from the ground, the commanders within the city had already led the soldiers and the trained youths, fully armed, to the city walls. Following closely were the laborers, collaborating to transport long logs, massive boulders, and barrels of gold syrup, along with various fuels towards the city walls. However, in comparison to the rapid advance of the external horde, while the soldiers and youths moved reasonably well, the laborers, burdened with their defensive equipment, lagged significantly behind. Just as the horde of corpses and the aerial wolf demons approached Ziluo Qing, the Immortal stood atop the city walls and let out a cold snort. Gravity suppression. In an instant, the Immortal unleashed the divine power of beastkind, manifesting a gravity field that enveloped Ziluo Qing and a vast area beyond. Subsequently, the Immortal altered the gravitational force along the path the horde of corpses and wolf demons would take, magnifying it several dozen times. This was tolerable for the corpses, whose formidable strength and remarkable recovery allowed them to withstand the deceleration. However, it spelled disaster for the wolf demons. Their considerable weight, combined with their non-supernatural means of flight, meant they were at the mercy of the laws of physics. With the overwhelming force of gravity, the wolf demons found themselves unable to ascend, plummeting like dumplings amidst anguished cries. From hundreds of meters above, despite their robust physique, many were met with fatal injuries, their bones shattered upon impact. Chapter 198, The Great Battle, A Crisis. Those cursed demon folk, aiding humanity. In the sky, witnessing the Immortal not only hinder the advance of the corpse horde, but also send the wolf demons crashing to the ground, left the royal zombie seething with rage, its eerie, violet eyes flashing with crimson fury. In the next moment, the royal zombie transformed into a streak of light, plunging toward the earth, employing its earth-escaping ability. Soon after, the ground where the royal zombie had descended trembled violently, the quakes quickly spreading to the base of Ziluo Qing's walls. This is bad. At this moment, the Immortal atop the city walls furrowed his brow, ceasing the gravity suppression and instead launching into the sky, hurtling towards the ground, transforming into earth as he burrowed below. Instantly, the tremors beneath Ziluo Chung were quelled. The BabyHuang and the royal zombie must be engaged in battle underground. Observing this, Lin Jingying, donned in a yellow robe and wielding a golden sword, frowned and declared, "It is our turn now," as he observed Di Tian and the Holy Lord rising into the air behind the horde of corpses. With Bai Fei and the 5 great guardians of the corpse clan slowly closing in on Ziluo Chung, Xiaofeng spoke with a solemn tone. "I shall be the strongest here. Leave Di Tian to me. We shall join Xiaofeng." Knowing that in the previous battle against the wolf disaster, Xiaofeng had clashed with Di Tian and emerged as the weaker, despite having previously suffered defeat at the hands of Di Tian alongside Gue Mei. They realized that only they possessed the highest cultivation here, with Judo Vegwan gritting his teeth as he spoke. Nearby, Gue Gue Mei took a deep breath and nodded. "Let us handle the 5 great guardians of the corpse clan. We shall see who prevails. We as the 5 guardians of Immortal, or they as the 5 guardians of the corpse clan." On the city walls, the 5 guardians, transformed into humanoid forms, yet retaining some beastly traits, spoke in solemn tones. "We shall take care of the Holy Lord." Noticing the presence of an exceptionally powerful evil dragon unopposed, Ling Yuando Luo inhaled deeply, preparing to lead the few soul Doluos brought by Jugue Doluo to confront the Holy Lord. In response to this situation, the Shui Shen Hui is left with the Shui Iho by Yi Fei, the Lord of the Wolf Ghosts Michael, and Chun Xianfeng. Naturally, there is no need to elaborate on Chun Xianfeng, as Kuzhen Yi, who remains in Ziluo Chung, has expressed his willingness to confront this formidable adversary. As for Shui Iho by Yi Fei, Zhu Lingyun and his spouse have also pledged to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Wolf Ghosts, Michael, remains an enigma, with his identity and true strength unknown, prompting Dai Chong Kong and his wife to declare their intent to confront him. With opponents assigned, the couples of Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chong Kong simultaneously shouted and activated their martial soul fusion technique, the Yu Ming Bai Hu. 2 magnificent beams of light surged skyward from the city walls, and then 2 colossal Yu Ming Bai Hucks burst forth from the light, roaring toward the heavens. On the other side, upon witnessing Di Tian and the Holy Master approaching Ziluo Chung, Xiaofeng swiftly employed the Dragon God technique, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon that soared into the sky with a resounding roar. He hastened toward Di Tian, intending to intercept him outside the city, hoping to lure Di Tian away to engage in battle elsewhere, much like in Nuading Chang. Behind him, the Judo Luo Yuguan and Gue Do Luo Ge Mei also ascended into the air, closely following Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, Ling Yuando Luo had already gathered a multitude of Wuhuan Temple Soul Masters, some launching themselves into the sky with soul power wings, while others leaped from the city walls, all trailing Xiaofeng, as the Holy Master and Di Tian were together. Simultaneously, under Xiaofeng's leadership, 5 Demon Clan Guardians and 2 Yu Ming Bai Hucks leapt down from the city walls, each rushing toward their respective opponents. Di Tian, your opponent is me. Upon intercepting Di Tian midair, Xiaofeng coiled his dragon form, weaving through the air, and shouted furiously at Di Tian. Judo Luo and Gue Do Luo stood beside Xiaofeng, both displaying signs of tension. "Huh, you again, truly overestimating yourself." Upon realizing that Xiaofeng stood before him once more, Di Tian emitted a chilling, mocking laughter. He then summoned the immense energy within him, thrusting forth a palm to unleash his martial arts. Deforme, Di Tianquangole. In an instant, formidable energy rapidly coalesced into dozens of thick bolts of lightning, akin to frenzied electric serpents, erupting from Di Tian's hand with a cacophony of thunderous sounds, striking toward Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng suddenly soared into the air, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, it was evident that Di Tian did not intend to defeat Xiaofeng with a single strike. Although Xiaofeng was far from being his match, he was certainly not a mere insignificant foe to be vanquished easily. Some effort would still be required. Blood Snow Claw. After forcing Xiaofeng back with Di Tianquangle, Di Tian swiftly executed the Zong Yi Dang Xianbu, closing in on Xiaofeng, and unleashed the Blood Snow Claw. With a swift grasp in midair, several crimson claw strikes struck Xiaofeng, leaving 5 deep, chilling gashes on his dragon form. Roar. Although he had only endured Di Tian's Blood Snow Claw, Xiao Feng remained resilient. After releasing an enraged dragon roar, he continued to battle Di Shitian while attempting to draw him away. Di Shitian, your opponents include us. However, witnessing Xiao Feng being forced into a defensive position against Di Shitian, Yuguan and Gui Mei grew increasingly anxious, fearing that if Xiao Feng were defeated, they would be left to face Di Shitian alone. They both shouted in unison, activating their soul techniques to assist Xiao Feng. Suivante soul technique, Kui Hong Tong, Tian Ju Zhen Shen. Fifth soul technique, Han Ying Shiyu. Suivante soul technique, Gi Mei Zhen Shen. Fifth soul technique, Gui Ingudi Dansho. On the other side, as Xiao Feng and the Judo Luo joined forces against Di Shitian, Ling Yuan Do Luo battled the Holy Master alongside several powerful soul masters from the Wuhuan Temple. Unfortunately, the Holy Master's strength rivaled only that of Di Shitian, exhibiting an array of unparalleled capabilities. With the combined might of Ling Yuan Do Luo and the other Wuhuan Temple soul masters, they were utterly outmatched, completely under the Holy Master's control as he dictated the rhythm of battle. Across the battlefield, although the Royal Zombie and the Crocodile Demon King, along with the 5 Demon Clan Guardians and the 5 Corpse Ghost Protectors, stood on equal footing with Zhu Lingyun and Bai Yifei. The couples of Dai Chong Kong utterly overwhelmed Michael. Yet, the clash between Di Shitian, Xiao Feng, and the Judo Luo, as well as the Holy Master and Ling Yuan Do Luo, revealed a stark disadvantage for Xiao Feng and his allies. Should Di Shitian succeed in defeating Xiao Feng and the Judo Luo, and the Holy Master conquer Ling Yuan Do Luo, the balance of power in these critical battles would shift dramatically. At the same time, facing the onslaught of corpse ghosts, Zi Luo Cheng was at a disadvantage, as the reinforcements were insufficient and the strength of the corpse ghosts overwhelming. They were struggling to hold their ground. If the high-end combatants faltered, Zi Luo Cheng would inevitably fall. Rapter shimtas devinas de shimt devine. Gandinya, absolute, crisis usual. Guaying, so does you too. Is the lesson I imparted previously still insufficient? After effortlessly dodging the soul techniques from Judo, Luo Yuguan, and Gei Do, Luo Gei Mei with his zone, Yi Dang Xianbu, Di Shitian's gaze shifted toward them, his voice laden with malice. Having spoken, Di Shitian surged toward Judo, Luo Yuguan, and Gui Do, Luo Gui Mei. Di Shitian, your opponent is me. Observing Di Shitian charging toward them, Xiao Feng bellowed angrily, attempting to intercept him. With the Dragon God technique transforming his body into a resilient dragon form, coupled with a formidable protective true energy, he could withstand Di Shitian's martial arts. However, both Judo Luo and Gui Do Luo were comparatively fragile and would likely falter after just one of Di Shitian's strikes. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. 2 instruments of stasis. As Di Shitian approached, Judo Luo Yuguan and Gui Do Luo Gei Mei were taken aback and swiftly activated their martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, their bodies aligned, and brilliant golden and silver lights erupted from within them, forming a towering beam that shot skyward. Subsequently, the soul ring surrounding Judo Luo and Gui Do Luo spiraled upward along the beam, merging into a massive golden-silver halo. Upon integrating the final soul ring, the colossal halo pulsated and rapidly expanded, causing everything within its reach to fall into a state of stasis. Yet, upon seeing the golden-silver halo approaching, Di Shitian instantly executed the Qi Wu Ju Jing, his form transforming into particles as he retreated at an almost instantaneous speed, evading the 2 instruments of stasis domain. Interesting. After reconstituting his form outside the 2 instruments of stasis domain, Di Shitian gazed at the Judo Luo within the golden-silver beam and chuckled ominously. Your world's martial soul fusion techniques are indeed fascinating, but do you truly believe you can render me helpless with this? As a creature of the Feng Yun world, having lived for thousands of years, Di Shitian possessed an extensive repertoire of martial arts, including techniques like Zong, Yi Dang Xianbu, and Blood Snow Claw. However, there also exist exceedingly peculiar martial arts that can be executed without any physical contact. Gandinya, facing the Jiu Gui Do Luo, who was enveloped in a golden and silver light column within the 2 instruments' stillness domain, Di Shitian instantaneously unleashed the Tianxin Jia from the Sacred Heart's 4 calamities. Unlike the Jingmu Jia, which employs a gaze to deliver a mental assault on opponents lacking in mental fortitude, The Tianxin Jia operates through an enigmatic secret technique that synchronizes the heartbeat of the practitioner with that of the adversary. As the possessor of feng shui, Di Shitian enjoys a near-immortal state, allowing him to effortlessly adjust his heartbeat frequency, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Consequently, this technique has become a formidable weapon in Di Shitian's arsenal. In an instant, after casting the Tianxin Jia upon Jiogui Do Luo, Di Shitian lowered his heartbeat to an extremely low frequency, which, under the influence of Tianxin Jia, was forcibly transmitted back to Jiogui Do Luo. At that moment, the Jiudo Luo, Yu Guan, and Gui Do Luo, Gui Mei, who were engaged in the martial soul fusion technique, the two instruments' stillness domain, suddenly felt an uncontrollable sensation in their hearts, as if they had nearly stopped beating, leading to a wave of discomfort and dizziness. The execution of a martial soul fusion technique requires immense concentration, and this sudden disruption shattered their synergy, resulting in a backlash. With a cough of blood, Jiudo Luo Yuguan and Gui Do Luo Gei Mei found themselves plummeting from the sky as the golden and silver light column and the surrounding soul rings dissipated. What? Due to Di Shitian's use of Tianxin Jia, the outside observers could hardly perceive any change. Upon witnessing Di Shitian's abrupt disappearance, evading the martial soul fusion technique, the Jiogui Do Luo was taken aback, only to find themselves injured, their fusion technique thwarted and descending from the heavens. Xiao Feng, taken aback, swiftly ascended to catch the descending Jiudo Luo and Gui Do Luo with his dragon claws. Seizing this opportunity, Di Shitian immediately executed the 7 Wujue realm, reappearing behind Xiao Feng in the blink of an eye, launching a flurry of strikes. Venrei Shuinyun, Di Tian Guangle, Blood Snow Claw. After this series of attacks struck the transforming Xiao Feng, even he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a pained dragon's roar. On the other side, upon realizing Di Shitian had decimated the enemy, the saint became more serious, deploying the power of the 12 talismans in succession, swiftly inflicting heavy damage upon Ling Yuando Luo and several soul masters from the spirit hall, bringing them down to the ground. Your Majesty, Xiao Feng. Your Majesty, Jiudo Luo. Your Majesty, Gui Do Luo. On the battlefield, as the sight of Di Shitian severely injured Jiudo Luo and Gui Do Luo unfolded, even Xiao Feng was knocked to the ground, subdued by Di Shitian. Meanwhile, the saint had also heavily wounded Ling Yuando Luo and several soul masters from the spirit hall, who, despite struggling to rise, were clearly at their limits. This left others, such as Zhu Lingyun and his spouse, Dai Changkong and his spouse, as well as the master of the Ziluoqing martial soul branch, Zi Xinglong, filled with dread. Although they had anticipated this outcome to some extent, the realization of impending doom was deeply despairing. You are too weak. While my previous opponents were even weaker, they were aware of my weaknesses, whereas you remain oblivious. Observing that Ling Yuando Luo and the others were nearing their breaking point, the saint's crimson dragon eyes flickered momentarily as he grinned malevolently, revealing sharp fangs. You no longer require my intervention, but it seems there are other capable reincarnators among you, stirring up chaos within the ranks of the Corpse King's undead. Allow me to meet him. With that, the saint turned his gaze toward the undead, where Ikiguro Yuani was slaughtering the undead horde. Soaring into the air with the power of the chicken and rabbit talismans, appearing behind Ikiguro Yuani in the blink of an eye. Despite Ikiguro Yuani's attempt to strike back with a blade, aiming at the approaching saint, his strike could not breach the saint's scaled defenses. Instead, the saint countered, binding Ikiguro Yuani with the telekinetic force of the chicken talisman, subsequently launching him away with a dragon's explosion. Thereafter, the saint wreaked havoc across the battlefield, severely injuring the 5 great undead guardians while they battled the Yao clan's defenders. Soon, even Zhu Lingyun and Dai Changkong were overcome, their martial soul fusion technique shattered, succumbing to backlash and landing heavily on the ground. Did you believe victory was assured? Even if your blood god society were to slay us, the likes of Dugu Xiaobai, Xiongba, and Wuming still remain in the Tiando imperial city. Moreover, this time, the old beggar is absent, having taken 2 formidable seniors with him. Otherwise, the situation would not be as it is. The old beggar has gone to seek a friend, a transcendent being, the nemesis of all evil, so await his return. When the old beggar returns, neither the undead nor your blood god society will escape. Having seen their martial soul fusion technique shattered, Zhu Lingyun, while coughing blood and clutching his chest, expressed his indignation towards the hovering saint. As a fervent supporter of the old beggar's avatar, Zhu Lingyun felt a deep sense of loss. He believed that had the old beggar been present to engage Di Shirtian, Xiaofeng could have faced off against several title Do Luo and the saint. In such a scenario, they would have held an advantage in high-end combat power. Regrettably, no one anticipated that the Blood God Society would learn of their predicament so swiftly, intervening and allowing the royal corpses to assault the city so soon. Their forces had yet to fully assemble. If only time had allowed for a little longer, everything would have been different. Chapter 200. Reinforcements arrive, the adaptable demonic faction. Oh, are you implying that we have been fortunate? Yet fortune is but a facet of strength. Had luck favored you, perhaps your reinforcements would have arrived by now. Alas, they have not. The truth is, you have already lost. It is time to accept your fate. We shall guide you to the depths of hell. But knowing the temperament of the Blood God Society, you shall not have intact corpses, but rather be sacrificed to the blood of the Yo Chuan blood demon. After all, you are formidable opponents, and the quality of your blood is quite commendable. On the battlefield outside Ziluoqing, the throngs of undead continued their relentless assault, yet the soldiers, young men, and laborers within the city fought valiantly to hold the outer defenses. Outside the city, however, the situation had utterly collapsed. In response to Zhu Lingyun's frustration, the towering figure of the saint, with a fearsome dragon head, cracked open its tooth-filled maw, revealing a mocking grin. Casting a glance around, the saint observed that the tides of battle had completely reversed elsewhere, and he raised his sharp claws theatrically, a sinister smile gracing his dragon visage. Preparing to dispose of Zhu Lingyun first. Halt! Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous shout, a silver sword light surged from the distant sky. Following this, a torrent of silver sword energy cascaded down like a galaxy, instantly engulfing the undead horde outside the city. Amidst the cries of agony, numerous undead were shredded into mere fragments by the sword energy. 3 parts returned to origin energy. All swords returned to their source. 8th spirit ability, mountain moving and sea filling. 3rd spirit ability, bone dragon spike. 8th spirit ability, apocalypse fire, following the grand river of sword energy. A cacophony of furious shouts heralded an onslaught of varied attacks descending from the heavens. After several days of arduous travel, the formidable Du Gu Xiu Bai, Xiongba, Wu Ming, Jiando, Luo, Chan Exin, Gudo Luo, Gurong, along with numerous old masters of the titled Thor rank from the Tiandi Imperial City, finally arrived, each unleashing their own devastating assaults amidst the battle cries. In an instant, sword energy, bone spikes, blazing flames, frigid ice, thunderbolts, and slicing wind blades cascaded upon the horde of corpses besieging the city. Amidst the wails of the defeated, the undead throng outside the city was grievously impacted by the diverse spirit abilities. Even those who survived the onslaught were left maimed, charred, shredded, or frozen solid, rendered utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Master, you foul omen. Nearby, the imposing Di Shirtian, who had been mercilessly tormenting the robust Xiaofeng, was suddenly filled with fury upon witnessing reinforcements from Luo City arrive. Cease this at once. Do not torment my brother Xiaofeng any further. Just then, a fleeting shadow burst forth from the distant woods, propelled by a youthful, booming voice that surged toward Di Shirtian with unmatched speed. Startled, Di Shirtian swiftly executed the Zhong Yi Dang Xian step, evading to the side. Upon glancing back, he beheld a young boy clad in exquisite garments, his skin as pale as jade and his features striking, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. It is you. Di Shitian instantly recognized Xiao, a look of profound wariness flooding his eyes. Master, the adversaries are nearly upon us. It is time to retreat. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Realizing that the reinforcements from Luo City had arrived and that their plans had unraveled, Di Shitian grimaced, gritting his teeth in reluctant resolution as he shouted towards the master. In response, the master, showcasing his dramatic flair, spread his arms wide and unleashed a furious yet helpless roar towards the heavens. Cursed fate! Why must it always be like this? It was the same in my world, and now, in this one it persists. However, after this furious outburst, the master swiftly harnessed the powers of the phantom mask, plunging into the shadows. He then rescued Di Shitian, Shuet Iho by Yi Fei, Michael, Chun Xianfeng, and the 5 formidable undead guardians. Ultimately, he expanded a vast shroud of darkness in an attempt to save all the undead who, while gravely wounded, still clung to life. Yet, impeded by the returning strong fighters. The master was unable to rescue all the undead, leaving behind a portion of their lifeless forms. Damn it! Once again, those from the Blood God Association have escaped. This so-called master, a malignant dragon, possesses the power to merge into shadows. We are utterly incapable of stopping him, despite the shift in circumstances upon their arrival. Gu Rong seethed with frustration and bitterness as he watched the master abscond with all the members of the Blood God Association. This master is an innate deity from another realm, wielding numerous powers, while the Blood God Association roams freely across many worlds. This Doluo continent is not particularly formidable. How can we possibly capture them? Our arrival has at least prevented the fall of Luo City and the slaughter of many strong souls here at the hands of the Blood God Association. That alone is a victory. In response to Gu Rong's ire, Du Gu Xiaobai spoke calmly. Let us first ascertain the well-being of Qiao Feng and the others. Subsequently, as Shui Linglong and Yi Zhilian, the matriarch of the Jiao Xian Haitang clan, arrived, Shui Linglong proposed they investigate the situation of Zhu Gue Do Luo and Xiao Feng. Despite Xiao Feng's resilience post-transformation, he had endured extensive torment at the hands of Di Tian and was among the most grievously injured. At that moment, the ground began to undulate, and a surge of earth erupted, coalescing into the form of the Crocodile Demon King. What is happening? The Crocodile Demon King, upon reverting from elemental form, furrowed his brow as if seeking clarification. However, he soon grasped the situation. Ah, I see you all have arrived. No wonder that royal zombie ceased its assault and fled. Crocodile Demon King, how did you come be here? Fire Xiao Tian expressed his disbelief upon witnessing the presence of the Crocodile Demon King in Luo City. The Crocodile Demon King is summoned by our spirit hall, explained the injured Ling Yuan Do Luo, dragging his wounded body closer. However, there is no time for such discussions. The undead are not yet defeated. Do not allow them to escape. With the Crocodile Demon King present, and so many undead gathered, an altar could be constructed to sacrifice these undead to the will of the Doluo continent, thereby weakening the infectious properties of the undead virus. By diminishing the virus to a level comparable to that of the wolf calamity, these aberrant creatures would be relegated to merely occupying a small area, unable to ravage the entire continent as before. Chapter 201. Shift in Goals. The quest for immortality is not so simple. Meanwhile, after the assault on Luo City culminated in failure, the Blood God Association and the undead retreated with the Master's aid. However, upon returning to their previous lair, the atmosphere was steeped in silence. What now? The powerful reincarnators and soul masters of Tiandi Imperial City have arrived. They will soon commence their pursuit of us. At this point, we are likely no match for them. Must we abandon our dream of establishing a kingdom for the undead and continue to languish in this underworld? Lamented the golden undead guardian, Jing Gang, filled with discontent. If only the Blood God Association had arrived sooner, perhaps with a few more days, we might have breached Luo City and eliminated Xiao Feng and that other fellow. The ice undead guardian, Bing Gue, cast a resentful glance at Di Tian, equally discontented and enraged. Our Blood God Association's base is not near yours. We only recently heard of your undead plight. It was only after your calamity had begun that we were informed and promptly rushed to aid you. We were swift enough. The Wolf King Michael frowned. Though I do not comprehend what you mean by a modern technological world, the plan to assault Luo City has failed, and someone must bear the blame. Regardless, the 5 undead guardians believe that if the Blood God Association had arrived earlier, we might have successfully breached Luo City and secured a pivotal victory. Enough. Silence. Suddenly, the royal zombie spoke, his face darkened. We have not lost yet. What are you all fearing? Even though the reincarnators and soul masters from the BabyHuang city have arrived, we find ourselves unable to confront them directly. However, launching an assault on human cities presents certain advantages. We can abduct their populace and plunder resources. Yet, what can they do in pursuit of us? Aside from wasting time and eliminating a troublesome race for them, it is utterly meaningless. Even if they receive assistance from that cursed Taoist and can locate us, or if the Crocodile Demon King, who possesses powers akin to mine over the earth, helps them find our lair, we need only consider that we can easily relocate. From the vicinity of Luo City, I could shift our stronghold to any location, even beneath the sea. But can they relentlessly pursue us? It is impossible. Therefore, we simply cannot occupy a territory as openly as the Crocodile Demon King species. Yet we can accept that we might remain concealed in the shadows like the Blood God Society. This way, they could not afford to expend their efforts in hunting us down, for they lack the time. In the future, an increasing number of reincarnators and exotic races will descend upon this world, and those who arrive later will be increasingly formidable. We are inconsequential in comparison, so there is no need to fear. At worst, we shall temporarily abandon the dream of establishing a kingdom for our Shirgui clan, but as long as we remain hidden, opportunities will inevitably arise. Our current contemplation revolves solely around how to seize the initiative and gain an advantage. Upon hearing the royal zombie's words, the 5 great Shirgui guardians felt a stirring in their hearts and instantly relaxed. Indeed, the master speaks truth. What do we have to fear? These humans cannot outlast us. As long as we keep moving, can they truly continue searching for us? I have heard a piece of news that may prove useful to you. Suddenly, the Holy Lord stroked his chin with his claws, as if struck by a thought, and grinned. What news? The royal zombie inquired eagerly. In response, the Holy Lord's crimson dragon eyes glinted ominously, and after a sinister smile, he recounted the harsh words that Zhu Lingyun had uttered in what he believed to be a dire situation. That old beggar is indeed powerful, likely not inferior to the esteemed D. Shirton. Had he been present, we might have encountered difficulties from the outset. However, this old beggar is actually seeking a reincarnator from Celestial Realm. Moreover, this celestial reincarnator can counter our demonic kind. Upon hearing this, the royal zombie displayed an expression of uncertainty. This is entirely plausible. Celestial realms often harbor immensely powerful beings, and those adept in celestial cultivation are likely stronger than us. Equipped with various magical artifacts and spells, we must not be complacent. Rather than waiting for them to locate that celestial reincarnator and pursue us alongside the reincarnators and soul masters from Ziluo City, I propose we take the initiative and seek out that old beggar. Ideally, we can intercept them en route, thus alleviating our concerns regarding the celestial reincarnator. D. Shirtian suddenly grinned darkly and put forth this suggestion. We find it reasonable. In response, the 5 great Shirgui guardians, already feeling a sense of crisis, expressed their approval. Yet, we currently have no idea where that old beggar is. How shall we find him? Suddenly, the Jinji Shirgui guardian, Jingang, pondered this point, pausing briefly before asking. This is simple. The Holy Lord possesses numerous magical artifacts, many of which can locate individuals. Let the Holy Lord demonstrate his abilities. D. Shirtian cackled and turned his gaze toward the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord then produced an ancient compass, handing it to Jingang, his crimson dragon eyes shimmering with a mysterious red light as he smiled and said, "Grasp this compass and envision the old beggar's appearance. The compass will guide us to him." Hearing this, Jingang took hold of the compass, visualizing the old beggar he had previously encountered. And soon the compass's needle began to spin. Meanwhile, after departing Ziluo City, Bai Luo and his companions traveled in a carriage, guided by the paper crane released by the old beggar, traversing mountains and rivers. However, 3 to 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. They had passed through numerous cities, yet the paper crane never ceased its flight. The whereabouts of the friend known as Jiao Jianxian remained elusive. Alas, old beggar, how much further must we go? Why can we not find Jiao Jianxian? The direction of this paper crane seems to change constantly. As the journey continued, Meng Yiran could no longer contain her frustration and called out to the old beggar atop the carriage. This is quite normal. A lazy voice drifted down from the rooftop. You might inquire of Xiao Xiaoyao. In his world, there are also celestial beings. We're celestial beings like. They're capable of flying on swords. Celestial cultivators often prefer to conceal their identities while navigating the mortal realm or traveling from the North Sea to the Kangwu Mountains. Seeking celestial beings is not so simple. Chapter 202. In Yuehu Town, searching for Jiao Jianxian. Alas, is Li Xiaoyao truly so difficult to find, as the old beggar suggests? In the carriage, upon hearing the old beggar's avatar speak from above, Meng Yiran turned to Bai Luo, who was meditating, and curiously inquired. Indeed, in my world, the legends of celestial beings abound, such as the Sword Immortal of Mount Shu, the Sword Immortal of Amei, and the Sword Immortal of Qingqing Mountain, among many others. From what I have heard, celestial beings are lofty figures who enjoy traveling from the North Sea to the Kangwu Mountains, meaning they could be frolicking in your world's northern snowy plains in the morning and by the southern seaside by nightfall. Given such movements, how could they be easily found? From what I have heard, countless individuals have sought celestial beings, yet I have not heard of anyone succeeding. However, I have heard many tales of encounters with celestial beings while they were cultivating an immortal realm. Perhaps this information spreads quickly in cities. In response to Meng Yiran's inquiry, Bai Luo opened his eyes, adjusted his posture, stroked his chin, and chuckled softly. Are they truly that swift? Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Meng Yiran expressed disbelief. Even a flight-type Soul de Law would require several days to travel from the extreme northern snowy plains to the southern seaside. Yet these celestial beings can traverse such distances in a single day. Their speed is astonishing. Well, that is what the legends say. Bai Luo shrugged his shoulders. The direction of the paper crane seems to have stabilized. Jiu Jianxian must have come to a halt. If we hurry a bit, we may soon meet this fellow. Suddenly, from the rooftop, the old beggar's astonished voice echoed. Upon hearing this, the two soul masters sent by the Wuhuan branch from Ziluo City to drive the carriage promptly urged the horses forward, accelerating the carriage. At last, as evening approached, the two carriages reached a town. The town was named Yuehuzhen, named for the beautiful crescent-shaped lake nearby. However, upon arriving here, the paper crane lost its efficacy. According to the explanation provided by the old beggar, it is indeed possible for reincarnators to kill and plunder one another. The esteemed Jiu Jianxian fears that should an enemy seize the paper crane designed for locating individuals, they could directly use it to track him down. Thus, he intentionally set a restriction during the crafting of the paper crane. Once the crane reaches a certain distance from him, it will lose its effectiveness. This town appears to possess a pleasant environment, one that Jiu Jianxian would undoubtedly favor. Furthermore, there exists a lake within this town, and as a disciple of the Shu Shan sword sect, Jiu Jianxian is particularly fond of practicing near water, as well as appreciating scenic spots related to it. He must be here. Upon disembarking from the carriage and entering Yuhu town, the old beggar surveyed his surroundings under the setting sun, gently stroking his long beard as he smiled with certainty. It would be splendid to encounter the esteemed Jiu Jianxian here. Walking along the streets, Meng Yiran, who had spent the past few days confined to the carriage without rest, felt a faint ache in her posterior, yet she remained filled with anticipation. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing quietly nodded, stroking the eager tomcat, who was closely following her. The other youths and maidens shared expressions of agreement. After all, having spent 24 hours confined to a carriage, traversing the rugged terrain of Doluo Dalu, which was predominantly dirt roads, the jostling was not something ordinary individuals could endure. Old beggar, why have you brought us to an inn? One maiden, astonished, inquired as they followed the old beggar down the street upon noticing him approaching a tavern. Jiu Jianxian? Jiu Jianxian, such a name surely suggests a love for wine. Moreover, wine is merely another form of water. This fellow, Jiu Jianxian, as far as I know, always seeks to taste the local brews wherever he goes. Thus, to find him, a tavern is undoubtedly the most likely place. Even if we cannot locate him, we might glean some information from the locals. The old beggar turned back, his gaze reflecting an air of youthful naivety, and he earnestly explained. Subsequently, he led the group inside the tavern. Inside, the tavern was adorned with dazzling, soul-guiding lights flickering from above. Round wooden tables filled the space, where clusters of men and women chatted and drank merrily. At the rear, the bar held an array of spirits, while servers bustled about, delivering drinks to the patrons' tables. Upon seeing the old beggar, one server initially considered stopping him, but upon noticing the illustrious couple, the formidable Long Shi and his wife, along with the elegantly attired youths and maidens, the server hesitated. Recognizing the couple's immaculate white hair, lavish attire, and their enigmatic aura indicated their high status. The server swiftly changed his demeanor, donning a cordial smile as he welcomed them. Esteemed guests, welcome to our tavern. Please come in. Once inside, the old beggar promptly inquired, have you heard of reincarnators? Recently, have any individuals dressed unusually, resembling reincarnators, come by carrying gourd-shaped vessels to drink? The server, taken aback by the old beggar's question, inspected his tattered clothing and unkempt hair, yet noted that he did not appear filthy or emit an unpleasant odor. This old beggar was clearly not an ordinary vagabond. Such a distinctive appearance. Could it be that he, too, is a reincarnator? Ah, dear sir, your inquiry is timely. News of the wolf disaster has indeed spread throughout the continent. So how could we remain unaware of reincarnators? As for the peculiar individual you described, I encountered someone fitting that description just last night. He purchased a considerable amount of alcohol. Notably, he favored a yellow gourd for drinking. This detail remains vivid in my memory. The server replied with a smile. Do you know where he is currently residing? The old beggar's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly pressed for more information. I am sorry, sir, but I truly do not know. This guest would merely select his drinks, pay, and depart without revealing any further details about himself. The server expressed with an apologetic demeanor. Sighing, the old beggar shook his head in mild disappointment, yet seemed unsurprised by the response. It appears we must continue our search, he remarked thoughtfully, turning to the group. Let us proceed. Since he is not here and we cannot ascertain his whereabouts, we shall search the town at our leisure. After leaving the tavern, the old beggar guided the group through Yuhu town, inquiring and seeking out Jiao Jianxian. It must be noted that Jiao Jianxian was indeed present in Yuhu town, as numerous townsfolk reported having seen a mysteriously dressed young man, exuding a carefree aura and carrying a yellow gourd, who was often seen drinking from it. Regrettably, they could not provide information on his residence, only sensing that he was indeed within Yuhu town. To seek out Jiao Jianxian, the old beggar questioned the local inns, but they all claimed not to have such a guest. Subsequently, having heard of a small island at the center of the lake, which featured pavilions suitable for habitation, the old beggar, even as night fell, led the group to row to the island, exploring the various pavilions without success in locating Jiao Jianxian. Alas, since we cannot find this fellow, let us have someone wait at the tavern tomorrow. He is bound to return for his drinks. If we cannot locate him, we shall wait patiently for him to come to us. While drifting on the small boat across the lake, the old beggar gazed toward the brightly lit Yuhu town in the distance, shaking his head in resignation. It is getting late. We should find a place to rest for the night and continue our search tomorrow. Agreed. The group replied in unison. After several boats reached the opposite shore, the group disembarked and prepared to leave the lake, heading toward the inn in Yuhu town where they had reserved rooms for the night. Yet, just as they stepped off the boat and had not ventured far, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, fissures rapidly forming in the earth, and several nearby pavilions crumbled in an instant. What is happening? Could it be an earthquake? Sensing the quaking ground, Long Gong Meng Shu thrust his dragon staff weapon into the earth, attempting to steady himself as he expressed his astonishment. It is unlikely, the old beggar, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. As Long Gong Meng Shu was about to pose a question, the ground ahead suddenly fissured, revealing a gaping chasm, followed by a cacophony of sinister laughter. At last, we have found you. In an instant, 5 figures surged forth from the abyss, illuminated by a stream of radiant light. Among them were 2 aberrant creatures. One donned resplendent attire, possessing a human form yet exhibiting fearsome fangs and claws, with a countenance that was grotesque. The other was clad in gleaming azure scales, resembling a humanoid dragon with a menacing dragon's head, elongated tail, and crimson eyes that exuded malevolence. The remaining 3 were humans. One was a peculiar figure in grayish-white garb, adorned with an ice crystal mask. Another was a strikingly handsome youth draped in blood-red attire, emanating an air of cold detachment. And the last was a young man in formal wear, with golden hair, azure eyes, a prominent nose, and sharply defined facial features, epitomizing the archetype of a Westerner from Blue Star. They were none other than the royal zombie, Shang Zhu, Di Shirtian by Yi Fei, and Michael. Previously in the lair of the corpse ghosts, after altering their plans, several avatars had followed the script, guided by Shang Zhu's magical compass. Initially, the 5 corpse ghost guardians were to accompany them, yet the royal zombie had cited the need for guardianship over the lair as an excuse to leave them behind. Upon recognizing the royal zombie, along with Di Shirtian and Shang Zhu, Long Gong Meng Shu's expression darkened remarkably, his grip on the dragon's staff tightening. Damn it! How could the Blood God Society be intertwined with the royal zombie? And how did they discover our whereabouts? With the royal zombie, Di Shirtian, and Shang Zhu against them, they had only the old beggar elder and themselves. They were not likely to prevail in this encounter. The situation had turned perilous unexpectedly. Meng Shu had never anticipated encountering such a predicament while seeking allies. It was unfathomable how the royal zombie and the Blood God Society could track their movements, and the methods of these reincarnators were utterly astonishing. Haha, we hear you desire to find a Taoist reincarnator to aid you in vanquishing our Blood God Society's allies. The Corpse Ghost Clan. How could we allow you to succeed? Di Shirtian cackled, blocking their path. Originally, we were concerned that by the time we found you, you might have already located that Taoist expert. It appears that is not the case. Your journey ends here. Ing, you, and Xiao Yao should flee with Zhu Qing. I, your grandmother, and the old beggar elder will hold these fiends at bay, Long Gong Meng Shu declared, tightening his grip on the dragon staff spirit. His gaze fixed on the royal zombie and Di Shirtian. Grandfather, Meng Yiran exclaimed, a surge of emotion evident in her voice. However, Bai Luo seized her arm, turning to Zhu Qing and the other youths. We must depart swiftly. Staying here will only hinder our elders. They wish for our safety, and we cannot betray their goodwill. In this dire situation, the urgency escalated. Little one, take this, the old beggar elder said, presenting a jade-like demon core. It has been purified. As a born martial deity, as long as you live, you can undergo continual rebirth. However, energy is essential. Without it, time will be needed. In perilous moments, consume this core. Its energy may awaken the potential of your innate martial god body, turning the tide in your favor. As Bai Luo grasped the demon core and prepared to lead the group away, the old beggar, with a grave expression, handed over a core the size of a pigeon egg. I will ensure everyone escapes safely, Bai Luo promised earnestly, taking the demon core and urging Meng Yiran, Zhu Qing, and the ever-familiar tomcat to retreat. Meanwhile, upon hearing Bai Luo and the old beggar's words, the others awakened to the reality of their precarious situation. Understanding that remaining would only increase their danger, they hurriedly followed Bai Luo's lead. Planning to flee? Bai Yifei, Michael, go and eliminate them. Upon witnessing Bai Luo leading Meng Yiran, Zhu Qing, and several youths from the Yuming Grand Duke's estate and the Xing Luo royal family away, Di Shirtian coldly commanded Bai Yifei and Michael to pursue. Chapter 204. I will hold them off. You must flee, you shall not pass while we stand guard. The old beggar's voice thundered as he glared, his countenance filled with fury, and with a fierce shout, he unleashed a powerful blow. The first form of the Buddha's palm. The light of the Buddha emerges. In an instant, the old beggar's palm struck forth, radiating brilliant golden light. As terrifying true energy transformed into the might of the Buddha's palm, surging like a torrent toward Bai Yifei and Michael, who were preparing to give chase. Imperial thunder. Di Shirtian bellowed, swiftly interposing himself before Bai Yifei and Michael, countering the old beggar's attack with his own strike of imperial thunder. Old beggar, your opponent is me. With that, Di Shirtian deftly executed the zone, ascending immortal step, launching himself toward the old beggar to engage in combat. Dragon and serpent combined strike. Simultaneously, Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pichao Tian Xiang intertwined their dragon staff and serpent staff spirits, unleashing the combined martial spirit technique. A colossal poisonous serpent was summoned, roaring through the air and unleashing a noxious green mist toward the royal zombie and Shengzhu. However, alas, Shengzhu merely invoked the powers of the rabbit charm and chicken charm, soaring effortlessly into the sky, evading the toxic cloud. The royal zombie, too, vanished into the earth, easily avoiding the noxious fog. Corpse King, assist Di Shirtian in dispatching that old beggar. I shall handle these two old fools. I wish to see whether this summoned poisonous serpent or my dragon is more formidable. After dodging the poisonous serpent's toxic breath, Shengzhu hovered in the air, his crimson eyes fixed on the royal zombie, his jaws parting to reveal menacing fangs as he spoke in a deep, sinister tone. Acknowledging Shengzhu's command, the royal zombie nodded, burrowing into the ground to join Di Shirtian in their assault against the old beggar. Meanwhile, Shengzhu charged toward the poisonous serpent, engaging in fierce combat. In another part of the inky night, Bai Luo led Meng Yiran, Zhu Qing, and 4 other youths from the Yuming Grand Duke's estate and the Xing Luo royal family as they sprinted away from the battlefield. Yet behind them, the relentless pursuers from the Blood God Society, Bai Yifei in his blood-red garb and Michael, swiftly closed in. You must go. I will stay and hold them off, but I can only impede one of them. It would be wise for you to split up. Your chances of survival will be greater. After casting a few glances back, Bai Luo seemed to have made a resolute decision, gritting his teeth before turning to Meng Yiran and Zhu Qing. Li Xiaoyao, if we are to escape, we must do so together. You cannot remain. You will not be a match for them, for they are from the Blood God Society. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Meng Yiran, who had already developed a certain fondness for him, spoke with great urgency. However, there was no alternative. Someone had to remain behind, for otherwise, none of us could escape. My strength is the greatest, and I had previously promised the old beggar to ensure your safe departure. Thus, I must stay. In response to Meng Yiran's declaration, Bai Luo's face revealed a mixture of helplessness and a wry smile. Do not worry about me. I am a genius. possessing an innate martial god body. Just moments ago, the old beggar bestowed upon me a demon core, stating that in times of peril, if I consume it, I can unleash the potential of my innate martial god body and turn the tide of battle. Trust me, I will be fine. You must leave quickly. With that, Bai Luo feigned a carefree smile, halting abruptly and pushing Meng Iran and Zhu Zhuqing away, urging the two women to join the other four youths in their hasty retreat. Li Xiaoyao watched as Bai Luo truly came to a stop, and Meng Iran, filled with anxiety, wanted to return and take Bai Luo with her. However, she was restrained by the calm Zhu Zhuqing. Iran, since Li Xiaoyao has resolved to stay behind to buy us time for escape. Returning now would surely mean we cannot take him with us, which would betray his goodwill. He is the innate martial god, a prodigious talent as described by the old beggar, who would not speak falsely. We must trust him. As Zhu Zhuqing held onto Meng Iran, they split from the other four members of the Yuming Grand Duke Manor and Xingluo royal clan, fleeing in 3 different directions while she continued to counsel Meng Iran. During her counsel, Zhu Zhuqing found herself enveloped in complex emotions. Previously, she had perceived Bai Luo as frivolous and reckless, akin to Dai Mubai, lacking in responsibility. However, it was becoming evident that her initial impression was entirely misguided. She contemplated that had Dai Mubai, her nominal fiancé, been among them at this moment, his selfish nature would likely have compelled him to remain behind, diverting the enemy while he himself escaped. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel a pang of envy toward Meng Iran. Had she not misjudged Bai Luo, she could have been the one drawing close to him now. With a figure like Bai Luo, a prodigy of limitless potential, she would no longer have to dread the inescapable fate of death. It is worth noting that Bai Luo's talent had been personally acknowledged by the old beggar, who had declared that Bai Luo possessed unparalleled aptitude in martial arts. Zhu Zhuqing believed that Bai Luo's future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of legendary figures such as Duge Qiubai, Xiongba, and Xiaofeng. Presently, Doluo Continent was undergoing tumultuous upheaval. If her family were to learn of Bai Luo's exceptional abilities, they would likely prefer to offend the Xingluo royal clan rather than allow her engagement to Dai Mubai to persist, instead opting to court Bai Luo's favor. Regrettably, Meng Iran's affection for Bai Luo, or rather for Li Xiaoyao, precluded Zhu Zhuqing from pursuing him herself, as that was not in her nature. Meanwhile, as Zhu Zhuqing guided Meng Iran and the cat Tom to safety, Bai Luo confronted by Yifei and Michael. With me here, you shall not pursue. Facing the two avatars before him, though the surroundings were devoid of others, Bai Luo's performance remained undeterred. Clenching his fists, veins bulging, he growled with unrestrained fury. In response, the blood-clad Lord by Yifei's avatar exchanged glances with the wolf demon Lord Michael's avatar, both maintaining their composure. Blood-clad Lord, this lad dares to remain behind. He must possess considerable strength. You are stronger than I, so I leave him to you while I pursue the others. After assessing Bai Luo, Michael's avatar solemnly declared, then unfurled a pair of bat-like wings from his back and soared into the sky, preparing to bypass Bai Luo. Do not even think about it. Innate wuxiang sword technique. Upon noticing Michael's attempt to ascend beyond him, Bai Luo bellowed in anger, executing the prelude to his formless sword energy, the innate wuxiang sword technique. With a swift and elegant movement, he formed a sword finger, channeling his innate true energy to his fingertips, unleashing rapid waves of sword energy towards the airborne Michael's avatar. Chapter 205, The Extraordinary Tomcat, the Might of the Innate Martial God Body. What? Faced with Bai Luo's sudden barrage of sword energy, Michael's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his unanticipated surprise. Although he swiftly inclined his body to evade the incoming sword energy, the expansive wings on his back were inadvertently struck, resulting in several gaping wounds. This sudden injury rendered him incapable of continuing his flight, and he plummeted from the sky. This is bad. Observing the turn of events, Bai Yifei's expression also changed slightly. He swiftly drew the reverse water-cold sword, channeling icy true energy, and unleashed a frigid sword energy directed at Bai Luo. Bai Luo, having anticipated this, activated his son's breath, deftly dodging the incoming icy sword energy. The severed blade struck the ground, leaving deep grooves and instantly freezing a large area of earth. I did not expect you to possess such strength, Michael. Continue your pursuit. I will handle this brat. After repelling Bai Luo with the icy sword energy, Bai Yifei, with a grave expression, declared coldly, gripping the reverse water-cold sword once more as he advanced on by Luo. On the other hand, Michael, hindered by his injuries, could no longer sustain flight. As he witnessed Bai Yifei engaging Bai Luo, he hastily resumed his pursuit toward Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran. Given their current status as soul warriors and soul masters, Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran were no match for Michael's rapid approach and were soon caught up. What is happening? How is he caught up? Did Li Xiaoyao not injure him earlier? While fleeing, Meng Yiran glanced back at Michael, having heard Bai Luo's bellow. Initially believing that Michael should have been incapacitated, she was alarmed to see him still pursuing them with remarkable speed, realizing they were in dire straits. First soul skill, Serpent Blade. In her desperation, Meng Yiran summoned her serpent staff martial spirit, exclaiming as she activated her first soul skill. As the first soul ring encircled her, the tip of her serpent staff sprouted a blade. With a swift motion, she launched the sharp projectile towards Michael. Simultaneously, she retrieved several throwing daggers from her storage soul guide, hurling them at him as well. Having practiced such throwing techniques, and having learned the art of throwing daggers alongside Li Xiuanhuan, her aim was commendable. As she unleashed the serpent blade and threw the daggers, Meng Yiran held onto a fervent hope that either the blade or the daggers would strike Michael. Due to the connection between her martial soul and snakes, Meng Yiran's first soul skill, Shi Run, is naturally imbued with poison, and several of the thrown daggers are also coated with venom. If they were to strike Michael, it could very well incapacitate him from pursuing them further. Regrettably, according to the classification of strength among various avatars, Michael Bai Luo is certainly a transcendent-level avatar. Furthermore, among transcendent avatars, Michael's combat prowess is notably formidable. In terms of speed, he is absolutely on par with the top agile attack soul masters of Doluo Dalu. Consequently, Meng Yiran's Shi Run and daggers were effortlessly evaded by Michael. To her dismay, all her attempts were thwarted. Upon realizing that her attacks had been dodged, a wave of despair washed over Meng Yiran. Indeed, compared to these reincarnators, was her strength truly so feeble? How infuriating! Why, oh why? Could these reincarnators not have arrived later? She is still merely a soul master. Why could they not wait until she is cultivated to a level comparable to her grandmother, Zhao Tianxiang, or her grandfather, Meng Yiran? Or at least until she mastered the snake-breathing technique taught by her previous instructor, Jigui Yuan Yi, before they came. Just as Michael was closing in, Tom Cat, who had been running alongside the two women, suddenly emitted a cat-like cry, abruptly turning around to halt in their path, seemingly prepared to provide cover for them. "Tom, you must flee," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in urgency upon witnessing Tom's actions. Although she was aware that Tom was no ordinary cat, having cared for him for several months, he had behaved just like any other cat, albeit a bit smarter. Now, for Tom to wish to stay behind and face danger for them was tantamount to courting death. However, just as Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety peaked, Tom Cat suddenly stood upright, letting out a loud meow, and plunged his claws into the ground. The once solid earth seemed to yield beneath Tom's claws, transforming into something akin to mud. He then swiftly tore up a section of the ground, revealing a massive wave of earth that surged forth toward Michael. What? The revelation of Tom Cat's extraordinary ability left Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran astounded. Faced with the tumultuous wave of earth conjured by Tom, Michael had no choice but to evade. Yet, as he maneuvered, Tom Cat, quick of eye and swift of paw, continued to upheave the ground along Michael's path, unleashing monstrous waves of dirt to thwart his pursuit. Simultaneously, Tom began hurling clumps of earth like a pie, intensifying his assault until his paws whirled like a windmill. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, where Bai Luo clashed with the blood-clothed Marquis Bai Yifei, knowing he was not yet a match for Bai Yifei, Bai Luo swallowed the demon core gifted by the old beggar, just as Bai Yifei advanced with his sword. Though the battle against the avatar of the blood-clothed Marquis was scripted, Bai Luo was determined to face him without mercy. He intended to fully activate the innate martial god body with the aid of the demon core, rapidly enhancing the power of his identity as Li Xiaoyao through this confrontation. The innate martial god body is not a mere fabrication. Although in the realm of Xianjian, the concept of a martial constitution is not explicitly recognized, it does exist. In the realm of martial arts, this constitution has been identified, exhibiting effects even more extraordinary than that of the protagonist, A Xing. Not only is it unparalleled in talent, but as long as the bearer remains alive, the innate martial god body can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of the universe, allowing its possessor to undergo continuous metamorphosis, ultimately leading to invincibility. However, Should death occur, all will be lost. Through the power of the demon core, it can substitute for the universal spiritual energy, enabling the innate martial god body to unleash its potential without the need for time-consuming absorption, facilitating rapid transformation in battle. This represents a quintessential protagonist constitution. Although it is somewhat unusual for such a martial arts constitution to manifest in the template of Li Xiaoyao, both worlds possess martial arts. And Li Xiaoyao is the epitome of a genius protagonist. While the narrative primarily follows the path of immortality, his martial talent is indisputable. It is entirely reasonable for a protagonist to possess such a constitution. In the ongoing battle between Bai Luo and the blood-clothed Marquis by Yifei's avatar, Bai Luo had mastered the precursor martial skill, the innate formless sword finger, along with the indestructible godly skill and the Buddha palm, and had also acquired the sun-breathing technique and ripple energy. Yet, regrettably, the sun-breathing technique can only be considered a secret art. The mastery of the innate formless sword finger, indestructible godly skill, and Buddha palm, as well as ripple energy, was still insufficiently developed, given the limited time he had dedicated to their cultivation. Confronted by the blood-clothed Marquis by Yifei's avatar, who had reached a level comparable to soul masters through the use of the wolf calamity and the biming divine art to absorb soul power, Bai Luo was no match and soon found himself battered and bruised, on the verge of collapse. However, after sustaining significant injuries, a sudden surge of warmth ignited within him, spreading throughout his limbs and restoring his body at an astonishing rate. This was the innate martial god body drawing upon the power of the demon core to facilitate Bai Luo's transformation. Remarkably, after merely being injured for the first time, the innate martial god body's absorption of the demon core's power allowed Bai Luo's true energy and ripple force to increase fivefold. If previously Bai Luo's cultivation could be likened to a soul master ranking around levels 4 or 5, after this transformation, his level surged past 15. Moreover, through combat, his mastery of the indestructible godly skill naturally progressed without issue. His grasp of the innate formless sword finger, Buddha palm, and sun-breathing technique also accelerated rapidly. Thus, as Bai Luo repeatedly attacked the blood-clothed Marquis by Yifei's avatar and sustained injuries, he transformed again and again, within merely a span of several minutes. After undergoing 4 or 5 transformations, Bai Luo's true energy and ripple force had increased by over 100 times, likely reaching the level of a Soul King. Furthermore, not only had his true energy and ripple force expanded, but he also felt his body growing stronger, especially when employing the indestructible godly skill. As a technique from a martial arts realm, the indestructible godly skill may not be as exaggerated as depicted in Hong Kong comics. Yet it could certainly withstand missiles at its peak without issue. Thus, after undergoing several transformations, even though Bai Luo's indestructible skill had only reached the 3rd level, Shui Ho by Yifei soon realized that inflicting further severe damage on Bai Luo had become increasingly challenging. This was due to the fact that his reverse water-cold sword had begun to struggle in penetrating Bai Luo's defenses. Fortunately, the battle between the two was merely a scripted performance. Bai Luo's objective in this confrontation was to utilize the Demon Dan for his transformation and to enhance his power. Therefore, with Bai Luo deliberately easing his defenses, Bai Yifei was ultimately able to inflict significant damage upon him once again. Bai Luo felt as though a fireball ignited within his abdomen, with waves of warmth surging through his body, revitalizing him anew. This time, the true chi within Bai Luo grew stronger, propelling him directly to the level of Soul Emperor. However, following this transformation, Bai Luo decided against further self-inflicted injuries through combat, as he sensed that the energy of the demon Dan within him was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, on another front, the old beggar was struggling against the formidable duo of Tiandi and the Royal Zombie, while the battle between the Holy Lord and the unmatched Dragon Snake was also reaching a critical point. The time had come for the Wine Sword Immortal to make his appearance, as Bai Luo shifted from defense to offense. Activating his indestructible skill and unleashing the breath of the sun with his innate sword finger and the Buddha's palm, he relentlessly attacked Bai Yifei. Despite his cultivation being inferior to that of Shui Ho by Yifei's avatar, he relied on his formidable martial arts to push Bai Yifei back step by step. In the midst of this, a languid poetic chant suddenly echoed from the sky above the battlefield of the old beggar, Tiandi, and the Royal Zombie, as well as the Holy Lord and the unmatched Dragon Snake. Riding the wind with my sword, vanquishing demons across the realm, With wine I revel in freedom. Without wine I still go mad. One drink swallows rivers, another drinks the sun and moon. 1,000 cups, and I remain unfallen, for I am the wine sword immortal. Accompanied by the verses, a golden orb descended from the heavens amidst the luminous moonlight. Upon closer inspection, a massive yellow gourd floated in the air, surrounded by ethereal mist, with a resplendent full moon behind it, upon which reclined a handsome youth clad in white, a long sword resting at his back, exuding a relaxed and carefree demeanor. What a powerful aura of death. From such a distance, I can sense it. This world has become tainted once more. After reciting his poem, the wine sword immortal continued to lounge upon the enormous yellow gourd, speaking in a languid tone, his voice clearly resonating through the air. Old drunkard, stop pretending. If you keep it up, the old beggar will be done for. Hearing the wine sword immortal's voice, the old beggar, who was barely holding on against the combined assault of Tiandi and the royal zombie, despite activating his indestructible skill, found his ragged beggar's attire utterly tattered and could not help but shout in exasperation. Upon hearing this, the wine sword immortal, still reclining on the massive yellow gourd, was taken aback, swiftly sitting up and casting his gaze downwards. Old beggar, I didn't expect it to be you. Wait a moment, I shall come to your aid. With that, the wine sword immortal sprang to his feet, standing atop the enormous yellow gourd, channeling his magical energy and swiftly forming hand seals to cast his sword technique. Sword arise! With a commanding shout, the long sword behind the wine sword immortal unsheathed and soared into the sky. Then tous en soit technique. Following this, as the wine sword immortal executed the 10,000 swords technique, the soaring long sword vibrated and instantly split into countless sword shadows that rained down like arrows upon Tiandi and the royal zombie. Seeing this, Tiandi and the royal zombie swiftly employed their respective techniques, Zhong Yi Dangxian Bu and Dun Diji Shu, to evade the onslaught of descending sword shadows. Impressive prowess. Yet, upon witnessing both Tiandi and the royal zombie evade his 10,000 swords technique, the wine sword immortal raised an eyebrow. While continuing to execute the 10,000 swords technique, he conjured numerous sword shadows aimed at the two below. He suddenly formed another hand seal. 10,000 swords demon sealing formation, utilizing the sword shadows that struck the ground as a foundation. The wine sword immortal unleashed a formation specifically designed to prevent demons from escaping. A multitude of sword shadows erupted in dazzling silver light, and a sealing sword formation materialized, trapping the royal zombie beneath the ground. Subsequently, the wine sword immortal swiftly gestured, retracting the flying swords he had controlled with his technique. In an instant, he merged with the sword, transforming into a brilliant silver beam that shot towards Tiandi. Heavenly Sword. 7 No Absolute Realms. Faced with the sudden manifestation of the heavenly sword, Tiandi realized he could not evade it, and his expression shifted as he invoked the 7 No Absolute Realms. In that moment, Tiandi's body disintegrated into particles, vanishing from sight and narrowly dodging the wine sword immortal's heavenly sword. After the heavenly sword missed its target, the wine sword immortal dispelled the technique, revealing his form once more, while Tiandi reassembled his body 100 meters away. Chapter 207. The Might of the Demon Suppression Tower. Old beggar, what kind of formidable foes have you provoked? They are certainly not ordinary. After witnessing Tiandi evade the heavenly sword, the wine sword immortal appeared before the old beggar. Glancing at the reformed figure of Tiandi and the royal zombie ensnared in the 10,000 swords demon sealing formation, he could not help but furrow his brow and inquire. One is an aberrant zombie, and the other is a member of the Blood God Society. They're definitely not simple. The old beggar replied helplessly. However, I cannot handle these two. You, celestial being, surely cannot either, right? The old beggar cast a dubious glance at the wine sword immortal. Cannot handle? You underestimate me. Upon the old beggar's remark, the wine sword immortal's brow rose, and with a scoff, he flipped his hand, causing a resplendent treasure tower to appear. Old beggar, today you shall witness the might of our celestial artifacts. Demon Suppression Tower. Go forth. With that, the wine sword immortal let out a mighty roar, hurling the Demon Suppression Tower into the air. Under the influence of his magical energy, the previously toy-sized tower rapidly expanded in size, transforming into a colossal structure over 100 meters tall, soaring through the air to suppress the royal zombie trapped within the 10,000 swords demon sealing formation. Sensing the impending danger from the looming giant tower, the royal zombie roared in fury, channeling the death energy within to violently strike against the 10,000 swords demon ceiling formation, ultimately shattering the formation. However, just as the royal zombie prepared to employ its earth-escaping technique to evade the descending demon suppression tower, it found itself ensnared by an invisible force. As the tower descended upon the royal zombie's position, the yin-yang taiji pattern beneath its base suddenly activated, unleashing a terrifying suction that directly locked onto the royal zombie. With the strength of the wine sword Immortal, the horrific suction generated by the tower was beyond what the royal zombie could withstand. Amidst its unwilling roars and howls, the ground split open, and the royal zombie was forcibly drawn from the earth along with a cloud of debris, swiftly consumed by the demon suppression tower. This is the power of the senior wine sword Immortal, truly deserving of being a celestial being. In the distance, when it was observed that Jiao Jianxian had unexpectedly captured the royal zombie using the Zhenyao Tower in an instant, and that the royal zombie seemed unable to break free from the tower, Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, who was engaged in battle with the Holy Master, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. You reincarnated cultivators of the celestial path only know how to bully us other reincarnators with your magical artifacts. If you have the ability, let us engage in a genuine battle. Witnessing Jiao Jianxian subdue the royal zombie with the Zhenyao Tower, Tiandi displayed a visage of jealousy, fury, and helplessness as he bellowed, "You martial artists can wield weapons. Why can't we cultivators use magical artifacts?" In response, Jiao Jianxian wore an expression of mild exasperation. Realizing that he could not provoke Jiao Jianxian further, Tiandi's countenance darkened, and with gritted teeth, he shouted at the Holy Master, "The artifacts of these reincarnated cultivators are rather formidable. We must retreat." Upon hearing this, the Holy Master, who had been mercilessly tormenting the poisonous flood dragon, felt a twinge of anger. Why does something always go awry at such critical moments? Truly unfortunate. Despite his complaints, the Holy Master acted swiftly, utilizing the powers of the ghost shadow mask to vanish into the shadows beneath him. In the next moment, the shadow beneath Tiandi transformed into a quagmire, immediately engulfing him. Can one truly escape through shadows? Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the Holy Master and Tiandi into the shadows, the old beggar and Jiao Jianxian were taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Jiao Jianxian hurriedly attempted to control the Zhenyao Tower to prevent their escape. However, as the tower ascended once more, Tiandi's figure had already vanished into the shadows. After choosing to flee, the Holy Master, aided by the ghost shadow mask, quickly extracted Bai Yifei from the battlefield with Bai Luo, and then swiftly rescued Michael, who was under constant attack from Tomcat. Unable to approach, Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran disappeared. Upon seeing Bai Yifei, whom he was attacking, suddenly pulled into the shadows by a pair of hands. Bai Luo was instantly filled with shock, unable to believe his eyes. However, recalling something, Bai Luo quickly unleashed the breath of the sun, racing in the direction Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran had fled. He then beheld the chaotic scene around him, with Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran standing behind Tomcat. Meng Yiran, Zhu Zhuqing, are you both unharmed? Upon spotting Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Luo could not help but express his joy, hastening towards them while inquiring, "Li Xiaoyao, are you also safe? That's wonderful." Hearing Bai Luo's voice, Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing turned to him, and upon seeing Bai Luo still alive, Meng Yiran felt a surge of excitement and relief. Especially when she noticed Bai Luo's tattered clothing, it deeply moved her, as it indicated the fierce battles he had endured. Compared to the pursuer of their group, Bai Luo had evidently faced a far more formidable adversary in the white-haired man. Had that white-haired man been the one pursuing them, she truly wondered if Tom could have withstood the onslaught. Moreover, she recalled that the pursuer had wings capable of flight. Had it not been for Bai Luo injuring his wings, he could have easily bypassed Tom's defense and pursued them from the skies. Mifine. Did I not mention that the old beggar gifted me a demon core? After I consumed it, that adversary could not harm me. Instead, I continuously harnessed the power of the demon core to awaken my innate divine warrior physique. My strength has increased manifold, and that pursuer is no longer my match. Bai Luo feigned nonchalance, scratching his head with a smile. However, it seemed that something had indeed transpired with the old beggar and the others, as a pair of hands had suddenly pulled that adversary into the shadows. It's the Holy Master. Upon hearing that Bai Yifei had been drawn into the shadows, Meng Iran, who had participated in the suppression of the wolf disaster, immediately recognized the Holy Master's ability and exclaimed in surprise, "The Holy Master?" In response, Bai Luo and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other, puzzled. Meng Iran then explained that the Holy Master was a monstrous figure they had previously encountered, possessing the ability to merge into shadows. It seems that the old beggar and my grandparents have triumphed, which is why the Holy Master rescued the two pursuers after us. We must hurry back and see. After elucidating about the Holy Master, Meng Iran, filled with excitement and anticipation, took hold of Bai Luo and Zhu Zhuqing, preparing to return. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Jiao Jianxian appeared and captured the royal zombie with the Zhenyao Tower, causing Di Tian and the Holy Master to flee. The formidable dragon and serpent couple recalled their granddaughter's peril and hurriedly pursued. Soon, the two groups encountered one another. Grandfather, grandmother. Upon seeing her grandfather Meng Shu and grandmother Zhao Tianxiang, both of whom bore countless injuries, with their once meticulous hair now disheveled, torn clothing, and faces etched with fatigue, Meng Iran felt a rush of emotion, her eyes welling with tears. After a heartfelt cry, she dashed into her grandmother's embrace. Grandfather, grandmother, you are safe. That is such a relief. Ha! Seeing you unharmed brings me great comfort. Meng Shu, gripping his dragon staff in one hand and stroking his long, white beard with the other, spoke with deep emotion. It was Li Xiao Yao who, while we were being pursued by those two from the Blood God Society, stayed behind to hold them off, which is why we are safe. Meng Iran wiped her eyes, looking at Bai Luo, her delicate face filled with gratitude. However, while Meng Iran mentioned Bai Luo, she did not clarify that Bai Luo had only held back by Yi Fei, while Tomcat had confronted the wolf ghost lord, Michael. This was due to Zhu Zhuqing's request for Meng Iran to keep Tomcat's existence a secret. After all, the strength of reincarnators was well known across the continent. And previously, only powerful and independent reincarnators had appeared. If it were discovered that a pet reincarnator like Tomcat existed, there would undoubtedly be attempts to seize him, something Zhu Zhuqing wished to avoid. Therefore, until she had the means to protect Tom, Zhu Zhuqing did not want anyone to know his true identity. Naturally, the young Meng Iran, only around 9 years old, pledged her honor not to disclose anything about Tom. Thus, now she attributed all the credit to Li Xiao Yao. Upon hearing Meng Iran's words, both Meng Shu and Zhao Tianxiang were momentarily taken aback, turning to Bai Luo with a mix of admiration and satisfaction. Initially, they had encouraged Meng Iran to approach Bai Luo, believing his unparalleled talent could be an asset to their dragon and serpent family in the tumultuous future. However, Bai Luo's earlier frivolous demeanor, especially his association with a man named Dai Mu Bai, had made them feel somewhat regretful towards their granddaughter. After all, despite Bai Luo's immense potential and handsome appearance, if his character was lacking, their granddaughter would surely not find happiness. However, it now appears that they have misjudged him. Who would have thought that Li Xiao Yao, seemingly frivolous, is in truth a man of profound loyalty and responsibility? Xiao Yao, I extend my gratitude to you, otherwise, we would still be in peril. Upon hearing that Bai Luo had rescued his granddaughter, Long Gong Meng Shu naturally expressed his heartfelt thanks to Bai Luo. Senior Long Gong, there is no need for such formality. At that time, the situation was dire, and among everyone, my strength was the greatest. Being a man, it was only natural for me to stay behind and hold the line. Bai Luo smiled, displaying a carefree demeanor. At that moment, the old beggar, after a brief exchange with Jiao Jianxian, turned his gaze towards Bai Luo. After scrutinizing him, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Young man, you must have already consumed your demon core, haven't you? I see your cultivation has increased exponentially. It appears that during your battles against the two members of the Blood God Society pursuing you, you have experienced life and death situations multiple times, resulting in a remarkable transformation. Now, do you see that I was correct? The innate martial god body is indeed formidable. Indeed, senior old beggar, you speak truly. The innate martial god body is extraordinarily powerful. I merely ingested the demon core, and regardless of the circumstances, those two from the Blood God Society could not defeat me. Each time I felt I could no longer hold on, my innate martial god body would fervently draw upon the power of the demon core within me, allowing me to undergo an astonishing metamorphosis, significantly enhancing both my cultivation and strength, while my injuries would heal instantaneously. Upon hearing the old beggar's words, Bai Luo was immediately astounded. The innate martial god body is indeed powerful. However, It represents exceptional talent solely in martial arts and does not necessarily indicate aptitude in the path of immortality. Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Jiao Jianxian. Initially, when we confronted the Blood God Society's Emperor Shixiang, alongside the Saint and the Royal Zombie, we were somewhat outmatched. It was only after Jiao Jianxian made his entrance and swiftly captured the Royal Zombie with his treasure that we were able to frighten off Emperor Shixiang and the Saint. I merely tested your martial roots among the 7 of you. To assess your specific aptitude for the path of immortality, Jiao Jianxian must perform that evaluation. If you qualify, Jiao Jianxian, who is eager to establish the Shushan sword sect in this Dolawa continent, will naturally welcome you into his fold. The old beggar gently stroked his snow-white beard, chuckling as he gestured towards the white-clad, nonchalant, and handsome Jiao Jianxian. This is Senior Jiao Jianxian? Although they had anticipated this, upon hearing the old beggar's words, Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing were still filled with disbelief. The notion that Jiao Jianxian was a friend of the old beggar, combined with the tales of his fondness for wine, had led them to envision him as a white-haired old drunkard of an age comparable to that of the old beggar. To their astonishment, Jiao Jianxian was a striking young man. The innate martial god body? With the term innate, it is anything but ordinary in our world of immortality. Allow me to see how your innate martial god body fares in terms of immortal qualifications. After the old beggar concluded his remarks, Jiao Jianxian approached Bai Luo with keen interest, grasping Bai Luo's hand to begin testing his qualifications. However, the results were shocking. Upon completing the assessment of Bai Luo's talent, Jiao Jianxian could not help but be taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze to Bai Luo. Your talent. Senior Jiao Jianxian, what is the matter with my talent? Bai Luo inquired, his expression one of confusion and curiosity. Your talent is truly exceptional. At our Shushan sword sect, we categorize talent into inferior, middle, superior, and then exceptional. Exceptional talent essentially guarantees the possibility of achieving immortality with normal cultivation, marking you as a seed of the path of immortality. Jiao Jianxian murmured in disbelief. I never expected to find a disciple with exceptional talent in this alternate realm. If my senior brother were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be envious. A seed of the path of immortality. The surrounding individuals, including Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tian Xiang, were similarly astonished, struggling to comprehend the implications. Is it true that Li Xiaoyao possesses such terrifying talent? Not only does he possess the strongest martial physique, the innate martial god body, but he also holds promise for achieving immortality in the path of immortality. My goodness, if he can cultivate both martial and immortal paths, would he not surpass both the old beggar and Jiao Jianxian in the future? Chapter 209. The two maidens take their leave to become disciples beneath the night sky. The luminous full moon hung high, not far from Moon Lake. After Jiao Jianxian assessed Bai Luo's talent and expressed astonishment at Bai Luo's unparalleled aptitude for the path of immortality, those surrounding them, be it the formidable Long Shi or Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran, were left in utter shock. Is it possible that Li Xiaoyao possesses such formidable talent in the path of immortality as well? In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even greater envy towards Meng Yiran. Given Li Xiaoyao's astonishing talent in both martial and immortal paths, it was evident he would become a top-tier powerhouse beyond her imagination, perhaps even surpassing the legendary sword demon Duga Qiubai and the president of the Tianxia Society, Xiongba. If she could forge a bond with Li Xiaoyao, her family would undoubtedly refrain from compelling her to fulfill her engagement with Dai Mubai and might even actively seek to annul it, allowing her to draw Li Xiaoyao into their fold. All right, you two, extend your hands. I shall test your talents. After assessing Bai Luo's aptitude, Jiao Jianxian turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran. This caused both Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran to feel a tightening in their hearts as they nervously approached, extending their delicate, fair hands towards Jiao Jianxian. The old beggar and Shi Pachao Tian Xiang, observing from the sidelines, also felt a wave of anxiety. Earlier, the old beggar had mentioned that he had brought them solely to test their martial talent. While those with strong martial talent are generally more likely to possess aptitude for the path of immortality, martial talent and immortal talent are still two distinct realms. Thus, Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pachao Tian Xiang were uncertain whether their granddaughter Meng Yiran possessed any aptitude for the path of immortality. Upon completing the evaluation of Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran's talents, Jiao Jianxian could not help but frown. Your talents can only be classified as inferior. It is not that you cannot cultivate immortal techniques, but your aptitude is lacking, and your progress will undoubtedly be slow. It is not that I am unwilling to accept you as disciples. I simply do not wish to hinder your potential. Perhaps you would fare better focusing on martial arts. Although the immortal system within the realm of the immortal sword world does not strictly require spiritual roots, as many other cultivation systems do, it still has high standards for qualifications. Initially, Jiao Jianxian had assumed that Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran lacked any aptitude for immortality, but to his surprise, they did possess some, albeit quite ordinary. This left him uncertain about whether to accept them as disciples. Regarding this matter, Bai Luo did not impose any demands upon him, allowing him to decide freely. For Bai Luo, it mattered little either way. If Jiao Jianxian's avatar chose not to accept Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran as disciples, Bai Luo would have a reason to venture to the Tianjin sect and the Tianxia society to seek out Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, exploring the possibility of recruiting the beautiful maidens of both sections. Conversely, if Jiao Jianxian's avatar did accept the two maidens as disciples, Bai Luo would find himself in a favorable position. In any case, there were pros and cons to both outcomes. Senior Jiao Jianxian, I still wish to take you as my master. After the words of Jiao Jianxian were spoken, in contrast to Meng Yiran, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. She took a few steps back and knelt before Jiao Jianxian, earnestly bowing her head, expressing her desire to become a disciple. Having been thoroughly disillusioned with Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing sought to extricate herself from the engagement and the fated demise that awaited her. To achieve this, she felt compelled to join a significant sect, such as Tian Jianzong or Tian Xiaohui, in order to gain protection. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing had intended to offer the 9 divine claws, bestowed upon her by the old beggar, to either Tian Jianzong or Tian Xiaohui to secure such protection. However, she harbored uncertainties about the success of this plan. Now, owing to the old beggar's influence, it was clear that the formidable Jiao Jianxian was willing to take them in as disciples out of respect for the old beggar. Although Jiao Jianxian's mention of qualifications seemed to be a subtle rejection, it also indicated that he prioritized quality over quantity, suggesting that he would not be accepting a large number of disciples. With a smaller number of disciples, it was likely that he would be more attentive to each individual. Furthermore, if she could become a disciple of Jiao Jianxian, she would be able to share the same sect as Bai Luo. Despite Zhu Zhuqing currently harboring no particular feelings for Bai Luo due to Meng Yiran's influence, she sensed that her family would likely respect her relationship with Bai Luo and the standing of their master, Jiao Jianxian, thus relieving her from the pressure to fulfill her engagement to Dai Mubai. It was said that having one bird in hand is better than 10 in the bush. Not knowing if she could ever join Tian Jianzong or Tian Xiaohui, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the rare opportunity to apprentice under a master of equal caliber to those of the rulers of reincarnation, and thus she immediately chose to pursue this path. Given the circumstances, it was certainly worth a try. Meanwhile, urged by Long Gongmeng Shu, Meng Yiran quickly understood and joined Zhu Zhuqing in kneeling before Jiao Jianxian, respectfully expressing her desire to become a disciple as well, despite her lack of exceptional talent. Jiao Jianxian sighed lightly, amused, and stated that since they were insistent, he would accept them as his disciples. Those with celestial aptitude were already scarce in his world, and even rarer in theirs. Meeting a few like them was indeed fortunate. And from now on, they would be disciples of Mo Shi, the Jiao Jianxian, and members of the Shu Mountain Sword sect in this realm. Observing Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran's decision to become disciples, Jiao Jianxian did not refuse, shaking his head with a hint of amusement, and agreed to their request. Subsequently, having learned of the Shirgui clan's affairs from the old beggar, Jiao Jianxian, as a member of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, naturally chose to offer his assistance. Thus, the group boarded a carriage, preparing to return to Ziluo City. Along the way, Jiao Jianxian imparted the methods of qi refinement to Bai Luo, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran. The primary distinction between celestial cultivation and martial arts lies in the different methods of qi refinement. Martial arts involve refining essence in a qi, cultivating true qi. This is why the saying the rich are martial, the poor are literary exists, as refining essence in a qi demands significant physical resources, with meat and medicinal materials being indispensable. In ancient times, this required immense financial backing. Most martial artists could only sense the spiritual energy of the external world after reaching the innate realm and unblocking the run and do meridians. enabling them to draw upon external spiritual energy during attacks and quickly absorb it for recovery. In contrast, celestial cultivation requires one to sense the external spiritual energy from the very beginning, absorbing and refining it within to transform it into magical energy. Generally speaking, the magical energy obtained by directly refining external spiritual energy is far more potent than the true qi cultivated from food. This explains why most celestial cultivators possess greater strength than martial artists. However, it is important to note that the complexity of cultivating celestial methods, sensing the spiritual energy, and guiding it into the body for refinement is undeniably more challenging. On the return journey from Yuehu town by Luo, endowed with the template of the protagonist Li Xiaoyao and possessing unparalleled talent in celestial cultivation, easily sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, successfully guiding it into his central dantian and refining it into magical energy. In contrast, Meng Iran and Zhu Zhuqing struggled to sense even the spiritual energy until they were nearly back in Ziluo City, leaving both women feeling immensely disheartened. Was the gap in talent between them and ordinary individuals truly so vast? Chapter 210. The Aftermath in Ziluo City. The Allure of Celestial Power. Meanwhile, in Ziluo City, after reinforcements from Tiandi Imperial City arrived and repelled the joint forces of the Blood God Society and the Shigui clan, the suggestion of Ling Yuando Luo led everyone to have the Crocodile Demon King construct an altar, sacrificing a portion of the remaining Shigui to the will of Doluo continent, akin to administering a vaccine to reduce the infectiousness of the Shigui virus. Subsequently, the group naturally tasked Lin Jingying with tracking down the fleeing members of the Shigui clan and the Blood God Society, intending to eliminate these threats. However, the royal zombies had anticipated this move and had already communicated with the Blood God Society about their escape plan. In response, the Saint Lord produced a magical artifact that shielded the Shigui lair, rendering Lin Jingying's compass utterly ineffective. Left with no other options, the group could only imprison the remaining Shigui and interrogate them to discern the location of their lair. Initially, these Shigui were resolutely defiant, as the royal zombies were their bloodline source, possessing the ability to sense all their kin, akin to Kabutsuji Musen. Any betrayal would be immediately detected, resulting in instant execution by the royal zombies. However, as the royal zombies were taken away by Jiujian Xian using the demon suppressing tower, all the Shigui suddenly lost their connection to the royal zombies. This caused great panic among the 5 Shigui guardians. Many Shigui, imprisoned and subjected to severe torture in Ziluo City, found it hard to believe that they could no longer sense their progenitor. Could it be that their progenitor had perished? Upon realizing that they could no longer sense the royal zombies, some Shigui ultimately succumbed to the torture and revealed the location of their lair. Despite their bodies being immortal, their spirits remained akin to ordinary humans. Consequently, the group in Ziluo City learned the whereabouts of the Shigui lair and, under the guidance of the Crocodile Demon King, launched a surprise attack on the Shigui lair. The assault resulted in significant casualties among the Shigui clan. Ultimately, however, Emperor Shirtan and the Saint Lord appeared unexpectedly, rescuing the 5 Shigui guardians and many Shigui. Yet, noticing the absence of the royal zombies and learning from the imprisoned Shigui that numerous Shigui had suddenly lost their connection to the royal zombies, the group realized that something must have gone awry with the royal zombies. However, they remained oblivious to the specifics of the royal zombies' predicament or whether they had been betrayed by the Blood God Society. After the surprise attack on the Shigui lair, which decimated a significant portion of the Shigui clan, and having already sacrificed the Shigui to the will of Doluo continent, everyone understood that the Shigui clan could no longer easily expand their numbers through infection as they had previously. The calamity posed by the Shigui had been successfully resolved. Nevertheless, the numerous reinforcements from Tiandi Imperial City initially intended to depart. Upon hearing the tales of the old beggar and the wine sword Immortal, the subsequent representatives from the Xingluo Empire and numerous soul masters arrived, leading everyone to hesitate in their departure. The soul masters from Tiandi Imperial City sought to entice the wine sword Immortal to their domain for the establishment of a sect, while those from Xingluo Imperial City aimed to extend a similar invitation. The fear of one party leaving first, thus enabling the other to gain access to the wine sword Immortal, loomed large. After all, this was a high-ranking practitioner of the immortal path, a reincarnated being. The cultivation system of the immortal path known to many forces across the Dao continent due to the exploits of Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, was revered for its practitioner's ability to concoct elixirs and forge magical artifacts. Elixirs, with effects far surpassing ordinary potions, could significantly enhance one's cultivation and training speed, while magical artifacts were weapons imbued with unique abilities. Who could resist such a lure? Inviting a reincarnated immortal to one's territory could potentially yield future opportunities for acquisition of these treasures. Thus, everyone remained in Ziliuoqing, eagerly awaiting the return of the wine-sword Immortal alongside the old beggar and the formidable dragon snake. Many soul masters who followed suit also stayed out of sheer curiosity, resulting in a shortage of accommodations in the city. Days later, the carriages of the crowd successfully returned to Ziliuoqing. The venerable old beggar and the esteemed dragon snake had arrived outside the city upon spotting the familiar luxurious carriages approaching. The two guards stationed at the gate immediately recognized them, their hearts ablaze with excitement. "You seek Lord Meng Shinji. Well, I shall find Lord Dai Jinyue." Upon witnessing Bai Luo and his companions' return, the guards eagerly conferred on who should seek whom, discarding their weapons and racing towards the city with fervor, intent on finding their respective lords. The urgency from both Tiandi and Xingluo forces to make first contact with the old beggar and the wine-sword Immortal led them to engage the two gate guards, promising substantial rewards of gold soul coins for any advance notice of their arrival. However, both sides underestimated the cunning of the guards. Initially, they wished for the guards to inform their respective factions first. Yet, after conferring, the guards realized that should they only inform one side, the reward would be split, leaving them with only half. Why not inform both and claim the entire bounty? Thus, upon seeing Bai Luo and his companions return, the guards forsook their posts, sprinting off to notify either side and seize their rewards, dreaming of returning home as wealthy men. Soon, both the Tiandi and Xingluo forces learned of the old beggar and dragon snake's return, hastening to the city gate in hopes of making contact. Just after Bai Luo's carriage had entered Ziliuoqing, it was swiftly obstructed by a throng of individuals. "Haha, Brother Meng Shu. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. What news? Have you found the immortal you seek?" Recognizing Meng Shu, Meng Shinji, flanked by his entourage, stroked his white beard and inquired jovially. The presence of Meng Shinji caught Meng Shu off guard as he lifted the carriage curtain to behold him along with the numerous powerful soul masters behind him, including the esteemed head of the Five Element Academy, Xiao Tian, and Shui Linglong, not to mention Yu Lumyin and Ning Fengji. This left Meng Shu momentarily speechless. Had the reinforcements from Tiandi Imperial City arrived already? However, considering he had been away for nearly a week, it was indeed reasonable for them to have come. "Indeed, we have found him, thanks in no small part to the elder wine-sword Immortal. While we sought him, we were unexpectedly pursued by the royal undead, who allied with the Blood God Association. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, we would have faced grave peril." Meng Shu expressed with genuine sentiment in response to Meng Shinji's inquiry. What? The royal undead and the Blood God Association pursued the departing dragon snake and the old beggar? The multitude of Tiandi Imperial City's faction members were taken aback, not anticipating that the departing dragon snake and old beggar would face such a threat. Reflecting on their previous ambush of the undead's lair, where they encountered no royal undead, but only members of the Blood God Association, Meng Shinji's curiosity piqued. "Brother Meng Shu, during our prior assault on the lair of the undead, the casualties were substantial, yet the royal undead did not appear. Could it be that you resolved the matter?" "Yes. Indeed, the royal undead were dealt with, specifically by the elder wine-sword Immortal," Meng Shu replied, astonished by the turn of events. Meanwhile, representatives from various factions, including Zhu Deluoyuan of the Wuhuan City, Gui Deluoguime, and Lingyuan Doloa, as well as Prince Dai Jinyue from Xingluo Empire and elders from the underworld Duke's mansion, arrived one after another. Realizing the sudden influx of individuals, Meng Shu comprehended that Meng Shinji and the others' arrival was likely not coincidental. They had likely been awaiting their return, aware that their gathering was not for his sake, but rather for the old beggar and the wine-sword Immortal. Meng Shu took the opportunity to propose, I did not expect everyone to arrive so promptly. However, it would be unseemly for us to block the thoroughfare here. Old beggar, esteemed wine-sword Immortal, it seems everyone has many inquiries. Shall we move aside and address these questions while walking? We can have the carriage return home." With that, Meng Shu, grasping his dragon staff spirit, turned to the old beggar and the wine-sword Immortal, offering a smile before inquiring, "Shall we disembark?" "Let us do so." The old beggar nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group disembarked from the carriage. This is the esteemed old beggar, and this is the venerable wine-sword Immortal. Meng Shu introduced them after alighting. "Greetings to both esteemed lords." The assembled representatives bowed respectfully to the old beggar and the wine-sword Immortal. As they walked together, inquiries arose regarding the future plans of the old beggar and the wine-sword Immortal. "Esteemed wine-sword Immortal, we have heard that the old beggar mentioned your desire to establish a sect on Dolawa continent. Have you decided where you wish to do so?" "I have yet to make a decision regarding that matter," came the humble reply. Jian donned a pristine white robe, with a celestial sword resting upon his back and a yellow gourd talisman swaying gently at his waist as he walked. When inquired about the location for establishing his sect, he merely replied in a casual manner. However, upon hearing that Jian had not yet made a decision, the numerous soul masters from Tiandi Imperial City and those from Xing Luo Imperial City immediately perked up, sensing an opportunity. If Jian had not yet decided, he could indeed establish his sect in proximity to our Tiandi Imperial City. Our city is the capital of the Tiandi Empire, bustling with a large population, rich in resources and teeming with talented youths, both male and female. Notable figures akin to you, Jian, such as the undefeated Du Guqiu Bai, the formidable Xiong Ba, and the enigmatic Wu Ming, have all established their sects in Tiandi Imperial City. At this moment, Meng Shenji gently stroked his snowy white beard, chuckling as he spoke. In agreement were others like Hua Xiao Tian, Shui Ling Long, Yu Luo, Ning Fengji, Jiando Luo, and Gudo Luo, all nodding in affirmation that Tiandi Imperial City was indeed an excellent choice. However, I believe that Tiandi Imperial City may not be suitable for Jian to establish his sect. Yet, noticing the eagerness of those from Tiandi, Prince Dai Zhenyu, representing the Xing Luo royal family, could not remain silent. He solemnly expressed his dissent, stating that the resources in a city are limited. The vicinity of Tiandi Imperial City already hosts sects such as Patian Sword Sect, Tian Xiahui, and the Blue Electrotyrant Sect, along with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With so many sects, should Jian also choose to establish his sect near Tiandi, not only would the resources required for its operation be burdensome, but he would also face fierce competition for disciples. Rather than this, why not establish his sect near our Xing Luo Imperial City? Our city, as the capital of the Xing Luo Empire, boasts comparable merits to Tiandi Imperial City, yet lacks any nearby sections. Should Jian decide to establish a sect here, I can assure you on behalf of the Xing Luo royal family that we will provide the utmost convenience. Dai Zhenyu then bowed respectfully to Jian, signifying the royal family's stance. In response, the soul masters from Xing Luo Imperial City and its surrounding areas expressed their willingness to assist in every possible way should Jian choose to establish a sect there. To everyone's astonishment, the individuals from Tiandi and Xing Luo began to vie for Jian's favor. Jian, however, merely smiled faintly, retrieved the yellow gourd from his waist, took a sip of wine, and turned to Bai Luo. "Xiaoyao, what do you think we should establish our sect?" To everyone's surprise, Jian sought the opinion of a child, prompting astonished gazes to fall upon Bai Luo. Yet Bai Luo had already made up his mind and feigned scratching his head before saying, "Master, since other reincarnators have established their sects around Tiandi Imperial City, let us do the same. I am quite curious about the abilities of the other reincarnators." Thus, they resolved to establish their sect in Tiandi Imperial City. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Jian nodded in agreement, making the final decision. How vexing! In the end, Jian decided to establish a sect in Tiandi Imperial City due to the words of child. Oh no, due to his disciple's suggestion, which left Dai Zhenyu feeling quite helpless. With several reincarnated sects already established in Tiandi Imperial City, he was confident that the conveniences and assistance offered by the Tiandi Empire would not match those of their Xing Luo Empire. However, since Jian disregarded this aspect and made his decision based solely on his disciple's words, there was nothing he could do about it. Shortly thereafter, as Gusher Long Shi and the old beggar returned to find Jian, the prior calamity involving the corpses had already been resolved. Originally, the group had planned to hold a celebratory feast upon their return, seeing that Gusher Long Shi and the old beggar had successfully brought back Jian. The hotel was undoubtedly well prepared. Thus, They prepared to escort Bai Luo and the others to the most luxurious hotel in Ziluo City, where they would commence the celebratory banquet for the successful resolution of the corpse calamity at noon. Chapter 2:12. There is demonic energy about you meanwhile. After Bai Luo arrived at the hotel with the crowd, at the Snow Moon Tower, the trio known as Balu, consisting of Xiao Lu, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Tian, were in their respective chambers, being adorned by the makeup artists of the Snow Moon Tower, although makeup was not particularly necessary. As the trio wore flawless masks that rendered their faces nearly perfect, they still required attire and other embellishments. Just as they were being made ready, someone rushed in to report, "Ladies, the old beggar and Gusher Long, she have returned with the Jian. Prince Dai Zhanyu and Meng Xinji have decided to host a celebratory banquet at noon today, so you three must remember to perform." Understood. The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Time swiftly passed, and after more than half an hour, Balu had completed their preparations. After sending the makeup artist away, they gathered together. "We are about to perform in front of many of the continent's strongest. Are you all ready?" In a room adorned with pink satin ribbons and delicate veils, Balu, fully adapted to the role of a courtesan, remarked to Tianya and Lao Yi with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. "Regardless of our readiness, we must go. Otherwise, can grandmother possibly spare us?" Lao Yi expressed with a mix of resignation and melancholy. "Enough of this. It is futile to dwell on it. Let us ponder how to perform in a manner that fulfills grandmother's tasks. She has promised us that if we successfully complete our assignment, we'll be granted our freedom." Tianya added gravely. Hearing Tianya's words, both Balu and Lao Yi revealed a glimmer of yearning for freedom in their eyes. On the other side, in Ziluo City, at the Ziluo Grand Hotel, typically a hotel that bears the name of the city is the most upscale establishment within that city, and Ziluo Grand Hotel is no exception. At this moment, after the old beggar and Gu Shilong, she brought Jiu Jianxian back to Ziluo City. And with Dai Zhanyu and Meng Xinji preparing to host the celebratory banquet at noon, many soul masters quickly gathered, causing the Ziluo Grand Hotel to become bustling with activity. However, the true focus remained on Jiu Jianxian. On their way to the hotel, Meng Xinji and Dai Zhanyu inquired of the old beggar whether he intended to establish a sect in their Do Luo continent. Regrettably, the old beggar's nature is one that revels in wandering the vastness of the world. At most, upon encountering a few prodigies, he might bestow upon them some secret teachings. Yet he harbors no desire to establish a sect. Upon hearing that the old beggar is not inclined to create a sect, the various forces dispatched their soul masters, who could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment, subsequently diverting their attention to Jiu Jianxian and abandoning their interest in the old beggar. Within the hotel, as soul masters from the major factions, particularly those from the Tiandi Imperial City, engaged in conversation with Jiu Jianxian, Bai Luo, being a complete outsider, accompanied Meng Iran and Zhu Zhuqing to other areas. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals arrived at the hotel, including the couple Dai Chongkong leading the Xing Luo royal family, and the couple Zhu Lingyun bringing along the members of the Yu Ming Grand Duke's household. Upon seeing a familiar figure among the entourage of the Xing Luo royal family led by Dai Chongkong, Bai Luo's eyes brightened, and a broad smile graced his face as he approached. "Mubai, it has been a long time. How have you been?" He warmly draped an arm around Dai Mubai's shoulders. "It seems you are still the same, practicing thunder breathing and ripple qi gong by day in the hotel and visiting Shui Yu Lu by night. However, I must congratulate you, my friend, on becoming a disciple under Jiu Jianxian." In response to Bai Luo's greeting, Dai Mubai offered a self-deprecating smile. And as Bai Luo mentioned the congratulations for becoming Jiu Jianxian's disciple, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. "Haha, it is merely fortune. I believe, Mubai, that when you arrive in Tiandi Imperial City, you too will successfully become a disciple of either Du Guqiu Bai or Xiongba." Meanwhile, after Dai Mubai and the others arrived at the Ziluo Grand Hotel, Dai Chongkong, along with his wife and Zhu Lingyun's couple, made their way towards Jiu Jianxian, intending to engage in a brief conversation to at least become familiar with him. However, as they approached, Jiu Jianxian turned his gaze and unexpectedly caught sight of Bai Luo and Dai Mubai, causing his brow to furrow momentarily. "Dominikoha! Dominikoha!" Upon hearing Jiu Jianxian's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, unable to react. Was the demonic aura akin to the essence emanating from a creature like the crocodile demon king? Yet, before anyone could inquire further, Jiu Jianxian had already approached Bai Luo and Dai Mubai, pondering deeply before addressing Bai Luo, Xiao Yao, is this your friend? Indeed, master. This is my friend Dai Mu Bai. Is there something you wish to discuss? Bai Luo inquired with a look of genuine curiosity. This friend of yours possesses a hint of demonic aura. Though faint, it is exceedingly sinister and complex. It is evident that the source of this aura is a malevolent being that wreaks havoc upon the world. Your friend must have had contact with such a creature. Jian Xian spoke solemnly, directing his gaze toward Dai Mu Bai. Young man, have you encountered any peculiar individuals recently? None. Dai Mu Bai replied, somewhat bewildered. Shaking his head. He has a demonic aura? Is it akin to that of the legendary Crocodile Demon King? However, I have been in Ziluo City lately, and while I have seen the Crocodile Demon King, I have not had any substantial contact, so I should not carry such an aura. Jian Xian, is this demonic aura indeed from the demon race? Previously, the Crocodile Demon King and his 5 powerful demon guards visited our Ziluo City. When we faced the siege from the Corpse Ghost Clan and the Blood God Society, it was thanks to the Crocodile Demon King and his demon guards that we managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. This demonic aura should originate from the Crocodile Demon King or his guards, so please do not overthink it, Dai Changkong remarked, chuckling, believing that Jian Xian might be mistaken. Chapter 213. The unpleasant trio makes their entrance. Absolutely not demonic, no. In the Ziluo Grand Hotel. Jian Xian shook his head in response to Dai Changkong's explanation. After taking a sip from the gourd hanging at his waist, he continued, from your words, it seems the Crocodile Demon King and his guards came to your Ziluo City to assist, and after their aid, they departed. However, the demonic aura within this young man has permeated his being, a sign of prolonged intimate association with demonic entities. Demons are diverse. Some rely solely on diligent cultivation and follow the righteous path, often hiding deep within mountains to practice diligently. Yet, others, unable to withstand the solitude of rigorous training, seek shortcuts, descending into the human realm to hasten their cultivation by devouring humans or absorbing human yang energy and essence, regardless of whether they consume humans or absorb energy. The demonic aura within such beings becomes exceedingly convoluted, often mingled with bloodlust and resentment, easily discernible. This young man, Dai Mu Bai, bears a rather intricate demonic aura. But typically, a human would not be tainted by the aura of a man-eating demon. Thus, it stands to reason that the demonic aura on Dai Mu Bai originates from a concealed identity, lurking among humans, enhancing their cultivation speed by siphoning yang energy and essence. Demons have such classifications. They can actually enhance their cultivation speed by consuming humans. Many soul masters were taken aback upon hearing Jian Xian's words. Some pondered, do those who absorb yang energy and essence do so in the manner I imagine? Jian Xian, I understand the meanings of yang energy and essence. Are you suggesting that there is a demon disguised as a human beside me, and I have been in close contact with it? Upon hearing Jian Xian's statement, the crowd of soul masters began to murmur, prompting Dai Mu Bai to interject. Indeed, Jian Xian nodded in affirmation. However, Dai Mu Bai found it utterly implausible, even somewhat amusing. Jian Xian, it is not that I do not believe you, but I am aware of the demon race. Previously, the Crocodile Demon King brought several formidable demon guards to Ziluo City. I have noticed that unless they are as powerful as the Crocodile Demon King, any demon that assumes human form retains some beastly traits. I can assure you that none of the individuals I've come into contact with exhibit such characteristics. You claim that the demonic aura on me comes from intimate contact with a demon, but if I had such contact, it would be impossible for me not to notice any abnormalities in them. With this declaration, Dai Mu Bai radiated confidence. Moreover, since arriving in Ziluo City, I have only been in close contact with the 3 courtesans of Shui Yulu, who meet countless individuals daily. Everyone's eyes are keen. If these 3 courtesans were demons, how could we possibly fail to recognize them? The 3 courtesans of Shui Yulu? They seem perfectly normal to me. They cannot be demons. Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai mention the 3 courtesans of Shui Yulu, several soul masters who had encountered the trio, disguised as courtesans, chimed in. Indeed. I too believe it is highly unlikely that they are demons. The others echoed this sentiment. However, upon hearing their words, Bai Luo could hardly suppress a chuckle. The 3 members of the Bulu trio, masquerading as courtesans, were indeed not demons. They merely donned a facade of demonic allure. Both sides had erred in their perceptions, yet were not entirely mistaken. It remains uncertain how many have fallen for the Bulu trio's ruse. The upcoming spectacle is likely to leave countless individuals despondent. Observing that many soul masters agreed with Dai Mubai's assertion that the three courtesans of Shuyue Tower could not possibly be demons, Zhou Jianxian found himself somewhat at a loss for words. At that moment, however, a soul master intervened to mediate the discussion. All right, there is no need for further debate. The upcoming celebration banquet has indeed invited the three courtesans to perform, does it not? Once they arrive, let Zhou Jianxian take a look for himself, and all will be revealed. With this intervention, Zhou Jianxian was disinclined to prolong the matter. After all, bringing up the demonic aura surrounding Dai Mubai was merely Bai Luo's task. Since that duty had been fulfilled, Zhou Jianxian smiled faintly, suggesting that perhaps he had misjudged, and that the demonic aura might indeed stem from the Crocodile Demon King or his 5 demonic guards. As time progressed toward midday, the hotel soon filled with banquet tables, and a stage adorned with a bright red carpet was erected in the hall. However, the main hall of a hotel could not accommodate numerous tables or guests, so additional seating was arranged in private rooms on other floors and outside the hotel. Those of higher status, like Bai Luo, were allocated seats in the main hall on the first floor. This area, with its stage, was undoubtedly the most prestigious location for the celebration banquet, reserved for the most esteemed soul masters with solid backgrounds and capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Regardless of your affiliations, we must extend our gratitude for your contributions in combating the recent corpse demon calamity. Without your efforts, this disaster could have escalated into a catastrophe far worse than the previous wolf disaster. As the time approached and the guests gathered, Meng Xinji, the designated speaker, gradually ascended the stage, facing the audience as he solemnly addressed them. He spoke of the momentous changes facing the Doluo continent, foretelling numerous calamities and the arrival of countless reincarnators from other worlds. He urged the audience to learn to coexist with the benevolent reincarnators among them, while remaining vigilant against the disasters wrought by malevolent reincarnators. Below, countless soul masters applauded fervently, as Meng Xinji's words resonated with the current situation of the Doluo continent and were delivered with remarkable eloquence. In essence, we are all inhabitants of the Doluo continent, our homeland. We must unite to resist the disasters incited by those alien reincarnators and wicked reincarnators. Although we face monumental changes, this need not be a harbinger of doom. As the saying goes, misfortune may conceal fortune, and fortune may rely on misfortune. Have we not all learned breathing techniques and ripple energy from Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi during this calamity? Henceforth, we shall strive even harder in our cultivation. I believe that in the future, we will see an increase in benevolent reincarnators like Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba, as well as Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi. With the assistance of these kind-hearted reincarnators, if we exert ourselves, the Doluo continent will undoubtedly flourish. After delivering an impassioned speech, Meng Xinji bowed, signaling the conclusion of his address, and exited the stage. Now, let us applaud and bid farewell to Meng Xinji for his remarkable speech. Indeed, danger can sometimes present opportunities. I firmly believe that with the support of benevolent reincarnators like Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and Mr. Jigui Yuan Yi, the Doluo continent will prosper. With that, the banquet officially commenced, and the host from the Ziluo City Hotel, holding a soul-guiding amplifier, announced the entrance of the 3 exquisite courtesans from Shuyue Tower, inviting them to grace the stage with a performance. Upon hearing this, the Bulu trio, who had entered through the back door and were awaiting their turn in the staff area, stood up, adorned in splendid garments, gracefully making their way to the stage. Could these truly be the famed 3 courtesans of Shuyue Tower? Their beauty was astonishing. The descriptions of unparalleled beauty and grace were evidently not exaggerated. It was truly unbelievable that such enchanting maidens could emerge from the land of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. As the trio emerged, dressed in resplendent attire and embellished with artistic makeup, the hall was filled with awestruck soul masters. I see no signs of beastly traits on these courtesans. They cannot possibly be demons unless they possess strength akin to that of the Crocodile Demon King, which is implausible. Surely, Zhou Jianxian must have erred in his judgment. Indeed, the demonic aura surrounding Dai Mubai must originate from elsewhere. Observers noted that the Bulu trio appeared just like ordinary humans, devoid of the lingering animalistic features that marked the Crocodile Demon King's 5 guards, prompting many soul masters to voice their agreement. Chapter 214, Not Demons Yet. In the Grand Hall of the Ziluo City Hotel, Tables were filled with esteemed soul masters from various powerful factions across the Doloa continent. Among them, due to Zhou Jianxian's significant role in the banquet, Bai Luo and Zhou Jianxian were naturally seated closest to the stage, as arranged by the hosts. Meng Xinji and Dai Jinyue. Following them were figures such as Meng Xinji from the Tiandi Imperial City, Ning Fengji, Jiandao, and Gudao, along with representatives from the Star Luo Imperial City, including Prince Dai Jinyue and Zhu Tianhua from the Yuming Duke's Mansion, as well as heads of several prestigious Soul Master Academies from the Star Luo Imperial City. Of course, not all Soul Masters in the hall belonged to major factions. To be classified as a major faction, one typically required a Soul Saint or higher to maintain their standing, which was a rarity on the Doloa continent. Nevertheless, the least experienced Soul Master present was at the Soul Emperor level, indicating that this hall gathered a significant portion of the most elite Soul Masters from the Doloa continent. As the Bulu trio stepped out from the staff area toward the stage, they felt a mix of excitement and trepidation while gazing at the esteemed individuals seated at the tables, many of whom they had only heard of before. However, these emotions were merely internal, as the trio had grown accustomed to their roles after months of playing courtesans. As they approached the stage, their faces remained adorned with bright smiles, executing graceful steps while waving to the audience, embodying the legendary beauty and charm of the courtesans. These three courtesans are indeed stunning. Third Prince, your fortune is truly remarkable. At a nearby table, a group of young nobles from the Star Luo royal family, including Dai Mubai, gathered to witness the spectacle. As the three enchanting courtesans, transformed from the Bulu trio, approached, a young noble from the Xing Luo royal family could not help but express his enchantment and admiration to Dai Mubai. I merely ventured into Shuiyu Lu for a casual experience, never anticipating that my charm would be so profound. To my astonishment, all three exquisite courtesans wished for me to remain. Reluctant to disrupt their sisterly bond, I reluctantly acquiesced and spent an evening engaging in profound exchanges with them. Faced with the envious and jealous gazes of many young nobles around, Dai Mubai's vanity swelled. No man could resist the allure of boasting in such a context. With an air of nonchalance, he lightly chuckled, displaying his ostentation. Upon hearing that Dai Mubai had engaged intimately with the three courtesans, the surrounding youths naturally grew even more envious and jealous. Meanwhile, at the table occupied by Ji Guiyuan, Li Sunhuan, Qiao Feng, Dai Changkong, and Zhu Lingyun, Ji Guiyuan, who had been sipping his wine with an expression of indifference, suddenly furrowed his brow and whispered, "Something is amiss." "What is it, Mr. Yuan?" In light of the fact that nearly all Soul Masters had learned Ji Guiyuan Yi's breathing techniques and ripple Qigong, they now respectfully referred to him as Mr. Upon hearing Ji Guiyuan Yi's sudden exclamation, Zhu Lingyun expressed her confusion. The others at the table also turned their curious gazes towards Ji Guiyuan. However, he remained fixated on the approaching Bulu trio, silent. Although the Bulu trio donned the disguises crafted by the tree demon granny, even a titled law could not see through their charade. Yet, Ji Guiyuan was different. Endowed with the innate ability to perceive the world, his eyes could see through the human body, revealing blood, organs, and muscles. Thus, the internal conditions of the Bulu trio were laid bare before his eyes. While they appeared as stunning beauties with alluring curves, in Ji Guiyuan's perception, they resembled men with flat chests and a third appendage below. Even though he was already aware of this truth, witnessing the Bulu trio, clad in male bodies, prancing with seductive grace, waving and blowing kisses as they approached, made Ji Guiyuan feel nauseous. "You would want to know," he sighed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Noticing this rare hesitation from the usually decisive Ji Guiyuan, the others grew even more baffled. "Mr. Yuan, what have you discovered?" "Sigh, there is something wrong with these three women." As the others pressed for more information, Ji Guiyuan merely shook his head, indicating the situation without revealing the truth. According to the script, it was the responsibility of the Zhou Jianxian to expose the Bulu trio. Simultaneously, at Bai Luo's table, during Meng Xinji's speech, Zhou Jianxian had been lazily sipping from the yellow gourd hanging at his waist. However, upon the arrival of the Bulu trio, he suddenly laughed and set the gourd down on the table. "How intriguing. Zhou Jianxian, what do you think of these three courtesans? Are they monsters?" Previously, he had mentioned that Dai Mubai exuded a demonic aura, suggesting a close association with supernatural beings. Yet, Dai Mubai claimed to have only interacted with the three courtesans of the Shuiyu Lu, indicating they could not possibly be monsters. This sparked agreement among many soul masters who had also encountered the courtesans, leading Jiu Jianxian to drop the matter. Nevertheless, Long Gong Meng Shu firmly believed in Jiu Jianxian's insights and inquired further. Whether they are monsters remains uncertain, but there is indeed a demonic aura emanating from them, originating from their skin. Jiu Jianxian's eyes narrowed as he slowly articulated his response. Seeking. His words shocked everyone, causing even those at nearby tables, who had been observing the debate between Jiu Jianxian and Dai Mu Bai, to pause in astonishment. Seeking. Are you implying it refers to their epidermis? They must be painted skin demons. Allow me to uncover their true forms. With that, Jiu Jianxian abruptly stood, and just as the Bulu trio ascended the stage, he shouted, 3 aberrations. Do you think that by entering a different world, no one will perceive your painted skin sorcery? Here comes my 5 thunder spell. With that, Jiu Jianxian swiftly formed hand seals, and before the Bulu trio could react, he pointed at them with a sword-like gesture. In an instant, several bolts of lightning erupted forth, striking the Bulu trio. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, the painted skins of the Bulu trio were shattered, revealing their true identities beneath. To everyone's shock, the trio was composed of 3 men, one with protruding front teeth, a small nose, and small eyes, whose dark skin and repugnant appearance resembled that of a rat. The second one was equally rat-like, with a gaunt frame, disheveled black hair, yellow eyes, and whiskers, exuding an air of both repulsiveness and peculiarity. The last, while somewhat better looking, still bore swollen, tiny eyes that barely resembled openings, which marred his overall image, rendering him exceedingly unattractive. As Jiu Jianxian's 5 thunder spell shattered the painted skins, the entire hall of the hotel fell into a stunned silence. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, some even turning pale. This must be a joke. The famed courtesans of Shui Lu, sought after by countless men, are actually men, and they look this grotesque. In an instant, the realization of having fantasized about such figures caused numerous soul masters to retch on the spot. Damn it, these courtesans from Shui Lu are actually men. It would have been better if they were monsters. Chapter 215, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. At the table where Dai Mu Bai and several young nobles from the Xing Luo royal family were seated, he had been basking in the admiration and envy of his peers, reveling in the attention afforded to him as someone who had intimately engaged with the 3 courtesans. Just as he was enjoying this moment, the scene took a sudden turn. With Jiu Jianxian's unexpected intervention, the true identities of the Bulu trio were unmasked. Upon discovering that they were indeed men and exceedingly grotesque at that, Dai Mu Bai's face turned green, his composure shattered. He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted in a mix of excitement and fury. This immediately drew the attention of many around him. As people recognized Dai Mu Bai or learned of his identity, a wave of peculiar and mocking glances fell upon him. Is that really Dai Mu Bai? Just moments ago, the esteemed Jiu Jianxian had a debate with the 3 courtesans, whom he insisted were not demonic beings. However, it has now become apparent that, although the venerable Jiu Jianxian may not have been entirely correct, these 3 courtesans are indeed suspicious. Whether they are demonic beings remains uncertain. Originally men, they have transformed into women through a guise, and have even assumed the role of courtesans in Shui Lu. This is utterly revolting. I am grateful that I have never set foot in Shui Lu. One soul master expressed his disgust. I too have never visited. Yet I have witnessed numerous individuals who felt a sense of pride and honor in being able to engage intimately with these 3 courtesans. Now, I wonder how proud they still are. Another soul master remarked with glee. Meanwhile, upon discovering that the trio known as Bulu were, in fact, men of astonishing ugliness, the young nobles of the Xing Luo royal family, who had previously gazed enviously at Dai Mu Bai, found their composure shattering. The realization that the 3 exquisite courtesans they had fantasized about were actually men left them green with nausea. However, as Dai Mu Bai's anguished shout reverberated, the group suddenly realized that they were not the most unfortunate. While they had merely fantasized, the 3rd prince had engaged in deep conversations with these 3 individuals for more than a day or 2. Sometimes, happiness is revealed through comparison. Upon recognizing Dai Mu Bai's unfortunate predicament, the young nobles felt a wave of comfort wash over them, even finding a sense of schadenfreude towards him. Just moments ago, they had envied Dai Mu Bai. Now, they reveled in mocking him. You who were so full of bravado, never expected that these courtesans were, in fact, men of grotesque appearance. It turns out that the elder beggar was correct. There truly exists the essence of other men within you. Though you have not achieved a breakthrough, you have intimately interacted with these three courtesans, who are indeed men. As Dai Mu Bai surveyed the tables around him, he noted the once envious gazes of his fellow clan members had now turned into expressions of amusement and schadenfreude. Among the familiar faces were Dai Chongkong and Zhu Lingyun, and even his fiancée Zhu Zhuqing and good friend Li Xiao Yao cast glances filled with either disdain or pity. In that moment, Dai Mu Bai felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. Why? Why must this be my fate? His heart bled as he longed to cry out to the heavens. With the true identities of the Bu Lu trio exposed, it became widely known that Dai Mu Bai had engaged deeply with them, and he had even taken pride in it. Now, with their identities laid bare, Dai Mu Bai faced social ruin. After the 5 thunder spells had shattered the illusion cast by the trio, the audience witnessed their true forms. Alarmed and terrified, Jian Xian smiled softly, taking a sip from his wine gourd before speaking. It appears I was right. Indeed, there is something amiss with you. But you do not seem to be demonic beings, merely wearing the facade crafted by one. However, I wonder about the entity behind you. It must have compelled you to gather yang energy in essence. Yet why choose you men? How peculiar. At this moment, the trio, realizing their identities were exposed and surrounded by powerful figures, felt a wave of panic wash over them as fear gripped their hearts. Jian, please spare us. We did not act with malice. We have our reasons, our struggles. Recognizing the murderous glares surrounding them, Tiandi dropped to his knees before Jian, crying out in distress. Oh, Jian's expression shifted, and he replied with a faint smile, "What burdens do you carry? Speak, for I believe you, as men, would not willingly gather yang energy for a demonic being. It is like this, my lord." Upon realizing Jian was willing to hear their explanation, Tiandi began to sob, recounting how they were captured by the tree demon, forced to don disguises, and brought to Shuiyuel Lu as courtesans. Naturally, the details were not entirely accurate. The trio had been on the run for their misdeeds and stumbled into Lan Rua Temple, where they were captured by the tree demon. However, Tianya painted them as innocent victims. Jian remained silent, listening attentively to Tianya's tearful account. The demon controlling you. Is it the tree demon from the ruins in the forest near Luo City? After hearing Tianya's lament, Jian inquired. Yes, esteemed Jian. It is that wicked tree demon who has ensnared us, compelling us to wear these disguises and serve as courtesans. Furthermore, this tree demon controlled our minds with its roots, rendering us unable to take our own lives. Had you not struck us with lightning, killing the roots within our minds, we would have been unable to reveal the truth. Tianya sobbed, his tears flowing freely. Beside him, Balut and Lao echoed his cries, affirming their plight. Indeed, esteemed Jian, we are truly helpless. Our situation is dire. It seems you are indeed victims. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. However, from what you have shared, it is clear that the entity behind you is no benevolent force, since it has placed a controlling spell upon you. I wonder if it has noticed that its hold has been broken by my 5 thunder spells. You must take me to it at once. If we delay, it may escape. Pretending to believe the trio's lamentations, Jian took another sip from his yellow gourd and smiled lightly. Chapter 216, A Night of Marriage. 100 Days of Affection, Dai Mu Bai speaks. Thank you, esteemed Jian, for sparing our lives. We are willing to lead you to the tree demon. Upon hearing that Jian would spare them and seek out the tree demon, the trio rejoiced, bowing fervently to him in excitement. Despite the roots of the tree demon seemingly being destroyed by Jian's 5 thunder spells, they feared the demon could still find them through its roots and re-enslave them. With Jian willing to resolve their fears, they were naturally elated. No, esteemed Jian, you cannot simply let them go. Nearby, upon hearing Jian's intentions to spare the Bulu trio, Dai Mu Bai grew anxious. The exposure of the Bulu trio had the most significant impact on him. Those who had once envied him now only offered mockery and schadenfreude. The thought that the 3 exquisite courtesans he had once deeply engaged with were, in fact, men of grotesque appearance made him feel utterly nauseous. Had these 3 individuals not met their demise, Dai Mu Bai felt he would be plagued by disgust for eternity, forever haunted by the horrors of this experience. We were compelled into this situation. Dai Mu Bai, do you intend to slay us? Once, in our shared moments, you vowed to love us for all eternity, professing that your affection was for our souls rather than our mere appearances. Now, having merely exchanged our outer shells, you seek to condemn us to death? It is said that a single night of marriage begets 100 days of grace. Are you still human? To his astonishment, the first to leap forth to torment him was none other than Dai Mu by himself, igniting a tempest of rage and indignation within Bulu, who pointed accusingly at Dai Mu Bai and confronted him. Upon witnessing Buli's shifty eyes and protruding teeth, Dai Mu Bai was overwhelmed with revulsion, recalling the sweet nothings he had once whispered to such a creature, leading him to retch violently. How utterly repugnant! How laughable! Dai Mu Bai had once uttered such tender words to these three. He must have thought himself deeply sentimental then. But what a now! How amusing! To claim that he loved not their facades, but their inner beings was simply absurd. This revelation was a devastating blow to Dai Mu Bai. He was on the verge of vomiting, observing Bulu, who appeared infuriated and poised to confront the faithless Dai Mu Bai, elicited laughter from the surrounding soul masters. Deservedly so. At the table occupied by Bai Luo, the sight of Dai Mu Bai retching in response to Buli's accusations was met with glee and schadenfreude from Meng Yiran. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing regarded Dai Mu Bai with cold disdain. The realization that the three alluring courtesans from Shuolu, whom Dai Mu Bai had once cherished, were, in fact, men, only intensified her disgust towards him. She resolved never to reconcile with Dai Mu Bai, for the thought of his affections towards those three filled her with nausea. Shall we now confront this tree demon? Following Buli's confrontation with Dai Mu Bai, he noticed the Jiu Jianxian beckoning the trio, seemingly intent on heading to a place known as Lan Ruasi. Long Gong Meng Shu was taken aback. If we delay, this cunning tree demon may escape, and locating her again would be no easy task. Jiu Jianxian narrowed his eyes and spoke. May I accompany you? I have yet to lay eyes upon this tree demon. Upon realizing Jiu Jianxian's determination to leave at once, Long Gong Meng Shu quickly resolved to join him. Given the profound changes sweeping Dou and the presence of Jiu Jianxian, who posed little danger, it seemed prudent to seize the opportunity for first-hand experience. This way, should they encounter such a creature again, they would be prepared. Can we also accompany you, Jiu Jianxian? In a nearby table, Ning Feng Ji suddenly smiled and inquired, echoing Long Gong Meng Shu's sentiments. Simultaneously, representatives of other influential factions, such as Yu Luo Mian, Yi Jilan, Hua Xiao Tian, and Shui Ling Long, expressed their eagerness to join. Having witnessed the calamities wrought by aberrant reincarnators, they recognized the challenges these entities posed. With Jiu Jianxian present, they were eager to gain experience for future encounters. Jiu Jianxian nodded in consent, but noted he would not intentionally wait for the group, as he feared the tree demon might escape. If they could match his pace, they would travel together. If not, they would have to follow, leaving their timely arrival to chance. Subsequently, Jiu Jianxian summoned the trio to lead the way. After departing the hotel, he removed the yellow gourd artifact from his waist and hurled it aside, causing it to enlarge dramatically and hover above the ground. As the trio boarded the yellow gourd, Jiu Jianxian commanded it to soar skyward, guided by their directions towards the forest where Lan Ruasi was located. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals followed. Witnessing Jiu Jianxian ascend with the gourd, each employed their powers, whether summoning poisonous serpents, invoking flying soul techniques, or utilizing specially crafted soul power foods to manifest wings and take flight, or hastening from the ground below. In an instant, as Jiu Jianxian prepared to confront the tree demon, leading the trio and accompanied by formidable soul masters like Gai Shi Long Shi, Ning Fengji, Jian Gudo Luo, Hua Xiao Tian, Shui Ling Long, and Feng Xingyun, the hall on the first floor appeared somewhat deserted. After departing Ziluo City and navigating for over half an hour under the guidance of the trio, the mist-laden forest finally came into view. Lord Jiu Jianxian. That white mist marks the location of Lan Ruasi, and the tree demon resides within. From atop the enlarged yellow gourd, Tianya excitedly pointed towards their destination. I knew it would be here. That mist is unmistakably conspicuous. Jiu Jianxian, standing at the back of the gourd, crossed his arms, squinting slightly as he spoke, before abruptly channeling his powers and forming rapid hand seals. Chapter 217. The Tree Demon Unleashed. Shen Fengzhou, standing atop the yellow gourd, Jiu Jianxian hastily formed seals, channeling his power to cast the spell Shan Feng Zhou, summoning a gust of spiritual wind that dispersed the malevolent mist cloaking the forest. In an instant, as the mist dissipated, the landscape of the forest was unveiled. Within the ruins, a colossal tree, its trunk thick enough for several people to embrace, towered over the remnants, its branches swaying gracefully as if imbued with life. In Dolua Delu, the existence of plant-type soul beasts renders the growth of such enormous trees unsurprising. Even lawn-eating grass can grow into towering giants, making it normal for some tree soul beasts to achieve such stature. However, the astonishing aspect lay in the fact that the towering tree amidst the ruins was an ordinary locust tree, which raised eyebrows. Theoretically, it was implausible for a locust tree to attain such size. Could a common plant transform into a demon? As the mist lifted to reveal the massive locust tree, Geisher Longxi and his wife, riding the poisonous serpent, along with Jiando Luo Chenexen, Gudo Luo Gurong, Judo Luo Yuguan, Guedo Luo Gue Mei, and numerous soul masters utilizing flight techniques or consuming special soul power foods to manifest wings, were all taken aback. Who? As the renowned Jiao Jianxian unleashed the Shen Fengzhou to dispel the malevolent mist, the ancient tree spirit, known as Shuyao Lao Lao, seemed to sense the change. Suddenly, the towering trunk of the immense locust tree standing amidst the ruins twisted, revealing a grotesque human visage. An eerie and wrathful roar echoed forth. Soon, Shuyao Lao Lao noticed the approaching figures of Jiao Jianxian and his companions, particularly fixating on the trio of Bulu, who were guiding the way atop the enlarged yellow gourd artifact. Bulu, how dare you three betray me? Upon seeing the trio, Shuyao Lao Lao's anger surged, and a sharp, furious howl erupted. We were once under your control, forced to obey your wicked commands. Now that we have encountered the righteous Jiao Jianxian, you shall not enslave us any longer. This is not betrayal. It is a transcendence from darkness to light. Unfazed by the tree spirit's ire, Bulu and his companions retorted with righteous indignation. You are no paragons of virtue, proclaiming your transition to righteousness. Shuyao Lao Lao scoffed at their self-righteous demeanor. But do you truly believe that with this powerful old sage at your side, you can come here and flaunt your strength? I see you are courting death. With a chilling roar, a powerful surge of malevolent energy erupted. In an instant, massive roots, thick as a person's embrace, burst forth from the ground beneath the yellow gourd artifact, twisting in the air. Empowered by the dense malevolence, they transformed into wooden spears, hurtling toward the gourd. However, Jiao Jianxian merely smiled serenely, drawing forth his celestial sword and channeling his magical energies. With swift movements, he unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp sword energies. A mere parlor trick, under the enhancement of his powers and the celestial sword. The sword energies proved devastatingly sharp. The roots, initially sturdy and bolstered by dark energy, were no match for Jiao Jianxian's sword energies. As the outer layer of malevolence was torn apart, the subsequent sword energies swiftly severed the roots, cleaving them apart. Ultimately, the sudden assault from Shuyao Lao Lao could not breach the 30-meter perimeter around Jiao Jianxian's gourd, as every advancing root was cut down. Segments of the massive roots fell from the sky like rain, crashing into the forest below. Damn it, Yahaizong Tian. Realizing her roots could not harm the sword sage, Shuyao Lao Lao let out a piercing scream and summoned her dark magic once more. The enormous tree spirit erupted with a fresh wave of malevolent energy, and the leaves sprouting from her branches detached, hurtling toward Jiao Jianxian like a torrential downpour. Jiao Jianxian raised an eyebrow, halting his swordplay, for the sheer volume of leaves was overwhelming, rendering his sword energies insufficient. While he could withstand the onslaught, the trio of Balu would likely be shredded by the barrage of foliage. They were still of use, and he could not let them perish. Thus, confronted with the deluge of leaf projectiles, Jiao Jianxian swiftly formed seals with his hands, channeling his power into the yellow gourd artifact, activating its defensive capabilities. In an instant, the gourd radiated a brilliant light, creating a pale yellow barrier within a 10-meter radius. The myriad leaves, like torrential rain, met the barrier and were halted in their tracks. This tree spirit does not seem particularly formidable. Observing the ease with which Jiao Jianxian countered Shuyao Lao Lao's assault, the assembled soul masters in the sky mused. They began to understand that as a locust tree spirit, Shuyao Lao Lao appeared unable to move, relying solely on her roots and leave for range attacks. a significant drawback. If she could not move and was confined to utilizing her roots and leaves, maintaining distance rendered her a negligible threat. Compared to the formidable Immortal, Shuyao Lao Lao's displayed prowess was rather unimpressive. Jiu Jianxian, we shall assist you. The original intent of their presence had been to observe how the spirit would contend, but discovering Shuyao Lao Lao's weakness, Long Gong Meng Shu boldly proclaimed, controlling a venomous serpent summoned through his martial soul fusion technique, to soar toward the tree spirit's location. Following suit, numerous soul masters, including Jiangu Do Luo, Zhu Gui Do Luo, and Ling Yuan Do Luo, along with Yu Luo Mian, Shui Ling Long, and Feng Xingyun, ascended to join the fray against Shuyao Lao Lao. A torrent of sword energies, bone spikes resembling a torrential downpour, and scattered golden petals that gleamed like blades, accompanied by howling specters, thunder, icy shards, wind blades, and fiery meteor showers, cascaded toward the tree spirit. Faced with this sudden onslaught from the assembled soul masters, Shuyao Lao Lao was compelled to cease her attack on Jiu Jianxian, transforming her colossal tree form into that of a tall figure clad in dark green garments, with an unsettlingly ambiguous appearance. In the next moment, this newly formed humanoid spirit vanished, reappearing 100 meters away within the forest. This is the Mu Duan technique. As a tree spirit, Shuyao Lao Lao was not without her own capabilities, possessing various spells, including the art of would escape. However, this technique was not an innate ability, but rather a magical art of her kind, requiring her to assume a humanoid form to cast it, as it could not be executed in her original state. You insignificant humans, utterly deluded, do you believe yourselves to be as powerful as this old sage? Prepare to meet your demise. Having evaded the onslaught of the soul masters, Shuyao Lao Lao unleashed a chilling, mocking laughter, extending her arms. Her hands transformed into roots, launching forward, rapidly elongating and splitting apart, morphing into fierce wooden dragons that roared toward the airborne soul masters. Witnessing this, the formidable duo of the dragon and serpent, alongside Jiangu Do Luo, Zhu Gui Do Luo, Ling Yuan Do Luo, Feng Xingyun, Yu Luo Mian, and Shui Ling Long, prepared to counter the tree spirit's ferocious assault. Yet, regrettably, the previous root attacks had been effortlessly cleaved by Jiu Jianxian's sword energies, leaving them vulnerable to the impending threat. However, this time, confronted with the venomous breaths, sword energies, bone spikes, flames, thunder, and wind blades unleashed by the crowd, the fierce wooden dragons, formed from roots, exuded a potent aura of malevolence. They astonishingly disregarded the soul skills of the onlookers, shattering them effortlessly. With a thunderous roar, they sent everyone flying in an instant. It was evident that the crowd had overestimated their own abilities while underestimating the prowess of the tree spirit, Lao Lao. Although the tree spirit appeared relatively weak before Jiu Jianxian, this was merely a reflection of the latter's formidable cultivation and possession of the celestial sword, rooted in the path of immortality. However, a group of soul masters, whose highest rank was merely 95, could not hope to display their might before Lao Lao without facing a crushing defeat. Chapter 218. The resurgence of the demon suppression tower. Was the tree spirit truly this powerful? After being struck down, along with his mount, into the forest below, Long Gong Meng Shu felt a wave of pain coursing through his body. Clutching his chest, he rose from the ground, disbelief flooding his mind. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unimpressive tree spirit could evade their soul skills through teleportation and retaliate by transforming its hands into numerous wooden dragons that sent them flying. Those wooden dragons remained unscathed against their soul skills, exhibiting an alarming level of toughness and strength. Previously, the tree spirit's root attacks had been easily severed by the sword energy of Jiu Jianxian, indicating that the latter's strength overshadowed the tree spirit's. Yet, could it be that the tree spirit was indeed a being that surpassed the rank of title Doluo? Meanwhile, the other soul masters, also struck by the wooden dragons, quickly regained their footing and, after standing up, unleashed a chorus of furious shouts, charging once more towards Lao Lao. Clearly, they were not satisfied with the previous outcome. Seventh soul skill, Bone Dragon Transformation. As a defensive and agile title Doluo, Bone Doluo Gurong suffered the least injury. However, after being struck down, he swiftly soared back into the air, letting out a roar as he activated his martial soul's true form. In an instant, with the seventh soul ring illuminating around him, he transformed into a colossal skeletal dragon, adorned in deep blue armor, with a pair of tattered bone wings and eyes that glowed with eerie blue flames. 8th soul skill, Bone Dragon Strike. Upon activating his martial soul's true form and becoming a pale skeletal dragon, Bone Da Gurong unleashed his 8th soul skill. With a surge of powerful soul energy, a massive skeletal dragon materialized in the air, roaring as it dove towards Lao Lao. Simutensen, Swat Daolu Tianxin, Isentadu Guan. Ghost Dog A Mei, Spirit Sparrow Da, Huyen Zhen, and Yu Luo Mian also recovered. Realizing that Lao Lao's strength was not as feeble as it had appeared before Zhou Jianxian, they understood that it was not the tree spirit that was weak, but rather Zhou Jianxian who was overwhelmingly strong. Thus, they exerted their full strength, activating their martial soul true forms and launching their soul skills at Lao Lao. 9th soul skill, Dual Celestial Slash. Upon activating his martial soul's true form, Sordo Chen Exine gripped the 7-killing sword and soared into the sky, releasing a furious shout as he cleaved through the air, unleashing a terrifying, ethereal blue sword beam aimed directly at Lao Lao. 8th soul skill, Gate of Sacred Light. On the other side, upon ascending into the air and activating his martial soul's true form, Chrysanthemum Doyu Guan let out a melodious yet imposing shout, positioning his extraordinary chrysanthemum martial soul before him, unleashing a formidable golden beam of light towards Lao Lao. At the same time, the rest of the group, empowered by their martial soul true forms, unleashed their most potent soul skills against the tree spirit in its human form. 9th soul skill, Eliche Apparition. 9th soul skill, Fiery Starfall. 8th soul skill, Dragon Thunder Explosion. With a resounding chorus of shouts, a barrage of even more terrifying soul skills, massive skeletal dragons, golden beams, and fearsome meteor flames rained down upon Lao Lao, shaking the very heavens. Observing this, Zhou Jianxian, standing atop his yellow gourd artifact, stroked his chin, sheathing his celestial sword, choosing not to intervene. Meanwhile, on the ground, as the crowd unleashed their soul skills once more, Lao Lao laughed disdainfully, her form shifting as she utilized her with escape technique, vanishing from sight. Consequently, the mightiest soul skills released by the group fell harmlessly to the ground. Whether it was the diving skeletal dragon, the descending golden beam, or the terrifying meteor flames, all struck nothing but air. Countless soul skill attacks left only a vast, cracked pit where Lao Lao had once stood, clouds of dust and smoke billowing into the sky. What? They were astonished to find that Lao Lao had vanished once again, causing their expressions to shift and their hearts to sink. How could the tree spirit's teleportation be so swift? Did it not incur a cooldown period like their soul skills? Alas, cooldowns were a concept exclusive to soul masters, as their skills derived from the soul rings of soul beasts. Soul masters were unaware of the principles behind soul rings and skills. They merely treated them as game-like abilities, familiar with their application but ignorant of the mechanics involved. Conversely, Lao Lao's Would Escape was a spell that required understanding of its principles to wield, allowing her to utilize it continuously as long as she had sufficient demonic energy. After evading the soul skills once more, Lao Lao's figure suddenly reappeared before Huyen Zhen, near a towering tree. The roots formed from her hands surged forth, ensnaring Huyen Zhen, who was in his diamond mammoth martial soul form, tightly. In response, Huyen Zhen let out a furious roar, desperately attempting to break free. Yet, despite his immense power in the diamond mammoth form, he remained ensnared. On the contrary, under the influence of Lao Lao's demonic energy, the roots began to split and multiply rapidly. The enormous roots swiftly divided into slender tendrils, their tips sharpened to a lethal point by the demonic energy, piercing through Huyen Zhen's robust skin and burrowing into his body, commencing a frenzied bloodsucking. This elicited a pained howl from Huyen Zhen, as his flesh and blood visibly withered under the roots' relentless siphoning. Huyen Zhen, the crowd gasped in shock, realizing the severity of his plight, and rushed to his aid, fearing that he might perish from the tree spirit's roots. They could hardly fathom that Huyen Zhen, the continent's mightiest defensive soul master, could be so utterly overwhelmed by the tree spirit. However, witnessing the myriad of roots, each thinner than a strand of hair, ensnaring Huyen Zhen and wrapping him like a zongzi, left the group feeling a profound sense of despair. The defensive system of this soul battle is not entirely devoid of weaknesses. The tortoise, while encased in a hard shell, possesses other body parts with relatively feeble defenses. When confronted by the relentless onslaught of the trent's invasive roots, Unless one is enveloped in an impenetrable, formidable protective barrier, no armor will suffice. As they witnessed Hu Yinzhen on the brink of being suffocated, a collective gasp escaped the crowd, prompting them to rush forward in a desperate attempt to save him. However, after previously unleashing their most potent soul skills, which are now mostly in cooldown, they could muster only their 6 soul skills, which are hardly powerful enough. Observing this, the Treant matriarch ceased evading with wood manipulation. Instead, with a cold smile, she transformed her feet into roots, embedding them into the ground, summoning a multitude of wooden dragons that erupted from the earth. The sight of these numerous wooden dragons roaring in the air swept through the crowd, shattering their soul skills and casting all those who approached away. A few unfortunate souls found themselves ensnared by the wooden dragons, which quickly sprouted countless slender roots. Enhanced by demonic energy, the sharp tendrils relentlessly pierced into the bodies of these unfortunate individuals, beginning to siphon their flesh and blood. Witnessing this, Jiao Jianxian, standing on the Huang Hu Lu artifact, shook his head and sighed. Alas, friends, this Treant is far too powerful for you. It appears you cannot contend with it. Now that you have engaged this Treant, you must have gained some understanding of such entities. Allow me to take over from here. With that, Jiao Jianxian promptly activated his magical powers, swiftly forming hand seals, and with a resounding shout, sword art, the celestial sword behind him surged forth, soaring skyward. Subsequently, with a swift gesture, he directed the sword towards the Treant matriarch. The celestial sword transformed into a streak of light that dashed down, swiftly slicing through the roots, ensnaring Hu Yinzhen and others. Simultaneously, Jiao Jianxian produced the Zhenyao Tower, casting it into the air. As he infused it with magical energy, the tower, initially the size of a toy, expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal structure suspended in the air. The base of Yinyang Taiji Gate suddenly opened, unleashing a terrifying suction force that locked onto the Treant matriarch. No, what kind of artifact is this? You, old Taoist, I refuse to submit. The Treant matriarch howled in rage and defiance, her hands morphing into roots deeply embedded in the ground. Yet she could not withstand the tower's pull. Ultimately, as the ground cracked like a spider's web, the humanoid Treant matriarch, along with a vast expanse of land and trees, was forcibly drawn into the Zhenyao Tower. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding crowd, along with the timely arriving soul masters, were left in utter astonishment. Is this the treasure of a practitioner of the celestial path? It is simply unfathomable. Upon seeing Jiao Jianxian merely throw an artifact and effortlessly capture the Treant that had been pummeling them all, Ning Fengji felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He now understood why both Dugu Qiu Bai and Xiong Ba held such reverence for practitioners of the celestial path. Not only was their inherent strength formidable, but they also possessed diverse capabilities. If the power of the artifacts is this extraordinary, then the practitioners of the celestial path, skilled in formations, talismans, and alchemy, must yield remarkable results as well. After capturing the Treant, could Jiao Jianxian slay it? As the Soul Masters observed Jiao Jianxian's actions with the Zhenyao Tower, many felt a renewed sense of dread and took to the skies once more. One Soul Master, glancing at Jiao Jianxian, could not help but ask in trepidation, "Kill? Why must we slay it?" To which Jiao Jianxian shook his head and replied, "This tower, named Zhenyao Tower, is designed to contain demonic creatures. Rest assured, they cannot escape from within. For this tower will continually absorb their demonic essence, compelling them to contribute their energy. While my Zhenyao Tower will convert their demonic energy into spiritual energy to be released. In the future, when I establish my sect, this tower will serve as a source of spiritual energy within the sect. By then, I shall set up grand formations to seal the spiritual energy, and the essence absorbed from these demonic creatures will significantly enhance the spiritual density within my sect, allowing my future disciples to cultivate at an accelerated pace. If feasible, I will capture even more demonic creatures in the Zhenyao Tower, for the spiritual energy concentration in your world is rather low." Is Jiao Jianxian suggesting that he intends to transform the entire sect into a training ground for martial souls using the Zhenyao Tower? Upon hearing his words, the crowd was momentarily stunned, marveling at the might of practitioners of the celestial path. Such a grand ambition is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the soul masters of Dolua Delu. Jiao Jianxian, may I inquire if you have any requirements for accepting disciples? Witnessing Zhou Jianxian's formidable and versatile prowess, several soul masters could not help but wish for their children to join his ranks. To become a disciple of my Shushan sword sect is no simple matter. First, one must possess the aptitude for celestial cultivation, capable of sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and drawing it into their body. Additionally, one must uphold virtuous conduct, never engaging in wrongdoing or ignoble acts. Should I discover any such individuals, I will surely expel them from the sect. Zhou Jianxian, hands clasped behind his back, smiled proudly, articulating his requirements. As a celestial sect, the Shushan sword sect standard for discipleship are undoubtedly far stricter than those of the Poti sword sect or the Tiandi society. However, due to Zhou Jianxian's display of overwhelming strength against the Tiandi matriarch, particularly the might of his artifact, coupled with his earlier remarks about utilizing the Zhenyao Tower to enhance the sect's spiritual energy, many soul masters felt a burning desire within. If they could join Zhou Jianxian's sect and learn the skills of artifact forging, formations, talismans, and alchemy, mastering just one of these arts would undoubtedly pave the way for a boundless future. Thus, even upon hearing Zhou Jianxian's stringent requirements for accepting disciples, many soul masters, confident in their children's talents, resolved to see if their offspring might gain entry into Zhou Jianxian's fold. After all, they typically had family ties, allowing other relatives to join the Poti sword sect or the Tiandi society, while their children could seek to join the Shushan sword sect. Ultimately, if they failed to gain entry into the Shushan sword sect, they could wait for a few years before the Poti sword sect and Tiandi society recruit disciples again. They could first join a Soul Master Academy while waiting. After Zhou Jianxian captured the Tiandi matriarch with the Zhenyao Tower, achieving his objective, the crowd prepared to depart. What are your plans? Will you return to Ziluoqing with me? Zhou Jianxian inquired of the trio, known as the Bulu. No, we will not be returning to Ziluoqing. Upon hearing the name Ziluoqing, the trio quickly waved their hands, a hint of fear evident in their expressions. Zhou Jianxian, we have been under the control of this Tiandi for so long and have been unable to contact our families. They must be very worried. Now that we have finally gained our freedom, we must hurry back to inform them of our safety. If they were to think that something had happened to us and become concerned about potential problems, what would we do? Bulu, quick-witted as ever, concocted a tale of parental worry, tears streaming down his face, insisting they must return to visit their parents. Yet in truth, none of the trio had any parents to speak of. However, they had swindled countless individuals in Ziluo City while masquerading as courtesans, a consequence of the coercion from the tree demon. Those who were deceived would certainly not care for such excuses. If they were to return to Ziluo City, their fate would be all too predictable. To preserve their lives, the trio had no choice but to flee swiftly. Returning would be tantamount to seeking death. Observing their impressive performance, Zhou Jianxian chose not to expose them, merely nodding and saying, "Very well, you may leave." Upon hearing this, the trio felt as though a great burden had been lifted. After expressing their gratitude to Zhou Jianxian, they hurriedly leapt off the Huang Hu Lu artifact, which had descended close to the ground. They dashed along the forest path, quickly vanishing from sight. Were they truly allowed to depart just like that? Many soul masters present felt a sense of oddity as they watched the trio disappear. However, those who had come here were all at least soul saints, and none had fallen victim to Buli's tricks, so they remained silent. Since it was evident that Zhou Jianxian bore no ill will towards the trio, they hesitated to voice their grievances, fearing it might affect their future prospects in joining the Shushan sword sect founded by Zhou Jianxian. After seeing off Bulu and his companions, Zhou Jianxian stowed away the Huang Hu Lu artifact. Utilizing his sword control technique, he drew the celestial sword from behind, tracing an arc in the air before landing gracefully before him. He then mounted the celestial sword and soared into the sky, preparing to return to Ziluo City. Witnessing this, the others promptly mounted their poison dragons, activated flying soul techniques, or consumed special soul power food crafted by food-type soul masters, unfurling soul power wings behind them and taking flight, eager to return to Ziluo City. Meanwhile, in Ziluo City, as Zhou Jianxian set off with Buli's trio to eliminate the demon, accompanied by formidable soul masters such as Gaisher Long Shi, Ning Fengji, Jian Gudo Luo, Zhu Guido Luo, and Ling Yuando Luo, the first floor of the Ziluo Grand Hotel appeared remarkably empty. Following their meal, guests began to leave the hotel, having initially waited for Gaisher Long Shi and the old beggar to return with Zhou Jianxian. With the celebratory banquet concluded, Many prepared to return to their rooms to pack, intending to depart either today or the following day. After finishing their meal, Bai Luo, along with Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, also left the hotel. Chapter 220. A new lottery, alas. Has Mubai left? I did not see him. I had hoped to offer him some comfort. As they made their way back to their lodging after leaving the Z Luo Grand Hotel, Bai Luo sighed heavily. Hearing this, Meng Yiran responded with an air of exasperation. What comfort would you offer him? After the true identities of the three courtesans at Shuiyu Lu were revealed today, he must feel utterly despondent. Your attempts to console him might only serve to make him feel as though you were mocking him. The exposure of the three courtesans was orchestrated by their master. I suspect that Dai Mu Bai harbors resentment towards him. As his disciples, it would be wise for us to maintain our distance. Besides, he is not a good person. He previously trampled on his engagement with Zhu Qing in front of her, and when she considered breaking it off, he sought to win her back. Yet when she ignored him, he frequented Shuiyu Lu. What manner of person is he? Fine then. Upon returning to their lodging, Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran continued to practice their qi refining techniques in their room, sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and drawing it into their bodies. Meanwhile, in Bai Luo's room, having learned that Zhou Jianxian had captured the tree demon with the demon suppression tower, he prepared to check how many source energy points he had accumulated over the past few months. System. Sitting on the soft bed in the hotel, Bai Luo called upon the system, and a translucent blue attribute panel unfolded before him. Host, Bai Luo race. Human subspecies template. Li Xiao Yao level. Qi refining realm of the immortal path. Earth elephant realm of martial arts technique. Shushan Qi refining method. Qi refining volume of Shushan sword classic. Indestructible body. Third layer. Eternal spring technique. Mind sword body technique. First level. Sword rebuttal. Skills. Breath of the sun. Breath of thunder. Ripple Qi technique martial arts. Invisible sword Qi. Buddha's palm. Dugan 9 swords. Northern underworld divine skill. Lingbo Weibu. Lesser formless skill items. Blood Bodhi Vine X1. Handheld computer with spy satellite. Fire Immortal Lotus X1. Jade Snake Orchid X1. Posy Chew Snake Eggs X1 Nest rank. Suppression level source energy points. 2, 791, 124 points. What? Over 2 million points? Nearly 3 million source energy points. So much. Upon seeing the attribute panel displaying 2, 791, 124 source energy points, Bai Luo was immediately astounded. He had not anticipated such a substantial accumulation over these months. After inquiring with the system, Bai Luo discovered that a significant portion of these points stem from the Blue Star technology replicated by Lei Lin with the assistance of Qianren Xue, including innovations such as the curved plow, water mill, and salt drying method. These technologies, promoted by Qianren Xue in her capacity as the crown prince of the Tiandi Empire, had directly or indirectly impacted hundreds of thousands of people within just a few months. Thus, Bai Luo reaped over 1 million source energy points merely from this endeavor. Alongside the establishment of the Soul Demon Kingdom by the Crocodile Demon King in the Ganges Plain and the effects of the corpse ghost disaster on the continent. Consequently, Bai Luo ultimately acquired 2, 791, 124 source energy points. However, it seems that rather than taking lives, altering the destinies of the majority yields even more source energy points. Reflecting on the primary sources of his source energy points, Bai Luo pondered deeply. Indeed, while those who perished due to the repercussions of the corpse ghost disaster provided considerable source energy points, it was but a fleeting gain. In contrast, transforming the fates of the people of Dowa continent through technology would yield a continuous influx of source energy points. In the long run, this approach is undoubtedly more profitable. After all, human lives are not like chives. Once cut, they do not return. It seems that one must refrain from overexploiting resources. However, how can the population of Dowa continent be increased? Currently, the population is merely in the hundreds of millions. It must grow to acquire more source energy. Although with Lei Lin's reintroduction of Blue Star technologies, such as the curved plow, composting, and three-wheeled animal husbandry, a combination of these measures can indeed enhance the output of common families, coupled with the salt drying method and blast furnace iron smelting, which can significantly reduce the prices of salt and iron. Theoretically, the burden on common families can be alleviated, allowing them to bear more children. The nobility of Doadalu bears an uncanny resemblance to the ancient Western aristocracy of Lanxing. They largely disregard the common folk. Should they observe an increase in the yield of crops from peasant families, thereby alleviating their burdens, they may demand higher taxes, rendering my diligent efforts futile. Bai Luo pondered this conundrum, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It appears that in the forthcoming narrative, I must endeavor to establish a new nation within Daloa Dalu, to see if I can compel the nobility there to show kindness to the commoners. After concluding his reflections, Bai Luo prepared for a lottery draw. System. I wish to exchange for 2 legendary treasure chests, 7 diamond treasure chests, 9 gold treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 bronze treasure chest. With a heart ablaze with anticipation, Bai Luo rubbed his hands together as he spoke to the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received Legendary Treasure Chest X2, Diamond Treasure Chest X7, Gold Treasure Chest X9, Silver Treasure Chest X1, Bronze Treasure Chest X1. Would you like to open them all? The system's cold voice rang in his mind. Of course, open them all. In the next moment, with a resounding chime, the attribute template before Bai Luo began to refresh. Ding! All treasure chests have been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired. Template, Master of the Magic Tide. Rank, 6.5 demigod. Skills, Void Travel, Temporal Beacon. Time Portal, Create Demon Nest, Demonic Infection, Devour, Covering Demon Hand, Subordinate Control. Description: the villainous boss from the world of the Magic Tide, an invader from another realm, who creates demon nests in the target world to unleash demonic entities, ultimately seeking to transform the entire world into a den of demons and gain dominion over it. However, during the invasion of the Zawila's world, he was defeated by the protagonist, Liu Yang, a traveler. Note: let the magic tide sweep across the entire world. Item: Gate of the Infinite Realms. Quality: Divine Artifact. Description: an artifact from the Reincarnation Tower containing data from countless realms, capable of absorbing any energy and creating a secret world within, indistinguishable from the real world, albeit with size limitations. This artifact was used by the Reincarnation Tower to simulate battles in other worlds for the reincarnators from launching. Note: the secret world is indeed a real world, not a game. Template: Dragon Smog. Rank: 4-fold suppression. Skills: Dragon Fire Breath, Dragon Form, Dragon Might. Aesthetic Appreciation. Description: the last dragon from the Middle Earth of the Lord of the Rings world, powerful, malevolent, and greedy, driven by an insatiable thirst for wealth. He annihilated the kingdom beneath the Lonely Mountain, claiming it as his own, and now lies amidst a mountain of gold coins. An eternal nightmare and relentless foe for the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain. Note: I am despair, I am death. Chapter 221, Bountiful Harvest. Journey to the Tiandi Imperial City. Item: Gant's fully automatic production line. Quality: Diamond. Description: a cutting-edge weapon created by the multi-phase civilization from the world of Gant's, capable of automatically producing all items of the Gant series, including Gant's Black Balls, Gant's teleportation satellites, Gant's enhanced suits, and Gant series weapons. Note: your life is ended. How you utilize your new life is entirely under my control. Template: Gotti. Rank: 4-fold suppression. Skills: Transparent Barrier, Destructive Ray. Tentacle Attack. Description: a cosmic monster from the Ultraman series, towering over 60 meters and weighing over 60,000 tons, with defensive capabilities sufficient to withstand missiles. It is an exceedingly formidable beast. Note: Gotti. Item: Seal of the Demon Box. Quality: Legendary. Description: an object of sealing from the Armor Warrior world, containing 5 Shadow Guardians and 54 supernatural beasts. Should anyone find it, they may wish upon the seal of the Demon Box. As long as the conditions of the Shadow Realm are met, the 5 Shadow Guardians will fulfill the wish of the person. Note: the shadows shall eventually descend upon the world. Template: Li Xiang. Rank: 0 to 6.5 demigod. Skills: Summon Emperor Armor. Description: a fortunate individual from the Armor Warrior series with the bloodline of the Light and Shadow 5 Elements villagers, capable of summoning Emperor Armor through the Emperor Belt. However, due to the low concentration of the bloodline within him, he can only summon the basic Emperor Armor and must possess a sufficiently resolute belief to upgrade it to the ultimate Emperor Armor. Note: unite with the Emperor Armor. Template: Pokemon Master Chunshi. Rank: 5-fold National Guardian. Skills: Wave Guidance, Personal Space, Superpower, Pokemon, Shinado, Ziziu Kingneo, Li Kuai Lusha, Chao Tai Quanxi. Feng Sudog. Description: the protagonist who traversed from a Pokemon world to the Blue Star world as a secret realm, lacking the physical constitution of humans from the Pokemon world. Thus, while this world's humans can capture Pokemon using Pokeballs, they must also forge contracts with them. Upon forming a contract, trainers can communicate telepathically with their Pokemon, gradually transforming their own bodies through the Pokemon's power. Note: Come and become a Pokemon master. In addition to these items and templates, Bai Luo also drew rewards including Template 6 Paths Pain, Template Hong, Template Magneto, the Mutant Gene Transformation Device, Template Tony Stark, Template BabyHuang Shuimin, the accompanying Dragon King 8-Armed Evil Dragon Egg X1, Template Moria Moonlight, Template Supreme Treasure, Template Corpse King Long Yu, Template Yubuchuan, and Template Xian Yiji. What a bountiful harvest! Upon reviewing the rewards from this draw, Bai Luo was filled with excitement. Not to mention the others. The Master of the Magic Tide and the Gate of the Infinite Realms alone could yield numerous opportunities. Furthermore, there are the Seal of the Demon Box, Template Li Ziang, Template 6 Paths Pain, Template Hong, Template Magneto, the Mutant Gene Transformation Device, Template BabyHuang Shuimin, Template Moria Moonlight, Template Supreme Treasure, and Template Corpse King Long Yu. Each of these templates and items could individually inspire a unique narrative. I have struck gold this time. Time swiftly passed to the following day. After waiting for Gai Longxi and the old beggar to return with a wine sword Immortal and concluding the celebratory feast, everyone prepared to depart from Ziluoqing, returning to their respective homes. However, as they prepared to head to Tiandi Imperial City, the old beggar expressed his desire to continue wandering the world and chose to depart alone, rather than accompany the others to Tiandi Imperial City. Traveling in a carriage alongside the teams led by Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong from the Yuming Grand Duke's estate and the Xingluo royal family, as well as companions such as Ning Fengji and Meng Xinji. They traversed mountains and rivers for several days before finally arriving at Tiandi Imperial City. So this is Tiandi Imperial City? The walls appear impressively thick and tall, rivaling some of the major cities in our world, and the area is vast, with many grand and unique structures within, truly befitting the imperial city of your Tiandi Empire. As they approached Tiandi Imperial City, Bai Luo, currently donning the persona of Li Xiaoyao, could not help but express his admiration upon unveiling the carriage's curtain to reveal the magnificent city before him. Subsequently, after paying the expedited entry fee, the caravan entered Tiandi Imperial City through a special payment lane designated for the wealthy and nobility. Upon entering the Tiandi Imperial City, a grand procession of carriages traversed the expansive streets. For Bai Luo and his companions, the immediate priority was to secure accommodations, and upon discovering a rather splendid establishment named Eugene Xiang, the caravan was poised to part ways. Notably, due to the fact that the Qibao Luli sect was situated outside the Tiandi Imperial City, Ning Fengji and his entourage had already separated from the main group prior to their entry. Now, having found their lodgings, Meng Xinji was preparing to bid farewell, as he intended to convey news regarding Jiao Jianxian to the Emperor Shui Yi. Your Excellency Jiao Jianxian, Lord Longgong, I shall take my leave. After exchanging respectful farewells with Jiao Jianxian and Longgong Mengshu, Meng Xinji instructed the carriage driver to head directly to the palace. After watching Meng Xinji depart, the remaining group returned to the hotel, armed with the room keys received from the front desk, ready to explore their accommodations. Once they had inspected their rooms and realized that the hour was nearing noon, they sought out a nearby restaurant to dine. During their meal, Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong expressed their intentions to visit the Qihua Academy in the afternoon, accompanied by individuals from the Yu Ming Duke's residence and the Xing Luo royal family. This was in accordance with a promise made by Hua Xiaotian during their time in Ziluo City, to take them on a tour of the Tian sword sect and provide insights into the selection process there. Originally, the selection for the Tian sword sect and the Tianxia Association was scheduled to occur earlier. But the sudden outbreak of the corpse ghost calamity had prompted the arrival of both Du Guqiu Bai and Xiongba in Ziluo City, resulting in a postponement. Now, as they made their way to the Tian sword sect, they sought to ascertain the new timeline for the selection process. Naturally, Geisher Longxi inquired whether he could accompany them. Although Meng Yiran had already become a disciple of Jiao Jianxian, joining the esteemed Shushan sword sect, he had brought along several clan members who had arrived in Tiandi Imperial City earlier, and it was unlikely they would gain entry into the Shushan sword sect. Thus, Longgong Mengshu was eager to take these relatives along to learn about the selection at the Tian sword sect. Chapter 222. Meeting Shui Yi. After finishing their lunch, the group parted ways. Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong, along with the members of the Yu Ming Duke's residence and the Xing Luo royal family, departed with Longgong Mengshu, who intended to locate his relatives who had arrived in Tiandi Imperial City ahead of time before proceeding to Qihua Academy. Following the departure of Zhu Lingyun and the others, Bai Luo and his companions prepared to return to the hotel. However, shortly after their return, Meng Shunji of the Tiandi Education Committee unexpectedly reappeared, laughing heartily as he clasped his hands in greeting. Yodaxuni Jiu Jianxian. Sister Chao Tian Xiang, my apologies for the intrusion. I have come to convey a message from our sovereign. His Majesty wishes to meet with you, Your Excellency Jiu Jianxian, along with the three of you, to discuss the location for the Shushan Sword Sect and the subsequent assistance in establishing the sect. He then inquired, by the way, where is Meng Shu? Noticing Meng Shu's absence, he expressed some curiosity. The Fire Dean of Qihua Academy, has arranged to accompany Zhu Lingyun and Dai Chongkong to visit the Patian Sword Sect to inquire about the selection process. Although he has already pledged himself to Your Excellency Jiu Jianxian, our Longxi clan has brought along several relatives who need to participate in the selection of the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. He intends to guide them to Qihua Academy to meet the Fire Dean and learn about the selection process, and he has already departed. I see. Meng Shunji acknowledged, stroking his long, white beard thoughtfully. He then led Jiu Jianxian, Bai Luo, and the others away from the hotel, heading directly toward the Imperial Palace within Tiandi Imperial City. After approximately half an hour of walking, a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and grandeur, came into view. Here we are, Meng Shunji announced as they arrived at the entrance of the palace. Due to his frequent visits to the palace to meet Emperor Shui Yi, the guards were well acquainted with him. Upon seeing Meng Shunji accompanied by the group, the guards promptly saluted and parted to create a pathway. Thus, Meng Shunji escorted Jiu Jianxian and the others into the palace. Inside the imperial palace of the Tiandi Empire, the surroundings were adorned with opulence. Various flying eaves and azure tiles, pavilions, and flowing streams created a visual feast. Flower beds bloomed in vibrant colors, filling the air with their intoxicating fragrances, captivating all who entered. Along the way, the palace maids, although not significant figures, were all exceptionally chosen, leaving Bai Luo momentarily dazzled. This provoked a mix of embarrassment and annoyance in Meng Yiran. What are you staring at? Are they really that beautiful? Ahem, I was merely observing. I must say, Yiran, you are far more stunning than they are. Bai Luo coughed lightly, offering a somewhat awkward smile as he sought to divert the conversation with a compliment towards Meng Yiran, which, to be fair, was genuine. At least you have some discernment. Flattered by Bai Luo's praise, Meng Yiran huffed contentedly, though she was merely feeling a twinge of jealousy and nothing more. Meanwhile, witnessing the playful banter between Meng Yiran and Bai Luo, Zhu Zhuqing felt a tangle of complex emotions, unable to discern whether she felt envy or something else entirely. Under Meng Shunji's guidance, the group ultimately arrived near the imperial study, where they would meet the supreme authority of the Tiandi Empire, Emperor Shui Yi. Is this Emperor Shui Yi? He appears to have aged considerably. Upon seeing the elderly figure seated at a desk, clad in a Western-style imperial robe and adorned with a golden crown, Bai Luo could not help but think to himself. The tall, slender man had a pallid complexion, and his once lustrous hair was now completely gray. Your Majesty, despite their scrutiny of Emperor Shui Yi under Meng Shunji's lead, Jiu Jianxian, Bai Luo, Meng Yiran, and Zhu Zhuqing all respectfully bowed in greeting. Emperor Shui Yi, however, displayed no airs of authority, instead smiling amiably as he turned his gaze towards Jiu Jianxian. So, this is Your Excellency Jiu Jianxian? Truly, a worthy cultivator of the celestial path. Previously, both Du Guqiu Bai and Xiongba remarked that cultivators of the celestial path could retain their youth indefinitely. I was somewhat skeptical, but seeing you, it appears the rumors hold truth. I have been rather uninformed. Your Majesty flatters me. Indeed, cultivators of the celestial path can maintain their youth. Yet the appearance one presents is influenced by their psychological age. My mental age is quite youthful, hence my youthful visage, while my senior brother, despite being only slightly older than I, appears considerably more mature, with his hair and beard already white. Jiu Jianxian replied, shaking his head. I was unaware of such nuances. Emperor Zhu Chocolate in realization. By the way, have you decided where you wish to establish your sect, Your Excellency Jiu Jianxian? I understand from Meng Shunji that he has already discussed this with you on the way, but I believe it prudent to confirm with you directly. After some light conversation, Emperor Shui Yi pondered for a moment before addressing the matter at hand. I have indeed conferred with the Dream God Machine Teaching Committee. Your Majesty, do you possess a map of the vicinity around the Tiandi Imperial City? Asked Jiu Jianxian. Certainly, replied the Snow Knight Emperor. nodding as he rose and walked to the bookshelf at the back, retrieving a scroll of the map and unfurling it upon the desk before them. Upon seeing the map, Jiao Jianxian immediately located the site he intended to establish his sect, a peak known as Lingyanshan. This mountain is adorned with both water and greenery, and according to Dream God Machine, the scenery is exceptionally beautiful. Given its vastness, there is ample space for constructing sect buildings, perfectly aligning with the requirements of their Shu Mountain Sword sect. Your intention is to build your sect upon Lingyanshan, is it not? Snow Knight Emperor inquired after opening the map. Indeed, Jiao Jianxian affirmed with a nod. Lingyanshan is indeed a splendid location. However, it is somewhat distant from our Tiandi Imperial City, and the peak is quite high. Establishing a sect there would be exceedingly challenging, even with the aid of the pulley invented by Master Lei Lin to transport materials. If you can, Your Excellency Jiao Jianxian, you might consider visiting Lord Crocodile Demon in the Wanhun Demon Kingdom on the Henghe Plain. Lord Crocodile Demon possesses the ability to manipulate the earth and control gravity. With his assistance, the difficulty of constructing your sect on Lingyanshan would be significantly alleviated. Without Lord Crocodile Demon's help, even with the full support of myself and other factions in Tiandi Imperial City, it would still require at least a year to establish your sect there. However, with Lord Crocodile Demon's aid, it may take less than 6 months, as has been validated by the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association. Initially, neither the Patian Sword Sect nor the Tianxia Association could succeed in establishing their sects this year, but with Lord Crocodile Demon's assistance, they were completed in just a few months. Having confirmed with Jiao Jianxian that he indeed intends to establish his sect on Lingyanshan, the Snow Knight Emperor pondered for a moment before suggesting, Lord Crocodile Demon, you say? I understand. I shall visit him in the Wanhun Demon Kingdom on the Henghe Plain when time permits. I have heard of him and find him quite intriguing. Jiao Jianxian replied after contemplating the Snow Knight Emperor's suggestion. In truth, Bai Luo had already intended for Jiao Jianxian to seek Lord Crocodile Demon's assistance for the construction of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect's entrance. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to build a grand entrance on such a high mountain, and even in the fantastical realm of Dolua continent. It would likely take more than a year. Now that the Snow Knight Emperor has proposed this suggestion, it aligns perfectly with Jiao Jianxian's plans. I have little more to convey. I shall assign the craftsmen of our Tiandi royal family to your service, Your Excellency Jiao Jianxian. I will entrust this to Qing He, the Snow Knight Emperor remarked with a chuckle. By the way, are these 3 little ones your esteemed disciples? Your Excellency Jiao Jianxian? Even if you enlist Lord Crocodile Demon's assistance, constructing the Shu Mountain Sword Sect's entrance on Lingyanshan will still require several months. During this time, if you 3 little ones have the opportunity, you are welcome to visit our Tiandi Royal Academy, where the martial soul simulation training ground and library are always open to you. As he spoke, the Snow Knight Emperor turned to Bai Luo and the others, smiling warmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. We did not expect such an invitation to the Tiandi Royal Academy, with both the martial soul simulation training ground and library open to us. Bai Luo and the others hastily bowed in gratitude. However, Bai Luo was not particularly keen on visiting the Tiandi Royal Academy. Soon, the Patian Sword Sect and Tianxia Association would hold selections, and it was likely that figures like Dugi Yin and Yu Qianheng from the Tiandi Royal Academy would participate, most probably securing their spots. By then, there would be hardly anyone familiar left in Tiandi Imperial City. What was the point of going? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. Suddenly, a guard's voice called from outside the study, announcing the arrival of Crown Prince Qing He to see the Snow Knight Emperor. Why has Qing He come at this hour? Could it be that Master Lei Lin has developed something remarkable, and Qing He seeks my assistance in promoting it? Hearing that it was his son, the Snow Knight Emperor chuckled, regarding Lei Lin's presence and the revival of Blue Star technology in Qianren Shui's hands. The Snow Knight Emperor naturally viewed it as a positive development. The revival of the curved plow, water mill, blast furnace, and salt drying technique has greatly enhanced the strength of the Tiandi Empire. For the Snow Knight Emperor, this is undoubtedly a boon. Let him in, as I intend to introduce Qing He, or rather Qianren Shui, to Jiao Jianxian, making it convenient for Jiao Jianxian to seek Qianren Shui's assistance in contacting the royal craftsmen for building the sect. The Snow Knight Emperor promptly summoned Qianren Shui to enter. Soon, Qianren Shui, disguised as Crown Prince Qing He, entered the imperial study. Although Bai Luo had encountered Qianren Shui during his time in the Tian sword sect, Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yuran had yet to meet her. So this is the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Shui Qinghe? He appears quite approachable. Upon seeing the golden-red attire, short golden hair, well-proportioned figure, and gentle, insightful smile of Qianren Shui, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but think. Especially Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Qianren Shui and recalling their own star Luo Empire's Crown Prince Davis, felt there was a stark contrast. Upon entering the study and noticing Dream God Machine, Jiao Xian, and Bai Luo, Qianren Shui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a gathering. Nevertheless, she first bowed respectfully to the Snow Knight Emperor, saying, "I pay my respects to Father. Haha, Qinghe, has Master Lei Lin invented something new that requires your assistance and promotion?" Upon seeing Qianren Shui enter, the Snow Knight Emperor immediately greeted her with a smile. Afterward, he gestured toward Jiao Xian and Bai Luo, proceeding with introductions. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is His Excellency Jiao Xian, and these three little ones are his disciples. Among them is a young man named Li Xiaoyao, whose talent for immortality is exceptional. He is a seed of ascension, so you must cultivate a close relationship with him. Qinghe, meet His Excellency Jiao Xian." Hearing the Snow Knight Emperor's words, Qianren Shui smiled warmly at Jiao Xian and bowed respectfully. "By the way, Qinghe, His Excellency Jiao Xian intends to establish the Shu Mountain Sword Sect's entrance on Lingyun Shan, and I plan to dispatch our royal craftsmen to assist. I will entrust this matter to you. Additionally, the various noble families and soul master clans in Tiando Imperial City have agreed to send their craftsmen to aid His Excellency Jiao Xian in constructing the sect, as the establishment of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect would also benefit them. I plan to leave the coordination of this matter to you." As Qianren Shui bowed to Jiao Xian, he reciprocated the gesture. The Snow Knight Emperor gently stroked his long, white beard, saying, "All of this will be your responsibility. All entrusted to me? Rest assured, Father. I will earnestly plan and coordinate to expedite the construction of His Excellency Jiao Xian's Shu Mountain Sword Sect entrance," Qianren Shui replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly affirming her commitment. "All right, then I leave it in your capable hands." After introducing the Jiao Xian to Qianren Shui, the Emperor of the Snowy Night had no further matters to attend to and instructed Qianren Shui to take Jiao Xian and Bai Luo to discuss the construction of the Shu Shan Sword Sect. Upon leaving the imperial study and walking along the path away from the palace, Qianren Shui could not help but inquire of Jiao Xian, "Your Excellency Jiao Xian, have you completed the design blueprint for the sect?" It was imperative to have a design blueprint for constructing a building, and Qianren Shui needed to clarify this before contacting artisans to formally commence the construction of the Shu Shan Sword Sect's mountain gate. "I have yet to produce the design blueprint," replied Jiao Xian, "but I intend to emulate the architecture of the Shu Shan Sword Sect for my world and establish a similar sect upon Lingyun Mountain. However, while I am familiar with the appearance of the Shu Shan Sword Sect in my world, I am uncertain about how to draw the design. Might His Highness the Crown Prince have any suggestions in this regard?" Jiao Xian shook his head, expressing his thoughts, yet feeling perplexed about the implementation, prompting him to seek advice from Qianren Shui. "You will need to enlist someone to assist you with the design blueprint. Coincidentally, I know someone who might be able to help, Master Lei Lin, whom you just heard about. According to your reincarnation hall, Master Lei Lin is a technology-oriented reincarnator, and drafting design blueprints is his specialty. If you describe the appearance of your Shu Shan Sword Sect well, I am confident that Master Lei Lin can create a design blueprint that will satisfy you." Upon hearing this, Qianren Shui pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Chapter 224, The Industrial Park of Dolua Continent, a stunning development, Zone Master Lei Lin. Upon learning that Qianren Shui intended to have Master Lei Lin assist Jiao Xian in drafting the design blueprint for the Shu Shan Sword Sect, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback. However, they were well aware of Master Lei Lin's reputation, although Master Lei Lin was still a first-level wizard, rendering him somewhat lacking in strength compared to figures like Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. He was among the most renowned reincarnators currently active on the continent. Aside from those who had surpassed the title of Title Dua, revered as Your Excellency. The reason for Master Lei Lin's fame was simple. He had reintroduced the technology of Blue Star to the Dolua continent, creating and promoting innovations like the curved plow, the fermentation method, and the three-wheeled husbandry method, which had greatly benefited countless commoners. Subsequently, he also brought forth the water mill, hydraulic hammer, blast furnace for iron smelting, solar salt production method, and even a more economical papermaking technique. These advancements had provided immense benefits to the populace of Doluo continent, earning him widespread gratitude. In the entire continent, particularly in the Tiandi imperial city, Master Lei Lin's reputation was especially illustrious. After reintroducing various technologies to Doluo continent, the paramount task was, of course, to produce tangible goods. To this end, Master Lei Lin established a development zone in the outskirts of Tiandi imperial city, situated beside a mighty river known as Benlong River, where he constructed numerous workshops reliant on hydraulic power. To staff these workshops, Master Lei Lin recruited many individuals from nearby villages, particularly those displaced by the wolf disaster in the Hengyi Plain who had relocated to the vicinity of Tiandi imperial city. This rendered Master Lei Lin a benefactor to many villages. The residents of Tiandi imperial city also reaped the benefits brought by the workshops. Furthermore, Master Lei Lin established a program specifically aimed at educating common students, teaching them fundamental knowledge of physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics applicable to both Blue Star and Doluo continent. Graduates could subsequently enter the workshops as technicians or managers. All these factors combined bestowed upon Master Lei Lin an undeniable high regard within Tiandi imperial city. Accompanied by Qian Renxue, Bai Luo, and the group departed the palace, boarding Qian Renxue's carriage, and swiftly made their way to the outskirts of Tiandi imperial city. Soon, the carriage exited the city and arrived at the countryside. As they traversed a newly paved road alongside the rushing Benlong River and reached the development zone, they beheld a cluster of buildings that had emerged abruptly from the forest, a series of square structures rising from the ground, alongside peculiar machines partially submerged in Benlong River. Harnessing the river's hydraulic power, these machines operated autonomously, tirelessly producing agricultural tools and grinding countless grains of wheat in a fine flour. Within workshops devoid of hydraulic machinery, numerous female workers operated sewing machines, weaving silk. While silkworms existed in Doluo continent, no one had previously recognized that silk could be woven into fabric. Consequently, when Master Lei Lin reintroduced silk, one of the 3 luxury goods celebrated in ancient China, on Doluo continent, it sparked a frenzy among the nobility and soul masters. This led to a short-lived scarcity of silk garments, compelling Master Lei Lin to continually expand the silk workshop, yet demand still exceeded supply. In addition to the silk workshop, there were also porcelain workshops, snowflake candy workshops, fine salt workshops, soap workshops, and glass workshops, among others. The majority of the products manufactured by these workshops were high-end goods, selling out rapidly across Doluo continent, allowing both Master Lei Lin and Qian Renxue to reap substantial profits. However, both Master Lei Lin and Qian Renxue understood that monopolizing wealth was unwise, especially with their lucrative high-end goods likely to incite envy. Thus, they jointly established a company, distributing shares to various entities, including the royal family represented by the Emperor of Snowy Night, as well as families like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the Xuanwu Turtle family, and the Jiuxin Haitang family, ensuring mutual benefit. As with the Great Soul Arena, which flourished across the continent and generated immense profits, the 7 families behind it were, in fact, the 3 upper sects, 2 great empires, and the Spear Hall. Though this only accounted for 6 forces, the Xingluo Empire was shared between the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming Duke's mansion, effectively making it count as 2 families. Thus, altogether, they totaled 7. Upon arriving at the entrance of the development zone, the group disembarked from Qian Renxue's carriage. As they exited, they beheld the hydraulic machines in the Benlong River, continuously operating and emitting a cacophony of sounds, while all around them, numerous workers toiled at sewing machines and workbenches. The atmosphere was serious and industrious, with workshops transitioning towards industrialization, leaving Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing utterly astonished. This reaction was entirely understandable. For the populace of an agricultural nation, witnessing the marvels of an industrial nation was nothing short of breathtaking. Although Master Lei Lin had yet to find a substitute for rubber to resolve the steam engine's airtightness, delaying its advent. The workshops already progressing towards industrialization were sufficient to leave every newcomer in awe. This represented a transformative shift from agricultural production to semi-industrialized and industrialized manufacturing. Observing Bai Luo, Meng Yiran, and Zhu Zhuqing as they alighted from the carriage and gazed around in astonishment, Qian Renxue could not help but smile. Concerning the construction of the newly developed district, she had previously entrusted everything to Lei Lin. During her first visit here, she was thoroughly astonished. However, Upon noticing that Jiao Jianxian remained composed and unruffled, Qianren Shui felt a tinge of disappointment. She had expected Jiao Jianxian to be equally amazed. After all, based on the information she gathered from Lei Lin, most civilizations in the realm of immortals were agricultural in nature. Thus, witnessing this workshop area, which Lei Lin described as having made strides towards industrialization, should have evoked a sense of wonder. To her surprise, it did not. Upon reflection, Qianren Shui quickly grasped the reason. Jiao Jianxian had presumably visited a technological world prior. According to Lei Lin, the steam engine, which they had yet to conquer, represented merely the initial step towards industrialization, while the technological world had already traversed countless strides down that path. If Jiao Jianxian had encountered a more advanced, industrialized technological world, it would be quite understandable that he would not look down upon their developing district. Let's proceed. Your Excellency Jiao Jianxian, along with our amiable companion, Zhu Qing, I shall lead you to Master Lei Lin. Chapter 225. Master Lei Lin in the laboratory, the powerful chip under Qianren Shui's guidance. The party traversed numerous workshops until they arrived before the most opulent and towering edifice in the newly developed district. This was the research and office building of the development area. Subsequently, they entered the building and, following Qianren Shui, soon reached the entrance of a laboratory in the research zone. Several fully armed guards stood sentinel at the door. Your Highness, upon seeing Qianren Shui, the guards promptly bowed. Is Master Lei Lin inside? Qianren Shui inquired of the guards at the laboratory door. Replying to Your Highness, Master Lei Lin is indeed inside. He typically completes his official duties early in the morning and then comes here to conduct experiments, returning for rest in the evening. Your Highness's timing is fortuitous. One guard respectfully responded. Very well, since he is inside, I have matters to discuss with Master Lei Lin. Please step aside. Qianren Shui nodded and issued her command. After the guards swiftly made way, she led by Luo and the others into the laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by an expansive space, radiating a pristine white. The entire area exuded a sense of high technology, with white-tiled walls and metallic experimental tables scattered throughout. Various mysterious apparatuses, minerals, tree resins, and animal horns adorned the metal racks beside the tables. At a distance, a youth clad in a white lab coat, with flowing golden hair and striking blue eyes, was diligently engaged in experiments, utilizing various reagents and alcohol lamps on the experimental table. After completing an experiment, he touched the resultant items, closed his eyes, seemingly in a state of analysis, only to eventually shake his head in disappointment. Alas, this structure still cannot replace rubber. Master Lei Lin, upon entering the laboratory, Qianren Shui beamed and called out, leading Jiao Jianxian and Bai Luo towards the engrossed Lei Lin. Ah, it is Your Highness. And who might these individuals be? Upon hearing Qianren Shui's voice, Lei Lin snapped out of his experimental reverie, surprised to see Qianren Shui accompanied by several others. Ah, Master Lei Lin. Allow me to introduce you to His Excellency Jiao Jianxian. These three are His Excellency's disciples. I have brought them to seek your assistance. With a smile, Qianren Shui introduced Lei Lin to Bai Luo and the others, then proceeded to explain her authorization by the Snow Knight Emperor to assist Jiao Jianxian in constructing the mountain gate, noting that Jiao Jianxian had not provided any blueprints, hence requiring Lei Lin's help. I see, this is straightforward. Your Excellency Jiao Jianxian, please describe the layout, architecture, and style of your Shu Shan sword sect to me, and I will assist you in drafting the design. Upon hearing Qianren Shui's words, Lei Lin smiled lightly, appearing quite at ease. To their astonishment, Lei Lin's self-assuredness led Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Iran to harbor doubts, as they considered the task challenging. After all, creating a design based on another's vision is no simple endeavor. However, Lei Lin's confidence stemmed from a solid foundation. As the protagonist of the Wizarding Stream, hailing from the future era of the Blue Star, Lei Lin possessed a chip endowed with extraordinary predictive computational abilities. Once he gathered sufficient data, he could establish tasks for the chip to simulate outcomes, and his mastery of wizardry was largely facilitated by the chip. Constructing wizardry models with mental energy was a task that the chip could effortlessly assist him with, far surpassing the difficulty of mere design drafting. In the laboratory, after Jiao Jianxian meticulously detailed the general layout and architectural specifics of the Shu Shan sword sect, Lei Lin collected ample data and instructed the chip to initiate simulations. Soon, He produced an uncut sheet of white paper and effortlessly sketched the layout of the Shushan sword sect, followed by several neatly cut sheets of paper on which he clearly illustrated the designs of various buildings. The designs were remarkably vivid, as Lei Lin's drawing skills were honed by the professional techniques of the future era, rendering the structures nearly lifelike. Upon witnessing the designs, Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran were left in astonishment, their minds filled with disbelief at such artistic prowess. Contrarily, Jiu Jianxian expressed satisfaction, acknowledging that the drawings represented their Shushan sword sect, and informed Qian Rinshui to instruct the craftsmen to construct the sect according to the layouts and designs presented. With Lei Lin's assistance, having acquired the impeccable layout and design for the Shushan sword sect, Qian Rinshui then led a curious Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran to explore the workshops within the developing district. As evening approached, they departed, returning to the Tiandi imperial city. Upon their return, as the hour was late, Qian Rinshui invited everyone to a renowned tavern in the Tiandi imperial city for dinner, after which they parted ways. However, after bidding farewell to Qian Rinshui, Jiu Jianxian, having indulged in a fair amount of wine during dinner, felt a surge of longing for drink and decided to explore the taverns of Tiandi imperial city in search of fine spirits. Bai Luo, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran, disinterested in drinking, opted instead to visit the Tiandi Great Soul Arena. At night, although darkness enveloped the surroundings, the Tiandi imperial city remained brilliantly illuminated, with shops, restaurants, and eateries bustling along the streets. Following the main thoroughfare, Bai Luo, along with Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, finally arrived before the Tiandi Great Soul Arena. Before my eyes stands a magnificent Tiandi Great Soul Arena, an expansive structure that could undoubtedly accommodate thousands of individuals simultaneously. From exterior perspective, the arena is resplendently adorned, with a striking silver and gold color scheme that resembles an inverted half-bowl resting upon the ground. Under the night sky, a kaleidoscope of colorful neon lights bursts forth from the top of the arena, shimmering in the air, creating a dazzling spectacle. Let us enter. Upon arriving at the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, Bai Luo immediately joined Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing as they walked forward. Chapter 226, Tiandi Great Soul Arena. Registration for Soul Battles. After ascending the numerous steps leading to the entrance of the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, the trio found themselves within the grand hall of the arena. Inside, the hall was equally splendidly decorated. The walls and floors were laid with pristine white marble and illuminated by the opulent soul-guided chandeliers overhead. The ambience exuded an air of cleanliness and brightness. Amidst the bustling crowd in the hall, counters were neatly arranged, staffed by elegantly uniformed and strikingly beautiful female attendants. In the corners of the hall, exquisite potted plants added a touch of nature to the environment. At this moment, having just opened its doors for the night, the Tiandi Great Soul Arena was filled with eager soul masters who had been waiting in the Tiandi Imperial City, creating a lively and crowded atmosphere, with conversations and debates echoing throughout. Is this the Great Soul Arena? It is so vast and filled with so many people. Upon entering the Tiandi Great Soul Arena and observing the opulent hall and thronging crowd, Meng Yiran could not help but express her astonishment. Although she had become a soul master at a young age, she had never before visited the Great Soul Arena. After all, battles within the arena could be perilous, and many soul masters engaged in combat where the stakes were high, often resulting in intense and brutal confrontations. At merely 9 years of age, Meng Yiran was still attending a primary soul master academy, akin to being an elementary school student on launching. Such a somewhat bloody sport as soul battles had yet to be witnessed by her. Yiran, should we proceed to register for the soul battles? As they made their way through the hall, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, observing the surroundings. Indeed, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Meng Yiran placed a delicate finger to her lips, a thoughtful expression gracing her exquisite face as she replied, according to the process I am aware of, we should first register for the soul battles, then sign up for the competitions we wish to enter, and afterward, we simply need to wait in the designated lounge for our respective groups for further instructions. Let us move forward, though I am not a soul master myself, so I'm uncertain if I'm eligible to participate. Bai Luo, overhearing the dialogue between Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, scratched his head and spoke. Let's queue up. We will find out when the time comes. Subsequently, Bai Luo, Meng Yiran, and Zhu Zhuqing located a counter with a shorter line and joined the end of the queue, patiently waiting. In truth, Bai Luo had previously visited the Tiandi Great Soul Arena. While residing in the Qihua Academy in the Tiandi Imperial City, he had accompanied his senior, Dugu Qiubai, along with Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, who also became disciples of Dugu Qiubai. With a combat enthusiast junior like Huo Wu, Bai Luo often found himself drawn into the arena's battles. I wished to register for the soul battles. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn. Standing at the front, Meng Yiran promptly addressed the female attendant behind the counter. Registration? Very well, please fill out this form, Mississippi. Upon hearing Meng Yiran's intention to register for the soul battles, the beautiful attendant smiled, retrieving a registration form from beneath the counter and handing it to Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran accepted the form, and Bai Luo and Zhu Zhuqing leaned in with curiosity to examine its contents. The first thing that caught their eye on the form was the section for the name or alias of the Soul Master, followed by fields for the Soul Master's martial soul and cultivation level, among other details. Most of the information was optional, but the cultivation level was mandatory and required verification. After reviewing the registration form, Meng Yiran took up a quill and swiftly filled in the necessary details. As the granddaughter of the illustrious Guy Shilong Shi, Meng Yiran had no need to conceal her identity. She simply filled in her name and completed the required sections. In the cultivation level field, she declared herself a great soul master. Following her harrowing experiences during the corpse ghost calamity and after practicing breathing techniques, ripple energy, and chi refining methods, her soul power cultivation speed had significantly increased. Additionally, thanks to her grandfather Meng Shu and grandmother Chao Tianxiang's assistance in tracking down royal zombies, she had been bestowed with the 9 In True Classic, a profound inner cultivation method. Thus, Meng Yiran had advanced to the realm of Great Soul Master. Upon completing the registration, the attendant retrieved a crystal ball specifically designed to assess the soul power of Great Soul Masters, allowing Meng Yiran to undergo the evaluation. After confirming her status as a Great Soul Master, the attendant requested a registration fee of 1 gold soul coin and subsequently presented Meng Yiran with the Iron Soul Badge, representing the lowest rank within the Great Soul Arena. This badge would serve as proof for future registrations at the Tiandi Great Soul Arena and other arenas. If she accumulated sufficient points in the arena, the Iron Soul Badge could later be upgraded to a copper, silver, or gold badge. May I confirm that you wish to register for the individual soul battles in the Great Soul Master category? After Meng Yiran accepted the Iron Soul Badge and indicated her intention to participate in the individual battles, the attendant inquired for confirmation. Once Meng Yiran affirmed, the attendant promptly completed her registration, directing her to the lounge for the Great Soul Master individual battles to await further instructions. Next, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, who had already advanced to the rank of Soul Master and registered for the individual battles in the Soul Master category. Finally, it was Bai Luo's turn. Excuse me, miss. May I inquire if I can register for the soul battles, even though I am not a Soul Master? Standing at the counter and gazing at the stunning attendant clad in an elegant black uniform, Bai Luo could not help but ask. Bai Luo's question momentarily left the female attendant at a loss. Fortunately, Bai Luo quickly clarified that while he was not a Soul Master, he was no ordinary person, but rather a reincarnator who primarily practiced martial arts, uncertain of his eligibility to participate in the soul battles at the Tiandi Great Soul Arena. Chapter 227. What? Aikun? Sir, are you a reincarnator? In the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, upon hearing Bai Luo declare himself a reincarnator, the female staff member behind the counter, dressed in an exquisite black uniform and possessing striking beauty, was momentarily taken aback. Although the existence of the reincarnators had become widely known due to the relentless propaganda efforts of the Spear Hall and the 2 great empires, the number of reincarnators created by Bai Luo was still fewer than 100. Even if all of his avatars were dispatched, it would be akin to casting a single grain of sand into the ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever in the vast expanse of Dolua continent. Thus, while everyone had heard of reincarnators, few had actually witnessed one in person, at least within the Tiandi Great Soul Arena. No reincarnators had yet participated in the soul battles. The alias Bai Luo currently wore, Li Xiao Yao, should be regarded as the first reincarnator to arrive at the Tiandi Great Soul Arena. Sir, I apologize, but our arena has yet to accommodate a reincarnator, and I lack the authority to handle such matters. However, you may wait in our VIP lounge for a short while, and I will promptly report to our supervisor. Upon learning of Bai Luo's identity, the female staff member, not lacking in intelligence, recognized this could be a significant opportunity for their arena. Therefore, despite her lack of authority, she did not turn Bai Luo away, but instead expressed her apologies. There is no need for me to wait in your VIP lounge. Please inform your supervisor. I came with them. He gestured towards Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing. They are set to participate in the individual soul battles for the Soul Master and Great Soul Master groups. Once you have news, you can come directly to me. I trust your arena can manage that. Upon hearing the suggestion of waiting in a lounge, Bai Luo promptly shook his head in refusal and pointed to Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, we can manage that. The female attendant eagerly nodded in response, and upon seeing Bai Luo prepare to leave, she quickly added, "Sir, please take care." After Bai Luo publicly revealed his identity as a reincarnator, not only did the staff of the counter react, but many soul masters present, who had come to participate in the battles, cast glances of envy, astonishment, or resentment towards him. However, Bai Luo paid them no mind and proceeded with Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran through the corridor behind the hall, heading towards the individual soul battle area for the Soul Master group. In the Great Soul Arena, the sequence of individual soul battles commenced with the Soul Master group, followed by the Great Soul Master group, Soul Venerable group, and Soul Sect group, among others. Therefore, after participating in the individual soul battles, Zhu Zhuqing's match would take place first, followed by the Great Soul Master group. Following the directional signs on the walls of the corridor, Bai Luo, Meng Yiran, and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at a lounge designated for the Soul Master group's individual battles. The lounge within the Tiandi Great Soul Arena was notably spacious. Its decor mirrored that of the main hall, with pristine white marble tiles adorning the floors and walls. Under the illumination of the opulent Soul Guide chandeliers, the room appeared exceptionally clean and bright. In the corners of the room were elegantly trimmed green plants, and unlike the main hall, the lounge featured rows of soft black leather seats, accommodating hundreds of individuals. This was merely one lounge for the Soul Master group's individual battles, with several more similar lounges constructed behind each spectator seating area. Due to this unique structure, there were also balcony-like spaces outside the lounges, forming a circular corridor situated between the spectator seats, allowing one to view the corresponding battles within the arena. Let's proceed. After entering the lounge, Bai Luo, Meng Yiran, and Zhu Zhuqing found a spot to sit, engaging in quiet conversation while awaiting the commencement of Zhu Zhuqing's individual battle. After waiting for several minutes, the loudspeaker finally announced Zhu Zhuqing's name. Battle Arena 3. The next battle features contestant Zhu Zhuqing against contestant Xiehua Phoenix. Please have both contestants enter the arena promptly. What? Xiehua Phoenix? Bai Luo could not help but express surprise. Isn't that Ma Hongjun? Shouldn't the Shrek Academy be in Soto City? How did Ma Hongjun end up in the Tiandi Imperial City? Senior brother, what's wrong? After becoming Bai Luo's disciple, Zhu Zhuqing began to refer to him as senior brother, given that Bai Luo was older than both her and Meng Yiran. Noticing Bai Luo's astonishment upon hearing the announcement, she inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the name Xiehua Phoenix sounds quite formidable," which caught me off guard for a moment. Bai Luo replied with a smile, scratching his head. "Formidable? What significance does a name hold? In soul battles, strength is what truly matters. Anyone who bears such a name at the Soul Master level is unlikely to be a serious contender. They might just be a novice." Meng Yiran remarked dismissively. "A novice? Perhaps that's accurate." Reflecting on Ma Hongjun's nickname, Bai Luo couldn't help but find it amusing. As the three conversed, the loudspeaker began to repeat the announcement, urging Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun to take the stage. Prompted by the arena's call, Zhu Zhuqing departed the lounge, following the designated passage for contestants towards Battle Arena 3. Bai Luo and Meng Yiran also left their lounge, heading towards the circular corridor behind the spectator seating area of Battle Arena 3, preparing to watch Zhu Zhuqing's battle. As Bai Luo and Zhu Zhuqing reached the circular corridor behind the spectator seating area, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun had already entered the arena under the hostess announcement, stepping onto the battle platform. There, standing opposite Zhu Zhuqing, was a chubby young boy dressed in red, with short red hair. Though only 6 or 7 years old, lacking facial hair, and appearing quite different from his future self in Shrek Academy, his small nose and eyes, along with a face full of pudge, rendered his features rather unappealing. Is this Ma Hongjun? Already so portly at such a young age? Is his appearance truly a result of his martial spirit? Observing the young Ma Hongjun, who had just awakened his martial spirit, Bai Luo found it peculiar that he was already so overweight and looked rather unseemly. Recalling how Ma Hongjun had transformed into a handsome figure after refining the inner core of the 10-headed fire serpent on Sea God Island, Bai Luo felt a strange mixture of thoughts. Chapter 228. Huwu and Feng Xiao Tian in the Tiandi Great Soul Arena. With gray and white hair parted in the middle, an androgynous face, and a martial spirit that was a female gray feathered chicken. Bai Luo could hardly suppress a twitch of his lips, feeling utterly at a loss for how to express his thoughts. Aikun, I have reason to suspect you are a parallel being from an alternate dimension on Dolawa continent. Your chicken feet are exposed. Do you not realize that your head is currently being worn as a belt buckle? Chun Xian Wu's calm and unwavering pure black eyes resembled a deep pool, devoid of any sparkle, making it impossible to discern a hint of emotion. Certainly, if placed in modern Nanjing, such an expansive courtyard would likely require an exorbitant sum, perhaps even with an additional zero added to the price. It is evident that this scruffy man is seeking trouble, undoubtedly a suitor of Tong Yao. The kind of infatuated admirer who possesses the unwavering spirit of perseverance, akin to the age-old Chinese adage of not turning back until one has crashed into a wall. Based on my understanding from the daily reports, I have vaguely outlined the whereabouts of that Gushi Han, which seems to be roughly in this vicinity. During the Han and Tang dynasties, the Central Plains dynasties had all made endeavors in that area. Now, it is disheartening to see our dynasty so unfamiliar with this land. Sighing, Yang Reform expressed his lamentation. These individuals harbored ill intentions towards me, yet I could not discern when they began to target me. Was it before I entered Han Hai, or after? Was it deliberate, or did they simply wish to take advantage of my entanglement with the Shun beast? Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Momins lete. The sound of two owls hooting in the forest echoed, a prearranged signal indicating that my companions had returned. I could not resist the urge to rush forth and confront Chu Jiangxiu, but he effortlessly evaded my attempt. Several wisps of smoke rose within the valley, as the damp firewood proved difficult to ignite, creating a dense white smoke. How could I possibly open them? Tang Xiao awkwardly accepted the 4 gourds, realizing from Mu Tsong's tone that utilizing such gourds for storage should be a simple task. Yet he found himself utterly clueless at this moment. Xiao Chu had yet to retort when another knock at the door sounded. This time, it was Wei Wei. Upon seeing Xiao Chu and Wen and I seated together, she instinctively wanted to retreat, only to be called back by Xiao Chu. The supporters of Gangkong promised that as soon as he resigned from the position of admiral, he would be appointed as the commander-in-chief of the world government. General, he shook his head, indicating otherwise. The reason for his silence lay in his reluctance to dampen Gangkong's enthusiasm at such a moment, or perhaps due to uncertainty, which he chose not to disclose. A dozen mysterious men, their faces obscured by stockings, approached Yi Fan, each wielding a silenced pistol. Jin Yu was utterly bewildered by their intentions, and instinctively inquired, only to be interrupted by a sudden, cool sensation upon her lips. If you want me to give them to you, then abandon that thought immediately, Qin Luo decisively rejected. In a fan-like spread, within a radius of over 20 meters, every tree and even the rock succumbed to the relentless barrage, collapsing in disarray. He could hardly fathom that Yin Song would place such importance on his study abroad experience, even going so far as to promote him directly to the position of Dean of the Imperial Academy at the 5th rank. Lin Feng, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of helplessness, pondering how he merely wished to enjoy a cheerful party, yet was beset by such bothersome nuisances. Zi Chun and Zi Yu exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the basis of Jin Yu's deduction, as throughout their journey, aside from the seemingly errant actions of the demon tribe, they had detected no abnormalities. Chapter 227. The Fiery Phoenix, Ma Hongjun. Sir, are you reincarnated? In the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena. Upon hearing Bai Luo declare himself a reincarnator, the strikingly beautiful female staff member behind the counter was momentarily taken aback. Although the calamities wrought by wolves and zombies, coupled with the relentless promotion by the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, had made the matters of the Celestial Reincarnation Hall and reincarnators widely known. Bai Luo's current number of reincarnators had yet to reach 100. Even dispatching all avatars would be akin to tossing a grain of sand into the ocean, creating no discernible ripple. Thus, although the concept of reincarnators circulated widely, few had ever seen one in person. Certainly, within the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena, no reincarnators had participated in the soul battles thus far. Disguised as Li Xiaoyao, Bai Luo was likely the first reincarnator to attend the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena. Sir, I apologize, but our Grand Soul Arena has yet to accommodate a reincarnator. I lack the authority to handle such matters. However, you may wait in our VIP lounge while I report to my supervisor. Upon learning of Bai Luo's identity as a reincarnator, the female staff member astutely recognized the potential opportunity this presented for the Tiandi Grand Soul arena. Hence, despite her lack of authority, she refrained from turning Bai Luo away and instead expressed her apologies. There is no need for me to wait in your VIP lounge. Please inform your supervisor on my behalf. I arrived here with them, and they are set to participate in the individual soul battles for the Soul Master and Grand Soul Master groups. Once you have news, you may come directly to me. Surely, your Grand Soul Arena can manage such a request? Upon hearing about the VIP lounge, Bai Luo immediately shook his head in refusal, pointing towards Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing. We can manage. The female attendant hurriedly nodded in response, and, as she observed Bai Luo preparing to leave, she promptly added, Sir, please take care. After Bai Luo publicly revealed his identity as a reincarnator, not only did the staff behind the counter take notice, but many attending Soul Masters also cast envious, astonished, or resentful glances in his direction. However, Bai Luo paid this little mind, directly accompanying Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran through the corridor behind the hall, heading towards the individual soul battle area for the Soul Master group. In the Grand Soul Arena, the sequence of individual soul battles commenced with the Soul Master group, followed by the Grand Soul Master group, Soul Respect group, and Soul Zone group, among others. Thus, after participating in the individual soul battles, Zhu Zhuqing's match would precede that of the Grand Soul Master group. Following the directional signs on both sides of the corridor walls, Bai Luo, along with Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, arrive at a lounge designated for the individual soul battles of the Soul Master group. The lounge within the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena was notably spacious. The decor mirrored that of the hall, with the floors and walls adorned with immaculate white marble tiles, illuminated by splendid soul-guided chandeliers, creating an atmosphere of cleanliness and brightness. In the corners of the room stood meticulously pruned green plants, and, unlike the hall, this lounge featured rows of soft black leather seats, comfortably accommodating hundreds of individuals. This was merely one lounge in the individual soul battle area for the Soul Master group. Similar lounges existed in abundance, with at least a dozen more constructed behind the audience stands of each battle arena. Due to this unique structure, there were also balcony-like areas outside the lounges, a circular corridor situated between the spectator stands, allowing views of the corresponding battles. Let us proceed. Upon entering the lounge, Bai Luo, along with Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing, found a place to sit, engaging in quiet conversation while awaiting the commencement of Zhu Zhuqing's individual soul battle. After several minutes of waiting, the loudspeaker within the lounge finally announced Zhu Zhuqing's name. In the number 3 battle arena, the next duel features contestant Zhu Zhuqing against the contestant Fiery Phoenix. Both contestants are requested to enter the arena promptly. What? Fiery Phoenix? Upon hearing this, Bai Luo could not help but be taken aback. Wang, is that not Ma Hongjun? Shouldn't Shrek Academy be located in Suatua City? How did Ma Hongjun end up in Tiandi Imperial City? Senior brother, what is the matter? After becoming a disciple of Jiao Jianxian, due to Bai Luo being older than Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran, Zhu Zhuqing began to address Bai Luo as senior brother. Upon seeing Bai Luo's astonishment at the announcement from the soul amplification device, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the name BabyHuang sounds quite formidable, which took me by surprise, Bai Luo said while scratching his head, smiling. Formidable? What significance does an impressive name hold? In the battle arena, it is strength that truly matters. A soul master who chooses such a name at the soul master level is certainly not a serious contender. Perhaps he is merely an inexperienced novice, Meng Yiran remarked disdainfully. A novice? Perhaps that's about right. Thinking of Ma Hongjuan's nickname, Bai Luo couldn't help but chuckle. As the three conversed, the soul amplification device once again repeated the announcement calling Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun to the arena. Prompted by the announcer at the Grand Soul Arena, Zhu Zhuqing departed from the waiting room, proceeding along the designated path to the number 3 battle arena. Bai Luo and Meng Yiran also left their waiting room, heading to the audience area behind the number 3 battle arena, preparing to watch Zhu Zhuqing's battle. Upon arriving at the circular corridor behind the audience area of the number 3 battle arena, they found that Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun had already entered the arena and ascended the battle platform under the announcer's call. On the battle platform, standing opposite Zhu Zhuqing was a chubby young boy dressed in red, sporting short red hair. Though he was merely 6 or 7 years old and lacked facial hair, his small nose and eyes, along with his plump cheeks, made him appear rather unsightly. Is this Ma Hongjun? Even at such a young age, he is already so overweight. Is this truly a result of his martial soul? Observing the already rotund Ma Hongjun, Bai Luo found it peculiar. Recalling how he transformed into an attractive figure after refining the inner core of the 10-headed fire serpent on Sea God Island. Chapter 228. Hu Wu and Feng Xiaodian in the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena. As the two reached the center of the battle platform and exchanged greetings, Ma Hongjun was taken aback to discover that his opponent was a lovely girl appearing to be of similar age. His eyes sparkled with surprise as he grinned and said, "I have been participating in battles at the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena for several months, and this is the first time I've encountered someone my age. Are you Zhu Zhuqing? What a delightful name. May I get to know you? I am Ma Hongjun. You can call me Junge." Despite his youth, it seemed that Ma Hongjun had already become quite adept at flirting, likely due to the influence of the BabyHuang. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's beauty, he boldly made his advances. However, Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, displeased, and replied coldly, "I do not know you, nor do I wish to know your name. Since we are here to battle, let's focus on that, shall we?" In the circular corridor, Bai Luo watched in disbelief as Ma Hongjun, with his goofy demeanor, attempted to flirt with Zhu Zhuqing. "Do you even realize who you are speaking to? She is the fiancée of your boss Dai, in the original future. If you dared approach Zhu Zhuqing, Dai would likely break your legs. However, due to certain influences, the original future no longer existed." As he pondered this, Bai Luo felt a tinge of annoyance. Though nothing had occurred between him and Zhu Zhuqing yet, they were still considered fellow disciples. Witnessing the lewd advances of this chubby boy towards Zhu Zhuqing irked him. This rotund fellow will need a lesson someday for daring to flirt with my junior sister. He likely has no idea what the word death means. Meanwhile, on the battle platform, after being chastised by Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun initially intended to respond with his usual cheekiness. However, the announcer, soaring in the air with his soul power wings, had already begun to declare the rules, instructing both combatants to summon their martial souls. Let me defeat you first, then. Since you enjoy battling so much, I must showcase my strength." With a resigned expression, Ma Hongjun scratched his head and dramatically posed like a proud rooster before shouting, "BabyHuang, manifest!" At that moment, with a resounding cry, a fiery bird spirit with brilliant red feathers emerged from Ma Hongjun's back and then surged into his body. After the manifestation of his martial soul, Ma Hongjun's physical form remained largely unchanged, but his hands transformed, sprouting yellow scales and becoming a pair of sharp claws, while his eyes turned into crimson slits. Simultaneously, a circle of yellow soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, surrounding him. 100-year soul ring? Observing the emergence of a 100-year soul ring beneath Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted to one of seriousness and focus. Although this chubby boy appeared somewhat unsightly and shameless, the presence of a 100-year soul ring indicated that he was likely a formidable opponent. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Upon the manifestation of his martial soul, Ma Hongjun shouted loudly and unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, directing a dark red line of fire toward Zhu Zhuqing. Here it comes. The soul skill of the BabyHuang contestant, Phoenix Fireline. This martial soul is a variant, and the flames it emits are exceptionally unique. Once they catch, they are difficult to extinguish. It remains to be seen if Zhu Zhuqing can evade this attack. The announcer exclaimed excitedly as he held the amplification device. Yet, as Ma Hongjun unleashed his Phoenix Fireline, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened. Upon entering her martial soul state, she swiftly activated her Thunder Breath, dodging Ma Hongjun's attack at an astonishing speed. My goodness, Zhu Zhuqing has evaded it. Her martial soul is a cat martial soul, suggesting she is an agile attacker. However, Zhu Zhuqing's speed is truly remarkable. Even a great soul master in agility would struggle to match her swiftness. The announcer continued to elaborate with excitement. How fast? After firing the Phoenix Fireline, Ma Hongjun was taken aback to see Zhu Zhuqing evade his attack with such speed. His expression shifted, and he silently lamented, "Oh no, I might lose this fight. Agile attackers naturally counter my combat style, and this Zhu Zhuqing is incredibly fast. I fear I am in trouble." Indeed, the reality was just as he feared. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing evade her Phoenix Fireline, she advanced towards him, her 100-year soul rings illuminating in a mesmerizing display. The chilling, sharp claws emerged from her fingertips, causing Ma Hongjun's heart to tighten in apprehension. In a flurry, he unleashed his Phoenix Fireline, hoping to repel her and ideally strike Zhu Zhuqing. With the frail physique characteristic of an agility-type soul master, should he be hit by his Phoenix Fire line. The repercussions would undoubtedly lead to injury, forcing him to concede. Regrettably, Zhu Zhuqing was merely toying with him, intentionally intimidating Ma Hongjun to compel him to exhaust his soul power. How many times could a soul master unleash a 100-year soul skill? Perhaps a mere dozen before his energy was depleted. Thus, under Zhu Zhuqing's psychological warfare, after launching his Phoenix Fire line 8 or 9 times without success, Ma Hongjun sensed something amiss, realizing that Zhu Zhuqing was deliberately enticing him to deplete his soul power. If he exhausted his energy, surrender would be his only option. Yet, even with this awareness, Zhu Zhuqing maintained the offensive, leaving Ma Hongjun in a position of passive defense. As Zhu Zhuqing relentlessly closed in, poised to launch an attack at any moment, Ma Hongjun found himself with no choice but to continue using his Phoenix Fire line to keep her at bay. Eventually, after several attempts, his soul power was completely consumed. Ultimately, after a few probing exchanges, Zhu Zhuqing discerned that Ma Hongjun had indeed run out of energy and swiftly charged at him. Just as she was about to reach him, she suddenly pivoted, launching herself towards his back, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Bolstered by the might of her lightning breath and soul power, this kick was no trifling matter, propelling Ma Hongjun across the arena, landing him in an undignified heap. With a yelp, he found himself sliding several meters on the ground, feeling not only a searing pain in his back, but also as if his chest had been scraped raw, prompting a groan of agony to escape his lips. Zhu Zhuqing had no need to strike so forcefully, but Ma Hongjun's earlier boastful remarks warranted it. "You have lost." Following this decisive blow, Zhu Zhuqing closed in on him. Her martial spirit manifested as she brandished her claws at his throat, delivering her words in a chilling tone. With no recourse, Ma Hongjun could only bow his head in defeat. After the announcement of the results by the host, amidst the raucous cheers of the eager crowd, Zhu Zhuqing exited the arena. Outside, Bai Luo and Meng Yiran awaited her at the exit of Arena 3. "Zhuqing, how was your first battle?" Meng Yiran inquired with a playful smile as Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the contestants' tunnel. "It was nothing. Although Ma Hongjun is relatively strong among soul masters, he pales in comparison to us. He underestimated me, and I defeated him with minimal effort. I hope my next opponent will be more formidable," Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly. The trio then continued their conversation as they made their way through the corridor, departing from the individual competition area for soul masters and heading towards the designated area for great soul masters. Soon, they arrived at the individual competition area for great soul masters. However, as they approached the nearest lounge, a commotion drew their attention. Following the noise, they discovered a group of youths at the intersection of several corridors. Among them stood a tall girl clad in a fiery red, gold-trimmed dress. Her long crimson hair elegantly styled. Her striking features and fierce demeanor exuded a captivating aura, yet her expression was one of fury. Beside her, a handsome boy with a similar fiery appearance attempted to restrain her, preventing her from confronting a youth dressed in a blue uniform, tall and with striking silver hair. "Feng Xiaodian, will you ever give up? Why must you follow me every time I compete? I've told you countless times that I don't like you." The girl, Huowu, exclaimed in frustration. "Xiaowu, I only wish to understand you better. You may not like me now, but I believe that one day my sincerity will win you over. No one is more suited for you than I am. Although you have become a disciple of the renowned Dugu Qiubai, I am determined to prove myself worthy of you. The upcoming Tianxia conference will select disciples with attributes of wind, water, and ice, and I am certain I will secure the wind attribute spot, thus becoming your equal." Feng Xiaodian declared earnestly, unfazed by her anger. Upon overhearing their exchange, Meng Yiran felt exasperated at Feng Xiaodian's persistence. "Hey, you, do you find it amusing to persist when someone has clearly stated they do not like you?" she interjected, unable to hold back her thoughts as they passed by the unfolding drama. "Who are you?" Feng Xiaodian retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "This is a matter between Xiaowu and me. It is not for you to meddle." "Feng Xiaodian, how many times must I tell you not to call me Xiaowu?" Huowu was visibly outraged. "And what do you think gives you the right to prevent someone from defending my honor? Brother, let go of me. If he continues to follow me, I will make him understand the consequences. Just because we have known each other since childhood doesn't mean he can keep pursuing me." Frustrated, Huowu forcefully shook off Huo Wushuang's grip, her annoyance palpable. Seeing his sister in such a state, Huo Wushuang could only offer an awkward smile, realizing it was best not to press further. "I'm not pestering you. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. You are single? So is it not permissible for me to pursue you? Feng Xiaotian insisted, shaking his head earnestly. You're clearly grasping at straws. Meng Yiran felt a wave of nausea. Whether I am single is none of your business. Feng Xiaotian, let me reiterate, I do not like you. If you dare to pursue me further, do not think I will hesitate to act. Huo Wu stated coldly, her disgust apparent. Just as Feng Xiaotian was about to respond, he was restrained by a nearby classmate, who advised him to step away. Xiaotian, we should leave. You are about to participate in the Tianxia conference election, and we do not want any complications arising now. Once you successfully pass the selection of the Tianxia Society and become the esteemed disciple of His Excellency Xiongba, pursuing Miss Huo Wu will undoubtedly become a far simpler endeavor. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but agree. Deep down, he was aware that Huo Wu did not harbor feelings for him and was infatuated with a youth named Bai Luo. Nevertheless, he believed himself to be equal to Bai Luo, save for the one slight disadvantage of not being a disciple of a reincarnator. However, once he secured his position as a disciple of His Excellency Xiongba, he would stand on equal footing with Bai Luo anywhere. Moreover, his family would be far more powerful than Bai Luo's, although Huo Wu might not be fond of him. If he were to seek her hand in marriage from Dean Hua Xiaotian, the dean would surely favor him due to his superior qualities and agree to betroth Huo Wu to him. As Feng Xiaotian contemplated his own logic and envisioned his ideal future, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. However, before departing, he cast a glance at Bai Luo and Meng Yiran, crossed his arms over his chest, scoffed, and declared, I have never seen you two at the Great Soul Arena before. You must have come from elsewhere to participate in the selections of the Potionshin Sword Sect and the Tianxia Society. Am I correct? However, since you are outsiders, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Know your place. If you wish to intervene, you must first possess the capability to do so. I shall let this slide this time, considering it's your first encounter, but should you dare to act in such a manner again, I, Feng Xiaotian, will ensure you understand the consequences. This is Tiandi, Imperial City. Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's harsh words, Meng Yiran could not contain her anger. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? A scoundrel like you, who cannot even attract a girl's interest yet shamelessly clings to her. What are you trying to prove? If you have the ability, let us settle this right here. Bai Luo, equally unimpressed by Feng Xiaotian's attempts to encroach upon his territory, stepped forward with a cold smile and addressed Feng Xiaotian. This caused Feng Xiaotian's expression to stiffen. Me? A shameless scoundrel? His inner fury ignited. Feng Xiaotian clenched his fists. But as he contemplated engaging in a confrontation, he realized he could not gauge Bai Luo's strength. With the imminent selection of the Tianxia Society approaching, he deemed it prudent to remain cautious during this critical moment, which only served to amplify his indignation. Do not let me encounter you during the selections of the Tianxia Society. We are leaving. With that, Feng Xiaotian turned and departed with a group of students from Shunfeng Academy. After Feng Xiaotian's departure, Huo Wu furrowed her brow in frustration and turned to Huo Wu Shuang. Brother, why were you holding me back just now? This Feng Xiaotian keeps pestering me, and you have not intervened. Am I not allowed to handle this myself? Huo Wu Shuang forced a smile in response. Little Wu, it's not that we used to play together and see each other often, but if you were to strike him, it would not reflect well on you. Huo Wu sighed, resigned to her brother's overly accommodating nature. Thank you all, I am Huo Wu, and this is my brother Huo Wu Shuang. May I ask your names? After shaking her head, Huo Wu turned to Bai Luo and introduced herself graciously, inquiring further. I am Meng Yiran. I am Zhu Zhuqing. I am Li Xiaoyao. The trio introduced themselves in turn. Are you here to participate in the selections of the Potionshin Sword Sect and the Tianxia Society? Huo Wu asked with curiosity upon learning their names. Oh, no. We are not here for the selections of the Potionshin Sword Sect and the Tianxia Society. We already belong to a sect. Meng Yiran replied with a smile and a shake of her head. All right. Huo Wu nodded, choosing not to press further. The selections of the Potionshin Sword Sect and the Tianxia Society had attracted many soul masters to Tiandi Imperial City. Not only those eager to participate, but also many spectators. Huo Wu surmised that Bai Luo and his companions were likely here to observe. By the way, are you going to participate in the individual battles of the Grand Soul Master Group? Huo Wu inquired again. If so, we could go together. Since you're newcomers, you may not be familiar with many aspects of the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, and I could provide some insights. That would be wonderful, Meng Yiran exclaimed with delight. Subsequently, the group proceeded together toward a lounge designated for the individual battles of the Grand Soul Master Group. Shortly after Bai Luo and his companions entered the lounge, A commotion erupted as a group of individuals arrived. Chapter 230, The Talented Soul King Qin Ming. However, it was not this group that drew the attention of the soul masters within the lounge, for most of them were merely youths around the age of 10. The true source of the stir was a young man at the forefront, clad in resplendent attire, with short, light orange hair, a handsome and gentle visage, and a tall stature. What was happening? In the lounge, everyone turned their gaze to the newcomers, and the previously quiet atmosphere erupted into a flurry of discussion. Meng Yiran appeared puzzled. Because a celebrity has arrived, Huo Wu replied, her face reflecting a sense of admiration. A celebrity? Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged bewildered glances. Huo Wu smiled and explained, you are from out of town and may not be aware of the happenings in Tiandi Imperial City. These individuals hail from the Tiandi Royal Academy, comprising both students and teachers. The one at the forefront is Qin Ming, who recently became a teacher at the academy. Despite being in his 20s, he has already reached the rank of Soul King. Such a prodigy, coupled with his impressive record of over 30 consecutive victories at our Tiandi Great Soul Arena, naturally draws immense attention. What? A Soul King in his 20s? Upon hearing Huo Wu's words, Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment. A Soul King in their 20s was indeed one of the continent's top talents. The likes of Hu, Laina, Yin, and Xiaoyu, hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, were also merely Soul Kings in their 20s. Of course, compared to Hu, Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, Qin Ming was likely older than them at the time of his breakthrough to Soul King, yet he was still remarkable. It was essential to note that whether it was Hu, Laina, or her contemporaries, they were all in their 20s but possessed substantial backgrounds, lacking for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Yet what Qin Ming? He likely hailed from an exceedingly ordinary background, most likely that of a commoner. Otherwise, it would be difficult to comprehend why a gifted youth from a well-off family would attend an institution like Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, while boasting a formidable teaching staff, offered little in terms of cultivation resources. In such circumstances, for Qin Ming to attain the rank of Soul King in his 20s, with the potential to break through to Soul Emperor by his early 30s, speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. If Qin Ming had an extraordinary background, he would undoubtedly surpass even the likes of Ulaina and her peers, let alone Davis, the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, who, despite being in his 20s, was only at the 49th level and enjoyed a remarkable background. However, the unfortunate reality was that although teacher Qin Ming possessed exceptional talent, he was already 24 or 25 years old. However, whether it is the Tian Jianzong or the Tian Xiaohui, both require that the age of the soul masters participating in the selection must be between 6 and 18 years, and absolutely cannot exceed 18. As she spoke, Huo Wu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After introducing Qin Ming, Huo Wu went on to introduce Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing to the group of young men and women from the Tiandi Royal Academy following Qin Ming, which included Duge Yin, Yi Lingling, and Yu Tianheng, among others. Huo Wu, I didn't expect to see you here, Duge Yin exclaimed. Since there were empty seats on by Luo's side of the waiting room, Qin Ming led Duge Yin and the others over. Upon seeing Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang, Duge Yin expressed her surprise. Indeed, what a coincidence. By the way, Duge Yin, given your situation, why are you still at the Tiandi Royal Academy? Do you not plan to participate in the selections for Tian Jianzong and Tian Xiaohui? Huo Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. I won't be participating. Duge Yin shrugged. My martial spirit is the Bailin snake, and our Dugu family specializes in poison. Neither Tian Jianzong nor Tian Xiaohui suits me. There will surely be other reincarnators arriving on our Dilua continent in the future. Perhaps one of them will be adept in poison. It would be better for me to become their disciple. Huo Wu contemplated Duge Yan's words and felt that they made sense. For Duge Yan, neither Tian Jianzong nor Tian Xiaohui was particularly suitable, and there would undoubtedly be other reincarnators arriving in the future, so there was no need to rush. Looking at Yu Qianheng, Shi Mo, and Shi Mo, it seemed they shared the same sentiment. After Duge Yan and her companions settled down, and while waiting for the individual battles of the Great Soul Master Group to commence, Huo Wu curiously inquired about Meng Yiran's background. Given Meng Yiran's young age, yet status as a Great Soul Master, it was evident she did not come from an ordinary family. In response, Meng Yiran proudly revealed, my grandparents are renowned figures in the Soul Master world. The legendary guy, Shi Long Shi. Upon hearing this, Huo Wu was taken aback and exclaimed, my father is Hua Xiaotian, the principal of the Qihua Academy. She and my brother have already become disciples of the illustrious Dugu Qiubai at Tiandi. This afternoon, I happened to see the esteemed Guy Shilong Shi at the sect. Realizing that Huo Wu was indeed the daughter of Hua Xiaotian, Meng Yiran felt an instant connection, and the two quickly became friends, even making plans to go out together the next day. As the two girls chatted, the individual battles of the Great Soul Master Group commenced, and before long, Meng Yiran's name was called. "I'll head over first," Meng Yiran said as she stood up, preparing to leave the waiting room and proceed to the arena as announced by the voice amplification soul guide. "Let's go watch Yiran's battle," Huo Wu suggested excitedly, curious about Meng Yiran's abilities. Thus, by Luo, Zhu Zhuqing, Huo Wu, and BabyHuang left the waiting room and made their way to the audience area behind the second battle arena to observe Meng Yiran's duel. On the duel stage, Meng Yiran faced a female soul master named Su Lingyu, whose martial spirit was the white jade spiritual fox, a spirit master belonging to the mental control category. Unfortunately, perhaps due to being merely a great soul master, Su Lingyu's mental prowess was not strong enough, and her mental techniques proved ineffective against Meng Yiran, leading to her swift defeat. "Now I declare, the winner of this duel is contestant Meng Yiran," the announcer declared, prompting by Luo and the others to prepare to leave and greet Meng Yiran at the exit of the contestant passage of the second battle arena. However, just as they left the waiting room, a hurried voice called after them, "Excuse me, please wait a moment." Upon hearing the call, Bai Luo and the others turned to see a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, wearing black-framed crystal glasses, approaching with a graceful demeanor, accompanied by a beautifully attired woman in an exquisite black uniform. Bai Luo recognized the woman immediately. She was the staff member he had encountered at the counter earlier. It seemed she had reported his presence to her superiors, and now someone had come to speak with him. "I apologize for taking up your time," the middle-aged man said with a bow, expressing his apologies. "However, we have come for a reason. Upon learning of your status as a reincarnator, the higher-ups at the Great Soul Arena urgently convened a meeting. Although you are a reincarnator and not a soul master, we intend to offer you the opportunity to participate in the duels. In fact, we have anticipated that reincarnators would come to participate in the battles. After our research, we found that while we do not yet have information on other aspects, our spirit power testing crystal ball can also work for martial artists. However, the levels of martial artists do not align with those of our soul masters, making it difficult to choose the appropriate crystal ball for testing. Thus, we have developed a special spirit power crystal ball that can test levels from soul master to title doa, which also works for martial artists. Please, could you test it to determine your level in relation to our soul masters, so we can arrange your battle?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man produced a transparent white crystal ball and handed it to Bai Luo. "What? Yiran, is he a reincarnator?" Huo Wu exclaimed in surprise upon learning that Bai Luo was indeed a reincarnator. "Yes, he is indeed a reincarnator, but I didn't mention it since he didn't ask." Meng Yiran replied with a proud smile. Meanwhile, Bai Luo placed his hand on the crystal ball, which immediately radiated a brilliant light. Initially, the ball emitted an increasingly bright white light, which then transitioned to black, purple, and blue, culminating in a dazzling emerald green glow before stabilizing. "It appears, sir, that your true energy level is equivalent to the Soul King rank on our Dolua continent." The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment as he adjusted his black crystal glasses upon seeing the brilliant green light given by Luo's apparent youth. Even though he was currently presenting himself as Li Xiaoyao, he looked to be barely of age, yet had already attained the status of a Soul King. Such talent was truly astonishing. "Huh, am I really only a Soul King?" Bai Luo was taken aback at the revelation. He had thought that after consuming the demon pill and leveraging his innate divine body in dire situations, he had reached the level of a Soul Emperor after overpowering the avatar of the Blood Cloak Marquis by Yifei, because the Blood Clothes Marquis by Yifei's avatar, amidst the wolf disaster, devoured the soul power of countless soul masters on the Hengi Plain using the Biming divine art. He has yet to battle a soul sage, but has already faced a Soul Emperor. Thus, he is entirely capable of effortlessly vanquishing a Soul Emperor. However, considering the vast disparities in strength among Soul Emperors on the Dolua continent, due to the differences in martial spirits and soul rings, Bai Luo still perceives Bai Yifei's avatar as merely at the Soul Emperor level, while estimating that he himself is also at that tier. Unexpectedly, through the specialized soul power testing crystal ball on the Dolua continent, it was revealed that his cultivation level is only equivalent to that of a Soul King in the Soul Master system. Nevertheless, as a martial artist, one's true energy cultivation is not the entirety of their power. The pivotal factor lies in the martial arts one possesses. With the martial arts he commands, not only could he contend with a Soul Emperor, but it is likely that even a Soul Sage or a Soul Doloa would be no match for him. Observing the age of the gentleman, who appears to be merely 16 or 17, reaching the equivalent strength of a Soul King at such a tender age is quite formidable, particularly on our Doluo continent. It was surprising to see Bai Luo exhibit a hint of regret upon discovering that his test results indicated only a Soul King level. The middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle and reflect on this. Furthermore, the strength you possess is precisely adequate, as the highest level of combat in our Grand Soul Arena is indeed the Soul King level. Although theoretically there exist Soul Emperors and even higher-level combatants, in practice, once one reaches the Soul Emperor tier, they are typically established enough to not participate in the Grand Soul Arena any longer. Therefore, your strength, equivalent to that of a Soul King, is quite fitting, and coincidentally, we can arrange a match for you in the main arena today. What do you think? Sure. Since we are already here, Bai Luo nodded in agreement to the middle-aged man's proposal. Very well. However, the Soul King group battles, even in our main arena, are the final climax of the event and will take place later, likely in an hour or two. Would you prefer to wait in our VIP lounge at the main arena? The middle-aged man inquired further. We still wish to watch the duel between those two. The solo battle of the Great Soul Master Group, which should occur before the Soul King group battles, right? Bai Luo pondered before glancing at Huo Wu and Huo Shuang, asking, indeed, the solo battles of the Great Soul Master Group will certainly take place before the Soul King group battles in our main arena. The middle-aged man replied with a smile, then handed a key with a doorplate to Bai Luo. Sir, this is the key to your VIP box prepared by our Grand Soul Arena, with a doorplate number included. After you enjoy the duel between this lady and gentleman, you may proceed to the VIP box to wait. After saying this, the middle-aged man bowed slightly to Bai Luo before taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Soul Arena began its promotions. The Tiandi Grand Soul Arena would host a Soul King level solo battle featuring a reincarnator and a star contestant. This announcement ignited the curiosity of numerous nobles, wealthy individuals, and soul masters who had come to witness the duels, leading to a frenzy for tickets to the main arena. In no time, even with ticket prices skyrocketing several times, the VIP box allocations were in high demand. Meanwhile, after Meng Yiran's solo battle concluded, Bai Luo subsequently accompanied her and Zhu Zhuqing to watch the duel between Huo Wu and Huo Shuang. The group then proceeded to the main arena, arriving at the VIP box arranged for them. As Bai Luo used the key to open the door, he led everyone into the lavishly decorated box. Upon seeing the opulent decor with exquisite potted plants in the corners, a black genuine leather sofa in the center, a high-end glass coffee table in front of it, and a soul-guided chandelier clearly of substantial value hanging above, especially the glass wall facing the combat arena, Meng Yiran couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, is this the VIP box of the main arena? It looks so luxurious and beautiful. Moreover, the transparent glass facing the main arena allows for a complete view of the combat stage, which must surely enhance the viewing experience. Chapter 232. The opponent turned out to be Qin Ming. Indeed, the price of the VIP box in the main arena is 100 gold soul coins per night. If it did not provide an excellent viewing experience, who would come again? After entering the VIP box, Huo Wu comfortably settled onto the sofa and remarked, 100 gold soul coins, is that exorbitant? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her surprise, although she hails from a Yuming Duke's residence as the legitimate daughter of the Yuming Duke. In her younger years, her needs were primarily met by the Duke's household. After awakening her martial spirit, her parents would provide her with pocket money, but since she still lived at home, it amounted to only a few hundred gold soul coins a month. To commoners, this might be an amount they could never earn in their lifetime. However, Zhu Zhuqing viewed it as sufficient, though not particularly abundant. She never expected that a VIP box at the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena would cost 100 gold soul coins for a single night, which represented 1/5 of her allowance. This revelation caused her to inwardly gasp in astonishment. After a brief period of casual conversation in the box, a sudden knock resonated from outside the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a beautiful woman clad in a black Grand Soul Arena uniform, holding a stack of documents with a smile upon her face. Good evening, everyone. Supervisor Chen sent me to deliver the opponent's information for tonight's duel to Mr. Li Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, in another corridor outside, a different VIP box encircling the main arena. The spacious hallway echoed with clear footsteps and murmurs. Our duel has finally concluded today. Next up is Teacher Qin Ming's battle in the main arena. I wonder who his opponent is tonight. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. In the realm of Soul Kings, teacher Qin Ming is invincible. Amidst the chatter, Qin Ming from the Tiandi Royal Academy, accompanied by Du Yin and Yu Qianheng, walked down the corridor, making their way to a VIP lounge to await the commencement of Qin Ming's duel in the main arena. Shortly after Qin Ming and his companions arrived at the lounge, a staff member dressed in the Tiandi Grand Soul Arena uniform approached them. Teacher Qin Ming's opponent tonight is actually a reincarnator? Upon learning that Qin Ming's adversary tonight is a reincarnator, Du Yin, Yu Qianheng, and the other students were taken aback. My opponent tonight is a reincarnator? I see. Do you have any information about this esteemed reincarnator from the duel arena? In contrast to the shock of Du Yin and her peers, Qin Ming remained composed, even offering a smile as he inquired. Unfortunately, Bai Luo is registering for a duel for the first time, and the arena does not possess any relevant information about him. Qin Ming had already somewhat anticipated this. After sending off the staff member who had come to inform them, he noticed his students were quite anxious. Yet he remained calm and even smiled slightly, saying, Yinzi, Tianheng, there's no need to worry too much, even if he is a reincarnator. What of it? Not all reincarnators possess the formidable strength of the likes of Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. Take Ku Zhanyi and Lu Xiaofeng from the Demon Hunter Guild, for instance. Although they're also reincarnators, their prowess is far from remarkable. Therefore, there is no need for undue concern. Since my graduation, I, Qin Ming, have traversed the world of soul masters for many years and have encountered numerous tempests. They are merely reincarnators. As long as our realms are comparable, I do not believe I'll be outmatched by them. As he spoke, a gleam of confidence and pride shone in Qin Ming's eyes. After a brief wait, the duel between Bai Luo and Qin Ming finally commenced. Announced by the sound amplification soul device in the VIP box, Bai Luo and Qin Ming departed their quarters, entering the contestant passage surrounding the main battle arena, preparing to step into the main stage. At that moment, in the main arena, the host unfurled his soul power wings, hovering in midair while holding a sound amplification soul device, and began to loudly preside over the evening's significant duel. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to tonight's battle. I believe you have all eagerly awaited this final showdown. This duel features reincarnator Mr. Li Xiaoyao against our very own Firewolf Qin Ming, who has triumphed in 32 consecutive battles at the Tiandi Grand Arena. Without further ado, let's welcome both gentlemen to the stage. With that, the host waved his hand, and the spotlight from soul devices above illuminated the exits of the contestant passages whereby Luo and Qin Ming stood. In response, Bai Luo and Qin Ming slowly stepped out, making their way toward the battle arena. Their appearance naturally ignited fervent cheers and shouts from the audience. Firewolf, utterly insane. Qin Ming, unstoppable. Reincarnator, do not disgrace Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba. Shatter this Firewolf's winning streak. In an instant, the cacophony of applause and shouts transformed the atmosphere of the main arena into a vibrant spectacle. Upon entering the arena as a Soul King, the two contestants, separated by a mere 1,000 meters, could not hinder Qin Ming's vision, and he immediately recognized Bai Luo with astonishment. Wasn't he the young lad he had seen previously attending battles alongside Huo Wu and Huo Shuang? The reincarnator he was to face tonight was indeed him. Not only Qin Ming, but in the VIP box of the Royal Combat Team, through the transparent glass wall, Du Yin and Yu Qianheng also spotted Bai Luo. Their expressions won a shock. Yanzi, isn't that the fellow who sat with Huo Wu and Huo Shuang? Osro gasped, unable to believe it. What is even more astonishing, to duel with teacher Qin Ming indicates that this Li Xiaoyao's strength must be on par with the Soul Kings of our Dolua continent, as this grand arena must have conducted evaluations. Yet, this Li Xiaoyao does not appear significantly older than us, and is certainly younger than teacher Qin Ming. Are the talents of reincarnators truly this formidable? Yu Feng found it hard to accept. It seems so. Compared to Osro and Yu Feng's astonishment, Yu Qianheng maintained a calmer demeanor, gently shaking his head with a sigh. Based on what I know, not everyone in worlds invaded by the supreme celestial realm qualifies as a reincarnator. Only the most outstanding individuals from those worlds are granted such status. Thus, these reincarnators are inherently among the most gifted talents from other realms. And with the resources provided by the Multiverse Reincarnation Hall, we need not compare ourselves to them. Currently, it is indeed challenging for us to measure up to these reincarnators. But in the future, as more reincarnators descend upon our Dolua continent, if we can find suitable mentors among them, we may attain strength rivaling that of the average reincarnator. Chapter 233. The duel begins. Qin Ming's astonishment. On the other side, within the main battle arena, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators and esteemed guests, the match commenced officially after the host, holding the sound amplification device, declared the rules of the contest. Fiery Canglong, manifest. As the duel began, Qin Ming, who had retreated to create some distance from Bai Luo, bellowed, summoning his martial spirit, the fiery Sun Canglong. Instantly, a massive wolf spirit, adorned in fiery red and gold fur, erupted from Qin Ming's body, howling to the heavens before merging back into him. With the fiery Sun Canglong's manifestation, Qin Ming's stature surged dramatically, his muscles swelling and stretching his previously loose Tiandi Royal Academy faculty uniform. Concurrently, his long orange hair transformed into a blazing red-gold hue, his hands morphing into wolf claws, sharp as daggers, while his eyes shifted into golden-red beastly slits. Simultaneously, 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, rose from beneath Qin Ming, expanding rapidly around him. In stark contrast to Qin Ming's dramatic display, Bai Luo appeared rather unremarkable, devoid of any dazzling effects. After all, within the martial artist system, the principle is to return to simplicity. Stillness is a virtue, but movement must be earth-shattering. Thus, upon the announcer's declaration of the match's commencement, Bai Luo merely circulated his inner energy, adopting the breathing technique of the sun's breath, and assumed a defensive stance, appearing quite ordinary. First soul skill, Canglong Lian. Upon entering the martial spirit manifestation state, Qin Ming unleashed his first soul skill, Canglong Lian. As the first of his century-old soul rings lit up, he unleashed a jet of fiery red-gold flames toward Bai Luo. Facing an opponent like Bai Luo, a reincarnator, Qin Ming was aware that while the prevalent power structure among reincarnators was largely martial, he had also heard of other formidable power systems possessed by reincarnators. Therefore, at the onset of the duel, Qin Ming opted to probe Bai Luo's capabilities first rather than charging headlong into battle. He intended to ascertain Bai Luo's strengths and weaknesses before engaging him directly. Bai Luo effortlessly dodged Qin Ming's probing attack, the Canglong Lian, barely needing to activate the sun's breath technique. Observing Bai Luo's evasive prowess, while Qin Ming was still uncertain if Bai Luo was a martial artist, he was convinced that Bai Luo possessed notable agility, certainly not akin to those with powerful offensive capabilities but frail physiques. Meanwhile, having swiftly evaded the fiery projectiles of Qin Ming's first soul skill, Bai Luo activated the sun's breath, closing the distance and charging toward Qin Ming. In contrast to Qin Ming's hesitance born from uncertainty, Bai Luo had ample knowledge of Qin Ming. Fourth soul skill, Lihuo Liao Yuan. As Bai Luo charged towards him, Qin Ming, uncertain of Bai Luo's abilities, was unwilling to engage in combat. With a powerful shout, he unleashed his soul skill once more. This time, it was his area of effect fourth soul skill, Lihuo Liao Yuan. In an instant, the fourth millennium soul ring around Qin Ming began to glow, and a surge of intense soul power erupted, releasing a torrent of crimson flames that cascaded outward like a tidal wave from his very being. As Bai Luo surged forward, he was swiftly engulfed by the oncoming wave of flames. However, despite successfully attacking Bai Luo, Qin Ming remained vigilant, retreating quickly to avoid any potential counterattack that might arise if Bai Luo were to use the flames as cover. Indeed, Qin Ming's caution proved to be well-founded. Although Bai Luo was swept into the fiery deluge unleashed by Lihuo Liao Yuan, the fourth soul skill of a mere soul king was evidently insufficient to harm him. Bai Luo merely utilized his true energy to shield himself, effortlessly resisting the encroaching flames. Just as Qin Ming retreated, a figure burst forth from the flames with astonishing speed, launching a punch directly at him. So swift, prepared for Bai Luo's sudden assault, Qin Ming reacted promptly, crossing his arms defensively before him. Bang! Though he managed to block Bai Luo's fierce strike, the overwhelming power behind it, honed by Bai Luo's mastery of the indestructible body technique and augmented by the breath of the sun, was palpable. Qin Ming instantly felt a tremendous force impact his crossed arms, causing him pain and sending him flying backward. In the audience of the battle arena, a wave of gasps and exclamations erupted as they witnessed Qin Ming being propelled away by Bai Luo's punch. Teacher Qin Ming. In the VIP box of the Royal Battle Team, Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin exchanged shocked glances, rising to their feet in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Bai Luo, who appeared to be of similar age, possessed such extraordinary strength to send Qin Ming flying with a single blow. Could it be that Bai Luo was indeed a powerful reincarnator, akin to that renowned figure from Tianshui Academy? Sure how? On the battle stage, having been struck and feeling the pain coursing through his arms, Qin Ming quickly recognized that Bai Luo was an exceptionally formidable opponent, one he could not underestimate due to age alone. The earlier test had confirmed this. He resolved to give his all. Qin Ming was not one to accept defeat easily, but he absolutely could not allow himself to be effortlessly overwhelmed. That would be a desecration of his years of hard work and cultivation. Third soul skill, Sanglong Nuhua. Fifth soul skill, Bumye Xingyan. Acknowledging Bai Luo's might, Qin Ming let out a fierce roar in midair, swiftly activating both his third and fifth soul skills in succession. The third soul skill, Sanglong Nuhua, was a millennium skill that enhanced his physical abilities significantly. Upon its activation, his physical prowess nearly doubled. The fifth soul skill, Bumye Xingyan, was a pure offensive skill known for its searing heat and difficulty to extinguish. Once it touched a target, it would cling like a parasite until the enemy was reduced to ashes. As he unleashed the third and fifth soul skills, the third and fifth soul rings around him illuminated brilliantly, and a radiant golden light enveloped Qin Ming. His muscles swelled, and his aura surged dramatically. Following this, a dazzling torrent of golden Bumye Xingyan erupted from him, sweeping outward like a tempest. In the main battle arena of the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, as Qin Ming unleashed his third soul skill, Sanglong Nuhua, followed by his fifth soul skill, Bumye Xingyan, the overwhelming golden flames surged forth. With the limited space of the arena, evasion was impossible. However, with Bai Luo's mastery of the indestructible body technique, resisting such a millennium skill was far from daunting. Golden light radiated from Bai Luo's skin as he activated the indestructible body technique, transforming into a figure of brilliance, as if cloaked in gold. Concurrently, a protective golden aura surged forth, coalescing into a shield akin to armor around him. Although Qin Ming's fifth soul skill was indeed formidable, the engulfing flames of Bumye Xingyan, while fierce and scorching enough to distort the air, failed to penetrate the golden armor formed by Bai Luo's protective aura. Thus, Bai Luo withstood the assault of Qin Ming's fifth soul skill and swiftly emerged from the fiery inferno, charging toward the now grounded Qin Ming. What? Seeing Bai Luo emerge, his skin aglow with golden light and shielded by golden aura, Qin Ming's expression shifted drastically, overwhelmed by disbelief. This was his fifth soul skill, a millennium skill. Even a soul emperor could not disregard its power. How could this Li Xiaoyao possibly be so formidable? Were all reincarnators this terrifying? As Qin Ming grappled with his astonishment, Bai Luo, having escaped the flames, surged forward with the speed of lightning, delivering a punch aimed directly at him. Against such a formidable adversary, Bai Luo felt no need to employ the like of the Buddha's palm or the unseen sword qi. Such techniques might prove fatal. As Bai Luo closed in, Qin Ming prepared himself, roaring as he met Bai Luo's attack head-on, eager for a battle of full intensity. Yet, in a relentless exchange of blows, Qin Ming quickly sensed his inability to withstand Bai Luo's onslaught. Bai Luo's fist, encased in radiant golden energy, was as unyielding as tempered steel. Each clash sent shockwaves through Qin Ming's bones, leaving him reeling. As a beast martial soul master, a powerhouse of the offensive type, he could hardly accept that he was being outmatched by a mere ordinary martial artist. No matter how unwilling Qin Ming was to concede, the reality was undeniable. And in the surrounding audience, witnessing Qin Ming's apparent disadvantage, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. While many had anticipated this outcome, they could hardly fathom that Qin Ming seemed to lack any means of resistance against Bai Luo, retreating steadily under the relentless barrage. Fifth soul skill, indomitable sacred flame. Under the relentless assault of Bai Luo, who was wielding the indestructible divine power and the breath of the sun, Qin Ming found himself retreating, on the verge of being pushed to the edge of the soul fighting platform, facing imminent defeat. With a heart full of unwillingness, he resolved to make one last desperate attempt. Seizing an opportunity, he swiftly distanced himself and, with a fierce roar, unleashed his fifth soul skill once more, indomitable sacred flame. Unlike the previous invocation, this time the indomitable sacred flame did not radiate outward like a shockwave. Instead, Qin Ming, with tremendous control, condensed it into a towering pillar of blazing golden fire that erupted from beneath Bai Luo's feet, engulfing him entirely. This provoked another uproar in the main soul fighting arena. Xiaoyao, Observing Bai Luo being successfully ambushed by Qin Ming, Meng Iran, and Zhu Zhuqing in the VIP box were both taken aback, rising to their feet in astonishment. Oh, could it be in the air, just as the host, holding the amplification soul tool, prepared to exclaim in disbelief that Qin Ming might turn the tide. A figure suddenly burst forth from the golden pillar of fire, charging towards Qin Ming. Although engulfed by the indomitable sacred flame, Bai Luo, completely enveloped in its searing heat, remained unscathed. The condensed, indomitable sacred flame was indeed more powerful. Yet for Bai Luo, shielded by the protective aura of the indestructible divine power, it posed no threat whatsoever. This divine skill originated from the world of martial arts, a high-level technique. If one were to compare it with the soul skills of Dolua continent, it would surpass techniques that have existed for over 100,000 years. Such an immensely powerful protective skill could hardly be broken by a mere 10,000-year soul skill. What? Upon witnessing Bai Luo effortlessly break free from his indomitable sacred flame, Qin Ming felt a surge of dread and, at last, a sense of discouragement. As a soul king, despite his high soul power level, the repeated use of soul skills, especially 2 instances of the 5th soul skill, had drained a significant portion of his soul power. Previously, he was no match for Bai Luo's attacks. Now, having expended a great deal of soul power to execute the 5th soul skill, he was even less capable of standing against Bai Luo. Thus, as Bai Luo charged at him once more, having emerged from the pillar of flame, Qin Ming, exerting all his strength, could only barely defend himself for a few minutes before being sent tumbling off the soul fighting platform by a swift kick from Bai Luo. Now, I declare the winner of this soul fight to be contestant Li Xiao Yao. Following Qin Ming's defeat, the members of the royal battle team hurriedly exited the box and rushed towards the soul fighting arena, while the host in the air, wielding the amplification soul tool, loudly announced the result. In an instant, the entire main soul fighting arena erupted into a fervent cacophony of cheers and shouts, though this time, nearly all the jubilations were directed towards Bai Luo. After defeating Qin Ming, Bai Luo's fame, bolstered by Qin Ming's previous consecutive victories in the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, would swiftly spread throughout the arena. However, such accolades mattered little to Bai Luo, for he was indifferent to them. Today's soul fight was merely a casual endeavor, an opportunity to see Meng Iran and Zhu Zhuqing engage in combat. The soul fight in the Tiandi Great Soul Arena might serve as a training ground for others. Yet for him, it held little significance, as his overwhelming strength rendered him unmatched in earnest. Under the high, round moon, with stars twinkling in the night sky, Bai Luo, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Iran, and the Huowu siblings departed from the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, each heading homeward. Farewell, see you tomorrow. After becoming friends and finding common ground, Huowu and Meng Iran arranged a stroll through the Tiandi Imperial City with Zhu Zhuqing the following day before parting ways. Chapter 235, Registering at the Demon Hunter Guild. The King of Assassins by Feng and Feng Xingtong. The next day, upon meeting at the designated location, Huowu took Meng Iran and Zhu Zhuqing by the hand, wandering the streets while laughing and chatting. Meanwhile, Huowu and Bai Luo, the 2 young men, felt somewhat superfluous, merely exchanging glances and trailing behind, finding the outing tedious. While girls relish shopping, to boys it can feel akin to torment. They would rather devote this time to training. Nevertheless, today's excursion to the Tiandi Imperial City was not solely for shopping. Huowu had expressed her intention to familiarize them with the city. As they strolled through the Tiandi Imperial City, Huowu and Huowu guided by Luo, Meng Iran, and Zhu Zhuqing, introducing them to notable landmarks, including the Tiandi Great Soul Arena, the Tiandi Auction House, the Royal Garden, and the Tiandi Spirit Hall. Next, I will take you to a place you may have heard of, but have certainly never seen. After a while of wandering, Huowu suddenly smiled mysteriously. All right, we've arrived, leading by Luo, Meng Iran, and Zhu Zhuqing through several streets, to a bustling intersection. A magnificent building came into view. Atop this structure stood a shield and a long sword emblem. Adorning the entrance was a set of gilded letters, Demon Hunter Guild. In front of the building lay an opulent square with a fountain, through which a steady stream of people flowed, either exiting the building or entering the guild. The Demon Hunter Guild? Could this be the legendary guild established by the likes of Lord Wuming and Lord Xiaofeng? Upon seeing the plaque of the Demon Hunter Guild, Meng Iran couldn't help but feel astonished. Indeed, let me take you inside. You must not yet be registered to the Demon Hunter Guild, right? I'll help you register, and once you become demon hunters, you'll be able to accept missions. although there are currently no demon hunting tasks related to reincarnators. And even if there were, we lack the strength to undertake them, making the rewards less than desirable. There are plenty of tasks suitable for us, like bandit extermination, which can hone our combat skills. As Huo Wu led by Luo, Meng ran, and Zhu Zhuqing toward the Demon Hunter Guild, a young man dressed in splendid white robes. With long, light purple hair cascading over his shoulders, sharp brows and bright eyes, and a visage as flawless as carved jade, stepped out from the guild with a cool demeanor. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a resounding bird call echoing above. What was happening? The sudden outburst of the melodious bird call startled countless onlookers in the square. Then, from the sky, a massive bird, enormous enough to cast a shadow over the ground, resembling a snow-white phoenix, descended amidst a gust of wind. Upon seeing the colossal avian, numerous soul masters gasped in alarm, many readying themselves for action. What kind of soul beast dares to enter the realm of their Tiandi imperial city? However, many soul masters who were aware of the situation hastily restrained their companions who were eager to take action, urgently exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" This bird is not a soul beast, but rather the mount of the assassin king, BabyHuang. BabyHuang is a reincarnator, shrouded in mystery, with unfathomable strength. He has taken on assassination contracts from the Assassin Guild, and has never failed, even against soul emperors. If you dare to harm this bird, he will kill without a moment's hesitation. As the Honghu bird, or BabyHuang, ascended to a certain height, a flurry of snow-white feathers fell. In an instant, BabyHuang leaped gracefully into the air, his form akin to a startled swan, stepping upon the drifting feathers. He soon executed a beautiful aerial somersault and landed upon the back of BabyHuang. Following this, with a resounding cry, BabyHuang suddenly flapped its wings, and amidst a gust of wind, swiftly vanished into the horizon. What a magnificent bird! Yet it seems devoid of soul power fluctuations, as if it is not a soul beast. Huo Wu, do you know who he is? Watching BabyHuang and BabyHuang fade from view, Meng was astonished and could not help but inquire of Huo Wu. "I'm not certain either," Huo Wu replied, somewhat taken aback, shaking her head. Although she had registered as a demon hunter long ago, her time was primarily dedicated to training at the academy in the Tiandi sword sect, with only occasional visits to the Tiandi Great Soul Arena to undertake tasks from the Demon Hunting Guild. She was unfamiliar with BabyHuang. He is BabyHuang, the recently renowned Assassin King. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a youth of modest height, appearing to be merely in his teens, with silver short hair and a handsome visage, clad in athletic attire, approaching them with a friendly smile. "Greetings. My name is Feng Xingtong. May we become acquainted?" Upon reaching by Luo and the others, the youth extended his right hand in a gesture of handshake, introducing himself with a smile. Regarding the recent recruitment selection of disciples by the Tiandi sword sect and the Tianxia Association, nearly all factions across the continent had sent their clansmen and disciples to participate. Since the Tiandi sword sect and Tianxia Association did not impose restrictions on the identities of participants, provided they met the age criteria. The Spirit Hall naturally sent individuals as well, including Feng Xingtong, who had previously been dispatched by Luo to join the Spirit Hall. "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Huo Wu. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face." And considering that Feng Xingtong had alleviated their confusion, Huo Wu responded courteously to his overture. Subsequently, Huo Wuxuang, Meng Yiran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Luo all politely responded to Feng Xingtong as well. It was merely a matter of acquaintance. Yet the peculiar attire of Feng Xingtong led them to subtly sense his identity, and they were gladly prepared to engage with him. This BabyHuang, the large bird that came to fetch him, seems not to be a soul beast. However, such a large bird cannot be an ordinary one. He must be a reincarnator, right? After completing their introductions, Meng Yiran could not help but ask out of curiosity. Of course, to the best of my knowledge, he is indeed likely a reincarnator. However, my understanding of him is quite limited. I have heard that upon arriving in Dulua continent, he first became an assassin at the Assassin Guild, and has successfully completed nearly all assassination tasks he has undertaken, even those targeting soul emperors or nobility from various kingdoms, thus earning the title of Assassin King. Feng Xingtong nodded, providing a brief overview. Is he really that formidable? The group instinctively felt a sense of resistance to BabyHuang's identity as an assassin. Yet upon learning that he could successfully assassinate even a soul emperor, they could not help but express their astonishment. Rest assured, he is likely here to participate in the disciple selection for the Tiandi sword sect and Tianxia Association. I have heard that he has not taken on any tasks from the Assassin Guild for quite some time, so there is no need for excessive concern. Sensing their trepidation, Feng Xingtong reassured them with a smile. All right, you all must be here to register as demon hunters as well. Shall we head over together? Chapter 236. Mission: Eliminate the Bandit Den. Reincarnate Li Xingyan. Learning that Feng Xingtong was also there to register as a demon hunter, the group entered the Demon Hunting Guild together. Inside the Demon Hunting Guild, the decor was notably simple and understated. The overall theme was white, with a few potted plants placed in the corners, devoid of any ostentatious decor. Even the soul-guided chandelier hanging from the ceiling was quite plain. There were 3 counters in the hall, behind which stood uniformed female attendants. Surrounding the hall were expensive soul-guided screens displaying the tasks currently available for acceptance and the rewards for completed tasks. These are the Demon Hunter medals for you all. The tasks are displayed on the surrounding soul-guided screens. You may take a look first. If you find a task you wish to undertake, you can come to me to register for it. Once completed, simply present the proof to claim your reward. After Bai Luo and Meng Iran completed their registrations, the female attendant behind the counter smiled and handed them several specially made Demon Hunter medals. Let's go take a look then. Following Feng Xingtong's suggestion, the group approached the surrounding soul-guided screens to see if there were any tasks they could undertake. The tasks displayed on the soul-guided screens around the hall were mostly ordinary tasks, such as escort missions and bandit extermination. Naturally, there are also demon hunting tasks, but most involved eliminating the exposed ghost clan on Doloa continent, indicating that the Demon Hunting Guild had collaborated with the Kugwa clan. However, Huo Wu and the other girls did not pay much attention to the demon hunting tasks, as the execution locations were far from Tiandi Imperial City, mostly situated along the border of the Tiandi Empire. They primarily sought tasks to hone their skills, so nearby bandit extermination tasks sufficed. In just a few days, the disciple selection for the Patian Sword Sect and Tianxia Association would commence. Who would venture so far at this time? Let us select this task. After some deliberation, Huo Wu chose a bandit extermination mission located near Tiandi Imperial City, not too far away. According to the task description, the leader of this bandit group was a wanted soul Zune. Though most of the other bandits were ordinary people, they were armed, and there were even a few soul masters among them. This would still serve as a form of training. After all, compared to the battles in the Great Soul Arena, this was actual combat. We shall proceed with this task. After mutual discussion and confirmation of the task, the group went to the counter to register and obtain the task before departing from Tiandi Imperial City, preparing to head towards the task location. Upon leaving Tiandi Imperial City, the group traveled along the road, setting out in the morning and finally arriving near their destination in the afternoon, reaching a village named Haigu Village. This bandit extermination task had been reported by Haigu Village to the nearby Spirit Hall branch, which subsequently listed it with the Demon Hunting Guild. In truth, eliminating this bandit group was not particularly challenging for the city of Lori, to which Haigu Village belonged. Since the bandits included soul masters, the Spirit Hall branch in Lori City would also send personnel to assist in the extermination. However, although this group of bandits had only recently descended from the Black Mountain Ridge to roam near Haigu Village, their ability to hide was quite notable. It is possible that the bandit lair is home to a soul master with reconnaissance-type soul skills. The forces from Lori City and the Lori City Martial Soul Branch have attempted to eliminate the bandits several times, but their efforts were thwarted, yielding no results. Consequently, this task was posted in the Demon Hunting Guild. Upon arriving at Haigu Village, Bai Luo and his companions quickly located the village chief through inquiries with the villagers. They intended to ask which mountain forest the bandits resided in, requesting the chief to send someone to guide them there. Esteemed soul masters, I regret to inform you that you have arrived too late. A few days ago, our village sheltered a young boy, whom we initially thought was merely a lost youth. However, it turns out he is the rumored reincarnator. Upon learning that our village has been plagued by bandits, he expressed his desire to assist us, and he has already set off some time ago. I wonder if he has managed to deal with those bandits by now. The village chief said apologetically upon realizing that Bai Luo and his group were there to eliminate the bandits of Heishan Ridge. The chief's words startled everyone. They could not believe their luck. By simply accepting a task from the Demon Hunting Guild, they encountered a reincarnator who had likely just arrived in their Doloa continent. Reincarnators were known to be exceptionally unique, possessing either extraordinary talent or immense strength, along with a power system distinct from their own. Encountering a new reincarnator was surely an opportunity not to be missed. After bidding farewell to the village chief, guided by a young man appointed by the chief, They proceeded toward the vicinity of Heishan Ridge. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they were suddenly met with screams and pleas for mercy. Upon rushing over, they witnessed several armed men fleeing in terror, as if pursued by a monstrous beast. However, as the sounds of cries and pleas abruptly ceased, a figure leaped from the forest, swiftly traversing the trees. With a graceful somersault, he landed firmly before the armed men. "You bandits, you shall all be punished. Where do you think you can escape? Esteemed soul masters, this is the reincarnator we sheltered." He introduced himself as Li Xingyun. The young man leading by Luo's group recognized him and promptly introduced. "Li Xingyun. He appears to be around our age. As for his strength, it remains unclear. But considering he has managed to drive these bandits into such a state, their leader must have already been dealt with. It seems his power exceeds that of a soul sovereign," BabyHuang observed as he scrutinized Li Xingyun, who stood before the bandits, clad in a snug outfit of red, black, and white, with long black hair and a strikingly handsome face. Under the gaze of the group, the bandits, after exchanging fearful glances, suppressed their terror and, with shouts of anger, charged towards Li Xingyun, weapons drawn. Yet, Li Xingyun effortlessly dodged their attacks, swiftly dispatching them with a few strikes. "Whoever is hiding there, come out. I have discovered you." After dealing with the bandits, Li Xingyun drew a piece of white cloth, wiping the blood from his sword while turning to Bai Luo and the others, calling out loudly. Hearing this, the group stepped forward. "Apologies. We did not mean to conceal ourselves here. You must be Li Xingyun, correct? We are not foes. We hail from Tiandi Imperial City, originally intending to eliminate these bandits. We did not expect to encounter you. Is there anything we can assist you with?" Bai Luo smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "No need for assistance." Li Xingyun replied, shaking his head. "I have already eliminated all the bandits here. Those are the last few." "Very well, then. However, it would be prudent for us to leave this place. Otherwise, we might not return until nightfall," Bai Luo suggested. After contemplating, Li Xingyun agreed. The group descended the mountain, preparing to return to Haiga village. On the journey back, they engaged in conversation and quickly became familiar with one another. They learned that Li Xingyun was actually of royal lineage from another world. However, as he had only recently entered the reincarnation hall, he had yet to formulate a specific plan upon arriving in the Doloa continent. "Brother Xingyun, if you have no concrete plans, why not join us in 2 days for the disciple selection of the Patian Sword Sect and the Tianxia Association?" BabyHuang suggested. The esteemed masters Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba of the Patian Sword Sect and Tianxia Association are exceptionally powerful. If you could join them and learn several profound martial arts, it would undoubtedly aid you greatly in your quest for restoration. Upon learning that Li Xingyun had yet to decide on his path after arriving in the Doloa continent, BabyHuang could not help but make the suggestion. "Very well, I shall give it a try." Li Xingyun nodded in agreement after a moment of thought. Before long, the day of the selection arrived. The Patian Sword Sect selection commenced first, naturally taking place at the foot of the mountain where the sect was located. Numerous arenas had already been constructed, alongside designated seating for esteemed guests and spectators. Even before the selection was set to begin, the area beneath the Patian Sword Sect's entrance was already bustling with a multitude of people, soul masters from families, sects, and those who were free agents had gathered from all over the continent. The scene was a sea of faces, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. It was estimated that tens of thousands of soul masters had come to participate in the selection. While this number may not seem excessive at first glance, it is important to note that the total population of soul masters across the entire Doloa continent is only a few 100,000, encompassing all age groups. Given that the Patian Sword Sect only permitted participants aged 6 to 18, the turnout of tens of thousands was indeed staggering. Unlike the majority who could only crowd into the spectator area, Bai Luo, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran, as the only 3 disciples of Jiu Jianxian, were invited as esteemed guests due to their master's strength surpassing that of a titled Doloa. Thus, they secured seats for themselves. On the other hand, Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang, along with Bai Luo, who was disguised as a shadow clone, also managed to obtain seats. Similarly, Xue Binger and Xue Yuer enjoyed the same privilege. As the time for the selection arrived, a tall, slender man dressed in black, possessing a cold demeanor and striking features, rose from the guests' seating and hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back. He then issued a deep, commanding shout. Silence. With Dugu Qiubai's powerful voice resonating through the venue, the entire assembly fell into an immediate hush. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have come to participate in the selection of disciples for the Patian Sword sect. I, Dugu Qiubai, sincerely appreciate your support. As he spoke, Dugu Qiubai clasped his hands in acknowledgement to the surrounding crowd. I shall refrain from further idle chatter. The selection of disciples for the Patian Sword sect is now officially underway. I invite everyone to proceed to the designated area for the first round of assessments and to queue for the evaluation. True to his character, Dugu Qiubai is not one for lengthy speeches. He simply announces the commencement and gestures for all to move to the assessment area. The first round of evaluation is intended to ascertain the ages of the participants by registering their ages, martial souls, and cultivation levels. We shall conduct the initial screening and classification, preparing for the subsequent assessments. However, in truth, there was no need for Dugu Qiubai to gesture. The candidates had already formed serpentine lines in front of the various locations for the first assessment. Your age is acceptable past. Your age is acceptable past. Not so. Your age exceeds the limit. Please return. Although Dugu Qiubai and Xiongba had previously announced the criteria for participation, the vast majority of candidates met the age requirements. Yet, the world is diverse, and so are its inhabitants. There will always be those who, driven by a sense of luck, attempt to take advantage of the situation. They believe that their age is only slightly over the limit and that it might go undetected, hoping to slip through unnoticed. Naturally, they were all discovered. Initially, these ambitious soul masters, upon being found out and dismissed, were quite indignant. However, as the crowd of soul masters behind them grew restless, one who attempted to argue was promptly overwhelmed by the collective frustration of the others, causing the remaining hopefuls to scurry away in fear. Before long, more than half an hour had elapsed, and the age assessments for the candidates were completed. Next, we would evaluate the participants' aptitude for the sword path. As a sect that specializes in swordsmanship, Patian Sword Sect places great importance on this aspect. Now, all those who have passed the first round, please place one of your 2 identical tokens into the wooden box before me. I will randomly draw a token and announce its number. The individual whose number is called shall come forth to select a sword from those displayed on the arena, and, following the patterns depicted on the wooden wall at the back of the arena, demonstrate the sword technique. I will assess your understanding and determine whether you qualify to advance. As the candidates who passed the first round gathered before the various platforms for the second round of evaluations, the elder presiding over the Patian Sword Sect loudly proclaimed the rules of this round. Upon hearing the instructions from the elders overseeing the second round, many candidates felt a sinking sensation in their hearts and became somewhat anxious. In the Doluo continent, the developmental direction of each soul master is fundamentally linked to their martial soul. For weapons, aside from weapon martial soul masters, beast martial soul masters generally do not practice weaponry. Even among weapon martial soul masters, those who do practice weapons typically focus solely on those that correspond to their martial souls. Yet, how many among them possess sword martial souls? Perhaps fewer than 1 in 10. Please, don't let it be me who is drawn first. As they placed their tokens into the wooden box, countless soul masters silently prayed. If someone were to go first and demonstrate the sword techniques, they would at least have a model to learn from. However, if they were to go first, it would surely spell disaster. Chapter 238. Unexpected Turn, Lord of the Demon Tide. 385. 253. 762. Under the gates of the Patian Sword Sect, on the various platforms for the second round of assessments, the elder presiding over the evaluations drew one token after another from the box, loudly announcing each number. Each candidate, holding their corresponding token, approached the platform with a mix of emotions. Once they selected their preferred long sword, these fortunate individuals began, as per the elder's instructions, to face away from the crowd and concentrate on the patterns carved on the wooden wall behind the arena, practicing the sword techniques depicted therein. According to the rules, they had 10 minutes to practice. After 10 minutes, they would be required to demonstrate their technique before the judging elders, who would evaluate their progress in mastering the swordplay. However, unfortunately, none of the first individuals drawn were able to pass the assessment. 10 minutes proved too brief a time. Additionally, in the Doluo continent, due to the existence of soul skills, most soul masters rely entirely on them. Even among weapon martial soul masters, few dedicate themselves to mastering their martial souls. Of course, there are a rare few, like Tang Chun, the founder of the Haoyan sect, who have intensely studied their weapon martial souls to perfection, creating techniques such as the chaotic wind hammer method and the great simmer hammer, allowing the Haotian sect to once rival the Spirit Hall. Yet, regrettably, such individuals are exceedingly rare in this world. Even among the descendants of the Haotian sect, most merely learn the techniques passed down by Tang Chun without innovating. It is merely rote repetition. In summary, constrained by the broader environment and innate talent, aside from a few families and sects that have inherited sword martial souls, such as the Chun family and the Fengjian sect, there are few who possess the tradition of sword practice due to their illustrious ancestors and long histories. Generations of individuals have continuously summarized sword techniques, thus creating a tradition of swordsmanship and even developing unique soul skills. Most, even if their martial soul is a sword, still wholly depend on their soul skills and lack any concept of sword techniques. Therefore, mastering the sword techniques depicted on the wooden wall within a mere 10 minutes is undoubtedly an exceedingly daunting task. However, as time progressed, the rules of the competition did not prohibit the participants from glancing at the wooden wall behind the arena while practicing the techniques depicted upon it, as long as they could see it. After all, the Doloa continent lacks a martial arts tradition. If the restrictions were too severe, it would be difficult to recruit qualified disciples. Consequently, as time became more abundant, when candidates with higher innate talent for swordsmanship or those who had practiced sword techniques within their families or sects took the stage, some finally succeeded in passing the second round of assessments. Before they knew it, several hours had passed, and noon arrived. Although the Tiandi sword sect had constructed dozens of platforms for the second round of evaluations, with over 10,000 participants, it was entirely impossible to complete all assessments within half a day, even if each platform could accommodate 6 or 7 individuals at a time. It would require at least a day or two. Yet, just as noon approached, with the sun blazing down and the second round of assessments on the verge of suspension, a sudden, deafening roar echoed through the sky. What is that sound? A sudden, thunderous sound captured the attention of all. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards the sky. The azure expanse above, clear and serene, appeared to shatter like glass, revealing a vast, gaping void. A pitch-black vortex, reminiscent of a black hole, spun ceaselessly within this opening. This phenomenon was not confined to the mountain gate of the Tiandi zone. Simultaneously, across various locales on the Doloa continent, indeed throughout the entirety of Doloa Star, both humans and soul beasts alike were startled by the deafening roar and the sight of the enormous fissure in the sky. The heavens had split open. What a jest! How could this be possible? What on earth was happening? Was another calamity about to unfold? The rift in the sky sent waves of panic across the entire continent. With a resounding boom, as countless souls and beasts looked on, dark columns of energy erupted from the chasm, shooting forth like arrows from the heavens. In that moment, numerous dark pillars cascaded down across Doloa Star, akin to shooting stars, landing in the remote forests and mountainous terrains. Upon striking the ground, these dark pillars seemed to merge instantaneously with the earth. On the surface, nothing appeared unusual about the ground where the dark energy had seeped in. However, beneath the surface, vast caverns, resembling underground palaces, were rapidly taking shape. At this moment, beneath the mountain gate of the Tiandi zone, witnessing the sky's rupture and the subsequent emergence of dark pillars, even without immediate disaster, a sense of unease gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Dugu Zongzhu, Xiongba Huizhang. How could the sky transform so abruptly? Do you have any insight into this? The events unfolding on the Doloa continent were intrinsically linked to the reincarnation hall, and with the sky rent open, sending forth these enigmatic dark pillars, Emperor Xue instinctively felt the connection and turned to inquire. In response, Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and other reincarnators withdrew their gazes from the sky, shaking their heads with a sigh. We regret to inform you, Your Majesty, we too are in the dark about this matter. It seems to be related to the reincarnation hall, which is ancient and shrouded in mystery, encompassing countless worlds and innumerable powerhouses. We have only recently joined the reincarnation hall and remain unaware of its inner workings. However, it appears that a reincarnator of immense strength, far exceeding the limits of the current Doloa continent, is unwilling to be barred entry and has resorted to certain measures against our realm. As for the motives of this powerful being, whether they are benevolent or malevolent, remains to be seen. A thorough investigation is warranted. Chapter 239. The underground demonic nest. The sudden upheaval in the heavens sent tremors throughout the Doloa Star. Nevertheless, the selection of disciples at the Tiandi zone continued unabated. Despite the alarming spectacle, nothing disastrous had yet occurred. However, while the selection process remained ongoing. The elite reincarnators, including Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, Jiu Jianxian, Ning Fengji, Jiandoa, Chenexan, and Yu Yunjin, departed from the selection venue, intent on examining the impact of the dark pillars that had emerged from the sky's rift upon the Doluo continent. Upon leaving the mountain gate of the Patian zone, the group first journeyed to the Tiando imperial city. With the assistance of Emperor Xia and the resources of the Tiando Empire, they pinpointed the locations of the dark pillars that had fallen near the Tiando imperial city, the nearest of which was situated in a primitive forest known as Xingye Senlin, near the city of Sunset. Having identified the location, they hastened their journey. After traversing for over an hour, they arrived at Xingye Senlin, located in proximity to Sunset City. Unlike the Sunset Forest, Xingye Senlin was merely an ordinary primitive forest. While it was home to some soul beasts, their numbers and varieties were vastly inferior to those of the Sunset Forest. The fauna inhabiting Xingye Senlin primarily consisted of common animals, guided by the villagers from nearby settlements. The group began their search for the site where the dark pillars had descended. After an extensive search, they arrived at the center of Xingye Senlin, where the trees suddenly transformed. In contrast to the lush greenery and towering trees, adorned with ancient vines and emerald moss typical of normal forests, the woods before them were shrouded in an eerie, pitch-black hue. The trees had taken on grotesque forms, their branches gnarled and withered, resembling the skeletal claws of a specter. A vast expanse of twisted, dark woods loomed ominously before them. "This must be the place, though it does not bode well," Ning Fengji remarked, furrowing his brow in apprehension. Yet, could the dark pillars that descended from the rift in the sky merely alter the appearance of the trees? If that were the case, it hardly seemed perilous. Not at all, Jiu Jianxian interjected, shaking his head. As everyone turned their attention to him, he leisurely took a sip from his wine gourd and then pointed downward. "You are perceiving only the surface-level changes in this forest, a mere byproduct of the pollution wrought by the fallen dark pillars. The true consequence lies beneath the ground. My spiritual sense has detected the formation of a colossal structure akin to an underground palace, imbued with vast and malevolent energy beyond my ability to penetrate. Moreover, according to my perception, this underground palace is in a state of constant evolution, gradually expanding. Clearly, it continues to grow, and once it reaches its full form, no one can predict what may transpire." What? The revelation that the dark pillars merely caused superficial alterations to the forest, while the genuine threat lurked beneath the surface, left Ning Fengji and the others visibly shaken. The tainted forest indicated that the dark pillars were undoubtedly harbingers of malevolence. Should the unknown labyrinth beneath the forest fully materialize, who could fathom the consequences? The notion of a structure implied habitation, and once it came to fruition, a terrifying presence might emerge from this underground palace to descend upon the Doluo continent. If it were a reincarnator aligned with the Blood God Society, the Royal Undead, or the Tree Demons, the situation would be dire indeed. One must acknowledge the overwhelming power of the reincarnator, capable of rending open the sky of the Doluo continent. The strength behind this event would far surpass that of Dugu Qiubai, Xiongba, and Jiu Jianxian. Whether this being would descend in person or send forth other entities through this labyrinth, it was highly probable that their might would greatly exceed that of Dugu Qiubai and his companions. Precautions must be taken to avert potential calamity. Otherwise, if the worst outcome truly transpires, it would be too late. Given that the underground palace has not yet achieved complete success, can we not destroy it now? If we wait until it is fully formed, it will undoubtedly be far more challenging to eradicate. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Ning Fengji took a deep breath and proposed a solution he had contemplated. His suggestion was met with immediate approval from many. Considering the recent gaping rift in the sky, it was clear that the power of the reincarnator behind it was extraordinarily formidable. The means they employed against Luodalu were likely beyond their capacity to counter. If they did not act while the underground palace remained incomplete, it would be increasingly difficult to dismantle once it fully materialized. Let us give it a try. In the end, Jiu Jianxian, Dugu Qiubai, and Xiongba, among others, nodded in agreement with Ning Fengji's proposal. Subsequently, everyone employed their respective abilities, summoning weapon spirits and beast spirits, activating their martial souls and various soul skills, or unleashing martial arts and celestial techniques. First lifting the entire surface to reveal the underground palace hidden below. The underground palace lay approximately 20 to 30 meters beneath the surface, composed of a bizarre black substance resembling writhing flesh, emanating an aura of profound darkness and malevolence. After uncovering the soil that cloaked the palace, the group unleashed their most powerful attacking soul skills upon it, intent on annihilating this nascent lair. 8th soul skill, mountain moving and sea filling. 8th soul skill, dragon soaring and thunder exploding. 3 parts returning to origin energy. Heavenly demon sword, Fentuzan Swort technique. In an instant, a tempest of sword energy, thunder, wind blades, and fiery rain descended upon the black lair below like a torrential downpour. Yet, despite the multitude of assaults creating numerous indentations on the eerie black walls, they quickly returned to their original state. The collective attacks seemed to inflict no harm whatsoever. How could this be possible? Seeing their combined efforts fail to damage this peculiar underground palace, which had only existed for mere hours, left Ning Fengji and the others in disbelief. If such a half-formed entity proved so challenging to manage, what would happen once it fully matured? However, as they launched even more powerful strikes, they still found themselves unable to contend with the bizarre underground palace. This left Ning Fengji and the others in a state of despair. Brief introduction, transcending into Doluo Dalu. Bai Luo initially believed he could only lead an ordinary life. Yet, unexpectedly, on the eve of his martial soul awakening, he activated the most powerful avatar system. By altering the predetermined fate of Doluo Dalu, he could earn source energy points, which would allow him to draw a template from myriad realms and create diverse avatars.